Can the deceased still possess consciousness? Is it possible for them to utter, "I do not wish to die"? This opening left me utterly bewildered. Who among you understands this? Just as I was grappling with the eerie atmosphere, the scene shifted. A youthful doctor, merely in his 20s, was gently advising an elderly woman. "Grandma Feng, you must rest for the next 2 days. Any exacerbation could become quite troublesome." The elderly lady chuckled, addressing him, "Heng Yi, you've become quite dependable." To this, the doctor's face flushed with embarrassment. "Please don't call me Heng Yi. Qian Xiao will only mock me further." The contrast is striking. One moment, the atmosphere is foreboding, and the next, it feels so grounded. As for Heng Yi, he was quite the wild child in his youth. At the tender age of 5, when someone questioned his father's motives for running a private school, he boldly placed his hands on his hips and retorted, "How can you think so poorly of my father? Why would he charge you for tuition if he offers you medical care for free? What does your literacy have to do with him? Such ignorance. My father merely wishes to broaden your horizons, so you don't remain like a frog at the bottom of a well." His father, stroking his head, expressed his pride. Such spirit. Young Heng Yi was astounded. Could a 5-year-old articulate such thoughts? How impressive. Yet, who could have anticipated that such an extraordinary father would later deliberately infect himself to test a remedy for a plague, ultimately succumbing to the after effects on his deathbed? His father imparted, "As a healer, one must not fear death. Our duty is to rescue lives from its clutches. If we fear death, how can we conquer it?" Hearing this, I felt a lump in my throat. This is the essence of a true healer's compassion. Now, Heng Yi, despite having a stable life ahead of him, insists on becoming a wandering doctor. When his brother inquires about his motives, he flippantly replies, "Because you have already chosen that path. Brother, I must tread a different road to distinguish myself as the immortal Chuan Heng." This reasoning deserves full marks. It's both audacious and sensible. But what connection does that initial cry of, "I do not wish to die," have with Heng Yi? Will his journey as a wandering doctor lead him to face trials more harrowing than a plague? Let us ponder this in the comments. In his quest for the elusive blue ghost flower, the doctor astonishingly relinquished a promising future. Who among you comprehends this? The immortal Chuan Heng Yi, instead of embracing a secure position within the internal medicine department, opts to be a wandering doctor, claiming, "I wish to walk a different path from my brother to truly stand out." This rationale is worthy of full marks. It's both audacious and charming. Yet, his true purpose lies in the pursuit of the immortal flower mentioned by his father. Heng Yi examines his father's notes, murmuring, "The bulb is nearly spherical. The leaves are narrow and strap-like. The flower emerges before the leaves, and the corolla is funnel-shaped. Is this not the ghost flower? Wait, its hue is azure. A blue ghost flower." I was astonished. A blue variant of the ghost flower? How extraordinarily rare. In the past, in a desperate attempt to cure his mother's illness, his father spent several years searching for this flower, even trying to cultivate it, only to meet with failure. Each to me as Heng Yi turned to the last page of the journal. He was left dumbfounded. There were no more records regarding the flower. He lay back, covering his face with the book, exclaiming, "Ah, I'm utterly at a loss." At that moment, a bright voice rang from the doorway. "Little Heng Yi, the sun is already high in the sky. Are you still being lazy?" It was his childhood friend, Chica, who immediately began to tease him. Upon seeing him, Heng Yi sat up, gritting his teeth. "Don't call me little Heng Yi. I'm 4 years older than you." Chica laughed even more joyfully. "No, I shall call you little Heng Yi." This banter was so reminiscent of our childhood. How authentic. Chica suggested they hike up the mountain to look for flowers. Perhaps they might find what he sought. As they walked side by side along the mountain path, the atmosphere was decidedly delicate. Chica would often steal glances at him, quickly averting her gaze whenever their eyes met, pretending to admire the scenery. Finally, they both spoke at the same time and burst into laughter. Chica hesitantly asked, "How much longer can you stay in the village?" Oh dear, is this about to turn heart-wrenching or sweet? Would Heng Yi be able to find the blue higginbana? How would he respond to Chica's question? Take a guess in the comments. A child who emerged from the flames refuses to see a doctor? Does anyone understand? After their conversation on the hillside, Heng Yi decided to stay a few more days in search of the blue higginbana. When Chica saw him off, her cheeks flushed. She said, "You must come back. We will all be waiting for you." Heng Yi, in his obliviousness, thought, why does her gaze seem so strange? This lack of awareness is astounding. It's evident to anyone with eyes that Chica has feelings for him. Earlier, Chica had pointed at the higginbana and gently told him, "Answers must be sought through one's own efforts regardless of whether Uncle Zhifu has tried. You have not." Her words struck a chord in Heng Yi, filling him with determination. "Yes, I must give a try myself." However, upon reaching the southern county to deliver medicine to the young master of the Utsushiki family alongside Dr. Fukuda, he found no one present. The household servants were in a flurry, and Dr. Fukuda sighed. He doesn't seem to be in a good mood. Lately Heng Yi was bewildered. I heard this young master is extraordinary. He was thrown into the flames as an infant and managed to claw his way out. People say his survival is a miracle. Good heavens! Climbing out of fire? Such resilience is remarkable. Yet now, not even the doctor could see him, and he refused to take his medicine. Heng Yi scratched his head. The contrast is just too stark. What on earth is going on? Dr. Fukuda said little more and took him back on one side. A miracle who crawled back from the gates of death on the other. A refusal of treatment. This young master undoubtedly has a story to tell. My dear friends, can anyone fathom why Ubuyashiki Tsukihiko refuses to see a physician? Could Koichi unravel this enigma? Feel free to share your thoughts in the comments. This miraculous boy, who emerged from the flames, astonishingly declines treatment. The doctor presents a mysterious prescription. I can save him. Who among you understands? Ubuyashiki Tsukihiko, having crawled from the very fires of his infancy, creating a miracle of survival, now refuses even to take medicine. Dr. Fukuda sighed. For 19 years, he's been consuming bitter concoctions, yet his health continues to deteriorate since autumn. His condition has taken a sharp downturn. Who could withstand such a fate? Koichi furrowed his brow, perplexed. Yet his will to live is undeniably strong. In a hushed tone, Dr. Fukuda revealed a more astonishing truth. His brain and heart have developed in a severely deficient manner logically. He ought to be better than at this stage yet. He not only walks but also speaks and thinks normally. Truly, it is the will of the divine. I was utterly astonished. His physical condition defies all medical norms. At that moment, Koichi suddenly slapped his thigh. I have a solution. He produced a prescription left by his father, his eyes gleaming. My father once sought a remedy for my mother's congenital deficiencies, and the key ingredient is the blue anemone. After examining the prescription, Dr. Fukuda nodded. Even in the absence of that flower, other herbs can replenish his vitality. Is it possible that the heavens are aiding him? Thus, Koichi promptly set to work cultivating a field of medicinal herbs, intending to grow the anemone himself. The other doctors jested. Come on, Koichi. Koichi, hands on his hips, retorted, I told you not to call me little Koichi. I am 20 years old. This contrasting charm is simply delightful. Even more amusingly, someone claimed to have seen a green anemone. When Koichi rushed over to investigate, he discovered that the elderly woman was red-green colorblind, and before her lay a vast expanse of red flowers. I couldn't help but laugh. The quest for the flower has proven to be quite the arduous journey. Now, Koichi stands before his field, gazing intently at the unbloomed seedlings, silently vowing, Father, I will surely find the blue anemone and save Tsukihiko. But will Tsukihiko's body endure until then? Is the blue anemone merely a legend? Share your thoughts in the comments. The doctor's words left Koichi utterly bewildered. Why? If the medicine is effective, is the truth not spoken? Who comprehends this? Koichi has finally had an epiphany. He confessed to the doctors, why does Chikusa always look at me with such eyes? The villagers too, they all seem peculiar. The doctors erupted into laughter, unable to contain themselves. Our dear Koichi, how oblivious you are. She likes you. Koichi stood frozen in disbelief. Huh? She likes me? Why doesn't she just say so? Only after receiving a gentle tap on the head from the doctor did he grasp the situation. Oh, I see, speaking face-to-face is what conveys sincerity. I couldn't help but chuckle. This realization for the oblivious young man was indeed a rare occurrence. Recalling the radiant smile of Qianqiao, Heng Yi's face flushed with warmth, and he hurriedly took up his pen to compose a letter. I have come to realize some things, and I sincerely apologize for my persistent ignorance that has caused you distress. I am truly sorry, dear Qianqiao. Please forgive me for not articulating this explicitly in my letter, as I believe certain matters are best conveyed face-to-face, especially when they hold such profound significance. Please await my return. He signed it. Foolish Heng, this letter is simply too sweet. Who could resist such charm? Turning swiftly, Heng Yi set off with his father's prescription to deliver medicine to Tsukihiko. To validate the efficacy of the remedy, he decided to test it on himself first, only to find himself with a nosebleed, exclaiming, I feel incredibly invigorated. Perhaps I have overdone it. Dr. Fukuda was both amused and exasperated, yet he suddenly cautioned, let us refrain from mentioning the alteration of the prescription, particularly the omission of the crucial blue higginbana flower. I was taken aback. Why the secrecy? Is there an issue with this medicine? Heng Yi was bewildered. Huh? Why is that? Dr. Fukuda said nothing further, merely casting a meaningful glance in his direction. On one side, there is the budding sweetness of love, while on the other, the enigmatic concealment surrounding the prescription. This narrative is simply too dramatic. My dear friends, why do you suppose Dr. Fukuda is withholding information from young Tsukihiko? Could the absence of the blue Higanbana flower lead to unforeseen complications? Share your thoughts in the comments. The moment the blood dripped, the red Higanbana flower astonishingly transformed into blue. I was left in disbelief. Who among you comprehends this? As Heng Yi crouched in the medicinal field taking notes, he lost his balance upon rising, his right hand pressing against a sharp stone, blood dripping into the flower bed. In that brief moment, a single Higanbana flower suddenly bloomed, gradually shifting from red to a vibrant blue. Its hue was almost surreal. Heng Yi rubbed his eyes vigorously, slapping his face. This is no illusion. It is indeed a blue Higanbana flower. He dashed into the flower bed, hesitant to touch it, first inhaling its subtle fragrance, reminiscent of lilies and chrysanthemums, yet more ethereal and distant. The instant his fingers grazed the petals, he trembled with excitement. Could this not be the immortal flower his father had documented? I was utterly astonished. After such a lengthy search, it blossomed due to a single drop of blood? This is beyond fantastical. Previously, when he had visited young Tsukihiko, the youth's pallor was dark, his gaze hollow upon receiving the medicinal soup. He wore a face of disdain, yet he still inquired, "What will become of me if I refuse to drink it?" Dr. Fukuda replied calmly, "You would meet an untimely demise before the age of 20." Heng Yi's heart ached at the sight, and he could not help but vow, "We shall spare no effort in extending your life." This exchange tugged at my heartstrings. It was so heartrending. Now, with the blue Higanbana flower before him, a surge of impulse overtook Heng Yi, and he wrapped it up, rushing towards the production house of the Yashiki family. Halfway through, he suddenly realized, am I out of my mind? I haven't even verified it yet, and I dare to give it to a patient? Yet his feet seemed to have a mind of their own, urging him to hasten and save Tsukihiko. This impulse resembles our reckless devotion to matters of great significance. That flower, born from the essence of sacrifice, blooms with a harsh beauty that possesses the power to save lives. Heng Yi stood at the threshold of the Yashiki residence, clutching the flower, palms damp with perspiration. Can this flower truly save Yuhiko? Will there be adverse effects? Will Dr. Fukuda consent to its use? Brothers, what do you think? Is this blue spider lily truly reliable? If Yuhiko consumes the medicine brewed from it, will his condition improve or worsen? Share your thoughts in the comments. However, Heng Yi felt that the courtyard was particularly quiet today, and there was an inexplicable oppressive atmosphere in the air. He waited for a while, but no servants came to lead him inside. Anyway, Dr. Futian was in the house, so it wouldn't matter if I went in by myself, right? Heng Yi thought this and walked into the room he had entered the last 2 times along the corridor. He didn't see anyone along the way. Although there weren't many servants in the Weiyin courtyard during his previous visits, there were at least some. Why was there not a single person to be seen today? Heng Yi felt a bit strange, but he still didn't stop. He slowly approached the door and found that the side door was completely open. He cautiously leaned in and peeked inside, but what he saw made his eyes widen in shock. In the room, at the right side near the wall, there was a person dressed like Dr. Futian, kneeling face down on the tatami mat. A machete was embedded in the back of his head, and the tatami mat he was kneeling on was soaked with blood. Heng Yi was shocked by this scene and stood there in a daze. Once he regained his senses, he instinctively ran quickly to the person's side. The room was very dark, as it was nearing dusk, and the sunlight from the setting sun only illuminated a small area inside the door, while the rest was completely blocked outside. However, Heng Yi still recognized at a glance that the person lying face down in front of him was Dr. Fukuda. In front of Dr. Fukuda was a toppled mortar, with some ground medicinal materials still remaining inside, all stained with the blood flowing from the back of his head. He must have been ambushed. Although Heng Yi managed to calm himself down with great difficulty, he still found it hard to think clearly. After a long time, he could only arrive at this obvious conclusion. For a moment, Heng Yi didn't know what to do, because even without being a doctor, one could tell that with such an injury to the back of the head, there was no possibility of survival. He even forgot to check Dr. Fukuda's pulse, just kneeling helplessly at Dr. Fukuda's side, unable to make sound. At just 20 years old, he had never faced such a brutal murder. Just then, he heard some movement behind him, and his remaining sanity urged him to turn around quickly, his subconscious telling him that a great danger was approaching. In a daze, he saw that it was Suki who should have been resting in bed, and he was already thrusting the knife in his hand towards Suki's chest. Heng Yi looked at the knife that had already reached his chest, and in an instant, Many images flashed through his mind. His mother's warm embrace when she was still alive, his father's earnest teachings to him and his brother at the end of his life. Returning to that village after growing up, where the girl he liked gently encouraged him, saying she would wait for him. And finally, the pleasant interactions and exchanges he had with the doctors here. In the end, what lingered in Heng Yi's mind was that blue flower. What a pity. What a pity for what? He didn't know if this flower was indeed the legendary Immortal Flower. He couldn't dodge it. The knife plunged into his chest. Heng Yi was about to die. His heart had been pierced, blood flowing out little by little, the red spreading across his chest. He lay on his back beside Dr. Fu Tian, his gaze gradually becoming unfocused, feeling life ebb away bit by bit. Yu Yin coldly watched the two doctors on the ground for a moment, then indifferently turned and left. In this dark little room, unnoticed changes quietly occurred. If someone were to observe Heng Yi closely at this moment, they would notice that the bloodstain on his chest had stopped spreading at a certain point, because the flower that had just been plucked not long ago was slowly absorbing the blood that was flowing out of Heng Yi's wound. An incredible scene unfolded. The flower, which had lost its roots, extended root-like tendrils from the base of its stalk. This tendril spontaneously moved toward the source of nourishment, Heng Yi's bleeding wound on his chest. Upon reaching it, it slowly planted itself, gradually pushing the knife out of Heng Yi's chest. Thus, first the roots, then the stalk, followed by the petals. The entire flower slowly and completely embedded itself in Heng Yi's heart. When the large flower, compared to the heart, squeezed itself through that small wound, Heng Yi completely lost his breath. If his heart were to be opened at that moment, one would see that although the exterior still resembled a heart, upon closer inspection, the flesh and blood inside had been devoured entirely. Inside this empty shell of a heart, the ethereal blue flower curled up. It probably had the ability to break through this fragile heart, which had only the outer skin of flesh left, but it did not do so. It hid itself within this heart. All these changes, invisible to the naked eye, went unnoticed. Daylight was fading. Dusk was approaching. The Immortal Flower, at this moment of yin and yang convergence, was reborn in Heng Yi's heart. Chapter 4 Awakening. I must be dreaming. He was now standing on the beach, staring blankly at the inexplicably blue sky. He could not remember anything, not his name, why he was here, where he came from, where he was going, and so on. But he still had common sense, which told him that the sky was not this shade of blue. There were no other things that should exist in the sky, such as the sun, moon, stars, or clouds. Nothing at all, let alone birds. The reason he could see it was that this strange blue sky emitted a faint and subtle glow, though he did not notice this detail. He merely looked around in a somewhat dazed manner. Under this blue canopy, everything seemed peaceful and beautiful. Splash, splash. He looked down at the distance, where waves crashed onto the shore, making crisp sounds. The sea breeze gently brushed against his cheeks, but brought no hint of saltiness, as if it were merely an illusory imagination or a distant dream. A peculiar atmosphere filled the air, evoking both familiarity and strangeness. How strange. Isn't the sea supposed to be salty? Curiosity acted like an invisible hand, pushing him, urging him to step closer to the sound of the waves. With each step forward, his curiosity grew stronger, as if a mysterious force was calling him, making it impossible to resist. Finally, he reached the edge of the sea, where the waves gently touched his ankles and then receded, repeating the cycle. He stared at the seemingly normal seawater, becoming more convinced that this was a dream. Because he felt no sensation in his feet, he was clearly being touched, yet he felt nothing at all. He continued to walk deeper into the ocean, and gradually, the water rose above his knees and thighs, yet he remained completely unaware. Eventually, he was completely submerged in the deep sea, when everything defied common sense. He accepted the fact that he did not need to breathe in the ocean and allowed himself to sink into the depths. Indeed, the sea was empty, devoid of anything. As the depth increased, the light gradually dimmed, and everything around him became blurry. Yet he did not feel afraid. He vaguely felt a sense of familiarity, as if he knew this sea as well as he knew his own body. As the seawater sank and floated, he did not know how long had passed. But in the endless darkness of the ocean's depths, he saw a faint blue glow. That light was as weak as the twinkling stars in the night sky, flickering in the darkness. He was captivated by this wondrous sight and swam toward the direction of the faint light. As he gradually approached the blue glow, the light became brighter, and he began to smell something. How should this scent be described? Its mysterious and unique fragrance wafted through the air, seemingly reaching the depths of his soul without the need for breath. As if enchanted, he instinctively swam toward one direction, faster and more urgently. What did he want? What did he want to obtain? He finally reached the spot where the blue glow was located. It was still pitch dark, with only this faintly glowing mass. His eyes were filled with this ethereal blue light, and his nostrils were filled with that mysterious fragrance. Almost in a trance, he reached out his hand to touch this unknown object. The moment he made contact, he let out a satisfied sigh. That sound seemed to come from the deepest part of his heart, carrying an indescribable joy and peace. It seemed that at that moment, he had finally found what he had been searching for, or completed something very important, making him feel happy and whole. Yes, whole. In the next moment, he opened his mouth and bit down. Without any thought, like a newly born life, instinctively knowing how to seek out its mother's sweet milk. This innate drive compelled him to consume it, to devour it. He wanted to live. He wanted to be reborn. Heng Yi woke up. It felt like his brain hadn't worked in a long, long time, and his thoughts were in chaos, making it hard for him to distinguish his current state. The surrounding pitch-black environment also prevented him from judging the time and place deep within. It seemed that all his organs had been asleep for a long time and needed to slowly awaken and start functioning again. His senses gradually returned, and the earthy smell first penetrated his nostrils in this completely dark environment. Am I buried in the ground? Along with the slow revival of his senses, his memories returned like a glaring knife. I am dead. I was killed by young Master Yu Yin. His knife plunged into my heart. Heng Yi completely woke up and recalled the incident of being stabbed in the heart by Yu Yin. He clearly remembered that he had stopped breathing, as the memory of exhaling his last breath was vivid and unique. Heng Yi slowly raised his hand beside him, cautiously reaching towards the pierced area of his heart. There was not a trace of pain there. It was even smooth as if nothing had happened, without leaving any wound. If he hadn't remembered everything that happened before his death, and that he was now buried in the ground, he might have doubted that this was all a dream. No, rather than getting tangled up in this matter, it would be better to get out of this place first. He didn't understand why he had come back to life. But when he checked his body, there were no signs of decay, which should indicate that he hadn't been dead for long. His brother must have buried him. He must be very sad. I need to get out quickly to find him, and then suddenly jump out, hands on my hips, and say, hey, look, I'm not dead. The great Heng, he doesn't die so easily. Heng Yi gradually regained his strength and began to push up what should be his coffin lid, but it was completely immovable. No, this would definitely scare Yong. He would think his dear brother had come back from the dead, and then faint with his eyes rolled back. I, as a newly resurrected corpse, would have to wake him up. I need to appear gently. The coffin is of very good quality, tightly pressed down by the soil above. Heng Yi was unable to push open the coffin lid or damage it. Most importantly, even if he could damage it, he wouldn't dare. If all the packed soil above collapsed, he would be buried alive again. Wouldn't that mean dying once more? No, that's too terrifying. Please no. What should I do? In fact, Heng Yi's worries were unnecessary because, in his eagerness to find a way out of the soil, he overlooked the most basic fact. How could there be air in a sealed coffin buried deep underground? Since he woke up, he hadn't taken a single breath. Of course, the main reason is that there is no air here, but this also indicates that at this moment, he doesn't need to breathe to sustain life. Forgive his carelessness. After all, the idea that living beings need to breathe is a common knowledge. Who would check if they were breathing right after waking up? Impure darkness. It is difficult for a person to judge the passage of time, and he didn't know how long it had been since he woke up, but he had already realized that he didn't need to breathe. He wanted to scream in despair because he fearfully discovered that he might be trapped in the coffin forever. But he couldn't shout, as there was no air here. Vocal cords need air to produce sound, and sound requires air as a medium for transmission. Here, even if it wasn't a complete vacuum, there was hardly any air circulation. This realization temporarily made him forget the dire situation he was in, and the doctor's curiosity emerged. Can a person live without breathing? How is that possible? Is this still considered living? He checked his pulse and placed his hand on his chest to feel his heartbeat. But naturally, he found he had no pulse and no heartbeat. Yet he was alive, conscious, able to move, had body heat, and his hands and feet were not cold. In fact, his body temperature felt even higher than before. Based on Heng Yi's memory of human body temperature, he felt hotter than he used to be. He really wanted to study himself, a living being that was somewhat off. Is this considered living? Forget it. Having a case study right in front of me that I can't research is simply torture. Heng Yi has found a way to escape from his initial anxiety, fear, and despair by focusing on researching himself. However, his range of activity is too small, and he cannot observe himself closely, There is no light here, nor any tools. The absence of a pulse indicates that blood is not flowing. So does that mean if I cut myself, no blood will come out? No, that shouldn't be the case. Blood should still flow out. I must still have blood, but it is like a stagnant pool, stopped in various parts of my body. If I cut myself, some will flow out, but it won't bleed continuously because it isn't flowing, making it seem like it stops immediately. In the dead silence of darkness, Heng Yi is thinking of ways to study himself, even though he has no idea how much time has passed. However, during the time he has been awake, it has been a few days and nights. He does not feel hungry, which is good since there is nothing to eat, so there is no need for excretion. He does not feel tired either, as if his body has stopped in a state, just like the blood in his body, maintaining a state close to eternity. The more painful part is that it is hard to fall asleep when he wants to. Even closing his eyes and not thinking about anything, it is difficult to drift off. After all, he does not feel tired at all, and it is too quiet around him. This is strange. This is underground. Why are there no other living creatures? He has studied the environment inside the coffin thoroughly, touching every part he could reach. The coffin is sealed, but some places have been gnawed away, likely by insects, leaving holes on the wooden boards. Fine soil has entered the coffin through these holes, but strangely, no snakes, insects, rodents, or ants have come into the coffin. Although I haven't decayed, there should at least be some insects around. Moreover, Heng Yi suspects that it is currently the rainy season above, as he feels the surroundings have become much more humid since he first woke up. This is the time when moisture-loving insects are most active, yet there is no trace of any insect activity in his coffin. This is too disrespectful to a corpse. What? Do they look down on my moving corpse? Forgive Heng Yi. He has been in the dark for too long, and his mind is not quite normal. Perhaps compared to a tragic death, the loneliness of eternal life is even harder to bear. After an unknown number of days and nights, Heng Yi has become like a true corpse. He lies motionless in the coffin, his hands clasped on his stomach, his face up with eyes slightly open. Although this is meaningless since he cannot see anything, he has lost interest in studying himself and also lost hope of leaving this place. Completely emptying himself is the last escape method he can manage. After all, he cannot truly die. He is already dead in a physical sense, nor can he live well. Thud. Oh, did he hear something? A dull sound? A hallucination? That makes too much sense. It's better than nothing. Come on, bring it on a few more times. But nothing came. It felt like it was truly a hallucination. So Heng Yi became disappointed. He closed his eyes, preparing for a long ritual of counting medicinal materials to fall asleep. Thud, thud. However, just as he was about to begin, the sound came again, much closer and amplified significantly. Heng Yi confirmed that it was not an illusion because he not only heard it, but also felt it. The vibrations. Beneath him lay his coffin, and from the depths of the earth below the coffin came a series of increasingly intense tremors. This is it, the dragon god moving? Heng Yi grew up to be 20 years old and had only heard about the dragon god from the mouths of the elderly. According to legend, there is a dragon god that resides underwater, in caves or underground. They are extremely large, and the spaces beneath are interconnected. When they stir up, it can trigger earthquakes in the underground or underwater of one location. Intense movements of the dragon god can even be felt on the surface, causing the ground to crack and create a fissure or leading to landslides and mountain collapses. Heng Yi immediately realized that this might be an opportunity for him to get out of here, if this really was a dragon god movement. It seemed to respond to Heng Yi's expectations, as the rumbling sounds grew louder and the vibrations from the ground became stronger. Heng Yi felt the coffin boards beneath him and above his head starting to twist and change. They were not as solid as he had imagined. Instead, they were very fragile. At least during this violent shaking, they cracked and broke into pieces. Heng Yi's body was not that fragile. He was not shattered by the tremors of the earth. However, he was buried alive. At first, he struggled hard to dig through the surrounding soil, but later he was completely engulfed by the shaking ground and could no longer fight back. Although he did not need to breathe and was not injured, the overwhelming power from the dragon god made it difficult for him to withstand. Gradually, he lost all strength to struggle and fell into unconsciousness. Heng Yi could not see the situation on the ground. The violent earthquake mixed with heavy rain triggered landslides and mudslides, coincidentally triggering the sliding of the land that buried Heng Yi. It seemed that Lord Dragon God had taken pity on this pitiful person who had been reborn and moved his body. Thus, the earth shook, the mountains collapsed, and torrents poured down. Heng Yi finally saw the light of day again after this disaster. Chapter 5. Seeing the light of day. He was here again. The same beach, the same sea, the same blue sky. This time, He skillfully walked towards the sea before him, which was visible and tangible, yet did not seem to truly exist. He still remembered nothing, but he knew that the blue thing at the bottom of the sea was delicious. Gulp. Recalling the taste of that blue thing, his mouth uncontrollably secreted saliva, and then he swallowed hard, quickening his pace. In fact, he could no longer describe what it tasted like. But that didn't stop him from eagerly wanting to eat it again. Wait, is it still there? Or rather, is there more? This time, in order to swim faster, he didn't allow himself to sink, but instead floated on the surface of the sea. It was very simple. As long as I take a breath and don't exhale, I can float indefinitely. This guy had no idea that it's impossible to stay alive without exhaling. Similarly, this sea wasn't the kind of sea that one would expect. If he wanted to float on it, it was actually very simple. He just needed to want to, but he didn't think at all. His greedy desire consumed all his thoughts. He focused only on swimming forward quickly, wanting to dive once he reached a certain position, but he gradually became tired, more and more sleepy, increasingly drowsy. Slowly, he lost his strength, his sensations, his consciousness, and sank gently to the bottom of the sea, continuing to sink down to the deepest part of the sea. Heng Yi woke up once again, and this time his consciousness and senses recovered quickly. He sat up directly and found that he was covered with a straw mat, the kind that people use to cover corpses. He briefly looked around and saw that there were others like him covered with straw mats, judging by the lack of any movement in the mats. They should all be dead, except for Heng Yi. It was probably nighttime, and the surroundings were very dark and quiet, but much better than the environment Heng Yi had been in before. After spending an unknown amount of time in absolute darkness underground, Heng Yi felt that the current darkness was nothing to worry about. Moreover, although the doors and windows were tightly shut, faint moonlight seeped through the cracks of the dilapidated windows, casting light on the floor and the straw mats. He finally managed to slowly get up and stand. During this process, he noticed that his muscles were very stiff and his bones were creaking. This was normal. I haven't moved for too long. Heng Yi accepted it well, slowly moving his seemingly rusty body while surveying the room. This should be a makeshift morgue, used to store the bodies of the victims. Heng Yi clearly remembers that the last encounter he had was with a violent dragon god movement, and the intense tremors caused the earth to crack open, allowing him to return to the surface. Clearly, for the people living on the ground, this was nothing short of a disaster. Heng Yi stood in the center of the shabby room filled with the bodies of the victims, hands clasped together, bowing his head in mourning. For him, he was certainly grateful for the unexpected divine intervention. Otherwise, he didn't know how much longer he would have to stay in the dark, coffin-like underground. However, for the innocent people who lost their lives due to the disaster caused by this unforeseen event, how tragic it was. As a doctor, Heng Yi held a profound reverence and appreciation for life. In his eyes, every life is incredibly precious and irreplaceable. This perspective stemmed from his childhood, where he followed his father and absorbed the experience of watching him practice medicine. His father treated every patient equally and with great care. This attitude of valuing life deeply influenced his older brother Yong Yi and Heng Yi. Therefore, although Heng Yi had not been practicing medicine for long, he would never easily give up on any life. On the contrary, he would do everything in his power to help those in need. Heng Yi remained silent for a long time. As time passed, the sky gradually transformed from pitch black to deep blue, and then slowly illuminated by the faint dawn light. The sun had not fully risen yet, but the golden glow on the horizon was already visible. Heng Yi had never felt that the sunlight was so full of hope. He was drawn to the morning light, pushed open the door, and walked into the courtyard. At that moment when the sunlight hit him, Heng Yi truly felt that he had come back to life. His blood, which had been as still as dead water, stirred the instant it was illuminated by the sunlight. It began to flow. Heng Yi could clearly feel the sensation of blood starting to flow through his body again. It was incredible. As a living person, it was difficult to perceive the flow of blood in the veins clearly. However, as someone who had come back to life, Heng Yi could sense it distinctly at this moment. At first, the blood seemed to be in a frenzy, rushing wildly through the veins. And Heng Yi could even see the veins bulging on his hands and arms. But now they seemed to have calmed down, flowing gently and softly throughout Heng Yi's body like a river finding its way to the sea. Heng Yi felt extremely comfortable, so he took a deep breath and then satisfiedly exhaled. Heng Yi did not realize that this was the first breath he took after his resurrection. Breathing is a natural instinct for humans, and with his first breath, the second and third breaths followed naturally. Who are you? Heng Yi was feeling the warmth of the rising sun and breathing in the fresh air when he suddenly heard a man's voice coming from his right rear. He turned his head to look at the newcomer and was about to speak when he heard, "Ah, dead. He has come back to life." The man who had just entered saw his face and, after just a moment, screamed and ran out the door. Heng Yi didn't even have time to react before the man disappeared from sight. Heng Yi found that his throat seemed to have not yet recovered, and he could only produce some hoarse and muffled syllables. Since he woke up, he hadn't spoken a single word. Now, he couldn't even manage to call out to that person, saying, "I'm not dead." Well, now I'm sure I can't scare Yomi anymore. Heng Yi shrugged regretfully and then walked in the direction the man had run off to. He hoped the man could calm down. After all, it was just a matter of coming back to life, nothing to make a fuss about. Well, what nonsense was he thinking? This was definitely something worth making a fuss over. Heng Yi didn't know if the man had calmed down because as soon as he stepped out, he was pinned to the ground by a group of middle-aged men. From their clothing, they seemed to be just ordinary farmers, and they all looked very frightened of the resurrected Heng Yi. Heng Yi had just stepped out of the door, and before he could say a word, he was firmly pressed to the ground. Villagers gradually gathered around, and when they learned what had happened from the people nearby, their faces quickly turned to expressions of extreme terror. Even though Heng Yi was already restrained, their fear did not diminish. "Let me go," Heng Yi shouted with great difficulty, but his voice was still hoarse, sounding even smaller than a mosquito's buzz. Only the uncle who was holding his head heard his voice, and his already panicked face showed an even more terrified expression. He spoke. The corpse really came back to life. "Quickly, hold him down. Again? Heng Yi briefly noticed this character, but he couldn't think further because he realized that the strength of the farmer uncles holding him down had increased, as if they were about to strangle him. Heng Yi tried to explain, but his already ineffective throat was now pressed tightly against the ground in a twisted state, making it even harder for him to make any sound at all. However, they only held him down tightly, afraid that he might gain the ability to move freely. No one did anything else, like tying him up with a rope or something. It was as if just holding him down had exhausted all their courage. At that moment, a group of young men rushed over from a distance. They were armed with straight knives at their waists, wearing matching black uniforms, and their expressions were solemn as they began to stop the villagers' violent actions. Heng Yi was finally released by the uncles. Just as he got up from the ground, he struggled to raise his hand and pointed at his chest to indicate that he was still alive. He touched his neck, about to try to thank them, when he saw the knife handle coming towards him. One of the men in the group struck Heng Yi's head hard with his knife handle. Blood exploded from Heng Yi's head, splattering all over his face. Lying on his back on the ground, Heng Yi saw nothing but red in front of him, and in the faint morning light, shadows danced above his head. His last thought before losing consciousness was that he was truly unfortunate. When Heng Yi woke up again, he felt a sharp pain where the knife handle had struck his head, and his vision flickered in and out of darkness. This was very consistent with the aftereffects of a head injury. It seemed that my body still had the physiological reactions of a normal human being, capable of being diagnosed and treated by standard human criteria. Heng Yi thought to himself, somewhat bitterly amused. After a moment, he looked up and realized that he was locked in a cage in the center of an empty room. Even if I am a resurrected corpse, there is no need to be so on guard, right? And you guys knock me out too. Heng Yi incredulously grasped the cage pillar. He simply couldn't understand the reason for being treated this way. Although being resurrected is indeed an incredible thing, at most he was just a corpse that could talk, move, and think. Why was he being guarded so cautiously? Heng Yi suddenly remembered the phrase he heard when he was being held down. The corpse has come back to life. This means that there are others like him who have resurrected from death. Considering the fearful expressions of the villagers and their violent control actions, these resurrected corpses must have done some very unfriendly things. Am I being implicated by the other resurrected corpses? Heng Yi shook his head helplessly, realizing that his injuries were healing quickly. In just this short while, the pain had significantly lessened, and the symptoms of dizziness were also fading. After all, having died once, it's not surprising to recover a bit faster. I have died and come back to life. Heng Yi discovered that the greater change was not in his physical condition, but in his mental state. He seemed to have become particularly accepting himself, accepting the world, and accepting various unreasonable things. Although I used to have a good mindset, being open-minded and tolerant, it wasn't as calm as it is now. Indeed, dying once makes a difference. Just as Heng Yi was positively evaluating himself, the door was pushed open. The first reaction of the man in black who entered was actually to draw his knife upon seeing that Heng Yi was awake. Heng Yi's attempt to greet him with a wave froze in midair, trying to convey a friendly gesture. The atmosphere became awkward as the man stood outside the door with a straight knife, watching Heng Yi in the cage, who was still waving. Heng Yi couldn't stand such a strange atmosphere any longer and was the first to break the silence. Then he noticed the man across from him visibly tremble. Am I that scary? I think there must be a misunderstanding between us. Heng Yi said with a voice as rough as a broken record, no matter what. Can you put down the knife first? The way you're acting makes me doubt who exactly is locked up. Heng Yi felt dejected. The man, upon hearing Heng Yi's words, relaxed a little, but still did not speak or put away the knife. Heng Yi had no choice but to open up and talk to himself. All right, then you can keep that sword-drawing posture and listen to me. I'm sorry, my voice is broken, so I can only speak this loudly. Bear with it. My name is Bushwan Heng Yi, and I'm a doctor. Heng Yi revealed everything without reservation, including that he was killed by the son of the Produce Fusher family, how he inexplicably revived from his own coffin, and how he accidentally crawled out from the ground through the Dragon God movement, and so on. While he was rambling on alone, the man who had been holding the knife finally seemed to realize his harmless nature and was willing to put away his knife. In the middle of this, another man in black walked in, the very one who had knocked Heng Yi unconscious with the hilt of his knife. His first reaction upon seeing Heng Yi was identical to that of the previous man. Clang! Heng Yi was speechless. He didn't even have time to blame this rude person for hitting him on the head. He actually drew his sword first. You guys are really going too far. I was the one who got beaten by you. I was even locked up by you. Look at my head. It's still bleeding, all right? It's not bleeding anymore, huh? Heng Yi was surprised to touch the place where there should have been a wound, but the skin was smooth as before, intact. This. Heng Yi looked at the two people outside the cage, who were visibly anxious, and felt that even though he was right, he couldn't express it clearly. Heng Yi looked at the two people outside, one holding a knife pointed at him, and the other with his hand resting on the hilt, ready to draw. He felt a sense of absurdity. I clearly haven't done anything. Why do I have to prove to them that I'm not wrong here? Shouldn't they be the ones explaining everything to me? After Heng Yi figured it out, he straightened his face and ignored the tense standoff outside. Why don't you explain to me first why you're attacking me for no reason? Which law grants you the right to randomly attack others? Even if there are indeed some unbelievable circumstances happening to me, I haven't done anything. Keiichi Fushigawara retracted all friendliness and stated the facts without any emotion. My name is Keiichi Fushigawara, from the Fushigawara clan of Heian-kyo. Although my family has somewhat fallen from grace, we can still be considered part of the noble class. You can send someone to verify this. My brother is Aichi Fushigawara, a physician in the inner medicine department. Heng Yi crossed his arms over his chest and coldly stared at the two people outside. You don't seem to belong to the public samurai. You should know what the consequences are for low-ranking samurai who casually harm public officials' children and unlawfully imprison them. I reserve the right to hold you accountable and give you the opportunity to explain and remedy the situation. You have time to verify whether what I said is true. Heng Yi looked at the two people outside who had become somewhat flustered at his words. Otherwise, either you execute me here today or when I regain my freedom. He paused, revealing the pride of his noble status. I will make you pay the price. Chapter 6. Reunion after a long separation. Perhaps Heng Yi's haughty, noble demeanor frightened the two, as they said nothing after hearing his words, exchanged a glance, and left the room. After a long while, once he confirmed they had indeed gone far away, Heng Yi suddenly knelt down. His expression underwent a dramatic change, almost as if he were a different person. The face that had maintained an air of noble arrogance gradually stiffened, as if it could crack with a single tap. All the arrogance and confidence receded like a tide, as if they had never existed. In truth, given Heng Yi's upbringing and his medical ethics as a doctor, he should never have uttered such domineering words. Most importantly, Heng Yi had always been regarded as too kind-hearted to the point of not being able to protect himself. Heng Yi, you don't need to be so accommodating. Although the Shizuchuan clan is dwindling and gradually declining, our foundations still stand. As long as you display the demeanor of a noble, they won't dare to go too far. His brother had advised him countless times, hoping Heng Yi could be tougher and resist those who bullied him due to his overly good temper. However, Heng Yi did not take this to heart. His thoughts and time were consumed with studying medicine and researching the human body, leaving no room for those who idled away their days provoking others. If it were the past, or rather the Heng Yi of his former life, he would never have said what he did today. But for some reason, when he was infuriated by the two who had treated him like a formidable enemy, he faintly felt a surge of strength spreading from his heart throughout his body. It was as if immense courage erupted from the depths of his soul, and at that moment, his mind was clearer than ever before. In just an instant, he grasped a fundamental truth. He had never done anything wrong, and he did not need to prove to anyone that he hadn't. The most important point, I'm already dead. What can they do to me? At most, it would just be dying once more. If death could become a habit, then the essence of Heng Yi's thought should be that he had gotten used to dying. Perhaps before he lost consciousness, he had harbored a desire to live. That was understandable, as most people live in fear of death, and Heng Yi was no exception. The divine did not respond to his plea for immortality. And like many who did not wish to die, he passed away. However, fate brought him back to the world once again. At this moment, Heng Yi does not know what this means, nor does he understand everything he will face in the future. The deity indeed did not respond to his request. However, the deity has bestowed upon Heng Yi a trial, an extremely difficult trial. And Heng Yi is completely unaware of this. It has been a full 5 days since Heng Yi was knocked unconscious and locked in an iron cage. Perhaps due to his experience of being trapped in the cramped, dark underground, Heng Yi surprisingly feels that this complete loss of personal freedom, but being able to judge the passage of time through the rising and setting of the sun, being able to study himself, and being able to shout and scream when bored with someone secretly peeking at him through the window or door every day, is not all that hard to endure. There's truly a lot of hope. Heng Yi's face was filled with joy, and his whole body was full of energy. Over the past 5 days, Heng Yi had made breakthrough progress in his understanding of his physical condition. First, he didn't need to eat. He didn't feel hungry. However, he needed to drink water because he felt thirsty. Even if he didn't drink water for 2 days, he didn't have an extreme desire to drink. It was incredible. Secondly, perhaps because he didn't need to eat, he also didn't need to excrete, and strangely, he didn't even have urine. It was too unbelievable. Even when I drank water, I had no desire to urinate. But maybe it was because I drank too little? Finally, the injuries on his body would heal over different periods depending on the severity of the wounds. Heng Yi is definitely someone who can be ruthless and merciless in the pursuit of medical research, especially toward himself. He wanted to test whether he truly didn't need to eat. So for the past 5 days, he hasn't touched any food brought to him from outside. He only drank a cup of water when he felt a slight urge to drink. Then, to see how many days he could go without water, he stopped drinking altogether. He had no tools and used his own nails to scratch himself. He hit his head against the iron cage. The most extreme part was that Heng Yi himself couldn't quite understand what he was thinking at the time. He actually twisted his arm into a shape like a snake, or rather like a rope, threading it between the bars of the cage to test if his bones could quickly recover after breaking. It hurt so badly. What was I thinking? Why did I do this? His screams alerted the people outside. They burst in, horrified to see Heng Yi with his arm twisted into segments, and knocked him unconscious again through the bars. When Heng Yi woke up again, his arm had returned to normal. He was grateful to them. The knock was well done this time. Then he noticed 2 things. The good news was that he was released from the cage. The bad news was that he was tied up like a zongzi and tossed into the corner of the room, like a pile of garbage. Heng Yi thought inappropriately. The people outside tied him up tightly to prevent him from degrading his own research. They seemed to gradually get used to this strange resurrector, Heng Yi. Aside from his cruel methods of researching himself and the occasional fits of mad shouting, Heng Yi was indeed just like a normal person. Well, a normal person who doesn't need to eat or excrete. Heng Yi has completely given up, both physically and psychologically. After repeatedly emphasizing that he would no longer harm himself and making strong demands, those outside made a compromise. It's so annoying. How can he have so much to say? They came in with stern faces, quickly untied the ropes on his body, and then laid him flat, allowing his limbs to stretch naturally. He finally transformed from a shrimp-like state to a flat position. Then, they swiftly tied him up again. Heng Yi lay flat on the ground, turning the only movable part of his body, his neck, to silently watch the few men in black rush out of the room as if escaping. In fact, ever since he had tried to intimidate those 2 black-clad men who looked like they were ready to kill him, he had returned to the friendly, good-tempered, and emotionally stable demeanor he had when he first saw them. When the people outside discovered that he wasn't eating but had drunk some water, they stopped bringing him food and only delivered water. Even though Heng Yi hadn't had a drink for 3 days and had been tied up like a shrimp and thrown into a corner since yesterday, they still sent someone to bring him water. However, for the past few days, no matter how Heng Yi tried to engage in friendly conversation with the newcomers, they all maintained a distant and visibly tense attitude, as if he were a wild beast that might suddenly attack and devour them. Heng Yi made a cold, joke-like assumption while recalling how they had just untied him. As one of them quickly untied his ropes, the others took on aggressive stances, looking at the person who had freed Heng Yi with disapproval. Moreover, Heng Yi felt it was not a coincidence that the one who untied him was the same man who had knocked him out twice before. He seemed much more relaxed than the others. Everything happened very quickly, but now, as Heng Yi recalled it, all the details were vivid in his mind. In stark contrast to his keen insight was his reaction ability. Both his awareness and reaction speed were absurdly slow. Throughout the process of being untied, laid flat, and then tied back up, he felt like a lifeless doll, subject to manipulation. Although they appeared to be tense enough, he still held back from making any sudden movements for fear of startling them. However, Heng Yi was actually trying to control his body to react. Yet he could clearly feel that his limbs were uncoordinated, or rather, not under his control. It was as if he was not the master of his own body. How could this be? If his body couldn't be controlled by him, then who else could it belong to? Heng Yi can't find the answer to this question, and he has no way to verify his guess right now. So he can only lie flat and wait. What are they trying to do? Either take a decisive action or let me go. What's the point of keeping me here like this? Heng Yi lay motionless on his back, his hands tightly bound to his sides with ropes, and his legs firmly tied together. He was facing upward, staring at the ceiling with a pair of lifeless eyes, melancholically fixating on the ceiling. It felt as if he had returned to the coffin in the dark underground, and that oppressive, suffocating atmosphere enveloped him once again. It turned out that it made no difference whether he could crawl out or not. It would be better to be dead. 2 days later, Heng Yi finally waited for someone to arrive. That afternoon, he was sitting on the chair that he had fought hard to secure for himself, staring at the spider web in the corner of the ceiling. Just then, he heard a series of footsteps coming from outside the door. Among them, there was one that did not belong to the usual group of people. The footsteps were different. This person walked with varying depths, and each step was accompanied by a thud. It must be a cane. Heng Yi has noticed that his hearing, vision, sense of smell, and so on have all become much stronger than before. However, this is one of the least noticeable changes in his body. The door was pulled open, and an old man entered. Heng Yi looked at the old man in front of him. His body was hunched, and he held a wooden cane to support himself. His grayish-white hair was sparsely tied at the back of his head, and his face was covered with deep and shallow wrinkles, all of which told the story of the marks that time had left on him. However, the more Heng Yi looked at him, the more familiar he felt. The old man was also looking at Heng Yi. The moment he saw Heng Yi, the old man widened his eyes in shock and stared at him intently for a long time. As if he had confirmed something, tears gradually welled up in his eyes. They gazed at each other like this, and for a moment, neither of them spoke. Finally, the old man's face slowly overlapped with the face that Heng Yi remembered. Heng Yi couldn't believe it. He thought he must be mistaken, that fate wouldn't play such a joke. So he cautiously asked, "Yongi? Are you Yongi?" Upon hearing Heng Yi's hesitant question, the tears in the old man's eyes could no longer be controlled, bursting forth like a flood that had broken a dam. "Heng Yi, my brother, is it really you? Have you come back?" At that moment, the unsteady old man forgot his difficulties in walking. He threw aside his cane and stumbled towards Heng Yi. Heng Yi seemed to have lost the ability to speak. He just stared blankly as the old man in front of him rushed towards him, extending his spotted hands to tremblingly touch his cheek. "Heng Yi, my Heng Yi, it really is you come back." The old man's sobbing brought Heng Yi back to his senses. He finally realized that fate had played a huge joke on him. His gaze shifted past the old man, out through the still open door, into the sunlit courtyard. Then, he became lost in this time and space that did not belong to him, until the moment when Heng Yi and Yongi were kneeling face to face here. Heng Yi still found it hard to believe. "I heard from those who came to deliver the news that someone claiming to be the immortal Chuan Heng Yi, my brother or something, seemed really absurd. After all, you've been dead for over 50 years. But I received a letter from the village chief. The current village chief is Heir, Yamada Heir. I wonder if you still remember him. When we left the village as children, he had just been born, and now he is almost 60 years old." As Yongi spoke, he began to reminisce, then realized he had strayed off topic and brought the conversation back. The letter said that there was an earthquake here. The mountain where you were buried has collapsed, and it triggered a mudslide that caused many people to lose their lives, and your grave was also buried. Heng Yi just quietly listened to his brother's story. I thought to myself, this is too coincidental. The message brought by the messenger also came from this area. So, I originally came to find your grave, and by the way, to see who was making jokes about my deceased brother. Yongi began to cry again, but Heng Yi could tell that he was crying tears of joy. As a result, it really is you. My deceased brother has returned. The divine being has given you back to me. Yongi grasped Heng Yi's hand, expressing gratitude with both tears and laughter to a god whose existence is uncertain. From his brother's words, Heng Yi learned that he had not been transported back to Heiankyo for burial, but instead was buried in a small mountain village where their father had taken them to search for the Immortality Flower in their childhood. The location was that nameless mountain he and Chikusa had visited before. Because I saw the letter you wrote to Chikusa, you said you would come back. You had something to say to that child. Heng Yi used to think that his brother was the strongest person in the world. When their father passed away, he didn't cry out loud, but instead handled everything with strength. Although he was only 4 years older than Heng Yi, in Heng Yi's heart, his brother was as great and powerful as their father. Now, this brother was crying like a child, tightly holding Heng Yi's hand as if he had found a lost treasure. Heng Yi, who was always eloquent and good with words, didn't know how to comfort his brother, who felt both familiar and strange. For him, less than a month had passed, but he never imagined that when he saw his family again, it would be 50 years later. Heng Yi unconsciously repeated the name of the girl his brother had just mentioned. Yi looked at the confused Heng Yi with tearful eyes and affectionately ruffled his hair. Let's go see her. She must be waiting for you. Waiting for what? A confession that's 50 years late? Chapter 7. Farewell. As dusk approached, the sun gradually sank in the west, casting its afterglow over the land. Most villagers had finished their day's work and returned home to enjoy dinner. Lights in each household gradually flickered on, filling the air with a warm atmosphere. Children played in the yard, their laughter echoing through the twilight. Elderly people sat at the door, watching the sunset slowly descend, reminiscing about the past years. Heng Yi followed Yi as they walked along the mountain path. He didn't know what Yi had discussed with the group of samurai dressed in standard black attire. Only that Yi told him, "We can go home now." But before heading home, Yi said he wanted to take Heng Yi to meet Chikusa first. "You made a promise, Heng Yi. You've kept the girl waiting for so long." Ever since Heng Yi came back to life, he had been avoiding all questions about Chikusa because he didn't know how to face the girl he secretly admired. Heng Yi knew his brother too well. He understood that no matter what he became, his brother would never abandon him. But what about her? Would she accept the not-so-normal version of him who had died and come back to life, especially after being captured by the villagers like a beast? He found it even harder to imagine if Chikusa would look at him with the same fearful eyes as those villagers. It would be better to just die again. When Yi said he would take Heng Yi to meet Chikusa, he couldn't react at all. The old man's grip on him was not strong, nor did it carry any sense of coercion, but he just obediently let Yi lead him forward. Just as Heng Yi understood Yi very well, Yi understood him too. Heng Yi looked down at Yi, who had not let go of his hand, silently following his brother up the mountain path. His mood strangely relaxed. The warmth from his brother's palm conveyed reassurance and encouragement. He even recalled their childhood, when his brother would hold his hand while playing with the kids in the village. This road felt familiar, like a place they used to play together, with him, his brother Yi, their village friends, and Qian Chao. Remembering the little girl following him with a runny nose made him smile. Later, during that brief month of reunion, he recalled her teasing voice, her encouraging smile, and the words she said when they parted. "I will wait for you." Never mind what her reaction would be when she saw me. It didn't matter. Heng Yi completely let go of all his psychological burdens and quickly caught up with Yi, walking side by side with him. When Yi saw him catch up, he turned his head to look at his face and smiled. "Figured out? No matter how Chica treats me, I accept it. Even if she treats me like a monster, I won't blame her. After all, I've made her wait so long. She has become an old lady now, so I should let her be." Ouch. Yi, why did you hit me? That was Chica hitting you. Do you really think about her that much? Oh, I was just saying, it's been so long. The possibility of her forgetting me is greater, right? Hasn't she gotten married? Does she have children? She wouldn't have grandchildren, would she? Haha. Yi did not respond directly to Heng Yi. Unlike Heng Yi's forced smile, his expression carried a faint sadness. "You'll know when you get there. Still like to keep people in suspense, huh? You haven't changed at all in 50 years? Near the top of the mountain, there was a relatively flat area. What came into view was a small wooden house that looked somewhat dilapidated. Heng Yi looked at Yi in confusion because from the outside, this small wooden house seemed to have been uninhabited for a long time. Yi just shook his head and led Heng Yi around the wooden house to the back. There was a patch of higginbana flowers planted here, but it was not the season for them to bloom. However, it was not far off, as they were at the stage of budding. Not far away, there was a grave. Heng Yi looked at the tombstone in front of him, on which Qian Chao's name was engraved. What does this mean? Heng Yi turned to look at Yi, his eyes filled with confusion and shock. Qian Chao, she. Yi quietly looked at the tombstone and said, "Qian Chao passed away 20 years ago." Heng Yi's body shook slightly, as if it had received a heavy blow. How could this happen? I would rather she married someone else, became an old lady, and lived a happy life. How could she have passed away so early? Heng Yi gently patted Heng Yi's shoulder and said, 50 years ago, Chikusa didn't wait for you. Instead, she received news of your death, which was a great shock to her. Heng Yi knelt before the tombstone, feeling the confusion and loss wash over him again. But she quickly rallied and said she wanted to fulfill your dreams, even if just a little. Heng Yi was slightly moved as she spoke, hearing her say that. I stayed here for a year after burying you, wanting to keep you company. She wanted to study medicine, so I taught her some medical skills in the meantime. I thought we were meant to be a family. Her family disagreed, so she moved out and built a small house here. After finishing her words, Heng Yi walked a bit forward, reaching the edge of the courtyard. Heng Yi, come here, look from here to that side. Heng Yi waved to Heng Yi, pointing in a direction. Heng Yi stood up and walked to Heng Yi's side, looking in the direction he was pointing. That's right, the mountain where you will be buried. Heng Yi looked at the mountain that had been completely transformed by a landslide and mudslide. If it had remained intact, he should have been able to see the red leaves covering the hills and his grave from here. She said she would always watch over you and would make you watch as well, and she would do what you could not do. Later, she became a doctor in this small village, treating everyone in the community. 20 years ago, she accidentally fell off a cliff while gathering herbs and passed away just like that. Her family buried her here, behind the cluster of spider lilies that she had planted with her own hands in accordance with her wishes. Heng Yi looked at the cluster of spider lilies that, despite being untended, still grew strong and vibrant. It seemed as if he could faintly see the girl's face and hear her calling his name, with a unique tone at the end. Little Heng Yi could no longer suppress his sadness. Tears surged from his eyes like a flood breaching a dam, cascading down his cheeks. Beautiful memories flooded his mind like a tide, while the harsh reality made his body tremble slightly. It felt as though he had returned to the underground, suffocated by the weight of the earth, unable to breathe. The setting sun finally descended, and night was about to fall, taking away light and warmth, while bringing dreams and tranquility. That night, Heng Yi fell asleep and had a dream. In the dream, he returned to the small village and arrived in front of a little wooden house. Heng Yi pushed open the door, and Shizuka was quietly sitting by the window, her beautiful face appearing particularly gentle under the bright sunlight. When she saw Heng Yi, a hint of surprise flickered in her eyes, followed by a warm smile. Heng Yi. Shizuka stood up, her voice a little trembling. He stepped forward steadily towards her, gazing in her eyes. I'm sorry to keep you waiting for so long. Qinchao slightly shook her head. It's okay, as long as you're back. Heng Yi reached out and held Qinchao's hand, feeling the warmth in her palm, his heart overflowing with joy. Qinchao, I like you, Heng Yi said softly. A blush appeared on Qinchao's face as she shyly lowered her head. I like you too, Heng Yi. The two embraced, both wearing smiles full of happiness. Under the night sky, a bright full moon hung high above, emitting a faint and gentle light. The moonlight, like a light veil, filtered through the window and fell on Heng Yi's face. A drop of crystal-clear tear slid from the corner of his eye like a shooting star across the night sky, shining brilliantly under the sorrowful moonlight. In dreams, they finally met again. Chapter 8. The Return Journey the next day. Heng Yi and Heng Yi were about to embark on their journey back to Heian-kyo. Heng Yi saw the village chief mentioned by his brother, Yamada Jiro. He smiled at Heng Yi with a rather reserved expression. From his smile, Heng Yi sensed a hint of relief, as if he had sent away a plague. However, this couldn't be blamed on him. As Heng Yi said, when they left in their childhood, Yamada Jiro was still in swaddling clothes. Later, even when Heng Yi returned to the village for a month, he had little interaction with him. In fact, most of the villagers who were familiar with the Fukushiko brothers had already passed away. After all, in this small village lacking medical resources, how many people could live as long as Heng Yi? Moreover, I have said it before, I can guarantee he won't. Heng Yi was already standing at the entrance of the village, far away, but he could still vaguely hear his brother Heng Yi speaking in a slightly angry tone, assuring others that he would not harm anyone. Heng Yi had not yet explained to him why he was treated like a beast and locked in a cage, what the villagers were afraid of, and who the group of black-clad warriors with knives were. There were also some old matters. In short, everything was the old man's responsibility. He would take good care of his brother, and he would not become the kind of thing they spoke of. Moreover, he was not like that at all. Hadn't they locked him up for 7 days? If he were that kind of thing, wouldn't he have harmed you by now? As Heng Yi said this, he glanced back at the black-clad man behind him. Ah, you have it hard too. The old man forgives you on behalf of his brother. You have already proven he is not that kind of thing, and now the old man just wants to take his brother home. Whatever problems he has, the old man will bear the consequences himself. Heng Yi pointed to Heng Yi, who was waiting for him not far away, and finally said to the man, "Look, my brother. He is standing in the sunlight waiting for me. After fighting that kind of thing for so long, have you ever seen them appear in broad daylight?" This statement seemed to completely convince the resolute black-clad man. A horrific scar ran diagonally across his right eye, making his originally handsome face appear somewhat grim. He no longer tried to persuade Heng Yi, staying in place to watch this brother who only wanted to take his sibling home leave. What? The resurrected have turned into man-eating demons? Heng Yi widened his eyes, looking at Heng Yi in disbelief. Yes, you understand why they are so afraid, right? They didn't kill you directly because they saw you standing in the sunlight, and they were afraid of making a mistake. So they just knocked you out and locked you up. Also, you don't have any ghost marks on you. And your appearance is exactly the same as when you were alive, which is probably one of the reasons they are afraid of mistakenly killing you. Heng Yi carefully observed his entire body, even asking his brother Heng Yi to help check the places he couldn't see, and indeed found nothing. Moreover, according to their observations and what you said, you never feel hungry. Sometimes you may feel thirsty and have the desire to drink water, which is also different from what they know about ghosts. At this point, Heng Yi looked up and stared at Heng Yi. Ghosts in a state of hunger are extremely violent and may even eat their own relatives. Heng Yi shivered. Heng Yi, what kind of look is that? You don't doubt that I would eat you, do you? Ha ha ha. How could you think that? It's because you're looking at me like that. It makes me feel like you want to throw me off the car and don't want me anymore. Heng Yi pouted and said with feigned dissatisfaction, I'm just teasing you. You know I wouldn't do that. Heng Yi looked at Heng Yi and replied, I will never. Heng Yi looked at Heng Yi, who was smiling kindly at him, and a warm feeling surged in his heart. His brother's smiling promise dispelled all the gloom and worries in his mind, making him feel incredibly at ease upon returning to the world. When they were younger, his brother would not be so open with him. They often had an unspoken understanding, not expressing their concern and care verbally. Heng Yi quietly gazed at Heng Yi's face, examining the traces left by time. At this moment, he finally accepted that time had quietly flown by while he took a nap. Fortunately, his brother was still here. Oh, you're so cheesy. I know. Thank you for still being here, Heng Yi. But what about those warriors in black? Who are they? They don't seem like the warriors from a mansion, as they have no insignia on them. I don't know much about them either. I only know they go around hunting these resurrected, man-eating demons, but, Heng Yi shook his head. The mansion wouldn't believe in the existence of man-eating demons before seeing such things themselves. Even if they did exist, they probably wouldn't make it public. So they are not recognized by the mansion and have no support. I also don't know who organized them, or why they are fighting the resurrected demons. In fact, I've never seen the demons they speak of. There are very few rumors of such things in Heian-kyo. I have only encountered the corpses of those who were eaten. Heng Yi's expression was strange, a mix of confusion and fear. I could only say that the corpse was very strange, as if it had been eaten by a beast. But the wounds were clearly not from a beast bite. Heng Yi shook his head, looking unwilling to continue discussing this matter. Let us not talk about that anymore. Now, let us talk about you, Heng Yi. How did you die and come back to life? No, first tell me how you died. Heng Yi, you really don't know how I died? When I received news of your death and rushed to collect your body, it had already been half a month since you passed. The people there were tight-lipped about your and another doctoress deaths. It said that something terrible happened at that time, resulting in many deaths, most of whom were doctors. I also heard that a large number of the mansion's warriors were killed. Heng Yi's expression turned serious, so I didn't dare to linger there for long, fearing that your body would decay, and took you away from there. What exactly happened at that time? Who killed you? I didn't find a single wound on you. In fact, when I saw your corpse, if it weren't for the fact that you had no breath, heartbeat, or pulse, I really would thought you were just playing a prank on me. So Heng Yi started from the beginning, recounting his encounter with Dr. Fukuda in that small town until the end when they were killed by the sickly Lord Tsukihiko of the Keiri clan. So, you were killed by a patient you were determined to save? As expected of Heng Yi, you think just like I do. I knew you would think the same way. Heng Yi spread his hands helplessly and said, That's right, it was truly a terrible medical dispute. What a pity for Dr. Fukuda. He was really a good doctor. Heng Yi patted Heng Yi's shoulder. You're also killed, Heng Yi. The value of human life lies in its rarity. You must understand that your resurrection is a miracle among miracles. A one-of-a-kind event. After that, I don't know what happened to me. In any case, when I woke up again, I was in a coffin. Do you know that I was trapped inside for many days? I almost thought I would be stuck underground forever. Heng Yi poured out his troubles to Heng Yi endlessly. People are like this. When they are alone, they can bravely accept and bear hardships. No matter how great the pain and suffering, they will grit their teeth and endure. But when a truly caring person appears by their side, even a simple what's wrong, are you okay? can cause one's inner defenses to collapse in an instant. When this concern comes from our family or loved ones, its power is even more overwhelming and irresistible. At this moment, Heng Yi was like a child, wearing various funny expressions on his face, talking freely about the embarrassing moments since he woke up, as if he had returned to his childhood, acting cute, complaining, and seeking comfort from his only family member, his brother. Unbeknownst to them, a huge crisis was approaching. Chapter 9. Unexpected changes after 5 days of nonstop travel. Heng Yi finally returned to their residence in Pingying with his brother. The villages and towns they passed along the way were not much different from Heng Yi's memories, only with some new and interesting things. Heng Yi felt dazed, as if he had never left. This world remained the same as always. How strange. Heng Yi looked in surprise at the luxurious mansion before him. Have you changed your profession, Heng Yi? Is this our home? Slap. Ouch, you hit my head again. You speak without thinking. How could I possibly change professions? We, the Sichuan family, have always been nobles. I became the head of the inner medicine division, and our family was able to revive. Wow, brother, that's amazing. Slap. I was praising you. Why did you hit me again? Your way of praising someone is really lacking in sincerity. I couldn't help it. The old man looked at Heng Yi. Along the way, people treated him as Heng Yi's grandfather. From the outside, it did indeed look that way, but they were actually biological brothers. Even after 50 years apart, the bond between brothers remained unchanged. Time had not diluted the genuine feelings that came from blood ties, no matter how the years flowed or how the world changed. Heng Yi would always be his most important younger brother. All right, stop messing around. Let me introduce you to my family. Oh, by the way, my grandson is only 6 years younger than you. Haha, what kind of expression is that? Am I wrong? Heng Yi. Heng Yi's dissatisfied shout echoed throughout the courtyard. As night fell, Heng Yi couldn't sleep and quietly sat in the eaves outside, enjoying the moonlight alone. He recalled the looks of his brother's family during the day, their eyes wide with shock. Well, it's not wrong. I am indeed a ghost who has come back to life. But fortunately, perhaps because of our blood relation, everyone, though surprised, still accepted Heng Yi as this unfamiliar relative. Especially that 14-year-old boy. It is evident that Heng Yi used a lot of willpower to call him Uncle Grandpa. Truly, it was a hard task for him. Heng Yi smiled wryly, recalling various events since his rebirth, and fell into deep thought. After a long while, he finally pulled himself out of his memories and felt invigorated. What is the use of thinking so much? Since the divine being has granted me another life, I should live it well, strive to do what I want to do, and become the person I want to be. Chica, Dr. Fukuda, watch me, I will live well, making the most of each day. Just then, Heng Yi suddenly heard a man's voice behind him. Good evening, doctor. It's really been a long time. How to describe this voice? It was mysterious and magnificent, with a calm, yet magnetic tone. He couldn't help but turn around to look for the source of the voice, but there was nothing behind him. A hallucination? No, that is not right. Heng Yi felt a gaze fixed on him. It was a familiar yet indescribable feeling of being watched. But he couldn't quite recall why this sensation felt so familiar. However, the moment this indescribable feeling emerged, a chill rose from the base of Heng Yi's spine, instantly spreading throughout his body. Every hair on his body stood on end, as if his body sensed a great danger and released a signal of tension. Heng Yi turned his head somewhat stiffly, his muscles tense, and he even heard the cracking sound of his cervical vertebrae turning. In the moonlit eaves, standing before him was a young man with black hair, a tall figure, skin as pale as paper, and plum-red eyes. Heng Yi will never forget the quite handsome face of the person who brutally killed him 50 years ago, Shu Yuan. His appearance looks almost identical to how he did 50 years ago, but his expression is vastly different from what it was back then. He wears a smile with an expression that Heng Yi had never seen on his face before. Heng Yi could tell that his smile was genuine, as if a hungry beast had suddenly found its prey. It's you. You're not dead? His smile deepened, filled with unmasked satisfaction and heartfelt gratitude. Yes, doctor, I'm sorry. I still don't know your name, and I have to thank you for that. His red eyes sparkled with joyful laughter. Thank you for treating me 50 years ago. The medicine you prescribed was effective, and it brought vitality back to my body. Yuan raised his hands, looking down at Heng Yi from a height, as if a deity thanking an ant. Thank you so much. However, he tilted his head slightly, the smile still on his face, but it had lost its cheerfulness, revealing a small problem. Heng Yi was stunned into silence by his rapidly changing expression and insincere gratitude. What? What is the problem? No, what problem? Is this the time to ask this? Yes, a murderer. However, Heng Yi's old habit since his rebirth kicked in again. His reactions became very slow. What he thought his mind was one thing, but when he opened his mouth, he answered with something else. Yi did not respond to him. Killing you was truly my most regrettable decision. I have been regretting killing you for 50 years. How miraculous that you have actually come back to life. A smile returned to his face, and that brief change seemed like an illusion of Heng Yi's. This time, I found you because I want you to tell me the whereabouts of the last item in that prescription, the blue other shore flower. I don't know. Heng Yi's half-sentence was barely heard, and the smile that had just appeared on Yu Yan's face vanished immediately, replaced by the indifferent expression Heng Yi saw the first time he met him. Doctor, are you unwilling to help? Heng Yi was interrupted by his expression, which was as unpredictable as the weather, and upon hearing his seemingly taken-for-granted words, he finally regained the attitude one should have when facing a murderer. Help? How dare you ask me to help you? You killed me and Dr. Fukuda, and just saying sorry is enough? I was granted a second chance at life by divine favor, and Dr. Fukuda has been dead for 50 years. How can you have the face to say such things? Heng Yi still maintained a kneeling posture, raising his head to look at Yin, cursing angrily. And is that your attitude of gratitude? From what you're saying, you only regret not killing me too? What about Dr. Futon? Don't you repent every day for the life you have? To this doctor who is wholeheartedly trying to save you, you really are shameless to the extreme. I've never seen anyone like you. If I had known this would happen, I shouldn't have contributed that prescription to save you. I should have let you die. You still want to know the whereabouts of the blue other shore flower? Don't think that I don't know. Even if I did, I wouldn't tell you. I still want to find the official residence to catch you. You murderer. Huh? The cold autumn wind swept through the eaves, bringing a biting chill. The pale moonlight was blocked by Yin, his shadow enveloping Heng Yi. At this moment, the atmosphere in the eaves became increasingly tense and sticky, as if time had frozen at this moment. Yin listened expressionlessly to Heng Yi's curses, but his gaze grew colder and colder. Since that's the case, Yin finally spoke. At this moment, he was like a poisonous snake waiting to strike, staring at Heng Yi. Then, I can only ask the doctor to leave with me. Heng Yi finally remembered the feeling he had when he first met Yin. He felt like he was being watched by a beast, and back then he thought it was just an illusion. It turned out he had never seen me as a person. Then, Heng Yi lost consciousness and was taken away by Yin at a speed that was difficult to capture with the naked eye, far from the Fushikawa mansion. Chapter 10, Experiment. He stood on the beach again. Unlike the previous 2 times, the entire sea before him was now raging, as if it had been provoked, continuously churning up giant waves. He gazed in astonishment at the furious sea, with surging waves rising one after another, each accompanied by tremendous force and sound, as if they were trying to break free from the confines of the sky. The sky was no longer the blue he had seen before, but instead presented an ominous gray hue. The entire world was dim and lifeless, shrouded in a deep emptiness, a shade of ultramarine. Heng Yi suddenly opened his eyes, and in front of him was a somewhat dim room. Even though he had fallen into a deep coma, Heng Yi's mind had not relaxed at all. His muscles were in a state of tension, like a kind of stress response. Are you awake, doctor? Heng Yi immediately turned to look at the person speaking, while recalling what had happened before he fainted. He was just about to speak when he realized he was bound to a wooden cross, unable to move his body. He tried to struggle, but the ropes were tightly binding his limbs and waist, making it impossible for him to break free. He looked around. The room was very dark, with only 2 oil lamps hanging on the wall, emitting a faint glow. The room was quite empty, with a table not far away, cluttered with various manuscripts and pharmaceutical tools, and some lifeless herbs scattered about. Doctor, your physical condition is really quite interesting, Yin said, her red vertical pupils glimmering with a chilling light under the dim lamps. She looked down at Heng Yi with great interest. After I knocked you out, I found that you had stopped breathing, but your tense muscles proved that you were not dead, so I hung you here to see if you would wake up. Heng Yi felt a chill run down his spine as he was stared at by this man, who seemed to be no longer human. If the man-eating evil spirit that Yi spoke of really existed, he would probably look like this. Doctor, what do you think life is? From the moment I was born, the shadow of death has been entwined around me every moment. My heart stopped beating several times while I was in my mother's womb. At birth, I had neither breath nor pulse, and was thought to be stillborn, until I let out my first cry just before being set ablaze on a pile of wood. He walked expressionlessly to the table and casually picked up a small knife that looked like it was used for cutting herbs. I struggled out of the fire, fighting for my life for decades, yet that quack still declared that I wouldn't live past 20. Heng Yi, upon hearing him speak excitedly, gripped the blade tightly. But in just an instant, the wound healed, and not a drop of blood had a chance to flow out. However, you appeared. The medicine you gave me granted me a powerful body and eternal life. Heng Yi looked at the person walking back in front of him, his red eyes flashing with a bloodthirsty light. With just a small price, I have become someone who craves human blood and flesh. It doesn't matter. Eating people is just that. He said this in a very calm tone, with no expression on his face, as if he were merely stating a fact. As if saying, to live, one must eat. When thirsty, one must drink. When encountering troublesome people, just eliminate them. He clenched his fist with a hand that wasn't holding a knife, and Heng Yi stared at the bulging veins on his hand, clearly visible as if they were about to break through the skin's restraint. That's all. Just this little thing. He fixed his gaze on Heng Yi, son. I cannot see the sun. I have seen your prescription, doctor. The legendary Immortal Flower. How fitting it is to my needs. I want a body that can bask in the sunlight without dying. Doctor, I'm just one flower short. Tell me, where is it? Heng Yi was still shocked by his attitude of killing as casually as eating or drinking. His eyes widened in terror, even forgetting to breathe. However, Yuan seemed to have exhausted all his patience. TSK, I initially wanted to forgive your rude behavior of staring at me, but now it seems, doctor, you still haven't recognized reality. Hiss. A faint sound entered Heng Yi's ears in the quiet room, followed by a blood-red vision and a sharp pain. Yuan swiftly cut through Heng Yi's eyeball with a not-so-sharp knife at a speed barely visible to the naked eye. Doctor, let's conduct an experiment together. Yuan ignored Heng Yi's screams, stroking the blade, and proposed a suggestion to Heng Yi. I believe that both you and I are chosen by the gods, but we are different. Back then, you indeed died. Yuan's handsome face was filled with a thirst for knowledge, highlighting their essential differences. So, you are the one who has come back from the dead. We are not the same. I am very curious to know how many differences there are. Also, he said with a dissatisfied tone, why are you not afraid of the sun? Blood dripped from Heng Yi's eyes onto the ground, and he struggled to recover from the excruciating pain of his injured eyes. His body trembled uncontrollably from the pain, and he finally managed to squeeze out a sentence from his throat. You madman, you crazy person. Yuan, hearing his murmured voice, was not angry. On the contrary, he smiled slightly, with almost no human emotion in his eyes. Madman? No, I have never been so clear-headed, doctor. This is all thanks to you. Heng Yi was stunned. Just as Yuan said, today, the fact that this evil spirit could stand here was indeed thanks to him, wasn't it? What kind of demon god have I saved? What should I do? In the following days, Yuan began his experiments as he said he would. Doctor, is your eye any better? It's recovering very slowly, but the wound on your wrist has healed. Strange, what's the difference? If one only heard his words to Heng Yi, an uninformed person might think this was a form of concern. However, the series of so-called experiments he conducted on Heng Yi over the past few days could be described as torture. He avoided all of Heng Yi's vital points, inflicting cuts, breaks, burns, and blows to various parts of his body. To test whether Heng Yi's body could still absorb substances, he even conducted a drug infusion. Blood flowed down Heng Yi's eyes, leaving only 2 dry traces on his face. Under various injuries, his originally healthy complexion had turned as pale as paper, as if his vitality was gradually draining away. However, all his wounds were indeed healing slowly at different rates, allowing the experiment to continue without interruption. His lips were colorless and trembled slightly. His breathing had become weak and barely noticeable. When he was tortured by overwhelming pain and fell into a coma, his breathing simply stopped. His body occasionally twitched, and this neurological reflex excited Yuan, as his own body no longer exhibited such reactions. The body that had clearly died once seemed more alive than his own body, which had never died. This ignited his thirst for knowledge and competitive spirit. I don't know. I didn't find the blue. I couldn't find it. Heng Yi has said this sentence countless times. Although by age, he should be 70 this year. A year older than Yuan, in reality, he has only truly lived for a mere 20 years. He could no longer endure such a cruel experiment and surrendered to this madman, pervert, and demon. But he did not lie. He knew nothing about how the accidentally cultivated blue othershore flower came to be. He had asked his brother, and his brother had also said that he had never seen such a flower around him. He mentioned that the only one he successfully cultivated was that one in his arms on the day Yuan killed him. But Yuan did not believe him at all and only intensified his torment. Doctor, I really want to give you my blood. You know, I have created many ghosts this way. I can hear their thoughts, and they must obey me unconditionally. Yuan squeezed Heng Yi's shoulder, but more people couldn't handle my blood and died immediately. I can't let you die, doctor. You're my only hope. Crack. Heng Yi's screams were almost gone, and when Yu Yin crushed his scapula, he only let out a brief cry. Heng Yi fell into a coma again. If he had known that rebirth would lead to such a hell, he would have preferred never to awaken. Chapter 11. Threat. He felt pain all over his body, making it impossible for him to stand upright. Slowly, he knelt on the ground and collapsed sideways onto the beach. The sea before him was no longer turbulent. Instead, it was eerily silent, as if the ocean had died. The sky was dark and quiet, but suddenly, he saw a color he was very familiar with. Blue. The blue he had once tasted. It floated quietly on the surface of the sea, not far away, emanating an alluring glow. A strange power seemed to surge within him. It felt like a person long imprisoned in darkness, finally seeing a glimmer of light, like a traveler struggling through a desert suddenly discovering an oasis. At that moment, he was like a drowning man finally spotting a life-saving piece of driftwood, or a person dying of thirst finally finding a delicious meal. He struggled to get up, using his hands and feet, stumbling and crawling into the sea. As previously mentioned, in this world, he could achieve whatever he desired. At this moment, his mind was filled with that floating blue light, and thus, the instant the seawater engulfed him, he surfaced and approached that blue light with a speed no different from that on land. Finally, he arrived right beneath that glow, and a distant fragrance quickly enveloped him. He looked up at it, thinking to himself, I want to possess it. Then, he slowly flew up from the sea, getting closer and closer. However, this time he couldn't consume it, because as he approached it, the light voluntarily merged into his body. They finally became one. In that instant, the blue light wave swept across the entire world, and the dark sky was directly dyed by the blue glow, transforming in the blink of an eye into an indescribable ultramarine. The sea revived, and the waves returned. Memories surged in his mind, and he finally remembered his name. My name is Bukitrin Heng Yi, and I am a doctor. You can't die, doctor. I still need you to tell me where the blue border flower is. You can't just die like this. In a state of confusion, Heng Yi heard a whisper that seemed to come from hell, lingering in his ears. Look, to save you, I brought someone. Heng Yi weakly opened his eyes. In the flickering candlelight, several shadowy figures huddled together in the dim corner. His vision had not yet recovered. The damaged eyeball was regenerating slowly, and at this moment, it had just regained its shape. Coupled with the dark environment, he found it difficult to discern who they were. However, upon hearing Yu Yan's words, he had an ominous suspicion in his heart, and he immediately panicked. What did you do? I said I don't know. I really don't know. You captured someone? Heng Yi suddenly stopped. Although he couldn't see, his ears caught the faint sound he dreaded the most. Brother. The terrifying speculation turned into a desperate reality, and Heng Yi struggled fiercely. No, I beg you, Lord Yu Yin, please don't hurt them. I've told you everything I know about the blue other shore flower. Really, everything I've said is true. You can torture me, execute me, just please, I beg you. Don't hurt my family. In the end, due to his violent struggles, all of Heng Yi's still unhealed wounds burst open to varying degrees, and drops of blood quickly splattered everywhere, but it was as if he felt no pain. His eyes, seemingly healed not long ago, began to ooze blood again, mixing with his tears and sliding down his cheeks, making him look extremely grotesque and twisted. Yu Yin looked at Heng Yi's pleading figure, with a mocking glint flashing in his elongated crimson cat-like eyes, and taunted him without being moved. How did the doctor end up like this? I preferred your fearless look from the beginning. In the corner behind him, Heng Yi and his two sons and daughter-in-law were all captured by Yu Yin. Looking at this man with terrifying power like a ghost with fear and helplessness, as well as Heng Yi, who was on the verge of becoming a bloodied mess. Heng Yi trembled violently, the excessive blood loss causing his vision to darken intermittently. He bit down hard on his tongue, forcing himself to stay awake. Blood oozing from between his teeth. But the more awake he became, the more he despairingly realized that he was out of options. He looked truly ugly in this pathetic state, utterly hideous. Yu Yin was disinterested. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared from in front of Heng Yi. The next moment, he had seized one of the women by the neck. A final reminder, doctor, think carefully. Their fate is in your hands, so you better answer well. The woman was lifted high by her neck, struggling violently, but Yu Yin's arm was as unyielding as steel. The man beside her, seeing his wife being grabbed, lunged at Yu Yin. However, before he could even touch the hem of Yu Yin's clothes, he was kicked away into the corner. Kangji. Heng Yi finally recognized that it was his brother Heng Yi's eldest son, Buchuan Kangji. Don't be anxious, it's not your turn yet. Yu Yin coldly glanced at the man curled up in the corner, unable to get up, and then turned back to Heng Yi. Answer me, doctor, I'm losing my patience. Heng Yi's eyes were completely split open, with blood continuously flowing from the blood-red depths of his eyes. His gaze was shrouded in a layer of bright red mist, yet his mind was remarkably clear. Heng Yi felt as if a century had passed, but in reality, it was just a brief moment. He murmured as if in a dream, "I told you everything. I didn't find the blue shore flower, the one I grew is gone too. I really don't know." Yu Yan, hearing his dreamlike murmurs, finally lost all patience. "I've changed my mind, doctor. Do you want to know how I create ghosts?" As he spoke, he set the woman he had lifted high down, and with one hand, he gently inserted his index finger into her forehead. Meiwa. Her skin rapidly turned the color of scorched earth, with visible veins and arteries protruding, some blue-purple, some blood-red. Her body under her clothes began to twist and deform violently in a short time, and finally, she melted into a puddle of flesh and blood, instantly turning into black smoke and disappearing without a trace, leaving only the clothes she wore on the ground. This horrifying scene left everyone present dumbfounded. Their mouths opened wide, but no sound came out. Their eyes seemed as if the eyeballs would pop out of their sockets. Unfortunately, she couldn't hold on. "It's okay. It's the next one's turn." Evil ghosts roam the world, but the gods and Buddhas keep their eyes tightly closed, allowing him to slaughter lives, stained with sins. Chapter 12. The Pain of Loss. Heng Yi has lost count of how many times he has regretted his resurrection. If he had known it would come to this, he would rather have died 50 years ago on that ordinary dusk. If he had known it would come to this, he wouldn't have told others that he was the brother of the immortal Heng Yi, so his brother and their family wouldn't have suffered this unwarranted disaster. If he had known, he would rather have never sought out that cursed immortal flower. Why not believe? Why not believe? I have said everything. I have said it all. Are you blaming me, doctor? Yu Yan grabbed another man. Kenji, brother Heng Yi, could only watch helplessly as this monstrous creature, after killing one of his family members, reached out its claws towards his other son. "If you want to kill someone, then kill me. Just kill me." Heng Yi's painful cries did not cause the evil spirit to waver in the slightest. He simply inserted his index finger into Jianji's forehead as before. Jianji also died, and he did not become a ghost. TSK. So you see, doctor, the probability of successfully turning someone into a ghost is still too low. Most people can't withstand my powerful blood power, which indicates that they are unworthy of becoming my subordinates. Yu Yan, no. This evil spirit regretfully twisted his finger, his gaze as cold as ice, as if he had just casually crushed 2 insignificant ants. "Now, I somewhat believe that you really don't know the whereabouts of the blue other shore flower, doctor. But why do you emphasize so much that you don't know?" The evil spirit tilted his head, confused, and asked Heng Yi, "Don't you think that if you don't know, you hold no value to me at all?" He grabbed another woman, and his deep, magnificent voice emitted a whisper like that of a demon. "So, this is all because of your lack of value. This is all your fault, doctor." Jiwei. The fact that 3 people in a row did not turn into ghosts made the evil spirit very dissatisfied. "The conversion rate is too low, or is it that, doctor, your family members are just too weak? Is there not even one who can withstand my blood?" In the next moment, he teleported to the corner where Kangji was. "Let's leave the old man for last. I can already smell the decaying scent of death from him, and he definitely can't withstand it. I will show mercy and give him a quick end." Then, he treated Kangji in the same manner. This man, who watched his family die tragically before his eyes, was turned into a pile of mush, his eyes filled with nearly tangible hatred. By now, except for Heng Yi, everyone who had been brought here was dead, with not even a body left behind. What is there to hate? Clearly, he had lived for so long. Not begging for mercy is one thing. But what is the point of hating me like this? However, even if you beg for mercy, I won't let you go. Heng Yi numbly watched everything happening, his entire body soaked in blood. The blood flowed down the wooden cross, forming a small pool and dyeing the ground a dark red. "Right, doctor, this is your brother, isn't it?" The evil spirit slowly walked out from the dark corner of the wall, deliberately making each step heavy and slow. Every step on the wooden floor creaked, the dull sound like the shadow of death approaching step by step. However, on the outside, he looked as old as your grandfather. "Why do you have the ability to die and come back while still looking young, but your brother does not? You still have things hidden from me, doctor." The evil spirit's voice echoed in the air, making Heng Yi unable to ignore or escape it. Click. Finally, he stopped behind Heng Yi, his gaze cold and eerie. In Heng Yi's eyes, he resembled an endless dark abyss, ready to swallow everything. "Brother, don't touch him. Say my brother." The evil spirit's hand reached toward Heng Yi's head. "No, someone, say my brother. I am willing to pay any price." Boom. Heng Yi's entire body exploded. A tremendous force burst forth from within him, breaking through his body and creating a massive shockwave that spread out in all directions. Heng Yi lost consciousness in the instant of the explosion, but this force seemed to have eyes of its own, avoiding Heng Yi and rushing toward the evil spirit behind him. The evil spirit reacted quickly. He had been paying attention to Heng Yi at all times. As the explosive sound reached his ears, he vanished from his spot like a ghost, fleeing to a location outside the blast range. However, he did not expect that this force did not just explode once, but continuously surged outward, destroying the entire structure of the house. It lifted the ceiling, and only then did it show signs of weakening, forcing him to retreat even further. For some reason, he instinctively feared this power. As if he had known from the beginning that he could not touch the sun, he could not be touched by this force. He squinted, observing the ruins of the house from a distance, where blood mist filled the air and scattered flesh and blood were everywhere. He was dead. He became furious. He never expected that this resurrected doctor would explode like this. Unlike him, who took many days to recover even when his eyeball was damaged. Losing his entire body should mean he was dead beyond resurrection. This meant that his clues about finding the blue other shore flower were severed again. He stared coldly at the ruins, but quickly turned and left the place. He noticed that the sky was about to brighten. The sun was coming up. The smoke gradually dispersed, and the entire house was blown to pieces. The ceiling was shattered by the explosion shockwave. At this moment, the dawn light began to rise on the horizon, gradually illuminating the earth. Weak light shone down, filtering through the blood mist in the air, and the flowing air diluted the heavy smell of blood. Heng Yi struggled to open his eyes. His lower body was trapped under the debris of the house, rendering him unable to move. But he saw before him the half-destroyed face of Heng Yi. Trembling, he reached out and touched the half of the face that remained. I don't know what exactly is happening, but I want to tell you, Heng Yi, this is not your fault. Heng Yi's eye on this half of his face was fixed on Heng Yi, gradually welling up with blood-red tears. If you could come back to life, Heng Yi. My brother, don't blame yourself. It was to you who caused our deaths. You did nothing wrong. Heng Yi gently stroked Heng Yi's face with tenderness and soothing power. Live on, strive to live on. Slowly, his voice weakened, but the hand that caressed Heng Yi's cheek did not stop. Lingering as if carrying a final wish, reluctant to part. Go do what you want to do. Become the person you want to be. His hand ceased to move, gently resting on Heng Yi's face. His voice also fell silent, the last word like a gentle breeze, slowly drifting into Heng Yi's ear. That word wandered in the air like a phantom. And Heng Yi, with only one eye left, kept shedding blood tears silently, staring fixedly at his brother, who had lost all signs of life, unblinkingly watching, until his pupils dilated, dim and lifeless. At that moment, a faint blue light spread from the center of the explosion, connecting every part where there was flesh or blood. Like the tendrils of a plant, it threaded through Heng Yi's damaged flesh, slowly stitching him back together. When the blue light connected to this eyeball, a deep azure spread from the center of the pupil until the entire pupil turned this magnificent blue. In the morning light, a person reassembled from the fragments, carrying the wishes of loved ones, returning to the world. Chapter 13. Insensibility with all the memories. Heng Yi woke up again on this beach. He looked at the sky before him, filled with an idealistic blue, an absolute blue, its clarity and vastness almost causing Heng Yi to lose himself within. The sky was cloudless, the sun hung high above, radiating soft and warm light. I had a nightmare. Heng Yi gazed at the dreamlike sky, thinking to himself. In his dream, he encountered the one who killed him 50 years ago, Kanmaki Tsukihiko. He had transformed into a terrifying demon, capturing Heng Yi and demanding to know the whereabouts of the blue. He used cruel methods to torment Heng Yi, refusing to believe the facts he spoke. The most horrifying part was that he captured his brother Heng Yi and his family, executing them one by one in front of him. What a truly terrifying nightmare. Heng Yi's eyes were hollow and empty. He merely murmured the words nightmare over and over as he walked along the coastline in one direction. Soon, he saw a small wooden cabin. He stopped his murmuring and quickened his pace. He recognized the cabin and remembered the person who lived there. He recalled pushing open the door and seeing the girl sitting quietly by the window, her face looking particularly gentle and beautiful in the bright sunlight. But this time, when he opened the door, there was no one inside. The cabin was filled with traces of past life. On the table lay a somewhat worn mortar, still seeming to hold remnants of medicine. The kitchen utensils were neatly arranged, as if waiting for the owner of the house to return and prepare a delicious meal. In the bedroom, the bedding on the bed was also neatly folded, as if someone had just rested there. The entire cabin seemed to be waiting for someone. yet there was not a single person inside. Heng Yi searched the entire house, but still couldn't find Qian Chao, so he went to the backyard. The spectacular sight in front of him made him stop. Before him was a large field of blooming red spider lilies, resembling burning flames. As if they were about to die, the whole world red. A gentle breeze blew through, and they swayed lightly, producing a faint rustling sound, as if whispering some secret. Heng Yi immediately spotted a unique blue spider lily in the center of the flower cluster. Amidst the vibrant red, this shade of blue stood out, unique and peculiarly erect. Heng Yi unknowingly arrived in front of this flower, feeling a wonderful sensation, as if there was an invisible connection between him and the flower. Countless red spider lilies rustled around them, as if silently singing. Heng Yi heard someone calling his name from behind. It was the voice of an old man. "Brother." Heng Yi quickly turned around and saw Heng Yi standing outside the wooden house with a cane. The old man looked at him with loving eyes and said, "You should go back." "Go back? Where to?" "You're here. Qian Chao is here. Where am I supposed to go?" Heng Yi felt a bit confused. He didn't understand why his brother wanted to drive him away. Heng Yi shook his head and said, "Go back. Go back to the real world. Survive. Try to survive." A vague voice echoed along with Heng Yi's words, overlapping and intertwining in Heng Yi's ears. A huge despair wrapped around Heng Yi like a spider web, layer by layer, and he finally had to face the reality he had been avoiding. That is, starting today, there would no longer be anyone in the world who loved him alive. Heng Yi cried bitterly as he fell into the cluster of blue spider lilies, curling up in pain. Behind him, the blue spider lilies suddenly began to change. Their dragon claw-like petals and leaves rapidly expanding, tightly wrapping around Heng Yi's entire body. In the end, I became all alone. When Heng Yi woke up, he found himself lying in a strange room. Looking at the unfamiliar ceiling, there was no fluctuation in his heart. He remembered everything from when he was asleep. The fantastical blue sky, the beautiful thousand-grass cottage, the only immortal flower, and also Heng Yi. Let's go back. Back to the real world. With this thought, Heng Yi tried to sit up directly. He couldn't sit up because he didn't even have a lower body. How could he sit up? He looked down at his body, and the part below his waist was regenerating at a very slow speed. Yes, he could clearly see the regeneration process, which was quite interesting. The flesh buds were growing little by little, glowing with a blue light. And those light spots were like industrious little ants, gradually sticking Heng Yi's flesh and blood together. Heng Yi carefully observed the regeneration of his body, feeling an unprecedented calmness within. It was as if he had lost all emotions. At that moment, he felt no sadness, pain, or hatred. He simply watched his broken body regenerate with a sense of detachment, as if observing a stranger or, rather, a specimen. "Are you awake, Mr. Heng Yi?" At that moment, Heng Yi heard a very, very special voice. How to describe it? Heng Yi felt that upon hearing this voice, his tattered body became lighter, even giving him a feeling of being buoyant, as if he could float away. Heng Yi turned his head and saw a young boy. Judging by his stature, the boy appeared to be no older than 15, but he seemed remarkably composed even while kneeling. His voice was gentle and calm. He had a handsome face, but for some reason, there were purple blotch-like marks spread across his forehead down to above his eyes. "It's a pity." Heng Yi looked at his face, thinking this. "You don't have to feel sorry for me, Mr. Heng Yi. It's actually me who feels very sorry for your situation. The Demon Slayer Corps has clearly been monitoring you and your family's movements, yet still couldn't prevent the tragedy from occurring. I truly apologize for that." The young boy displayed a guilty expression, comforting Heng Yi while sincerely apologizing to him. Can you understand what I'm thinking?" "Of course not. I don't have any special abilities." His tone didn't carry much regret. "I'm just an ordinary person. It's just that you've been looking at my face all along." He looked at Heng Yi sadly, reaching out to hold his hand. It was then that Heng Yi noticed the same purple marks spreading across the back of his hand as on his face. However, he gently held Heng Yi's hand, tears welling up in his eyes, and said, "You are truly a kind person to still feel sorry for me at a time like this, while fate has brought you so much suffering." Heng Yi looked at the unfamiliar child in front of him, who was crying over his own misfortunes. But he himself felt as indifferent as an unrelated person. "You just mentioned the Demon Slayer Corps? What is that?" Seemingly trying to escape the awkward situation, Heng Yi changed the subject. "Oh, let me formally introduce ourselves." The young boy sat upright, serious and calm. "I am a 9th head of the Tsuchimikado clan and the 2nd leader of the Demon Slayer Corps. My name is Tsuchimikado Yashinari." Heng Yi widened his eyes. What did he just hear? Chuan Yushi? Zhen Cheng saw the expression on Heng Yi's face, and an awkward look appeared on his somewhat childish face. "Yes, I, along with the evil demon Chuan Yushi Tsukihiko, who killed you and your family, am of the same clan." Heng Yi didn't know why he had lost the ability to express all emotions, but he felt he should be grateful for this state. It prevented him from impulsively saying hurtful words or showing more hurtful expressions and excitement. Therefore, now, he simply looked at the boy in front of him and comforted him, saying, "Don't feel guilty, this is not your fault." Yes, just like Heng Yi finally said to Heng, this is not the fault of either of them. Chapter 14. Hatred. Heng Yi woke up to realize that he had been in a deep sleep for a full 10 days. When the Demon Slayer team arrived at the scene that morning, the evil spirit moon Yin had already disappeared without a trace. In the ruins, they only found the corpse of an old man and a strange phenomenon occurring. The center of this phenomenon was him. According to the team members present at the time, they saw a very special blue color spreading outward from center in all directions, stopping at certain points as if it were collecting something. Shan Chung said to Heng Yi, "Then they saw you at the center. You had been blown into pieces, yet were visibly recovering and reassembling." Shan Chung looked at Heng Yi, who was still recovering at a slow but noticeable pace. The team members all knew that you had been captured by the evil spirit, but seeing you in such a state, they didn't know how to help you. Heng Yi seemed to recall that scene from that day. Indeed, it was a blessing that they didn't directly set themselves on fire. However, fortunately, 3 days later, your head had fully recovered. So I had the team bring you back here. Heng Yi listened as the young man calmly stated terrifying facts that would be shocking to ordinary people, and he felt a deep respect for him and the Demon Slayer Corps. However, in reality, Heng Yi himself was no less impressive and might even surpass them. Heng Yi has learned from Shan Chung that the Demon Slayer Corps is an organization established by the Kamadu family to hunt down the evil demon, Moon Yin. In fact, the members of the Demon Slayer Corps are just ordinary people with better physical abilities. It is extremely difficult and dangerous to confront demons that exist in a non-human state. However, almost all of them have had family members or important ones killed by demons, and slaying demons has become the most important pillar of their lives. Although I'm the leader of the Demon Slayer Corps, I was born with a weak body and cannot even swing a sword 10 times. In battle, I cannot help them at all and can only take care of some other trivial matters, hoping they will return safely. Heng Yi looked at the boy with some confusion and asked, "Why are you doing this? Do you have family members who were killed by evil spirits?" Shan Chung shook his head and then explained to Heng Yi the reason for establishing the Demon Slayer Corps. It turned out that ever since Yu Yin became an immortal evil spirit, perhaps due to the many heinous acts he committed, the Araki family he belonged to began to be cursed. Every newborn child was weak and sickly and soon died. In just a few decades, apart from the main branch of the Araki family residing in Heian-kyo, the bloodline of all other branches had ceased to exist. Just when this last branch was on the verge of extinction, they received a suggestion from a deity. The deity said, "Since an evil spirit has appeared within the same bloodline, pour all your heart and soul into eliminating it. This way, your clan will not perish." After that, the men of the Araki family began to marry daughters from the priestly family, and newborns no longer died shortly after birth. However, even so, for 50 years, no one in the Araki family had lived past the age of 30. Today, among the surviving men of the Araki family, there are only my brother and me, but we are both naturally weak. The boy looked at his hands marked with purple spots and said to Heng Yi, "I am already 12 years old this year. My brother is only 8, and my father died at 27. Heng Yi was shocked. He thought the boy in front of him should be quite young, but he didn't expect him to be only 12 years old. However, his performance had already surpassed many adults Heng Yi had seen. "My condition is even worse than my father's. When this purple mark spreads over my eyes, I will go blind, because that is how my father was. And not long after that, he passed away. Although I want to say my life is just beginning, the fact is I no longer have time." Shan Chung smiled bitterly. But Heng Yi felt that his smile contained the greatest human emotion, courage. This child, who had been informed of his death date by fate, did not succumb to despair, but instead did his utmost, using his frail shoulders to bear a heavy burden. "So, can you help me? Tell me, why does the evil spirit want to capture you? What is its purpose?" Moreover, the contrast between the boy's frail body and his resolute gaze was striking, and his voice was strong and powerful. "How can we possibly kill it?" Heng Yi's body fully recovered after a whole month. At this moment, he was lying bored in the courtyard provided by the Oka family. He stared blankly at the sky, recalling the question that the young Zhen Chung had asked him that day. Well, he was younger than Heng Yi's grandson, so let's just call him that. He couldn't come up with an answer. "I'm really a useless adult." He weakly turned over. Heng Yi told Shanshin everything about the evil spirit Yue Yin. When Shanshin learned that Yue Yin's greatest weakness was also the sun, Heng Yi promised that if it weren't for his poor health and strict upbringing, he would be so excited that he could jump up and down. We thought only those evil spirits he transformed would fear the sun, but it turns out he himself is afraid of it too. This is great, Mr. Heng Yi. And as for the blue, we finally know his intentions. We won't let him have it. We will do everything we can to stop him. He can never obtain it. It's okay. We will definitely defeat him. Thank you, Mr. Heng Yi. The information you've shared is very important. Remembering the young, sickly boy who was full of hope and passionate responses, as well as a sincere gratitude, Heng Yi felt increasingly unworthy to face him. I am the one who is truly useless, unable to help at all. He thought of his brother Heng Yi and the last words his brother said. To do what you want to do, to become who you want to be. He felt he should hate the evil spirits, should feel sorrow for the loss of his loved ones, and should be moved by the bravery of the young Shanshan. Just like now, when he thinks of his brother Heng Yi, he shouldn't be so indifferent, but it seems he has lost the ability to love and hate. This isn't right. Heng Yi rolled over and got up, walking towards the outside of the yard. First of all, he needed to be a person. He wanted to search, to find that part of himself that belonged to humanity. It was noon, and the sun was shining brightly. Heng Yi arrived at Heng Yi's grave. Oh, Miss Ori, Heng Yi. I came too late. After a month, he finally saw his brother Heng Yi, as well as the graves of the immortal Chuan Kazushi and Kenji couple, who lost their lives in this tragic accident. Although, apart from Heng Yi, there were no remains left of them. Heng Yi listened as Shan Cheng spoke, saying that Heng Yi and Heng Yi's group only had the 14-year-old Fusher Chuan Lianyu left, the boy he had seen on the day he returned home. He had escaped a disaster by staying over at a friend's house while out playing. The Shanshan family should have reached out to help Liang Yu handle the aftermath of his family's tragedy. Even though Heng Yi had lost the ability to feel emotions, it was hard to imagine how this child would cope with the reality of losing his entire family overnight. Heng Yi, are you listening? Heng Yi, I think something is wrong with me. You are gone. I should be sad. You're my only family, the last person in this world who loved me, and the last person I loved. But I can't feel anything. I feel nothing at all. I should hate that evil ghost. I should be grieving, but I don't. There is nothing in my heart. Heng Yi, am I still human like this? Just as Heng Yi was lost in confusion by Heng Yi's gravestone, a figure approached from a distance, holding a bouquet of yellow chrysanthemums. Heng Yi noticed someone approaching and turned to look at the newcomer. The newcomer also saw him. It was a boy whom Heng Yi had met before. He remembered the boy's awkward expression when he had called him Uncle Grandpa. Now, just a month later, he had changed completely. Heng Yi saw the boy's tightly clenched fist, his knuckles turning white from the exertion. He bit his lip hard, as if trying to swallow all the pain. He glared fiercely at Heng Yi, his eyes filled with a heavy hatred that made Heng Yi feel suffocated. Liang Yu, how could you still be alive? As soon as Heng Yi called out his name, he heard the boy's voice filled with hatred. Everyone is dead. How come you are still alive? How dare you still live? Why don't you go die? The curse from the last blood relative in the world made Heng Yi feel as if he were soaking in the cold, piercing river water, even while bathed in the brightest sunlight of the day. At this moment, Heng Yi felt that standing here was no different from being in hell. Chapter 15. Awakening, Heng Yi once again thanked his strange state, which allowed him to face the child's venting and harsh words. I'm sorry. In front of this child who had lost his entire family in a single night, Heng Yi stammered for a long time, only managing to squeeze out these 3 meaningless words. Oomph. Indeed, he only received a cold snore from the boy. When the boy stepped forward, Heng Yi quickly retreated, keeping a safe distance from him. He could tell Shinsei that it wasn't his fault because he clearly knew that the child and the entire Keimaki clan were merely collateral damage. He could understand that the members of the Demon Slayer Corps couldn't rescue them in time. After all, the power of the demons was too strong, and human strength was always limited. He might be able to forgive everyone in the world except for the demons, but he could never forgive himself. His brother was right. The deaths of everyone were not Heng Yi's fault, but the existence of demons was indeed inextricably linked to him. The reason the boy was now alone to mourn his entire family was also due to his involvement. He could not forgive the demons, nor could he forgive himself. Heng Yi secretly observed the profile of the boy, who looked very unwell. His eye sockets were deeply sunken, and his originally bright eyes had become dull and lifeless. With bloodshot scara, he had lost a lot of weight. His cheeks were hollow, and his chin was sharp, making him appear exceptionally haggard, a stark contrast to his former self. His complexion was very pale, as colorless as white paper. He had heavy dark circles under his eyes, as if he had applied a layer of black eyeshadow, with deep bags under his eyes that made him look utterly exhausted. The saddest part was that he had lost the most precious thing of youth, his vitality. Heng Yi suddenly felt a discomfort in his chest, as if something wanted to break free, but it was quickly suppressed or rather, subdued. It lay dormant. Its power was insufficient to break through this oppression. On the surface, Heng Yi merely frowned slightly, and then returned to his expressionless demeanor. However, the boy who seemed to have been ignoring Heng Yi keenly noticed the fleeting change in his expression. He then turned to face Heng Yi. He slightly hunched his back, clenched his fists tightly, and asked irritably, "Why are you frowning? Am I wrong?" "No, you're quite right." This time, Heng Yi simply nodded calmly, acknowledging what he said. Now it was the boy's turn to be stunned. He seemed unprepared for Heng Yi to respond this way. "In fact, I'm already dead. My whole body was shattered. When they arrived at the scene, I was left with only half a face." Heng Yi calmly explained to the boy, "Including the time 50 years ago, I have already died twice." The boy couldn't react at all. It was too different from the world he knew. And Heng Yi looked really strange. "So I'm sorry. Liang Yu, I feel very sorry for still being alive." Heng Yi apologized to the boy and then left the cemetery, leaving the boy stunned in place. Just as he told Liang Yu, he had died twice already, and this time he had come back to life, even after being blown apart to the point of having only half a face. He shouldn't dwell on whether he was still human. Clearly, he wasn't. The urgent matter at hand was that he should focus on what he needed to do. First, he needed to figure out what the mechanism of resurrection and bodily regeneration really was. Second, he should repay the kind-hearted boy. After all, he was a doctor, so why not try to treat him when there was a patient in front of him? Third, he needed to help the Tsuchimikado family and the Demon Slayer Corps eliminate the man-eating demons led by the evil demon Tsukihiko. Since he was the one who released the demons from hell, he had to take responsibility and send them back. Kuchi clearly made a list for himself. He still hadn't regained the ability to perceive and express emotions, but he was no longer confused. He could no longer become the person he wanted to be, but he would do what he was supposed to do. "Eternal, I won't let you down." After returning to the Uyashiki residence, Kuchi first expressed his gratitude to Yashinari, then said, "Please help me take care of Ryohiro." When he looked a bit shy to speak and pleaded with Shanshung. "He hates me very much, and that's not his fault. Although I really want to take care of him. First of all, he won't accept it. Secondly, Heng Yi lowered his head, and this action made him look a bit lonely. He can't be with me anymore. Staying away from me is the safest for him. Please rest assured, I understand your meaning," Shanshung replied thoughtfully to Heng Yi. He seemed to notice that Heng Yi was in a strange state, but he didn't ask anything. In his eyes, there was a faint sadness, as if he was sharing the sadness that Heng Yi couldn't express. "Thank you, Shanshung." Shanshung tilted his head in confusion when he heard this title. I'm sorry. It's rude to call you that." "Well, it's because you're younger than Liang Yu, and, I was born a long time ago. If I had lived normally until now, I should be 70 years old. I'm not trying to act old. In fact, as you know, I've only lived for 20 years. Heng Yi was elaborating to Shanshung with a somewhat long-winded expression, while Shanshung, after a moment of confusion at the beginning, simply smiled and listened to Heng Yi speak. "No, doctor. Please just call me that." Shanshung patiently listened to Heng Yi's rambling explanation and happily responded to him. He had already learned from Heng Yi that Heng Yi used to be a doctor and had tried to save Tsukihiko, who was still human at the time. "Ever since my father passed away, no one has treated me like a child anymore." A nostalgic expression appeared on his face. "But please forgive me for not being able to call you Grandpa, Heng Yi." He smiled mischievously. At that moment, he suddenly revealed a bit of his youthful side. "After all, you look too young. Calling you Grandpa would be quite strange." He spread his hands in a gesture of helplessness, adding, "And in fact, I'm too young to be your grandson. Isn't that right?" According to Shanshung, his father was only 15 when he had him. Perhaps because Heng Yi's serious expression was too deceptive, Shanshung suddenly withdrew the childlike demeanor he had just shown and returned to his adult appearance. This child really can't take a joke. In fact, ever since he had difficulty sensing his own and others' emotions, he had always had this poker face. He absolutely didn't mean to tease the young Shanshung. Although he lacked emotions, Heng Yi thought earnestly. Shanshung looked at Heng Yi, who had been silent, and was about to lose his calm demeanor as an adult. Mr. Heng Yi, are you angry?" Yes, today he saw that childish side of him. The two young men comforted each other in their own ways. I am angry. I was just kidding. Mr. Heng Yi, children should act like children." Shanshung pretended to be angry, seeming to have completely opened his heart to Heng Yi, as if they had known each other for a long time. "I'm not a child anymore, Mr. Heng Yi." "Well then, Shanshung, let me see if I can extend your life." Upon hearing this, Shanshung suddenly froze, not expecting the topic to shift so abruptly. "I sincerely hope you can say that." Although Heng Yi still had a wooden expression, Shanshung felt that the way he spoke was extremely gentle. "My life has just begun." Chapter 16 Lucky. Yomi, I'm sorry, I am truly a disappointing waste. Heng Yi became withdrawn after Shan Chung diagnosed him. Ah, Mr. Heng Yi, please don't be difficult. This is not an illness, it's a curse. It's normal to be unable to cure it. When Shan Chung saw the hollow, lifeless look in Heng Yi's eyes, he strangely read his inner voice from his expressionless face. Heng Yi was completely uncomforted. He had never seen such a strange pulse. The curse, like a purple monster, slapped Heng Yi hard twice, right after he had just boasted. This made Heng Yi feel utterly useless. It was all because of your lack of value. The whispers of the evil spirit seemed to echo faintly in his ears, following him like a shadow. Here it comes, that feeling of heartache. Once again, something was struggling to break free. This time it was more intense than before. And Heng Yi frowned, rubbing his chest. Mr. Heng Yi, are you all right? Shan Chung looked at Heng Yi with a worried expression. But just like last time, it was suppressed again. Still not working? In Heng Yi's subconscious, there was a sense of regret for it. When he came to his senses, he saw Shan Chung in front of him, looking at him with concern. Just like last time, he felt an incredible calmness inside. And he could completely treat the evil spirit's words as mere coughs. Heng Yi raised his hand and covered his mouth with a clenched fist for a moment. I'm fine. Don't worry. He felt that he had grasped certain patterns, but still needed to verify them. Shan Chung was just a bit confused. He saw Heng Yi go from being withdrawn to painfully covering his chest, and then back to calmness. Yet he couldn't understand Heng Yi's state at all. Are you really okay? He asked suspiciously. Heng Yi shook his head and said to him, You really don't need to worry about me. Your health condition is really not good. However, I have thought of a prescription. I just don't know whether I should tell you. Heng Yi hesitated for a moment, but still expressed his thoughts. Shan Chung, however, asked with shining eyes, Really, Mr. Heng Yi? Can I really be saved? Heng Yi stated his diagnosis in detail. I had never seen such a strange pulse before, so I was initially at a loss. However, just now, I suddenly remembered your account that both you and your brother are naturally frail and sickly. Coincidentally, my mother was also weak from birth. At this point, he paused for a moment. The same goes for the woman in the delivery room, Tsukihiko. This prescription was found by my father for my mother, and it is also the prescription that Dr. Fukuda and I prescribed for the evil spirit. Heng kept looking into Shan Chang's eyes. I have confirmed that this medicine is effective for those with congenital weakness. However, there is one exception. One person became a malevolent spirit because of this medicine. You know how much I regret having provided him with this medicine. Heng Yi couldn't continue speaking. He simply stared expressionlessly at the young man before him, who was suffering from an undeserved disaster, feeling as if he was cruelly holding the knife of the perpetrator who was tormenting him, having hurt him once again. However, Shan Chung only looked back at Heng Yi calmly and gently. After listening to his words, he lowered his head and thought for a while. No, please give me this prescription, mister. Heng Yi felt that he had weighed the decision too quickly and looked at him with some disagreement. I have considered it thoroughly, Mr. Heng Yi. Yinxing noticed Heng Yi looking at him like that, and explained, then reached out to touch his forehead marked with a purple imprint. This is almost the only hope left for my brother and me, and I am willing to give it a try. Of course, I will take some precautions, such as if I were to die quickly because of this prescription or face worse outcomes. However, regardless of the result, no one will blame you. So please do not blame yourself. Mr. Heng Yi, the young head of the family, sincerely thanked Heng Yi once again. Meeting you is the luckiest thing for both my family, the Tanjiro family, and for me, Yinxing Tanjiro. When Heng Yi looked at him, the first thing he saw was not his disfigured face, but the flickering, beautiful light in his eyes. It should be me who shouldn't say this. Meeting you is the luckiest thing for me, Bukatawa Heng Yi. After that, Heng Yi began to prepare medicine for Yinxing. In the prescription, in addition to the crucial and rare Immortal Flower, there were also some uncommon precious medicinal materials. The reason he was able to quickly prepare the decoction for that person was because he had been bedridden for many years, and the family had a complete stock of medicinal materials. Fortunately, although the Tanjiro family had dwindled in numbers, their resources were still intact. Otherwise, it would have been difficult to gather these materials. Heng Yi adjusted the dosage based on his past medication experiences while considering Shan Chang's physical condition. After all, I am now a penniless person and can only hope that the patient brings their own medicinal materials. The entire fortune of the Fushishun clan was left to the 14-year-old Fushishun Yoshiro. Heng Yi was already a recorded dead person and felt indebted to that child, hoping only that he could live a comfortable life. Anyway, as a dead person, I can still survive just by basking in the sun. Since Heng Yi's revival, he has completely stopped eating and drinking. It's as if he has lost the ability to perceive emotions. and his body has also lost all human desires. There's only one thing he somewhat wants, to bask in the sun. This is the only thing he can truly say he wants to do in the past month. Heng Yi ground the medicinal herbs while thinking. Truly, they're natural enemies. One can never bask in the sun, while the other only desires to bask in the sun. Heng Yi shook his head, feeling that the world is truly unpredictable and that the divine does arrange things. As Shansheng had said himself, he also began to take some preparatory measures. Heng Yi has seen many times how he and the members of the Demon Slayer Corps hold meetings. It's not that Heng Yi wants to eavesdrop. It's just that their dissenting voices are so loud that he can hear them clearly even from the corner of the yard. Well, it's not surprising that they don't trust me in this medicine. After all, the past examples are right here. In this world, of those who have taken this medicine and are still alive, only 2 remain. One has turned into a man-eating demon, and the other has become an immortal monster. If it weren't for the fact that 50 years ago, Heng Yi had also used the medicine on other patients with innate weaknesses who are all still normal, he would almost think that what his father left him was not a prescription, but a method for creating monsters. Phew, I'm sorry, father. How could I think like that? Just as Heng Yi was lost in thought, he caught a glimpse of a small figure hiding around the corner of the eaves. Peeking at him, it was Shansheng's younger brother, Haruwaki Chikazuki. Heng Yi had seen this child many times before during the medical consultations for Shansheng. It seemed that Shansheng was teaching him something, perhaps the knowledge and skills needed to become the head of the family. Heng Yi felt that this child would come over and scold him, just like some hot-tempered Demon Slayer members. That damn doctor. Untrustworthy. They all believed that Heng Yi would end up harming their lord, and almost no one agreed with Shansheng taking this medicine. Their opposition was merely divided into fierce opposition and rational opposition. Heng Yi's sixth sense has also become stronger after another resurrection. So he had to hear many voices cursing at him. Hongsheng, why are you standing there? Is there something you want from me? Heng Yi tried to mobilize his stiff facial muscles, wanting to show a friendly smile. Little did he know how creepy his smile looked at that moment. Chapter 17 Treatment. Hongsheng looked at Heng Yi's stiff smile, but did not show any fear. Instead, he ran over with short strides, making a pattering sound. Good afternoon, Mr. Heng Yi. He politely greeted him when he reached Heng Yi. Heng Yi finally regained the friendly smile he used to have and asked, Hongsheng, hello? Is there something you need? The boy appeared noticeably nervous, tightly gripping the corner of his shirt, and for a moment he didn't respond to Heng Yi. Heng Yi was puzzled. Well, I came to thank you, doctor. Huh? This caught Heng Yi off guard. He thought the child was there to blame him. My brother told me that you have a way to treat our illness, but there might be some risks involved. The boy's clear eyes captivated Heng. They reflected the innocence he once had, but could never reclaim. Not to mention, he felt he was even less than a piece of wood now. So my brother said he would try it first, and if it works, then you can treat me too, doctor. My brother said that both he and Hongsheng should be thanking you. Heng Yi felt that feeling of floating re-emerging. The Chanjia brothers truly possess an astonishingly identical ability to some extent. However, Mr. Heng, little Hirose showed a shy expression, but his gaze was firmly fixed on Heng Yi. Can you test the medicine on me first? If there are no issues, then you can use it on my brother? Heng Yi looked at the 8-year-old Hongsheng, who should have been very shocked if he could express emotions. Why? Why did Hongsheng want to try the medicine himself? Because his brother was much more useful than him. His brother could lead the members of the Demon Slayer Corps, handle the family's business, and in short, his brother could do a lot of things well while Hongsheng. The boy lowered his head, sadly staring at his toes. Hongsheng couldn't do anything. His brother couldn't die, and it was useless for Hongsheng to be alive. Upon hearing this, Heng Yi could no longer hold back and hugged the sad boy tightly. Even if he had lost his heart, he couldn't bear to hear such words from such a young child, saying that his life was useless. That's not true, Hongsheng. Heng Yi hugged the boy and gently stroked his head. Brother won't die, and Hongsheng is still useful while alive. Just like he would be sad if brother died. If Hongsheng died, brother would also be sad. Would you want to make brother sad? The boy rested his chin on Heng Yi's shoulder, and Heng Yi felt him gently shake his head. I promise with Hongsheng that brother won't die. Hongsheng also agreed with me that if brother gets better, he will take his medicine and treat his illness properly. Okay? Heng Yi felt it again as the boy lightly nodded, and then a wave of wetness seeped through the clothes on Heng Yi's shoulder. He said nothing, just kept stroking the boy's head again and again, just like his brother Yong Yi did at the end, continuously caressing his broken face. Stay alive. Try hard to stay alive. Stay alive. Hongsheng must try his best to live well. Heng Yi didn't know where he got the confidence to assure Hongsheng, but when he placed the herbal medicine in front of Shansheng, he looked into the eyes of the young man before him and knew that there was no turning back from this matter. Shansheng held the bowl of medicine, still wearing his usual gentle smile. and said to Heng Yi, "Is it this bowl of medicine that turned that person into a demon?" Heng Yi suddenly realized that the current scene was remarkably similar to when he and Dr. Fudian offered medicine to that evil spirit. The only difference was that Shanqing always wore a warm smile, while that person had a look of disdain and disgust. Heng Yi was immersed in past memories and momentarily didn't answer Shanqing's question. However, Shanqing continued to speak. "Mr. Heng Yi, I don't think it's like that. The wrong one has never been this medicine. He becomes a monster only because of Shanqing's piercing gaze. He was originally a monster. So, doctor, don't take his mistakes as your responsibility. Don't blame yourself. You haven't done anything wrong." After saying this, Shanqing finished the medicine without any pause. Heng Yi sat there in a daze, watching Shanqing finish the medicine in one gulp, feeling a sudden pain in his heart. Compared to the previous 2 times, this pain was much shorter, and Heng Yi almost thought it was just an illusion. However, he felt something growing from the depths of his heart. His attention was entirely on Shanqing, so he didn't notice that a trace of expression finally appeared on his wooden-like face. Although it was just a little, it had returned. The feelings he had lost were coming back. "I want to let you die?" "Absolutely not." For several days after Shanqing took the medicine, Heng Yi stayed by his side without leaving. In fact, as far as Heng Yi knew, apart from Yashiki Tsukihiko, everyone else who had taken this medicine, including himself, had not experienced any major issues, at least not in the period right after taking it. Whether his current state was related to having taken a medicine was still up for debate. Moreover, after the demon took the medicine, he did not track his condition. Only Dr. Fukuda knew the true state of his body. At the same time, Heng Yi did not stop researching himself. "However, Mr. Heng Yi, please do not do things that are too cruel to yourself." Heng Yi accidentally let Shanqing see him cutting open his arm, then layer by layer slicing through the skin and muscle tissue to observe the flow of blood vessels. As a result, he was prohibited from conducting some extreme experiments. "If this continues, what will you do to yourself next?" Heng Yi remained unconcerned. He had survived being blown to pieces, so whatever he did should not be a big problem. Moreover, what would I do if something really happened to Mr. Heng Yi? "All right, Shanqing, you win." Fortunately, for the first few days after taking the medication, Shanqing's condition was no different from usual. The patient reported that there was no difference from before. The illness had not improved, but it had not worsened either. Late at night, Heng Yi recorded the results of his daily treatments for Shanqing in his notebook. The plan was going smoothly. The condition had not deteriorated, which might indicate that the medication was starting to take effect. After all, in the previous days, the curse had been visibly attacking Shanqing's body at a rapid pace. But now there were signs of it halting. According to the plan, tomorrow was the time for the second dose of medication. But Heng Yi could not shake off his anxious feelings. He had a foreboding sense of unease. It was like watching the sea on the eve of a storm, seemingly calm on the surface, but dark currents were already surging beneath. Should I try to cultivate the blue spider lily again? No, I can't. First, it's uncertain whether it will succeed. Second, if it does manage to grow. Heng Yi didn't want to gamble on whether the demons would discover that the Arikiyashiki family possessed the blue spider lily, which could bring disaster to both the Arikiyashiki family and the Demon Slayer Corps. The worst outcome would be if the demons obtained the blue spider lily. Then perhaps there would truly be nothing in the world that could restrain them. Let this so-called immortal flower dissipate with my death. Boom! Suddenly, a lightning bolt streaked across the sky, followed by a deafening thunderclap. Heng Yi couldn't help but stop what he was doing and look up at the sky. "Mr. Heng Yi." Outside on the corridor, a voice calling for him followed the thunder, sounding urgent and frantic. That ominous premonition had come true. Something had really happened to Shanqing. Chapter 18. Doubts Heng Yi's original temperament and the education he received since childhood made him a confident and cheerful person. In the past, he always believed that as long as he worked hard, there was nothing he couldn't achieve. However, since his rebirth, he has increasingly doubted this once unshakable belief, and even himself. The reborn me is just a disaster, unable to accomplish anything, and only capable of dragging others down. Heng Yi closely followed the servant who came to find him. He was someone close to Shanqing, and Heng Yi had already instructed him to come to him if Shanqing showed any abnormalities. The master was originally prepared to sleep, but for some reason, he suddenly felt an unusual heaviness in his body, and soon he was unable to move. He also mentioned feeling dizzy and asked me to find you. But before he could finish speaking, he fainted. The servant's face was covered in cold sweat, and his steps were hurried, yet he clearly communicated the situation to Heng Yi. The master also said not to worry or be anxious, as he had experienced similar symptoms before. It might just be a minor issue. Is there anything else? Heng Yi hurriedly followed behind him and suddenly heard him stop speaking. Please forgive them. Who? I don't know, the Lord said before fainting. Heng Yi thought for a moment and understood who Shansheng was referring to. You quack. I have long advised our Lord not to trust you. How can a resurrected being, like a malevolent spirit, save our Lord? I really want to rip open your chest to see if you still have conscience. It was our Lord who took you in. How could you repay kindness with malice? Heng Yi knows that most members of the Demon Slayer Corps do not think highly of him, primarily for two reasons. First, they likely know that he once treated a demon, while their families were killed by demons. Not everyone is as understanding as his brother in Zenitsu, especially when their hearts are filled with hatred. Second, he himself resembles a demon in many ways, whether it's the inability to die or the ability to regenerate. He exhibits characteristics that are very much like a demon. If you were to ask these members what cannot be killed with a sword, they would certainly answer that it is a demon. Lastly, there is the understanding of the essence of this world. When a person dies, it is like a lamp going out. The deceased should find peace, lying in the ground for eternal rest, and Heng Yi thinks so too. Therefore, at this moment, when he hears these harsh words, Heng Yi feels nothing. He has already witnessed the utmost evil in the world, and compared to that, the ugly side of ordinary people is nothing more than that. Although there is a saying that even clay figurines have some fire in them, Heng Yi does not. Heng Yi felt like he had turned into a piece of wood, completely devoid of anger. So he just knelt there, allowing the team members to hurl insults at him. Half an hour earlier, he had followed a family servant to Shansheng's courtyard. Shansheng had indeed lost consciousness completely, and Heng Yi had tried many methods, but could not wake him up. However, in a stroke of misfortune, his pulse, although heavy, was stable. It was as if he had entered a deep sleep, resting and recuperating. This gave Heng Yi some reassurance. But just as he came out of Shansheng's courtyard, he was surrounded by a group of Demon Slayer team members. They brought him to the main hall, where they initially maintained their composure while inquiring about Shansheng's condition. However, for some reason, perhaps due to Heng Yi's expressionless face and emotionless voice, which made him seem very cold-blooded, the team members gradually became agitated, with some even placing their hands on their sword hilts. It seemed that they had already regarded him as the one who harmed Shansheng. This scene felt eerily familiar. Heng Yi was even distracted, which made the already angry team members even more furious. That sound, it became more familiar. A demon slayer with a grotesque scar on his face was provoked by Heng Yi's vacant expression and, in a fit of impulsiveness, drew his sword. He was also shouting about wanting to slice open Heng Yi's chest. Upon closer inspection, the scar on his face was a long, deep mark that started from below and rose up, cutting through his neck and across his entire face. This massive claw mark left a lasting impression that could never be erased, even after healing. Despite such severe injuries, he miraculously survived. One wonders what kind of deep obsession allowed him to endure and live on. Have you ever had your chest sliced open by a demon? Heng Yi looked at him with a fierce and intimidating gaze, asking without any emotion, have you seen what your heart looks like? The team member's eyes widened, and his expression seemed to ask, you bastard, do you want to see what you're saying? You are simply. Heng Yi's speech caused the members of the Demon Slayer Corps present to have doubts. Their lord had misjudged Heng Yi. He was actually a demon, just one that didn't eat humans. However, they misunderstood him. Before he died, Heng Yi was very interested in human anatomy. He even asked his teachers if he could study the bodies of deceased patients. He was harshly scolded by his teacher. You don't deserve to study medicine. This is also why those who studied medicine alongside him continued to trouble him. As a heretic, he naturally attracted public ire and was attacked by many. It seems that sorry, I forgot, you are an ordinary person. Seeing your own heart should lead to death. The human body is extremely complex and mysterious, full of puzzles and unknowns. I have too many questions and confusions to explore. First, the brain itself is fascinating. It is the source of thought, consciousness, and emotion. After being revived for the second time, I lost my emotions, which left me at a loss, but I had no way to remedy it. Because I didn't understand how the brain works, why did I become like this? Secondly, the heart is also a miraculous organ. It is well known that a beating heart is essential for maintaining life. However, demons do not have a heartbeat, and sometimes I don't either. Yet we are still alive. So what does that mean demons do not need hearts? Then, are demons still considered alive? What do they rely on for their existence? Finally, life and death is an eternal topic. I was blown apart, yet still survived, and demons do not die even when their heads are cut off. After you subdue them, you still have to wait for dawn to let the sun kill them. How inconvenient. Is there no other tool or method to kill them? Besides the sun, is there anything they fear? Why do they have to eat humans? Can't the food humans eat sustain life? How do demons actually come into existence? The room fell silent, and no one could answer the questions Heng Yi raised. However, Heng Yi wasn't actually asking them questions. Thank you for your reminder. I think I know what I need to do now. With that, Heng Yi bowed in gratitude to the man who was dazedly holding a knife, then got up and left on his own. The team members stood there in shock, as if they were stunned by what Heng Yi had said, and began to contemplate these questions they had never considered before. They silently watched Heng Yi's departing figure, forgetting their anger and neglecting to stop him. Before returning to his courtyard, Heng Yi first instructed Shan Chang's servant, "No matter if Shan Chang wakes up or his condition worsens, come to find me. Also, starting today, there will be a wind chime hanging in front of my room. When the door is closed, do not come in. If there is something, ring the bell, and I will hear it and come out." He needs to do some things that must be done, some things that only he can do. This time, even if Shan Chang disagrees, he must do it, no matter the consequences. Chapter 19. The Blue Heart. When he was 16, Heng Yi curiously asked his teacher, "Teacher, the book says the heart is the official of the ruler. Why is that?" At that time, the teacher was unaware of Heng Yi's unorthodox thoughts and had high hopes for this studious and hardworking student. He smiled and replied, "This is because the heartbeat has the ability to drive blood circulation, so the heart is the driving force behind blood moving through the vessels. Blood can only circulate normally throughout the body under the combined action of the heart's beating and the constraints of the vessels, allowing a person to survive. The heartbeat is the key to maintaining blood circulation and plays a leading role." Heng Yi pondered for a moment and then asked, "Why can the heart maintain its ability to pump blood continuously?" The teacher, still smiling, looked at Heng Yi and said, "The heart's ability to propel blood through the vessels relies on the qi of the heart, the driving and warming effects of heart yang, as well as the nourishing and moistening effects of heart yin and heart blood. When the qi and blood of the heart are sufficient, the heart's pulsation is normal. The blood circulation in the body is uninterrupted, nourishing all organs and tissues, leading to normal physiological functions and showing signs of vitality, such as a rosy complexion and a strong, steady pulse. However, if the qi and blood of the heart are insufficient or imbalanced, it will affect the heart's ability to govern blood vessels, leading to a series of pathological manifestations. For instance, if heart qi is deficient, one may appear pale with a weak and thin pulse. If heart blood is obstructed, one may show a bluish complexion with a choppy and intermittent pulse. Please speak slowly. I can't keep up. Ha ha ha. Heng Yi, the path of medicine is rugged and long. We may spend our entire lives only catching a glimpse of the tip of the iceberg. Your journey is still long. Keep moving forward, accumulating experience in the process of helping patients to save more lives." Heng Yi gradually came back to his senses from past memories. The teacher's earnest teachings still echoed in his ears, but the medical knowledge was no longer applicable. Whether it was the evil spirit or Heng Yi himself, they were no longer lives bound by common logic. Everything was too difficult to understand, but Heng Yi had no choice but to draw some conclusions based on what he already knew. His heart, while he was awake, beat normally. This made him appear just like an ordinary person when he was awake. However, the evil spirit had said when it captured him that his heart stopped beating while he was unconscious, yet his body did not die, because the evil spirit claimed its muscles were tense. He had felt the state of blood stagnating and then starting to flow again, and the flow of blood was driven by the heartbeat. So why does heart beat? What was the initial trigger? At that time, he had just emerged from the ground. When he woke up, he was lying in the morgue. Perhaps it was because he had no heartbeat and pulse while he was unconscious that people thought he was dead, which also supported the evil spirit's words. Then he mourned for the deceased people in the dark morgue, with no heartbeat or breath throughout. After that, he walked out the door and saw the first ray of sunlight after being reborn. It was the sun. Because I was touched by the sun, my heartbeat and breath started again, and then the heartbeat drove the blood to flow, and my body truly came back to life. So why did the heart stop beating while I was unconscious? As expected, the secret lies in the heart. As if making a certain determination, Heng Yi got up, hung the wind chime, and closed the door. "Shancheng, I'm sorry." This was Heng Yi's second broken promise. The first was to Chikusa when he said he would return. But I must see it. What is this heart in his body really like? He had a feeling that he was about to find an important answer. He took out a short knife, a knife that Shancheng had given Heng Yi for self-defense. Unexpectedly, at this moment, Heng Yi was going to use it for such an experiment. The world is always unpredictable. The life-saving elixir calls the evil spirit to descend into the world, and the self-defense dagger pierces the chest of the guardian. Heng Yi thanked this sensationless state for the third time, and he even gave this state a name. If it weren't for this state, his hand holding the knife would surely be trembling in fear. He needed to find a right position because he had to do this with a clear mind. If he fainted due to improper positioning or excessive blood loss, it would be futile to endure this knife. After confirming several times, Heng Yi accurately sliced through the skin of his chest, layer by layer, opening up flesh and blood. He was uncovering his own secrets. In fact, Heng Yi always felt that he was more like a piece of wood than a human being now. Aside from being emotionless like wood, another reason was that his sense of pain had diminished significantly. For instance, during the time he cut open his arm to observe the flow of blood, he sliced through flesh, layer by layer, to find the blood vessel, and then cut the vessel to observe the blood flow. But the sensation of pain was like being cut on the finger by a leaf. This was also the reason why Heng Yi dared to conduct more experiments on himself. Otherwise, even if he wasn't losing much blood now, he would probably faint from the pain. Heng Yi carefully cut away the flesh above his heart. He didn't want to damage or harm the heart because he hadn't yet determined his resurrection rules. Although he had come back to life, even after being blown to pieces, Heng Yi still maintained a cautious attitude. The pain wasn't very intense, but he was still sweating profusely. Blood loss was unavoidable, and the tatami mat beneath him was already soaked with a layer of blood. Hopefully, the person who comes to clean won't be too scared. Maybe it's better if I clean it myself. Heng Yi has always been good at shifting attention. Finally, he felt it, just one more cut, and he would be able to see his heart, feeling the not-so-strong heartbeat. Heng Yi made the final cut through the layer of bright red flesh. Is a person's heart blue? The blood-red heart he had expected did not appear. Heng Yi stared down at the blue heart, foolishly talking to himself. Although Heng Yi has always been curious about human anatomy, he has never seen a human heart before because orthodox medical schools absolutely do not allow the dissection of corpses. So this is the first time in his life he has seen a human heart. Fortunately, it is his own heart that he sees. Unfortunately, the heart he sees is not normal. What nonsense am I talking about? A human heart is made of flesh and blood, so it is naturally red. Moreover, this blue heart looks very strange. Heng Yi has never seen the heart of a normal person, but he has seen the heart of a dog. Even if there are differences, they shouldn't be this significant. The surface of the beating heart shows rolling protrusions, and the blood vessels connected to the heart are blue, extending outward before regaining their red color. Heng Yi observed this unusual heart from the surface and felt that its wrinkled, curled, protruding, and extending shape seemed familiar, very familiar. What was it? He couldn't help but slowly bring the blade closer to this strange heart. Just as he was about to make an incision on this heart, he heard a sigh. At that moment, he was certain that the sound did not come from the outside world, but rang directly in his mind. Immediately after, he lost consciousness and fell back, lying on the tatami mat stained with blood. His left hand, which had been holding the wound open to prevent it from healing, and his right hand, which was holding the knife, both fell limply. In the blink of an eye, the wound on his chest had healed without leaving a scar. In his unconscious state, Heng Yi was unaware that a tendril-like blood vessel had penetrated out from his back and inserted into the blood-soaked tatami beneath him. After a while, the bloodstains on the tatami slowly shrank, as if being absorbed back. In the end, the tatami was clean, leaving nothing behind. That little tendril, having had its fill, returned contentedly to his body. After a night of turmoil, Heng Yi appeared to be simply peacefully asleep. The morning light was faint, ushering in another day. Chapter 20. Improvement by the Boundless Sea. A simple wooden cabin stood quietly. From the outside, the cabin did not appear exquisite. The worn wooden planks clearly showed the marks of time. Behind the cabin was a small yard enclosed by a wooden fence. Strangely, although the cabin was on the beach, the ground here was not sandy but a patch of soft, ordinary soil. The yard was small but was home to clusters of red spider lilies, blooming at their prime, with full and vibrant flowers, their petals as red as fire. A gentle breeze passed by, causing them to sway, as if telling the mysterious tales of life and death reincarnation. In the center of this flower cluster was a large, unique spider lily that was blue. Its flower, larger than the others, hung high in the air, supported by a flower stalk as sturdy as a small tree. The long flower filaments did not wrap around the flower upwards, but instead enveloped it downwards, resembling a cage. Inside was a man. His hair was special, the white on the top like the first snow of early winter, but as the gaze moved down, the color gradually transitioned from white to blue at the tips, resembling the color of the gigantic blue spider lily above him, mysterious and profound. His face was youthful, yet his brows were tightly knitted. with clear tear tracks etched across his cheeks, as if he bore a pain that even sleep could not alleviate. He was tall, already the stature of an adult man, yet he curled his body tightly within this cage, as if only this posture could make him feel safe. Heng Yi stood here, gazing at the man in the cage. Apart from his hair, this man looked exactly like Heng Yi, but he remembered that this was himself. He thought the sea, the wooden house, his brother, and the last blue flower that enveloped him he saw after dying a second time were all a dream. But he was sure this was not a dream, because this time he was pulled in from a completely awake state. That sigh sounded very much like my own voice. He slowly walked to the enormous blue flower, next to the flower filament cage, but did not attempt to awaken the man who might be himself. He simply placed his hand on the flower pillar. At that moment, he felt an unparalleled sense of fulfillment, a feeling of soul connection, one that words could not describe, a fusion of spirit and flesh. He finally understood why he was reborn and finally knew where that blue flower had gone. It turned out you are here. Is it you who is sighing? Do you want to tell me something? Heng Yi looked up at the immortal flower that was connected to his fate, a flower that had already brought him back to life twice. He knew he didn't need to speak. Just as he felt, their souls had already merged, no longer requiring communication through words. No, not enough. Can't revive. Its soul seemed very weak, conveying very limited information to Heng Yi, but he still drew some conjectures from this scarce information. Does it mean that you no longer have the power? Without enough power, you can't bring me back to life. If I were to receive a fatal injury now, would I really die? Heng Yi expressed his thoughts on his conjecture to it, and it swayed slightly, as if giving an affirmative response. So who is this? Is he me? Why is he sleeping? Heng Yi looked down at the man trapped in the silk cage and asked a question. However, this time it did not respond, as if it had exhausted all its strength and offered no reaction. It seems you need a rest, and so does he, right? Heng Yi vaguely thought about who this sleeping self was, but he did not intend to forcefully wake him up. After all, the final results of this experiment had already been obtained, and there were also unexpected gains. Heng Yi is already very satisfied with the results of this experiment. He looked up at the sky and heard the sound of wind chimes. Someone was shaking the wind chimes outside his door, calling him back. In the end, he gently stroked the flower column. Thank you. I will think of some ways to try to restore your power. Heng Yi opened his eyes. This was the first time he had actively awakened from that state. He slowly placed his hand over his heart, feeling its rhythmic beating. If he hadn't personally cut open his flesh and seen the appearance of that heart, Heng Yi could never have believed that the blue flower of the other shore was truly inside him. In a literal sense, inside his heart. It was simply unbelievable. Moreover, Heng Yi felt that the ocean and the wooden house should be his subconscious world. Heng Yi has been a curious and adventurous person since childhood. He has always yearned to step out of his home and experience the vast and boundless world outside. This is why, at just 20 years old, he resolutely embarked on a journey as a wandering doctor, filled with the unknown and challenges. This has made his inner world incredibly expansive, like an endless sea, harboring countless mysteries and possibilities. The wooden house is Heng Yi's unfulfilled first love, an unforgettable memory he can never let go of. He once thought that if time could be reversed, perhaps he wouldn't have left Qianqiao, or he would have persuaded Qianqiao to join him on his journey. However, reality has separated them, leaving him to bury this deep affection in his heart. The wooden house has no Qianqiao, as she has gone to another world. He only keeps the memory of this beloved girl's wooden house in his heart. As for his brother, this time he did not see his brother Heng Yi. No one will accompany you forever. Heng Yi, you must learn to be alone. The tinkling sound of the wind chime once again called Heng Yi back from his thoughts. He hurriedly got up from the tatami mat, wanting to open the door. Oh no, the bloodstains haven't been dealt with yet. Then he realized that there were no bloodstains on the tatami mat. If it weren't for his firm belief that he could never imagine the bizarre story of the blue shore flower growing in his heart, he would have thought everything that happened yesterday was just a dream. It seems there are still some things I don't know. Further experiments are needed. He then put away the short knife given by Shansheng, tidied his clothes, and opened the door. Mr. Heng Yi, you finally opened the door. The Lord has awakened. Come with me to take a look. As soon as he opened the door, Shansheng's servant eagerly urged Heng Yi. However, unlike last time, although his tone was anxious, it was not panicked. Instead, it carried a hint of surprise. The purple mark has faded, Mr. Heng Yi. The curse has been lifted. It has not been lifted. Looking at the disappointed expressions of the servant and the child, Hoshiyuki Hiroki, Heng Yi did not want to pour cold water on them, but according to the pulse, the curse had not been lifted. The strangest thing in Shansheng's pulse, something he had never heard of or seen, had not disappeared. Rather, it seemed to be restrained. If we compare your body to the sea, the skin is the surface of the sea. It is like a beast lurking at the bottom of the sea, covered in purple spots, slowly rising from the depths to the surface. Now, it has been forced back to the bottom of the sea by this medicine, unable to surface. This result has its pros and cons. The benefit is that your appearance is no different from ordinary people. Your eyes should no longer be blind, and your body, although somewhat weaker than average, should be much better. The downside is that the progress of the curse cannot be seen from the outside. I can only determine its condition through the pulse. However, one thing is certain. Heng Yi looked at Shan Cheng, who had remained calm from the very beginning. The curse had not been lifted, which meant that you might not live past 30. Heng Yi lowered his head and saw his fair hand. No, please don't apologize, Mr. Heng Yi. Shan Cheng interrupted Heng Yi for the first time, stopping him from apologizing. You have no idea how grateful I am to you. This means my brother won't have to endure as much pain as my father and I did. At least before he turns 30, he will be able to live much more comfortably. Please, I beg you, do not apologize. Meeting you has truly been the luckiest thing for my brother and me. The warm autumn morning light shone on Heng Yi's back as he and the boy before him, who had also suffered unfair treatment by fate, looked into each other's eyes. After a while, he slowly bowed, paying his respects to the boy. It is my honor to be able to help you, my lord. Chapter 21. Life since that day. Shan Cheng's health has indeed improved visibly, just as Heng Yi said, at least on the surface. Heng Yi no longer clung to the idea of removing the curse. He recalled the first lesson taught to him by his father and teacher. Do your best and leave the rest to fate. Although we are doctors, we are ultimately just ordinary people. Even though Heng Yi had already transcended the realm of ordinary people, that was only true for himself. He couldn't make the bodies of the Demon Slayer members recover as quickly as his own, nor could he make Shan Cheng's curse disappear. All he could do was strive to save the lives before him, leaving no regrets. Recently, there have been frequent reports of evil spirits devouring people in the villages near the Jiangyi region. Many Demon Slayer members left the production house after witnessing Shan Cheng's improvement, heading out to hunt the evil spirits. However, on the eve of their departure, a group of several Demon Slayer members, led by a team member with a fierce scar on his face, surrounded Heng Yi at the entrance of his courtyard. At that moment, Heng Yi was carrying a basin of green medicinal liquid, and, upon seeing them aggressively surrounding his yard, stumbled and was almost caught by the fierce-looking team member. I'm really sorry. Before Heng Yi could express his gratitude, he was startled by a deafening apology that almost made him stumble again. Once Heng Yi steadied himself, he saw the team member who had shouted about wanting to dig out his own heart to see it, bowing deeply with almost his face pressed to the ground. The members behind him were mostly those who had participated in surrounding Heng Yi that day and asking him to talk, along with a few others, but at that moment, they all bowed humbly to Heng Yi and apologized. We spoke very disrespectfully to you that day and did unreasonable things. We are truly sorry for misunderstanding you and almost causing harm to Shan Cheng. Yes, please forgive our transgressions, Lord Heng Yi. The wooden Heng Yi finally realized that these members were apologizing to him for the misunderstanding that nearly led to Shan Cheng's demise. He shivered at the title Lord Heng. Please don't call me that. I'm not used to it. Hearing Heng Yi's emotionless words, the members thought he was refusing to accept their apology. Indeed, we have been too much. It's only natural that Mr. Heng Yi would be unwilling to forgive us. Please raise your head. Heng Yi looked at everyone who was still bowing and basically guessed what they were thinking. In fact, I don't need to forgive you. Then he paused for a moment, noticing some team members sweating coldly, with drops falling to the ground, and continued, because I have never intended to blame you. Then he was satisfied to see the team members surprised and raising their heads. Heng Yi looked at the team members in front of him. They were all young, and some of them looked like they were still just kids like Zenitsu. However, they had already picked up swords to fight against demons, while their peers were still wielding hoes or books. Yes, from the very beginning, I have never blamed you. This beginning refers to when Heng Yi was first resurrected in a small village and was captured and imprisoned by the Demon Slayer Corps as a demon. Not only because I promised Zenitsu, or rather Lord, but also because I, like you, have lost family members to demons. Heng Yi's gaze slowly swept over each of the boys in front of him, and they all showed expressions of deep pain on their faces. However, although I have the seemingly powerful ability of resurrection, I have no talent in fighting and cannot provide you with any help. But fortunately, Heng Yi gestured to the green potion in his hand. Besides being a resurrected corpse, I am also a doctor. Heng Yi saw his teammates shamefully lower their heads when he used that phrase. If you get injured, I will do my best to treat you. He heard that recently there have been evil spirits attacking the villagers, so you're going to set out to defeat the evil spirits, right? Heng Yi looked at some of the team members carrying their luggage, all fully armed and appearing to be in a state of readiness. So, I wish you all a prosperous military fortune. Heng Yi held the pot of medicine, unable to bow completely, but he still leaned slightly. He wished so much that when the team returned, they wouldn't need him. Therefore, he sincerely wished for their safe victory after battling the evil spirits. As this memory came to an end, Heng Yi turned his head to look at the little friend Hong Cheng, who was diligently grinding the medicine. Shan Cheng had actually arranged for 2 servants to help Heng Yi with the medicinal materials, but he couldn't resist Hong Cheng's insistence on helping. If they didn't let him help, he would look at Heng Yi and Shan Cheng with a pitiful expression. Heng Yi was afraid that his next words would be Hong Cheng's life is useless, so he had no choice but to let him help with some small tasks. As for Hong Cheng's health, after the diagnosis, Heng Yi concluded that he didn't need to take medicine for now, since the curse could only be suppressed and not removed. Starting medication now would be futile. It would be better to give the child a relatively less childhood anyway, as Heng Yi would keep an eye on the 2 brothers. Moreover, he often pondered whether some twisted individuals might have grown up drinking bitter medicine. Did humanity, soaked in a bitter brew, lose its essence and become evil spirits? Heng Yi held a bowl of green, ominous-looking medicine and examined it for a while. In fact, it was more about building up his mental fortitude. Then he looked up and gulped it down in one go. Ugh. This was the prescription he designed for himself to try to supplement the power of the blue other shore flower. He mixed the herbs according to the plant properties of the other shore flower. But, Heng Yi knelt on the ground in disgust. Unable to help but recall the reason he had just speculated for why the evil spirit was indeed an evil spirit. The possibility increased. Although he was a doctor, he was different from his brother Heng Yi. He believed that bitter medicine was the lifelong enemy of all humanity. He even had a twisted logic. When your tongue tells you that the medicine is too bitter to swallow, that's your body rejecting this bowl of medicine. And then he got hit on the head by his brother. Heng Yi, I still really hate taking medicine. But now, no one would hit him on the head or blame him for his twisted logic anymore. Brother Heng Yi's pitiful appearance, which was so disgusting that he couldn't get up, caught the attention of the little boy Hong Cheng, who was seriously playing the role of Yegong Rabbit. He squatted beside Heng Yi with concern, timidly calling his name. Ever since Heng Yi successfully cured Shan Cheng, he had surpassed everyone except Shan Cheng, ranking second in Hong Cheng's heart. He no longer awkwardly referred to Heng Yi as doctor, but affectionately called him Brother Heng Yi, because brother was the closest term he knew. Huh? What's wrong, Hong Cheng? Is the medicine ready? Heng Yi has already mastered the art of a friendly smile perfectly, but his tongue has become twisted from bitterness, and his speech is all jumbled. You don't look so good. No, I'm fine. After saying this, as if to prove to Hong Cheng that he is indeed fine, he suddenly sits up and lifts Hong Cheng off the ground, tossing him high into the air and then catching him steadily. Hong Cheng is startled by this, but as he flies high up into the sky, that little bit of surprise immediately disappears, replaced by his joyous laughter. There is no little boy who doesn't he love to fly. No one has ever treated Hacheng this way. His father was too weak from a long illness, and his brother is only 4 years older than him. The household servants treated the 2 brothers like fragile porcelain dolls, and no one dared to let them play such risky games. But how pitiful that is. Heng Yi listened to the crisp laughter of children echoing in the yard, and thought to himself, he was just an 8-year-old child. His life shouldn't be filled with bitter medicine every day. He shouldn't be counting the days, thinking about how many years he had left to live. He shouldn't have lost his father at such a young age, relying only on his brother for support. He shouldn't have to learn to handle household matters at such a young age, understanding everything like an adult. He should be like he is now, laughing and playing. A child's life should be like this, filled with joy and laughter. Chapter 22. Request. Since that night, after Heng Yi completed the heart dissection experiment, he can no longer enter his subconscious world. The Heng Yi conjecture suggests that entering one's subconscious world may require a trigger. In previous instances, Heng Yi entered this world during times of great crisis or injury. Even further back, he found himself in this state when he died and was forced into a coma. Strangely, in the earliest instances, although he was clearly in his subconscious world, he did not remember who he was, nor did he recall events that had happened in the real world. Moreover, at that time, the world he saw, that sky, now seems more like an enormous blue flower on the other side. Also, what about the blue light spheres he consumed deep in the ocean? It's no wonder he thought he was dreaming. These bizarre occurrences, even now that he has found the truth, he still hasn't completely figured out. Heng Yi irritably touched his chest, but without being able to enter He didn't know if his methods would work on the blue other shore flower. And he couldn't proceed to the next experiment. Did he have to cut open his heart again? No, the risk was too great. It would be troublesome if he died. It wasn't that Heng Yi was afraid of death, but he still had unfinished business and couldn't just let himself die like that. Since he couldn't move forward on this side, he might as well switch to the other side. Heng Yi never gets tangled up in problems that cannot be solved at the moment. He only looks at the problems that can be addressed first. But I still need some experimental subjects. What? Mr. Heng Yi, you said you need. That's right, Shansheng. I need living evil spirits. Heng Yi Mu made a request to Xiang Shan Sheng, but in fact he knew he was making an absurd request, so he added, I don't mind their physical forms. I only want to study their structures. I want to know if there are other things besides the sun that can kill them, such as drugs. As a doctor, Heng Yi knows that everything in the world exists in a cycle of mutual restraint. Even the most powerful people or things have weaknesses. For example, the evil spirit Yu Yin possesses godlike strength and a rapidly regenerating body, but he fears the sun. The evil spirits created from his blood, like him, also fear the sun, but theoretically, they should have more weaknesses. Heng Yi cannot provide help to the Demon Slayer Corps in battle, but he is definitely not a worthless person in the eyes of the demons. He wants to do everything he can to help them more. I believe there must be something. They can't have just one weakness. Heng Yi's voice gradually weakened, and he somewhat regretted coming to make this request to Shansheng. He should have thought it through more. However, I need experimental samples. I know my request is a bit unreasonable. Forget it. I'll think of another way. No, Mr. Heng Yi. Seeing that Heng Yi was about to give up, Shansheng hurriedly spoke up to stop him. I'm not opposing your opinion. I'm just a bit surprised. You always come up with ideas that astonish me. Of course, I agree. I will convey your request to the team. Heng Yi looked at Shansheng's fair and smiling face and solemnly thanked him. Thank you very much, my lord. However, it's not a demand, it's a request. Please ensure that the team members collect experimental samples while prioritizing their safety. After all, my intention is for everyone to overcome the evil spirits and return safely. If this request leads to greater casualties, I fear I might have thoughts of harming myself. Didn't I say before, please don't call me my lord? Shansheng said, pretending to be dissatisfied upon seeing Heng Yi's serious expression. Rest assured, I want everyone to return home safely more than anyone else. I will convey the doctor's wishes properly. Very well, young Shansheng. Now, it's time to take your medicine. With that, Heng Yi expressionlessly conjured up a bowl of medicine and watched as Shansheng gulped it down, his fair little face scrunching up in distaste. Heng Yi was eagerly waiting for his experimental samples. He felt that he was gradually improving, and he was slowly regaining human emotions. For instance, he could slightly feel a bit of happiness. Everything was developing in a positive direction. How wonderful that was. No, he couldn't feel happy at all. What I meant was, bring me the ghosts and the dismembered bodies, not yourself in pieces. Heng Yi never expected that when he saw the team member with a scarred face again, he would see him broken into two pieces. This team member, named Yoshida Riki, had such an auspicious name given by his parents. And how heartbroken they would be to see him in his current state. In any case, when Heng Yi saw his right arm severed at the shoulder, he couldn't feel any happiness at all. The demon was also brought back in four pieces: the head, the right hand, the left leg, and the right leg. The torso and left hand reportedly had some issues and turned to ash after being exposed to the sun during transport. The Demon Slayer Corps members even divided the demon into 4 batches, packing the pieces into wooden boxes and placing them in 4 different locations. We don't know if the separated body of the demon will regenerate. Previously, there was no attempt to dismember demons for killing, as they were usually captured and dragged into the sunlight. It has already been observed for 10 days before being brought to you. Since the parts of his body are not all in one place, for safety reasons, please conduct experiments on them one by one. Also, please do not blame Ricky. He is the most cautious among us. Perhaps because he once almost got torn apart by a demon, he understands how powerful they are. We thought that since 10 days had passed and there was no movement in the boxes, we could open one of them on the way. Then, the torso with only a left hand attacked us, and Ricky lost his arm while trying to protect us. It's all my fault. Heng Yi looked at the team member in front of him, wiping away tears, and for a moment, he seemed to see himself crying, tied to a wooden cross in that dark little room. It's all because of me. What's your name? Heng Yi did not blame him, nor did he comfort him. As for me, my name is Tsongshan Zhongfu. Okay, I remember your name. You can go now, Zhongfu. Don't cry, focus on learning. Learn from this experience, and don't give yourself a chance to shed the same tears again. Heng Yi sent him out, and at the moment the door was about to close, He suddenly seemed to remember something and said to Zhong Fu, who was still dumbfounded and crying, "Also, I am not a quack." Zhong Fu was one of the team members who had participated in the attack on Heng Yi and had called him a quack. Bang! Then the door slammed shut right in front of him. Heng Yi returned to the house and looked at Yoshida Riki, who had fallen into a coma from blood loss. The wound at the severed arm was easy to treat. It wasn't life-threatening, and it wouldn't be difficult for Heng Yi to save his life. However, he would never be able to wield a knife again unless he started practicing with his left hand, which is very difficult for someone who is naturally right-handed. Moreover, the loss of an arm has a significant impact on a person. The worst part is that he would be unable to personally take revenge for his loved ones. Heng Yi knows this feeling. He inevitably thinks, "I am a worthless person. Is there any way? A way for him to continue fighting?" Heng Yi looked at his severed arm. If only it could be stitched back together. No, that wouldn't work. Even if it were stitched, the severed blood vessels and meridians couldn't be reconnected. A limb without blood flow has no vitality, and the severed meridians make it impossible to control that arm. Therefore, even if it were stitched, it would just be a lifeless object, a mere decoration. Is there really no way? Heng Yi silently looked at the teammate who had been disabled while trying to save others. Suddenly, he felt something stirring in his chest. Confused, he touched his chest and then slowly removed his hand, staring intently at his right hand. A tendril-like vein protruded from the fingertip of his right index finger. It swayed back and forth as if saying, "Why can't it be stitched up? Aren't I here?" Chapter 23. Absorption. Heng Yi thought it was already outrageous to find a flower in his heart, but he didn't expect there would be new surprises waiting for him. He stared at the blood-red vein that resembled the roots of a plant. Its appearance was very peculiar. It was called a vein simply because it was blood-red and emerged from his own flesh. However, its shape resembled the tendrils of some plants, or perhaps vines. Heng Yi can't help but associate the strange phenomena on his body with the blue othershore flower. But these small tentacles seemed to have no connection to the blue othershore flower at all. Heng Yi couldn't think of what part of the plant it resembled, so he stopped thinking about it. The urgent matter was the amputated arm of Yoshida Riki in front of him. Heng Yi determined that he could read its function and urgency from the swaying vein in front of him. Well, Heng Yi decided to take a chance with a dead horse. At the moment, he really had no better way to save his arm. "So don't let me down." Heng Yi aimed the cold, stiff right arm of the Lishi team member at the severed arm wound, then slowly brought the tentacle closer. Thinking to himself, suturing not only requires the surface to be stitched well, but the internal blood vessels and meridians must also be sewn up. If possible, the muscle tissue should be repaired as well. Before he could finish his thoughts, the tentacle eagerly plunged into the flesh of the Lishi team member's severed arm. Heng Yi could feel it weaving through flesh and blood in a marvelous way, stitching up damaged veins and meridians. Even the muscle tissue he and T had the chance to finish speaking about was gently sewn together by it. Just as Heng Yi felt it had completed everything it could do, it traveled down along the blood vessels of Lishi's right arm, as if clearing a pathway through the vessels. Finally, it returned the same way it came, disconnecting at the surface of the wound as it withdrew from Lishi's flesh, leaving behind circles of solidified bright red bloodlines. However, soon, these bloodlines gradually changed color, eventually turning into an inconspicuous dark red. Heng Yi felt that he had completely returned to the blood tendrils within his own lineage, sensing that it had absorbed some blood from Lishi's right arm. This blood did not flow when Lishi's right arm's blood vessels were opened. Could it be there was an act of bad blood? Immediately after, Heng Yi clearly felt this bad blood flowing along his own blood vessels, ultimately merging into his heart. Thump, thump. Heng Yi's heart raced violently for a moment. Then, he quietly waited for a while and realized that aside from his heartbeat becoming stronger, there were no other noticeable changes for the time being. I should have thought of this earlier. The blue flower of the other shore growing in Heng Yi's flesh and blood could not be treated as an ordinary plant, could it? Overall, it can survive through Heng Yi drinking water and basking in the sun, but its power would be weak. Just like a person who only eats vegetarian food, the flesh and blood are to it what meat is to the human body, providing it with strength. However, it seems to know where Heng Yi's bottom line is and adheres well to the rules he has established. It does not kill lives wantonly like a malevolent spirit, nor does it prey on humans in a cruel manner like a beast. Unexpectedly, on the other side, it coincidentally answered my questions here. But the answer was not quite to Heng Yi's liking. Am I supposed to eat people? Heng Yi shook his head vigorously. He felt that it would be better to kill him than to eat people. How about trying something else? For example, the flesh and blood of animals? As Heng Yi thought this, he bandaged the wound of the player from the Lishi team. He still didn't know how to explain to others how he had reattached the player's arm. To be honest, He would probably be treated like a ghost if he spoke the truth. If he couldn't do it, there would be regrets. If he could, there would be unspoken difficulties. Indeed, life is hard. Therefore, he asked not to disclose the truth to the team members. Kuchi honestly explained how he connected with Yoshida Riki's arm. He felt that if it were Yoshinari, he would be able to understand whatever happened to him. However, he concealed the fact that the blue distant flower grew on his heart, which is similar to the reason why Ryo couldn't live with him. Some secrets should forever be known by only one person. I see, what a divine ability, Mr. Kuchi. It's truly amazing. Heng Yi knows that Shancheng is just Shancheng and will never say anything that makes himself sad. In fact, I believe that the team members will no longer misunderstand you as they did before. After all, you're always thinking for them and doing your utmost to save their lives. Everyone is not someone who doesn't recognize good and bad. How could they possibly repay kindness with malice? Heng Yi feels that in Shancheng's eyes, apart from evil spirits, everyone else is good-hearted. However, Heng Yi doesn't think so. Although he has only lived a few more years than Shancheng, he has already seen the malice in many people's hearts. Most of the time, he doesn't care about this evil in human nature. One reason is that he doesn't have the leisure to pay attention to their boring hostility. And the other is that he doesn't feel the pain when the stick hasn't hit him. So you see, Heng Yi is also selfish. People are all selfish. However, Heng Yi yearns for the beautiful world in Shancheng's eyes, especially after experiencing the curse of a short life filled with illness. It is truly remarkable that he still maintains such a sincere heart. Heng Yi can no longer become such a person, but he is willing to protect such people. I hope this beautiful world will come soon. Also, please find a way to let them know that I cannot easily accomplish something like reattaching severed limbs. Heng Yi noticed Shancheng's puzzled expression and explained, if they believe that I can easily help them repair their bodies and reconnect severed limbs, they will fight recklessly. Thinking, since my limbs are broken, the doctor can just reattach them anyway. Heng Yi closed his eyes, as if envisioning a terrifying scene, and shook his head. Over time, what would happen if it developed to the point where one only knew how to attack and not how to defend? My strength is limited, human life is fragile, and I may not always be able to provide timely treatment. I still hope they become stronger and more cautious and avoid getting hurt. Shancheng had heard this and nodded in agreement. I understand now. I have a good idea that can make the team members more careful and attentive in future battles, so they won't get injured. Oh, Heng Yi looked at him in confusion. Shancheng did not explain in detail, only saying, you don't need to worry about the rest. Starting tomorrow, just don't show up in front of the team members. Coincidentally, the ghost body has also been returned, so you can start a research. The rest is up to me. When you see the team members again, there's no need to explain anything. Oh, okay. Since Shancheng said so, I understand. Heng Yi nodded slightly, resting his hands on his chest, and praised, you are indeed reliable, Shancheng. Shancheng looked at Heng Yi's carefree demeanor and felt quite helpless. Sometimes he had the illusion that Heng Yi was even younger than him, quite childish. Please don't tease me, Mr. Heng. Also, don't blame me for being verbose. But please pay attention to safety during the experiment. Shancheng's serious expression made Heng Yi sit up straight again, showing a well-behaved demeanor. After all, it was the body of a demon, and there were too many uncontrollable accidents. Moreover, because of the issue with the severed arm, I originally intended to arrange for 2 team members to guard you, but that can no longer be done. Only Shota and the others are by your side. They're just ordinary servants and not skilled in combat. Shota is one of the 2 servants Shancheng assigned to help Heng Yi. And Heng Yi actually didn't plan for any of them to witness the experiment. Don't worry, in this regard, no one is more cautious than I am. Heng Yi patted his chest and assured Shancheng. Shancheng held a skeptical attitude towards this. Oh, young Shancheng, what is that expression of distrust on your face? Have I lost your trust so soon? That really makes me sad. Heng Yi has skillfully mastered the art of feigning emotions, such as pretending to be sad, angry, or wronged, in order to deceive the 12-year-old boy Shancheng and the 8-year-old child Hongcheng. However, Shancheng never falls for it. He simply shakes his head in resignation and follows Heng Yi. If it's not true, go ahead and do it. Besides, he still has his ultimate means. Chapter 24. Research as Heng Yi looked at the arm in front of him, which was not connected to any part of a body yet continued to struggle. He couldn't help but marvel, despite already knowing that evil spirits possess strong vitality. There is no doubt that they're no longer related to humans. They merely maintain a human form. This is a strong adult male evil spirit, with muscular sinews bulging on the left arm, and the texture feels as hard as stone. The nails are dark blue and long and sharp, resembling the claws of a beast. It is obvious that the abnormal area lacks color, and due to the absence of blood flow, The skin of the entire arm presents an unnatural grayish-white hue. TSK. Heng Yi stared discontentedly at the experimental sample that kept moving around. He had securely tied it to the specially made experimental table, but its hands were still constantly moving. Well, what a troublesome experiment subject. Heng Yi had no choice but to divide the experimental sample into two parts, the palm and the arm. At least when studying the arm, it became much easier. Heng Yi can finally conduct experiments with peace of mind. 3 days later, Heng Yi has completed the same experiments on his right hand, left leg, and right leg, and has obtained some experimental results. Now, only the skull remains to be experimented on. Firstly, blood loss does not diminish their combat ability. Their bodies actually no longer have the process of blood flow, but this could also be because this specimen has no heart. However, for these limbs, the cut wounds heal quickly without leaving traces. Therefore, Heng Yi cut open the muscles, opened the wounds, and then cut the blood vessels while preventing the wounds from healing. Clearly seeing that the blood vessels stopped bleeding rapidly as if interrupted by something. In this case, does creating multiple wounds become meaningless? Heng Yi did not give up easily. Instead, he tirelessly repeated various methods to create wounds on the 3 samples. He was unwearied and full of patience. The conclusion he reached was that the demon's healing power was limited. Its wounds healed more and more slowly, and eventually, the wounds stopped healing altogether, remaining damaged but without any blood flow. Furthermore, even if the demon's body was divided into many parts, there was still a connection between them. During Heng Yi's experiments of creating wounds, the severed hand began to move continuously from the start, but later the frequency of its movements decreased until, finally, when the wound could no longer heal, the hand only twitched occasionally. In the end, Heng Yi collected the demon's blood and placed it in a container for observation. The blood of a normal person coagulates after flowing out, but the demon's blood did not, and over time, it slowly changed from bright red to dark red. Then, Heng Yi experimentally dripped in his own blood and that of his servant, and the results were vastly different. The demon's blood that had the servant's blood dripped into it quickly returned to bright red, as if it had regained vitality, while the demon's blood that had Heng Yi's blood dripped into it rapidly boiled and evaporated within just a few breaths. Heng Yi held the empty bowl, which left no trace behind, filled with. This seemed to indicate that his blood had a different effect on ghosts, but the experimental samples were insufficient and required more verification. Additionally, he attempted to let the bloodline tendrils in his body absorb the ghost's blood, but they showed no response. Heng Yi didn't know if his feelings were right, because he felt disgusted by the bad blood of the ogres, so his own bloodline tendrils probably also despised this kind of blood. It was too disgusting, hard to swallow, right? There were no more experiments to be done here, so he was planning to conduct an experiment on the skull of a demon. By the way, he wanted to see how Shansheng explained the matter of limb reattachment to the team members. Why did he always get surrounded by them every time he saw them? In fact, he really was an evil spirit, wasn't he? Otherwise, why would he always meet the Demon Slayer Corps in such a surrounded manner? And this time, the leader was still Yoshida Riki, who had claw marks on his face. Plop! As soon as he saw Heng Yi, he knelt down before him at lightning speed. Heng Yi hurriedly tried to help him up and then heard his voice, almost crying with excitement. Thank you so much for your help. It's really great that you're okay. Otherwise, I wouldn't know how to face myself. Do I have any injuries? How's my arm? Ah, it's fine. I've already used it properly. Heng Yi thought he was asking about the right-hand experiment of ghosts, so he answered him in a good mood. Please don't say that. It makes me feel ashamed and unsure of what to do. Huh, you. Heng Yi hadn't had a chance to ask him what he had to be ashamed of when he saw him quickly get up and say goodbye. Please take care of your health, and we will all be very careful as well. Don't get hurt so seriously again. Well then, farewell. Heng Yi noticed that he subtly glanced at his right arm, and then they hurriedly left. It seems they misunderstood something? But how could such a misunderstanding occur? Heng Yi cannot understand, but it doesn't matter. The goal has been achieved. Everything that Heng Yi had been maintaining with a good mood completely disappeared when he saw the head of the demon. This demon's head was bound to a wooden stake with iron chains, and there were 2 abnormal protrusions on either side of its neck, with 5 tumor-like flesh lumps at the ends. It looked like underdeveloped hands. No wonder the team members said it might regenerate. It must have attempted to grow 2 arms. But the other parts of its body had consumed a lot of energy to recover from the wounds Heng Yi kept inflicting, leaving it without enough strength to regenerate any extra flesh. It looked weak and dispirited, perhaps to prevent it from biting. An iron chain even wrapped around its mouth and was tied to the stake. As soon as this demon saw Heng Yi enter, it widened its eyes and gnawed at the chains with its sharp teeth, producing a harsh grinding sound. When Heng Yi saw the body parts of those demons with arms, He didn't feel anything particularly special, but when he saw the head of this evil demon in front of him, he finally felt a tangible sense of reality. What had the evil demon, Tsukihiko, done? What had he done to people to turn them into this? Whenever Heng Yi thinks of the moment he was caught, he recalls the question he was asked, what is life? Now, Heng Yi wants to turn the question back to him. What do you consider life to be? Heng Yi looked at the pitiful soul in front of him, trapped in a bizarre body that was already dead but still able to move, driven by a bloodthirsty desire, preying on its former kind like a beast. Heng Yi simply gazed calmly at the ghost who was cursing him even with iron chains in his mouth, slowly bringing his hands together in prayer. In a certain sense, they were no different from those who perished in natural disasters. However, natural disasters are unavoidable and invincible, while evil ghosts should not exist and are unforgivable. May your soul find peace. Now, let's see how many questions you can answer for me, Mr. Unknown Cannibal. Heng Yi approached him and unfastened the chain in his mouth. It would be even better if they could communicate, as he could provide more information than a corpse. Heng Yi happily asked, Mr. Evil Spirit, are you ready to answer questions? Chapter 25. Connection. Heng Yi believes that all intelligent life can be simply divided into two categories. One category is those that are good in the secular sense, such as kind people and loyal dogs. This is used to distinguish ghosts, specifically those who genuinely do not want to harm humans or become ghosts, but are forced to become ghosts nonetheless. Heng Yi feels great sympathy for such people and hopes to help them die painlessly, allowing them to sleep peacefully and find rest. The other type is like the one in front of him. You bastard scum. If you have the ability, let go of me, and I will definitely twist your head off and eat your heart and liver clean. This is the kind of person Heng Yi believes is beyond salvation. They only hide their true evil nature due to weakness and poverty while alive. When such a person becomes a ghost, in Heng Yi's eyes, they're just a pile of moving, rotten flesh. It's disgusting, and he really doesn't want to study such repulsive things. This ghost has no way to communicate. Ever since Heng Yi removed the chains from its mouth, every word it utters is either cursing Heng Yi or shouting about wanting to eat him or other Demon Slayer Corps members. No matter what question Heng Yi asks him, he always responds in this unyielding manner. Are his ears or brain broken? Can he still communicate? Heng Yi just coldly stared at him, his gaze gradually focusing on the top of his head. How could he make him faint? He really wanted to cut open his head and see what his brain looked like. The thought that this would be the first brain he had ever seen excited Heng Yi. Unfortunately, he still didn't have the ability to perceive excitement. It would come, excitement would come, and so would the brain. Perhaps Heng Yi's desire for his brain was too obvious. The ghost noticed his intentions and, recalling the constant feeling of injury in his own body, exclaimed, Ah, it's you bastard, who has been cutting my hands and feet with a knife, burning me with fire, and hitting me with things these past few days. Are you a pervert? Are you sick? Ah, to have a man-eating ghost describe me like this is truly, what have I done to deserve such praise? Heng Yi tilted his head with a fake smile, accepting the demon's assessment of him, while conveniently displaying the false humility he had learned from those boring people in the past. Compared to you guys, this is nothing. The demon was infuriated by Heng Yi's black and white attitude, its sharp teeth grinding loudly. It seems you're quite satisfied with how you look today, but unfortunately, you were still caught by the Demon Slayer Corps. Heng Yi shook his head regretfully. Since we have caught you, it won't be long before we catch that guy too. You know, it's that ghost who turned you into the way you are today. Heng Yi specifically mentioned the evil spirit Yu Yan, hoping to get more information about him, even his whereabouts, from this ghost. Unfortunately, that lord possesses terrifying power. He is stronger than anyone else. You members of the Demon Slayer Corps are no match for him. Heng Yi knew that he was hopelessly trapped in his admiration for the evil spirits, monsters with powerful inhuman abilities. However, he was still disgusted by the mindless glorification of these man-eating demons. Yes, they are terrifyingly strong, but just like you, they are afraid of the sun. Heng Yi shrugged. He couldn't help but poke at him a bit, feeling somewhat childish. Why say so much to the experimental subject? It's better to proceed with the next experiment quickly. You bastard. Lord Musen Kibutsuji is invincible. All right, he is invincible, and what about you? When Heng Yi was still subconsciously dismissing him, he heard a strange name. Just as he was about to ask, he noticed that the other person's expression suddenly changed. This ghost, who had been cursing and swearing, widened his mouth in terror as if someone had grabbed his throat. After letting out a short, sharp scream with a bang, his head exploded completely. Heng Yi was splattered all over his head and face with blood and flesh from the explosion that was not far from him. What's going on? It exploded without any warning, and now everything is dirty. Heng Yi looked at himself covered in bad blood and rotten flesh, then glanced around the room, which was in disarray and resembled a murder scene. Most importantly, his mind was gone. The ghost's brain, which he was about to dissect to see the truth, had just exploded, and this really saddened Heng Yi. Fortunately, his emotions were still pitifully few. Also, there was that strange name the ghost mentioned earlier. Kabutsuji? What kind of thing is that? Did this evil spirit even give itself a new name? I have to say, if it's a surname, it's quite absurd. If it's a given name, it's really ugly. Is he arrogantly trying to distance himself from his original family? Typical of him. Although he didn't spend much time with Tsukihiko, the experiences they shared were enough to see his character. Bitter and ungrateful, selfish and self-serving. He prided himself on being strong and invincible, but deep down, he was just a person who feared death. Oh dear, if his head is gone. Then what about his arms and legs? Are they still there? Heng Yi suddenly remembered the remains of the ghost he hadn't disposed of yet and hurriedly ran out, not even taking a moment to clean the blood on himself. However, when he arrived at the room where the right hand was stored, it was indeed already gone. The experimental table that had been holding the arm was left with a pool of blood, proving that the arm had melted into a puddle of blood right there. Indeed, even if the body parts were separated, they were still connected in some way. No need to check the legs. They must have turned into a puddle of blood as well. This is bad. When Heng Yi heard a terrified scream from the other side of the house, he instantly recognized it was Shota's voice and quickly ran back. However, Heng Yi forgot that he was covered in blood, so when he found Shota, he unintentionally gave him a second scare. Sorry, I'm really sorry for scaring you. But how did you end up here? Didn't I say not to come in? Heng Yi finally managed to calm down the terrified servant. But one can imagine the shock he would feel upon entering the room to find nothing but blood and flesh scattered everywhere, with neither himself nor the ghost in sight. Yes, I'm sorry, Mr. Heng Yi. I didn't mean to barge in. It was the master who asked me to find you, saying there's something important to discuss. S.H. Tar stammered, still trying to catch his breath as he looked at Heng Yi, who was wiping blood from his face. Oh, so it's Zen Seiji looking for me. Just in time, I have something to discuss as well. This ghost suddenly self-destructed, and I have some suspicions. But I need to verify them. I need new experimental samples. Really, this ghost is so fragile. Heng Yi wiped the blood off his face and turned around, only to see Zhao Tailang looking at him with a perverted gaze. When Zhao Tailang noticed Heng Yi looking at him, he quickly lowered his head. All right, I get it. I know what kind of image I have in your eyes. Whether it's humans or ghosts, I'm seen as a pervert. This is also a unique ability. Chapter 26. Debate after changing into a clean set of clothes. Heng Yi apologetically left the room that looked like a murder scene to Zhao Tailang and went to look for Zhencheng. I'm sorry, but I should just leave it as it is and come back myself. No, you go find the head of the family. I can handle it. Recalling Zhao Tailang's unpleasant expression, Heng Yi silently apologized to him again. He wondered what Zhencheng wanted from him. It had only been a few days, and he had already lost the experimental subject. Honestly, he felt embarrassed to even ask for another one. Heng muttered to himself while walking, feeling that he still needed to be frugal. Capturing demons was too difficult and dangerous for the current members of the Demon Slayer Corps. As far as he knew, the only weakness of demons, aside from sunlight, was nothing else. He originally wanted to conduct drug experiments on the demons by force-feeding them. But who would have thought that it would suddenly explode? Heng Yi was still contemplating whether there were other methods to get the medicine into the ghost body when he unknowingly arrived at the entrance of Shanqing's courtyard. Oh, got it. It might be feasible. Maybe I can try it next time. As Heng Yi just thought of a good idea and looked up, he saw someone he never expected to see here, just coming out of the Shanqing courtyard. It was Yoshihiro Bukitagawa, the grandson of his brother Yongi, and the only surviving bloodline of the entire Bukitagawa family. Heng Yi widened his eyes and instantly realized that he was wearing the uniform of the Demon Slayer Corps. A katana was strapped to his waist, identical to those of the other members. Had he joined the Demon Slayer Corps? Just as Heng Yi came to this realization and had not yet reacted, the boy, Liang Yu, had already seen him and was the first to pull a face. I didn't expect to see you here, you coward. After saying this mocking remark, he turned away from Heng Yi, seemingly dismissing him. The first part of that sentence should have been said by me. Where did the second part come from? Including the demon. This was already the second time Heng Yi had been scolded today. No, why did you join the Demon Slayer Corps? Hearing something he found ridiculous, Liang Yu instantly turned his gaze back, looking coldly at Heng Yi, and retorted, why can't I join? His eyes held the kind of hatred that Heng Yi had seen in the eyes of many Demon Slayer Corps members. Should someone like you just hide behind others, watching everyone get killed, and then live on in cowardice? Although Heng Yi had lost most of his ability to perceive emotions, he was still rendered speechless by the boy's gaze, which felt like a tangible hatred. However, compared to the boy's reckless determination to join the Demon Slayer Corps, these words seemed insignificant. Heng Yi had no intention of speaking kindly to the young man anymore. He just wanted him to abandon this idea. So he said, "What I do has nothing to do with you. I only know that you shouldn't and can't join the Demon Slayer Corps." "Why? What gave you the right to say that? You don't still think you're my great uncle, do you? What qualifications do you have to tell me what to do?" Liang Yu was enraged by Heng Yi's words, his face flushed with anger, and he was almost ready to fight Heng Yi. "No, it's not about who I am, but about you. Because you are too weak." Heng Yi has always maintained a calm demeanor. His words were not only meant to persuade Liang Yu to give up on joining the Demon Slayer Corps, but also reflected his true thoughts. "Our family has been in the medical profession for generations. We can't even handle farming, let alone fighting." Heng Yi's gaze swept over Liang Yu's body without any emotion. "With such a frail and weak body, how could you fight against a knife-wielding, man-eating demon?" Heng Yi took another step forward, blocking the sunlight with his tall figure, which left Liang Yu completely in his shadow. Heng Yi looked down at the 14-year-old boy with indifference, meeting his gaze coldly. "Have you ever seen a ghost? Do you know how unimaginably powerful they are? They can easily tear apart the body of a strong man with their claws and then feast on his flesh and drink his blood. Have you ever witnessed such a hellish scene? You ask me on what grounds, but I must ask you, on what grounds do you believe you could become a member of the Demon Slayer Corps? You were lucky enough to escape the clutches of an evil spirit with your life, yet you do not cherish it, instead recklessly running toward your own death? Fool! I can't help but wonder, is this how Kanji taught you?" "Shut up. I won't allow you to speak of my father. You're the culprit that caused their deaths." The autumn breeze rustled through the treetops, making the leaves whisper as if they were discussing or sighing. Why must the last two men of the Shizukawa family hurt each other with words when they are each other's last relatives in this world? Silence spread between them. After a long while, Heng Yi closed his eyes, averted his gaze, and no longer looked at the boy. He then took a step back, allowing the sunlight to envelop the boy once more. "I will explain to Lord that you are not suitable to join the Demon Slayer Corps. You can't join. Go home and live well. I believe both Kenji and your brother wish for that." With that, Heng Yi walked past Liang Yu and headed toward Shanqing's house. "Impossible. You think I'll give up? You coward. Are you trying to stop me just because you dare not fight? Why do you have to mention Grandpa?" The boy chased after Heng Yi, but was soon blocked by the household servants in the courtyard. He stared fiercely at Heng Yi's back and shouted loudly, "Just wait and see. I won't give up. I will avenge my father, mother, and grandpa with my own hands. Just watch." Heng Yi paused slightly upon hearing this, but did not turn back to look at him. Instead, he continued walking toward Shanqing's room. "You have met that child, and this is what I wanted to tell you." Shanqing offered Heng Yi a cup of tea. In the past, he thought Heng Yi did not need to eat or drink, so he had never poured tea for him. "I heard from Hong Cheng that you have also prepared medicine for yourself. Is there something wrong with your health?" Heng Yi didn't answer for a moment. He lowered his head and looked at the cup of tea, but his mind was still replaying the argument with Liang Yu earlier. He found the tea very fragrant, so much so that it stirred up a long-dormant desire for drinking. So he picked up the cup and took a sip, experiencing the flavor of the tea leaves that he hadn't tasted in a long time, lingering in his mouth and on his tongue. The aroma of the tea suppressed the irritation and resentment that Liang Yu had stirred up in him. "My body is fine. It's just a study, no need to worry." Heng Yi put down the teacup and talked to Shanqing about what had just happened. "You must have heard everything, so can you agree to my request?" Shanqing seemed to always have a reassuring smile. Instead of directly answering Heng Yi's question, he first asked Heng Yi a question. "Mr. Heng Yi, is it really because Yu Kun is too weak that you won't let him join?" Heng Yi was taken aback for a moment and replied, "This is of course my true thought, but the most important thing is that he is the only bloodline of my brother in this world. Perhaps I am too selfish, but I would rather sacrifice myself than see him lose his life in pursuit of the evil spirits." Heng Yi honestly answered Shanqing that he just wanted to protect his brother's descendants, at least leave one of them, so he wouldn't have to bear such hatred. Upon hearing Heng Yi's response, Shanqing shook his head and replied, "But I cannot refuse a child for such a reason, Mr. Heng Yi. Almost all the Demon Slayer Corps members join for the strong desire to avenge their families. If I refuse this boy based on that reason, how will I face the other members in the future? So is it not possible? Can't you agree to my request?" Heng Yi lowered his head in disappointment upon hearing this. "No, there's still one way." Shanqing's words made Heng Yi immediately lift his head, and he asked in confusion, "What way?" Shanqing smiled and said, "Hold a selection." "Selection?" "Yes. Team Member Selection. Chapter 27. Team Member Selection. In fact, I realized long ago that not everyone who loses important people to demons is skilled in combat. Many are simply the old, weak, women, and children, or patients bettered in with illness. Their hatred is no less than anyone else's, but they lack the strength to pick up a knife and declare war on the evil spirits. Shan Chung asked Heng, "Does that mean they can't take revenge for their loved ones themselves?" Heng Yi certainly knows it's not the case, as he himself is like this. Of course it's not, as long as everyone does their best to contribute to the cause of slaying demons. Even if it's just by living strong and diligently, then I believe that counts as avenging their loved ones. However, many people do not think this way. Heng Yi understood the reason why Shan Chung said this. Many people believe that if they don't personally kill the evil spirits with their own hands, they cannot truly take revenge. Women and the elderly are somewhat different. They almost naturally think they cannot fight against the evil spirits, and most continue to live their lives. Some are even willing to do what they can at the production house. The production house family can also shelter them and provide assistance. However, what I see more often are untrained men and even children fighting the evil spirits with knives. Shan Chung shook his head, his face filled with regret and sadness. They almost all end up dying in battles against the evil spirits, and those who are lucky enough suffer severe injuries or become disabled. I feel that this is not right. People should do what they are suited for, but how can we judge what someone is truly suited for? Then, I came up with a method to assess them through team selection to see if they have the ability to fight against the evil spirits. Experienced team members would evaluate them to determine if they have the talent for combat, and those who do not qualify will not be allowed to join the Demon Slayer Corps. What do you think of my idea, Mr. Heng Yi? Shan Chung looked at Heng Yi with bright, hopeful eyes. Heng Yi thought this idea was very good and expressed his agreement. This idea is really nice, Shan Chung. However, he felt there were areas that could be improved, so he raised some questions. Is this assessment a one-time opportunity? If they fail, will they give up on themselves? I think there could be a second chance for the assessment, but there should be a gap, like a year. That way, if they pass the assessment next year, they can join the Demon Slayer Corps. If not, after such a long time, they can start their lives anew. So, Heng Yi and Shan Chung discussed more about the selection of team members back and forth. Then, I think we can appropriately expand the scope of selecting demon slayers, not just limited to those with deep grudges against demons. I believe some talented individuals who are aware of the existence of evil spirits would also choose to join the Demon Slayer Corps to eradicate them. Yes, you're right, Mr. Heng Yi. We can allow more ambitious and capable people to join the Demon Slayer Corps as companions. Or rather, it's a recruitment, of course, after they understand what they're fighting against and still wish to be recruited. This still needs to be considered further. Also, I think we can have some combat personnel who cannot fight on the front lines to teach aspiring newcomers. This way, we can assess the potential of newcomers before selection. Their experience is very rich, and it would be a pity to let them retire. Yes, I think so too. Furthermore, the already enlisted members can also continue to learn from their seniors to enhance their own strength. Heng Yi and Shan Chung discussed late into the night and basically finalized the outline for the selection exam. Half a month later, the first team member selection was held at the Yashiki residence, and Heng Yi was present to observe. There were not many participants in this selection, only 8 people, all of whom appeared to be young men, aged around 15 to 20. As soon as Heng Yi saw Yang Yu, he was staring intently at Heng Yi, his gaze seeming to say, "Just watch, I will definitely pass the selection and join the Demon Slayer Corps." Heng Yi did not respond to him and calmly turned his gaze away. This was the result of his discussion with Shan Chung half a month ago. As Shan Chung said, everyone has the right to choose to take revenge for their important ones, and the only difference lies in the method. Liang Yu has now chosen to pick up the knife and declare war on the demons. As his elder, Heng Yi should not have immediately denied him. Instead, he should first acknowledge the courage it takes to do this, and then assess whether he has the capability to do so. That day, he was concerned and thus confused. Heng Yi has decided that if Liang Yu can really pass the selection process with his own strength, he will no longer obstruct his joining the Demon Slayer Corps. They're all declaring war on demons in their own ways at the cost of their lives. Heng Yi is also familiar with several team members responsible for the assessment. There is the team member Yoshida Riki, who has claw marks on his face, and Nishii Nobuki, who once described Heng Yi as a resurrected corpse, among others. Heng Yi glared at the back of that team member with a dark expression, as if silently accusing him with his eyes. It was the same team member who, half a month ago, cried and said it was all his fault, and who had also once called Heng Yi a quack. Heng Yi holds a grudge. The selection process went smoothly and ended quickly, with all 8 candidates failing as expected. This was a predictable outcome, as they had no chance against the Demon Slayer Corps members who fought life and death with evil spirits every day. Of course, there are geniuses in this world who possess innate combat talent, but such individuals are too rare and uncommon. Among them, only 2 boys were evaluated to have combat talent, but they were too immature. One of the boys had a shocking fighting style. He completely abandoned defense and relentlessly attacked, nearly causing a member of the Susan Shigeo team to get injured. However, his style was also easily exploited, leading to his quick defeat at the hands of the more experienced Susan Shigeo team member. Fortunately, you listened and learned to be cautious, which is quite good. These 2 do not include Ryoyu. As Heng Yi mentioned, the Nashikawa family has inherited the medical path for generations, and, as the eldest grandson of the family head, Eiichi, how could he not learn medicine? Moreover, he is only 14 years old, so where would he get combat experience? Keiichi looked at the defeated boy from a distance. He was kneeling on the ground, panting heavily and hanging his head in despair. His opponent was Yoshida Riki, who seemed to know the relationship between Ri and Keiichi. He fought hard, seemingly intending to use physical pain to persuade the boy to completely abandon the thought of joining the Demon Slayer Corps. Heng Yi subtly met his gaze and nodded slightly to express gratitude. The pain now is to ensure that you won't easily lose your life in the future. Be grateful. Liangyu. Heng Yi didn't know how long this could keep Liangyu calm, but at least before he had the ability to protect himself, he couldn't risk his life against the evil spirits. If he could achieve success in the coming year and pass the assessment smoothly, it would be the result of his own efforts, and Heng Yi had no reason to stop him anymore. Winter was approaching, and the weather was gradually getting colder. However, it was now afternoon, and the sunlight was just right, neither cold nor hot. Heng Yi lazily basked in the just right sunlight, comfortably squinting his eyes. It was time for him to set off, as the weather was perfect. Chapter 28, The Journey. Dear Shan Chung, reading your letter feels like meeting you in person, and it brings a smile to my face. It has been more than a month since I left the production house in the mansion. The cold wind has started to sweep across the land, and snowflakes are dancing in the air, making the winter atmosphere increasingly thick. I imagine the scenery there is similar. Over the past month, I have been traveling as a wandering doctor in the villages near the capital, passing by many rural homes in the mountains, exchanging medical services and medicine for a place to stay, while also gathering news from the area. The matter of the man-eating demon has not spread. Many families have not heard of it. When I mention it, most people treat it as a rural rumor, and the road to widespread awareness is still long. I also have some joyful progress to share with you in detail upon my return. Also, with the cold winter days, please make sure you and Hong Cheng keep warm, and kindly send my regards to Hong Cheng and the other team members. Everything is well, so please do not worry. Heng Yi respectfully presents. On a country road dressed in white, a young man dressed simply was walking slowly with a wooden box on his back. He was taller than the average adult male, with a tall and well-proportioned figure. At first glance, his hair color seemed ordinary black, but upon closer inspection, the tips gradually transformed into an imperceptible blue. In dim lighting, one might not even notice this subtle blue hue. His expression was calm and indifferent, with deep, distant eyes, and if you stared into them for long, you would notice a faint blue glow emanating from the depths of his pupils. Suddenly, he stopped in his tracks and said helplessly, "Enough, come back quickly. You've run too far." Strangely, there was no one around him. He waited in place for a while, as if waiting for a playful child to catch up. Meanwhile, beneath the ground, a blue tentacle rapidly retreated towards Heng Yi's direction, and in the blink of an eye, it was completely retracted from beneath the man's feet. The young man continued, walking only after it returned with lingering reluctance. This young man was Heng Yi, who had just left the Canoe family estate. He had initially intended to continue his experiments on demons at the Canoe estate, but possibly due to the provocation of Ryoyu's words, or perhaps out of fear that the Demon Slayer Corps members might be harmed again while trying to capture demons, or maybe both, he began his journey. He had also thought that as a doctor without any fighting ability, it was too dangerous to travel alone. What if you were caught by an evil demon again? However, Heng Yi reconsidered and realized it wasn't quite like that. First of all, Kabutsuji, it's really hard to pronounce, should think he is dead. Otherwise, after all this time, why hasn't he come to find him? Also, how did he manage to find him on the very first night after returning to the capital? Was he following him all the time? That's impossible. If so, he would have acted long ago. Why wait until he returned home at night? And how could he follow him during the day when he couldn't be exposed to sunlight? considering the rumors of demons in the village at that time. Heng Yi believed that the demon in the village must have relayed the message to Kibutsuji, or perhaps he actively saw him through that demon, because that demon could not possibly recognize him, who had died 50 years ago. Only Kibutsuji knew him. Furthermore, through that demon who self-destructed, Heng Yi deduced that the last thing it said was that Kibutsuji was invincible. Then it self-destructed. Therefore, Heng Yi speculated that Kibutsuji had the ability to respond to or control this demon just by mentioning his name, such as being able to see what this demon saw and directly manipulating it to commit suicide. However, this was all speculation based on what was happening around him. But if what he thought was true, then his experiments on capturing demons at the canoe estate would become extremely dangerous. If Kibutsuji suddenly controlled the experimental demon, the consequences would be unimaginable. This was also one of the reasons he decided to leave the canoe estate. However, it's not certain. If my speculation is correct, he should have seen me through that demon that keeps mentioning me. So why hasn't he come to catch me yet? It still needs verification. Secondly, Heng Yi himself had nothing left to lose. All he had remaining was his own life. When he left, Ryo had already started training at the canoe estate, so he didn't have to worry about his safety at all. As for Heng Yi himself, unfortunately, he had lost most of his emotions, including fear and hatred. His actions now were all being controlled by his true self, the so-called doing what you want to do. Heng Yi just wants to eliminate the evil spirits that shouldn't exist, to bury those who should be buried, and make the sinful things disappear. Just like a doctor's duty is to treat and save lives. Both ghosts and diseases should be healed and eradicated. This is what he wants to do most while he is alive. As Heng Yi pondered these matters, he walked along the country road. Suddenly, he felt a movement in his chest. He raised his hand, and, sure enough, a small blood-lined tentacle extended from his index finger, pulling Heng Yi in a certain direction. This was the most exciting progress he had made in the past month. He could communicate with the blood-lined tentacle within his body. In fact, it became capable of communication when Heng Yi had not yet left the production house. If he had to pinpoint an opportunity, Heng Yi was uncertain or found it hard to believe. Because on that day, after the little creature had rejected the flesh and blood of the demons, it was awakened by a cup of tea that Xin Cheng had given to Heng Yi. What a strange little thing. This also left Heng Yi confused about what it actually liked to eat. However, during the days he had been out over the past month, it seemed to have fully awakened, and its favorite thing to do every day was to slip away from Heng Yi to play. As a part of Heng Yi that extended from him, he could sense it within a certain range, including the things it touched or consumed. This feeling was peculiar. Heng Yi felt as though he had extended a new limb, or rather a mouth, beyond his original body. Indeed, it was gluttonous but picky. It wouldn't eat the disgusting, rotten flesh of demons or decaying animal corpses. It preferred delicious liquids, such as fine tea and clear spring water from the mountains. Right now, as it tugged Heng Yi forward, it must have sensed some food ahead. All right, I got it, stop pulling me. It hadn't found anything to eat during its recent outings, and the reason was simple. This area was sparsely populated, and it was deep winter with everything in a state of slumber. Heng Yi didn't know how to hunt, so naturally, it had nothing to eat. Knowing it had only drunk snowmelt water for the past few days was unfair to you. I hope you can have something good today. The bloodline tentacle twisted vigorously, pulling Heng Yi in that direction as if urging him to hurry. Hey, let's go back, someone is coming. Heng Yi walked in this direction for a short while when he encountered a man. It was a middle-aged man dressed as a hunter, carrying an old wooden bow on his back and holding a bleeding rabbit in his hand. The man also saw Heng Yi and looked somewhat surprised, as if he didn't expect to encounter anyone here. Keiichi Fushigawara skillfully hung a kind smile and introduced himself. Hello, my name is Keiichi Fushigawara, and I am a traveling doctor. Chapter 29, Ambushed. Heng Yi naturally knows what the bloodline tendrils have sensed, which is the rabbit still dripping with blood in the hands of the hunter Zheng Ji in a mountain. Unfortunately, you won't be able to eat it today. Heng Yi sighed in regret in his heart. When it was inside Heng Yi's body, it could only react with a slight jump, and if one observed the surface of the skin, they would notice a small bulge in the blood vessels. I can't do anything about it. You can't expect me to rob someone of their food supplies. After hearing Heng Yi say he was a traveling doctor, the hunter warmly invited Heng Yi to his home and mentioned that there was a sick child, but due to the snow, he couldn't go far to find a doctor. He was the only doctor in a nearby dozen or so villages, and usually, when people got sick, they would go to him. However, a couple of days ago, the snow was too heavy and the child fell ill, so they couldn't go to him. It's truly a blessing from the gods that I ran into you. Heng Yi maintained a gentle and friendly smile as he listened to him speak, while silently comforting the bloodline tendrils in his heart. I live in the mountains with my wife and 2 children. The one who is sick is my eldest, and he is only 9 years old. The younger one is not even a year old yet. If I take the eldest to see a doctor, leaving my wife with the little one, I can't help but worry. At this point, he lowered his voice, and Heng Yi keenly noticed a hint of fear in his expression. Moreover, there have been such rumors around here lately. Oh, what kind of rumors? Zheng Ji stuttered a bit, as if afraid to say it, and Heng Yi seemed reluctant to go back with him. Seeing this, Heng Yi no longer continued the topic and turned to say to him, "It's great to meet you before nightfall. I've been roughing it for the past few days and haven't had a good rest. Today, I can finally have a place to shield me from the wind and snow." In fact, Heng Yi was not tired at all and did not need to eat. It made no difference to him where he rested. He said this merely to reassure Zheng Ji. Sure enough, upon hearing Heng Yi's words, the hunter Zheng Ji's dark face broke into a smile. "You can rest assured. My house is very sturdy. We have plenty of charcoal, and there's food too. Please, make yourself at home. Well, then I won't be polite. Please rest assured. I will check on your child's condition and will do my best to treat them." "Ah, thank goodness. I really appreciate it." His speech carried a bit of rural dialect, which Heng Yi found very endearing, reminding him of the elderly in his village during his childhood. They spoke normally, but such little quirks made Heng Yi feel closer to them. Although Heng Yi's body no longer feared the cold and his heart had lost most of its emotions like wood, he still yearned for the warmth and care that came from his kind. Even though he could no longer be considered one of them, he felt that he and humanity were still kindred spirits. Hearing Zheng Ji's simple gratitude, Heng Yi's false smile held a hint of sincerity. There's no need to be polite. This is what a doctor should do. It wasn't until dusk that Heng Yi finally saw a house with smoke rising from it in the distance. Through their conversations along the way, Zheng Ji had already come to regard Heng Yi as a kind, gentle, approachable, and helpful person. He pointed a finger at the house and tugged at Heng Yi's sleeve, hurriedly pulling him towards home. "That's my house. My wife should have already prepared dinner. After I go back and deal with this rabbit, please enjoy the rabbit I roast. I'm not bragging. Everyone praises my rabbit roasting skills." Heng Yi felt quite helpless because of his impatience. The house was just ahead, and there was no need to rush like this. "So, I apologize for the trouble, and thank you very much for your warm hospitality." Perhaps it was because Heng Yi, as a doctor, had always used honorifics with himself as a hunter that Zheng Ji was deeply touched, and he became even more enthusiastic towards Heng Yi. As they approached the house, a slightly haggard-looking woman stood at the door. She looked anxious, but relaxed a little upon seeing Zheng Ji, only to become tense again when she noticed Heng Yi being pulled along by Zheng Ji. "Welcome home, dear husband. Who is this?" "Oh, I'm back, Kazuki. This is Dr. Katsuchi Nishikawa, whom I encountered on the way, and I specifically invited him to come back to treat Hiroki." Keiichi Heng Yi noticed the woman's uneasy expression and broadened his friendly smile, greeting her warmly. "Excuse me, madam. My name is Keiichi Bushikawa, and I am a traveling doctor. It's a pleasure to meet you, and I apologize for the intrusion." Seeing Keiichi's polite demeanor, the woman seemed to relax a bit. After all, Keiichi's cheerful and handsome appearance, along with his gentle and sunny disposition, was quite reassuring. "Ah, please come in. I prepared some hot water to warm you up. It's too cold outside." There's no rashi. Let me check on the child first. Their illness is urgent." After saying this, the woman's anxiety completely dissipated. For this mother, nothing was more important than her sick child. After examining the child's illness and confirming it was just a result of catching a cold, Keiichi shared a meal with the family in the mountains. Speaking of which, this was the first time he had eaten rice since his rebirth. Over the past month, the bloodline tendrils had consumed some fruit from plants, the flesh and blood of frozen little animals, and had drunk some spring water, but apart from snowmelt, Keiichi had not eaten anything else. It felt quite special. Heng Yi held a bowl filled with rice, feeling the warm touch in his palm, experiencing a sense of being in another world. He was stunned for a moment, then suddenly began to gobble down the rice, surprising the couple in the mountains, who thought about how long it had been since he last ate and felt sorry for the child being so hungry. Indeed, it had been 50 years since he had eaten. This bowl of rice seemed to contain the first half of Heng Yi's life, as he devoured it like a starving ghost reincarnated. Finally, he raised his head reluctantly, showing a bit of embarrassment. "Can I have another bowl?" The couple in the mountains were taken aback for a moment, then burst into laughter. "Haha, of course you can. There's plenty of rice." The people in the mountains were so simple and unpretentious. Winter was still long, and perhaps their food was just enough for self-sufficiency, but at that moment, They were not stingy with their grain and did not worry about their future livelihood. They were genuinely grateful to Heng Yi and warmly offered him everything they could. Heng Yi felt warmth, as if his cold body could suddenly feel temperature. This is what it means to be alive, right? Yong Yi, Shan Chung. Heng Yi wolfed down his second bowl of rice, while the Shan Zhong couple just smiled at him, their smiles devoid of any mockery, filled instead with genuine concern. Just before falling asleep, Zheng Ji brought up the rumor he had mentioned earlier during their conversation. Not long ago, it was rumored in the nearby villages that a man-eating ghost would appear at night. Zheng Ji's face took on the same fear he had shown earlier. He originally didn't believe in such things, thinking there were no ghosts in this world, but then, Gung Erlang was really attacked. He was eaten by a ghost. The more he recounted, the worse Zheng Ji's expression became. He lowered his voice, trembling as he said, "I saw his body. It didn't look like it had been eaten by a beast. I've been hunting in the mountains since I was young, and I know what it looks like when a beast attacks. Gung Erlang's body wasn't like that." Heng Yi listened to the howling wind outside the window and felt that the wind was stronger than before. Although the window was closed, the wind that seeped in through the gaps still made the candle flicker unsteadily. "So, has anyone ever seen a ghost?" Heng Yi stood up as he spoke, walked to the window, and closed it more tightly. "Who has ever seen such a thing? Perhaps those who have seen ghosts have all been eaten." Zheng Ji looked anxious, clearly having been left with a significant psychological shadow from the corpse of Gung Erlang. Just as Heng Yi was thinking about how to gently inform him that this rumor was unfounded, he heard a clicking sound coming from the window behind him. Strange. Hadn't the window been closed? Just as Heng Yi was about to turn around to take a look, he felt a heavy breath behind him, a cold sensation brushing against his back. Then, he saw Zheng Ji staring in terror at something behind him, as if he had seen something incredibly horrifying. Mouth agape, but unable to make a sound. At the same time, he heard a gloomy voice behind him, its words unclear, as if the tongue was not in the right position. "Haven't you seen it?" Chapter 30, Fierce Battle. Heng Yi suddenly turned around and saw a wicked ghost with a mouth full of sharp teeth. Its tongue slithered and twisted like a serpent's forked tongue, extending out of its mouth, with saliva dripping down along its tongue and slightly open mouth, exuding a strong stench of blood. It was greedily staring at Heng Yi and the family in the mountains, its gaze resembling that of a hungry wolf fixating on its prey, sending chills down one's spine. Heng Yi had also thought about what to do if he encountered a malevolent spirit, but due to the ghost blood's reaction to his own blood and his fearless state, he chose to travel alone. Moreover, he felt that everything happening to him lately was good, and he should not be that unlucky. Many things that most people encounter only once in their lives seem to happen to him repeatedly. However, the reality was that he was indeed that unlucky. Or perhaps, was there something attracting them to seek him out? Thanks to his numb state, Heng Yi did not feel afraid of the ghosts that suddenly appeared behind him. Instead, he subconsciously began to speculate on the reason. This subconscious thought occurred in an instant, and then his body reacted before his brain did. He lunged directly at the malevolent spirit, using his entire weight to push the ghost away from the window and out of the house. Inside were Zheng Ji, who was unarmed and in a state of fear, a powerless woman, and a child. Heng Yi thought to use his body to buy some time against the ghost, even if it was just long enough for Zheng Ji to react and escape with his family. So, in that moment of lunging out, Heng Yi shouted loudly, "Run. It's a man-eater." Then he rolled out into the snowy ground with the ghost. The malevolent spirit did not expect Heng Yi to rush at him and was pushed out of the house, but once he reacted, he immediately sank his sharp claws into Heng Yi's shoulder and cursed, "You bastard dare to do this? Then I'll make sure to eat you first before the others." After saying this, the ghost's long tongue quickly retracted into his mouth, and he opened his bloody maw to bite at Heng Yi's neck, seemingly trying to quickly pierce through it and incapacitate him. However, just as his fangs broke through Heng Yi's skin, causing Heng Yi's blood to flow into his throat, he screamed as if suddenly burned and jumped back, releasing Heng Yi. However, the burning sensation in his throat did not disappear just because he let go of Heng Yi. He opened his mouth wide and stuck out his long tongue, which had come into contact with Heng Yi's blood, making a sizzling sound as if barbecuing raw meat over a charcoal fire. That scalding blood flowed down his throat like lava, causing his stomach to churn violently. His hands clawed at his throat in vain, his sharp nails tearing into his skin. Then he pounded his belly as if trying to smash the fireball inside. His speech became even more incoherent. "What the hell are you? I'm gonna..." Heng Yi just covered the wound on his neck and watched him jump up and down. He had guessed correctly. A ghost indeed cannot drink its own blood. it would get burned like drinking lava and wouldn't recover for a while. So, is it effective only when entering the body? Or is it also effective on the surface of the skin? Heng Yi thought to himself and lowered his right hand, which had been covering the wound. He could feel that the bite from the ghost was almost healed, but there was still blood from his own body on his hand. So in the next moment, he climbed up without hesitation and ran towards the evil ghost. As long as he touched it, he would know if it worked. The evil ghost had not yet recovered from the pain when it saw Heng Yi running towards it with his blood-red right hand, and it retreated in fear. Just then, whoosh, a wooden arrow shot from behind Heng Yi, piercing straight into the right side of the evil ghost's chest. It was already panicking and retreating, and the pain from the wooden arrow caused it to stumble and fall to the ground. Heng Yi knew that only Zheng Ji could shoot arrows. He did not intend to let go of this opportunity he had created for himself. Without looking back, he used all his strength to charge towards the evil spirit, pressing his bloodied right hand fiercely against the spirit's face. Immediately, the evil spirit's pig-like scream made Heng Yi feel very reassured. However, the moment the evil spirit felt the pain, it unleashed a tremendous force, swatting Heng Yi away. Heng Yi rolled for more than 10 meters in the snow before finally coming to a stop. Heng Yi got up and looked at the wailing evil spirit. The bloody hand left a fiery red palm print on his face, sizzling and emitting smoke. He desperately tried to wipe the blood off his face, but when his hand touched the blood, it felt like it was being burned and recoiled. Thus, he repeated the process of wiping and being burned over and over again. And this little bit of blood continuously harmed him. Why not just use his clothes to wipe it off? How stupid. When Heng Yi discovered that his blood could restrain the ghost, he felt that there was no longer any threat. From then on, all he had to do was burn the ghost with his blood until the sun rose. Although this would waste a good experimental material, Heng Yi still had concerns about the family in the house behind him. Damn it, damn it. Just as Heng Yi was thinking about how to continue approaching the ghost seemed to finally be thoroughly enraged by the unhealable burns, letting out a roar and charging towards Heng Yi despite the pain. This was exactly what Heng Yi wanted. He was worried about how to get closer, and now the ghost was coming to him. So he also ran towards the evil spirit. However, something unexpected happened. When the evil spirit reached in front of him, it suddenly stopped and twisted itself into a position that no human could ever achieve, moving to Heng Yi's side and behind him. Oh no, its target isn't me. In an instant, Heng Yi understood the evil spirit's intention. Realizing it couldn't deal with him, it turned its attention to the family in the mountain. Heng Yi quickly turned around and chased after the evil spirit, but the ghost was incredibly fast, and there was no way Heng Yi could catch up. The situation took a sudden turn as Heng Yi saw the ghost crash through the door, the wooden house crumbling before it like tofu. Then, the cannibalistic ghost, which Heng Yi had just deemed somewhat foolish, cleverly chose the most defenseless human present, Zheng Jishang's infant son in the cradle. No, don't. Heng Yi watched helplessly as the demon's claws reached for the baby in Ji Huai's arms, but another scene floated in his mind. In the dimly lit room, it was the image of Kong Ji and Jian Ji, captured and brutally killed by that person, no, that demon. It was he who placed his hand on Yong Yi's head. Am I still just going to watch? Can I do nothing? Can I save no one? No. I don't want this. I don't want to just watch anymore. I want to save him. I want to save them. Just as Heng Yi was roaring in his heart, in his subconscious world, the man imprisoned in the blue spider lily cage suddenly opened his eyes. The cage shattered in an instant. Chapter 31. Devour. When Heng Yi first saw the man in his subconscious world, who looked exactly like him except for his hair, he felt that this should be the embodiment of the emotions he had lost. The snow-white hair and the tears that would never dry were evidence of his inability to accept. And just getting close to him made Heng Yi feel the overwhelming sadness emanating from him. The blue resurrection flower revived Heng Yi's body, but could not awaken his soul, which was deeply trapped in despair after facing great calamity. He actually knew everything. He just wanted to escape the desperate reality, even if it was just for a moment. However, in the end, he woke up because he could not bear to see anyone else die in front of him due to his own incompetence. The blue resurrection flower had long since merged with him, responding to his plea. In the snow, time seemed to freeze in Heng Yi's eyes at the moment the cannibalistic demon extended its claws toward the weak infant. His hair suddenly turned snow-white, with the tips a haunting blue of the immortal flower. The center of his pupils quickly expanded outward into a bright ultramarine, until finally, the pupils disappeared, leaving only this expanse of ultramarine in the iris. Countless bloodline tendrils shot out from Heng Yi, piercing the demon's flesh before its hand could reach the infant. But none touched the woman and child who were so close. The ends of these bloodline tendrils extended with barbs, sinking deep into the flesh of the cannibalistic demon, dragging it back with an irresistible force. At the same time, Heng Yi bent over with his back to the ground and his face toward the sky, as his chest split open, blooming into a gigantic blue resurrection flower. This bizarre and stunning scene terrified both the demon and the family in the mountains. At this moment, Heng Yi seems to be like the huge stem of a red spider lily. In just a few breaths, the evil spirit has been dragged back to Heng Yi's front, and the flower threads dance as they take over the evil spirit from the blood vessels and tentacles, wrapping around it tightly like a beautiful woman's elegant hands receiving a plate of delicacies, entwining it densely. It was sent into the blue-red spider lily flower, resembling the claws of a giant dragon. The tightly closed petals flipped and changed violently, firmly wrapping, compressing, and absorbing this delicacy at the entrance. After a moment, it returned to calm, swaying slightly in the cold wind of the winter night, as if embarrassed by its not-so-elegant dining appearance. Gradually, all the blood vessel tentacles extending from Heng Yi's body returned to within him. The blue-red spider lily on his chest also retracted its flower threads, surrounding the flower as it shrank back into Heng Yi's heart. As all of this unfolded, Heng Yi slowly stood up straight. His shirt had long been torn apart by the blood vessel tentacles and the blue-red spider lily, and now he stood bare-chested in the snow, with a fist-sized blue crack appearing on his skin over his heart, spreading outward along the blood vessels. His gaze, devoid of pupils, seemed hollow, as if he were wandering in a void, drifting aimlessly in the air. After a while, those empty eyes suddenly shed 2 streams of blood tears, which fell onto the pure white snow like blood pearls, splattering softly. Brother, who said time could dull sorrow, even as the years pass. Some people and some things are destined to be forever unforgettable. Once again standing before this blue-red spider lily, Heng Yi had become a complete self, just like the words he comforted himself with when he lost his emotions. No one will accompany you forever. Heng Yi, you must learn to be alone. You have avoided it long enough. It is time to wake up and do what you should do. He looked at this familiar yet strange old friend before him, placing his hand on its sturdy flower column. In his dreams, he remembered that they had been arguing. It couldn't really be called an argument. The blue-red spider lily was trying to motivate him, while he only wanted to escape, so it was angry unilaterally and scolded Heng Yi. He fully understood how the blue-red spider lily had inadvertently fed on his blood to grow and how it had once again accidentally burrowed into his dying heart. He once didn't know why he was the one who got a second chance at life, but now he had an answer. That was to defeat Kibbutz Sujimyuzin, the source of all evil spirits, and to eliminate all evil spirits in the world. Heng Yi vowed that even if he were to fall into an endless cycle of reincarnation, he would slay the ultimate evil in the world that was born because of him. In the matter at hand, Heng Yi looked up at the blue ghost flower, which was still chewing. Here is Heng Yi's world of consciousness. Outside, the physical body of the evil spirit had already been consumed by Heng Yi and the blue ghost flower, while here, what had not yet been digested was the consciousness of the evil spirit, or rather, the soul. Heng didn't know what word to use to describe this thing, only that he could read part of his thoughts through the blue bluebell flower. He didn't want to die, wanted to eat people, gain more blood, obtain blood demon techniques, and become stronger. The predominant thought was not wanting to die. What he wanted should be Kibbutz Suji's blood. As for blood demon techniques, a brand new piece of information. It sounded like the blood of demons could produce techniques. This made Heng Yi worry about the Demon Slayer core members. The demons themselves already possess strength, speed, and endurance beyond that of ordinary humans, not to mention the characteristic of being invulnerable to blades. If they could also learn special techniques, then, with only one life, how could the human Demon Slayer core members defeat such demons, no matter how strong they became? More research is needed. The only known weaknesses of demons are sunlight and their own blood, which is completely disadvantageous for the side of the Demon Slayer core. Now, Heng Yi felt that he already had the ability to hunt ordinary demons. What he needed to do was to catch more demons, conduct more research, and provide intelligence information to the Demon Slayer core from the shadows. Burp. Huh. Heng Yi looked up in confusion and found that the source of the burping sound was actually the blue resurrection lily. It was becoming more and more human-like. Have you finished eating? Are you full? Heng Yi smiled and patted the flower pillar. The blue resurrection lily swayed slightly from side to side, which seemed to mean that there was still a long way to go. Heng Yi helplessly shook his head. I really can't believe you. Is one ghost not enough for you? Then, he revealed a confident smile and said to it, Are you ready to go hunting with me, my friend? This time, the blue border flower shook back and forth vigorously. Then let's set off, towards the direction of the evil spirits. The first ray of sunlight at dawn in winter shone on Heng Yi, and a golden pupil slowly formed in his blue iris. He stared straight at the sun and slowly stretched. Then he noticed that the clothes on his upper body were in tatters. Well, that's reasonable. Heng Yi slowly turned his head to look at the Zhengji family in the mountains. From this angle, he couldn't see anyone. They seemed to be hiding. Heng Yi realized that his perception ability had become very strong, and he could sense that someone was secretly watching him. Moreover, if his feeling was correct, he sharply detected a sense of fear from those gazes. Heng Yi certainly remembers clearly what happened yesterday, and he knows that in the eyes of the Zhengji family, he has already become no different from a malevolent spirit, or perhaps even more terrifying. He feels a bit regretful, as he had just made friends yesterday. It's a little sad, but it's okay. They're all safe, so it's fine that they are afraid of him. Heng Yi turned around, without saying goodbye to them, and walked along the path that Zhengji had brought him through yesterday. Truly powerful people always move forward in solitude. Chapter 32. Heart Veins. Good morning, Dr. Heng Yi. Good morning, now. Where are you going so early? Not anywhere. I just came back from that mountain. Oh, it rained heavily last night. Yes, I hid in a cave until the rain stopped before coming out. You must have had a hard time. Please go home and rest. You too. Spring plowing is tough. Is Grandpa's back feeling better? Yes, thanks to your medicine. He is much better. But we are all worried about him, so we haven't let him go to the fields. Resting more is the right thing to do. The elderly are getting on in years. Well then, I'll take my leave now. Be careful on your way. Goodbye, Mr. Heng Yi. After watching the young girl walk away, Heng Yi turned and continued walking toward his house. It had been half a year since he left the production house of the Yashiki family. Heng Yi was still traveling as a wandering doctor, but unlike when he first set out, he had now regained his emotions and secretly taken on an additional task and identity: hunting demons. Since he was not of the samurai class and had not joined the Demon Slayer Corps, he referred to himself as a demon hunter. Half a month ago, Heng Yi arrived in this village. It was a small mountain village located deep in the mountains, and due to being surrounded by mountains on all sides, even the wind could not pass through smoothly. The village was connected to the outside world by only one road, leading to the nearest village, Sanruchi. Thus, it would not be an exaggeration to describe this village as isolated from the world. If he could choose, Heng Yi would really like to live here forever. Unfortunately, he was only temporarily staying here. The reason for choosing this place was, of course, its sparse population and tranquil environment, which were very beneficial for Heng Yi's research. The village had only a few dozen households, totaling around 100 people, mostly simple farming families. Some elderly people had never seen a doctor in their lifetime, so Heng Yi's arrival was quite a novelty for everyone. After Heng Yi offered free pulse diagnosis and treatment, the villagers were very happy to accept him. Moreover, upon hearing that he would stay for a while to look for medicinal herbs, the villagers actively helped Heng Yi build a small wooden house. Heng Yi gratefully settled down with his experimental samples. Indeed, finding medicinal materials was one aspect, but the real reason was that he needed a fixed place to conduct his experiments. This was a live sample that he had worked hard to obtain. Thinking of this, Heng Yi quickened his pace home. He couldn't wait to continue his experiments. I'm back. After returning home, Heng Yi first spoke to the empty little house, then set down the wooden box that was almost half his height and as wide as his entire body. People in the village had once curiously asked him why he carried such a large wooden box around. Wasn't it too heavy? Heng Yi simply answered them that he had been strong since he was young, and that there were many medicinal materials and pharmaceutical tools inside. There was once a curious child who secretly opened Heng Yi's medicine box, but when they saw that, as Heng Yi said, it was really just rows of compartments filled with various medicinal materials, they lost their curiosity to explore the secret. Heng Yi smiled. How could I let you discover the secret? In fact, the box has a double-layer structure. After opening the cabinet, what you see is just the outer layer of the grid cabinet. And there is another layer below this grid cabinet used to store the experimental samples that have been dismembered by Heng Yi. As for whether the living samples would make any noise, Heng Yi stated that they don't have that opportunity. The bloodline tentacles indicated that although they eat a lot, they work diligently every day and never slack off. Heng Yi is very satisfied. TSK, I told you I'm back. Where have you been? Who are you provoking again? Come back quickly. Heng Yi stood in place for quite a while, but didn't wait for it to return to him and impatiently called out to it. This was Heng Yi's latest development over the past few months. After a moment, a blue tentacle shot back from the bushes behind the house. Hey, stop. You're filthy. Clean yourself up a bit before coming back. It was probably only as long as an adult's palm, entirely blue, but now covered in mud. likely because it had passed through a muddy path after last night's rain. Hearing Heng Yi's disdain for its dirtiness, it really did stop, standing upright. Heng Yi could somehow sense a hint of grievance from its otherwise featureless surface. Then, with a swoosh, it climbed up a water tank in the corner of the room, wriggling as it jumped into the water, splashing around to clean the mud off itself. It was not a blood tentacle derived from Heng Yi's blood vessels, but one of the main vessels connected to the blue flower of the other shore in Heng Yi's heart, linked to his heart pulse. When Heng Yi opened his chest to observe his heart, he noticed that several blood vessels connected to the heart were blue, but as they extended downward, they turned back to blood red. At that moment, he thought that that part should no longer be his own blood vessels, or rather, not completely. Now that he knew he was in a fusion relationship with the blue flower of the other shore, he tried to let the blue flower act independently outside of his body, so he could expand his perception of the outside world, allowing the blue flower to become the eyes beyond his line of sight, while he served as the root and stem of the blue flower. Finally, with the active cooperation of the blue flower, a well-fed blue heart vein tentacle was able to leave Heng Yi and move autonomously. The duration and distance of its detachment depended on how well it was nourished. Since Heng Yi and the blue flower shared a telepathic connection, the heart vein tentacle returning to Heng Yi's body could convey its perceptions from the outside. However, as it was just a tentacle, it could neither see nor hear. Therefore, it could only transmit the sensations it touched, leaving Heng Yi to discern exactly what those things or situations were. Thus, Heng Yi fed it well every day and then let it run around to test the farthest distance it could go from him, exercising Heng Yi's ability to understand the information it conveyed. Fortunately, ever since Heng Yi fully awakened and established a connection with the blue flower, it became less picky about food. Thank goodness, otherwise, where would I find fresh blood and meat for you every day? Just make do with what you can get. However, because Heng Yi had captured a living sample, and that thing didn't appear every day, recently it could only feed on Heng Yi's experimental samples. Heng Yi felt very distressed. After all, every time it ate a piece, it lost a piece. It was also very dissatisfied, as it was already dead and not fresh anymore. So Heng Yi had to go to the mountains, using some herbs to exchange for living animals to supplement its meals. Originally, Heng Yi was worried that the distance from the mountains to the village was too far, exceeding its maximum distance away from itself. However, contrary to his expectations, it seemed completely unaffected by the distance, and instead seemed to have made a new discovery. The heart vein tentacles that had already returned to Heng Yi's body conveyed their perception to him. A very peculiar plant? Can you draw energy from it that is completely different from blood and flesh? Heng Yi developed a great curiosity about it, perhaps because they are both plants. The blue has a strong affinity for all plants. Heng Yi used this ability to discover many medicinal herbs and rare plants hidden deep in the woods or underground. However, this is the first time he has encountered a plant that can provide energy to the blue. Heng Yi raised a logical question, since his blood, when fused with the blue other shore flower, has immense destructive power against ghosts. What kind of reaction would occur between the plants that provide energy to the blue other shore flower and the ghosts? Thus, Heng Yi immediately got up, intending to search for such a plant based on the description of the bloodline tendrils. Perhaps this was the weakness of the ghosts he had been desperately seeking. Chapter 33. Wisteria. Following the guidance of the heart pulse tendrils, Heng Yi left his wooden cabin, crossed through the bushes behind the house, and found himself in a sparsely populated forest with almost no formed paths. He had chosen the location of the cabin himself, to stay away from the villagers and to conveniently conduct his experiments, using the excuse of searching for medicinal herbs in the mountains. This place was far from the center of the village, and all he could see was a stretch of forest. Behind the forest was only a bare rocky mountain, and hardly any villagers would venture deep into it. It was said to be just a bare rocky hill. Everyone said so, and Heng Yi had not yet had the chance to explore deeper into the forest. Heng Yi struggled to move forward in the woods, following the indicated direction. Slowly, the terrain began to open up. Finally, after he passed a large tree, Heng Yi was utterly stunned by the purple world before him. It was a type of climbing purple plant, with slender vines intertwined with the trees, bending and twisting gracefully, resembling a dragon emerging from the waves. In this mid-spring season, the gentle breeze stirred them, causing them to sway and dance, making one feel as if they had entered a fairyland. Heng Yi was deeply captivated by the dazzling and brilliant plants before him. He couldn't help but stop in his tracks, gazing dreamily at the breathtaking scene in front of him. These plants seemed to emit a radiant glow, akin to the brilliant stars in the night sky, moving him profoundly. Heng Yi once read about a plant called wisteria in a pharmacological botany book. Heng Yi recalled that the book described wisteria flowers as capable of extracting fragrant oil and having effects such as detoxification, stopping vomiting, and alleviating diarrhea. However, the book also noted that this flower came from the distant Tang kingdom and was rarely cultivated within his own country, which is why Heng Yi had never had the chance to see it until now. After careful observation, Heng Yi could basically confirm that this incredibly beautiful plant was indeed the wisteria flower described in the book. He was amazed to encounter such beauty beneath the high mountains and deep forests, just as Heng Yi was marveling at the wonders of nature. The tendrils of the heart meridian in his body suddenly burst forth from his chest, climbing up the trunk and tightly attaching themselves to the wisteria flowers. Heng Yi was startled by its rudeness, as if his own heart had suddenly jumped out from his chest without any warning. Was it really that exciting? However, the heart's tendrils had already proven their point through action. Heng Yi carefully observed the wisteria. Initially, he thought that each wisteria plant was a tree, and upon seeing them for the first time, it looked like the flowers were climbing on the trees. However, after careful observation, Heng Yi discovered that it was actually a type of vine plant, with its stems winding around the tree trunk, giving the impression that it was growing directly from the tree. It's no wonder Heng Yi forgot. After all, he had never seen a wisteria before and didn't quite remember how it was described in books, only recalling its medicinal properties. He wondered if it would be easy to keep alive and decided to try transplanting it. After all, this was the only plant that could provide energy for his heart's tendrils, and if he could cultivate it continuously, it would supply a steady stream of energy. However, Heng Yi was not prepared for transplantation and didn't have any tools with him. So, after collecting some fruits, several branches, and the flowers on them, he returned home. Once back, Heng Yi began to make a wooden support frame. Since it was a vine plant, it needed a support structure. Planting it directly in the ground was not reasonable, as Heng Yi would not stay for long. He wanted to try transplanting the entire plant first to test the survival rate of the wisteria. By the time the wooden frame was completed, it was already afternoon, and Heng Yi decided to transplant it the next day. He went back inside, secured the door from the inside, and walked over to the water tank. Then, Heng Yi extended his right hand, and a blood vessel tendril emerged from each finger, grasping the water tank like a giant claw and moving it aside. A crack appeared in the wooden floor beneath the tank, and there was nothing on the surface of the floor to hold on to. One tendril slipped into the gap and pushed up the wooden floorboard from below, revealing a dark hole. Heng Yi jumped down directly. This was the underground tunnel dug out by the bloodline tentacles of Heng Yi, located right beneath the wooden floor, used to store the bodies of experimental evil spirits. The excavated space was small, just enough to place the experimental wooden table crafted by Heng Yi. The experimental spirit was dismembered by Heng Yi into parts and bound to the table, not with ropes or chains, but with the bloodline tentacles that Heng Yi had separated from himself. This was Heng Yi's second experimental achievement, allowing the bloodline tentacles to exert power even when disconnected from him. However, they were essentially transformed from Heng Yi's own bloodline, so once detached from his body, they lost their ability to act. When well fed with blue, a single bloodline tentacle could maintain its activity for 1 to 2 days after leaving Heng Yi. They were Heng Yi's most loyal guards. The spirit on the experimental table was dismembered and fragmented, with arms and hands separated, legs and feet also apart, and the torso lying alone in the middle of the table without connecting limbs. To prevent a repeat of the last experimental accident, Heng Yi had also separated the spirit's eyeballs and tongue. Under the continuous damage from Heng Yi's blood, this spirit had long lost any power for physical regeneration. Don't blame Heng Yi for being cruel. This evil spirit was indeed one of the types he found most incomprehensible, yet also the one that pained him the most. When Heng Yi received a reminder from the blue, indicating a massive amount of fresh blood and flesh nearby, he knew something was seriously wrong. When he hurried over, what he saw was a scene reminiscent of hellish execution. A gaunt, evil spirit, with its back to the door and face obscured, was feasting on a middle-aged man. While dismembered bodies lay scattered on the ground, their entrails completely devoured. There was an old woman, a middle-aged woman, and most heartbreakingly for Heng Yi, a boy and a girl, both young children, with the girl appearing to be only 3 or 4 years old. They all stared wide-eyed in terror, unable to close their eyes, watching the cannibalistic evil spirit. At this moment, the spirit finally noticed Heng Yi's presence and slowly turned its head to look at him. Heng Yi then realized that the middle-aged man's hand he had been gnawing on was still resting on his head, which didn't look like resistance or pushing. It seemed more like a caress. and this ghost maintained the posture of having its head stroked while it devoured the man alive. Heng Yi guaranteed that the moment the ghost saw him, its murky eyes lit up. "Your scent is so delicious, I want to eat you." Then, it was sliced into pieces by Heng Yi. The battle was very difficult because the ghost had just fully replenished its energy and its physical regeneration was rapid. Heng Yi was not good at direct combat, but this foolish ghost, seeing Heng Yi's bloodline tendrils, actually bit down on them foolishly and immediately burned its tongue on Heng Yi's blood. Seizing the opportunity, Heng Yi poured a large amount of his blood into the bloodline tendril that the ghost had bitten. The ghost, which had boasted about eating Heng Yi, could only roll on the ground in agony when it actually tasted Heng Yi's blood, clutching its stomach. Yet, despite the pain, it did not let go, still biting down hard on Heng Yi's bloodline tendril. Heng Yi somewhat understood why he had become a ghost. With such obsessions and desires, he should have been able to succeed in anything he did. But now, he could only become a man-eating evil spirit. Chapter 34. Humanity. Heng Yi had been in a stalemate with the ghost for a long time. It wasn't until the ghost had bled Heng Yi dry and he could no longer regenerate that Heng Yi finally succeeded in breaking it apart, collecting the pieces in a jar filled with his own blood tendrils and putting them into his suitcase. The next morning, Heng Yi cleaned up the bodies of the family and buried them. Judging by their facial features, they were a family, and from the signs of life inside the house, it was inferred that the family likely consisted of an elderly person, a couple, and 3 children. Additionally, Heng Yi found a pot for boiling medicine and a large amount of drug residue in the bloodstained room. Coupled with the fact that the ghost still looked emaciated even after becoming a ghost, the answer was evident. He was the long-sick child of this family, who had just turned into a ghost and, after attacking his family, had devoured them all. In the final moments, his father was still stroking his head. What did this father, who was eaten by his own child, say? Heng Yi stood in front of the family's grave, clenching his fists tightly. If hatred could be measured, then his hatred for Kibutsuji was growing exponentially every day. Whenever he thought he could no longer deepen his hatred for this embodiment of evil, he would realize that he had barely scratched the surface. He deserved even deeper and heavier loathing. Right now, Heng Yi wished he could confront him here, and he would do anything to pin him down under the sun, but he felt it wasn't enough. No, that would be too easy for him. Heng Yi recalled the moment he caught this ghost, and the slight sympathy and remorse he felt for it quickly vanished. Heng Yi does not want to know how aggressive a person becomes after turning into a ghost, nor how painful it is not to eat humans. He only knows that if he were to become a ghost, he would rather bask in the sun immediately than consume his most important family members. The way this ghost's father finally caresses his child seems to overlap with the way his brother, Heng Yi, last caressed him, which makes it impossible for Heng Yi to remain calm, let alone forgive the actions of this ghost. Despite appearing to be just a frail young man, Heng Yi has conducted many experiments on this complete sample over the past half-month. He has reached a conclusion that is very hard for him to believe. Their bodily tissue structure can now be regarded as mere decoration. Whether it's separating vital organs like the heart and liver, or important body components like the brain and spine, it has not caused them to lose consciousness or exhibit any life response. In the initial experiments, Heng Yi could almost cut out a piece of tissue and immediately see it regenerate from the brain to the heart, from hands to feet, without exception. When Heng Yi had obtained 10 arms, 6 legs, 3 hearts, and 2 heads by destroying the ghost's limbs, this ghost could finally no longer recover or regenerate any bodily tissue. Heng Yi found the situation quite tricky, as it meant that the physical bodies of the demons had no weaknesses. If they saw a demon slayer, they would simply run away and specifically target ordinary people. This meant that all team members would need to operate in pairs or more, adopting a strategy of encirclement to deal with them. However, Heng did have some gains. He discovered that the more important the body part, the slower the regeneration speed and the more energy required. Among them, the time needed to restore the head was the longest. Moreover, if the head still existed, simply severing the head from the body would not cause another head to grow on the body. This was good news, as it meant that during a fight, they wouldn't suddenly go from facing one enemy to 2 enemies, both with identical thoughts and abilities. Another thing that concerned Heng Yi was that he had heard the term blood demon art from many demons, but the demons he encountered did not possess such techniques. This was also what troubled Heng Yi the most, because since the term was spreading among demons, it indicated that some demons had already mastered this technique. However, he had not received any information regarding this technique from Zensho. He really hoped to encounter a demon with a blood demon art. While sorting through this known information, Heng Yi was not idle. He ground the collected wisteria into a powder in a mortar to extract the wisteria juice, setting it aside. He needed to observe the true reaction of the experimental sample, preferably through verbal description. This meant that Heng Yi needed to restore the demon's sense of taste and ability to speak. However, Heng Yi certainly wouldn't feed him human flesh. He used a simple method by putting the severed tongue back into the demon's mouth. Just as he had thought, although the demon could no longer regenerate limbs. If the severed parts were connected, the demon could still recover. Sigh. This creature is really hard to kill. When this demon, who had been silent and unable to speak for 15 days, discovered that he could talk again, he seemed to forget how to speak. His tongue twisted awkwardly, producing some incomprehensible syllables. Slowly, Heng Yi began to understand what he was saying, which made him quite angry. Eat, I want to eat you. The experiments that Heng Yi conducted on the ghost can be described as tormenting. Although Heng Yi had no intention of torturing him, these experiments would be extremely unbearable for anyone. However, after the ghost was able to speak, he still only thought about eating Heng Yi. Heng Yi finally understands why Muzin Kabutsuji wanted to turn him into a demon, because they are inherently the same kind of being. Why? Why do you want to devour me so much? What makes me different from the others you have eaten? Heng Yi forced himself to calmly ask him, while taking the wisteria flower potion he had just refined. You smell so good. Even from far away, I can smell you. I've never smelled something so fragrant before. Is that how it is? No wonder I've encountered more ghosts in half a year than the Demon Slayer Corps has in a year, and I've only traveled a short distance. Did you eat your own family? Why did you do that? Heng Yi hoped he would deny it, hoping that his speculation was wrong. Unfortunately, yes, she first took care of her mother. After having Kinta and Keiko, she no longer cared about me. I could tell that her thoughts were all on those two little kids. Heng Yi looked at his hollow eye sockets, his pale face filled with venomous hatred. It was clearly all her fault. She didn't give me a good body. Why? Why are those two little brats so healthy while I'm on the verge of death? It's all her fault. Heng Yi couldn't believe that this was something a child said to their mother. Although he had long known that human nature could not withstand tests, he felt that at least the power of familial love could prevent one from falling deeply into the abyss of desire. Or perhaps it was the act of becoming a ghost that changed a person into this. Ate her, and the little ghost, and the old woman. Ate them. Ha ha. Heng Yi looked at him, no longer angry, and simply asked, what about your father? What did he say in the end? The ghost's neurotic laughter stopped. His mouth still maintained a smiling expression, but dark, hollow eye sockets slowly began to flow with blood tears. Sorry to bother you. Chapter 35. Weakness. Heng Yi felt a profound sadness engulfing him. The ghost before him resented his family due to a long illness. And Heng Yi didn't know what illness he had when he was alive. Perhaps his life was nearing its end. However, his parents didn't truly stop loving him or abandon him. Otherwise, Heng Yi wouldn't have found so many remnants of medicine in the house. Although this ghost harbored hatred towards his mother, grandmother, and younger siblings, he was unable to harm them before becoming a ghost. Heng Yi now looks at him, mumbling and shedding tears of blood, and understands that killing his father was not his intention. He was driven by the bloodthirsty desire of the ghost, blinded by rage. Everything was not meant to be this way. Heng Yi no longer blamed him, because everyone has a dark side in their heart, and the wrong lies with those who magnify that darkness. He also did not sympathize with him, because ultimately it was his lack of gratitude towards his parents and his heart full of resentment that gave the evil spirit an opportunity. In the end, he still killed his entire family, including the father who could not bear to blame him until the last moment. Before administering the medicine, Heng Yi clasped his hands together, palms facing each other, and mourned in silence. He hoped that this tragic soul would find redemption, and then he poured the entire bowl of wisteria flower potion into the ghost's mouth. Heng Yi waited for a while, but found that the ghost in front of him had no reaction. It only looked even more dazed than before. It had been mumbling, I'm sorry, but now it seemed to be stuck, unable to speak. Could it be that there was no effect at all? Heng Yi felt a bit disappointed as he returned to the table and picked up a wisteria flower, carefully feeling it. However, at that moment, he heard a strange sound coming from behind him. He quickly turned around and saw that the ghost, which had seemed unresponsive just moments ago, was now thrashing its head violently, as if in immense pain. At the same time, the skin on its face began to turn purple, and in the blink of an eye, its entire face was covered in a deep shade of purple. Hey, what's wrong with you? What do you feel? Speak up. Don't die. Within a few breaths, the ghost became completely still. Heng Yi confirmed several times and finally determined that this ghost was completely dead. However, Its body did not turn to ashes after the explosion like the previous experimental samples. He found a method to kill ghosts that does not require sunlight. Unfortunately, he has not conducted more experiments, so he cannot know whether it must be ingested to kill the ghost, or if it cannot be touched at all, whether it needs to be ground into a medicinal juice to take effect, or if merely the presence of the flower would make the ghost unhappy. Moreover, this experimental sample is already very weak, and vitality is also one of the factors to consider. Further verification is needed. Heng Yi never expected that just a bowl of wisteria flower potion would take the life of this ghost, leaving him without any experimental samples again. Sigh. Such creatures are really too easy to die. Heng originally planned to transplant the wisteria while conducting some research, but now he has lost important experimental samples. It's too exhausting to go out and catch more, so he decides to leave the village. I can pack the flower seeds and the wisteria plants well and send them back to Shan Cheng. The strength of the entire Chan family is certainly much greater than that of just one person. Heng Yi has never fought alone. Mr. Heng Yi, are you leaving so soon? The 10-year-old girl, now, looked at Heng Yi with some reluctance. Well, although I also want to stay, Heng Yi patted the box behind him, saying he found a special medicinal herb and was in a hurry to bring it back to his patient. A look of disappointment appeared on the girl's face. All right, don't forget me, Mr. Heng Yi. Heng Yi was taken aback for a moment upon hearing this, then smiled and bent down to pat the girl's head, saying to you, farewells are for better reunions. Perhaps we will meet again. In truth, Heng Yi knew that the chances of him returning this time were very slim. He was also aware that the child would soon forget him, but when he saw the girl's reluctant expression and her adorable plea not to forget him, he couldn't help but weave a kind-hearted lie to comfort her. Sure enough, upon hearing Heng Yi's words, the girl immediately lost her sadness and eagerly asked, Really? Mister? Heng, you will come back. Maybe, he replied, so now you shouldn't be sad. You must eat well and live well, or else when I see you next time, I will be angry. Then he straightened up, bid farewell to the villagers who had come to see him off, and set out on the journey back to Heian-kyo. Take care, Mr. Heng Yi. He could still hear the girl's blessing from afar. This was what Heng Yi considered the hardest thing to part with in the world. It gave him the courage to fight powerful demons and was the direction of his heart and body. Mr. Heng Yi, you're back. After more than half a year, seeing Yoshinari again, Heng Yi noticed how quickly the child had grown. Yoshinari, who had previously only reached Heng Yi's abdomen, was now as tall as Heng Yi's chest. It's been a while. How's your body, Yoshinari? But Yoshinari was looking in surprise at the top of Heng Yi's head and did not immediately respond to his greeting. This. Heng Yi touched his white hair. I'll tell you everything. Then Heng Yi shared everything with Yoshinari except for the blue spider lily, including how his blood could cause demons to suffer injuries that wouldn't heal for a short time, and how demons that had consumed many humans might gain new abilities called blood demon arts. It wasn't a matter of distrust. He felt it would be safer if only he knew about this matter. I will convey the information about blood demon arts to everyone so they can pay more attention to safety. When they heard that demons might evolve new abilities, both Yoshinari and Heng Yi felt that the situation had become more difficult. When Heng Yi informed Yoshinari that his blood had a special attraction to demons, Yoshinari showed no surprise. Your condition is actually quite similar to some of our recent findings. He explained, there are humans with rare blood that circulate among demons. Oh, is there such a person among demons? Could be me? This was quite unexpected for Heng Yi, but Yoshinari shook his head and said, it shouldn't be you. Because they say that if a demon eats a human with rare blood, it's equivalent to eating 10 or even more people, greatly increasing their power. And you said your blood actually harms demons, so I don't think it's you. Moreover, at this point, Yoshinari's smile deepened. Haven't all the demons you've encountered been killed by you? How could there still be news leaking out? Although demons are powerful, they don't have telepathy with each other. Heng nodded slightly, realizing he was overthinking. He seemed to want to ask something, but before he could speak, Shanqing already knew what he was going to say and answered in advance. Don't worry. The reason it's called rare blood is quite literal. There are very few people who possess rare blood. Many ghosts have only heard of it and have never seen it. And even we don't know what it's like to have rare blood. Shanqing, you really understand me. You've even learned to answer for me. Shanqing smiled a little shyly and said, not at all. I just thought that Mr. Heng Yi's question would be the same as mine. Heng Yi and Shanqing exchanged a smile, and everything was understood without words. Then Heng Yi took out what might be the greatest harvest of his journey, perhaps the second weakness of the evil spirits known to people after the sun, wisteria plants and flower seeds. Chapter 36. Strengthening in the afternoon. Heng Yi was building a wooden frame in his yard. Originally, he intended to stay in the village for a while longer, and he had already built the wooden frame for transplanting the wisteria flowers. However, he did not expect that the evil spirit would be killed directly by the wisteria flower's medicinal juice. Heng Yi recalled his conversation with Shansheng from last night while sawing wood. When he handed over the wisteria plant and seeds to Shansheng, Heng Yi saw the biggest expression he had ever seen on the boy's face since they had met. Shansheng's eyes were wide open in surprise as he held the few wisteria seeds in his hands, as if they were some rare treasure. Really, Mr. Heng Yi, can the flowers of this plant really kill evil spirits? Shansheng asked Heng Yi, somewhat incredulously, but his voice was very soft, as if he were afraid of waking a sweet dream. However, Heng Yi could not confidently assure him that it was possible. He could not guarantee anything without certainty, as that would be irresponsible. Therefore, he honestly replied, it's not fully certain yet. There have been too few experiments, and we cannot determine individual differences or how effective it might be against evil spirits in a normal state. But this is a hope, Mr. Heng Yi. Heng Yi felt a bit sorry, especially seeing Shansheng so full of hope. He regretted not conducting more experiments before bringing it back. No, Mr. Heng Yi, you must have put in a lot of effort alone. Please let us help you. However, after hearing Heng Yi's thoughts, Shansheng firmly took on the task of searching for wisteria flowers and cultivating and planting them. This is our common aspiration. How can we let you do all the work by yourself? He said optimistically. This plant should be much easier to find than the legendary Immortal Flower. After all, it's mentioned in the pharmacopoeia. We can also visit some doctors and people who make a living by collecting and selling medicinal herbs. I think they might know more. Heng Yi thought, the undying flower is quite easy to find. It's right in front of you. Don't worry, doctor. By the way, there's one more thing I need to tell you. Oh, what is it? I'll tell you tomorrow. Let's keep it a secret today. All right, Shansheng. You're learning to keep people in suspense. Who taught you that? But this time, Shansheng was not scared by Heng Yi's pretentious anger, and a big smile appeared on his face. It's a secret. Ah, the child is growing up, and now he has little secrets. Heng Yi sighed with an air of age, but in fact he had only been gone for half a year, and Shansheng had just celebrated his 13th birthday. Ah, Mr. Heng Yi, I heard you have returned, and I came to visit. It's been a long time since we last met. Oh, what happened to your hair? In the past, Heng Yi didn't notice that the seemingly fierce-looking Yoshida Riki was not only sharp-tongued, but also quite talkative. With such a long sentence, Heng Yi couldn't find a chance to interject at all. You must have gone through a lot of hardships, right? No, stop, I haven't. Heng Yi hurriedly stopped him from continuing. I haven't had anything serious happen. My arm is fine, so there's no need to worry about me. Is there something you need from me? Oh, well, one of the reasons is to greet you. Thank you for reattaching my arm. Ever since you reattached it, this hand is even better than before. Oh, is that so? Can you elaborate on how it's better? This caught Heng Yi off guard, because aside from using bloodline tendrils to connect the severed blood vessels and meridians of the Riki team member and repairing the muscle tissue at the break, he hadn't done anything else. How could a severed arm be better after being reattached? How could a person's original body be inexplicably enhanced? Specifically, it's stronger than before. I can swing my knife with my right arm now, and if I hit accurately, I can chop off a demon's head in one go, which save a lot of trouble. If the demon tries to block with its arm, I can increase the force of my strike after hitting it and directly dismember its blocking arm. Interesting change. Can I take a look at the wound where your arm was severed? And also observe the differences between your two arms? Sure, of course. The Riki team member scratched his head, unsure why Heng Yi cared so much, but he didn't refuse. As for Heng Yi, he remembered that he had indeed done one thing when reattaching the Riki team member's arm, and he wanted to verify whether the increase in arm strength was related to that action he took. Heng Yi brought the Lishi team member into the room and had him remove his shirt, exposing the scars he had always hidden beneath his uniform. Massive claw marks started from his upper abdomen, extending upwards, tearing across his entire face, and even his neck was not spared. Heng Yi stared at the fatal wound, and if he were the doctor responsible for treating Lishi at that time, he would probably declare that there was no hope for him. Lishi looked at Heng Yi's expression and understood what he was thinking. This man, who seemed very fierce and had once boasted arrogantly to Heng Yi, actually had a compassionate heart. This was left by the demon that killed my wife and child. He actually attacked me first. When Lishi's team members spoke of this painful experience, there was no longer obvious hatred in their voices. However, that demon enjoyed seeing others powerless as they lost all their important loved ones. So, after he plunged his hand into my stomach, he didn't just tear it open. Instead, he maintained that position and pulled his hand up slashing my throat and face before tossing me aside and turning to kill my wife and child right in front of me. Heng Yi could not sense any hatred from him, but he knew that the hatred had not disappeared. It had transformed into something deeper and more hidden. I watched him devour my wife and child until the sun was about to rise, hearing him mumble a word of what a pity, and then he just ran away. But I had already taken revenge for them with my own hands. Do you remember the ghost we caught last time and split into 5 pieces to send to you? That was him. Li Shi grinned at Heng Yi. Really, thank you again for reattaching my arm, allowing me to continue fighting. If that bastard had caused me to never be able to pick up a knife to slay evil spirits again, I really wouldn't know how to live. So, if you need me, just say the word. He bent his right arm and thumped his biceps, ready to serve you at any time. Heng Yi helplessly told him to put his hands down, then spoke to him while observing. I know, don't get excited, I won't be polite. From the outside, the 2 arms looked basically identical, of course. No one's hands and feet are exactly the same, but there are subtle differences. Here it specifically refers to the fact that Li Shi's 2 arms have a normal appearance. Then Heng Yi carefully examined the former fracture site of Li Shi's right arm, confirming that his guess was correct. Sure enough, the dark red bloodline I left when I repaired the fracture was gone. Heng Yi remembered that when the bloodline tendrils withdrew from Li Shi's flesh, they left behind circles of bloodlines at the wound's connection points. Now, these bloodlines were gone, leaving only a scar that looked stitched. This meant that Li Shi's arm had absorbed those bloodlines. According to Heng Yi's understanding of the world, there are no changes without reason. Therefore, the conclusion is that the power of Li Shi's arm has increased because it absorbed the bloodlines left by Heng Yi's bloodline tendrils. Can we then infer that Heng Yi's blood has a strengthening effect on ordinary people? It's uncertain. The sample size is too small. Verification is needed. Chapter 37. The God Master What? If the afternoon speculation that his blood might have the ability to enhance others brought a surprise to Heng Yi, then the current request from Shanzheng was a huge shock. Yes, you heard it right. I would like to ask you to be my witness at the wedding. Kneeling in front of Heng Yi were Shanzheng and a woman who looked gentle and dignified. When Shanzheng introduced her as Ayaka, saying she would be his wife and that they would marry next month, Heng Yi was only slightly surprised, as marrying at a young age was not uncommon among nobles, especially considering the Uriashiki clan was facing such a severe threat of extermination. However, when he heard Shanzheng invite him to be the witness for the couple, he was somewhat shocked and confused. Why me? Heng Yi asked, feeling a bit lost and awkward. I haven't done anything worthy of such treatment from you. In fact, although Shanzheng often said that meeting Heng Yi was the luckiest thing for the Uriashiki brothers, Heng Yi felt he hadn't really helped them much. Rather, it was the Uriashiki clan and the Demon Slayer Corps who had been accommodating and helping him. How could that be? Why would you think that? Shanzheng looked at Heng Yi disapprovingly and sincerely said, If it weren't for you, I might never have met such a beautiful wife. I might even need someone to support me through the wedding. No, perhaps there wouldn't even be a wedding. I think I would refuse to let a girl marry someone like me. At this point, Shanzheng turned to exchange a glance with Ayaka, who smiled back. So, we can marry thanks to your assistance. How can you say you haven't done anything? Moreover, you have suffered so much yourself. Yet you helped me and everyone in the Demon Slayer Corps wholeheartedly without complaint. We truly don't know how to repay your generous help. I did that for myself. It was what I wanted to do. It's not as great as you say. Heng Yi felt embarrassed as he scratched his head from the praise. He just couldn't bear to see young lives wither away for no reason. However, I truly hold you in great respect and gratitude, so please do not refuse. After saying this, Shanzheng slowly bowed to Heng Yi, with Ling. Heng Yi couldn't accept such a grand gesture and quickly tried to stop him. My father and mother are no longer here, and you're the first person to regard me as a child after them. Consider it my stubbornness. Please be a witness to the most important moment of my life. Please agree, Mr. Heng Yi. The frail Shanzheng, who was weak in the past, now bowed with a strength that even an adult man like Heng Yi couldn't easily stop. Seeing this, Heng Yi knew that he could not refuse Shanzheng's request today, so he had no choice but to agree to him. In fact, Heng Yi was certainly happy to see Shanzheng getting married and starting a family, but he did not want to give a wedding speech that would attract so much attention in front of others. Or rather, he just felt that if he couldn't do something well, he shouldn't do it at all. Heng Yi has always had a unique personality since childhood, disliking excessive attention from others. As he grew up, he was criticized by teachers and peers for his audacious desire for corpses, which made him even more inclined to quietly do his own thing, avoiding the spotlight for fear of attracting attention. However, once he made a promise, he would not dwell on it anymore. After helping Shanzheng and Aya up, he slightly bowed to them and sincerely congratulated, "Here, I offer my heartfelt blessings. Wishing you a happy marriage and a joyful life together." He paused for a moment, looked into Shan Cheng's eyes, and added, "May your wishes come true." On the day of the wedding, the sky was clear, with no wind or clouds. Heng Yi was dressed in formal attire, watching Shancheng and Ling in their wedding garments, completing the wedding ceremony under the officiation of the current deity. Since the wedding ceremony took place on the ancestral grounds of the priestly family, which was quite far from the residence of the Kamori family, most of the members of the Demon Slayer Corps still had patrolling duties. Therefore, the only person Heng Yi recognized who also attended the wedding was Hirose. The rest were mostly distant relatives of the priestly family and the Kamori family. So when the deity announced the completion of the ceremony, Heng Yi felt his heart begin to race as he prepared to give a speech. But he tried hard to remain calm and approached Shancheng and Ling, standing before the deity. As a doctor, Heng Yi did not have any particular beliefs and rarely participated in rituals to worship the gods. Even if he believed in the possible existence of divine beings in the world, he did not place hope in ethereal legends. Heng Yi always believed that a person's fate should be in their own hands, and one must rely on their own efforts to survive. Thus, this was his first time in 2 lifetimes visiting the devoutly worshipping priestly family. The current deity was a serious middle-aged man. Even though today was the wedding of Shancheng and his daughter, there was not a hint of expression on his face. However, he did not appear unhappy either. In fact, Heng Yi could not sense any emotion from him. He seemed like a statue, devoid of joy or sorrow. Unlike Heng Yi, who had passively entered a state of indifference, this deity seemed to have truly achieved a state of tranquility, calmness like still water. But when he saw Heng Yi standing before him, his previously calm gaze suddenly focused intently on Heng Yi's face. It wasn't until Heng Yi felt uneasy under his stare that he finally spoke. "Light is immortal, darkness is eternal. The gods have not abandoned humanity. Your existence is proof. Born natural enemies, accept the trials bestowed by the divine and fight. Then go and save. Wait patiently for the day the end arrives." After that, the deity no longer spoke but closed his eyes and sat in meditation. Heng Yi was completely bewildered. With some guesses in mind, but seeing that the deity had no intention of continuing the conversation, he had no choice but to give up. In the end, as the witness, Heng Yi delivered a brief yet sincere blessing speech. After the wedding, Shancheng and Ling came to Heng Yi and expressed their gratitude once again. Heng Yi smiled and shook his head, indicating that it was his honor. In the evening, after the ceremony was completely over, the group from the Ubuyashiki family, including Heng Yi and Hirose, set off to return to the Ubuyashiki residence. Heng Yi and Hongcheng were sitting in the same car. At that moment, he was holding Hongcheng, resting his head on top of Hongcheng's, lost in thought about what the deity had said to him during the day. Was it a prophecy? It's so hard to understand. Ribai? Does it refer to Kibutsuji, the endgame? How long do we have to wait? Heng Yi, brother Heng Yi, don't press down, you're too heavy. Oh, sorry, did I hurt you? Brother will blow on it. Yeah, brother Heng Yi, you're so childish. All right, after not seeing you for half a year, even Hongcheng is starting to dislike me. I need to punish you and see if you dare to dislike me again. Ah ha ha ha, it tickles, I was wrong. I was wrong, brother Heng Yi, don't scratch anymore. Heng Yi temporarily set aside the words spoken to him by the deity and began to play with Hongcheng, unaware that disaster was already looming nearby. For many years after that, Heng Yi felt guilty, wondering why he was so careless. Knowing that his blood would attract ghosts yet failing to pay attention to his surroundings. Why he was so arrogant. Knowing that important people were around him, yet relaxing his guard and immersing himself in a blissful dream. Why? Why did everyone die and only he remain alive? Chapter 38. Night Raid. Although the residences of the Shinto priest clan and the Arikyoshiki clan were both located in Heian-kyo, the distance between them was quite far. Therefore, even though Zhan Cheng and Heng Yi's group set off to return in the evening, they did not arrive at the Arikyoshiki residence until after the boar hour. Close to the rat hour, Heng Yi held on to Hongcheng and Shancheng, while Ling and his wife stood in the courtyard. After a long journey, please rest early, Heng Yi said to Shancheng, and then he patted Hongcheng's little head, saying, Hongcheng too, staying up late will hinder your growth. However, Hongcheng seemed to be still angry about Heng Yi tickling him earlier, deliberately turning his head and ignoring Heng Yi. Heng Yi noticed the situation, but didn't mind it. Instead, he smiled and bowed to bid farewell to the Shancheng couple. However, at the moment Heng Yi bent down, he felt his body become as alert as a bird sensing the twang of a bowstring. Danger was approaching. His eyes darted around rapidly, scanning the surroundings to find the source of the alarm in his body, but he found nothing. The Shancheng couple and Hong Cheng were puzzled by Heng Yi's unusual behavior. Among them, Shancheng reacted the fastest. He understood Heng Yi well and knew that he wouldn't act so flustered for no reason. So, he began to be vigilant about the environment and planned to ask. But the unexpected change occurred in that instant. Blood demon technique, blood wind slash. When Heng Yi heard this sound, his body reacted before his mind, quickly crouching down and wrapping his entire body around Hong Cheng, pressing him tightly into his embrace. Then Heng Yi heard the sound of his flesh being sliced open. His neck was cut halfway through. If he hadn't reacted just in time to crouch down in front of Hong Cheng's head would have been completely severed. Yet even with half of Heng Yi's neck sliced, the force still couldn't be entirely stopped. It merely deviated from its original path, continuing with overwhelming power and leaving a bloody wound on the side of Hong Cheng's neck. Heng Yi's neck, which had been cut open, instantly sprayed a large amount of blood, splattering all over Hong Cheng's face. Hong Cheng was completely stunned by this sudden and significant change, unable to react at all. The massive blood loss caused Heng Yi's vision to black out intermittently. He bit down hard on his tongue, trying his best to stay conscious, while calling upon the blue othershore flower and bloodline tendrils to quickly mend his severed throat. The moment he reacted after the ambush, he knew that Hong Cheng wasn't mortally wounded, just frightened. However, his concern was not for Hong Cheng, but for Shancheng. The attacks did not stop. It was as if a blood-red blade had flown over. What about Shancheng? What about Ian? Had anyone come to help? In that brief moment of blackness, Heng Yi thought of many things. He prayed, hoping that Shancheng and Ian had not been seriously injured, hoping that the Demon Slayer Corps would quickly discover that there was a demon here, hoping that the gods would not be so cruel, not treat Shancheng, who had just married today, in such a way. But the gods did not answer. When Heng Yi regained his sight and looked in the direction where Shancheng and Ian had just been standing, he saw Shancheng collapsed on Ian, a massive wound on the part of his neck connecting to his shoulder, bleeding uncontrollably. No, it can't be. Heng Yi shouted as he rushed towards Shancheng, mobilizing all the available bloodline tendrils in his body. At this moment, he couldn't care less about hiding the secret of his body in front of Hong Cheng and Ling. He just wanted to save Shancheng's life, even if everyone regarded him as a monster, as long as Shancheng could be saved. I can fix it. I have fixed my neck, and I have fixed Li Shi's arm. I can fix it. You won't die. Heng Yi was frantically overdrawing the power of the blood tendrils, as they had just exerted all their strength to repair his neck, which was not even fully healed yet. There was still a wound on his neck that was oozing blood. However, he didn't care. He only wanted to stitch up the young man's wound. At this moment, Ian, who was pinned down by Yoshikazu, reacted. She had been tackled just in time, and aside from a slight abrasion on her wrist from hitting the ground, she was otherwise unharmed. The beautiful bride now looked disheveled and terrified as she watched the blood-red tendrils extending from Heng Yi's body weaving around her husband's wound. But she quickly calmed down as she heard Heng Yi's words and realized he was trying to save her husband. She then turned to see Hiroki, who was frozen in place, too scared to move, and hurriedly got up to run over and embrace him. Keek, it's no use, he will die. I can smell it. He already has the scent of death on him. He's going to die. Just as Heng Yi was doing everything he could to repair Yoshikazu's wound, a strange, chilling voice filled with sinister laughter echoed in everyone's ears. Heng Yi was unable to divert his mind to look at the ghost that was making the noise. Despite his blood, muscles, and even bones trembling violently, this intense reaction indicated that this enemy was probably the strongest he had faced since he became aware of the existence of ghosts, aside from Kibutsuji. What to do? Hurry and heal. Quickly. There are ghosts coming. I must protect Zencheng. Under the effects of excessive consumption of bloodline tentacle power and severe blood loss, Heng Yi's consciousness gradually became blurred. He only subconsciously remembered his determination to mend Zencheng's wounds and protect the most important person. You are quite peculiar. Why do you not die even with your throat cut? And what is that blood? The ghost seemed to feel that no one could pose a threat to him anymore. Or perhaps he simply wanted to enjoy the futile struggle of Heng Yi, stopping his attack and brazenly observing the blood that was flying out of Heng Yi's body. He couldn't understand. Could humans use blood demon arts? Yes, to him, Heng Yi's method of using his own blood to heal others was just a form of blood demon art, and he wouldn't die even with his throat cut. However, he could clearly distinguish that Heng Yi was a genuine human, which made him very interested in Heng Yi. Yet, he seemed unable to concentrate. When he saw Zencheng lying in a pool of blood along with Ayaka and Hirose by Heng Yi's side, he immediately shifted his focus and began to chastise them. It's you who are chasing that adult, unable to understand, unwilling to understand, you bunch of scum, weak ants. I will eliminate all obstacles for that adult. Kill you all, and then eat you, blood owner. Then I will gain even greater power and become the most valued ghost under that adult. And then, that adult will grant me more blood. More, ah ha ha ha. Heng Yi, in a daze, finally turned his head to look at the source of the piercing laughter. To his surprise, the one making such a sharp and harsh sound was a seemingly quite beautiful demon. Ignoring his wildly rolling eyes and his almost crazed admiration for Musen Kibutsuji, his appearance could be described as pretty. This demon was a typical case of a boy with a feminine appearance. Compared to boys, his stature was too petite and his features were delicate. If it weren't for the male hunting attire he wore and the shrill laughter, it would be hard to tell whether he was male or female. It seemed like he had finally laughed enough, or perhaps he noticed Heng Yi observing him, and in an instant, this androgynous demon switched from manic laughter to furious rage. He suddenly flashed and, in the blink of an eye, was in front of Heng Yi. Then he grabbed Heng Yi's head and lifted him up violently, causing his feet to leave the ground. Who allowed you to look at me like that? No, you are not allowed to stare at me like that. Chapter 39. Playing tricks tonight was a cloudy night, with layers of clouds covering the sky. Even the moon was completely blocked, and only a faint moonlight seeped through the thick clouds. The sudden night raid shattered the tranquility of the Kanroji mansion. The central courtyard, which should have been silent, was now filled with a tense and dangerous atmosphere. When the demon suddenly appeared in front of Heng Yi and grabbed his head, its speed was so quick that Heng Yi couldn't react at all. He felt the demon's grip on his head was strong enough to crush his skull, further clouding his already hazy consciousness. Through the gaps between the demon's fingers, Heng Yi vaguely saw 7 or 8 people lying in the courtyard. The earlier attack had struck with precise accuracy, leaving everyone present unable to move without any prior warning. With only the obscured Hiroki and the timely pushed away Ayaka escaping unharmed, but they were just defenseless women and children. The fact that the demon was able to achieve such an effect with just one attack indicates that he was not as mentally deranged as he appeared. On the contrary, he was likely very skilled in combat and timing his attacks. I hate your kind of gaze the most, the way you look at me. It's disgusting, not allowed. If you look, you will die. If his current rambling state wasn't just an act, then he was a genius in battle. Heng Yi felt despair at the current situation. After patching up 2 fatal wounds, he had exhausted all his strength, and his blood tendrils drooped weakly by his side. His consciousness was slowly fading, and he was barely holding on through his reaction to pain and sheer willpower. Why don't you resist? Aren't you looking at me? Look again, look. I don't like killing food that doesn't resist. Attack me. Hurry up and hit me with those whip-like things. Ha ha ha. Seeing Heng Yi's inability to fight back only made the demon more pleased. It violently shook Heng Yi's body and then made the strange request for Heng Yi to attack it. However, Heng Yi was almost slipping into unconsciousness and could not respond at all, which began to bore the demon. TCH, boring. I thought you were something special. Then I'll crush your head. I'm going to eat that woman and child over there. They look good, and they'll taste good too. As it licked its tongue, it increased the pressure in its grip, and the spot on Heng Yi's head being held quickly began to visibly sink under the force. Just as Heng Yi was about to have his brain burst, an arrow shot from the direction of the back courtyard, streaking through the night sky like a meteor, and pierced through the demon's arm that was tightly gripping Heng Yi's head. The demon's arm could no longer hold on due to being pierced, and as Heng Yi was released from midair, he did not fall to the ground, but was caught by someone who had rushed out from a diagonal position, and that person quickly retreated with Heng Yi to a relatively safe location. Heng Yi forced himself to open his heavy eyelids and saw the fierce yet reliable face of team member Yoshida Riki. Mr. Heng Yi's expression was very serious, seemingly wanting to ask Heng Yi if he was seriously hurt, but upon seeing the still unhealed wound on Heng Yi's neck and the deformed head from being squeezed, he couldn't bring himself to ask further. Careful of him, the blood demon technique, blood wind blade. Heng Yi wanted to inform the Lishi team members about more details regarding this ghost as much as possible, but with every word he spoke, his breath leaked out from his unhealed throat, making his already weak voice even harder to hear. Blood demon art? Does this beast possess blood demon art? I understand now. Please take a rest. I will be careful. Heng Yi's body was extremely weak, unable to stop the eager Riki team member who only heard half of the conversation and wanted to join the tense battle over there. He could only lie on his side and try to observe the fight, since it was already late at night. Some Demon Slayer members did not reside in the Kamadu mansion, and those who lived nearby were not around due to being on missions. Therefore, only 7 people, including the Riki team member, arrived to provide support. Among them, 2 were servants of the Kamadu family and were not skilled warriors. To Heng Yi's surprise, Liang Yu was also among the reinforcements. At that moment, he was holding a katana, waiting for an opportunity to attack from the periphery. Having not seen him for half a year, the 14-year-old boy appeared to have grown a lot. His face was more resolute than before, and his combat skills had noticeably improved, no longer appearing helpless like he did 6 months ago. However, it was clear that it was still too early for him to fight demons, especially considering that this demon's speed and strength far surpassed that of ordinary demons. Heng Yi exerted all his strength to turn over and lay on the ground, staring intently at the battlefield over there, trying to analyze the weaknesses of this ghost. He wasn't sure if it was just his illusion, but this ghost gave him a feeling of being very at ease. It was fighting amid the encirclement of 4 demon Slayer team members, including the powerful right-arm member Wreaking and an old member who had already withdrawn from frontline combat after shooting that penetrating arrow. However, its expression was one of great delight. Heng Yi wasn't sure if it was his eyes playing tricks on him or if he was misjudging the distance, but he felt that the ghost looked very pleased. Every time a team member's katana was about to strike the ghost, it would conveniently dodge the blow, then use its agile movements to leave the spot and appear near another team member, like a dancer gracefully spinning and leaping on stage. However, this coincidence became increasingly frequent. Almost every time, it perfectly evaded the attack. It became clear not just to Heng Yi, who was at a distance from the battle, but also to the attacking team members that this ghost was deliberately luring them into attacking, wearing them out. So the 4 encircling team members signaled to each other, one by one creating distance, expanding the battlefield, and spreading out to take turns resting. After all, they were human, and their stamina was limited. They couldn't keep entangled with a ghost like this. Heng Yi found the ghost's fighting style very strange, not at all like that of a typical ghost. He clearly possessed powerful blood demon techniques, and from the fact that everyone on site had been injured at the same time, it was evident that his technique was even a large area attack. However, when faced with the siege of 4 team members, he chose not to use this technique. Nor did he take advantage of his ability to recover from his injuries to exhaust the team's stamina. Instead, he made the effort to continuously move and lure the team members into attacking him more. Furthermore, Heng Yi observed the battle from the outside and saw clearly that there were times when he could have inflicted damage on the team members, but he didn't. He ignored these opportunities to deal non-lethal damage and simply repeated the process of evading and luring. This was actually detrimental to him, as if he dragged it out until sunrise, he would undoubtedly lose, unless he was confident he could easily escape from the encirclement of 4 to 5 team members. What was he doing? Why was he doing this? Heng Yi could not understand, nor could he see through the intentions of this demon, and the battle situation was becoming increasingly unfavorable for the Demon Slayer Corps, even though they realized that the demon was deliberately provoking them to attack. The team members had no choice but to try their best not to be led around by the nose. However, once the demon noticed anyone among them trying to retreat from the battle, it would immediately chase down that team member to attack, forcing him to defend and retaliate. Thus, round after round passed, and the 4 team members gradually became exhausted, making more and more mistakes in battle. Yet, none of them suffered even the slightest injury. They were just extremely fatigued, panting heavily as they continued to defend and attack. Heng Yi, while resting, has been observing the ghost's expression, and he seems to finally understand what this ghost is doing. The ghost is toying with the Demon Slayer Corps members, much like a cat plays with a mouse. He is not interested in seeing the members get hurt. He only wants to watch them struggle and resist until they have no strength left to fight, before delivering a fatal blow. Chapter 40. Encirclement. From the moment he used his blood demon art to knock everyone down instantly. This ghost has not made any non-lethal attacks on anyone, except for wanting to crush Heng Yi. This is because Heng Yi turned to look at him, which made him instantly angry. This anger is like a stress response. It is not because of Heng Yi himself, but because he is being watched. The object of his focus is not the issue. It is the act of being stared at that matters. Even when he captured Heng Yi, he did not kill or eat him right away. Instead, he demanded that Heng Yi struggle and resist, even attack him, until he realized that Heng Yi was truly unable to do so, and only then did he plan to deliver a fatal blow to Heng Yi. Given his various behaviors since encountering this ghost, and observing how he is now inducing and forcing the members to continue fighting, Heng Yi concludes that he is playing with the members, no, with all the prey in his eyes. Heng Yi knows that many people, after turning into ghosts, have their most intense parts of humanity magnified. Some experience anger, others hatred, while this ghost embodies mockery. The part of him that is magnified may also include insecurity and disgust. The feminine appearance he possesses may not bring him pride, but rather a deeper sense of inferiority. His insecurity about his appearance leads him to loathe everyone who stares at him. That's why, when Heng Yi looks at him, he suddenly erupts in anger. Heng Yi doesn't know what he went through when he was still human, but no matter what he experienced, it doesn't justify his current reckless manipulation of innocent people. Find a way, think of a way, what should I do, how can I help them? There is still a long time until sunrise, and the team members are about to run out of energy. If Heng Yi's analysis is correct, the ghost will immediately kill them once the team members are exhausted. Heng Yi couldn't bear to just watch this scene unfold. This ghost was brought by him, a result of his negligence, and he truly couldn't stand the thought of someone dying because of him. Shan Cheng's life and death were uncertain, and Liang Yu was also in the battle circle. What on earth did he need to do to regain his strength and join the fight? Regain strength? As Heng Yi was racking his brain, a sudden flash of inspiration struck him. It was not Heng Yi who needed to regain power, but the blue flower of the other shore within his body. So, what did it need? Although he felt very sorry for everyone, he pleaded, "Please give me strength, so I can save others." Heng Yi, after resting for a while, finally regained some strength in his blood tendrils and reached out from the ground towards the fallen servants and guards in the courtyard. Having been analyzing the situation while observing the demons, Heng Yi suddenly remembered that he had seen 7 or 8 servants and guards lying in the courtyard who had returned with them. He had briefly observed them at the time and noticed that most of their chests were no longer rising and falling, which meant they were all dead. A considerable amount of time had passed since his observation, and without any help, those who hadn't died on the spot had likely succumbed to excessive blood loss. They all lay in pools of blood, and what the blue ghost flower needed most at this moment was the flesh and blood to restore its strength. Whenever a blood tendril reached a pool of blood, Heng Yi would first control it to check the condition of the servant by touching their body to determine if there was still a heartbeat or pulse. While conducting the examination, he would also make the blood tendrils split again, with the newly split branches absorbing the blood on the surface and seeping underground. However, as Heng Yi observed, all the servants lying in the blood pools showed no signs of life. After silently apologizing to them in his heart, he inserted the blood tendril into their wounds. Heng Yi cautiously controlled the bloodline tendrils inserted into the bodies of the servants, making sure not to absorb too much, as that would damage their corpses. At the same time, he observed the increasingly unfavorable battlefield for the Demon Slayer Corps, preventing the evil spirits from noticing that the bloodstains on the ground were disappearing. Fortunately, the evil spirits were immersed in the final stage of taunting the team members and were completely indifferent to the others around them. Heng Yi felt his strength growing stronger with the influx of blood, even showing signs of exceeding his previous peak state. He thought to himself, "It's time. I need to join the battle quickly." Just then, an unexpected turn of events occurred. Liang Yu, who had been lurking at the periphery, closely watching the evil spirit and seizing opportunities to attack, was subtly positioned in front of Shansheng, Hongcheng, and Ling. However, in the next moment, he suddenly realized that the ghost had vanished from his sight. At the same time, he saw the archer from his team looking terrified, staring behind him, and shouting loudly, "Liang Yu, behind you!" But it was too late by the time he heard it. Liang Yu only felt a chill in his back, followed by a sharp pain. Looking down, he saw the evil spirit's claws protruding from his chest. "I'm very beautiful. I know, I'm beautiful. But who do you think you are to look at me like that? You worthless commoner. You don't deserve to look at me like this. I will gouge out your eyes and see if you dare to look at me like this again." After the evil spirit whispered this in Liang Yu's ear, it swiftly withdrew its hand. Blood gushed from the hole in Liang Yu's chest, and he lost consciousness almost instantly. When Heng Yi saw this scene not far away, he felt as if the sky had collapsed. All along, he had only 2 reasons to keep living. One was to repay the kindness of the young Shancheng, and the other was to follow his brother Yongyi's last words to do what he wanted to do. And the only bloodline left by his brother in this world was the pillar of this reason. Today, Heng Yi had effectively lost 2 reasons for living. The fate of the young Shancheng was uncertain, and Liang Yu had been pierced through the heart. At that moment, Heng Yi felt as if his heart was about to explode with pain, just like the last time he self-destructed. But he was no longer the person he used to be. After more than half a year, he had made progress. Heng Yi summoned the scattered bloodline tendrils from the ground, and with their help, he stood up directly from the surface. Then, he controlled the maximum number of bloodline tendrils he could manage at once, launching an overwhelming attack towards the demon. The demon, who had been leisurely fighting until now, finally showed a look of surprise when faced with such an assault. However, He still had no intention of getting injured and continued to retreat backward in the face of Heng Yi's bloodline tendrils. Meanwhile, Heng Yi stepped forward, controlling all the bloodline tendrils to move with astonishing speed and power. They wove into an almost impenetrable net in the air and pressed forward against the demon. The members of the Demon Slayer Corps were astonished to see Heng Yi, who resembled a demon at this moment. But they quickly decided to unite against the invading evil spirit, coordinating with Heng Yi's bloodline tendrils to suppress the demon's movements. At this moment, Heng Yi seemed to have re-entered a state of numbness. He no longer felt heartache or sadness. He simply wanted to use the web woven from his own blood and tendrils to capture the ghost before him. He gazed calmly at the evil spirit, feeling its movements becoming slower and slower. Gradually, he felt as if he could predict the direction in which the ghost would dodge next. Your foot will land here. Finally, when Heng Yi correctly predicted the ghost's next move, they inflicted the first wound on the evil spirit since the battle began. Heng Yi's bloodline tendrils intercepted the evil spirit at this position first, and the evil spirit chose to twist and dodge to avoid Heng Yi's bloodline tendrils. However, the Li Shi team member was already waiting with a knife at the spot where the evil spirit retreated, and thus, the knife struck heavily diagonally down from the right side of the evil spirit's neck. Under the immense force from the Li Shi team member's right arm, half of the evil spirit's body was almost sliced open diagonally, even revealing its dark red innards. However, as Heng Yi expected the next moment, this massive wound healed as before. If it weren't for its hunting attire being unable to recover, it would seem as if it had never been injured. Where there is one, there is a second. It will be chopped until you cannot recover. Heng Yi did not feel discouraged, nor did the Demon Slayer members. Only the angry screams of the evil spirit echoed through the courtyard. Ah, you bunch of scoundrels, you dared to hurt my body. Ah, my clothes. I want you all dead. You all go die. Heng Yi remained unmoved. At this moment, he thought the same as the evil spirit. I want you dead. Chapter 41, Strangulation. When this handsome evil spirit was injured, possibly because his clothes were torn, the relaxed demeanor he had maintained was finally shattered, and without any transition, he directly entered a state of furious rage. As he attacked and dodged at least 10 times faster than before, the Demon Slayer Corps members finally realized how much strength this demon had been hiding. He no longer missed any opportunity to harm the team members. Amidst the coordinated attacks of 4 team members, he twisted and dodged his body in a way that was even more agile than before, while using his long nails to scratch at the members. The team members then discovered that his nails were different from those of other demons. They were not the ugly, sharp kind, but rather looked well-maintained and moist, resembling the hands of a living beauty at first glance. However, when those beautiful nails raked against their skin, the team members no longer thought so. Gradually, they realized they could no longer keep up with the battle between Heng Yi and the evil spirit. The blood tendrils danced in the air, swirling like a whirlwind, as if they were about to ensnare the evil spirit in the next moment. The net-like crimson suddenly contracted, but the demon's form was agile, always able to swiftly evade and leave its original position. After missing, they sadly dispersed, waiting for the next opportunity. These blood tendrils moved as if they were Heng Yi's hands, executing a series of intricate operations to corner the enemy. And they were not just weapons of attack, but also shields of defense. At one moment, when the demon's nail was almost about to pierce one team member's eye, the surrounding blood tendrils immediately arranged themselves into a piece of crimson cloth, directly blocking the member's face. When the demon's nail made contact with this blood cloth, it emitted a sizzling sound as if being roasted. Of course, the nails felt no pain, but judging by the fact that this demon took care of its fingers even after turning into a demon, it was clear that it was quite distressed about its darkened nails being burnt. Sure enough, when he saw his nails scorched by Heng Yi's blood tendrils, he looked even angrier, but Heng Yi's attacks were too dense, leaving him no chance to curse at Heng Yi. Heng Yi was not toying with him. He was just trying to capture this ghost with his own bloodline net, because he had questions to ask, and he could die after that. Moreover, Heng Yi had learned from his mistakes and was closely observing his movements to defend against the large-scale damage caused by his blood demon technique. Little did he know, this behavior was seen by the evil spirit as Heng Yi retaliating in kind. This made the spirit increasingly angry, and his uncontrollable emotions prevented him from calmly facing Heng Yi's impenetrable attacks. It also seemed to make him forget that he could use his blood demon technique to break through Heng Yi's bloodline net. As more and more mistakes were made, Heng Yi's bloodline tendrils left him with one unhealable wound after another. Most importantly, his upper garment finally tore apart completely under the strain, leaving him in a disheveled state as he dodged attacks. his face showing an expression of shame and rage. Heng Yi responded that it was not unintentional, but intentional. He had long realized that the ghost was not avoiding the player's attacks out of fear of physical injury, because physical wounds would heal. There was no need for him to exert such effort to dodge injuries that might have already healed before the knife was even raised. What he had always been worried about was his clothes. He cherished this set of hunting clothes immensely. Heng Yi didn't want to know his story. He only knew that it was his weakness. The enemy's weakness was naturally my focus, so Heng Yi paid special attention to his clothes. You don't want me to look at you, but I insist on looking. You love your clothes so much, so I just have to tear them apart. In a state of emotional numbness, Heng Yi was extremely cold, like the iciest ice in the world, specifically freezing the most fragile hearts. The battle had reached a point where it had completely turned into a one-sided capture operation. The team members were completely unable to intervene in the fight. Standing far from the battlefield, dumbfounded at this unimaginable scene, Liang Yu's master had already run to his side to check on his condition. The Lishi team member had also come to Shansheng and Aya's side, wanting to confirm whether the Lord was out of danger. No, you can't keep ruining my clothes. At that moment, the evil spirit seemed to have finally collapsed psychologically and began to cry like a child. Wah, wah, wah. My clothes. The clothes given to me by my lord have all been ruined. Wah, 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 ruined. It turned out that his entire upper garment had been torn apart by Heng Yi's bloodline tendrils, and now he was left with only his pants, which were also in tatters. He was so sad that he no longer dodged, allowing Heng Yi to completely wrap him up with a bloodline net. Each bloodline tendril, when it touched his skin, burned him with fiery red scars, but he paid no attention, just holding the remnants of his clothes, crying with snot and tears. Heng Yi connected a bloodline tentacle to the bloodline net, suspending the ghost in mid-air, leaving it floating without any point of support, while retracting all the remaining bloodline tentacles. Clearly a ruthless killer. Why are you crying? Crying over your clothes? Heng Yi coldly looked up at him. Even though Heng Yi prided himself on understanding the ugliness of human nature, he truly couldn't comprehend why this evil spirit was crying after killing everyone in the courtyard. This arrogant yet mischievous, insecure yet conceited, beauty-loving yet world-weary boy was now ensnared by Heng Yi's bloodline web. With his beautiful face covered in a grid-like pattern of blood-red scars that would not heal. Looking at the bodies scattered throughout the courtyard, I want to ask you, do you think your clothes are more precious than their lives? The state of numbness in Heng Yi began to fade, and the anger that had been suppressed surged back into his heart. He struggled to contain his rage as he questioned the boy, whose behavior was very childish. At this point, dawn was approaching, and Heng Yi needed to quickly ask what he wanted to know. This demon was too dangerous, and the best outcome would be to wait for the sun to rise and turn it to ash, rather than using it for experimentation. However, Heng Yi was overwhelmed with the pain and resentment of his revived numbness, making it impossible for him to calm down. At that moment, the demon spoke. Of course. Were you? This is the clothing given to me by Lord Musen. You worthless beings, your lives combined are not worth this garment. Even in such a dire situation, the demon showed no signs of remorse. Heng Yi could tell that every word it spoke came from the heart, which only fueled his anger further. Ha 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 ha. Lord Musen has seen you. Lord Musen will take revenge for me. Just wait for him to come for you. After saying this with a sinister laugh, Heng Yi's bloodline network alerted him, sensing a massive power within the demon that was about to burst forth. Heng Yi immediately released all the bloodline tendrils he had just retracted. Then, like wrapping a ball of yarn, he layered them around the evil spirit. Once he had wrapped it into a ball about the height of 2 people, Heng Yi issued the command for all the bloodline tendrils to tighten. Even in this state, Heng Yi could still feel the immense energy radiating outward from the body of the strangled evil spirit, its form resembling the blood demon technique he had used at the beginning, shooting outward like a mass of blades. Musen? Kabutsuji? So this is the full name he gave himself? Kabutsuji Musen? It really sounds terrible. Reflecting on the name the evil spirit had mentioned earlier, Heng Yi commented. The sun finally rose, and the first ray of morning sunlight illuminated the battle-scarred courtyard, also shining on Heng Yi, dispelling darkness and fear, and soothing anger and sadness. Come find me? I couldn't ask for more. Chapter 42. Departure. Heng Yi knew that he could no longer stay in the Chanja house. Moreover, before finding a way to suppress his blood and stop attracting demons so intensely, it was best for him to be alone and not travel or live with anyone else. After confirming that the evil demon was completely dead, Heng Yi first checked on Zhen Cheng's condition. Perhaps due to Heng Yi's timely rescue, although he was seriously injured, he was no longer in danger, which was a stroke of luck amidst misfortune. However, due to excessive blood loss, he remained in a coma. Then there was Liang Yu, who had been pierced through the heart by the demon. Heng Yi almost dared not approach this boy he had always felt guilty towards. However, an old team member responsible for teaching Liang Yu shouted loudly to Heng Yi, "Mr. Heng Yi, come quickly and see Liang Yu. He is not dead yet." Heng Yi was immediately startled awake by a shout and quickly ran to Liang Yu's side. As he said, although the wound caused by the ghostly hand on Liang Yu's chest looked terrifying, it miraculously did not damage his heart, which prevented Liang Yu from dying instantly. However, given the severity of the injury, it was only a matter of time before he bled to death. Everyone present already knew that Heng Yi's body was different, so he no longer held back. He directly mobilized the heart tendrils to lead several blood vessel tendrils into the blood hole in Liang Yu's chest to connect the blood vessels internally and repair the internal organs. As for the damaged parts, Heng Yi naturally used his own flesh and blood to fill them in, knowing that as long as he didn't suffer a fatal injury, he wouldn't die. The heart tendrils extended from Heng Yi's heart, carrying a large piece of flesh and an entire liver. The area where Liang Yu was pierced was below the heart, and upon opening the blood hole, Heng Yi could see that his stomach had been severely damaged, with a large gash. Above the stomach, one of the livers had been completely shredded, leaving only some fragments of another liver nearby. What Heng Yi needs to do is to use his own liver and flesh to fill this hole. In fact, he doesn't know whether he can successfully repair these shattered organs. And even if he does manage to patch them up, whether Liang Yu's body can accept Heng Yi's liver functioning within it. But Heng Yi has no other choice and can only try his best. The old team member responsible for teaching Liang Yu is almost wide-eyed in disbelief. Everything he has witnessed today is something he could never have dreamed of, let alone this horrifying liver transplant operation, which can only be described as a divine technique. "May I ask what you're called?" Just as he was staring in astonishment at Heng Yi manipulating the blood vessel tendrils to repair Liang Yu's organs, he heard a voice beside him. "Huh, are you talking to me?" Then he realized that it was Heng Yi speaking, and he was actually able to converse with him while performing such intricate operations. "Of course, I am a relative of this child, so I want to thank you for taking care of him. It's nothing, you don't have to be so polite, and besides, I wasn't able to protect him well." Such injuries, although Heng Yi's treatment method seemed like divine intervention in his eyes, based on what he had seen and heard over the years, such injuries had no chance of survival. In any case, thank you. I still want to know your name, so I can know whom I'm grateful to. The team member looked at Heng Yi, whose previously rosy complexion was gradually turning pale. After all, during their conversation, Heng Yi's repair of Liang Yu's chest had not stopped. One could clearly see the process of blood being transferred from one side to the other through the blood vessel tendrils connecting their chests. So this team member sat up straight and formally introduced himself to Heng Yi. "My name is Kanjuro Kawajima. It is an honor to meet you. And here I sincerely wish you peace and health in all your future days." Heng Yi heard his respectful blessing and closed his eyes. After a while continuing to repair, he said to the members of the Sangdao team, "Okay, I remember your name. Could you help me find Lady Ayako? Also, please inform everyone in the mansion to start packing their belongings." "Huh? Why? Did something happen? Didn't you already strangle the demon?" "Yes, but that demon, the one that can turn people into demons, the original one, now calls himself Kibutsuji Musen. He has the ability to control other demons, and perhaps he can even share the vision of other demons." Heng explained seriously. "The ghost I strangled said to me before dying, 'Lord Musen has seen you. He will come looking for you.' If he is not just bluffing, we cannot take that possibility lightly. The worst-case scenario is that Musen already knows the location of the Kanazuki residence, which makes it very dangerous for us to stay here. He could summon a large number of demons to ambush us, which would be very unfavorable for us. Therefore, we need to move quickly. But where should we go? There's no need to worry about that. Zen Shang told me that the Kanazuki family has a backup residence, prepared for this very day." Kenji felt a layer of cold sweat break out on his forehead as he urged the team member from the Sand Island. "So please go organize the personnel and help me find Lady Aya, or at least convey this message. We need to be ready to move as soon as Shanxing wakes up." The Sand Island team member understood the seriousness of the situation and got up to run towards Aya's direction. "Next, Rio, hang in there. Please don't leave just like this. Please don't leave me alone." After seeing the Sand Island team member explain everything to Lady Aya on his behalf and mobilize everyone to start acting, he was finally able to focus all his energy on repairing Rio's body. The sun hung high in the sky. As long as he was in the sunlight, Kenji felt as if an inexhaustible strength was surging from his heart, and he became more and more confident. He believed he could succeed, and he also believed that Rio would not give up so easily. The people of the Fukushikawa clan could not be easily defeated. Human life is indeed fragile, but it is also full of strength and resilience. In the face of challenges and difficulties, people often show remarkable adaptability and recovery. Humans are a species full of infinite possibilities. Turning humans into demons is not only harming their lives, but also stifling the infinite potential of humanity. Therefore, Heng Yi firmly believes that humans will ultimately triumph over demons, just as justice will prevail over evil and light will eventually dispel darkness. Let us part here, Shancheng boy. Mr. Heng Yi. The actions of the entire Arakushiki family were very swift. In just half a day, all necessary items and personnel were ready to go. Shancheng also woke up in the afternoon, and after listening to Heng Yi recount the events, he made the exact same choice as Heng Yi. The location of the Arakushiki clan's backup residence was known only to the head of the family, and Heng Yi did not inquire further. I don't know if Kabutsuji Musen has the ability to read my thoughts. Although he isn't T before, demons are evolving. What about him? Could he also develop new abilities? If he really does, then even if I die, you won't be safe, so it's better that I really know nothing at all. When you arrive at the new residence, you need to further strengthen the patrols and vigilance. The rest, you know better than I do, so I won't say more. Heng Yi and the main group parted ways at a fork in the road. The pale-faced Shancheng, having lost a lot of blood, looked at Heng Yi with great concern and wanted him to take a few demon slayer members with him to leave. If Musen really found Heng Yi, it would be easier to eliminate him. However, Heng Yi refused, believing it wouldn't be that easy. Those who had turned into demons by accepting his blood possessed such great power. So how could he, as the source, be easily defeated? I won't die. In fact, I died again yesterday. So let me face him alone, and don't involve anyone else. If I receive the favor of the gods, I can kill him, or find a way to do so, and I will find a way to contact you. Then Heng Yi pointed to the black crow standing on his shoulder and said to Shancheng, besides, isn't there this crow you gave me? Regardless of the outcome, it will return to you. If I fail, but survive, I will also use this crow to contact you and relay information. Finally, Heng Yi gently stroked Shancheng's head, just like his older brother Yongyi did during their last farewell, and said to Shancheng, no matter what, Shancheng, I wish you peace, happiness, and longevity. I also hope that we will have a day when our wishes come true. Chapter 43. The arrival of Musen after bidding farewell to Shancheng. Heng Yi set off alone into the remote, deep mountains and forests. Well, not completely alone. After all, I have a crow accompanying me. According to Shancheng, the Demon Slayer Corps has recently been preparing to cultivate a large number of animals that can be used for communication and message transmission among members. Crows are one of those, still in the trial phase. The one Shancheng gave him is a crow designated for the head of the household. It has been bred exceptionally well and can fly back to Shancheng no matter how far it is. Heng Yi was on the road, while worrying about Liang Yu, whose body he had just repaired. He didn't know if Liang Yu would survive in the end, but he had done his best. The rest was up to fate. However, he couldn't take Liang Yu with him on the journey and could only continue to entrust him to Shancheng's care. Keiichi planned to go to a place he had heard about before. It was a belief mentioned by doctors when he was still alive, said to be a sect called Shujendo, located on the western edge of Heian-kyo. The followers of this sect would travel alone in the mountains, practicing asceticism, and they were known as Yamabushi and Shugenja. They would meditate under waterfalls in the mountains, allowing the water to wash over their bodies to cleanse themselves of impurities. This practice is called Takijiwai. As a doctor, Keiichi had once scoffed at this practice, believing that the force of the waterfall was too strong for the human body and would only injure those who practiced it, questioning how such a method could lead to a purified mind or a removal of impurities. However, after living again and experiencing so much, Keiichi changed his mind. He now felt that entering the waterfall to accept its cleansing required immense courage and endurance. It was not only a physical baptism, but also a spiritual practice. The reason he chose to go there was twofold. First, because he knew it had long been abandoned, and second, because it was the place Keiichi had chosen for his own ascetic practice. In reality, Keiichi was the only one who had truly faced Musen. He understood better than anyone how terrifying this man was. In fact, to this day, when Keiichi recalls the days he was captured, the so-called experiments Musen conducted on him, and the scene of his family being executed one by one before him, the first emotion that arises in his heart is still fear. But it was precisely because Keiichi understood how terrifying Musen was that his resolve to destroy him became even stronger. This was a trial bestowed upon Keiichi by the divine, as well as Keiichi's own path of asceticism. As summer approached, Keiichi arrived at this old shrine that had been abandoned for many years. Once, It had been a place where people sincerely worshipped and prayed for happiness and peace. But now it had been forgotten. Did the deity residing there also lament people's fickleness, feeling sorrow for their changeable nature? Heng Yi did not know what the deity was thinking. In this remote forest, surrounded only by the chirping of cicadas, the calls of birds, and the whispers of plants, his heart felt incredibly peaceful. The waterfall deep in the back mountain was the destination of his journey. Heng Yi leaned in to listen, unsure if it was just his imagination, but he felt that the plants on the mountain were whispering to him, joyfully surrounding him. The plants were much purer than people. They were genuinely welcoming Heng Yi's arrival. "Ah, my luck is quite good." Finally, with the plant's company, Heng Yi arrived at the waterfall at the edge of the forest. Not far from the waterfall, there was a dilapidated little wooden cabin, likely built by the waterfall practitioners for temporary rest and accommodation. "Thank you for the gift. Now I have a place to host guests." The Buzachuan clan was once a prominent noble family, and even though he was about to face enemies as fierce as wolves and tigers, Heng Yi wanted to be as courteous as possible. After all, I'm not the kind of person who barges into someone else's home and kidnaps others without a word. Heng Yi tidied up a bit and chose the room facing the waterfall. He opened the decaying wooden door and sat quietly, facing the waterfall, waiting for guests to arrive. Speaking of which, this mountain truly has a pleasant climate and picturesque scenery. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to consider it either as his resting place or mine, but no, he doesn't deserve such a good burial ground. Looking at the thriving and bustling scene in front of him, Heng Yi's thoughts began to wander. Right? How could I welcome guests without tea? I really have been careless. Heng Yi patted his head, feeling annoyed at his own carelessness. Then he took out the wisteria flowers he had brought with him from the package. Since it had been a while since he picked them, most of them were a bit dried out, but that was fine. They were just right for making wisteria flower tea. Heng Yi then got up and searched around the house, and he actually found a set of tea utensils. Although they were a bit broken due to the passage of time, Heng Yi didn't mind. After washing the tea set with a nearby waterfall stream water, he started a fire to boil water, preparing to brew tea for his guest. He hoped Musen would like this cup of wisteria tea. He hadn't tea at the time to cultivate wisteria yet, and only he and all of Japan had access to it, just this one pot. As the sun gradually set, the dusk in the deep mountains appeared particularly charming compared to the town. The orange-red sunset was like burning flames, dyeing the clouds in warm colors. From deep purple to light pink, layer upon layer, breathtakingly beautiful. As the sun slowly descended, the light became soft and warm. Golden sunlight filtered through the gaps in the clouds, casting a golden veil over the earth. The trees on the back mountain were gilded by this gentle light, appearing exceptionally tranquil and peaceful. In the distance, the mountain ridges, illuminated by the sunset, took on soft and dreamy outlines. The peaks were tinged with a golden halo, as if nature's paintbrush had gently swept across the land, sketching a captivating silhouette. Heng Yi could see the village at the foot of the mountain from afar, with smoke curling up from the chimneys, creating a harmonious scene with the evening glow, forming a tranquil and warm pastoral painting. The waterfall and stream also shimmered with golden light in the sunset's afterglow, reflecting the colors of the sky in a sparkling dance. The entire forest was very quiet, with only the playful mountain breeze weaving through the woods, provoking the plants' discontented murmurs. As night fell, the colors of the sky gradually faded, and the last ray of sunlight disappeared over the horizon. Just then, Heng Yi suddenly withdrew from this enjoyment of the earthly fireworks, slowly looking outside the wooden house. In the night, the very ancestor of the demon, Kabuto Tsuji Musen, was slowly walking towards him. This time, he strolled leisurely to Heng Yi's front, wearing a smile that Heng Yi had never seen on his face before. This smile was different from the ones he had shown Heng Yi in the past. It carried a confident air of inevitability, as if he felt that what he was about to do would surely succeed. "You finally arrived? You're too slow. The tea is about to get cold." Heng Yi complained that he came too late. Just hearing this one sentence, an uninformed person would probably think that these two have a friendly relationship where they can sit down together for tea. Upon hearing Heng Yi say this, Musen's smile, which seemed to signify that he was determined to win, deepened a bit, so he was not angry but began to engage in small talk with Heng Yi. "Doctor, we meet again. I never expected you to survive. That's really great." Then he actually walked into the room and knelt down to sit face to face with Heng Yi. This truly puzzled Heng Yi. He was just being polite. Did Musen really think that he could have feelings for him besides hatred and disgust? He stared for a long time at the thing before him that had caused countless tragedies, while Musen was looking at the tea Heng Yi poured for him, his smile carrying a hint of disgust. After waiting for a while without hearing Heng Yi speak, he took the initiative to say, "I don't like this tea. It smells disgusting." Heng Yi felt that he had heard the funniest joke of his life. The most disgusting thing in the world was complaining about how disgusting the tea he made was. Oh, how disgusting. The kind that makes you want to die just by smelling it? After all, Heng Yi found Muzin's disgustingness to be the kind that made him want him to die immediately upon seeing him. Chapter 44. Insects and worms. Muzin seemed to have just realized that Heng Yi was filled with disdain for him, as the smile that had been on his face gradually disappeared, replaced by confusion. Doctor, why do you speak to me this way? Thus, confusion also spread to Heng Yi's face. His brows raised, yet his brow furrowed tightly. He stared at Muzin for a long time, only to discover that he was not pretending to be confused, but was genuinely puzzled by Heng Yi's hostile attitude. Heng Yi was almost amused to the point of laughter. He didn't know how to face Muzin, this peculiar being with a strange way of thinking. Muzin was indifferent to their sharp exchanges, and he couldn't even comprehend the sarcasm directed at him. You, how can you still have the face to ask me that? Do you really not understand, or are you pretending not to? You killed my entire family right in front of me. Isn't that what you did? So what? What does it matter that my family was killed? At least you're still alive, Doctor. As long as you feel lucky to be alive and live contentedly. Isn't that enough? Why hate me? When Heng Yi heard every word Muzin said, he couldn't react at all. He felt that his understanding of the world was about to collapse because of Muzin's few short sentences, and for a moment, he couldn't find any words to refute his bizarre statements. Doctor, stop talking about those boring topics that are already in the past. Join me, and let's explore the methods of eternal life together. We are no longer those inferior humans. We are now a new species favored by the gods. We possess the ability to transcend life and death, and our bodies have gained greater strength. I saw your battle with Akatsuki. What a powerful force it was. I believe, with your words, Doctor, you can create the miracle of the Immortal Flower once again. Don't dwell on the passing of those weak lives. Let us together achieve true immortality and enjoy an unchanging eternal life. Muzin, as impatient as ever, couldn't wait for Heng Yi to respond and eagerly shared his beautiful vision with him. He was even inviting Heng Yi to join him, and from the confident smile he wore when he entered the room, he seemed to believe that Heng Yi would not refuse his perfect proposal. Heng Yi did not know whether he was some so-called new species, but the thing sitting in front of him was indeed completely beyond any species he could comprehend. If he had to make a comparison, Heng Yi thought of the insects he had studied before, those useless bugs that like to scurry around in dark corners, busily foraging for survival, devoid of any emotions that sentient beings would have, let alone the ability to empathize with their kind. Muzin reminded him of those despicable insects, completely opposite to the blessings of the divine. In fact, he had evolved toward a more lowly and chaotic form of life. Even worse, he was not just a harmless bug, but rather a harmful creature akin to a woodworm. Heng Yi could no longer contain the disgust and aversion that was about to overflow from his heart. Almost unconsciously, he picked up the teacup in front of Muzin and, with a speed that even Muzin couldn't react to, splashed it violently onto his face, which was still boasting. A moment of indescribable silence spread between the two, and the atmosphere suddenly became tense. Muzin seemed completely unprepared for Heng Yi's sudden action. He still wore a smile on his face that suggested he was trying to persuade Heng Yi to join him, but that smile was now frozen on his face, dripping with tea. After a while, he finally regained his voice, ignoring the purple wisteria petals still clinging to his face, and coldly asked Heng Yi, I really can't understand why you people hate me so much. Why not just live well instead of seeking death? Isn't it good to be lucky enough to live and strive to enjoy your life? Heng Yi stared directly into Muzin's crimson eyes, gazing at his slender pupils, and gave his answer. Let me tell you, there are things that can be done in this world and things that cannot. There has always been a set of naturally formed rules that everyone should know. That is, one cannot harm the lives of others simply because they like or need to, and one cannot force others to do things they are unwilling to do just because they have power. This is the most basic rule of human interaction, and you're the one who has broken the rules. Breaking the rules means being punished, and the punishment is to make you understand how you would feel if these things happened to you. I think the thing you fear the most is death. So, you must die. You want my answer? This is my answer. I will never be your friend. As long as I live for one more day, I will hunt you down for one more day. The blue wisteria? From the past to now, the only answer I can give you is the same. I have never found it. The only one I cultivated perished on the day you killed me 50 years ago. At this point, Heng Yi put on a mocking expression and said to him, So, the opportunity for you to truly attain immortality was destroyed by your own hands. Shouldn't you be blaming yourself? What good does it do for you to beg me now? Shouldn't you be so filled with guilt that you want to kill yourself? After all, this is all your fault, Kabutsuji Musen. When Heng Yi returned to him the words that Musen once used to suppress him, Musen could no longer maintain that hypocritical face of seeking peace. His arms instantly transformed into a pair of spiked flesh whips, striking fiercely toward Heng Yi. Heng Yi, who had been provoking Musen with words, had actually been vigilantly observing his movements. The moment he saw Musen erupt in an attack, Heng Yi immediately reacted and rolled violently toward the direction outside the house. However, he still underestimated this ancient demon. The blood-flesh whip came with the intention of splitting him in half, and its speed was such that even though Heng Yi had seen it and dodged in time, he could not completely evade it. Moreover, this whip had not only speed but also tremendous destructive power, with the force to crush everything. The whip completely sliced open the left side of Heng Yi's upper body from below his chest, then continued to swing forward without pause, splitting the entire wooden house in half. The dilapidated wooden house could not withstand such destruction and instantly collapsed into a ruin, burying the stationary Kabutsuji Musen within. Dust flew up, and the swirling dust made it impossible to see the situation inside. Heng Yi rolled out from the house and immediately summoned all the blood tendrils within his body to repair himself. After several experiences of repair, he had already become skilled at manipulating them for physical restoration while also observing his surroundings. He warily stared at the dusty ruins of the wooden house. The place where his left chest had been cut open even clearly revealed broken ribs and a liver split in two. If Heng Yi had not dodged in time, that whip would have pierced through his heart, splitting him in half. Fortunately, if he had been cut open at the heart, then the secret of the blue wisteria in his heart could not have been kept hidden. Moreover, his current abilities relied on the blue wisteria that coexisted with him in his heart. If the blue wisteria were cut in half, he did not know if he could still repair himself as he did now. Unforgivable, Doctor, unforgivable. How dare you speak to me like this? I've changed my mind. I want to kill you. No matter how many times, as long as you appear before me, I will kill you. The blue wisteria, I can find it myself. I don't need you. You must die. Extra 1. With Akatsuki, I am not a woman. Don't look at me with those eyes. I am not a woman. Akatsuki, what are you still dawdling about? Are you going to make the adults in front wait for you? How much face do you think you have? Hurry up and go in. Do I have to invite you? Hey, I got it, Mama-san. Don't be so nervous. The adults won't mind this little bit of time. In fact, the best things often require waiting because what is hard to come by is what is cherished, right? And those stinky men, just thinking about their lewd gazes, ugly faces, and crude actions makes me sick. Stop being so proud. Those are big shots you can't afford to provoke. They can crush us with just a flick of their fingers. If you anger them, you'll regret it. Humph, cowardly waste. Look at how timid you are, so embarrassing. They won't blame me. After all, I am the top dancer in Heian-kyo. How many men have come from afar just to see me dance? They will willingly pay. So just shut up and obediently collect the money. Don't buzz around me like a fly. Ah, today I'm still the beautiful me. It's a pity they can't see the real me. Since I can remember, I've been learning various skills from the so-called mama. Dancing, playing the kodo, composing poetry. I dare say I'm more talented than some so-called noble ladies. But in fact, I'm not a girl at all. Until I was 6, I thought I was the same as the other sisters under mama. Moreover, because I was the youngest and smallest, I looked even more like a girl than the other girls. When I was playing by the stream with a girl and accidentally tore my skirt, she pointed at me and said, "Why are you different from me?" In my innocence, I was just confused and didn't understand how I could be different. At that moment, a girl slightly older than us quickly pulled the other girl away, looking at me with a face full of fear, as if I were some kind of filthy thing. From then on, no girl dared to approach me again. They no longer ate or lived with me, and even stopped talking to me. Now I certainly understand why they did this. It was right. After all, I was something trained to please the nobility. If the big shots knew they were dining and living with a man, wouldn't it ruin their own prospects? I don't care. You ordinary women aren't even worthy of speaking to me. In the past, you feared others knowing you had associated with me. Today, you can't even aspire to my level. However, that is how people are. That greedy woman saw my value and, in order to make me her cash cow, could even conceal her gender. Compared to her, what does it matter that these girls isolated me? No one can be trusted in this world until I met that nobleman. Another day of dancing for those gluttonous, foolish men. How boring. But it doesn't matter. They will applaud for me, so I'll reluctantly endure them for a while. However, that day at the banquet, I encountered that nobleman. Ah, what a beautiful nobleman. His eyes were actually crimson, and his handsome features. and the elegant and noble aura he exuded with every gesture. How could there be such a perfect person in this world? Truly admirable. The most important thing was the way he looked at me, with pure appreciation. He was simply admiring my beauty, without any lewd intentions. Your dance is truly enchanting. His voice was deep and magnificent. His compliments were pleasant to the ear. Damn it, I can't speak to him. That woman forbids me from talking to guests because it would expose my secret. But I want to thank him so much. Why am I not a woman? Oh, beautiful lady, can't you speak? What a pity it is that someone as beautiful as you cannot be heard. It's truly regrettable. I'm going crazy. I can speak. I want to express my admiration to you. No, I can't. If he hears my ugly voice, he will surely despise me. He will never hear my voice. I can't leave him with such a terrible impression. Please remember me, beautiful nobleman. Remember my beauty. But I didn't expect that late that night I would see that nobleman again. He appeared in my courtyard. I can never forget how he approached me under the moonlight, step by step, as if a celestial being from the moon had descended to the human world just for me. Truly beautiful. I couldn't help but praise him. Then he stopped in front of me, looking at me with the same gaze as during the day. I felt like the happiest person in the world. But in the next moment, I realized I had spoken, and in panic, I covered my mouth. What am I doing? I spoke with this disgusting voice in front of him. He will surely hate me. What beauty! But he didn't ask why my voice was so unpleasant. Instead, he cared about what I was praising. So I mustered my courage and said, of course, I'm talking about you. You're the most beautiful person I've ever seen. Oh, how so? You are so handsome, and your voice is so pleasant. I've been observing you all night. Every movement you make is incredibly graceful. I finally achieved my wish, offering him all my praise. He smiled at me, more handsome than when he complimented me at night. Since you admire me so much, would you be willing to help me with something? Of course, I would do anything for you, even die for you. To my surprise, the great Musin had obtained eternal life, and he was willing to let me become part of it too. I gained the power to kill those I disliked, to maintain my unchanging charm forever, and to obtain the freedom I had longed for. The nobleman, Musin, knew I didn't like being treated as a woman, and he even gifted me a hunting outfit. This was the first piece of male clothing I ever had. I will cherish it, Musin. How can I express my gratitude to you? No need. With someone as beautiful as you, anything you wear will look good. From now on, you can dress as you please and kill those you dislike. But be careful not to attract too much attention to us, although we can easily kill them. Killing too many will bring annoying pests that will follow us. Okay, Musin, no problem. I will be extremely careful and will never let those pests bother you. What can I do for you, Musin? I really want to do something for you. Just command me. Actually, there's something. I'm looking for blue, higginbana, which is key to overcoming the sunlight. Keep an eye out for it, Akira, for our brighter future. Okay, Musin, I will definitely find this flower for you. And also, some pests have been following me. A group of samurai in black clothing wielding knives. Clear them out for me. Okay, Musin, the black-clad samurai, those ugly things. I will kill them all for you. Musin touched my face. Let me clear all obstacles for you and be your most loyal servant. It hurts, Musin. He scratched my face, and the clothes you gave me are torn. You saw that, right? You will avenge me, right? Did I do well? Akira did very well. Yes, I did very well. Chapter 45. Coward Musin's whip-like arms swung rapidly in the air, and it was then that Hikari saw countless mouths on the whip. The immense suction generated while swinging created a small tornado, clearing the wooden house ruins in an instant. However, the outlook was grim as Hikari discovered the wounds inflicted by the whip were exceedingly difficult to heal. The flesh around the broken parts seemed to have decayed, quickly turning dark red, significantly slowing down Hikari's recovery speed. But at the same time, Hikari also noticed something unusual about Musin. The reason he didn't continue to directly attack Hikari, who at that moment couldn't make large movements, was that the whip had also come into contact with Hikari's blood when it swept across his body. Just like all demons that came into contact with Hikari's blood, the blood and flesh whip formed from his arms emitted a sizzling sound, as if it were being roasted over a fire, remaining agitated for a long time. After realizing this, Musin refrained from recklessly attacking Hikari's body. Although he continued to curse and threaten Hikari, he was actually contemplating how to completely kill him. To buy some time for his blood tendrils to heal as much as possible, Hikari began to find topics to divert Musin's attention. Akira? You just mentioned that name. The pretty little boy fighting me? Then Hikari sneered and continued to mock. I didn't expect you would seek revenge for someone else. Did you not say you don't understand why we seek revenge? Then what are you doing? Are you angry because I hit the nail on the head? Musin looked at me with disdain, as if I had asked him a stupid question again. Revenge? What is that? Why should I seek revenge for my subordinate? He died at your hands because he was useless, and to make matters worse, he revealed my whereabouts to you. A waste, a scum, unforgivable. It was the blood I left in his body that controlled his self-detonation. I truly cannot forgive his foolishness. Things without value deserve to die. You really are utterly disgusting. Heng Yi further felt that his judgment of Musin just now was extremely correct. He was nothing but a pest, a parasite that harms the entire human world. Even those who worshipped him and served him ended up being evaluated as waste and trash by him. It is evident that what he said about searching for eternal life together with Heng Yi was merely rhetoric to achieve his own goals. He simply wanted to find another way to extract the whereabouts of the blue from Heng Yi, but unfortunately, Heng Yi only thought that his mind had gone bad. Doctor, aren't you the same? Pretending to be righteous and reasonable, but didn't you also torture him before killing him? What is the difference between you and me? What are you talking about? If Heng Yi was impacted by his seemingly otherworldly ideas, then now he feels that he has completely lost his mind and his most basic ability to think. It was you who turned him into a demon. Out of admiration for you, he tried to clear obstacles for you and attacked us, and then we fought back. In the end, he was killed by me, and you call my resistance torture? So, what is the difference between you and me? Well then, take a good look. This is the biggest difference. As Heng Yi's voice fell, the plants on the entire mountain seemed to respond to his call, with shadows of trees swaying and flowers and leaves dancing. An invisible force continuously transmitted from their roots into the countless bloodline tendrils buried deep in the ground by Heng Yi. This was Heng Yi's preparation for this battle. He did not come to this mountain without doing anything, but rather borrowed strength from all the plants on the mountain, deeply burying nearly all the bloodline tendrils he could mobilize in his body underground, leaving only a few as a precaution. These underground bloodline tendrils not only absorbed the moisture from the underground water veins to maintain their vitality, but also waited silently for Musin to make his move. The power of the entire mountain's plants surged into the underground bloodline tendrils, and the moment Heng Yi established contact with them, he felt an unprecedented surge of strength. He then controlled all the bloodline tendrils to shoot up from the ground beneath Musin's feet, forming a stronger and wider net of bloodlines. Capturing Musin with a vast and overwhelming presence. Musin reacted quickly. Almost the instant he felt the tremors beneath his feet, he immediately dodged backwards. However, the sheer number and extensive range of the bloodline tendrils buried underground nearly covered all the positions he could retreat to. When he realized that evasion alone could not help him escape these bloodline tendrils, his body transformed again, and 9 bright red tubes extended from his back, countering the bloodline tendrils that were capturing him. The 9 whip-like tubes and 2 arm spikes behind, Musin fiercely battled with Heng Yi's bloodline tendrils in the air, producing sounds like clashing metal whenever they collided, accompanied by a large amount of blood spraying in all directions. Just as the deity had prophesied, Heng Yi and Musin were natural archenemies. Heng Yi's blood prevented Musin's whips from regenerating immediately, while Musin's blood caused Heng Yi's bloodline tendrils to necrotize, losing vitality and becoming less agile. For a moment, it seemed neither could deliver a fatal blow to the other, and the battle gradually became a stalemate. Heng Yi gritted his teeth and activated his final trump card, the heart vein tentacle power. A person's heart is connected to 8 blood veins. So Heng Yi only had 8 heart vein tentacles to use for attack, but they were all core blood veins fused with the blue other shore flower. Although Heng Yi would not die, he still did not know what the consequences would be of severing his connection with the blue other shore flower. Therefore, using the heart vein tentacles to join the battle was his last and greatest gamble. Moreover, unlike Heng Yi's blood vein tentacles, these had self-awareness and did not require Heng Yi to control them. The 8 heart vein tentacles emerged from the ground, not rushing into battle, but waiting for the right moment to strike at Musin's body. Just as Musin had been wounded 3 times by Heng Yi's heart vein tentacles, he noticed that the burning sensation from these 3 injuries was far greater than that from other blood vein tentacles. In a fit of rage, Musin let out a furious roar, and then his body underwent another transformation, sprouting 8 whip-like tendrils from his legs. Just when Heng Yi thought this was merely an increase in Musin's attack frequency, these tendrils launched an attack at a speed far exceeding the 9 whip-like tendrils and arm whips from his upper body. The heart tendrils of Heng Yi can hardly extend above the ground anymore, because the whip attacks produce sonic booms that cause the earth to crack. Since the start of these 8 whip attacks, the entire battlefield has been affected. Under such devastating attacks, Many plants' roots and stems have suffered catastrophic blows. The situation has taken a turn for the worse. The death of the plants is extremely detrimental to Heng Yi, as they can no longer provide power to him. Heng Yi gradually began to feel overwhelmed, while Muzin's power seemed endless. Even though he was covered in irreparable wounds caused by Heng Yi's blood, he appeared oblivious, tirelessly attacking Heng Yi as before. Finally, the 8 whips on Muzin's legs broke through the defense of Heng Yi's bloodline tendrils, piercing through various parts of Heng Yi's body and pinning him to the ground. A large amount of blood gushed from Heng Yi's wounds and mouth. These 8 whips not only pierced his internal organs, but one even penetrated his heart. He could feel his bloodline tendrils uncontrollably contracting and swaying, and his body, with its core of recovery damaged, no longer healed quickly. Blood clots carrying his internal organs continuously sprayed from Heng Yi's mouth. His complexion grew pale, and his consciousness began to fade, even his pupils starting to dilate. Is this it? Suddenly, Heng Yi felt a glimmer of light piercing through the broken forest and shining into his eyes. At that moment, it was as if his fighting spirit was reignited. His golden pupils burned brightly in his dark blue eyes. He prayed to the blue, asking it to grant him one last surge of power. The Immortal Flower responded to the wish of the integrator, blooming from the flesh and blood in Heng Yi's chest, with each petal tightly entwining Muzin's blood and flesh whips, the enormous petals reaching out like dragon claws towards Muzin. Muzin also noticed that it was already dawn. Their battle had lasted the entire night. At this moment, he had no time to observe the massive flower blooming on Heng Yi's body. All he knew was that if he didn't break free from Heng Yi's entanglement, he would be doomed when the sun rose. So what he saw were the enormous blue dragon claws reaching towards him, and the leg whips embedded in Heng Yi's body were burning intensely, something tightly wrapped around them preventing him from retracting them. Just as he attempted to pull back the leg whips, he found that even the whips on his back and the thorns in his hands had been caught by the blue dragon claws, leaving most of his body feeling as if it were under the scorching sun. He let out a painful shriek. Just when Heng Yi thought he could leave this embodiment of evil behind and let him be scorched by the sun, Muzin made a choice akin to a lizard shedding its tail. He severed all the whips from his back and legs, then completely detached his arms from his shoulders, maintaining a no-arm posture as he fled into the darkness of the forest. The enormous blue did not give up, instead chasing after Muzin, but ultimately, because it was connected to Heng Yi's body, it could not stray too far and return to Heng Yi's body. Heng Yi's body was still pierced by the 8 leg whips that Muzin had severed. He was firmly pinned in place, only able to watch as Muzin fled in a panic, his back disappearing into the distance. Coward! Heng Yi infused the last bit of strength in his body into his throat and shouted loudly in the direction where Muzin was fleeing. You coward! I won't let you go. Even if I come back from hell, I will hunt you down relentlessly. Just wait, Kabutsuji Muzin. I will not die, nor will I rest until I find you. In the deep, scarred mountains and dense forests, all was silent. All living creatures had fled this place of strife under the cover of night. At the center of the disaster, there was only a man pierced by 8 whips. After being severed, the whips hardened and transformed into long, sharp spikes that pinned him in place. His body hung in midair, with a large hole in his chest, blood still slowly flowing along the spikes. He lay with his back to the ground and face toward the sun, quietly passing away. A crow flew over from a distance away from the battlefield, circling around him twice. Its eyes, as dark as the night, stared intently at the man who had nearly bled out. His eyes had already dimmed, vacant and lifeless. Then it flew away from the forest to fulfill its mission. When the Demon Slayer Corps members arrived at the forest, it was already 2 days later. But all they found were the remnants of a half-destroyed wooden house and the faint traces of a dense forest. On this battlefield, which clearly had experienced fierce combat, there were no signs of life left, including the body that the crow had reported as possibly belonging to Heng Yi. Yoshida Riki searched the entire mountain but found no trace of Heng Yi. In the end, he took away a miraculously well-preserved teacup found among the ruins of the damaged wooden house. For some reason, he felt that this cup must have been used by Dr. Heng Yi. The cup was tightly held in the palm of Kanemitsu Yazunari, slowly moving closer to his chest, as if he were gazing through it, missing a certain soul that had disappeared without a trace. Due to irreversible physical injuries suffered during the night raid on the Kanemitsu estate, Yazunari passed away 10 years later. In his dying moments, he instructed his wife, Kanemitsu Aya, that the only item he wished to be buried with was this cup. Kanemitsu Hiroshi did not inherit the position of family head. He always remembered the doctor brother, who resembled his father more than his father did. recalling the smile on his face as he threw himself into the sky and the warmth of being held in his embrace. He became a doctor, transcribing, adjusting, and passing on the prescriptions left by Heng Yi, traveling around to practice medicine and save lives. He died on an autumn day at the age of 30. The same season he had met Heng Yi. After the night raid on the Kanemitsu estate, Nishikawa Yoshihiro gave up on the idea of joining the Demon Slayer Corps. Although his body was healed by Heng Yi's godlike methods, it would never be as healthy as before. He sold the Nishikawa estate in Heian-kyo and moved to the mountain village where Yuichi and Heng Yi had lived as children, settling down there, marrying, and starting a family. He had heard his mother mention that his great-grandfather had been a doctor in this village, so he followed in his footsteps, living there as a doctor. He also farmed and foraged for herbs with his family. Although life was plain, it was happy. He often thought that when he met Heng Yi again, he could say, "Great uncle, look, I can work on the farm now." He passed away suddenly in his sleep at the end of summer at the age of 64, wearing a peaceful smile on his face. Time flew by, and 50 years passed in the blink of an eye. Regardless of how the world changed, one thing remained eternal. The sun would rise as usual, dispelling darkness and bringing light. The old shrine, rarely visited, lay hidden in the deep mountains and dense forests, mysterious and quiet. 50 years was enough for all living things to be reborn. At the foot of the waterfall in the back mountain, there were no longer any traces of the past battle. However, a wisteria cluster was blooming out of season, surprisingly blossoming beautiful flowers in late summer, turning the area into a sea of purple flowers. In the midst of this vast purple expanse, there was a plant distinctly different from all others. Its deep green leaves were about to fall, and the flowers above seemed ready to bloom. It was a plant that did not reveal both flowers and leaves at the same time. When it bloomed, the leaves were hidden, and when the leaves grew, the flowers were absent. The purple flowers swayed in the mountain breeze, as if welcoming a long-lost old friend back from a journey, saying, "Long time no see." Extra 2. Nishikawa Yoshihiro. Part 1. Did Grandpa really not get fooled? It sounds like a scam to me. Oh dear mother, am I wrong? A person who died 50 years ago has come back to life. How could something so ridiculous happen? That was your grandfather. Has he ever made a mistake? Well, actually, we all find it hard to believe, but your grandfather is convinced, and there's no room for doubt. Just imagine, a relative who has been gone for 50 years suddenly reappears in front of you. How would you feel, Yoshihiro? Put yourself in his shoes. Even if he's being deceived, Grandpa is willing. Fine, I'll keep an eye on him. You don't need to worry about this, child. The adults are here. Didn't you make plans with Yusuke to go to Mount Itori? It's not good to break your promise. You should get some rest. Got it. Good night, mother. Even though my mother said that, I still can't believe it. A relative who has been gone for 50 years? And I have to call him great uncle? He doesn't look much older than me. Forget it. I might as well hide out for a few days. If I call him that, it might be awkward for both of us. I'll deal with it when I get back. Yoshihiro. Yoshihiro. You need to go home. Didn't I tell you? Let me stay away for a few days. Something happened at your house. A big deal. My house. What could possibly happen? Your whole family has gone missing. All your household staff, they've all died. Did I mishear? Or is Yusuke joking? This joke is too much. Why are you dazed? Hurry up. I am Nishikawa Yoshihiro, trapped in a nightmare. In this nightmare, my grandfather, parents, and uncles and aunts all died overnight, except for my grandfather, whose body remained. The rest of my family was reduced to nothing but ashes. That man in black only gave me 2 bloody clothes, telling me they were the last belongings left by my parents. What a long and terrifying nightmare. It just won't end. And is it really supposed to feel this real? Are you going to carry my grandfather's coffin for burial? But what about my parents? Where are they? It hurts. It hurts so much. My head hurts. Wasn't it said that you don't feel pain in dreams? Lies. I'm crying from the pain. A month has passed since my family was attacked. After the initial denial and disbelief, I finally accepted the reality that I am now an orphan. Look, I've gotten used to living alone in such a big house, studying at the medical institute by myself, eating alone, living alone. I can live on my own. The men of the Nishikawa clan cannot say they can't do it. But I miss you a little, mother. Do you like yellow chrysanthemums, mother? Can I bring you a bouquet? Unfortunately, the image won't answer me. In front of my grandfather's tombstone, I saw an unexpected person. I remember his name is Takashi Fukushikawa. My great uncle? Didn't those men in black say he was dead? Then why is he here? Has he come back to life? The moment I saw him, my mind seemed to split in two. One half was overjoyed that I wasn't an orphan, that I still had family. The other half was filled with hatred, asking why. Why did everyone else die while he was still alive? No, Yoshi, don't stare at him like that. That disaster has nothing to do with him. Go greet him quickly. He's your last relative. You're still alive. No, Yoshi, what are you saying? How can I say such outrageous things? Everyone is dead. Why are you still alive? How can you still have the face to live? Why don't you just die? Yoshi, you messed everything up. I was really wrong. I didn't mean to say that. Please don't feel bad. If it's really not possible, I can still call you great uncle. Don't take it seriously. You don't frown. Why are you frowning? Don't say the next sentence. Just shut up. Am I wrong? You're the only one who can talk. Just shut up. No, you're absolutely right. No. What are you saying, great uncle? I'm just rambling. Why are you admitting it? Don't apologize to me. You have no idea how happy it makes me that you're still alive. Don't go. Don't leave me alone. Before I even left the cemetery, I was stopped by a man in black, who looked at me with a disappointed expression and said I was hating the wrong person. Huh. To this day, no one has told me what my family died for. I want to hate, but I need to know who to hate. However, he seemed to misunderstand my meaning and began explaining to me like pouring beans from a bamboo tube. That day, I learned that there are things like man-eating demons in this world. I found a new goal to live for. I knew that the people sent to take care of me were definitely sent by my great uncle because I didn't know them at all and hadn't paid them. It's just black clothes and a katana. I can prepare those myself. I want to join the Demon Slayer Corps and avenge my family. Besides, my great uncle is also in the Demon Slayer Corps, right? If I join, I can see him, right? Yoshi, you're so smart. I didn't expect to see you here. You coward. No, Yoshi, you always mess things up. Why we have to argue when we meet? Can't you tell he is saying that on purpose? He cares about you, and what he said is all true, even if it is a bit hurtful. Great uncle, believe me, I can do it. I will work hard to become stronger. I want to do something for my family, just like you. The Lord has told me that you are collecting information on man-eating demons. Why can't I join? Believe me, I can do it. Great uncle is looking at me. Yes. Look at me, I have to pass this election. No, I'm really weak. I can't pass. Don't look at me. I'm sorry I'm useless. Do you want to join the Demon Slayer Corps? A very kind voice, is it asking me? Of course, I dream of it. I want revenge. I can't let my great uncle down. Okay, then from today on, you will learn from me. My name is Kinjiro Sangu. I was once a member of the Demon Slayer Corps, but he knocked on his left leg, and the place that was knocked made a sound like knocking on wood. I can no longer fight, but I can still train you enough. So, I started my training like this. I heard my great uncle is back. I really want to see him. Is he okay? I'm doing great. I'm much stronger than I was 6 months ago. He will definitely not worry about me when he sees me. Forget it. Don't go, Yoshi. What good words can you say? But I still want to see him, even if we end up arguing. Yoshi, you're hopeless. Extra 2 Takashi Fukushigawa. Part 2. Alright. According to my master, great uncle went to the shrine clan with the Lord and won TB back for 3 days. Hey, Yoshi, it's been a while. Let me see. Have you gotten stronger? It was during the team selection when Uncle Ricky hit me hard. I saw you and great uncle exchanging glances. You didn't have to be so harsh on me just to please him, did you? Do you have to hit me every time you see me? No need to worry. Attitude, Yoshi. Watch your attitude. Is that how you talk to your seniors? TSK, still as stubborn and hard as a rock. I have to train you. Come with me. Well, no, I'm already so tired from daily training. I don't want to go out and get beaten up. Oof. I'll accompany you. Great uncle is coming back today, yay. But it's too late today. I'll go see him tomorrow. Yoshi. Yes, master, what is it? Don't be so hard on yourself. Don't push yourself too tight. I'm not. I just don't know how to smile anymore. Also, don't blame that doctor anymore. You are each other's last family in this world. My master looked very sad. To still have family is such an enviable thing. Yes, of course I know how happy it is to know there are still people in this world who care about you and love you. But my mouth, it's just one T listen. Ding, ding, ding. Is it the sound of a bell? Could there be an enemy attack? I exchanged a glance with my master and quickly ran outside. I had a bad premonition in my heart. Is this a man-eating demon? This is too terrifying. I can't even keep up with their fighting speed. Can I really fight such enemies? How is that possible? Also, great uncle, your throat is still bleeding. Don't crawl anymore. Lord, my lord, at least protect the Lord. This demon, pay attention, Yoshi. This is the enemy you will face in the future. Don't run away. Behind you, Yoshi. Huh? What is behind me? Ah, the demon is behind me. Dear Takashi Fukushigawa, I don't know if you can see this letter, and if you do, what year and month it will be. I am now 64 years old, and it has been exactly 50 years since I first met you. After the night raid on the Tsujikuni family, no one has seen you again. People say you must have died after such a great battle, but I always felt that you wouldn't die, that you would return to the world. Thanks to your rescue, I was able to live to this age after being so severely injured, but recently I feel my body is heavy, and I fear my time is short. If you see this letter, it means I didn't get away for you. I really want to see you one more time, Back then, I was too immature and faced with great calamity. I couldn't calm down. I wanted to go with my family, and a part of me is very important too. I'm really, really sorry for saying so many excessive things to you. Everything I said was not from my heart. I sincerely thank you for still being alive. I think you are the bravest person I have ever met. I'm sorry, Uncle. Can you forgive me? Your nephew, Yoshihiro Fukushikawa. Volume 1 Summary. This chapter is a product of the author's mistakes, a ramble that can be skipped, and is basically unrelated to the main text. I apologize to the readers. Thanks to the foolish author, the summary, which originally only had 300 words about the peaceful afterward chapter, has now turned into a whole chapter. I'm sorry for affecting your reading. The foolish author deeply apologizes, 90 bowing. This morning, I got up and took a look and found that the manuscript for 7 p.m. hadn't been posted yet. So I rubbed my sleepy eyes and scheduled it for release. However, the foolish author didn't see that the volume selection had reverted to volume 1. It was fine to just split one chapter, but when the silly author got to the computer, he found that the evening's update didn't appear in volume 2, the default page. So another chapter was posted, and naturally, this chapter followed the previous one in volume 1. Then I couldn't change or delete it. The author, biting the handkerchief, is in a fit of rage. This means I have to split into 2 chapters, haha, but the peaceful afterward originally only had 1,000 words, haha. The incompetent author, 0TZ. This world really is a huge mess, right? Big meow, the author. You can really die and come back to life like Koichi. Saw the. The author is quite emotional right now. After all, making the same mistake twice seems even more foolish. Well, as the author said, publishing a novel on a platform is the first time in my life. And I finally realized that turning the images in my mind into words is actually not an easy task. The more I write, the more I realize the poverty of my descriptive techniques, the lack of vocabulary, the poor control over the plot, and the failure in character portrayal. It truly is a difficult and arduous road. Just like Koichi facing Muzan during the Heian period, in fear and helplessness. The author thinks that everyone goes through a process of growth, and so do every organization and every matter. So, wouldn't the Demon Slayer Corps not have the sun-breathing techniques to hunt demons from the very beginning? Didn't everyone know that demons hate wisteria flowers from the start? And without wisteria flowers, how could the final selection come about? How did the Demon Slayer Corps initially fight demons in the era without sun-breathing techniques, wisteria flowers, or any breathing techniques at all, against beings invincible at night? Just thinking about it makes one realize that everyone back then faced a difficult situation. Fortunately, Teacher Crocodile didn't elaborate on the historical background of these things, nor did he explain whether there was a Demon Slayer Corps during the Heian period and how they fought. Otherwise, the author would really have nothing to write about. The author doesn't want to copy Teacher Crocodile's original manga. What is the point of writing fan fiction then? I might as well just copy the book. Even if what I write is terrible, I still want to realize my own dream, rather than doing the same thing in someone else's dream. Although fan works can be seen as realizing my own dream in someone else's dream, at least it shouldn't be exactly the same as someone else's dream. Bangs the table. My hand hurts, huffing. In short, after saying so much, I once again apologize to the readers who wasted their time reading the author's ramblings. I'm sorry. Another 90 bowing. No matter what, I will definitely persist in finishing this story and not give up halfway. Thank you very much to the readers who made it this far. Repeated 90 bowing. Thank you for your company. Chapter 1. The 9th reunion since ancient times. People have regarded life, aging, illness, and death as natural laws. The so-called law refers to the inevitable, essential, stable, and repeatedly occurring relationships between phenomena in nature and society. Most humans accept this law and choose to strive to shine in their limited time, to love, to hate, to gain, and to lose, to run freely under the sun and embrace peacefully in the dark night. People thought that the ordinary yet real life would continue until the day the world comes to an end. But what if one day, people learned that they could have eternal life, but would lose the warmth of the sun or watch their loved ones pass away one by one, to rely on taking other lives to satisfy their endless desires, or to lose interest in everything in their long, endless life? This is equivalent to an eternal life abandoned by the whole world. Would you choose to obtain it? If I say you have already obtained such a life, then how would you choose to live on? When I woke up again, what entered Koichi's eyes was a familiar sea of purple flowers. Ah, beautiful wisteria. I have returned to the world. Long time no see. Then he maintained a lying posture, skillfully checking his heartbeat, breathing, and pulse. observing the condition of his skin and body, sensing the flow of blood in his body and the awakening process of his tentacles. After a while, he suddenly sat up, patted his chest, and asked, "Are you ready to start your ninth life, my friend?" In the pitch-black night, no one answered Koichi's invitation, but he seemed to receive a response. "Then let's set off. I wonder what kind of people I will meet this time. It's really exciting." He stood up, stretched, and slowly walked out of the sea of wisteria, completely naked. "I said every time I die, I am dressed properly, my friend." After walking for a while, unaffected by the cold and heat, Koichi still discovered that he was naked when he stepped on a stone. "Although I always choose to return to this mountain before I die, I still have to walk out by myself after coming back to life. It's really sad to be mistaken for a pervert by the first person I meet after being reborn. Well, what does it matter if the clothes have decayed? How many years have passed? The time for resurrection is getting longer. Isn't it?" Heng Yi couldn't care less about his naked appearance and quickened his pace. He tried to find someone in the mountain, but unfortunately, there was no one here. Instead, there were ghosts. The bloodline tendrils of Heng Yi received news from the distant trees that a ghost was coming this way. It's a bit strange. Why would there be a ghost in a mountain full of wisteria? But it's great. A ghost is fine. I can just ask what era it is now. "Please, everyone, be gentle. I have something to ask," and Heng Yi helplessly reminded, "I need a pair of pants." This lucky evil spirit had been trapped in this mountain for a long time. He remembered being captured by a group of demon slayers and brought into this mountain, and then he could never escape. Because this mountain bizarrely bloomed with the wisteria flowers that the cannibals hated the most all year round. He had run all over the mountain, from the foot to halfway up, and every exit was heavily surrounded by the dense and flourishing wisteria, making it impossible for him to escape. Moreover, he had encountered other ghosts in the mountain. One who had arrived even earlier than him told him that since he had entered, he should not think about getting out, as there were many ghosts like them scattered around. And every once in a while, a group of humans would enter the mountain, at which point they could hunt these humans to their heart's content. They would also hunt us, but generally, they were very weak, though some looked strong, so just avoid them. This ghost did not understand. Wasn't this equivalent to being captured for the humans to practice on? Then the evil spirit looked at him strangely and said, "Yeah, so do you have any way to deal with it?" Well, he didn't. But until today, he had not waited for the group of humans that the other ghost mentioned to enter the mountain. He was almost forgetting the taste of human flesh. Today was supposed to be just another aimless day wandering the mountain, but he smelled a scent other than the fragrance of wisteria. His impoverished language could not describe the feelings this scent evoked in him. He only felt a desire emerging from the depths of blood and flesh, even from the depths of his soul, drawing him towards the source of this aroma. At that moment, he seemed not to be a ghost anymore, but a hungry infant yearning for his mother's embrace. Hungry, wanting, where he finally found the source of the scent. He saw in the distance a naked man with long silver hair. Heng Yi waited in place for a long time before finally encountering the lucky evil spirit. So slow. Is it that weak? Oh, here it comes. When Heng Yi locked eyes with the evil spirit, he clearly noticed the spirit was momentarily stunned. Even though Heng Yi had lived through 8 lifetimes, he couldn't help but blush. The net. Heng Yi gently raised his hand and swiped his index finger downwards, and a net formed from blood vessels and tentacles seemingly appeared out of thin air, covering the evil spirit's head. At the same time, Heng Yi's right hand made a grabbing motion, and almost instantly, the net enveloped the entire body of the spirit, lifting it into the air. Heng Yi then covered the upper half of his face with his right hand, while the net helpfully secured the upper part tightly, completely blocking the spirit's line of sight. What is this? So hot, it's burning me up. The net in midair took on a gourd-like shape. Since Heng Yi said to leave its pants on, the tentacles cooperated, tightly wrapping around its upper body, while the lower half remained intact and hanging in the air. Ahem, sorry, don't be nervous. I just had a few questions for you. If you cooperate and answer well, I'll let you go. Don't shout. Stop shouting. Heng Yi had no choice but to continuously lower the blood content of the web that bound him, so he could calm down and listen to himself speak. "I'm using. Can you handle it? Your subordinates are getting worse year by year. The first question is, what time is it now?" Heng Yi helplessly shook his head and repeated it twice. Time. What time is it now?" He couldn't see the ghost's face, nor could he hear its response. "Well then, let me ask this. Which one is the emperor? And which one is the general?" You know the era name, right? Try answering with another That's why Heng Yi hated ghosts the most. Most ghosts gave him a feeling of brainlessness, unable to communicate properly at all. Dayong. This year is the 3rd year of the Yong. Alright, what was the previous era name? Heng Yi felt that he had been infected with the same brain deficiency as them, and questioned the use of the era name, still unaware of how much time had actually passed. Yongzheng, the previous era. Finally, Heng Yi heard the familiar era name, calculated the time, and sighed. Has it been nearly 50 years? All right, thank you, rest in peace. Just as Heng Yi was about to strangle the ghost with the net, the ghost suddenly shouted and begged for mercy. However, upon hearing what the ghost said, Heng Yi temporarily stopped tightening the net. You said you have never eaten a person? Heng Yi inserted the bloodline tendrils into his body to probe the power within him, which triggered another round of terrible screams from a ghost. However, as he said, he had no power in his body at all, making him a ghost that was useless even for the blue other shore flower. All right then. The second question, why are you in this mountain? The whole place is filled with wisteria. How did you get in? Heng Yi wasn't very happy. After all, anyone would feel irritated waking up to find a bunch of pests in their home. Moreover, the wisteria, which bloomed endlessly across the mountains, was a variety he specifically cultivated for the Demon Slayer core, and now there were demons among them, making him worry about the core. Chapter 2. Final selection in the end. Heng Yi kept his promise and let the lucky evil spirit go. Based on its description, he speculated that there must be some reason this mountain had become a place for the Demon Slayer members to undergo trials. To verify that he wasn't being deceived, Heng Yi established a spiritual connection with all the plants on the mountain. The information from the plants indicated that there were indeed many weak demons in the mountain. Some were like this one, while others emitted slightly stronger auras. However, in Heng Yi's eyes, they were still insignificant. These demons couldn't just be killed indiscriminately. After all, it wasn't easy for the members to capture them alive. Well, the pants he had secured were gone. Heng Yi used his bloodline tentacles to lift the ghost's head and heavily threw it to the other side of the mountain. He was even less happy than before because he could tell that the ghost was lying, although there were no signs that it had recently consumed human blood. Based on the density of its bones, muscles, and flesh, it definitely had eaten living people. After hundreds of years, Heng Yi was not living in vain. He dared to say that even Musen did not study demons as deeply as he did. After all, that bug didn't care about the people he turned into demons. So how could he be concerned about their bodies? He only cared about the blue spider lily. Speaking of Musen, it had been roughly over 100 years since he last saw him, and he found himself missing him. He wanted to sunbathe together, that kind of feeling. TCH, that slippery eel was incredibly hard to catch. Thinking of that stinky bug, Heng Yi shook his head and continued down the mountain path. However, after walking just a few steps, the plants sent him more news. A human was approaching rapidly. A human? Before Heng Yi could think further, the person had already arrived in front of him within moments of receiving the news. As soon as Heng Yi saw that he was wearing a black kosode with a Nichiren blade tucked into his side, he recognized his identity. However, his hair color was quite unusual. His long golden hair was tied into a high ponytail at the back of his head. Perhaps due to the coarse texture of his hair, the ponytail fluffed up high, and the edges of the untied part were red. From a distance, he looked like a peculiar colored owl. Heng Yi marked the owl in his mind, thinking that he had disappeared for another 50 years. The head of the Keimaki family and the Demon Slayer Corps must have changed generations again. To prevent this member from mistaking him for a demon, Heng Yi still didn't use his bloodline tendrils to conceal his body. He felt a bit awkward and wanted to explain and introduce himself to this member. But the member spoke first. Are you the legendary Lord Shikawa Heng Yi? Legendary? You actually know me? Yes. The Lord has conveyed your deeds to all the members. A man who might appear at Fujisaki Mountain, with white hair and blue eyes, completely naked. All the information matches, so I guess it must be you. Completely naked? Yes. That's right, it's me. Since you know my name, you should also know my story. What's your name, kid? Can you lend me your Haori? Heng Yi felt that he was being very rude. Ah, of course. Lord Heng Yi. My name is Renu Zentra. The man quickly took off his Haori and handed it to Heng Yi. Thank you. Ah, I'm glad to have met you. I just encountered a demon and wasted a lot of time talking to him, which made me so angry that I threw him away. Finally having clothes, Heng Yi wrapped himself in the Haori. Then a blood-red tendril extended from his fingertip, wrapping around his waist and snapping off to become a red belt. I came over after hearing the commotion, thinking that the demons in the mountains wouldn't fight like this. Zentra stared at Heng Yi's blood-red belt for a moment and explained his reason for being in this mountain. Today I am responsible for patrolling the nearby area. It's getting late, so I rested at the shrine at the entrance of the Fujitsuki Mountain, but I didn't expect to encounter you. Seeing him observe his belt several times, Heng Yi knew he was still uneasy, so he spoke to reassure him. Don't worry, This is really not a blood demon technique. I admit it looks similar, but I'm not a ghost. I don't know how much you know about me. I'm sorry, what was your name again? Xinsharang, Purgatory Xinsharang. Master Heng Yi. Okay, sorry, so you don't have to worry. By the way, what is Fujixishan? Did you name this mountain? Are you catching ghosts inside for training new team members? It's not training, it's selection. This is the final selection location for the Demon Slayer Corps members. And the final selection method is to survive for 7 days on Fujixishan. What? And he found it hard to believe. A smiling face flashed before him, that of a child. What was his name again? But Heng Yi remembered what he had said. The reason for the existence of the Demon Slayer Corps was so that everyone could live well. If one could not become a member of the Demon Slayer Corps, would they not meet their end in this mountain? Wouldn't that be putting the cart before the horse? I think that's not right. Sorry, what was your name again? I don't have a good memory. Heng Yi apologetically said that he had already asked this very kind demon slayer 3 times, hoping you wouldn't think he was teasing him. Rengoku Shinjuro, Lord Heng Yi. My name is Rengoku Shinjuro. If you can't remember my name, feel free to call me whatever you like. It doesn't matter. A name is just a code. Ah, what a kind child, so considerate. All right, Shinjuro, I think the selection process is wrong. Is it the current lord who set the rules? Please let me meet him. Shinjuro looked quite troubled and then explained to Heng Yi with a somber expression. I'm sorry, I didn't change my address out of habit. I should say the former lord. The final selection was devised and implemented by the former lord, who believed that only by living towards death can one be reborn after death. And what else? Heng Yi looked at him with an indescribable expression and asked in confusion. Ah, the former lord was a very serious head of the family. He once said, if you can't even get past the Wisteria Mountain, why bother participating in the final selection? Don't expect to join the Demon Slayer Corps either. He told all the swordsmen that Wisteria Mountain is hell for demons and heaven for Demon Slayer members. Lord Takit has gone to great lengths for us, planting this everlasting sea of wisteria flowers that surrounds the mountains. Shouldn't those who wish to join the Demon Slayer Corps come with the resolve of inevitable death to repay your kindness? We once thought this was too cruel and suggested that participants should be given a chance to call for help, but such requests were not approved, were they? Heng Yi was touched by the gratitude of the family head, but his thoughts were the same as those of Zhensho Lang and the others. Since they couldn't pass, they should just rescue them and let them down the mountain. Yes, the former lord said, there's no need. Since they have come, it means they have made up their minds. Everyone must pay the price for their choices. The sky gradually brightened, and the sun was about to rise. Heng Yi and Jin Shoulong are located halfway up Tengxi Mountain, where the forest is not too dense, allowing them to see the sun slowly rising from the horizon through the gaps in the trees. So what about the Lord now? Does he agree with this approach as well? Kenji gazed at the slowly rising sun. His pupils also dyed golden. You will understand when you meet the current Lord. Chapter 3. Visiting the production house again. Sitting once again in the production house, Kenji stared absent-mindedly at the courtyard outside. In the sunny living room, Kenji knelt alone on the tatami mat, waiting. After a while, a young boy walked in and greeted Kenji with a smile. Mr. Kenji, you're back. This scene automatically appeared in Kenji's mind. Then, he began to converse with the boy, inquiring about his health and explaining why his hair had turned white. But he couldn't remember his name, only that the boy always wore a gentle smile. Sometimes he couldn't tell which scene was the present and which belonged to the past, as every moment happening now felt so familiar to Kenji, and scenes almost identical to the current one kept surfacing in his mind, making it increasingly unclear where his true reality lay. Mr. Kenji, sorry, I'm getting old and tend to daydream. What did you say? After Kenji's repeated requests, the Purgatory team member finally gave up calling him Lord Kenji and addressed him as Mr., which made Kenji feel quite embarrassed. It's nothing. I just thought your complexion didn't look good, so I wanted to ask if you were okay. The Purgatory team member, who had been sitting next to Kenji, felt for a moment that although Kenji was still sitting there, he had actually already left. It was as if he had traveled back to a distant past through this place. I'm fine, don't worry, I'm just daydreaming. I'm sorry. I asked 3 times and still didn't remember your name. Heng Yi felt a bit awkward, but fortunately, Al had a good temperament and didn't mind that Heng Yi always forgot to call him by his name. Perhaps it was also because he had keenly sensed Heng Yi's issue. In any case, he kindly understood Heng Yi. Just when Heng Yi was unsure about what to say next, footsteps finally came from outside the house. However, Heng Yi could tell that it was the footsteps of an adult woman, walking slowly and unusually with a heavier tread than most women. After hundreds of years of life, Heng Yi could easily perceive everything happening around him. He was well aware of the sounds made by the humans he interacted with most of the time. The members of the Purgatory team hadn't explicitly stated what kind of person the current head of the Yashiki family was, but Heng Yi could see mixed emotions on their faces. However, even though Heng Yi had prepared himself to meet a potentially difficult master, he never expected to be carried into the house. The woman who entered had a beautiful appearance, and she was holding a child who looked like they had just been weaned not long ago, which was probably the reason for her slow and somewhat heavy footsteps. Heng Yi incredulously turned to look at the Hell team member, and after receiving his affirmative gesture, he turned back to this gentle and delicate woman. She appeared to be quite young. Heng Yi felt she was probably around 20 years old. She noticed Heng Yi's shock, but was not displeased by his somewhat impolite reaction. After gently placing the child she was holding down so he could lean against her, she slowly knelt and respectfully bowed to Heng Yi. Lord Heng Yi, I have long admired your name. I am Mayo Keimaki, and I have heard all about your contributions to the Keimaki family and the Demon Slayer Corps for my husband. I would like to express my heartfelt gratitude to you here. Heng Yi finally came to his senses from the fact that the current head of the family was still an uninitiated child. Realizing he had been rudely staring at the previous head's wife for a long time, and then he heard this formal expression of gratitude. No, it should be me. I am very sorry for being disrespectful to you, madam. Please don't say that. I just did what I was supposed to do. Moreover, he had already been dead for 50 years. Every time he went into slumber, he couldn't provide any help to the Demon Slayer Corps, and Muzin wouldn't stop killing, which made Heng Yi quite frustrated. Please don't mind. I understand you didn't mean it. The fact is, as you can see, Shinfu is only 2 years old. Her expression looked a bit sad, but she still spoke to Heng Yi about the sorrowful reality with strength. My husband, who is the former head of the Tsujikuni clan, Tsujikuni Nobumitsu, and I have 4 children. The first 3 are girls, and it wasn't until 2 years ago, when Nobumitsu was 26, that we had our first son. My husband never blamed me. He always comforted me by saying, "You will have a son, and daughters are also good, but I know that the Tsujikuni clan is facing the curse of men not living past 30, and I feel very sorry for him. He passed away last month, and at the end of his life, he said he felt sorry for me. Shinfu is only 2 years old. Until he understands and can take on the family mission, I need to support the family and the Demon Slayer Corps." Remembering her recently deceased husband, Lady Mi, you could no longer hide her sadness, and her eyes turned red. However, she quickly swallowed her tears, maintained a proper smile, and said to Heng Yi, "One of my husband's regrets is that he never got to see you in person to thank you. He was very grateful for the prescription you provided to the Tsujikuni clan. Although it couldn't lift the curse, at least while we were alive, everyone's health improved a lot, and their lifespans could almost extend close to the end of the curse. Not to mention the everlasting Wisteria Sea on Fujisaki Mountain and the improved methods of forging the Sunblade. It is because of your existence that the swordsman can sever the heads of demons in the night, and a pure land to confine the demons has been created, establishing a nurturing ground for the future inheritance of the Demon Slayer Corps. Please believe that everyone in the Tsujikuni family and the Demon Slayer Corps is grateful for this. Please accept our gratitude, as we truly cannot think of anything else we can do for you." At this point, Lady Miyu and the members of the Rengoku team bowed to Heng Yi, who felt it was inappropriate to support either of them, and could only sigh and return a gesture. He didn't know what to say, so he remained seated for a long time. Seeing this, Lady Miyu and the Rengoku team quickly helped him up and no longer bowed in thanks. Heng Yi looked at Meiyu, who was holding back her sadness to thank him, and expressed his thoughts about the final selection. However, Mrs. Meiyu looked at Heng Yi apologetically and explained her reasons for being unable to make any changes to the current final selection. "I am truly sorry, Mr. Heng Yi. As you can see, I am merely the wife of the former head of the family. The decisions are made by my husband, who is the current head. I feel I have no right to change any rules he has established. I sincerely apologize and hope you can understand my predicament." How could Heng Yi not understand her predicament? Faced with a woman who had just lost her husband and was raising a young child alone, Heng Yi truly felt reluctant to add any burden to her. Moreover, as she said, how could she go against the wishes of her husband who had just passed away a month ago? With all due respect, I believe that her husband's thoughts, although somewhat unfeeling, do have a certain logic to them. This surprised Heng Yi. This seemingly frail woman actually thought that the final selection of the Demon Slayer Corps was a matter of life and death. However, after saying this, Mio did not bring up anything else regarding the final selection, so Heng Yi had no choice but to bid her farewell. As he was leaving, Heng Yi patted the head of Shinfuku, who had been sitting quietly beside his mother playing with his hands, which reminded him of some vague names and faces. But he remembered what he had said before, so he tried to recall his past self and told the child, "Shinfuku, you must grow up healthy." Chapter 4. Supervision after bidding farewell to Mrs. Mio, Heng Yi walked out of the main room with Rengoku Kyudru. Sigh. Heng Yi let out a long sigh. Next to him, Zhen Shoulang heard his sigh and asked, "What's wrong, Mr. Heng Yi? Are you still troubled about the final selection?" "Of course, never mind that. I've given you a nickname. Hope you don't mind. I really can't remember names." "Fuku-kun, when is the next final selection?" Zhen Shoulang wasn't angry and didn't resist the nickname Heng Yi had given him. He had already noticed that Heng Yi was in a somewhat abnormal state, but he didn't ask anything. Just as everyone has their own unspoken troubles and unavoidable choices, let alone Heng Yi, who had died and resurrected again and again. "Well, the final selection doesn't have a fixed time, Mr. Heng Yi. When the breeders from various places report the candidates who can participate in the selection to this residence, the final selection will be held when the number is roughly enough. However, since the final selection has been held this way a few times, the breeders have become increasingly strict, probably due to the high casualties. In a selection of 20 to 30 people, it would be considered a lot if 4 were to pass the rest." He didn't need to finish the sentence. Heng Yi already knew that the rest would naturally be devoured by demons. Therefore, it had been more than a year since the last final selection, and many candidates chose to give up after hearing that this was a selection where failure meant death. This was not good. "Mr. Heng Yi, why are you asking about the time of the final selection? Do you have any plans?" "Well, my plan is to oversee the entire process of the final selection, which is why I asked you about the time." "Huh, you will oversee?" "Of course. And I also need to adjust the layout of the wisteria flowers on Fuji Mountain based on your final selection method. The way they are growing everywhere now doesn't effectively test the candidate's combat abilities. Since it's a trial ground, it should look like a trial ground. But Fuji Mountain is so big. How can you oversee it alone, especially since the final selection lasts for 7 days?" Seeing Zhen Shoulang's anxious expression, Heng Yi smiled and patted his shoulder, saying, "Don't worry about me, Fuku-kun. Didn't you hear what Madame Mayu said just now? Why do you think the wisteria flowers on Fuji Mountain bloom all year round?" Zhen Shoulang showed a puzzled expression. He only knew that the wisteria flowers on Fuji Mountain were related to Heng Yi, but he didn't know why they could miraculously bloom forever. However, Heng Yi didn't plan to explain the reason in detail, fearing that this kind-hearted child might show an expression he wouldn't know how to face. So he just patted his shoulder to reassure him. "You just need to know that I am as familiar with Fuji Mountain as I am with my own home. No, even more so. I should say I am as familiar with it as I am with my own body. I might not be able to guarantee that for other mountains, but for Fuji Mountain, nothing that happens will escape my eyes. So let me know when the next final selection is held, and I will oversee the entire process." This was Heng Yi's solution. He couldn't force the Demon Slayer Corps to change their selection method for team members, but he didn't want to see innocent children end up in the bellies of demons for no reason. More importantly, after hearing the views of the former head of the family, Madame Mayu, and Alcuin on the final selection, he began to understand this seemingly cruel method. For Heng Yi, killing demons was an easy task, as he naturally possessed a lethality against demons that was different from ordinary people. Moreover, he could be considered immortal. Centuries of accumulation had made his recovery speed nearly indistinguishable from that of a peak demon. Now, Heng Yi's physical strength might be on par with Muzin. So Muzin began to avoid Heng, as he probably recalled the face full of wisteria tea, and the taunts of "this is all your fault" every time he saw Heng Yi. Their evaluations of each other were highly consistent, a pesky bug that couldn't be killed or avoided. However, for ordinary people, especially those who had hardly fought demons, their battles with demons were a fight to the death or injury. If they couldn't survive 7 days in a mountain surrounded by the most hated wisteria flowers, and during those 7 days they could hide from demons to rest, how would they defeat demons and survive in future battles? Heng Yi knows that the demons he first encountered hundreds of years ago are different from the ones today. The demons have become increasingly powerful, and more of them have master blood demon arts. They are also aware of their advantages over the Demon Slayer Corps and use these advantages to engage in guerrilla tactics and ambushes. The battles that continue today, after hundreds of years, are much more difficult than before. If it weren't for the discovery of materials that can absorb sunlight, such as the Gorilla Scarlet Iron and Gorilla Scarlet Ore, which were used to forge the Nickerum blades, it would be questionable whether the Demon Slayer Corps could have held on for so long. Therefore, this method of absorbing members is the most suitable way for the Demon Slayer Corps, which has been facing arduous battles. However, Heng Yi still does not intend to just watch those who have failed die like that. Life is precious at all times, and he does not want to see them lose their lives just because they failed once. Thus, Heng Yi came up with a method that is somewhat troublesome for him, but not too difficult, to oversee the final selection process. This is something only he can do at the final selection held at Fujisaki Mountain, and the reason is simple. Fujisaki Mountain is Heng Yi's dojo, his grave, and his place of resurrection. Long ago, after the initial battle with Muzan, Heng Yi's entire being merged with this mountain. He repaid the plants that had lent him strength with his own flesh and blood, which were affected by the battle. And those plants, in turn, nurtured Heng Yi, using the endless vitality from nature to nourish his physical body, allowing him to return to the human world time and time again. By now, Heng Yi speculates that as long as this mountain exists, he will never truly die. Even if his body perishes and his soul dissipates, he can still awaken from this mountain and return to the human world once again. However, he must pay a price for this. Are you notifying me? Where are you going? Tenza grabbed the information in Heng Yi's words and questioned him. I'm going back to Fujisaki Mountain to change the overall layout. And then I'm going to start a new journey. You know, I'm looking for that demon. You mean, the progenitor of demons, Muzan Kibutsuji? Tenza's expression was very serious and carried some subtle disapproval. But Heng Yi has become very sensitive to human emotions and quickly noticed Tenzu's feelings. So he patted Tenzu with both hands and said in a joking tone, Hey, young man, don't look down on the elderly. I'm quite strong, you know. No, I'm not looking down on you. Tenzu anxiously tried to explain to Heng Yi, I just want to go with you. Now, it was Heng Yi's turn to look at him disapprovingly. Heng Yi shook his head. It wasn't that he was arrogant or looked down on this child in front of him, but he simply told him the reality. No, Fuka-jun, you can't do it right now. Seeing Tenzu wanting to say something else, Heng Yi quickly interrupted him and brought up another matter. By the way, before I leave, try to gather some members to come here. I want to give everyone a gift. Tenzu was indeed attracted by this statement. He tilted his head in confusion. A gift? What kind of gift? It's a secret for now, Fuka-jun. You can come along when the time comes. It's a gift that can save lives, but it requires a little price. Chapter 5, An Era of Turmoil. This customer, what a rare hair color. Heng Yi turned to look at the woman who spoke, his blue irises appearing particularly clear and bright under the natural light of the day. So even his eyes are so special. How curious. Hearing her compliment, Heng Yi displayed a gentle smile, thanking her for the praise. Not all. You flatter me. This is a small town not far from Tungshi Mountain. Upon arriving, Heng Yi inquired everywhere about which food was the best, which tea was the most fragrant, and which wine was the most mellow. So now he was sitting in a shop said to have the best tea rice and miso soup, waiting for his meal. Having already begun his journey, Heng Yi also had a basic understanding of the current world. It was a time of chaos and unrest. After understanding the current human situation, Heng Yi realized why the ghost he first encountered had shown such a foolish ignorance to his questions. It was probably because of the rampant turmoil everywhere, making it difficult for ordinary people just to survive. When they were alive, they didn't even know who would be in charge tomorrow, and, as ghosts, they probably cared even less. He shook his head at the thought. He had no intention of getting involved in the power struggles of the big shots, nor did he want to become a tyrant controlling the world. Fortunately, Muzan didn't either. Otherwise, Heng Yi's pursuit would have brought him a lot of trouble. For a long time, Heng Yi had noticed that Muzan's hunting would deliberately avoid the royal nobles and officials, and he would even instruct his subordinate demons to do the same. Heng Yi once questioned this, since he possessed a life almost equivalent to eternity. Why did he have little interest in political power and immense wealth? Later, he understood that Muzan only cared about one thing, which was himself. He had taken selfishness to the extreme. Apart from achieving true immortality, possibly only in a physical sense, he was indifferent to everything else. Everything he did was aimed at achieving this goal. Heng Yi felt both relieved by his lack of ambition and somewhat looked down upon his narrow perspective. He was merely a small creature, trapped in the cycle of life and death. Sir, here is the tea rice and miso soup you ordered. And this is a side dish from the owner. Enjoy your meal. Thank you, then I'll dig in. Due to years of frequent warfare, the lives of the common people can be described as turbulent and unstable. Even in this remote town, one can still faintly see the hardships faced by civilians suffering from the ravages of war. Because of the conflicts, many people have been displaced, and farmland has been left uncultivated. Without anyone to farm, there will be a shortage of food. When people cannot even solve the problem of basic sustenance, who would use their life-saving grain to brew alcohol? Naturally, people no longer have the leisure to drink tea. So, the villagers all told him, don't think about tea and wine. Being able to eat is already good enough. So this is the first and also the last meal of this life. I hope the situation stabilizes and everyone can have enough to eat. After visiting the Shanshuzhai residence, Heng Yi directly bid farewell and returned to Fujixishan on the same day, without staying overnight or accepting Lady Meiyo's invitation to dinner. After waking up, he had not yet diluted his blood, as staying in one place for too long could bring catastrophic disaster to the people there. Heng Yi certainly does not need to eat, and he does not feel hungry. However, he remembers someone once told him that living is nothing more than eating, drinking, excreting, and sleeping. Heng Yi no longer needs to excrete or sleep, so if he stops eating and drinking, can that still be considered living? Therefore, Heng Yi begins to learn to savor delicious food, fine wine, and good tea again. This is the meaning of why humans are humans. Thank you for your patronage, and welcome to visit again. Oh, the food is very delicious. Thank you for the hospitality. Heng Yi opened the door and walked out, immediately seeing a large crow standing on a tree directly facing the store, intently staring at him. Heng Yi chuckled and waved at it, and the crow flew down from the branch, landing on Heng Yi's shoulder. Are they all here? He whispered. Shh, don't talk, you'll scare them. The big crow seemed to understand Heng Yi's words and raised its wings in dissatisfaction. It was much larger than an average crow, with a wingspan nearly matching that of an adult man's reach, so when it flapped its wings, Heng Yi felt as if he had been hit on the back of the head by a giant fan. Hey, you really have a bad temper. Am I not stating the facts? The crow's shouting southeast or something is quite scary, you know? Caw-caw. All right, I got it. I'll head back now. Stop urging me. Heng Yi was playfully messing around with the big crow while heading back towards Tengshi Mountain. As soon as he left the town, Heng Yi didn't take the usual path, but instead dove into the overgrown areas. Once he entered these typically untraveled, impassable places, Heng Yi began to move quickly. His manner of movement was extremely bizarre, as if he were a weightless ghost gliding between the trees. At first glance, it seemed that his feet barely touched the ground, but in reality, each step he took was propelled by the tendrils of blood vessels in his legs. Heng Yi has developed the habit of releasing a large number of bloodline tendrils into the ground wherever he goes, allowing him to sense his surroundings at any time. The more plants there are in an area, the larger his perception range, and the more information he can gather. In such a lush and dense terrain, where both humans and spirits find it difficult to move, Heng Yi can advance as if on flat ground with the help of his bloodline tendrils. Moreover, since he can almost communicate with the consciousness of all plants, none of them obstruct his path. Instead, they even clear a way for him. Therefore, the rugged and rarely traveled mountain roads become shortcuts for Heng Yi. A journey that would normally take half a day can be completed in just the time it takes to drink 2 cups of tea. Inside the old shrine on Vine Attack Mountain, Rengoku Shinjuro was already waiting for Heng Yi with a dozen members of the Demon Slayer Corps. Mr. Rengoku, is it really the legendary Immortal Kawajiri Heng Yi who has appeared? Asked the Demon Slayer with an ordinary appearance and a deep voice. Yes, I want to ask too. I thought the existence of this lord was just a distant legend. Can someone who has repeated death and resurrection for hundreds of years really exist? Is it true? As this person spoke, most of the demon slayers present began to ask in agreement. Just as Shinjuro was about to respond to them, a light and somewhat helpless voice interrupted, saying, "Oh yes, it's true. He has arrived. Sorry to keep you all waiting." The speaker was Heng, who had just flown in from the sea of wisteria surrounding Vine Attack Mountain. Due to the strange timing and manner of his appearance, one of the members nearly drew their sword in surprise. "Oh, don't be nervous. Let me introduce myself. I am Immortal Kawajiri Heng Yi. Whether it's a legend or not is debatable, but the fact that I can't die is true. Thank you all for coming when summoned. Nice to meet you." With Heng Yi's cheerful greeting and Shinjuro's repeated explanations, everyone finally relaxed their guard and slowly began to believe that Heng Yi was indeed the immortal being from the legend. When Heng Yi saw that everyone could finally listen to him calmly, he put on his signature friendly smile. "All right, are you all ready to accept the gift?" Chapter 6 Courage. A gift? Yes, one that can provide each of you with a chance to save your lives and call for me. But it comes with a small cost. Heng Yi explained to all the team members while raising his right hand, with his index finger extending a blood vein tentacle. This scene, reminiscent of using blood demon techniques, instantly triggered tension and unease among several Demon Slayer Corps members, most of whom cautiously stepped back, leaving only Zenshura and a few other members still in place, looking at Heng Yi with confusion. Heng Yi had long anticipated their reaction. In fact, throughout several generations, there have been Demon Slayer Corps members who treated him as something akin to a malevolent spirit. Even though he stood by their side from the beginning, tirelessly trying to help them, he could not overcome the prejudice in their hearts. Different from my kind, their hearts must be different. Heng Yi was initially sad and confused, but now he feels nothing about it. This is my ability. My blood has a powerful lethality against demons, and when it causes non-lethal damage to evil spirits, it reduces their ability to heal wounds. Moreover, ghouls cannot consume or digest my blood. It can transform according to the owner's will. For example, like this. Heng Yi extended this bloodline tentacle until it reached the length of a spear. Then he shortened it while expanding it, gradually forming it into the shape of a shield. This is the gift. I can give you a bloodline tentacle. A portion of the team members displayed fervent expressions upon hearing that Heng Yi could give them this changeable and controllable bloodline tentacle. But another portion clearly remembered the cost Heng Yi mentioned, just waiting for him to continue. The cost is that you need to nourish it with your own flesh and blood. The team members were in an uproar, and even Zinchara showed a surprised expression. As you can see, it is a part of my body. If it leaves my body for too long, it will lose its vitality and needs to absorb a small amount of blood from your body to maintain its vitality. This bloodline tentacle cannot exist away from your body. You can choose to have me store it in any part of your body. When you encounter deadly danger, just think about what form it should take to attack or defend, and it will respond to your request and emerge from your body to fight for you. The moment it is activated and leaves your body, I will sense it, and if I have time, I will rush to assist you immediately. You can release it to stop the evil spirits and then leave the battlefield to preserve your life. The demon slayers, who were originally contemplating the pros and cons, were almost instantly ignited with fury upon hearing Heng Yi's last words. How could one flee the battlefield before a fight? Are you looking down on us? Heng Yi looked at the suddenly agitated crowd and replied in confusion. What kind of understanding is this? How is it looking down on others? If you encounter a life-threatening danger in battle, it just means your strength is not enough to defeat this ghost. In that case, it's better to retreat temporarily and fight another day. Why force yourselves to risk your lives? I know that the battles you face are ones that must be won, but I hope even more that you can survive. The reason for fighting has always been to live better, hasn't it? If you know for certain that you will die and still rush forward blindly, in my opinion, that's just foolishness. Heng Yi did not understand why. Despite providing them with a life-saving trump card, they were behaving so angrily. However, after listening to Heng Yi's explanation, the Demon Slayer team members calmed down. They exchanged glances, as if silently coming to a mutual decision. Finally, led by a male team member who appeared to have a leadership quality and was mature and composed, the Demon Slayers collectively bowed slowly to Heng Yi. That team member, with a polite yet distant tone, said to Heng, "Please allow us to collectively decline this gift. Mr. Heng Yi, we greatly appreciate your concern for us, but we cannot accept such a gift." Heng Yi did not speak, but quietly looked at him, as if waiting for a reason. As a swordsman of the Demon Slayer Corps, our duty is to slay evil spirits. You are not a swordsman, so you may not understand our mindset. His expression was resolute, his gaze sharp, and his tone firm. If we cannot slay the evil spirits, it means we have failed in our duty, which is far more terrifying than death. If we accept your gift, it would be equivalent to leaving ourselves a way out, and then we would lose the most important will to fight against the evil spirits. Heng Yi felt that his gaze was very familiar, with a brilliance shining like the sun. Courage. Thank you again for your kindness. As for the final selection of the Tengu Mountain, we heard from Zhen Shoulang, and we have no objections to this matter, so it would trouble you to take care of it. He led all the Demon Slayer Corps members to bow and thank Heng Yi once again. Well then, allow us to take our leave. It was an honor to meet you and personally convey our gratitude. We heard that you will be traveling far, and we wish you a smooth and safe journey. Then, he led all the Demon Slayer Corps members away from the shrine. Heng Yi sighed, not expecting that after waking up, he wouldn't be able to give a gift. Times have really changed, and so have humans. Mr. Heng Yi looked up and saw Zinchurang's expression was somewhat awkward as he looked at him, appearing as if he wanted to say something but hesitated. So Heng Yi waved his hand, indicating it was okay. Don't mind it, Fukajan, but do you think the same way? Accepting a gift that could save your life would make you lose the courage to fight against demons? Upon hearing Heng Yi's words, Zinchurang's expression turned resolute, and he replied, "Yes. Mr. Heng Yi, as a swordsman of the Demon Slayer Corps, I share the same sentiment. Or rather, all the members who have passed the final selection should feel this way. If we cannot fulfill our duties as members of the Demon Slayer Corps, we would rather fight against demons until the very last moment and die on the battlefield." Heng Yi still couldn't understand. Can't we spare our lives to kill more evil spirits? Why must we care about a single win or loss? Zhen Shoulang shook his head and replied, If we lack the ability and are killed by the evil spirits on the battlefield, that is our honor. But if we flee in defeat, that is our shame. All right, I understand now. You should catch up with them. They've all gone back. Inform me when the next final selection takes place, and I will return. As Heng Yi watched the backs of this group of stubborn children leaving Tengshi Mountain, he looked quite troubled. Sigh, there's no way around it. Even if I disagree, I still have to send them off, though the consumption may be a bit high. Dozens of bloodline tendrils extended from underground towards the direction the Demon Slayer Corps members were leaving, moving quickly underground. It didn't take long for them to catch up with the members, and then they silently integrated into the bodies of all the Demon Slayer Corps members, with everyone remaining unaware. Only Zenshira seemed to sense something and turned back to look towards the shrine, which was in the direction of Heng. I really don't understand your mentality. I'm just a doctor. You do what you think is right, and I will do the same. Now, Heng Yi secretly placed his own bloodline tendrils into the bodies of the members, but the amount of blood contained within was more than 5 times what he originally prepared. They would not absorb the members' blood and could exist within them for up to a year. After a year, they would lose their vitality, detach from their bodies, and dissipate. They also did not have the consciousness to attack actively. They would only activate when the members suffered fatal injuries. Heng Yi could sense their activation and then repair the fatal injuries. While the assessment of whether the injuries were fatal or not was based on the tendril's own perception of the host member's condition. This was the maximum effort Heng Yi could put forth within his current capabilities. I wish you all good fortune in your martial endeavors. Having sensed that all the bloodline tendrils had entered the members' bodies, Heng Yi felt relieved and stretched out lazily. His long, white hair, which had previously had a hint of blue, had now completely faded, becoming a pure white. The blue in his pupils had also become very light, appearing almost gray in poor lighting. This was the result of losing too many bloodline tendrils, as well as the loss of a significant amount of blood. This had a similar effect to blood dilution, but as a result, Heng Yi's own physical strength and recovery ability were greatly diminished. All right, then I should set off too. A new journey is about to begin. Chapter 7. Plague. What a refreshing day is on a small path in the countryside. A man carrying a huge wooden box walked along with a content expression. His snow-white long hair was simply tied into a high ponytail, but it was clear he didn't pay much attention to his hair. Perhaps he didn't care about his appearance. Some stray hairs were loosely scattered over his head, behind his ears, and beside his face. However, due to his youthful and handsome face, this unkempt look did not make him seem sloppy. Instead, it presented a kind of chaotic beauty, especially his pair of eyes, which were quite mismatched with his youthful face. If you locked eyes with him, you might get lost in the story-filled, weathered light blue depths of his gaze. This man was Heng Yi, embarking on his 9th life journey. It had been 3 months since he left Tengshi Mountain to start this brand new journey. In each life, he would set out to find the most wicked demon, Muzan Kabutsuji, while continuing to provide free diagnosis and treatment for every needy civilian in his role as a traveling doctor. Of course, if he encountered them, he would also kill the tragic beings, the cannibals, created by the progenitor of demons, sending these poor souls back to the dust to find peace. Upon discovering that his blood had a tremendous attraction for cannibals and that this attraction grew stronger with each life, Heng Yi attempted to change this state. One method was dilution, which involved absorbing large amounts of different liquids into his own blood to lower its concentration. Generally, these would be toxic substances that Heng Yi could not absorb himself. After hundreds of experiments, he finally discovered that the most effective diluting agent was actually the toxin extracted from wisteria seeds. That's right, the wisteria flower seeds, which demons detest the most, are actually toxic, something Heng Yi had not anticipated. Unlike the flower, the toxin from the wisteria seeds is effective not only against demons, but also against humans. After extracting this toxin in large quantities, Heng Yi used bloodline tendrils to absorb it into his body, realizing that his blood could not absorb or break down this toxin, and it would not harm him, only diluting his blood concentration. Heng Yi successfully reduced his own attraction to evil spirits with this discovery, and at the same time, he used his diluted blood to nurture wisteria seeds, cultivating wisteria flowers that would never wither, but this was only possible in the soil of Mount Tengshi, which contains a massive amount of Heng Yi's blood. Another method is blood loss. After hundreds of years of research on himself, Heng Yi can actively separate a large amount of blood from his body without falling into a state of weakness from blood loss. However, in this state of significant blood loss, Heng Yi's strength is also greatly reduced. For example, 3 months ago, the amount of blood carried by the blood tendrils he separated left him with almost none of his current strength. However, this blood loss can be slowly recovered by consuming foods favored by the blue other shore flower. Oh, you're back. What did you find? At this moment, the heart tendrils that had gone out returned to the body, and Heng Yi quietly inquired while carefully sensing. What? A corpse was found in the river? Heng Yi was taken aback and quickly ran towards the river where the bloodline tentacles sensed the body. However, when Heng Yi reached the riverbank and saw the so-called corpse floating on the surface, he stretched out a tentacle with a strange expression to scoop it up. It was a dummy made of artemisia grass, and it looked like it had been burned, but it hadn't completely burned before falling into the river, drifting here with the current. What is this thing? Heng Yi didn't quite understand. He poked at the heart's tentacles of the false report. You've been lazy. Didn't I say that when you detect something, you need to dig in and take a look? You can't just touch it and tell me it's a person. Heng Yi shook his head, not paying much attention to this small episode, and continued to move in the original direction. After nearly half a day's journey, Heng Yi encountered a group of about dozens of common people. They looked like they had suffered greatly, as if they had just gone through a huge disaster. The clothes on each of them were tattered and worn, having long lost their original color and bearing holes that they had no time to mend. Their faces were haggard and weary, with sunken cheeks, and their eyes revealed deep despair and helplessness. Their bodies were so thin that they were almost skin and bones, moving slowly and heavily, with some needing to support each other to advance with difficulty, making one worry that they might collapse at any moment, lacking the strength to continue. Moreover, Heng Yi noticed that among this group of refugee-like people, there were almost no elderly or children. When this group of common people saw Heng Yi approaching in their direction, most of them had numb and unnatural expressions, with only one man speaking to Heng Yi before he could ask them anything. Don't go any further. Turn back quickly. The village ahead is plagued, and many people have died. We just escaped. Another man, who seemed a bit dazed, muttered, Yes, it's terrifying. The plague god is angry, punishing us. The plague god? Heng Yi looked at the man in confusion, but he seemed to be talking to himself rather than to Heng Yi. He had his head down, mumbling with his lips moving without making any sound, as if he were reciting some kind of incantation. Heng Yi then turned to the man who had initially spoken to him. Yes, that must be the plague god, an evil spirit, the vengeful soul of the dead that could spread disease. After hearing the words of the first man, the man he had spoken to also began to mutter incoherently, as if he had been infected by him. It was terrifying. People were slowly rotting away while still alive. This must be their curse. It must be the gods punishing humans for killing each other by unleashing a plague. The gods are angry. Yes, they are angry. We must run quickly, run fast. It has nothing to do with me. Even Lord Kashima cannot quell their anger. The ship capsized directly. That was the wrath of the gods. And the divine beings do not accept our repentance. Panic began to spread through the crowd, with people chattering back and forth, filled with an inescapable fear and awe. Heng Yi captured the mention of Lord Kashima in their words, which should refer to the effigy made of mugwort that the common people used for sacrifices and prayers. However, last night there was a storm, and the river must have flooded. An uncontrolled small boat would easily capsize, which in the eyes of the people is evidence that the deity does not forgive them. Another piece of information is that the symptoms of this plague cause the afflicted to slowly rot, meaning the person is still alive, but their skin begins to decay. Heng Yi did not try to persuade them with his own medical perspective, as they were not receptive at the moment. He simply asked, Is there anyone among you who has contracted the plague? Heng Yi calmly glanced over everyone, and without exception, they all looked at him with faces full of terror. Heng Yi simply introduced himself calmly. My name is Buschun Heng Yi, and I am a doctor. Chapter 8. Ignorance. Heng Yi thought that after revealing he was a doctor, it would somewhat reassure the frightened crowd before him. However, the outcome was not as he had hoped. These people seemed to be paralyzed with fear from the unknown, terrifying epidemic. Even upon hearing that Heng Yi was a doctor, they offered no words of plea for help. They had lost hope in everything and were simply following their primal instinct to flee from danger. What good is a doctor? Useless. How could humans possibly defeat the divine? Yes, how could humans possibly defeat the divine? But who says humans need to defeat the divine? This is a disease, not a punishment from a deity. Even the cruelest, inhuman, man-eating demons are ignored by the divine. How could they punish ordinary humans who fight amongst themselves? I ask again, is there anyone among you who is afflicted with this epidemic? I can help with a diagnosis and see if I can find a way to treat it. No, we're not the ones being punished. If you want to anger the divine, don't involve us. Go away, go away. This person disrespects the divine. The divine will punish him, and he will bring disaster upon us. Heng Yi turned a blind eye to the shouting men, maintaining a calm expression as he stared at the ignorant people before him. How many times had he encountered such a situation? He had lost count. Since he was just a few years old, people had firmly believed in the so-called gods who brought disasters. Illness and suffering were seen as the anger of the gods, while healing and harvest were viewed as their blessings. How could that be? The reason gods were considered gods was precisely because they were high and mighty, devoid of joy or sorrow, wasn't it? After hundreds of years of life and countless reincarnations, Heng Yi no longer believed in the existence of any gods in this world. Even if they did exist, they would not heed human prayers. To survive, one could only rely on oneself. But he remembered someone once told him, "Go fight, and then go save." He had forgotten who that person was, but he remembered the words and had always practiced them. To save those who should be saved. As long as they sought his help, he felt it was his duty. Therefore, as long as the people before him told Heng Yi that they were ill, he would do his utmost to treat them. Even if it meant fighting against what they perceived as the gods, Heng Yi was not afraid. But they did not. After that man shouted that Heng Yi would bring them disaster, the fear among the crowd intensified, and the civilians scattered away from Heng Yi, as if he himself was the plague. At that moment, Heng Yi felt that healing the hearts of people might be far more difficult than healing their bodies. He watched the backs of those people retreating, not uttering another word. In fact, Heng Yi had already scanned the exposed skin of every civilian twice. Their clothes were tattered, and a significant portion of their skin was exposed. But he did not see any signs of festering skin on any of them. Therefore, Heng Yi did not stop them from fleeing the source of their fear. Everyone had the right to run away. Not everyone had the courage to fight back. Heng Yi would not mock their cowardice. It was all a result of human fear of the unknown, nothing to laugh at. After seeing them walk away, Heng Yi turned and continued in the direction they had come from. This time, he did not proceed leisurely but quickened his pace. After all, arriving a moment earlier might save a dying life, right? However, the medicine box was heavy, and there were no nearby plants to assist his movement. This was still a main road, and he could not openly release his bloodline tendrils. Otherwise, encountering others fleeing along the way would give him a headache. He could only do his best to quicken his steps, hoping to arrive a bit sooner. May I find a way to heal? In the evening, just as the sun was about to set, Heng Yi finally saw a village appear in his line of sight. He began to run, quickly approaching the village. But when he arrived, he was taken aback and stopped. Entering the village, Heng Yi was met with a desolate scene. The village was filled with ruins, the roads covered in rubble and dust. More terrifyingly, within the dilapidated houses, there were tattered straw mats covering unburied corpses. In the dim light of the fading sunset, Heng Yi could clearly see the exposed bodies of people beneath the mats, with large areas of festering skin. Heng Yi placed the medicine box outside the house, which no longer had a door. With his hands clasped together, he slightly bowed and said to the deceased homeowner, "Sorry to intrude, I'm coming in." Then Heng Yi entered, lifted the straw mat, and began to examine the corpse. It was a young woman. Most of her skin was swollen and rotting, but not much pus or blood was flowing out. Her eyebrows had completely fallen off, and her facial skin was damaged by decay. The bridge of her nose seemed to have been crushed and had collapsed. Her lips were crooked, and the surrounding skin was cracked. Her body was already stiff, with her hands bent into a claw-like shape, and the soles of her feet had actually rotted through to form a hole. So what was the mode of transmission? Heng Yi thought this as he touched the decaying skin on the arm of the corpse. Although Heng Yi seems no different from a normal person on the surface, he is actually a peculiar life form that is different from ordinary humans. The moment his hand touched the decayed part of the corpse, the blood vessels and tendrils within him sent out a warning, indicating that abnormal microscopic organisms were invading his body, so small that they were invisible to the naked eye. Heng Yi did not use bloodline tendrils to kill or expel the invading microorganism from body, but instead controlled it beneath the skin of the right forearm. Heng Yi hopes to grow it on itself, from which he can deduce the progression and characteristics of the disease and infer the corresponding treatments. It seems that this is the cause of the disease, but where it came from and how it appeared is still unknown. I need to find living patients for diagnosis and treatment. Heng Yi covered the corpse with the straw mat again, bowed to the young woman, and then left the house. As soon as he stepped outside, he heard the sounds of a crowd in turmoil from a distance. In the pitch-black night, flames shot up into the sky. This is bad. Since Heng Yi had focused all his attention on examining the bodies of those who had died from the plague, he noticed that villagers had gathered over there. However, just from the fire that had ignited, he could guess that something terrible was happening. Please don't let it be what I think it is. In many cycles of reincarnation, Heng Yi had encountered villages that had been struck by plagues. People shrouded in death would gradually lose their rationality as humans. Those who fell ill would do anything to survive, while those who were not sick might kill the still-living patients to avoid being infected. Heng Yi quickly picked up the medicine box and ran towards the direction of the rising flames. I hope I'm in time. Chapter 9. Shock. Heng Yi always felt a mix of joy and sorrow about his guesses. The joy came from the fact that his guesses were usually quite accurate, while the sorrow stemmed from the fact that his guesses were often not good news. For example, right now, when he ran here, before he could clearly see what had happened, he heard a little girl crying loudly, "No, don't burn my parents. They are not dead, not dead." A large fire surrounded a house, and from where Heng Yi stood, he could see that there were not just 2 people inside. At least 6 or 7 people were visible through the flames. The fire had already reached the outermost people, their faces twisted grotesquely from disease, emitting chilling wails. Besides the girl outside the fire circle, some people in the crowd were trying to rush into the burning building, but the fierce flames had completely surrounded the house, blocking the entrance and preventing any success. This scene, resembling hell on earth, was something even Heng Yi had rarely witnessed. He couldn't care less about hiding his secrets. All he wanted was to extinguish the fire and save the people still alive inside. Heng Yi controlled the bloodline tendrils in his body, which swiftly moved from the ground to the burning house. They formed a net-like state, breaking through the earth amidst the flames, and then quickly covered the source of the fire, tightening and sealing it off, effectively isolating the fire from the outside world and extinguishing the blaze at its root. Since Heng Yi's bloodline tendrils are essentially composed of his own bloodline and blood, they would not catch fire. The night, illuminated by the flames, suddenly lost all sources of light and fell back into darkness, which conveniently provided cover for the bloodline tendrils as they enveloped the fire source, dissolving into the darkness along with the flames. This scene, reminiscent of a deity extinguishing a great fire in an instant, left the already panicked villagers even more bewildered. However, as the surrounding flames suddenly extinguished, plunging them into darkness, they flailed about like headless flies, shouting and running aimlessly. Heng Yi seized the moment when they failed to regain their sight, allowing the remaining bloodline tendrils to lift him high into the air, soaring over the chaotic crowd, landing between them and the burning house. At that moment, the cloud that had obscured the moon slowly shifted, revealing the moon's bright face once more, like a brilliant pearl hanging in the night sky. The moonlight poured down like a light veil onto the earth, illuminating the sudden darkness and allowing all the villagers to witness the arrival of the deity. Under the dim moonlight, Heng Yi's white hair fluttered in the wind, and his light blue eyes sparkled with silvery brilliance in the moon's reflection. In the eyes of the villagers, Heng Yi, who appeared abruptly in their encirclement, resembled a deity that had suddenly descended to the mortal realm. His extraordinary white hair and star-like sparkling eyes were incredibly striking. The most terrifying thing was the evident anger on the beautiful face of the deity. The deity is angry. The deity has saved those who were ill and extinguished the flames. We were wrong. Great deity, please forgive our sins. Heng Yi was certainly angry, not only because of this group of foolish people who wanted to burn others alive, but also because the bloodline tendrils were experiencing intense burning sensations. The little blood he had left was once again severely depleted in the raging fire, and the bloodline tendrils writhed underground, silently screaming in agony from the fierce flames. When Heng Yi reconnects with them, it feels as if he is experiencing the same excruciating pain of being burned by fierce flames. His face is contorted, revealing the reason he is forcibly suppressing this intense agony. Although Heng Yi's body is already very resilient, there is nothing in the world without weaknesses. Just as Muzin's weakness is the sun, Heng Yi's weakness is fire. He can inflict irremediable burning scars on demons with his bloodline tendrils, which even ordinary swords cannot sever. Yet he cannot withstand the scorching flames. Heng Yi guessed that this was because he was symbiotic with the blue shore flower. It is natural for plants to fear fire. Not only the bloodline tendrils, but even Heng Yi himself felt a faint fear of fire, especially after being burned. The recovery speed from his burns was much slower than from other injuries. Just when Heng Yi was in so much pain that he couldn't speak, those foolish people who thought he was a divine being were already scared to their knees. Once the first person knelt before Heng Yi, a second followed. In just a few breaths, a large group knelt down in front of him. Some shouted that the divine being had manifested, while others didn't dare to say a word, continuously bowing their heads. For a moment, Heng Yi really wanted to impersonate a god and hang these foolish people who set fires and killed others, as there should be a limit to both fear and ignorance. After a while, Heng Yi finally felt a bit better. The burning sensation was slowly fading away. He croaked, addressing the crowd, "I am not a divine being. I am just a foreigner who couldn't bear to watch." Some of the villagers who were kneeling heard Heng Yi's words and bravely raised their heads to look at him, while others, as if they hadn't heard, continued to bow their heads. "But I think your inhumane actions would make even the divine being unable to bear it." So he sent down a miracle to extinguish the great fire. Heng Yi borrowed the name of a deity. He didn't want the villagers to know about his inhuman strength and body. This could be considered a kind of divine will, preventing you from committing the great sin of harming your weak fellow beings. "Stop kneeling before me. You do not need my forgiveness. From the moment you set fire, all you need is the forgiveness of those you burned alive inside. Because there are no gods in this world, even if there were. Heng Yi believes they keep their eyes tightly shut and their ears covered, indifferent to humanity. My name is Bush Chuan Heng Yi, and I am a doctor. I passed through here, heard about the outbreak of a plague, and came to save lives. That's all." A considerable number of people have stopped kneeling after hearing Heng Yi's words, but until now, not a single person has stood up. It's as if they're trapped in an inescapable fog, their minds drifting in the air with the extinguishing flames, dancing with the embers in the air. Lost in direction. This is the sight Heng Yi dislikes the most. What are you daydreaming about? Is this how you should act after making a mistake? What good is it to kneel before a stranger, or even before a strange god? Don't say I'm not a god, even if I were. I would want to save people like you who know you're wrong yet refuse to change, who are weak and evasive. Now, those who realize their mistakes, stand up and help me carry the people inside out, and pray that they are safe." Heng Yi's eyes, still filled with unquenched rage, slowly swept over everyone. If anyone still thought they were in the right, they could leave and stop being an eyesore here. Some people had already reacted. After hearing Heng Yi's words, they immediately rushed to enter the house to rescue people, but Heng Yi stopped them. "Wait. Everyone who goes and must cover their mouth and nose with a long strip of cloth, and take some clothes or fabric to wrap their hands. Make sure not to let your skin touch the affected areas of those who are ill. From now on, gather all the sick people in one place and separate them from the healthy ones. Don't try to hide anything. If I find out you are sick but didn't tell the truth, I won't treat you. Everyone move, help out, or get lost." Chapter 10. Secret on a drizzly morning. The small village that had endured calamity appeared rejuvenated after the continuous light rain washed it clean. It had been 3 days since Heng Yi arrived at this unnamed village and stopped the tragic burning incident. Perhaps Heng Yi's dramatic entrance intimidated the villagers, whose minds had been clouded by greed, or maybe it was the final display of his wrath that made them feel Heng Yi was not someone to be trifled with. In any case, after that, all the villagers obediently followed Heng Yi's demands. Of course, some were overwhelmed with gratitude towards Heng Yi. Most of them were family members of the patients he rescued from the fire that day. In the past few days, Heng Yi designated an area in the village to isolate all the villagers afflicted with the disease. After diagnosing the surviving patients one by one, Heng Yi discovered that they were mostly suffering from illness due to the invasion of the malevolent wind affecting the skin and blood, which caused stagnant fire and depleted their blood. Different patients exhibited varying symptoms and progression of the disease. Most initially experienced numbness at the affected areas, followed by rashes, and then ulcers without pus. In severe cases, the skin's decay spread across the entire body, with symptoms such as eyebrow loss, vision damage, nose collapse, lip fissures, and foot sores appearing to varying degrees. Some patients initially had skin that gradually turned pale, with numbness in their limbs, fever in their joints, weakness in their hands and feet, and muscle pain like needle pricks. Their voices became hoarse, and their vision blurred. In severe cases, the skin became severely depigmented. Hair fell out, and they went blind. A small portion of patients initially had skin that turned black, with symptoms resembling rashes, itching like bugs crawling, followed by numbness in their hands and feet, insensitivity to pain, constant anxiety, occasional delirium, and making sounds when breathing or speaking. Some villagers had heard of this disease, which was said to be called Tang Pao. Because this disease causes skin ulcers and sores, the common people referred to it as leprosy, and those afflicted were called lepers. This disease likely emerged only in the past century, and Heng Yi had never heard of it in his previous lives. However, drawing on related knowledge, he had already formed preliminary treatment ideas for this disease. As the saying goes, where venomous snakes lurk, there must be an antidote within 7 steps. Heng Yi believed the same applied to diseases. Although this saying may not be absolutely correct, Heng Yi thought there was some truth to enduring sayings. Since this disease afflicted patients due to exposure to the pestilential wind and poison, it should be treated with methods that clear heat and dry dampness. Heng Yi believed that there must be plants in the vicinity that could target this disease. Over the past few days, he had sent out his bloodline tendrils to search for and collect several medicinal herbs that met his criteria, waiting for Heng Yi to experiment with combinations to determine their effectiveness. While preparing the medicine, Heng Yi also needed to stabilize the conditions of the sick villagers, preventing mild cases from worsening and doing his best to keep the severely ill alive. Uncle Heng Yi, is there anything I can help with? Just as Heng Yi was busy, a little girl's voice rang out behind him. Heng Yi turned to look at the newcomer, who was the little girl that had been crying, "Don't let my parents burn," when he arrived at the accident scene. What was her name again? It seemed to be a two-character name, but never mind. Let's just call her Little Sure. Oh, Little Sure. Uncle Heng, it doesn't need your help here. You just need to stay with your mom and dad. Upon hearing him give her this nickname, the girl did not object to her new name, nor did she leave. Instead, she ran up to Heng Yi, her little feet pattering, looking at him with wide eyes. As soon as Heng Yi saw her, he recalled the night he rescued her parents and other villagers from the fire, her small face covered in soot and tears. She knelt on the ground, thanking Heng Yi and bowing her head, intermittently sobbing, which made Heng Yi's heart ache. In his memory, there seemed to be a child who, while crying in front of him, spoke heart-wrenching words. What's the use of being alive? Why can't I remember her name? And how can being alive be useless? You're still so young. Hasn't your life just begun? Doctor, thank you for saving us. Our family really doesn't know how to express our gratitude. This is my daughter's shirt. Let her convey our appreciation. The man with minor burns lay on the ground and said this to Heng Yi. It wasn't that he didn't want to get up, but his condition had evidently worsened to a very serious level. His fingers were already twisted and deformed, and his legs were twitching abnormally. He simply had no strength to rise. The woman beside him, presumably his wife, although she looked less severely ill than him, was already so weak that she hardly had the strength to speak. Heng Yi separated them and settled them down, then drove out all the healthy villagers who had come to help, including the girl who had been unwilling to leave. Doctor, please, my brother's inside. Just let me stay, she pleaded. Yes, doctor, that's my father. Please let me stay. I can help you with some chores. Some young villagers also spoke up, asking Heng Yi to let them stay. Heng Yi then realized that most of the healthy ones were strong young people, especially young men. However, he didn't want so many people to stay here. With fewer people, he could remind them to be cautious, but with more people, he wouldn't have the energy to keep an eye on them, increasing the chances of infection. Don't call me doctor. It's a bit embarrassing. Just call me Heng Yi. I will only keep 3 people here. The rest must leave. You can visit your family under my supervision every day, but there will be time limits to prevent infection. Also, visits are only allowed for your own relatives, and you must cover your mouth and nose, wrapping your entire skin with thick clothing. You are not allowed to touch them without my permission. Anyone who violates this will not be allowed to visit their family until they recover or pass away. The remaining people can patrol the village, mainly to observe if anyone is hiding their illness, so they can be isolated here. No violent measures are allowed. If they don't come, let them stay at home. I can go to treat them. Is there any objection? If you have any objections, speak now. I need to start checking the patients as soon as possible. What about me, Brother Heng Yi? Can I stay? The last to ask was the only little girl present. Heng Yi had already noticed that among the sick villagers, most were weak elderly and children. And this child was the only young child in the village who had not contracted the disease, even though both her parents had been infected. Heng Yi looked at her watery big eyes and found it very difficult to refuse her. However, he only held on for a day. The next day, as soon as Heng Yi stepped out of the house, he would see the pitiful girl crouching in a small corner outside, like an abandoned little animal. When she saw her parents, although she seemed to need a hug, she endured it with strength. She just knelt beside her parents, tears streaming down her face, without making a sound. Seeing this scene, Heng Yi couldn't help but wonder if her parents had unfortunately passed away. Would it really be good for her not to stay by their side now? After that, Heng Yi no longer let her leave her parents' side. Just being with them was enough, as they were the most important and beloved people to her. Returning to the present, Heng Yi didn't want the girl to help. He only hoped she would spend more time with her seriously ill parents. Go back, Xiao, but be good, don't touch Dad and Mom. And don't take off the cloth on your mouth and nose. Do you understand? However, after a long while, Heng Yi still didn't hear the girl's response. When Heng Yi looked up at her, he found her staring at his right arm, with an expression on her face that made Heng Yi feel as if the sky was about to collapse. Heng Yi followed her gaze and looked down at his right forearm, only to find that his sleeve had unknowingly rolled up, revealing skin that was already starting to develop red patches. Oh no, he had been careless enough to let the child notice. Heng Yi felt that he had slept too long, becoming both careless and dull-witted. But there was nothing he could do about it now, so he calmly pulled his sleeve down to cover his arm, then raised his head and smiled gently at the girl, saying, "Uncle is fine. Xiaoshu doesn't need to worry. This is our little secret, and you mustn't tell anyone else." Chapter 11. Poetry in the distance. The little girl, only 7 or 8 years old, did not respond immediately to Heng Yi's words. Instead, she began to cry silently like a little kitten that had lost all hope. Oh dear. It had come to the part where Heng Yi felt most helpless, comforting a pitiful yet understanding and obedient child. Xiaoshu, Uncle Heng Yi really is fine, I promise. Okay, Uncle will definitely not die. Let's make a pinky promise, all right? Liars should be punished with 1,000 needles, but I can't touch you right now. I can't make the promise. The Heng Yi, who had just fiercely scolded the ignorant villagers and driven everyone away, was now at a loss, scratching his head and mumbling incoherently, fearing that speaking out would make 10 people laugh at him. Don't just stand there. Think of something, say something to comfort her. Just as Heng Yi was starting to plead with the blue border flower for help in figuring out how to comfort the girl, she finally spoke up. Uncle Heng Yi, have you also been infected by everyone? It wasn't supposed to have anything to do with you, right? This caught Heng Yi completely off guard. The girl, who had been shedding tears, was actually sad for being innocently infected. Clearly, her own situation was already tragic enough, and her only hope was about to be shattered in her eyes. Yet she was crying for Heng Yi. It must be because Uncle Heng Yi is trying to save everyone that he got infected. Uncle Heng Yi is so pitiful. He must be feeling very uncomfortable, right? Looking at the girl with tears streaming down her face, hearing her pity for him, Heng Yi really wanted to hug her and pat her head. But unfortunately, he was indeed an infected person, and the best thing he could do was to keep his distance from her, not touch her or speak to her. However, Heng Yi couldn't do that. He felt he had lost the ability to speak because he couldn't find the right words to respond to her. From this child who was barely 10 years old, Heng Yi saw the most beautiful qualities of humanity. She was as beautiful as the character poetry in her name, showing Heng Yi the ideal distance he longed for. That was both the pillar of his 9 reincarnations and his hope for every day in the future. How much he loved this world and how much he loved humanity. How could he tolerate Musin destroying such a world? In the end, he couldn't help but place his left hand on the girl's head, gently ruffling her somewhat messy hair. Then he squatted down to meet her gaze and said, "This is Uncle Heng Yi's choice. Uncle can do what he wants, so there's nothing to pity. Uncle doesn't feel uncomfortable, so Xiaoshu doesn't need to worry. I promise you, I will definitely find a way to heal everyone. Xiaoshu must be obedient and not tell anyone about this, okay?" Then he raised his right hand, bringing his index, middle, and ring fingers together, with his thumb holding down his little finger, making a gesture of an oath, seriously assuring the girl, "I swear I won't fall before everyone else, and I won't abandon everyone or Xiaoshu. Xiaoshu, you also promise me that you won't tell anyone what you saw. Okay." Under Heng Yi's gentle persuasion, the girl finally stopped crying, nodded repeatedly at Heng Yi, and imitated his gesture to vow, absolutely will not tell anyone. If I do, I'll be punished to turn into a little dog. So cute. I really want to raise one. Heng Yi then crossed out the thought in his mind that was out of place and whimsical. Heng Yi insisted on making Xiaoshu agree, because he absolutely could not let the already nervous villagers be further stimulated. They had finally accepted Heng Yi as a doctor who treated everyone, and Heng Yi felt that they probably wouldn't be able to handle discovering that he was not human or that he had also been infected with the plague. Although the fire had been extinguished, the embers still glowed faintly in the dark, and he had to remain vigilant against the possibility of a resurgence. When the girl finally agreed to leave Heng Yi and return to her parents, he carefully observed the surrounding environment. After confirming that no one was around, he pulled back the sleeve of his right arm. The tiny organism he had left under his skin 3 days ago had already formed a patch of redness on the surface of his skin. Heng Yi controls the flow and circulation of blood within his body, restoring the sensory perception of this skin to that of a normal human being, carefully sensing the development trends of the plague within the human body. Over the centuries, he has undergone various transformations. The initial state of being numb to pain and passively enhancing his vision and hearing has long been reversed. He is the master of his own body, and how could he tolerate allowing his body to be strengthened or weakened uncontrollably? Even the experience of pain should be decided by himself. There is no sensation that is useless, It all depends on whether you can make reasonable use of these sensations. Heng Yi is now able to consciously observe various wounds, diseases, and reactions to drugs and toxins in his body, relying on his precise control and effective use of the blood vessels and tendrils within him. Furthermore, due to his characteristic of not easily dying after obtaining treatment methods, he can quickly heal wounds, eliminate the sources of diseases in his body, and expel or absorb drugs and toxins. When necessary, he will fuse some drugs with his own blood to observe whether they can have any special effects. This has also led him to discover that his own blood possesses strong antitoxin and drug-resistant properties. If it weren't for the fact that his modifications have reached a very refined level, he wouldn't even be able to allow this tiny pathogenic organism to take root and sprout on his skin. All right, let's start the experiment and produce the medicine as soon as possible. Heng Yi was lucky, as it only took him 3 days to find the most effective medicine. Based on Heng Yi's knowledge of medicinal plants, this plant should be one called bitterbone, which grows in the shrubs surrounding the village and near the fields in the village. Heng Yi discovered that it had a very significant inhibitory effect on the tiny microbial community beneath the ulcerated skin of his own affected area. Subsequently, through understanding the properties of the drugs, Heng Yi added some medicinal herbs and formed a prescription. This prescription could be boiled for internal use and could also be used in moderation to wash the affected area. After experimenting on himself and confirming its effectiveness, Heng Yi immediately gathered the entire village to produce the medicine and distribute it to all patients. Within 7 days, all mild cases began to recover, and several severe cases turned into mild ones. However, there were also some severe patients who were already in critical condition, and despite taking the medicine, their condition did not improve significantly. Among these patients were the parents of a girl named Xiao Shi. Her father was critically ill on the first day Heng Yi developed the prescription, and before he died, this father, who had suffered greatly from the illness, was still thanking Heng Yi. In his final moments, he pleaded with Heng Yi, saying, "Please, Mr. Heng Yi, take care of my daughter Shi. I know my request is somewhat excessive, but what will happen to her if both her mother and I are gone?" The man had lost all his relatives and friends in the village to the epidemic, and with only a few acquaintances left, he had no one to entrust his daughter to, hoping only for the last person he saw. Before Heng Yi could respond, he passed away. His wife, the girl's mother, died 2 days later. This mother's illness was somewhat different from others. She had few areas of ulceration, and the patches on her body were very light in color, but she was almost always in a coma, with very little time spent awake. On the day she passed away, she briefly woke up, touched Xiao Shi's hand through a thick layer of clothing, and then closed her eyes forever. Heng Yi sometimes feels that if there really is a deity, then he must be a guy with a terrible personality. After all, he always seems to enjoy making those who suffer continue to face blows, specifically tormenting those pitiful and sorrowful people. At this moment, Heng Yi is following the girl to the riverside, accompanying her as she places a chrysanthemum in the river. The river carries the flower and the girl's sadness away, leaving behind a longing called memory. Heng Yi looked at Xiao Shi and the distant scenery, unable to regain his senses for a long time. Chapter 12. Companionship. Xiao Shi, what are you doing standing in the rice field? The question came from Heng, who had searched for Xiao Shi in the village for half a day after realizing she was missing. It had been nearly a month since Heng Yi developed the remedy for the Tangpox epidemic that cured the villagers. By now, all mild cases had fully recovered, and severe cases were basically out of life-threatening danger. Those who didn't survive were buried properly. The village had returned to normal life, and the villagers were very grateful to Heng Yi, inviting him to stay in the village for a while longer. Heng Yi readily agreed, partly because it was difficult to refuse everyone's warm intentions, and partly because there were still some patients who had not fully recovered, which made Heng Yi uneasy. Ultimately, it was for the lonely girl, Xiao Shi. In this sudden outbreak, the girl lost all her family members, including her brother who had died before Heng Yi arrived, and her parents who were beyond help. Following the girl to the riverside to release flowers, watching her stand alone by the river, missing her family, Heng Yi seemed to see his former self. It was a sunny afternoon. He stood before his brother's grave, mourning the loss of the last person in the world who loved him. Today, a month later, Heng Yi felt that he really had to leave. Of course, he couldn't bear to leave this poor girl behind, but he simply couldn't take a child under 10 on the road with him. Early in the morning, he spoke with the neighbors of the girl's family, asking if they could take care of her until she could live independently. The elderly member of that family had also passed away due to the epidemic, and the children were even younger than the girl. having also transitioned from severe to mild cases and would need considerable time to recover. Their family had just returned to a normal life. But when they heard Heng Yi's request, they agreed without hesitation, which made Heng Yi feel guilty. Perhaps Heng Yi's dilemma was too obvious, or perhaps the girl, having lost all her family, was particularly perceptive. In any case, when Heng Yi returned to the girl's home, he found that she was not there. This was unusual because for the past month, Heng Yi had stayed at the girl's house to care for her, and he had found her to be a very sensible and obedient child. The 7 or 8-year-old girl never ran around playing. Instead, she would wash clothes, cook, and even gather firewood. Aside from the first few days after losing her parents, when she was overwhelmed with sadness and cried continuously, she had cheered up after seeing Heng Yi make an effort every day to entertain her and make her happy, not wanting to burden him with her troubles. After she lifted her spirits, every day she energetically washed clothes and cooked for Heng Yi, making it hard for him to distinguish who was taking care of whom, which embarrassed Heng Yi, who had lived for hundreds of years. But today, she had left without even saying goodbye, and she had not returned by the afternoon, which worried Heng Yi greatly. Heng Yi searched the village and finally found the girl in a paddy field. She was standing alone in the water, lost in thought and oblivious to her surroundings. Heng Yi stood behind her for quite a while, but she didn't notice. When she finally heard Heng Yi's voice, the girl came back to her senses and turned to look at him. Heng Yi thought her eyes resembled obsidian, sparkling with a mesmerizing light in the sunlight. Heng Yi once heard that obsidian is called the gemstone that no longer cries, because it is formed from the tears of people who have cried in pain. It carries the meaning of never crying again. However, the girl at this moment has tears streaming down her face. She has been silently crying here for a long time, without disturbing anyone. Heng Yi saw the tears on the girl's face and quickly ran into the rice field. He crouched down in front of her, looked into her beautiful eyes, and asked, "What's wrong? Are you feeling unwell?" The girl shook her head, pointed to the rice field beneath her feet, and said to Heng Yi, "This is my family's field." Heng Yi followed her finger to look at the rice fields beneath his feet. Due to the plague, the entire village's dry and paddy fields had been abandoned. However, it was fortunate that the time for rice planting was approaching, and it was not too late to start tidying up and preparing. Most of the villagers here were self-sufficient, and in the midst of the turbulent situation, no one cared about this village that had been struck by disease. The village, which was in desperate need of revival, was now almost isolated from the outside world. The number of people who had died from the plague or fled was more than half of the village's population. The remaining villagers, having survived this disaster, were thankful for their lives, so no one was thinking of forcibly taking the land of the little girl who was already an orphan, especially with Heng Yi around. Then why did the little girl come here by herself without telling Uncle Heng Yi? "Uncle Heng Yi is very worried about you," Heng Yi gently inquired, without any hint of blame. He already felt guilty about the impending decision to leave the girl behind, and no matter what, he couldn't bring himself to harshly criticize her for anything. Soon it would be time for spring plowing, and I needed to start preparing the rice fields quickly, or I would miss the timing. Heng Yi was puzzled and asked, "Then why not find Uncle Heng Yi to join you?" The girl had already wiped away her tears, revealing a slightly sad smile, and retorted, "Uncle Heng Yi, aren't you leaving?" The girl's expression was merely a bit sad. There was no resentment towards Heng Yi for leaving her. "From now on, I will be alone. I can't rely on others. I have to work hard to live on my own. Uncle Heng Yi doesn't need to worry about me. Just go do your own thing. Xiaoshe will live well. In the end, I become all alone. No one will be there forever with you. Heng Yi, you must learn to be on your own." At that moment, Heng Yi could no longer suppress the familiar emotions. He tightly embraced the girl before him, who was smiling and saying goodbye, as if he had traveled through time to hold the past version of himself. He didn't want to be alone. He had never liked solitude. He wanted family and companionship. Uncle won't leave. Uncle promises Xiaoshe that until she finds someone who can truly accompany her for life, Uncle will not leave. This was the agreement between Heng Yi and Xiaoshe. This time, Uncle can make a pinky promise with Xiaoshe. Those who lie must swallow 1,000 needles. Once upon a time, how much Heng Yi wished for someone to accompany him. For hundreds of years, he knew better than anyone what loneliness truly felt like. Heng Yi has been walking alone in the rain, but at this moment, he wants to hold an umbrella for the girl who is also in the rain. At least, they wouldn't be lonely anymore. Chapter 13, Fateful Encounter. "Mr. Heng Yi, where are you going?" "I'm going to the rice field to see my little poetry. I went to Lonxi's house for a consultation this morning. His mother is still not feeling well." "Oh dear, you're already sounding just like a father. It's really great that little poetry has your care." "Oh, Granny Qianan, please don't tease me. It's clearly little poetry taking care of me. A big man like me is clumsy and can't even plant rice, cook meals, or wash clothes. It's really little poetry who is taking care of me. Oh my, what are you talking about? Mr. Heng Yi is indeed a capable doctor. Everyone is living well today, thanks to you. All right, let's not mention that anymore. We're all family now. No need to be so polite. Thank you for the dried radish. Both little poetry and I are very grateful. No need to thank me. No need to thank me. You should go quickly. I'll be leaving now. Oh, goodbye. Granny Qianan. After bidding farewell to the warmly greeting villagers, Heng Yi continued walking towards his family's rice field. Since deciding to live with little poetry, Heng Yi has finally returned to the long-lost family life, as if the drifting, floating grass has finally returned to the soil. Early spring is rainy, and the continuous light rain makes the air moist and comfortable. Taking a deep breath, it feels as if his chest has become transparent. Every day, for Heng Yi is plain yet fulfilling, and he has indeed strangely developed a sense of being a father to someone else. As the child grows, how can they just eat rice and radishes every day? Extra meals, let's go a little touch, explore the surrounding plants, and make herbal dishes. Oh, rice and such. Why is it so troublesome? Just give me a drop of blood, and I'll speed up its ripening. It's so annoying to pretend to be an ordinary person. Boo-hoo. Whose daughter is this? Why is she so well-behaved, so cute, so understanding, and so capable? Ha, she's mine. Slap. Heng Yi suddenly stopped and slapped his face hard, because he felt that he was acting a bit unusually foolish. Be normal. Don't make people think you're an idiot. From a distance, Heng Yi saw the small figure of Xiaoshi standing in a rice field. But unlike before, she was holding a basin of water and staring into it. Outside the rice field behind her, there stood a little boy. He had deep red hair, and although his clothes were simple, they were not worn out. He was carrying a small cloth bag and was saying something to Xiaoshi. He's not a child from the village. I haven't seen him before. Heng Yi walked over to the two children, and the boy was the first to notice him, lifting his head to look at him. He then realized that this child not only had deep red hair, but also red eyes. And on the left side of his forehead was a strange red pattern that looked like a flickering flame, extending down to below his left eye. He wore a special earring on his ear, the pattern resembling a sun radiating light. Heng Yi noticed that he seemed to pause for a moment when he saw him, as if he had discovered something, but just for a fleeting instant, his expression returned to its usual calm demeanor. If he weren't still so young and unable to completely hide the gaze that always drifted towards Heng Yi would have thought that the momentary daze was just his imagination. Heng Yi didn't rush to ask him, but first called out Xiaoshi's name and asked, "What are you looking at, Xiaoshi?" So engrossed. Uncle Heng Yi. As the little girl turned around, Heng Yi saw that there were some tadpoles in the basin. Oh, it's tadpoles. Do you want to take some home to raise, Xiaoshi? Xiaoshi didn't speak, but looked at the tadpoles in the basin, then looked at Heng Yi and the little boy. After a while, she put all the tadpoles back into the rice field. Before Heng Yi could ask anything, the boy, who had been watching the little girl's actions, asked first, "Don't you want to take them home?" It's really too sad to be separated from my family. Heng Yi quietly listened to Xiaoshi's words, with a calm smile on his face, but inside, his heart was bursting like fireworks. How understanding she is, he just wanted to hug her. Shortly after, she said something that made it impossible for Heng Yi not to hug her. Moreover, I already have Uncle Heng Yi as family. Heng Yi really couldn't hold back. But since there were others present, he restrained this impulsive desire and simply patted Xiaoshi's head. Xiaoshi is really kind. Uncle Heng Yi now has Xiaoshi's family. Hearing Heng Yi's words, Xiaoshi looked up and gave him a bright smile. Hit on my heart. Steady now. Just at that moment of father-daughter eye contact, the boy spoke up. He asked, "Can I go home with you?" This puzzled both Heng Yi and Xiaoshi. Heng Yi looked into his eyes and asked, "Do you not have a home? Where are your family?" The boy just shook his head, answering Heng Yi's first question. "I don't have a home anymore. I can only wander from now on." He spoke about not having a home with a calm demeanor, but Heng Yi was very sensitive to human emotions. He could feel the sadness emanating from the child, no less than what Xiaoshi felt from losing her family. It's just that the child concealed it well, or perhaps he was just a naturally composed child. Seeing his strong yet subdued expression of disappointment, Heng Yi's instinct to protect the poor and understanding little creature kicked in once more. He didn't know what he was thinking and directly grabbed the boy under his armpit and lifted him up, then tossed him high in the air and caught him steadily. The little boy was completely caught off guard by the sudden action from what seemed like a mature and composed adult, unable to react, and just blankly went up and was caught. He felt a bit awkward. It was quite rude to treat a child he had just met this way, but he believed he hadn't done anything wrong. There are no little boys who don't love Fei Fei. Once again, a scene from memory came to mind. when he had picked up an unnamed boy and tossed him high into the air, hearing his crisp laughter echoing in his ears, just like it was yesterday. However, this boy did not emit that joyful laughter typical of children. Heng Yi sensed his initial confusion, which was later replaced by a faint expression of happiness, but was quickly suppressed. It seemed he had become accustomed to repressing his emotions. That's okay, as long as he wasn't completely devoid of feelings. Heng Yi doesn't think it matters. Everyone has their own way of living as long as they don't hurt others. It's none of others' business. Since he's thrown it away, then it's thrown away. Hasn't he still felt happy? So Heng Yi tossed him a few more times, wanting him to feel a little happier, to let go of some sadness, and face the future with joy. When he felt it was enough, Heng Yi put the boy down, squatted down to meet the boy's gaze, and said to him, "If you want, you can live with us. My name is Bushikawa Heng Yi, and this is Sure. What's your name?" Although the boy hadn't laughed out loud, the feeling of being lifted high into the sky and then safely caught made him feel a bit excited, and his little face turned a little red. He composed himself, looked seriously into Heng Yi's eyes, and said, "Thank you. I want to live with you. My name is Tsujikuni Yoruchi." Oh, our names are quite similar. Yoruchi. Heng only needs to remember the character Yuan, and the other character can be recalled by thinking of his own name, which is really convenient for him. So from today onwards, please take good care of him. Yuan Yi. Take good care of you, Yuan Yi. Fate is predetermined, and the bond has already been formed. This unexpected encounter feels like a script written by the gods. Surprising yet reasonable. Heng Yi knows nothing about the future and is immersed in the family life he hasn't had for a long time. A happy life often makes people forget the painful reality. Poor people always embrace each other for warmth. At this moment, they're all happy. Chapter 14. The Transparent World. Uncle Heng Yi, what are you doing? Heng Yi, who was secretly doing something he shouldn't, was startled by Yuan Yi's sudden question. You might wonder why Heng Yi's tendrils didn't react. Come on, who would use strange things to monitor their own child's every move at home? Isn't that sick? Most of the bloodline tendrils have been sent out by Heng Yi to guard the village's surroundings. Although his blood volume is now almost non-existent, it will gradually increase over time. Here, with a lack of medicine to dilute the blood, he can only strengthen the village's defenses and remain vigilant against the appearance of man-eaters. At the moment Yuan Yi caught him, Heng Yi was hastening the growth of a soybean plant, of course, to provide extra meals for the children. Heng Yi had done this many times before. As a child born into a farming family, Xiao Shi should know that it is impossible to harvest soybeans in spring and May. In fact, their family can still eat rice and fish without relying on anyone's help, and saying it would already confuse others in the village, let alone Heng Yi, who frequently brings back vegetables that the children have never seen before. However, Xiao Shi is very understanding. Or perhaps Heng Yi has left an impression of being all-capable in her mind, self-satisfied. In any case, she only expressed a little surprise and then happily accepted all the unreasonable food Heng Yi brought back. As for Yuan Yi, what can he do? Just digging for some medicinal herbs. Heng Yi said hesitantly, but he surprisingly saw a sense of helplessness on Yuan Yi's expressionless little face. I can see it, Uncle Heng Yi. Haha, see what? Oh right, I forgot you can see. The child named Yuan Yi has a special ability. He can see through a person's body structure with his own eyes, making the world appear almost transparent to him. When he casually mentioned this to Heng Yi and Sure, treating it as a trivial matter like eating or drinking, and saw their puzzled and shocked expressions, he realized that others couldn't see it all. This was also the reason why he was momentarily taken aback when he first saw Heng Yi. Uncle Heng Yi's heart is different from others. Is it? How is it different? It's like a broken flower. A broken flower? Heng Yi shook his head. After hundreds of years of reincarnation, he had already merged with this blue other shore flower. By now, Heng Yi felt that he and it had become one, indistinguishable from each other. When he heard from a child that this immortal flower in his heart had begun to show signs of breaking, he couldn't help but feel a twinge of sadness. So this is our little secret. Yuan Yi, you mustn't tell anyone about this, not even Xiao Shi. Upon hearing this, Yuan Yi obediently nodded, her small face filled with worry. Heng Yi feels very lucky because it seems that all the kind-hearted children in the world he has encountered are like a miracle. So he rubbed Yuan Yi's head and said to him, "You must keep the fact that you can see the internal structure of other people's bodies a secret, and you can't tell anyone else." Heng Yi originally thought that Yuan Yi was still a child and would ask him why. After all, children love to show off the unique things they possess. However, Yuan Yi seemed to be born without such thoughts. He didn't ask Heng Yi any questions and simply nodded gently to show his agreement. Keeping a secret is quite a difficult thing, isn't it? Doesn't you want to ask me why? Heng Yi tilted his head in confusion and asked Heng Yi, "There's nothing difficult, I'm just listening to Uncle Heng Yi. Is there something wrong? The small face filled with questions in his memory overlapped with the subtly helpless face in front of him, making Heng Yi feel amused. This child was always unexpected. Clearly, there were 3 people in the family, but the 7-year-old Shi took care of Heng Yi and Yuanyi's lives, while the 8-year-old Yuanyi looked after Heng Yi and Shi's well-being. Although Heng Yi was the oldest at several hundred years, he was treated like a child, being cared for by the 2 kids without any authority. So frustrating. He directly pounced in front of Yuanyi, cupping his small face and rubbing it hard a few times. What did you see, huh? You're still just a little kid. Why act so grown up? However, Yuanyi was too thin, and it was uncomfortable to rub him, so Heng Yi switched to tickling him. This time, Yuanyi knew to dodge. The helpless expression on his face intensified, yet he didn't reject Heng Yi's childish antics, and instead played along. This was Heng Yi's second realization about Yuanyi. This child might actually be a true genius in combat. Although Heng Yi's current strength had diminished significantly, he was still capable of catching a child. But as long as Yuanyi wanted to, he could evade Heng Yi's movements in any situation, as if he could predict Heng Yi's actions at all times and quickly dodge them. According to Yuanyi himself, this was because he could clearly observe the movements of Heng Yi's lungs, the direction of his bones, the contraction of his muscles, and the flow of blood, which allowed him to avoid Heng Yi's actions whenever he saw him. Moreover, Yuanyi's physical condition was the strongest Heng Yi had ever seen in young children. Whether this physical quality was innate or developed, Heng Yi still did not know. Yuanyi had once told Heng Yi that before coming to this small village, he had run for a whole day and night without feeling tired, stopping only because he saw Shi in the rice fields. After playing around for a while, Heng Yi finally stopped his childish teasing of Yuanyi. Yuanyi finally found the time to answer Heng Yi's earlier question about what he saw. Uncle Heng Yi's blood is decreasing. He looked at Heng Yi disapprovingly and said seriously, "You can't do this, it's very dangerous." Heng Yi's method of ripening plants involves providing all the nutrients needed by the plants through his own blood all at once. Through communication with the blue lily, Heng Yi can learn everything required for the plants to mature. After extracting nutrients from the soil using his blood tendrils, Heng Yi can continuously supply them to the plants. Additionally, since Heng Yi already derives some of his power from the sun, his blood possesses sunlight properties. And since blood is a liquid, theoretically, as long as he connects to the plant's roots to provide nutrients while watering them with his own blood, he can ripen all plants. Heng Yi did not expect Yuan-Yi to come and stop him out of concern for his health, and he couldn't help but feel very touched. However, Heng Yi was troubled. He didn't know how to explain to Yuan-Yi that he wouldn't die from excessive blood loss. This was really delaying the child's understanding of the normal world, and Heng Yi didn't want to mislead Yuan-Yi into thinking that life wasn't something precious, that there were chances to start over. It seemed that starting tomorrow, he would need to teach the children about a normal world. What a sweet trouble it was. Chapter 15. Life if time is a quietly flowing river. Then Heng Yi should have never stepped into this river again after he turned 20. Time could not leave marks on his hair, face, or body, and death was merely a means to open a new cycle. Heng Yi is a person exiled by time. When he clearly realized this fact, he felt fear. He was afraid that one day he would forget some important people and important things, just as he has already forgotten many who have left their marks on his life, only vaguely remembering their faces and their voices. He fears that one day he will forget how precious it is to have life. Throughout the 9 cycles of reincarnation, Heng Yi has mostly been on a journey to find the Demon King, encountering countless beings in the world. He constantly perceives this world with his broken heart, reminding himself not to forget his original intention, to respect and revere life. In this life, he did not expect to meet 2 children, Shi and Yuan, right from the beginning, unexpectedly starting a father-like life. Perhaps it is because they're all lonely people. Heng Yi recalled his father's teachings from his childhood. Although he could no longer remember his father's name, he still remembered his father's last words. Do not fear death, do what you want to do, and become the person you most want to be. He wanted to convey to the children that life is precious and that death is not terrifying. They walked together in the woods under the morning light, feeling the sunlight filtering through the treetops, casting a dappled warmth on their skin. A gentle breeze brushed past, carrying the fresh scent of the grass. They fished by the river, watching colorful butterflies dance among the flowers and catching glimpses of small animals darting through the grass. The earth alive with vitality. They sowed seeds in the spring, eagerly scattering them into the ground, hoping for a bountiful harvest in the autumn. It was a natural and vibrant cycle. They played in the summer water, joyfully enjoying the cool river with the village children. The kids splashed each other, some catching small fish and shrimp, their faces beaming with happiness. In winter, they built snowmen, carefully giving them noses and eyes. As if the snowman were part of their family. On a whim, they had snowball fights, with Heng Yi not being a match for Yi. But Yi was no match for Xiaoshi either. They accompanied each other through the cycles of the seasons. The texture of every fallen leaf recorded the changes of the seasons. The posture of every blooming flower spoke of the tenacity of life. When night fell and the stars twinkled, they lay side by side in the small yard. Gazing up at the dark sky, each star seemed to tell the infinite mysteries of the universe. Under this tranquil night sky, nature revealed its other side, calm and profound. In that moment, they simply immersed themselves, feeling the serenity of life. How wonderful it would be if life could always be this peaceful. In the quiet of the night, when even the moon had fallen asleep, Heng Yi sat outside on the eaves, basking in the moonlight. Part of Heng Yi's power comes from the sun. The sun's scorching and dazzling light grants him immense strength, providing endless energy for his immortality. However, Heng Yi is not only enamored with the brilliance of the sun, he equally cherishes the soft glow of the moon. Unlike the sun's fiery heat, it emits a tranquil and gentle light. Like a mother's tender hand, gently caressing all things in the world, soothing the wounds and fatigue deep within people's hearts. Even in the darkness where man-eating demons exist, Heng Yi still enjoys this serene darkness. To Heng Yi, the night has never been a dwelling place for flesh-eating demons, but a time for countless lives to rest in a vast world. The ones in the wrong are always the ghosts that disrespect life and abandon their humanity. Uncle Heng Yi, a voice behind him, no longer childish, broke the silence. Year after year, Yi has grown into a tall and handsome young man, almost as tall as Heng Yi, and Xiaoshi has blossomed into a graceful young woman. The two children have already married, which Heng Yi sees as a natural progression. He officiated their wedding, wishing them eternal happiness and peace. Yet, Heng Yi remains unchanged from the moment they first met. Yi and Xiaoshi do not mind Heng Yi's unchanging nature. Through years of living together, they have long recognized Heng Yi's uniqueness. But because Heng Yi is family, they care little about how he is, as long as he is still Heng Yi. However, some villagers have begun to regard Heng Yi with strange looks, testing him with words. Mr. Heng Yi, you look just the same as when you came to the village over a decade ago. This reminded Heng Yi that it was time for him to leave. No matter how much he studies himself, as long as he is alive, his appearance will not age, for as long as his blood remains in his body. He will not grow old. He will forever maintain the appearance of a 20-year-old, until the end of this life and the beginning of the next. Heng Yi turned his head to look at Yi, who was calling him at the door. In the night, his dark red eyes flickered slightly, and Heng Yi read the emotion of worry from them. What's wrong, Yi? Can't you sleep? Then, as if recalling something happy, Heng Yi teased him. You're going to be a father soon. Xiaoshi is pregnant, and Heng Yi felt that time was really flying. In his memory, hugging this little girl and becoming her family seemed like it happened just yesterday. In the blink of an eye, she was about to become a mother. Yi shook his head, a familiar helplessness appearing on his face. Clearly, he was already used to Heng Yi's teasing. He walked in from outside and knelt in front of Heng Yi. Are we moving, Uncle Heng Yi? Why? You just had a child. Why would you move? Yi didn't answer Heng Yi, just stared at him, making it impossible for him to continue pretending. Fine, it's me who is leaving, not you. When he heard that Heng Yi was leaving, Yi finally showed a relatively intense emotion of anxiety compared to before. Where are you going? Aren't you taking us with you? Heng Yi shook his head, just like at the beginning, and patted his shoulder. Yi, everyone has things they must do in life, and I have to do what I must do. Let's go together. Xiaoshi, and I don't want to be separated from you. Heng Yi did not answer, but silently met Yi's gaze. After a while, Yi was the first to look away. You just need to live according to your own will, Yi. No one has ever stipulated that those who are good at fighting must fight. You have the right to choose how you want to live and the right to choose what kind of person you want to become. However, there's one thing I want to remind you of. Heng Yi seriously advised Yi. I've entrusted Xiaoshi to you. Make sure she is happy and joyful. I will come back to see you both, and when I do, I will have to ask Xiaoshi about you. I want to know if you're treating her poorly. Uncle Heng Yi, all right, I know you won't. Besides, I can't beat you. Chapter 16. The final selection reopens. Okay, stop crying. It's not a permanent goodbye. Just like the previous times, I'll be back to see you soon. Remember to take care of the wisteria I planted, and don't forget to pay attention to the tendrils I left behind. Got it? Next time I come back, I'll be promoted to Grandpa. You'll help me explain why Grandpa Heng Yi looks so young, yet is already a grandpa, right? Oh, you laughed. That is more like it. I'm leaving now. Think of me, and don't give the kids hard-to-remember names, because I can't remember them. Uncle Heng Yi finally made the two children laugh, helplessly. Not in vain for Heng Yi to reveal his own scars, just to avoid seeing even a hint of sadness on their faces. As Heng Yi walked away, he turned back and could still see Xiaoshi and Yuan standing in place. He smiled faintly and waved at them before heading towards the direction of Tengxi Mountain. The reason Heng Yi had to leave this time, aside from the villagers' suspicions, was also because the Demon Slayer Corps had announced the final selection. Heng Yi and Yuan Yi have lived together for 10 years, during which they received notification from the Demon Slayer Corps about the final selection twice. Heng Yi did not hide what he intended to do from them. He had already informed the two children about the existence of man-eating demons in this world. After deciding to settle here, Heng Yi conveyed a message to the Demon Slayer Corps, and to his surprise, they indicated that they were already aware of his location. It seems that the Demon Slayer Corps has grown into a mature organization after hundreds of years of development. Therefore, over the past 10 years, he returned to Fuji Mountain twice to oversee the entire process of the final selection. All candidates participating in the final selection did so without knowing of Heng Yi's existence. He would only intervene to pull them out of the battlefield if he judged that they would surely die in a particular attack, or if they were too severely injured to continue fighting. Since all the plants on Fuji Mountain are connected to Heng Yi's bloodline, when he sits at the center of the Wisteria Flower Sea and sinks his entire being into the mountain, he becomes one with Fuji Mountain. All the plants on the mountain seem to grow from Heng Yi himself, allowing him to manipulate them to do anything, and he cannot miss any battle occurring in the mountain. However, this method greatly depletes his physical strength, as his body is completely still during the sinking, with no life response. He effectively acts as the mountain god through his human form. In the two final selections over the past 10 years, only 6 people passed the trials to join the Demon Slayer Corps, but under Heng Yi's supervision, no one died. The reason for the low number of successful candidates is twofold. First, due to years of turmoil, people's lives have been unstable and the common folk can barely feed themselves, leading to minimal chances of survival when encountering demons. Most people's physical conditions also fall far short of the requirements for the final selection. Second, Heng Yi eliminated those he deemed unqualified to join the Demon Slayer Corps. Although they survived for 7 days, they used some dishonorable means or evaded battles. And Heng Yi believed they did not demonstrate combat capability, hence his recommendation of disqualification. Both the Demon Slayer Corps and Lord Shinbu, the 14-year-old heir of the Tsujikuni family, expressed their agreement. Therefore, under Heng Yi's strict requirements, the number of people entering the Demon Slayer Corps over the past 10 years has been very few. Alas, this cannot continue. This year, more fresh blood must be absorbed. Otherwise, the Demon Slayer Corps will face a succession crisis. However, Heng Yi also knows that the decision is not solely up to him. It will depend on the abilities of this year's candidates. Hopefully, there will be some promising talents this year. Heng Yi hurried along while praying, unaware that this year he would experience something he would regret forever. This event would become a thorn in Heng Yi's heart, constantly reminding him to respect and revere life. Lord Heng Yi. No, didn't I say not to call me Lord? Just call me Heng Yi. All right, Mr. Heng Yi. All the candidates participating in the final selection are gathered in front of the shrine. The team member speaking to Heng Yi was someone he had met 10 years ago on Fujiyama. A decade had passed, and he had grown from a youthful young man into a reliable adult. He was also one of the only 2 surviving members from that group who came to the shrine, aside from the team member Rengoku Kaijuro. The other surviving member was the one who had refused Heng Yi's gift as a representative back then, but he had also been sidelined due to injuries 2 years ago and had become a trainer. This was the reason for Heng Yi's urgency. The current frontline fighters of the Demon Slayer Corps had dwindled to fewer than 50, and the speed at which new recruits were being selected for the final selection was far behind the casualty rate of the existing members. Heng Yi really can't continue to live a happy and isolated life in his own world. He must come out and give Musen some trouble. Heng glanced at the candidates in front of the shrine, roughly counting about 30 people. Then he looked at this team member and nodded to him. Okay, got it. I'll head to the back mountain to start preparing now. Let's stick to the usual time and start on time. All right, thank you for your effort again this time. You've worked hard. Heng Yi waved his hand and smiled, replying, It's nothing, don't be polite. See you in 7 days, Xiao Jian. The teammate who was nicknamed by Heng Yi looked at his receding figure in confusion and murmured, Xiao Jian? Is he calling me? But my name is Lang Chuan Jian Xin. Heng Yi returned to the waterfall at the end of the back mountain. The small cabin in front of the waterfall had been renovated, and for the next 7 days, Heng Yi would sit in the room that once hosted Musen. Facing the never-ending waterfall, merging with Tenjin Yuzi, to safeguard the final selection of the Demon Slayer Corps. After a brief observation, Heng Yi noticed that some of the candidates in this selection looked like seasoned warriors. Based on their attire, Heng Yi judged that they should be Ronin. Ronin refers to warriors who have no master and no fief. They possess strong physical qualities and have certain combat abilities and experience. They joined the Demon Slayer Corps simply because they had lost their loyal masters, seeking a job that could sustain them until they find a new master, ensuring that their basic needs are met. Heng Yi had no prejudice against such people. In fact, when the selection of team members first emerged, he had suggested recruiting warriors to the then Lord. At that time, the Lord was a child with a gentle smile, and Heng Yi somewhat forgot what his response was. However, he did not expect that today, the final selection of the Demon Slayer Corps had developed to the point of needing to recruit from outside. The situation was truly dire. The human world was in such a state, and there was no way around it. Come on, the third final selection begins. Chapter 17. Malice. After Heng Yi adjusted the overall layout, Fujisaki Mountain was heavily surrounded by the ever-blooming wisteria. In some areas where the wisteria thrived, sunlight was not even visible during the day, as the sun was completely blocked by the tightly opened wisteria. To prevent participants in the selection from finding loopholes, Heng Yi transplanted the wisteria throughout the mountain, leaving only the wisteria flowers at the foot and halfway up the mountain to serve as barriers. He then expanded the original planting area, creating a layout where there would be no wisteria protection after entering the mountain, starting from the old shrine at the foot of the mountain. Although this increased Heng Yi's perceptual burden to some extent, it allowed for a better all-around test of the candidates participating in the final selection. From this point on, the candidates had to plan their battle deployments themselves, recovering their strength during the day and gathering power, while at night they either fought bravely against demons or waited for the right moment to conserve their energy. As night fell and Heng Yi's mind sank into the mountain, the final selection began. Heng Yi's physical body sat quietly in the wooden house, his skin and hair gradually changing color, transforming into the hue of the earth within moments. His head hung low, eyes tightly closed, resembling a monk in meditation. When he opened his eyes in the realm of consciousness, Heng Yi found himself in the small room of his heart. With a mere thought, a cup of wisteria flower tea appeared on the table in the room. He sat down calmly, savoring the taste of memories, and began to sense the entire vine-covered mountain. First, he needed to determine everyone's positions. Although no one could hear him, he wished everyone good fortune in their martial pursuits. The final selection process had already passed the halfway mark, and Heng Yi was pleased to see many outstanding candidates emerging in this selection. If they could maintain this momentum until the end of the selection, Heng Yi estimated that nearly 10 people would likely pass the final selection. This was indeed a cause for joy, although it was somewhat disheartening to think that so many experienced fighters were a result of years of warfare. Just as Heng Yi was reflecting on this situation, he sensed that two candidates had met and began to act together. Such situations had occurred in previous elections, and Heng Yi would not intervene. Members of the Demon Slayer Corps would eventually work together, and forming teams for combat was not an issue. Moreover, their every move was within Heng Yi's perception. If one candidate completely relied on another for protection to pass the selection, he would suggest that the protected candidate should not be allowed to pass. However, the reality was often worse. Candidates forming pairs or even small teams would find themselves evenly matched against a single demon. If a second demon joined the fight at that moment, they would most likely be thrown off the mountain by Heng Yi. The demons in the mountains had long been deprived of human flesh, leading to a gradual deterioration of their minds. Their already dim-witted brains were consumed by the hunger for human flesh, rendering them unable to communicate. The upside was that they could easily lose their combat abilities, as their lack of strength slowed their physical recovery and weakened their overall condition. It was impossible to throw inexperienced newcomers into a fight with fully powered demons. That would only lead to their deaths. If they couldn't even stand a chance against such demons, there was no need to join the Demon Slayer Corps. Yet, Heng Yi felt something strange about these two individuals. One of them was the candidate he favored most in this selection. In terms of physical fitness and combat awareness, he far surpassed the others. So far, he had slain 2 demons he encountered, but he had not received a Nicaran blade from his trainer. Instead, he waited for sunrise to turn the demons into ash after severing their limbs. What felt particularly odd to Heng Yi, or rather to the plants, was this candidate himself. There was a palpable malice detected. Yes, the plants sensed a strong aura of malice emanating from him, though it was unclear who it was directed at. It was normal for humans to harbor malice toward demons, especially if there were deep-seated grudges. Such profound malice was only to be expected. Heng Yi decided to wait and see, as the direction the two were heading was about to encounter an evil spirit, whose malice it was directed at, and what it would do would soon be revealed. The evil spirit was very fast, and the three of them quickly met face to face, with a battle about to erupt. As expected, just as Heng Yi thought, the other candidate, accompanying the outstanding candidate, was of very ordinary qualifications. He seemed to know something about the talented one, and was merely trying to rely on him to increase his chances of passing and surviving. During the battle with the evil spirit, he contributed almost nothing, passively defending and often remaining outside the fight. Just as Heng Yi marked him as unqualified, an unexpected change occurred. The candidate who had been fighting the evil spirit suddenly did something unbelievable. At the moment he retreated after clashing with the evil spirit, he flashed behind the other candidate, who had not been much help, and kicked him towards the evil spirit. The incident happened so suddenly that not only did the candidate fail to react, but Heng Yi also did not have time to respond. Only the evil spirit, which had been observing the two, quickly reacted, seizing the opportunity that fell from the sky and biting down. Heng Yi was shocked, but he didn't act immediately. Through his perception, he knew that this candidate had only had his right arm bitten off and was not in immediate danger of death. After letting out a scream, he quickly retreated, clutching his severed arm and looking in terror at the ghoul gnawing on his right arm. In the next moment, a scene that infuriated Heng Yi unfolded. The candidate who had betrayed his fellow companion, upon seeing him attacked and injured, turned and fled the battlefield without a second thought, leaving his unarmed, severely injured companion alone in front of the ghoul. From Heng Yi's earlier observation of the battle situation, he knew his strength was on par with that of the cannibal. At this moment, he was certainly capable of fighting the ghoul. It wasn't that he couldn't defeat it or that he lacked the ability to continue fighting. He simply wanted the ghoul to eat the candidate who was with him. This was his malice, not directed at the ghoul, but at those human companions who were useless to him. It's important to note that the final selection was not a competitive trial. It existed solely to test everyone's combat abilities, with no limit on slots or a strict requirement for killing a certain number of ghouls. All candidates needed to do was survive for 7 days in the Vine Attack Mountain and prove their combat capabilities. This person tried to exploit him through the trial, which was certainly wrong. He could have easily refused to travel with him, and with his physical fitness, it would have been simple to shake off this person. Alternatively, when he left the battlefield earlier, he could have done nothing and just left this opportunist behind, and Heng Yi would not have been overly harsh on him. After all, no one likes to be used. However, he deliberately chose to travel with this person, maliciously ambushed him when they encountered the ghoul, and after causing him to lose his fighting ability, left him to the ghoul and fled. Without Heng Yi, this person would undoubtedly have died. Heng Yi can rescue those who are powerless and unable to resist, and he can forgive those who consciously retreat because they feel outmatched. However, he cannot tolerate those who betray their kind and betray their partners. He will never understand such meaningless acts of betrayal. They are unforgivable. The entire Tengshi mountain trembled slightly due to Heng Yi's anger, and both the people and the ghosts in the mountain unconsciously paused, looking around in confusion. However, this tremor was fleeting, and it only happened once. This led some people and ghosts to believe that the sensation they felt just now was merely an illusion. Little did they know, the wrath of the mountain deity is not easily quelled. Chapter 18. Lost when Heng Yi confirmed that the outstanding individual had already left the battlefield and had no intention of turning back. He took the initiative to rescue the injured candidate. Suddenly, a blood-red vine extended from a tree on the battlefield, dragging the candidate away at a speed that the ogre couldn't even see. The ogre watched in frustration as the human meat he was about to consume flew away, and he chased after it. However, in the blink of an eye, the meat disappeared without a trace. Damn it, not again. Saved by the mountain god again, Clearly, this was not the first time he had encountered a situation where a cooked duck flew away, but he was unaware of Heng Yi's existence. In his mind, only the god who governed this mountain had the ability to make someone vanish in an instant. After bringing the team member into the wisteria range at the foot of the mountain shrine, Heng Yi began to gaze at the candidate who had betrayed his kind. The candidate's senses were quite sharp. Although he was unaware of Heng Yi's presence, he paused and hid in a cave, remaining vigilant of his surroundings when Heng Yi stared at him. Without Heng Yi, he would have already caused someone's death, but in Heng Yi's perception, he showed no signs of remorse or regret. When he realized there was no one and no ogres around, he gradually relaxed, seemingly planning to rest there. This calm demeanor infuriated Heng Yi. so he decided to return the favor in kind. A cave, huh? You've chosen a very nice place to meet your end. As a doctor, Heng Yi would never kill someone with his own hands. He only needed to slightly alter the terrain and the direction of the mountain path, unknowingly guiding the ogres from different locations to surround him. When all the ogres discovered him, they would naturally attempt to kill him. Heng Yi's mind, submerged in the mountain, was completely overtaken by the rage of detachment. This heartless candidate reminded him of the target he had been hunting for hundreds of years, Kibbutz Suji Musen. To some extent, Heng Yi felt that this person's nature was even more despicable than Musen's. He was unable to control his murderous intent toward this individual. He wanted him to be punished, wanted to see him face retribution. In this mountain, Heng Yi was like a god of the mountain. At this moment, he had the power to control this person's fate. If you can survive or escape from the attacks of several evil spirits, I will let you go. Heng Yi thought maliciously. Several centuries of self-discipline and control could not withstand the temptation of briefly possessing divine power. This overwhelming strength made Heng Yi lose himself at that moment. In the early morning, sunlight filtered through the dense leaves, casting a thin layer of light that quieted the forest, which had been lively all night. The remaining candidates, who had either fought or stayed vigilant throughout the night, took a short rest in the areas illuminated by sunlight, gathering their energy for the battle that would come that night. Tofu Shihiro, who had pushed his useless follower to the evil spirit last night, thought that this cave he had discovered was truly nice, remote, and hidden, and the terrain outside the cave was open, preventing the evil spirit from entering the sunlit area. It seemed he could rest well here for the whole day. Despite this thought, he still cautiously observed for a long time, ensuring that the surroundings remained quiet before finally relaxing and preparing to sleep. Being entangled with a useless waste was truly unfortunate. You should have already fed the demon by now. He deserved it. Letting you use me, a breathing piece of trash, don't waste food and hurry up and die. As he grumbled and returned to the cave, just as he was about to rest, he heard an unusual sound. His cautious nature had saved him from danger multiple times, so he did not ignore this sound, which felt like an illusion. Instead, he quickly reacted to retreat, but it was still a step too late. The sound was that of an evil spirit swiftly pouncing towards him from the deepest part of the cave. No matter how hard he thought, he couldn't understand why a spirit would suddenly appear in a cave that he had checked the day before and found empty with a dead end. Just as he wanted to quickly escape the cave and get to the sunlight, he found his retreat blocked by an evil spirit behind him. How did they get in? It was clearly daytime outside. The evil spirits, of course, would not answer his questions. Who would care what their food was saying before it died? In broad daylight, from the depths of the dark cave, one evil spirit after another emerged. Heng Yi just watched as he fought to exhaustion, being devoured by the evil spirits, yet did nothing. When he saw this person let out a desperate wail in the end, a thought suddenly arose in the depths of Heng Yi's heart. Should he really be doing this? It seemed he arrogantly played the role of a god, casually manipulating a person's life and death, even if that person had nearly harmed others. Did that really mean Heng Yi had the right to decide his fate? In Heng Yi's world of consciousness, the originally calm sea surface suddenly became tumultuous, with waves crashing against the shore one after another, producing a series of loud noises. The blue sky was gradually shrouded by dark clouds, blocking the sunlight, and the entire world quickly fell from sunny brightness into a gloomy and stormy darkness. Amid the storm and thunder in the world of consciousness, Heng Yi vaguely felt as if something had shattered. He faintly heard the ominous sound of broken fragments, and when he looked towards the sound, he seemed to see sparkling points of light floating in the air, dissipating little by little. Heng Yi closed his eyes, and with a flicker of thought, he vanished from his original spot. In the next moment, he was floating at the very center of the entire realm of consciousness. He slowly raised his right hand and softly uttered a single word. Stop. In an instant, the whole world fell into stillness. The waves remained poised in their impact against the sandy shore, and the storm hung frozen in midair. Silence. When the world began to move again, everything returned to tranquility as Heng Yi had commanded. The sky was clear and cloudless, and the sea was calm and peaceful. Heng Yi sat upright in the center of the wooden cabin, lowering his head to gaze at his hands. I'm not wrong, he told himself. On the morning of the 8th day of the final selection, Heng Yi opened his eyes in the wooden cabin before the waterfall, his body and hair returning to their original state with the emergence of life activities. The final selection concluded with 7 candidates passing, the highest number in nearly 30 years. However, to the surprise of the Demon Slayer Corps members, There was a case of candidate death during this final selection under Heng Yi's supervision. Mr. Heng Yi, someone has died, do you know? I know. He was attacked by several demons in a cave. I didn't save him. Ah, I see, I understand. This is not your fault. The members of the Sword Heart team felt that Heng Yi's ability to monitor the entire mountain for 7 days and nights was already quite remarkable. There were no plants in the cave, and the candidate was unfortunately surrounded by several demons. It was quite normal not to be able to save him. Thus, he naturally interpreted Heng Yi's words, I didn't save him, as I wasn't able to save him. Heng Yi did not explain to him. His usually bright eyes were somewhat dim at this moment, and the unfocused gaze appeared very indifferent. His expression seemed more numb and stiff than usual. The members of the Jinshin team, seeing this, only felt that Heng Yi had expended too much mental energy and was too fatigued. So they looked at Heng Yi with concern and said, You've worked hard. Just leave the next matters to us, and please go take a rest. Heng Yi raised his head to look at him somewhat unnaturally, as if he had finally come to his senses, and softly replied, Okay. Chapter 19. Pursuit. It has been half a year since Heng Yi supervised the third final selection. Ever since he separated from Fuji-san's, Heng Yi has felt that he has lost something important. This feeling had not appeared in the previous 2 integrations. Heng Yi believed it was related to the punishment he inflicted on the candidate who betrayed his companions during the fusion, but beyond that, he had no further clues. This state was not like the emotionless numbness he experienced hundreds of years ago. His emotions had not disappeared, and he was still plagued by an uneasy feeling about this loss. At the same time, he became very anxious because this inexplicable feeling had persisted for 6 months without any sign of abating. The worst part was that he still did not know what he had lost. Due to this ongoing situation, Heng Yi did not immediately return to Yuanyi and Xiaoshi. He understood the children he raised. Both Yuanyi and Shi were sensitive and attentive, and Heng Yi could not hide his condition from them. He did not want them to worry about him. Therefore, for the past 6 months, he only sent Yuanyi a message assuring him that he was safe and that he had things to take care of. He began to try to figure out his problem while simultaneously hunting demons based on the intelligence provided by the Demon Slayer Corps. After merging with Fuji-san's this time, Heng Yi's physical strength and bloodline power had basically returned to their peak state. Although the Demon Slayer Corps had just recruited 7 new members, it would take time for them to truly stand on their own. So now was the perfect time for Heng Yi to strike against Musen's demon forces. In fact, Heng Yi and Musen truly lived up to the prophecy of being archenemies, having developed a fateful connection after battling for half a century. Whenever either side approached the other within a certain range, both could sense each other's presence. Typically, this situation would lead to Heng Yi pursuing Musen, who would flee in the opposite direction. However, it was rare for Heng Yi to successfully catch up to Musen. In 500 years, it had only happened 4 times, and it had been almost 100 years since Heng Yi last caught up to Musen. Each time they met, they would exchange only a few words before fighting, but neither could truly harm the other. Their battles would end in chaos without a decisive outcome, usually resulting in Heng Yi exhausting his energy while Musen would escape at sunrise. By the third encounter, Musen had lost all intention of fighting Heng Yi. After a brief exchange, he began to retreat. By the 4th encounter, he would frown and flee the moment he saw Heng Yi, with Heng Yi only catching a glimpse of his fleeing back. He was not afraid of Heng Yi. He had once told Heng Yi his views on their battles. It was all meaningless. If he killed Heng Yi would just come back to life, and Heng Yi could never truly kill him. Therefore, he believed there was no meaning in their battles. Heng Yi replied to him, Not everything needs to have meaning. Then, after waking up in each life, Heng Yi would continue to hunt down this thing that he might not be able to kill at all. If he could succeed in one of his lives, wouldn't that make it meaningful? So far, their ability to sense each other has been growing stronger. And Heng Yi feels this is related to Musen's increasing power and his own number of resurrections. Theoretically, one day this range could expand to all of Japan, and that would be the time when Heng Yi leads the Demon Slayer Corps to launch a full-scale attack, although he has no idea how long that will take. In Heng Yi's eyes, the man-eating demons, as derivatives of Musen, are completely unable to hide. Their appearances are mostly vastly different from humans, and one can easily tell they are abnormal just by looking at them. Moreover, Heng Yi can perceive their unusual life activities through his bloodline tendrils, identifying them before even seeing the man-eating demons. Over the past 6 months, Heng Yi has already killed 17 man-eating demons. Some of them are very good at hiding, using various blood demon arts, such as ones that can burrow into the ground, lie at the bottom of lakes, and even one that turns itself into ink to hide in a painting. Hiding as a dead object in the painting during the day and coming out at night to eat people has opened Heng Yi's eyes. At this moment, he is tracking a man-eating demon sensed by his bloodline tendrils in a town among the crowd. To track the evil demon, Heng Yi put on a black hood to cover his conspicuous hair. He also concealed himself within the crowd, following discreetly. However, when Heng Yi saw her for the first time, he couldn't help but exclaim, "How strange, truly remarkable. This man-eating demon is a beautiful woman. She looks to be around 20 years old, with long black hair that is loosely tied behind her head. Her eyes are beautiful, a dreamy light purple like a layer of mist that lingers year-round. Her lips are rosy, contrasting sharply with her pale complexion. She wears a kimono adorned with light purple branches and red flowers, complementing her purple eyes and red lips. She has almost no characteristics of a man-eating demon, and even her expressions are perfectly disguised. Her gentle and soft face, combined with a slightly melancholic aura, gives her an air of pitifulness. She walks among the crowd on the street after sunset, perfectly blending in without arousing anyone's suspicion. And some men even glance back at her as they pass by. What a good disguise. Just looking at her appearance, I would be deceived as well. Musin still loves to take away young and vibrant lives. It's truly disgusting, unchanged for hundreds of years. I'm sorry, rest in peace. Heng Yi's gaze followed her figure closely. He had already sentenced her to death in his heart. Heng Yi followed the female ghost to a deserted place. He knew she had already noticed that he was following her, but she calmly walked to this secluded area before stopping, turning around to look in the direction where Heng Yi was hiding. Heng Yi felt that she was either overly confident in her own power or just being enigmatic. It couldn't be that she was indifferent to life and death. Heng Yi thought with some sarcasm, "You've been following me for a long time. Aren't you going to make a move?" Heng Yi didn't expect that there would be a day when he would be addressed with honorifics by a ghoul. It felt quite novel. "This is what I want to say. You've already discovered me, so why aren't you making a move? Times have really changed. Ghouls have become diverse and varied. If you don't want to kill me, please hurry and stop Musin. He's going to kill the youngest son of the Fujiwara family." Huh? What is this demon talking about? Heng Yi did not sense Musin nearby at all, but he did notice that this demon called out Musin's name without being killed by him. "I'll kill you first and then go." When Heng Yi said this without even thinking, not only did the female demon show a look of disbelief, but even Heng Yi himself had a moment of blankness on his face. What'd I just say? Heng Yi blankly recalled the words he had just blurted out. He had said, "I'll kill you first, then go. It's not too late." It seemed he understood what he had truly lost. He had lost his reverence and appreciation for life. Chapter 20. A reunion after a century shy had never expected that Heng Yi, who should be on the side of the demon hunters, would say such things. He seemed completely indifferent to the possibility that someone might die at the hands of the evil spirits. After uttering those words, Heng Yi finally recognized his own problem. Over the course of 500 years, he had been reborn as a human for the 9th time. Yet even so, Heng Yi never considered himself to be anything less than human. However, time would ultimately change many things, and Heng Yi could not resist this change. He could only repeatedly remind himself in each life not to become something like Musin and to always remember his original nature as a human. Indeed, human nature could not withstand the test. Hundreds of years of restraint and persistence were overwhelmed by the erosion of godlike power gained in just 7 days. Or perhaps, that powerful divine force was merely the final blow that shattered Heng Yi's already broken heart. The most terrifying thing was that even though Heng Yi recognized his transformation in an instant, he still subconsciously felt he was not in the wrong. He had fundamentally changed. When he coldly uttered those words, he genuinely believed that Musin was not nearby and that he had to kill first. As for saving a life that might be lost, it was no longer the first thing on his mind. In Heng Yi's pupils, a sense of confusion and bewilderment emerged, and at that moment, he looked like a lost, wandering soul in a mortal world, completely devoid of direction. The female demon, standing in front of Heng Yi, upon seeing him fall into such a state, surprisingly did not attack him. She merely stood there, watching him. There was even a hint of concern in her expression, but Heng Yi was completely oblivious to it at that moment. Although Heng Yi's mind was in chaos, the bloodline tendrils distributed underground were still on high alert, monitoring the surrounding environment. When they sensed something rapidly approaching, they immediately issued a warning to Heng Yi, allowing him to break free from his confused state. Just as he regained his clarity, that thing launched an attack from behind him. The instant he sensed the attack, Heng Yi swiftly dodged to the side, while simultaneously controlling the bloodline tendrils to counterattack in the direction of the incoming assault. When both attacks collided, a tremendous force was generated. creating a powerful gust of wind that swept outward. Heng Yi's hood was blown off by this fierce wind, revealing his white long hair and his youthful face that had remained unchanged for a century. How is this possible? Heng Yi's face was filled with disbelief, and he immediately realized where the attack came from, as it was a familiar whip-like weapon belonging to his archenemy Muzin Kibutsuji, who had hunted him for 9 lifetimes. However, this time, Heng Yi had not sensed his approach at all. After the strike, Heng Yi, Muzin, and the female demon formed a triangular stance. From Muzin's expression, it seemed he was also completely taken aback that the person he attacked was actually Heng Yi. How is it you? They both spoke this line almost simultaneously, with Heng Yi's tone filled with intense questioning. Muzin's appearance seemed to confirm that what the female demon had said to him earlier was true. Meanwhile, Muzin's tone was laced with strong disdain, as he had no desire to fight the eternally unkillable Heng Yi. Had he known it was him, Muzin would not have attacked at all. He would have gladly abandoned the female doctor he had turned into a demon. How long are you going to keep pestering me? This time it's really not what you think. I was just here to kill this female demon. It's been 100 years, and you're still the same? Heng Yi paused, slightly raised his chin, and with a contemptuous curve at the corner of his mouth, continued, as disgusting as ever. He then glanced at the young and beautiful female demon, noticing her expression was quite strange. If Heng Yi wasn't mistaken, it seemed to reflect excitement. Although she was trying hard to suppress this emotion, the overwhelming feeling still leaked out. Muzin's face darkened. He had no intention of entangling with Heng Yi, and at this moment, he didn't even want to talk to him. Why aren't you speaking? Just because you've aged doesn't mean you can't talk? Sugumi, it's up to you. Shake him off. Don't fight him. He can't be killed. Sugumi? Is that the name of this female demon? He thought. Why did he believe she could shake me off? It seems your mouth is still working, but your courage is gone, Muzin. Throwing your old friend at a woman to deal with? Aren't you ashamed to be doing this at our age? Heng Yi then lightly tapped his own mouth, as if blaming himself for saying the wrong thing. No. I apologize. How could you have any sense of shame? You're like a bug. I've apologized to you, Heng Yi said unapologetically, while controlling all the blood tendrils to begin his attack on her. Why don't you kneel down and listen properly? He wanted to kill the female demon before she could react, not giving her any chance to interfere in the battle between him and Muzin. Thus, the blood tendrils that had been lurking underground all emerged, attacking the demon named Sugumi. To Heng Yi's surprise, Muzin actually used his own whip to create a solid barrier for the female demon to shield against Heng Yi's attack. Based on Heng Yi's understanding of Muzin, he didn't care about any living beings besides himself, and Heng Yi never expected to see Muzin protect someone. This is impossible. He must have another motive. Is it to make this demon use a blood demon technique that can keep me here? After a moment of thought, Heng Yi figured out the key and surrounded the 2 demons with his blood tendrils while quickly retreating, wary of his own body being caught off guard. Unaware of the female demon's abilities, bewildering blood visual dream fragrance. When Heng Yi heard the female demon's voice, he smelled a strange fragrance. Although he had tried to distance himself from them, the fragrance was still blown into Heng Yi's nostrils by the gust of wind caused by his battle with Muzin. Not good, it's the scent. Heng Yi quickly held his breath and continued to retreat after sensing the strange fragrance, while simultaneously waving all the bloodline tendrils around him to create a whirlwind in the air, trying to disperse the smell. However, it was too late. Incredible patterns appeared in Heng Yi's vision, like a silk fabric formed by flourishing flowers, blocking his line of sight and leaving him unsure of where to attack. All the bloodline tendrils lost their ability to perceive their surroundings due to Heng Yi's influence, attacking these patterns chaotically. But Heng Yi couldn't sense any feeling of impact on a physical entity from them, as if they were attacking the air all along. Was it an illusion? Heng Yi quickly reacted, closing his eyes tightly. He connected his bloodline tendrils to the surrounding plants and sensed that he was the only one left. Muzin and Tamayo had already fled into the distance. Heng Yi did not open his eyes. His figure passed through the beautiful silk without any pause, chasing after the direction indicated by the plants where the 2 ghosts had fled. Chapter 21. Xiao Fu after tracking Muzin and Tamayo for a full 10 days and nights. Heng Yi completely lost the trace of the 2 ghosts. Heng Yi stood in the woods where he had traced their footsteps, his head bowed, feeling an unparalleled sense of loss and confusion. Once again, in the post-autumn equinox rain-soaked forest, Heng Yi had lost count of how many times he had witnessed the sunrise. Each sunrise brought him a feeling of hope, as if the sun was opening up a whole new world for him. Despite the fact that these sunrises sometimes marked the complete loss of Muzin's trace, or that he had just returned to the mortal world from the other side, or that it was a moment of parting from friends. Heng Yi had always felt hope and the strength to move forward when watching the sun rise, simply because the sun always rose as usual. However, today, for the first time, Heng Yi felt that whether it was dusk or dawn, it was meaningless for both himself and Muzin. In his eyes, he and Muzin were the two saddest people in the world. Life is beautiful precisely because it is lived only once. Yet he and Muzin were one obsessed with eternal life, and the other imprisoned in the cycle of immortality. Eternal life is a curse, while immortality is a punishment. They were both people cursed and punished by the gods. The notion of hope was truly an insignificant emotion. This isn't right. Heng Yi's subconscious began to refute himself, but he couldn't come up with any arguments to counter his own statements. Go back, Heng Yi. In the depths of his mind, an old man's voice echoed in Heng Yi's ears. Heng Yi felt this voice was very familiar. During countless sleepless nights when he wanted to escape the endless cycle, this voice would appear, bringing comfort to Heng Yi and guiding him to find the way forward. I remember you, your voice. Heng Yi stood helplessly in place, closing his eyes and trying to concentrate all his attention, listening, feeling, and recalling with all his heart. He heard the rustling of leaves in the wind through the forest, the distant chirping of birds, and the buzzing of nearby insects. These sounds intertwined, seemingly bringing him back to a distant past, an ordinary mountain village, friendly villagers, playful companions, and a carefree childhood. However, no matter how hard he tried, he could not remember that familiar voice. At that moment, a gentle breeze brushed against his cheek. The wind was cold. Yet Heng Yi felt the warmth that his face had once experienced from this breeze's touch. Do what you want to do, become who you want to be. Heng Yi planned to return to the home he shared with Yuan, Yi, and Shur. He hoped to hear their voices, even if it meant being blamed for not shouldering his responsibilities or being scolded for escaping his fate. He wanted to live a peaceful and happy life with Yuan Yi, Xiao Shur, and their children, working at sunrise and resting at sunset, in the mundane routine of daily life. He sought to rediscover his appreciation for life and return to his original intentions. On his way home, Heng Yi encountered an unexpected person. While passing through a small town, he saw the back of someone with long yellow hair, part of which was red at the edges, and he instinctively called out the name he had given this person. Owl no Fukukuin? However, when the person turned around and looked at Heng Yi with curiosity, he realized that this was not the Fukukuin he knew. This person, who resembled Fukukuin, was very young, possibly only 15 or 16 years old, but judging by his appearance and the Nicaran blade hanging at his waist, he must be a relative of Fukukuin and also a member of the Demon Slayer Corps. Are you calling me? Heng Yi was just about to explain that he had mistaken the person, but upon seeing Heng Yi's hair and eyes, the other person suddenly seemed to recall something. And before Heng Yi could speak, he said, Are you the legendary Mr. Immortal Chuan Heng Yi? I apologize. My name is Rengo Kabaijer. Rengo Kashinj is my brother. And as my brother's stepson, I also joined the Demon Slayer Corps this year. My brother has mentioned you multiple times at home. He has already introduced your appearance, personality, and the stories passed down, including what happened when he met you 10 years ago. I was also one of the passers in the final selection 6 months ago, and I caught a glimpse of you from a distance then. I regretted not being able to greet you, so I feel very honored to meet you here. I hope to receive your guidance in the days to come. Since this child started speaking, Heng Yi could no longer get a word in. His words flowed like a waterfall, each sentence following the previous one as if he didn't need to breathe. Moreover, his tone was warm and sunny, complementing his sun-like hair color and vibrant eyes. Heng Yi felt that he radiated a positive aura, like the warm sun on a cold winter day, bringing endless hope and longing. When he mentioned seeing Heng Yi during the final selection 6 months ago, Heng Yi hadn't paid much attention to him because after merging with TSH Zon, he shared the perception ability of the entire mountain and its surroundings. Neither the mountain nor the plants had eyes, so Heng Yi couldn't clearly see the candidate's appearances. Thus, he had no impression of him. All right, then I'll call you Little Fu. Is that okay? I'm sorry I can't remember names and can only refer to you by nicknames. Just call me Heng Yi. You don't need to be so formal. I'm not that impressive of a person, so relax a bit. Heng Yi waved his hand and then asked, What are you doing here? It shouldn't be to look for me, right? Is there news of evil spirits lurking nearby? All right. Mr. Heng Yi, please feel free to address me as you wish. Yes, Mr. Heng Yi. I came here because I heard reports of a man-eating ghost in the nearby village. It is said that this ghost attacks women and children who are home alone. And so far, 4 households have been attacked. It only targets homes without men or where the men are not at home. What a shameless, evil spirit. Heng Yi's expression immediately became serious upon hearing this, filled with disgust, and a flash of coldness passed through his eyes. Then he nodded and said to Bai Zilong, "I will act with you. Has this area been explored?" Bai Zilong became visibly excited when he heard Heng Yi wanted to team up with him, and he happily replied, "Yes, I have been exploring this village for 3 days, and there are no signs of any evil spirits. Also, no villagers have been harmed. I suspect he is no longer in this village. Well, it's almost nightfall. I will check the area again. You head to the next village first. If it's confirmed he is not here, I will catch up with you later." Just as Bai Zilong was about to ask Heng Yi how to know his location, he saw a blood-red tentacle extend from Heng Yi's hand. He immediately widened his eyes and stared at the writhing tentacle, making him look even more like a startled owl. Heng Yi wrapped this bloodline tentacle around Bai Zilong's right wrist and then disconnected it. It looked like a blood-red bracelet on Bai Zilong's hand. "Oh, is this your bloodline tentacle? It's amazing." Bai Zilong was like a child who just got a new toy, studying the bright red bracelet on his wrist, his small face filled with curiosity. I can sense it within a certain range. As long as you don't take it off, I can find you. Moreover, it can sense the presence of ghosts within a certain range. If you see it glowing red, that means there are ghosts nearby. This is incredible. I won't take it off. Please rest assured." Heng Yi thought the child was really cute and couldn't help but pat his head. Then he felt it was too rude and quickly withdrew his hand, saying, "Then let's set off, Xiao Fu. Let's hunt the evil spirits together." "Okay, Mr. Heng Yi." Chapter 22. Punishment, is that so? Something unhuman passed by here 3 days ago. I see. Thank you. It has been 7 days since Heng Yi and Bai Zilong set out to hunt the evil spirits that attacked the nearby villagers. They had clearly defined roles. Heng Yi was responsible for communicating with all the plants in the deep mountains and forests to investigate whether the evil spirit had passed by, while Bai Zilong went to the nearby villages to gather information on whether any households had been attacked and if anyone had seen any strange creatures. This evil spirit was indeed very good at hiding its tracks. It seemed to know that someone was coming to hunt it, so it would never sneak attack in the crowded villages or take the main roads where people might be. For 7 days, Bai Zilong had hardly received any eyewitness reports about this spirit. However, the good news was that it hadn't attacked anyone. Meanwhile, Heng Yi communicated with various plants in the mountains and received information suggesting that the suspected evil spirit had passed through that area. The plants did not have vision. They could only convey a rough idea of what had passed nearby to Heng Yi. However, they were more sensitive than humans to the aura of living and dead things. So Heng Yi could ask if anything had passed by that gave them an unusual feeling, thereby tracing the evil spirit's trail. 7 days ago, he had tracked Musin and Tamayo in this way. The reason he lost track of Musin and Tamayo in the forest was that the plants communicated to Heng Yi that they had suddenly lost their perception of the two demons. Heng Yi guessed this must be related to Tamayo's blood demon art. The plants could detect sense, and their sudden loss of sensory ability was likely caused by Tamayo using her blood demon art to confuse them. Now, this evil spirit was simply elusive due to its unconventional path. Heng Yi had been asking in the mountains for 7 days and received very little information. Just then, he noticed Bai Zilong, who had entered the nearby village to gather news, was returning. "Mr. Heng Yi, I found out that a war seems to be happening about 2 mountains away from here. I think there should be a large number of casualties there. Could the evil spirit have gone there to attack them?" After hearing Bai Zilong's speculation, Heng Yi nodded. He also thought there was a possibility, but he had a question. The households previously attacked by this evil spirit had a common characteristic. There were no men or only women and children at home. Would it change its targets? The warriors on the battlefield were all vigorous men. Would it make such a significant change in its hunting behavior? I thought about that too. It's a spirit that bullies the weak and fears the strong. Even though it has become a spirit, it still doesn't dare to fight men and only bullies the weak. So I wondered if it might go to the rear of the battlefield and specifically attack those who are injured and unable to resist. Also, there should be recently deceased people on the battlefield. Could just go and eat the corpses of those who have just died. Heng Yi found Bosai's conjecture very reasonable. So after a brief thought, he made a decision. From here, we will split into 2 groups. I will go to the battlefield outside the 2 mountains to search for traces of the cannibals, and Xiaofu, you continue to explore in this direction, focusing on households with women and children. If you encounter reclusive families, try to persuade them, explaining that there may be a ghost attack, and encourage them to move to a nearby village where there are more people. All right, Mr. Heng Yi, but what if they don't believe me or are unwilling to leave? Don't force them. But Heng Yi shook his head at Bai Zilong, a cold expression on his face. We cannot save those who do not wish to be saved. One must understand that everyone has their own fate. As soon as Heng Yi saw Bai Ci Lang looking hesitant after hearing his words, he waited for him for a while. However, after a long time, the usually talkative child still said nothing. All right, let's set off. If we can successfully kill this demon, they won't have to move and we'll be safe. Let's go. Bai Ci Lang looked at Heng Yi deeply for a moment before saying, all right, Mr. Heng Yi, we will definitely be able to successfully kill the evil spirit and save everyone. Heng Yi did not undermine the children's confidence and responded, well, we can do it. The world is unpredictable and things often do not go as desired. They cannot save everyone. They can only do their best. By the time Heng Yi crossed 2 mountains and arrived at the place where battles were said to be happening, it was already close to sunset. The scene of soldiers clashing that Heng Yi had imagined did not occur. The fighting seemed to have ended. The flames ignited by the battle gradually extinguished, leaving only swirling smoke that enveloped this once bustling land. Tattered battle flags gently swayed in the breeze, and broken armor and shattered weapons were scattered everywhere. Corpses lay haphazardly on the ground, unattended. This is humanity, a humanity that constantly kills one another. Heng Yi numbly gazed at the blood-soaked land, as if the soil itself had absorbed the lives of the warriors. Then he released a large number of bloodline tendrils deep into the ground, absorbing the blood that had not yet been digested by the earth, while also probing the surroundings. After a while, he found a group of people still exhibiting signs of life. From his perception, it seemed to be a gathering of surviving wounded soldiers. Although the people inside still had life, their breaths were weak. However, among them, there was one life force that was exceptionally strong, and the feedback from the bloodline tendrils to Heng Yi felt familiar. How could this be possible? How could he be here? Heng Yi found it hard to believe and immediately rushed in that direction. However, the bloodline tendrils would not deceive him. When he arrived and caught sight of the figure with deep red hair, he loudly called out that person's name, filled with confusion and an unease he didn't even realize he felt. Yuan, what are you doing here? Indeed, standing in this gathering place for the injured was the very person who should have been at home with his wife, who was about to give birth, Inagami Yuan. And Heng Yi knew that he, Yuan, and Xiaoshi's home was nowhere near this place. Uncle Heng Yi? Yuan was equally surprised to see Heng Yi here, and then he explained why he was in this location. As Yuan told Heng Yi that he had moved nearby with Xiaoshi 6 months ago to live separately, and how he had gone out to find a midwife and encountered an elderly man looking for his son, whom he kindly brought here, Heng Yi's unease gradually intensified, and he began to feel increasingly flustered. He had a strong foreboding, as if something unbearable was about to happen, as if he was about to lose someone extremely important. No, Yuan, hurry back, go home. There's a demon nearby that attacks solitary women and children. Hurry back, Heng Yi urged Yuan loudly, while already controlling all the bloodline tendrils to push himself towards the direction they had just mentioned for settling down. No, please don't let it be as I thought. I beg you, great deity, it was my mistake. I manipulated the fates of others. I trampled on the lives of others. Please punish me alone, whether it be 1,000 arrows piercing my heart or falling into hell forever. Please punish me as you wish. Just not Yuan and Xiaoshi, I beg you. However, the deity still did not listen. Chapter 23, Loss of Control. Heng Yi unreservedly manipulated all the bloodline tendrils to swiftly move in the direction of home, joined by the surrounding plants. To his surprise, Yuan was able to keep up with Heng Yi without any external assistance. He ran at an incredibly fast speed and could maintain it as if his stamina were endless. Just as Heng Yi had observed before, Yuan was a genius among geniuses in combat. The physical qualities that ordinary people needed to acquire through rigorous training were innate to him, and the combat skills that ordinary people had to develop through life and death trials seemed trivial because he possessed a pair of eyes that could see through the world. At this moment, the sky had gradually darkened, with the setting sun casting its last rays on the earth and the distant mountain outlines becoming blurred. The clouds in the sky were dim, and night had fallen. Just then, Heng Yi unexpectedly received a perception from a bloodline tendril indicating the appearance of a cannibal. But the location was in the direction from which Heng Yi and Yuan had come, specifically toward the gathering place of the injured soldier from earlier. Heng Yi suddenly stopped moving. Yuan, seeing Heng Yi stop, quickly halted as well, looking at Heng Yi with confusion. Uncle Heng, what's wrong? Heng Yi looked at Yuan's anxious face, glanced at their forward direction, and then turned back to look at the path they had come from. He immediately made a decision. Yuan, you continue heading home. If you encounter a boy with yellow hair, red tips, and carrying a katana. He is my comrade from the Demon Slayer Corps. I need to return to the place we were at earlier. Xiao Chua found that there are man-eating demons around, and I will deal with it. Until I get home, stay by Xiao Shi's side, understood? Uncle Heng Yi, go quickly, protect her, guard the most important person to you. After that, Heng Yi no longer stayed and immediately retraced his steps. Upon hearing this, Yi did not ask further and turned ahead in the opposite direction towards home. Before long, Heng Yi returned to the mountain they had visited earlier. Guided by his bloodline tendril's perception, by this time, it was completely dark, and tonight was a cloudy night with the clouds in the sky as dense as ink, seemingly trying to envelop the entire world. The moon had completely vanished behind the clouds, and not a single ray of light could penetrate through the thick, dark clouds. What should have been a bright night sky had turned pitch black, with stars losing their usual brilliant glow, as if swallowed by darkness. In this almost pitch-black mountain path, Heng Yi could only feel his way forward. Fortunately, the bloodline tendrils could sense the aura of living beings around. If he entered the vicinity of the gathering place for injured soldiers, the strongest aura sensed would lead him to his destination. Found it. However, just as Heng Yi located the injured soldier's position, he also sensed an aura completely different from that of humans. Not good, it's a man-eating demon. As he got close to the temporary treatment site he had visited with Yi during the day, Heng Yi heard shouting and cries of pain coming from inside the building. These sounds ignited Heng Yi's anger, and he immediately commanded his bloodline tendrils to rush towards the house at lightning speed, attacking the entity emitting the unusual aura by destroying the external structure of the building. The entity reacted quickly. Upon realizing someone was attacking from behind, it jumped backward. However, it did not anticipate Heng Yi's method of attack. Heng Yi's bloodline tendrils would not stop until they struck their target, so even though it managed to evade this attack in time, it was of no use. When Heng Yi's bloodline tendrils surged in front of it without any pause, it could only raise its hands to take the hit, unaware that this was exactly what Heng Yi wanted to see. The bloodline tendrils pierced straight into the demon's arms and quickly eroded upward along the flesh, forming networks. The demon displayed its decisiveness again. Upon realizing that Heng Yi's bloodline tendrils were spreading toward its body along its arm, it immediately chose to sever its own arm. Using the recoil from severing its arm, it quickly retreated, not stopping even after leaving Heng Yi's attack range, continuing to back away to the edge of the jungle far from the treatment site. Just as it intended to escape further into the jungle, a torch flew out from the house directly towards its face. After dodging the torch, Heng Yi's next attack was already upon it. How could I let you run away? Heng Yi's attack was not limited to visible areas. Just as the demon attempted to retreat into the jungle, the bloodline tendrils buried underground sprang into action, emerging from the ground behind the demon to encircle it, wrapping it up completely like a zongzi. Given that Heng Yi was currently in peak condition, the fact that this demon had survived until now relied on the darkness of the night, Heng Yi's unfamiliarity with the terrain, and its own decent combat awareness. Without these favorable conditions, it would have long been a meal for the blue spider lily. Once the demon was entirely wrapped by the blue spider lily, Heng Yi approached it. However, just as he was about to strangle it to death with his bloodline tendrils, he felt an unusual pulsing in his chest. Thump, thump. This unusual throbbing was something Heng Yi had never experienced before. It was a restlessness from his heart, or rather, from the blue spider lily, as if it was craving something and making a demand of him in this manner. Thump, 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 thump. Its pulsation grew more urgent, yet it conveyed no message to Heng Yi, leaving him completely unaware of what it wanted to do. At that moment, Heng Yi noticed a blue glow beginning to emanate from his chest, growing from dim to brilliant. Poochie, a massive blue spider lily suddenly bloomed explosively from Heng Yi's chest, accompanied by the sound of breaking flesh and glowing blue blood. Heng Yi never expected that after merging with the blue other shore flower for over 500 years, there would actually come a day when it would lose control and break free from his body. Heng Yi stared in astonishment at the flower on his chest that granted him the power of immortality. He vaguely remembered that this was a familiar scene, but everything had changed. It looked much worse than the last time Heng Yi saw it hundreds of years ago. As Yi said, it appeared somewhat fragmented. The dragon claw-like petals were tattered, and some of the extended flower threads were completely severed, held together by a visible thread of blue energy. Just as Heng Yi had changed since hundreds of years ago, so had it. In the next moment, the damaged flower threads actively wrapped around the evil spirit dumpling in front of Heng Yi, and he finally understood why it was behaving this way. It was hungry. It was simply starving. Chapter 24. despair since Heng Yi was resurrected for the third time from the vines of Mount Su. He no longer needed to rely on the flesh and blood of demons or humans to maintain the vitality of his own blood, because his connection to the plants of Mount Su provided him with an inexhaustible source of natural energy. Heng Yi was naturally pleased with this, as he preferred to eat food that normal humans would eat rather than consuming demons or humans. Even the absorption of blood from deceased humans had become rare for him. This time, he had only absorbed some blood that had seeped into the ground after encountering a battlefield that had just erupted in conflict. Throughout many lifetimes, the blue Immortal Flower had never expressed any dissent regarding this matter, let alone emerging uncontrollably like this to actively demand to feed on evil spirits. Heng Yi watched as the bloodline tentacles wrapped around the evil spirit and brought it over, then sent it into the seemingly listless flower, accompanied by faint, mournful cries and the sound of petals absorbing and digesting. In no time, the evil spirit dumpling completely vanished. After gorging itself, the blue spider lily slowly retracted back into Heng Yi's heart. In the pitch-black night, no one witnessed this bizarre scene. Heng Yi closed his eyes, calming his mind in an attempt to enter his subconscious world, but he failed. He opened his eyes in surprise and looked down at the blue cracks that had appeared on his chest, noticing that they had spread significantly, reaching up to his shoulders and down to his abdomen, resembling a huge spider web woven into his skin. After a while, Heng Yi felt that the blue flower of the other shore was transmitting information. It was the thoughts of the evil spirit that it had digested. Battle strength, flesh and blood, attack, warrior, vitality. Fragments of memories that could no longer form complete sentences slowly emerged in Heng Yi's mind. He tried to piece together these thoughts and arrived at a conclusion that he found difficult to understand. In other words, this demon really liked to fight. It enjoyed attacking powerful warriors to obtain what it considered more vibrant flesh and blood. Is that what it meant? But that didn't make sense. It attacked women and children. Is there a second evil spirit in the nearby mountains? Based on Heng Yi's understanding of Musin and the demon population, there generally wouldn't be two demons in the same area. First, there is no so-called camaraderie among demons. Their presence in the same area would only mean overlapping territories, leading to reduced food options and unnecessary competition. Second, attacking humans in the same area would quickly attract the attention of the Demon Slayer Corps, bringing trouble and pursuit. Third, Musin doesn't like demons gathering together for long periods. He creates demons to have them search for the blue flower of the other shore, and having them congregate is inefficient. The selfish and self-serving Musin doesn't care about the lives of useless subordinates. In short, they cannot be gathered together. Heng Yi once thanked Musin for his selfishness, as it was definitely not good for the Demon Slayer Corps if man-eating demons gathered together. Therefore, he had Heng Yi return home, while he himself came to this area where evil demons roamed, considering that there should only be one man-eating demon nearby. After all, although Heng Yi was physically strong, he did not have a Nicaran blade and had never fought against demons. However, based on the lingering thoughts of the demon in front of him, it seemed that it was not the kind of demon that only ambushed women and children, which meant that there was likely another demon nearby, and they might be able to operate in the same area due to different hunting targets. Thinking of this possibility, Heng Yi hurried back in the direction of home, but he still wasn't completely at ease. When he returned to the temporary treatment center, he saw several samurai who had been fighting fiercely against the demon before he arrived. The battle was very brief, and the fact that Heng Yi had eaten the demon went unnoticed under the cover of night. So they hadn't even put down their weapons yet, and were still vigilantly looking outside. The moment they saw Heng Yi appear, they instinctively raised their swords to attack. But fortunately, Heng Yi was on guard and dodged, or else it would have been a great loss to be stabbed by the very humans he had just protected. Heng Yi immediately explained, "Look closely, I am a human. You saw me during the day. I am a demon hunter. The evil spirit that attacked you just now has been killed by me, so you are temporarily safe. I have urgent matters to attend to. This is a spice made from wisteria. If you light it at night, the ghoul won't come near. I received this only after the third selection from the Demon Slayer Corps. It is said that they rescued a family that specializes in growing various climbing plants, and they have done extensive research on wisteria. Therefore, this family has promised to provide free assistance to the members of the Demon Slayer Corps in the future." Heng Yi felt anxious in his heart. Seeing that they still had their guard up, he could only leave the spices behind and depart. It must not go wrong. It must not. After a whole night of rushing, Heng Yi finally returned to the mountain where Yuan Yi had mentioned the house at dawn. Today's first light broke through the thick clouds from last night, but it failed to dispel the remnants of the night. The sky was a gray haze, and the sunlight struggled weakly, ultimately turning into a pale glow. The air was filled with a damp, cold atmosphere, as if even breathing could feel its heaviness. Heng Yi felt a profound silence around him, as if even the birdsongs had lost their usual cheerfulness, leaving only a few low calls that seemed to convey ominous omens. The entire world seemed shrouded in an invisible shadow, with not a glimmer of warm light able to penetrate. On this morning, there was no new beginning, no budding of hope, only endless waiting and silent endurance. Heng Yi suddenly felt an inexplicable fear. His footsteps began to slow down as he returned. He didn't know why. It was as if he were being pulled by opposing forces, one urging him to hurry back, saying, "Heng Yi, sure, and Yuan, Yi are waiting for you," while the other whispered in despair, "No one is waiting for you. You are all alone." But no matter how long the road is, it eventually has an end. Heng Yi finally saw that lonely little wooden cabin. A faint smell of blood lingered in the air, hinting at some tragic truths. "No, it can't be true. Uncle Heng Yi, you're back." Heng Yi seemed to hear the girl's cheerful voice. She welcomed Heng Yi home with a smile and complained that he missed the birth of the child. I'm back, Yuan Yi, Xiao Shi." Heng Yi saw by C.I. Lang standing at the door of the wooden house with a pale face, holding the blood-stained Nicaran blade in his hand. He heard Heng Yi's footsteps and turned to look at him, hesitantly calling out his name. "Mr. Heng Yi, I'm sorry, I couldn't save her." Heng Yi, however, ignored him and didn't even look at him. In Heng Yi's eyes, there was only the blood that covered the ground, and the corpse in Yuan Yi's arms, whose face could not be seen. His mind was blank, his pupils scattered, wandering unfocused in a space without a master, his body stiff as a tree, rooted in place. Gradually, blood-red tears began to swirl in his hollow gaze, but they never truly fell. It seemed he had even lost the strength to cry. This morning held no hope, only a dim and cold atmosphere. It reminded people that sometimes the arrival of dawn does not signify the end of darkness. Chapter 25. The road ahead today is such a nice day. The sun is shining, the wind is gentle, everything is so beautiful, and life is just ordinary enough. Mr. Heng Yi? What's wrong with you, Mr. Heng Yi? Uncle Heng Yi, what are you doing outside? Come in quickly. It's time for dinner. Everyone is waiting for you. Mr. Heng Yi? Oh no. What should I do? Please don't scare me. I know, I'm coming. And that gentleman, I'm really sorry. What should I do, Mr. Heng Yi? Well then, brother. Yuan Yi, Xiao Shi, and the baby, we can start eating. Uncle Heng Yi, I'm digging in. If waking up only brings pain, then why not let people stay in their dreams? If the goal of living has been lost, why can't one find it back in dreams? If the dream is a world full of hope, then why should I wake up? Mr. Yuan Yi, I'm sorry. It's all my fault for coming late. And Mr. Heng Yi, you've already told me what to do, yet I still insisted on my own way. If I and T tried to persuade the other family to leave, I could have made it in time to save Miss Shi and the child. It's all my fault. Seeing the younger team member apologizing repeatedly with guilt, Yuan Yi comforted him, saying, "No, this has nothing to do with you. It's all my fault." He truly believed so. The team member's desire to save everyone was not wrong. What was wrong was his own decision to leave his wife behind, not listening to Heng Yi's words, and carelessly leaving his pregnant wife alone at home despite knowing there were ghosts in the world. This team member was merely late. At this moment, Yuan Yi had already buried Shi and the baby, and they were standing in front of the small mound, talking. "How could it be your fault? You are completely a victim. It's the ghost's fault." "I don't mean to shirk my own responsibility. I mean the evil ghosts are the real culprits. The shameless evil ghosts that harm lives indiscriminately are the root of all evil. Mr. Yuan Yi, please don't blame yourself. You did nothing wrong." As Basilong said this with righteous fervor, Yuan Yi finally snapped out of his self-reproach and remembered the true culprit that had destroyed his small dreams. It felt like a punishment. He thought to himself and voiced it. Punishment? What punishment? The punishment of having power but not shouldering the corresponding responsibilities. Basilong looked at Yuan Yi in confusion, while Yuan Yi turned to Heng Yi, who had not spoken a word since returning. When Yuan Yi was engulfed in the pain of losing Shi and the child, he was jolted back to reality by the anxious calls of the team member for Heng Yi, which went unanswered. In that moment, Yuan Yi was filled with Heng Yi's serious words that he had once told him. "I entrusted Xiao Shi to you. You must make her happy and joyful." He failed to do so, and Uncle Heng Yi must be very disappointed in him. He had let Heng Yi's trust down and ultimately could not protect the most important people. However, just as he had prepared himself to be scolded by Heng Yi without resistance, he realized that Heng Yi's condition was very strange. He felt no emotions emanating from Heng Yi. In his all-seeing eyes, Heng Yi's life state seemed to be frozen. His broken heart no longer beat. The blood in his veins no longer flowed. He was even no longer breathing. His shoulders did not rise and fall with breath, and his chest had lost its rise and fall. If it weren't for Heng Yi still standing there, staring at Shi's grave with his azure eyes wide open, he would have thought Heng Yi had also perished with Shi's passing. The overwhelming sense of loss made Yi panic. He had already lost one. No, two family members who depended on each other. If he lost Heng Yi as well, Yi could not imagine the feeling of returning to being all alone. Uncle Heng Yi, are you okay? As soon as Koichi heard Yuichi's carefully asked question, it was as if he finally came to his senses after the painful blow. He blinked hard several times, as if trying to loosen his stiff eyelids, and then awkwardly turned his body, as if he were not quite familiar with his own flesh. Eventually, he stopped in a twisted position, with his upper body turned sideways towards Yuichi. Then he revealed a strange smile, with his facial muscles seemingly out of control, and replied, "I'm fine, what about you? Are you still okay?" A short sentence was awkwardly broken into 4 parts, with strange pauses and almost no emphasis. It was not just his facial muscles that were out of control. His speech system also seemed unfamiliar. As for his limbs, they appeared completely unresponsive, showing no signs of movement. Yuichi's strong sense of loss deepened further. Although the Koichi before him still looked like Koichi, he seemed far too abnormal. Yuichi looked at Koichi with concern, his brows furrowed tightly enough to crush a fly. "TSK. Is it appropriate for a child who is about to lose a family member to comfort you?" Koichi? Heng Yi struggled to lift his newly tamed right hand. He originally wanted to pat the child's head, but the child had already grown as tall as Heng Yi. This newly tamed limb was not capable of such difficult actions, so he could only change direction and pat the child's shoulder instead. "No, it's not your fault." The latter sentence was directed at Basilong. "It's all that damn Muzin's fault, and the fault of those demons he created. You're all good kids." As if he had slowly gotten used to it, Heng Yi's speech became more fluent. He even stepped to the left and reached out with his left hand to pat Basilong's shoulder. If it weren't for the fact that his lower body was still facing the grave of Xiao Shi, while his upper body was twisted halfway towards Yi, he would have almost believed that he was truly fine. As for Basilong, he had been secretly watching Heng Yi with concern ever since Yi buried Xiao Shi. And now he finally confirmed that Heng Yi had a serious problem. After all, he had lost an important family member. The impact must have been too great. Just by looking at the expressions on these two kids' faces, it was clear that they were too smart to be easily fooled. Heng Yi had no choice but to awkwardly change the subject to divert their attention away from him. "Yi, what are your plans for the future?" Yi's dark red eyes were filled with worry for Heng Yi. As his gaze focused on Heng Yi, it also crossed over him to look at Xiao Shi's grave behind him. Then he firmly said to Heng Yi, "I want to join the Demon Slayer Corps and become a demon hunter." Basilong looked excitedly at Yi and then turned to Heng Yi, wanted to see his reaction. But Heng Yi had no reaction. He just maintained a gentle smile and nodded in approval of Yi. "As long as there are evil demons in this world, people like me will never be able to live peacefully. I will take up my sword and do what I must do, eradicate the evil demons." Chapter 26. Ghost Catching Plan Baby? "Ah, there you are, my dear grandson. Oh, you're watching butterflies. Aren't they beautiful?" "Ah." The butterfly flew away. "Don't run. Be careful not to fall." "Really, Uncle Heng Yi, why are you staring at the baby again? He's already 3 years old. You don't need to be so cautious all the time." "Why not? He's only 3. "Ah, see, he fell down, right? Come here, sweetie. Grandpa Heng Yi will give you a hug." "Did you hurt yourself?" "Grandpa will blow it better. Huff huff." "Uncle Heng Yi, I really can't do anything about you. Spoiling the child like this is not good. The baby will be spoiled by you." "How could he be spoiled? I raised you and Yi like this since you were little. And look, you both grew up to be good kids. When Yi and I met you, we were already 7 or 8 years old. The baby has been with you since birth. How can it be the same?" "Oh, so you're saying that the personalities you've developed now have nothing to do with me, right?" I'm getting angry. That's not what I mean, Uncle Heng Yi. Why are you acting more and more like a child? What, are you looking down on me?" "Xiao Shi, you've known me for a long time. I've always been like this. Come on, baby. Grandpa will catch you a dragonfly, okay?" "Yes, he has always been like this, ordinary and happy. I think he doesn't need to prove his ability to fight demons through the final selection. But Mr. He has never fought against evil demons, has he?" "Well, even though he hasn't fought, it's not a big deal." "How could it not be? Mr. Heng Yi, you know better than anyone how much stronger demons are than humans. How could an ordinary person who has never fought against demons have a chance of winning?" "Trust me, Yi does. But all right. We also need enough reasons to prove it to the head of the family and the other team members, Mr. Heng Yi. Yeah, that's a problem. Otherwise, it would be troublesome without the Nichiren blade. You make a valid point. Then Yuan-E, go capture a few demons alive. It just so happens to replenish the stock of evil demons in Fujisaki Mountain. Okay, Uncle Heng Yi. Yeah, wait. Are we really going to capture demons alive right away? Mr. Heng Yi? Isn't that a bit too difficult? No, you'll see, Little Owl. Yuan-E is ridiculously strong. Little Owl? Ha, really, Mr. Yuan-E? Is this really okay? It should be fine. Please don't worry, Rengoku. The above conversation took place on a mountain not far from Fujisaki Mountain. After burying Xiao Shi, Heng Yi, Yuan-E, and Baselong prepared to head to the main house of the Kanemitsu family to explain matters regarding Yuan-Yi's joining the Demon Slayer Corps to the 12-year-old head of the family, Kanemitsu Shinsuke. After all, the final selection only happens once every few years, and it had only been half a year since the last one. However, they couldn't just let Yuan-E wait around doing nothing, and the Nichiren blade and uniforms needed to be specially tailored after passing the final selection. Even the best swordsman couldn't slay demons without a sword. Heng Yi is certainly very clear about how much his own raised child weighs. But unlike his understanding of Yuan-E, Bai C.I. Lang does not agree with Yuan-E joining the Demon Slayer Corps without going through the final selection. Heng Yi also understood the meaning of Bai C.I. Lang's last words. The Demon Slayer Corps is not a one-man show. If Yuan-E cannot present enough evidence of his strength, the Demon Slayer Corps will not accept him. Heng Yi actually wanted to know just how strong Yuan-E really was. Anyway, with him and Bai C.I. Lang around, there shouldn't be too many issues. As for Heng Yi himself, well, after these days of getting familiar, he could manage to command his body parts well, basically achieving coordination and getting his limbs to listen. It's really tough for me. Keiichi looked at the indifferent Yuan and the worried Baijer, feeling a bit overwhelmed. I said, how long do you plan to avoid this? Of course, there was no response. All right, I'll reluctantly take over for you for a while longer. But Keiichi could always sense that Yuan would occasionally cast a glance at him. This kid was not as easy to deceive as Baijer. He was too familiar with Keiichi. All right, shall we set off? Is that your corvid, Little Owl? Just as Keiichi was about to announce to continue moving forward, he suddenly spoke to Baijer, but Baijer looked up and scanned around, completely unaware of the whereabouts of his corvid. Mr. Keiichi, you're right. It really is my corvid Atsu. The corvid named Atsu had already flown in front of the three of them while he was speaking. And as soon as Baijer finished his sentence, it had landed on his shoulder. Mr. Keiichi, that's amazing. It's nothing special. Just a natural messenger. To the southwest, there are man-eating demons lurking. Abar, what a cute name, and it's very timely. Then let's set off. You and Abar? Okay. Uncle Keiichi. When the three of them reached the area in the southwest where it was said that cannibals were lurking, they encountered a team member who had also received the news and rushed over. This team member, named Makino Takaki, was one of the 7 who had passed the final selection 6 months ago. He was not particularly outstanding in appearance, but his square face always bore a determined and serious expression, giving off a reassuring vibe. When he joined Keiichi and the others, he immediately recognized Keiichi and earnestly bowed to greet him. My master has mentioned you several times, expressing a desire to see you again, to say hello and also to apologize. Huh? Master? Who? Why apologize? Heng Yi tilted his head in confusion. He did not recall anyone who needed to apologize to him. My master is the previous Hashira, Arakawa Tamatake, who led the Demon Slayer Corps 10 years ago to refuse your gift. Heng Yi recalled the male team member who had leadership qualities, mature and steady. Oh, it's the stubborn Samurai-kun. Cough. I remember now. I feel great admiration for his determination. He has nothing to apologize to me for. As for Makino, he just shook his head and didn't continue to explain the reasons to Heng Yi. Seeing this, Heng Yi no longer pursued the matter, but instead inquired about the ghost sightings in the area. It's quite embarrassing to say that I have been here for 2 days, but I always arrive a step too late. This ghost always manages to leave the scene before I get there, leaving only the bodies of the villagers behind, as if my movements were completely seen through. I see. It seems he's a bit special. We must catch him before he attacks again. Leave it to me. And Yuan-E, do you have confidence in the combat part? Upon hearing this, Yuan-E looked up at Heng Yi and calmly nodded. No problem, Uncle Heng Yi. Good. Everyone rest in place and wait for nightfall. And Yuan-E, since the Nichiren blade is temporarily unavailable, use this instead. Heng Yi then handed Yuan-E a branch, much to the surprise of Baselong and Xiao Ke. What astonished them even more was that He accepted the branch without any objection and casually waved it a few times. Yet, with such a seemingly trivial weapon in his hand, and with those casual motions, the two felt an indescribable sensation, as if that rough branch had become a sharp blade, waiting to drink the blood of the evil spirits and take away their sinful lives. Chapter 27. Yi's first battle. As night fell, the sky resembled a deep black satin. The moonlight was dim, and sparse stars flickered in the distant horizon, emitting a weak and indifferent light. The surroundings were silent, so quiet that even the smallest sounds seemed jarringly clear. This night was tranquil enough to make one uneasy, but everyone could feel that this calm would not last. Veisalong and Xiaoke sat under a tree with their eyes closed, resting. They followed Heng Yi's arrangement and did not search for traces of the ghost, yet they did not completely let down their guard. As the successors of the Ashira, this was a combat discipline cultivated through years of training. Yi stood beside Heng Yi, seemingly watching him while also observing the surroundings. Heng Yi is listening to all the sounds from nature, the wind, the earth, the trees, and the countless lives hidden in the darkness of the night. They're all Heng Yi's eyes and ears, just waiting for the man-eating demon to appear, to sound the horn of war for Heng Yi. Uncle Heng Yi. And while he is listening, he hears Yi calling out to him. Heng Yi opens his eyes and looks at Yi, silently asking him why he is calling. You're not Uncle Heng Yi, are you? Or rather, you're not the Uncle Heng Yi I used to know. Here it comes. How should I respond without hurting the child's feelings? Huh? Why would Heng Yi ask that? Very well, stupidly choosing to play dumb. Uncle Heng Yi, I'm sorry. No, don't apologize. It's not your fault. No. Yi has done nothing wrong. Don't apologize. Little sure definitely one-T blame you. And besides, haven't you already decided on your future path? I believe if it's Yi, he will surely save many lives. Hearing this, Yi just shook his head. Heng Yi, seeing him shake his head, felt even more anxious, thinking this child is really hard to coax, simply impossible to comfort at all. Just then, an unusual message came through the wind. Something incredibly fast and moving in a strange manner passed through the woods not far from everyone. Suddenly, from a skin on Heng Yi's chest beneath his clothes, bright red lines began to spread upwards along his veins, crawling up his face like a blood-colored spiderweb. However, just like rivers flowing into the sea, they stopped extending when they reached his eyes. Around Heng Yi's eyes, connected by these crimson lines, bulged a circle of veins, and his originally light blue eyes emitted a captivating deep blue glow in the darkness of the night. Yi looked at Heng Yi's strange transformation with some concern. While not far away, Baizaru and Xiaoke also noticed Heng Yi's abnormality and quickly stood up, staring at Heng Yi in surprise. Just as Yi was about to ask Heng Yi, he spoke first. His mouth curled into a wild grin, a smile that Yi had never seen on Heng Yi's face before. His tone carried an excitement far beyond the past, as if a hunter had finally caught sight of its inevitable prey. Like a beast that had spotted a feast it craved. He has coming, Yi, let us go. Then he didn't even wait for Yi's response, and rushed out impatiently, not forgetting to call Baizaru and Xiaoke along. Keep up, the hunt begins. The three, seeing Heng Yi had already dashed out, had no time to ask anything further and quickly followed in Heng Yi's footsteps. Heng Yi moved through the forest as if it were flat ground, and in no time he had caught up with the ghost who was also moving quickly through the woods. So you have such abilities. No wonder you can foresee the approaching little samurai and run away before he arrives. When he got close enough, Heng Yi discovered the reason why the ghost could repeatedly evade Xiaoqi's pursuit. He had actually taken one of his own eyeballs out and was keeping at a distance behind him, from his real line of sight. It was impossible to see how he maintained a connection with this eyeball. There seemed to be no actual connection between him and the eyeball. In short, the tiny blood vessels connected to the eyeball were like two legs, running behind him while still keeping an eye on Heng Yi and the others. It's truly fascinating. Ghosts are evolving into more and more bizarre forms. At this point, Heng Yi was basically certain that he was a ghost who had mastered blood demon techniques, making him unsuitable to be captured and taken to Tungshi Mountain. Executing him on the spot would be much safer. Moreover, based on his continuous flight and lack of intention to stop, he should be the type not good at combat, making him perfect for Yi to practice on. Enough already. Just like your boss, all you do is run. You stop right there. Heng Yi chased for a while, exhausting the little patience he had. He leaped with all his might and landed on all fours, smashing into the ground, his hands sinking heavily into the earth. Almost in the next moment, in front of the evil spirit that was a distance away from him, A large area of blood-red thorny nets sprouted from the ground, blocking his path. Although he had never seen such an attack, he instinctively felt that he absolutely could not touch it, so he hurriedly stopped his forward movement and retreated sideways, avoiding Heng Yi, who was right behind him. Just as he remained vigilant towards Heng Yi, a sudden, immense sense of crisis surged within him, as if he was about to be decapitated. This sense of crisis compelled him to quickly turn his head. After twisting his neck more than half a turn, he saw the man who had instigated this feeling of danger. A man with dark red hair and eyes was swinging a branch toward his neck. If he hadn't seen this man clearly, he would never have believed he could feel his presence so acutely. And in that moment of eye contact, he could see a clear intent to kill in the man's eyes. The calm gaze contained a tangible, murderous intent. How could he not feel it at all? Just as the evil spirit was still questioning this, the branch in Yuan Yi's hand suddenly ignited completely, swinging toward his neck in a near-perfect arc. "I'm going to die." However, the branch clearly couldn't withstand the burning of such sun-like flames. When Yuan Yi held it, it seemed to retain its shape. But upon contact with the evil spirit's neck, the entire branch turned to ashes. Yet, before it completely disintegrated into dust, the attack still struck his neck, and he felt as if his neck was being seared by the raging flames. "Ah!" He shrieked and retreated from Yuan Yi's attack range. But the flames seemed to never extinguish, and his neck would not regenerate from this scorching. He rolled around on the ground in a panic, trying to extinguish the flames. But this only made him dirtier and had no effect. Yuan Yi looked at the branch in his hand that had completely turned to ashes and at the evil spirit rolling on the ground in agony. Then turned his attention back to Heng Yi. "All right, my fault, but how was I supposed to know your attack was so terrifying?" At this moment, Bai Xilong and Takahiro, who had lagged a step behind Heng Yi and Yuan Yi, arrived at the scene and immediately spotted the evil spirit rolling on the ground, burning in pain. The two boys stared in shock at the evil spirit, which looked as if it had been scorched by the sun, utterly astonished. Could it be the work of Mr. Yuan Yi? As Bai Xilong asked this question in a daze, Takahiro also looked at Yuan Yi in disbelief. Before they could wait for Yuan Yi's answer, they heard Heng Yi's lazy voice. Whether it was an illusion or not, they sensed a hint of boastfulness in Heng Yi's words, as if he were bragging about how excellent his child was. "Yes, it was done by Yuan Yi. I told you. Yuan Yi, terrifyingly strong." Chapter 28. The Aesthetics of Violence. It's really noisy, or let us just kill him quickly. He has burned to this point. He doesn't look edible anymore. Can one of you use the Nicaran blade to give him a quick end? Heng Yi rubbed his temples and turned to Bai Xilong and Takahiro with a friendly smile. "It's quite noisy." Then he walked past the rolling evil spirit without even glancing at it and headed towards Yuan Yi, perhaps because he hadn't directly severed its head. The flesh on the part of the evil spirit's neck that had been struck by Yuan Yi's branch had already been burned away, and it was faintly visible that its cervical bones were starting to burn as well, but still hadn't died and was thrashing violently on the ground. Bai Xilong and Takahiro exchanged glances. Then Bai Xilong was the first to draw his sword and walked over, intending to deliver the final blow to the evil spirit. At that moment, the evil spirit suddenly erupted, perhaps sensing its impending death, or perhaps because no one present had ever regarded it with any respect. "Damn, why? Why won't you look at me properly? You all, look at me properly." The ever-burning flames scorched its throat, making its screams hoarse and harsh, difficult to bear. The large chunks of flesh on its neck had already been incinerated, and the remaining flesh was insufficient to support its head, which could only tilt helplessly backward. The entire spirit stood up in a grotesque and twisted posture, then howled, gouging out its remaining eye. Blood demon art, illusion in the eye. The eyeball it had just removed instantly swelled to half the height of an adult, and as it activated the blood demon art, the blood vessels within the eyeball burst free, attacking the four people present, while the gigantic eyeball began to emit ominous red light all around. The red light surged, enveloping the forest in the night, including the four who were very close, Heng Yi and the others. Bai Xilong, who was closest to the evil spirit, almost reacted the moment the spirit rose from the ground to unleash its blood demon art, but he didn't retreat. Flames-like patterns appeared on his Nicaran blade, colored like a mix of his hair color, thrusting forward at high speed toward the enormous eyeball in the evil spirit's hand with an explosive momentum. However, when he severed the blood vessels attacking him with the Nicaran blade, he suddenly felt a tightness at his waist. Before he could look down to check, he felt a great force pulling him backward. Takahiro, who was a step behind him, was also being dragged away. He had just cut the blood vessels that were attacking him and was about to join Bai Tsilong in the attack when he realized that both he and Bai Tsilong were being pulled back. The bloodline tendrils responsible for this were none other than Heng Yi's. Although Heng Yi seemed to disregard the demon, he never relaxed his vigilance for a moment. Over the centuries, he had seen too many demons unleash astonishing power in their final moments before death. The reason he sent the two youths to deal with it was partly to test them and to give them experience in battling demons. When he saw the demon erupt with the power of mutual destruction at the end of its life, Heng Yi still carefully observed the reactions of the two youths. However, it could only be said that they were young and brimming with passion, charging forward boldly into the blood demon technique. Although this blood demon technique sounded like an illusion type, Heng Yi had to say that these two kids were a bit reckless. He made the exact same choice as Heng Yi. When the red light enveloped them, he quickly retreated behind a sturdy tree alongside Heng Yi. Heng Yi also quickly manipulated the blood tendrils to pull the two kids back while simultaneously weaving a blood net to throw towards the large, glowing eyeball. However, to Heng Yi's surprise, the message from the blood net indicated it had hit nothing. As he retreated, he saw that there was nothing where the demon and the demon's eyeball had been. Although they still sensed their presence, both the tendrils and the net indicated that there was nothing there. Indeed, it was an illusion-type blood demon technique. From the moment he saw the red light, he had already fallen under its spell. Heng Yi speculated that this blood demon technique itself had no lethality, and the illusions it created merely confused its own position in the eyes of others, as he had not missed when he used the blood tendrils to pull the two demon slayer boys. Moreover, the blood threads released from the eyeball, while having some attack capability, were too weak, only able to slightly hinder the demon slayers. It seemed that all the demon's abilities were meant for escape. Heng Yi, uncle. He fled to the southwest direction. I'll handle his eyeball. You use the small tendrils to catch him. Yuan, he didn't fall for his blood demon technique. He can still see him in the red light. Blood demon technique. Is this it? In my eyes, this red light has no significance. I can see his movements clearly. Is this the power of talent? Quite impressive. All right, then I'm counting on you, Yuan. I'll take care of the rest. As soon as Heng Yi finished speaking, Yuan dashed towards the direction he mentioned. In the sight of Heng Yi and the other three, the path Yuan was advancing on was completely empty. Hey, wait, Yuan, you don't have a weapon. Just as Heng Yi realized that Yuan was charging forward empty-handed, he heard a loud bang, and then the red light completely vanished. The demon's figure appeared about 5 steps away from Yuan, staring at him with 2 black, hole-like eyes. Heng Yi thought it should be unable to see, but even without any expression, he knew that disbelief was written all over its face. Yuan Yi's right fist was covered in blood, and there were splatters of blood on his face and body as well. As soon as Heng Yi thought of the sound he had just heard, it should have been the sound of him smashing the ghost's eyeball with a punch. All right, violent aesthetics. Heng Yi's reaction was also quick. As the red light faded and the evil ghost reappeared in his line of sight, the bloodline net had once again captured it, successfully grabbing the ghost this time, and Heng Yi directly lifted it into the air. Then came another round of the ghost's miserable screams. Although Heng Yi's blood didn't deal damage as unreasonable as Yuan's attacks, it still inflicted quite strong harm to the ghost. Got Mr. Heng Yi. The excited voice of Bai Tsilong came to his ears, but Heng Yi was filled with anger. Hey. Oh, Mr. Heng Yi? Heng Yi turned around and gave each of the 2 boys a slap on the head. This is a reward. A reward for your bravery in charging forward. Please graciously accept it and then reflect on it. Hey, I'm sorry. I truly apologize. Chapter 29. Breathing Techniques, Swordsmanship Schools. Is there really such a thing now? Huh? Mr. Heng Yi, you didn't know? I don't know, the old man replied. In the past, I never heard of such things. And I'm a doctor, not a warrior. I'm really sorry. I didn't mean to look down on you. It's fine, I'm not angry. Continue speaking. By the way, little warrior, I remember you mentioned your master, Yanju. I forgot to ask, what is Yanju? Has the organization structure of the Demon Slayer Corps changed? Huh? No one has ever told you? The so-called pillar refers to the members who are like the cornerstone of the Demon Slayer Corps. The pillars generally possess greater strength or achievements than other members. My older brother, Rengoku Kaijiro, is the Flame Pillar, and the Master of Kaijai is the previous generation's Yanju. The titles of the pillars are named after the swordsmanship schools they practice. Different swordsmanship schools excel in different combat directions. For example, my family's flame sword technique is better at aggressive attacks, while the rock sword technique should focus more on cultivating strong power. Both I and Baizaru are the adopted sons of the pillars, meaning we inherit their positions after they sacrifice or retire. I feel ashamed, Although my master retired 2 years ago, my abilities and combat achievements are still far from qualifying me as a pillar, so currently, the position of Yinju is vacant. This isn't your fault. I know that recruiting members has been difficult in the past decade. After all, I've overseen the final selection 3 times over the past 10 years. Huh? What does overseeing mean? Oh, it seems your master doesn't want you to know. Let little owl tell you. I don't know either. Mr. Heng Yi, what does overseeing the final selection refer to? All right, it's not important. Go back and ask your master. The next morning, after a night of not particularly thrilling battles, Heng Yi and the other 3 arrived at a nearby village. At this time, the 4 were sitting in a small shop in the village, discussing yesterday's battle while having a meal. Heng Yi recalled seeing the flame pattern that emerged on Baizaru's Nichiren blade yesterday, which led to a discussion about swordsmanship schools and the fact that no one had informed Heng Yi that the structure of the Demon Slayer Corps had changed in the over 10 years he had been resurrected. Indeed, they might think that I was like this in my previous life, so no one mentioned it. Then, Heng Yi looked at Yuan, who had been quietly listening to their conversation, and asked, Yuan, did you also learn the flame sword technique when you were young? If I had known your swordsmanship was like that, I wouldn't have given you the branch. Yuan shook his head and replied, No, I didn't learn swordsmanship. What I used yesterday was my self-created sun-breathing technique. Because Uncle Heng, you once told me that the weakness of demons is the sun. So, I've been thinking, if I borrow power from the sun and integrate it into my breathing technique, wouldn't that mean that even without a Nichiren blade, I could deal significant damage to demons? But I didn't expect the power of the sun to be so overwhelming, and it instantly caused the branch you gave me to apologize. Heng Yi, who has long been borrowing natural powers, barely understood Yuan's explanation. But Basilong and Xiaoka beside him had question marks in their eyes that seemed ready to jump out of their sockets, filling their entire faces. After all, as humans, borrowing the power of the sun is too unrealistic. And what is this breathing technique? Not to mention how to borrow the power of the sun. What is the breathing technique, Mr. Yuan? Xiaoka earnestly asked Yuan. He felt that borrowing the power of the sun was somewhat impractical for him. But the breathing technique sounded like something he could learn. Huh? You don't know? It's about adjusting your breathing method to intake a large amount of air in a short time to strengthen your heart and lung function, which can significantly enhance your physical abilities in an instant. Yuan looked at Basilong and Xiaoka, who were getting more excited, and Heng Yi, whose expression was becoming increasingly strange, and suddenly realized that apart from himself, no one else knew and used this method. Please, Mr. Yuan, bestow your teachings upon us. Me too, I request Mr. Yuan to teach me as well. The 2 young members of the Demon Slayer Corps almost immediately began to eagerly request Yuan for guidance. Heng Yi could clearly see the strong desire for power in their eyes, filled with determination and resolve, as if they were ready to put in all their efforts for this. Ah, Mr. Yuan, please teach me too. I really wanted to say that, but first I need to breathe. Indeed, right now, Heng Yi's breathing was just an act. His internal organs had fallen into slumber due to someone's evasion, and although his pretense of being alive could fool Basilong and Xiaoka, it couldn't escape Yuan's keen eyes, which is why that child often looked at him with concern. Yuan nodded without hesitation and agreed to the 2's request. After all, why not help the kind young boys become stronger? Great, thank you, Mr. Yuan. I express my sincerest gratitude to you, Mr. Yuan. Then the 3 of them simultaneously turned to look at Heng Yi. Their synchronized actions startled him. What? Why are you looking at me like that? I have no objections. It's a good thing for you to become stronger. Subsequently, Heng Yi seemed to suddenly remember something and happily said to the 3, Since you're going to teach, why not teach all the members of the Demon Slayer Corps, especially the active Hashira? Anyone willing to learn can come. Yeah, if everyone can learn, our combat capabilities will definitely improve significantly. That's right, this is indeed an exciting matter. Shall we set off to return to the main residence to report to the Lord? Yuan did not answer them, but looked at Heng Yi, seemingly waiting for him to make a decision. However, Heng Yi felt a bit hesitant to meet Yuan's gaze under such scrutiny. After a moment, Heng Yi sighed inwardly and said to the 3 who were looking at him expectantly, Yuan, you and them go back first. I want to go with you. Uncle Heng Yi, sir. The 3 exclaimed in unison, and Yuan's usually calm face showed the most anxious expression he had since the passing of his little poem. Heng Yi gently raised his hand to stop Yuan, who was about to speak, and explained to him, It's not that I don't care about you. I have something to do. Once I'm done, I'll come find you. Also, I want to prepare a gift for you. But what it is will remain a secret for now. He tried hard to recall what he would have said if he were his former self. That's right. I hope you can achieve your wishes and lead the Demon Slayer Corps to exterminate the evil demons. I believe that if it's you, Yuan, You can definitely do it. May you find happiness in every day of your future. Heng Yi smiled at Yi, just like the first day they met. Chapter 30. Forging Sword Village. Uncle Heng Yi, what are you doing? Oh, Yi, look, a small wooden sword. A little boy around 5 or 6 years old would definitely love it. Hey, don't shake your head. I know you don't like the feeling of hitting people with weapons. I remember you said that hitting people feels very uncomfortable and is hard for you to bear. But this one is different. How is it different? Isn't it all a weapon? This one is a toy. A toy? A weapon-shaped toy is still a weapon, isn't it? Yes, but the meaning is different. This isn't meant to make the baby become a warrior. It's just a toy meant to bring him joy. I never want my family to prove their worth through excellent swordsmanship or so-called useful talents. The baby doesn't need to defeat anyone with this wooden sword to prove he has combat talent. If possible, I hope he never has to pick up a real knife. I just hope you all can live happily and joyfully. In the early morning, when the first ray of sunlight penetrated the night, the world awoke from its slumber, bringing a sense of otherworldly tranquility and purity. The air in the forest was fresh and humid, still carrying the coolness left by the night and the unique freshness of the morning. In the distance, the mountains appeared hazy in the morning light, their outlines soft and shrouded in a layer of thin mist, resembling a scene from fairyland. The chirping of birds in the woods rose and fell, their songs crisp and cheerful, awakening the sleeping earth. The trees gently swayed in the breeze, and the dewdrops hanging on the leaves sparkled in the sunlight like jewels carefully embedded by nature. A man walked out of the forest, tall and light-footed, as if he could walk without needing to touch the ground. His white hair shimmered with silver in the sunlight, long and smooth, naturally cascading over his shoulders, giving a sense of transcendence from a mundane world. Yet, his face was very young. That head of white hair seemed not a mark of age, but more like a unique symbol bestowed by nature. His eyes were a light blue, sparkling with a silvery glow in the morning light, calm and indifferent, like the fine sand on the beach. If you stared into those blue eyes, you would feel a power that could see into the hearts of people, as if he could see through the world's illusions. His presence did not disturb the birds and beasts in the forest. Instead, he coexisted harmoniously with them, as if he were part of this forest, breathing with nature and sharing its fate. This person was Heng Yi, who had separated from Yi by C.I. Lang, and Xiao Qing to act alone. He really couldn't face Yi any longer, so he chose to temporarily escape from those penetrating eyes in the same way. Now, he was heading to a village specifically designed for forging Nicaran blades for the Demon Slayer Corps. Yes, the gift he wanted to give Yi was a Nicaran blade, but it would be different from the swords of other team members. It would be a sword that matched Yi's swordsmanship characteristics. Heng Yi didn't know if his thoughts could take shape, but he still chose to leave Yi for the time being. Oh, this is bad. He suddenly stopped in his tracks, suddenly remembering a very important question. They wouldn't be moving away, would they? Heng Yi knows the location of Duandao village because it was involved in the site selection back then. However, that was more than 200 years ago. It's too careless. Heng Yi shook his head and continued to move forward as he was almost there. If they were still in the same place, I should suggest to the Lord to relocate the knife village or choose a backup location in advance. For a village that hasn't changed its location for hundreds of years, it would be easy for a ghost that can live forever to find it. Complicated feelings. From a distance, Heng Yi finally saw the village, quietly lying in a lush green valley, surrounded by verdant trees and fields. The sunlight cast a warm glow on the old rooftops. This village seemed like a paradise, far away from the noise and disturbances of the outside world. As he got closer, Heng Yi could see smoke curling up from the chimneys, indicating that there were people living there. When he reached the entrance of the village, he saw 2 guards stationed at the door, both wearing the uniforms of the Demon Slayer Corps. At that moment, they also noticed Heng Yi. Hello there? Just as Heng Yi was about to greet the two, he saw their faces change dramatically, and they turned and ran away. Then Heng Yi heard the sound of a bell ringing in the village, along with the faint whisper of the words enemy attack carried by the wind. Well, they mistook me for an enemy. But Heng Yi looked up at the sky. He had traveled day and night, fearing that arriving at night would make everyone think a ghost was coming to attack. So now it was the afternoon, and the weather was clear with the sun high in the sky. Why were they so nervous? However, in the time he spent thinking, more than a dozen people had already rushed out of the village. In addition to the 2 team members from earlier, there were 3 more team members and 7 or 8 people wearing fireman masks. Everyone surrounded Heng Yi with knives. Heng Yi stood helplessly in place without moving. Seeing the anxious faces of the team members, he even raised his hands, spreading his palms to the sides of his body to show that he carried no weapons and meant no harm. Don't be nervous. I am the immortal Heng Yi. You should have heard of my name. If not, it doesn't matter. The village chief should know me. However, for some reason, when they heard Heng Yi express his desire to meet the village chief, they appeared even more tense. Hey, what's going on? It's broad daylight. I can't possibly be a ghost, and I don't have a knife. Why are you all so nervous? But the crowd's anxiety did not ease at all. They even began to tighten their encirclement. Just when Heng Yi was about to consider whether to leave, a voice from behind the crowd called out, "Hold on." Hearing this voice, more than half of the people turned around and made way. The elder walked through the crowd to stand in front of Heng Yi, scrutinizing him from head to toe, and asked, "You must be the legendary immortal Heng Yi, right? Your appearance matches the description, and you know the way into the village. It's a misunderstanding, all a misunderstanding. I apologize, Mr. Heng Yi. My name is Tetsuchi Kohari Jiko, and I am the village chief of the Forging Blade Village. I sincerely apologize, Mr. Heng Yi. Quickly, put away the knives. This gentleman is not a disaster victim." Upon hearing the elder's words, the crowd slowly put away their knives and then dispersed, stepping back to clear the path into the village. Heng Yi followed the village chief into the village. Chapter 31, Blood-Tempered Blade. Lord Heng Yi, I apologize for startling you. Many of the young children in the village have never heard of your name. Only I, as the village chief, know of your deeds through the notes passed down through generations. The permanent members of the blacksmith village have relatively low levels, so they might have only heard of you in passing and didn't think of it at the time. It's not that they were scared. I just found it strange why they were so tense in broad daylight. You may not know this, but the first reason is that our blacksmith village is located in a remote area, and there's south only one road into the village. Besides the permanent members, the one who was responsible for guarding this area was Lord Yanzhu, but he retired 2 years ago and has not been replaced. Now, it's Lord Feng Zhu who tirelessly patrols the area he was originally responsible for. The chance of seeing outsiders is very small. As for the second reason, could it be that something has happened recently? I heard you mention disaster victims. What do you mean by that? I wonder if Lord Heng Yi has heard about the Great Typhoon disaster 2 years ago in the 9th year of Tianwen. I heard it was in the Kai Kingdom and Shinana Kingdom, and the place where I live is a certain distance from there, so we were not affected. But I have heard some news. This typhoon caused severe damage in the Kai Kingdom, with Lake Kawaguchi being hit by huge waves, large trees in the mountains falling and killing people, and temples collapsing in the wind. After the typhoon, many birds and beasts also died, and there were even no standing trees left to be found. The houses of the common people collapsed, many died due to the typhoon, and the crops that were about to be harvested were also destroyed by the typhoon. But the blacksmith village is located deep in the mountains, so it shouldn't have been affected, right? Yes, the blacksmith village indeed did not suffer any disaster. However, the people from the affected areas have not yet recovered from the impact of the disaster. In the 10th year of Tianwen, the affected regions are still experiencing famine and epidemics. Moreover, the lords who have not given up on war have caused many citizens to flee from the Kai Kingdom. So the disaster victims you mentioned are the citizens of the Kai Kingdom who have ended up here? Basically, yes. Since the disaster, they have been wandering, and the ones who have survived until now are mostly strong men. At this point, they have nothing to fear. They inadvertently found the road into the blacksmith village, but as a village that specializes in forging Nicaran blades for the Demon Slayer Corps, we are strictly prohibited from receiving outsiders. Therefore, we offer them some food and ask them to leave. But they were not satisfied, were they? Yes, during the negotiations. After a few men among the disaster victims were denied the request to settle in the village, they suddenly became enraged and killed the then village chief. What? The one who was killed was indeed my son. As you can see, I'm already of advanced age. If it weren't for my son being killed while in office, the villagers would not have given me face and asked me to temporarily take on the role of village chief. How could I have shamelessly occupied this position? Heng Yi didn't know how to comfort the elderly man who had just experienced the loss of his son, and a moment of silence spread between the two. After a while, it was the village chief who came to his senses first and asked Heng Yi, "Let's not talk about that. Do you have any instructions for us this time, Lord Heng Yi?" No, I have no instructions. I came here as a private individual to request a sword, and I am not affiliated with the Demon Slayer Corps, so there's no need to be so polite to me. If it's convenient for the villagers, could you introduce me to a swordsmith? I would like to request a special sword. A special sword? That's right. Heng Yi raised his eyes, staring intently at the village chief, a blood-forged blade. May I ask, is anyone here? After Heng Yi roughly expressed his thoughts to the village chief Tai Diha, the chief expressed his willingness to recommend a skilled blacksmith to Heng Yi and lamented that he was too old to forge a sword for Heng Yi himself. It is a great honor for an old man like me to meet the legendary immortal Lord Heng Yi. If my son were still alive, he would definitely be willing to forge a sword for you with his own hands. Moreover, your idea is so rare, if it could really succeed, it would surely be a work that makes the blacksmith very proud. He immediately began to write a letter for Heng Yi, and Heng Yi quickly set off to visit the blacksmith at the address provided by the village chief. However, when he arrived and knocked on the door to greet them, no one responded from inside. Heng Yi took out a letter from his pocket, and the envelope was addressed to Mr. Gangdishong Haochi. He then shouted into the room, "Is Mr. Gangdishong Hao at home?" Still, no one responded. With no other choice, Heng Yi silently muttered an apology for the disturbance and released his bloodline tendrils to probe into Mr. Gangdishong's home from the ground. What? According to the perception of the bloodline tendrils, there was only one living person in the house, and he was currently lying motionless on the floor. Oh no! Could something have happened to him? Heng Yi no longer hesitated, but directly controlled the bloodline tendrils to drill out from the ground inside the house and open the door from the inside, then rushed straight into the room where the person was lying down. It was a dark room, and this person was face down on the floor, holding a knife in one hand with a sharpening stone beside them. "Hey, are you okay?" Heng Yi immediately rushed to this person, checked his breath and pulse, and then found that he was probably just fainted from exhaustion. What the heck? Did he sharpen the knife until he passed out? Heng Yi found that even when he fainted, he was still tightly gripping the polished knife in his hand, and before passing out, he remembered not to let it get knocked or bumped. His whole hand was twisted in a contorted position, holding the shiny knife properly, but he himself had collapsed face first onto the ground. Well, he really was devoted to his knife. After a great deal of effort, Heng Yi managed to pry the knife from his hand and laid him flat, then knelt beside him, waiting for him to wake up. He sat there until the moonlight began to rise, in the dim, shadowy little room, with flickering candles, the smith lying flat, and Heng Yi beside him like a statue, motionless. Finally, Heng Yi, who had kept his eyes closed to avoid pretending to be alive, heard the smith make a sound and opened his eyes to look at him. Out of politeness, Heng Yi did not remove the fireman mask from his face, so it was unclear whether the smith was truly awake. But Heng Yi decided to greet him first. "Hi. Hello. Are you Mr. Gangdai Zhonghao?" "I am. Who are you? Why are you in my house?" "A thief?" "No, a robber. I'll chop you up." My knife? Where's my knife?" "It's here. Here you go." Heng Yi directly stuffed the knife that he had protected while unconscious into his arms, leaving even the blacksmith at a loss. The scene fell into a moment of silent calm. "Ahem. Let me introduce myself. My name is Shichuan Heng Yi. I am a doctor, and I was introduced to you by the village chief of Tai Di Yuan. Here is the letter he wrote for you. I came to ask for a knife, but I have one request. This knife should not be quenched with water. It should be quenched with my blood. I wonder if Mr. Gangtai Zhuang would be interested in helping me forge this knife. If successful, I would be extremely grateful." Chapter 32. A wonderful development. This is simply impossible. Quenching involves heating the forged blade until it is red hot, and then immediately immersing it in water for a proper duration to allow the heated blade to cool rapidly, which increases its hardness and strength. If forging gives the blade its body, then quenching undoubtedly gives it a soul. However, although blood is also a liquid, it is fundamentally different from water. No one would ever use blood for quenching. Not to mention, do you know how much water is needed for quenching? A person doesn't have that much blood to spare. Isn't that the same as murder? I won't agree to this. Although I love blades and forging more than my own life, I will not take your life as a gamble to forge a weapon. You surely didn't tell the village chief your thoughts. He wouldn't agree to this either. Please go back. I will not forge a knife for you." The next morning, the blacksmith named Gang Tai Zhuang, after reading the letter from the village chief to Heng Yi and considering Heng Yi's request for a knife, was extremely agitated and rejected Heng Yi vehemently, gradually becoming angry. He seemed to feel that Heng Yi was joking with his life. His personality was as impatient as when he had just woken up the day before and shouted about wanting to chop Heng Yi. And before Heng Yi could explain his situation, he began to refuse him in rapid succession, leaving Heng Yi unable to speak. In the end, he even directly issued an eviction order and prepared to leave. "Wait, in fact, the village chief knows my thoughts. Please let me finish." "What? This is impossible." Heng Yi sighed and said to the smith, whose face he couldn't see but whose voice he found hard to believe, I thought my identity in the Demon Slayer Corps was no longer a secret. Didn't they give me a nickname? Something like the Undying Dead? Haven't you heard of me? However, he fell into silence. Heng Yi thought he was reminiscing about him, so he didn't speak for a moment. After a long while, Heng Yi heard him say, "What are you talking about? Are you crazy? Or are you a ghost?" Heng Yi was dumbfounded, feeling that his silence for half a day was because he thought he had gone crazy. How could there be someone in this world who doesn't die? Unless you are a ghost. Sure enough, you must be a ghost, right? I am not. I will die, but I don't die easily, and even if I die, I will come back to life. Then Heng Yi began to explain his uniqueness to him, concealing the blue other-shore flower, telling him the story of an old man who has lived for over 300 years and has reincarnated 9 times. In my last life, I lived to an old age. That's right. You heard me correctly. I don't age, but after reaching a certain age, I will die. I can also be killed, but I can come back to life. The time needed for resurrection is uncertain. Perhaps it has something to do with how long I have lived. I've said so much. Can you understand? Why have you been silent all this time? Since Heng Yi began his narration, the blacksmith in front of him fell into a mysterious state. Because he wore the fireman mask, Heng Yi could not see his expression at all, but judging from his body language, he seemed to be in a petrified state due to a massive impact on his worldview. "Mr. Steel Tomb." Heng Yi shouted his name loudly, clearly seeing him startled and instinctively responding with a hi, then shivering again, falling silent. "Ah, Mr. Steel Tomb, I am revealing all my secrets to you in hopes of obtaining this unparalleled Nickerum blade. For a genius who may have the ability to lead the Demon Slayer Corps to defeat Musen Kibutsuji." Heng Yi's expression was solemn, and his tone was sincere. "I feel that this might be the closest we have come to victory in over 500 years. I want to make him a suitable knife. Although he is already strong enough, I still want to do everything I can to give him a greater assurance in achieving this. Could you please consider my earnest request and give it a try? If it can truly succeed, it will undoubtedly be a unique and great work. Don't you want to break through and give it a shot?" Heng Yi has been completely sincere. He doesn't care how much blood he might lose. Nor does he fear the possibility of failure. He only wants to fulfill what someone once said to him. How do you know you can't do it if you don't even try? He has forgotten the name and appearance of the person who spoke those words, but those memories have already become part of his soul, guiding him forever and giving him the strength to move forward, even when he wants to escape. However, Gang Taizhong House still remains silent, seemingly unaffected by Heng Yi's words. Is it still not enough? Forget it. I won't force him. I'll go back and ask the village chief instead. Since you don't agree, I'll take my leave. Wait, don't go. Just as Heng Yi was about to take his leave, he was suddenly interrupted by the motionless blacksmith. Then the frozen blacksmith suddenly raised both hands and pressed them on Heng Yi's shoulders, the force causing Heng Yi to slump down. "Huh, I agree. Don't leave. I just went through 4 or 5 forging methods in my mind, but I feel none of them are feasible. I want to give it a try. You're right. This will definitely be an unprecedented work, a great sword. Ah, just thinking that it's made by me is so exhilarating. I want to try. No, please let me try. Lord Heng Yi, thank you for your generous contribution. I will make good use of your blood. Please let me go." "Huh? Oh no. Please cooperate with me." Did he accidentally speak the truth and directly ask me to bleed? Never mind. It doesn't matter. I was going to let him bleed anyway. All right. Then I wish us success in advance, Mr. Steel Tomb. "Yes, we will definitely succeed, Lord Heng Yi." Thus, Heng Yi and the sword-obsessed blacksmith began their wonderful journey of sword forging. "Oh no, this won't do. The content has problems as expected. Mr. Heng Yi, even if your blood is special, it's still blood, very different from water. It needs to be adjusted." "Got it. Wait for me a moment. I'll draw some more for you." "Great. Cough, cough. No, I use it sparingly." "You better really use it sparingly. Although at this level I won't die, but it will still be uncomfortable and blood regeneration doesn't happen that quickly. Don't ask for more in the morning and then again in the afternoon." Sorry. I'll definitely be careful." "Mr. Heng Yi, sorry." "Understood. Wait a moment. Your complexion, very good. Especially energetic. I have no other business." "Mr. Heng Yi, that. Mr. Heng Yi, are you okay, Mr. Heng Yi? Mr. Heng Yi." Chapter 33. The dark blade, the village surrounded by mountains, slowly fell asleep under the gentle caress of the night. Most of the blacksmiths in the forging village had finished their day's work, either sitting together discussing or bathing alone preparing to rest. The entire village gradually faded into darkness, sinking into a peaceful silence. Meanwhile, in the Steel Tomb's home, a special forging was nearing its end, about to proceed to the most important step of bestowing the sword with a soul through the quenching chapter. Tonight, the full moon hung high, and the stars twinkled. In the smithy, The water tank used for sword quenching contained not clear water, but a reddish-brown liquid obtained through countless experiments by Steel Tomb. Having almost drained Heng Yi's blood, Steel Tomb, I'm sorry, after enduring countless failures. Heng Yi stood beside the water trough, looking much more haggard than he did 3 months ago when he first arrived at the Forging Knife Village. However, his eyes still maintained their deep and mysterious appearance, as always. He gazed intensely at the glowing red blade in Steel Tomb's hand, then slowly shifted his gaze to his face. For this final and most important step, he took off his mask to face Heng Yi with his true appearance, a very handsome face that bore a gentle expression, starkly contrasting with his own character. Mr. Heng Yi. His voice trembled slightly, and Heng Yi found it hard to read his exact emotions, unsure whether it was excitement or fear of failure. Success or failure hinged on this moment. Yes, we will definitely succeed. He raised the glowing red blade and responded loudly. We will get our wish. Exterminate the evil spirits. Fida. The fiery red blade, forged through countless hammerings, carried the wishes and hopes of Heng Yi and Steel Tomb, plunging into the ochre liquid, emitting a sound that resonated deep within the soul. In the pitch-black night, the blacksmith focused intently on observing the changes in the blade in his hand. As shadows fell upon the blade, his pupils contracted, and he quickly lifted the blade. Then Heng Yi and Steel Tomb witnessed an unforgettable scene. In the dark night, under the silvery moonlight, the cooled blade ignited with a sudden flame the moment it left the quenching liquid. Just as the two were astonished by this transformation, the flame quietly extinguished, leaving only the dark blade merging into the night. Heng Yi and Gang Tai Zhuang looked at each other, confirming from each other's eyes that what they had just seen was not an illusion. Moments later, their gazes once again focused on the pitch-black blade. This blade was like a ghost in the night, emanating a heart-stopping aura. Its blade was entirely glossy black, so much so that even the moonlight shining on it could not reflect off, as if it had been swallowed by it. The edge was incredibly sharp, seemingly capable of easily cutting through any obstruction. Mr. Heng Yi. Yes, we did it. Did we really succeed? Yes, we did it. That night, Gang Tai Zhuang's joyful cheers echoed throughout the entire knife forging village, breaking the tranquility of the peaceful night. It also disturbed the rest of the sleeping blacksmiths in the village. So it really succeeded, Mr. Heng Yi. The following morning, Heng Yi visited the village chief, Tai Di He Yuan Yi Gang, to share the good news of their successful forging and to bid farewell. Yes, after the blood quenching, they immediately proceeded with tempering and polishing. According to Ahao's experience, it should be deemed a success. They just needed to conduct strength and toughness tests, and this knife would be completely finished. This is wonderful. To be honest, when I first heard you were going to use your own blood to temper the sword, I was truly surprised. I feel ashamed to say that although I recommended Ahao as one of the best blacksmiths in knife forging village, deep down, I didn't actually believe you would succeed. Now that I have learned of your success, I'm genuinely happy for you, and I ask for your forgiveness for my presumptuous doubts. Village Chief Tai Di He Yuan solemnly bowed to Heng Yi, but Heng Yi quickly stopped his bowing. Please don't say that. If it weren't for your recommendation of such a great blacksmith like Ahao, how could we have achieved this success? In fact, the initial string of failures nearly shatter my confidence. If it weren't for Ahao's persistence, I, the one who proposed the idea, would have probably given up halfway. How could I blame you? Surely, the gods are blessing you. Although the process was difficult, we have finally seen the light after the clouds cleared. Heng Yi, upon hearing this, did not refute as he had in the past, claiming there were no gods in this world. After a moment, he calmly replied to the village chief, perhaps this is one of the many tests. Then, before the village chief could speak, he took the initiative to mention his departure. Once the knife is completely fine, I will take my leave. Why are you in such a hurry to leave? Your complexion doesn't look good. Although you're not in life-threatening danger, losing so much blood will still make you feel uncomfortable. It would be better to stay in the village and rest for a while before leaving, wouldn't it? No, thank you for your kindness. I've already spent too much time forging this whimsical knife. I cannot delay any longer. I need to deliver it to the person who deserves it as soon as possible. Thinking of Yuan, Heng Yi smiled and thanked him again. Thank you for your concern. My body is fine. Seeing that Heng Yi was insistent, the village chief no longer insisted. He lowered his head and remained silent for a while, as if he had made a decision. Then he looked up at Heng Yi and said, since that's the case, I won't keep you any longer. Just 3 days. Please take some time to recuperate in the hot springs on the back mountain. Let's treat you well. Please don't refuse any longer. We are genuinely worried about your health. Let's take care of you for a few days, after all. The knife will still take a few days, right? Please rest well before continuing your journey. Looking at the village chief's kind yet firm attitude, Heng Yi decided to accept this goodwill and no longer declined. All right, then it would be disrespectful not to comply. Thank you for your care, village chief. It is our honor. On the third day after meeting the village chief, Heng Yi soaked in the hot springs on the back mountain, enjoying this hard-earned moment of peace. Throughout the hundreds of years of reincarnation, he had never stopped pursuing Musen. After several defeats where he was killed by him, or spending decades in pursuit without results, he maintained a youthful appearance and fell into a deep sleep. When he awoke again, time had passed. Those he knew in his previous life had either passed away or become estranged. After all, being reborn always makes others uneasy. And Heng Yi could sense the discomfort of those he once knew when facing him. They probably think I am no different from Musen. However, through the ups and downs of 9 lifetimes, Heng Yi gradually got used to moving forward alone. Time would dilute all grievances and unwillingness. He just needed to get accustomed to solitude. So, have you rested enough, Kabutsuji Heng Yi? Don't avoid it any longer. Get up. Yuan Yi is waiting for you. Inthe Heng Yi. Look, I'm hallucinating. I can't hear Yuan Yi calling me. Uncle Heng Yi, it's me. Huh? Heng Yi turned his head dazedly towards the direction of the voice, and standing there was indeed who knew you, New York. No, it was an illusion, right? Of course not. Village Chief Tai Di Huan had contacted Lord Zhu Gong through the KUY to request that I come to the smithing village to find you. Lord Zhu Gong agreed, so I rushed over. How would the village chief know? You, New York, shook his head, not saying anything, just quietly watching Heng Yi soaking in the water. I'm coming out now. Wait for me. No need, I'll come down too. Huh? Chapter 34, Bloodblade. In the hot spring behind the smithing village, there were only Heng Yi and you, New York. Heng Yi didn't understand why things had developed this way. Originally, he was supposed to go find Yuan Yi, but now they were both submerged in the water together. However, after entering the water, Yuan Yi still remained silent, seemingly waiting for Heng Yi to speak first. Heng Yi looked at the silent Yuan Yi, and slowly, his face overlapped with the image of their first encounter in Heng Yi's memory, the same lack of expression. Just as calm as before, yet everything had clearly changed. You've grown up, Yuan Yi. When Heng Yi unconsciously said this, not only was Heng Yi taken aback for a moment, but Yuan Yi also looked at Heng Yi with slight surprise. No, I mean yes, it's been over 10 years since we first met. Heng Yi looked at him, their eyes meeting. It felt like just yesterday when he encountered you and Sure in the rice paddies. The days spent with you over the years made me understand what it feels like to have a home, something I had never experienced before, and I cherish it deeply. I thought my life would pass quietly like this, and that such a small dream should be easy to achieve. However, I will take up the knife, not only to avenge my loved ones, but also to protect those who wish to live peacefully. Most importantly, Uncle Heng Yi, there is a determination in Yuan Yi's deep crimson eyes that makes it hard for Heng Yi to look directly at him. This is what you taught me, to respect and cherish life. I will no longer run away. Please don't run away either, no matter what the future holds. I don't want to lose you, Uncle Heng Yi. Listening to Yuan Yi's sincere voice, Heng Yi felt a mix of emotions in his heart, both marveling at how the child had grown into the best version of himself and sighing that some people, despite living for so long, were not as mature as a 20-year-old child. Understood, I won't run away anymore. No matter what, I will not leave Yuan Yi again. Have you seen the knife I prepared for you? It's quite nice, you know. I put a lot of effort into it. Blood? Yuan Yi frowned at Heng Yi's words and asked back. No, I meant my heart and soul. Yes, I invested a lot of effort into it. Then Heng Yi sank himself deeper into the water, submerging his entire body from the chin down. Yuan Yi shook his head. I had directly asked the village chief to find you, and his tone was quite helpless. Hiding in the water is useless. Heng Yi floated up from the water with an awkward smile, like a child who had been scolded. I know how powerful Yuan Yi is now, he exclaimed excitedly as he stood up in the water. Let's go see your sword. I can't wait to see you holding it. Then Heng Yi hurriedly left the hot spring, and Yuan Yi had no choice but to quickly follow him. Both of them thought at the same time. Didn't we agree not to run away again? When Heng Yi and Yuan Yi returned to the blacksmith's house, they encountered a man wearing a fire mask at the door, but from his build, he was not K. May I ask who you are? Heng Yi asked the masked man. The man turned to see Yuan Yi and the inquiring Heng Yi, immediately standing up straight to reply. My name is Tanyaji Tetsuki. I am a friend of K. I just finished a job recently and came out to check on him after reporting to the village chief, as I was worried about him. The masked man, who called himself Tanyaji Tetsuki, shook his head and said with a helpless expression, K and I have been friends since childhood. His family has a long-standing tradition of sword forging and sharpening. while my family specializes in puppetry and mechanisms. He is very obsessed with sword making and often gets so engrossed that he forgets to eat and sleep. So I come and check on him from time to make sure he doesn't overwork himself and faint while sharpening swords. The village chief has already told me that I might encounter the legendary undying Heng Yi here, and it must be you. Ah, it's such an honor to meet you. I've heard stories about you from my grandfather since I was a child. An immortal undead. You are truly an eternal existence, just like puppetry. However, Kay probably doesn't know you, because he thinks of nothing but forging. As Heng Yi heard this, he first glanced at Yi and noticed that he had no reaction to Taima's words. Only then did he nod in agreement. Indeed, on the first day I met him, he fainted next to the whetstone while holding a knife because he was too tired. When he woke up and heard my name, it seemed like he had never heard of me. But fortunately, we collaborated very well. The village chief said, Lord Heng Yi, you and Hao created a miracle, right? What kind of miracle is it? Can I observe it too? I don't think it counts as a miracle. I can only say that hard work pays off. Of course. Let me introduce you. This is Yi, the owner of the knife that I forged with Hao. We were just about to find how to test the knife. You can come along if you want. Great. Thank you, Lord Heng Yi. It's so noisy. Who is it? At that moment, Gang Taizhong Hao, while complaining, unpleasantly pulled open the door. However, when he saw Heng Yi outside, he immediately changed his attitude. Mr. Heng Yi, you finally returned. Come quickly. The knife is sharpened. It's simply perfect. It's the best work since I started forging knives. Come with me. Then he ignored Yi and his friend Timu beside Heng Yi and pulled Heng Yi into the room. Yi and Tanja immediately followed. Once they entered, they saw Hao take out the knife and quickly shove it into Heng Yi's arms. Hurry, take it out and have a look. The handle of the knife is fully wrapped in shark skin. The blade has a beautiful min edge with a color reminiscent of golden sunlight, and the scabbard is as black as night. Just looking at it evokes a sense of simplicity and mystery. Do you want to engrave it? It's too perfect, so I didn't engrave anything. I couldn't bear to leave my name on it. You must take it out and have a look. Heng Yi did not answer him immediately, but instead looked at the knife in his hand and handed it to Yi, who had just entered behind him. Take a quick look, see if this knife feels right for you, and you can engrave it as you wish. Ah, so this is the user. That's great. Give it a try and see what color it will turn. Following Heng Yi's words, Yi drew the knife, and to the surprise of the two blacksmiths, the knife slowly turned pure black after Yi gripped it, just like when Heng Yi and Hao had forged it initially. Huh, a pure black knife. That's a color I've never seen before. The blacksmith curiously stroked his chin while examining the knife, then noticed Heng Yi and Yi looking at him in confusion. Oh, it's like this. When we deliver the finished knife to the team members, the knife changes color according to the user's characteristics, and so far, I've never heard of a pure black knife. How? Didn't you tell Mr. Heng Yi? Ah, I thought Mr. Heng Yi knew, and besides, it's unique. It was pure black when the tempering was just completed, so I wouldn't be surprised by anything happening now. Yi silently held the knife, gazing at the pitch-black blade, as if he sensed something through it. Yi, can you use the sun-breathing sword technique with this knife? Heng Yi asked. I really want to see Yi's swordsmanship. Upon hearing this, Yi looked at Heng Yi and nodded in agreement. Of course. That's great, swordsmanship. But what is the breath of the sun? As the three moved away from Yi to a certain distance, Yi began his breath of the sun sword technique. At the moment he started to swing, a fleeting flame ignited from the blade once again, which had been seen by Heng Yi and Hao earlier. This time, it did not extinguish. Instead, it danced up and down with Yi's movements, forming a burning scarlet blade. The sword contained a beautiful and intensely heated power that astonished the three onlookers. It's the sun. Heng Yi thought to himself that no one understood the power of the sun better than he did. From Yi's sun-breathing sword technique, Heng Yi only felt a warm and friendly aura, just like their relationship, which was inherently close and unguarded. May this perfect sword, this powerful sword technique, and this gentle person dispel darkness and eradicate evil spirits. Chapter 35. Butterfly. The event unfolded like this. The village chief finally told me that several thugs who had attacked the former village chief were killed on the spot. So that's how it was. What does Uncle Heng Yi plan to do next? I have a guess, but it needs to be verified. Moreover, it might be a bit late to rush over now. It could take a lot of time. Does you want to come with me? Of course. I've already taught everyone the breathing techniques, and they have all made rapid progress, improving their strength. I believe everyone is fine now. Besides, you probably can't use your abilities anymore, since your blood is running low. Yes, that's right. Then I'll leave it to you, Yi. Heng Yi touched his nose and honestly sought help from Yi. A few days after trying the sword, Heng Yi and Yi set off from the Forge village. Before this, Heng Yi had also suggested to the village chief about relocating and simultaneously sent a letter to the Lord using the Crow Messenger, mentioning another matter in the letter, which was about helping the nearby disaster victims. From what you told me, the Demon Slayer Corps has begun a large-scale counteroffensive, so they definitely won't be able to spare manpower to help us. Originally, I could only rely on myself to do this, but now, with Yi's help, I think it will be much easier. I have actually been pondering a question. When the village chief first told me that those disaster victims wanted to stay in the village, and after being rejected, they became desperate and violent, I always felt they had no reason to act that way. After all, they had struggled to survive until now. Why would they impulsively attack the only hope? This is too strange and doesn't make sense. So I wonder if they might have some unavoidable grievances. For instance, perhaps they have family members they cannot bear to leave behind. Of course, regardless of their reasons, the violent attack on the village chief of the Forge village, who is willing to help, is unforgivable, so their execution is not deserving of sympathy. However, does their death not mean that several families have lost their only hope? After Heng Yi finished expressing his thoughts, he looked a bit embarrassed. He glanced at Yi, his tone somewhat shy. Am I overthinking? They might just have lost their sanity. Their fragile nerves can no longer withstand even the slightest blow, so they went on a rampage and killed. I really am inthe, right? But Yi didn't respond. He just stared at Heng Yi for a while, until Heng Yi, after a long silence without hearing his voice, looked up at him curiously. Yi then smiled slightly and said, no, I think the same way. There must be a reason that drives a person or a group of people to such a state. We can only do our best, right? Uncle Heng Yi, I'm glad you shared your thoughts with me. It reminds me of what you said to me in Shaoshur by the river when we were kids. What did I say back then? I don't remember. Even a life as small as a butterfly has its value. Just breaking free from the cocoon is incredibly difficult, and their lives are far shorter than other beings. Despite their brief existence, they strive to live every day. Even they display remarkable survival and adaptability. How can we ignore their efforts to survive and easily trample on the hard-earned lives they have? So I believe you are right. We should try to save them. Perhaps there are still those who are alive waiting for our help. What makes me even happier is that perhaps you have never changed. Huh? Ha. Yes, I haven't changed. How could I? Heng Yi, look at the good things you've done. Let's get on the road quickly. It's all up to you now. I can't perceive anything around me. Leave it to me. I'm back, Uncle Heng Yi. Oh, Yi, could you hand me the medicine on that table over there? What's going on in the city? Why are so many people locked in cages? They are all enemy nationals captured during the war, referred to as foot weak. Most of them are old, weak, women, and children. Those from well-off families can be redeemed by their relatives, while those from poor families are sold into slavery. Yi's gaze shifted to the patient Heng Yi was treating, and he paused before saying, and the sick people are abandoned here, left to fend for themselves. Heng Yi couldn't believe that this was something humans would do to their own kind. It was inhumane and utterly devoid of humanity. When they arrived in this town a few days ago, they found it to be relatively normal. The townspeople, although weak and dressed in rags, were at least able to maintain a normal life, better than several towns they had passed through before. However, when they discovered a dilapidated temple, they found it filled with people suffering from diseases, helplessly waiting to die. Some had even quietly passed away, but no one cared. Those who were barely hanging on coexisted with the corpses in the same room. As someone who had fought against demons for hundreds of years, Heng Yi sometimes felt truly confused. The Demon Slayer Corps worked tirelessly to protect people from demons, yet in a war, they could all perish, and those who survived might be sold into slavery. So what was the point of fighting? This child, could he survive? Just as Heng Yi was pondering this question, Yi suddenly asked, Oh, this child, it's hard to say. He's too small and lacks the ability to resist disease. If this skin condition were on an adult, it would heal quickly, sometimes without medication. But this child, it's already a miracle that he has survived this long. The child that Heng Yi is treating looks like he hasn't even turned 1 year old, with his entire body covered in linearly arranged small papules. And the woman holding him has already passed away. If it weren't for his faint cries, Heng Yi wouldn't have been able to find him among the crowd of people in pain and mourning. What else can we do? Or rather, what can I do? Heng Yi looked around this broken temple, deeply questioning his own heart. Dong dong. What sound is that? Is someone knocking? Grandpa Heng Yi, what's wrong? It's nothing. Probably just Grandpa's illusion. Let's continue playing. Yi, go ask about the prices of the slaves being sold in the city. Also, ask how many of the slaves are willing to come with us. For those who do not want to, I will buy their freedom. but they will have to live on their own after that. For those willing to come with us, they will be under my care with food and shelter, but they must work. Go ask. Don't worry about the money. For hundreds of years, I haven't saved nothing. This child, I want to give him a name. Let's call him Butterfly Xinu. May he break free like a butterfly and gain a new life, blessed by heaven. Chapter 36. Butterfly House. Heng Yi. What are you doing? Brother, I'm not doing anything, just daydreaming. Look, the weather is so nice today. Perfect for building a house, isn't it? What am I even saying? Our family doesn't need a house. Heng Yi, do you want to stay here forever? Huh? Why do you ask that, brother? This is our home, with you, Yuan, Yi, poetry, and the baby. Of course, I want to stay here. 500 years. Heng Yi, I have lived in your heart for 500 years. As long as you do not forget me, I will always be here. But you must understand, where exactly is this place? Poetry and the baby too have grown into 18-year-olds without names. Heng Yi, not even faces. You should go back to where you belong. No, don't send me away. I will never send you away. Heng Yi, we will always be together. But look, the weather is so nice. We need to go save and live. Go, Heng Yi. Go. Uncle Heng Yi. Uncle Heng Yi. Ah, yes, I'm listening, Yuani. The reply from the Lord has just arrived. Here it is for you. Oh, that's great. Let me see. The Lord replied, saying he agrees to establish the Butterfly House as a logistics organization under the Demon Slayer Corps, providing treatment and rehabilitation for injured members. All personnel can join the Corps as logistics staff, and those interested in becoming swordsmen can be recommended for training. This is truly wonderful. Yes, this is really great. Yuan Yi recalled the day of redeeming the slaves, when Heng Yi spoke to all the people. Today, you all break free like butterflies from your cocoons and gain new life, no matter what you have experienced in the past. I hope everyone can let go of their burdens and face the future bravely. You don't need to thank me. I'm not a savior. You should have all heard what this swordsman beside me said. Those who do not wish to come with me can leave now and rely on their own strength to live. Those willing to come with me, I will establish an organization called Butterfly House, and you will all become members based on your abilities. Now, choose. Make a choice for your own life. Not far away, construction work was in full swing, along with those healed by Heng Yi's care in the broken temple. A total of 28 people were willing to follow Heng Yi and Yuan Yi to live in a new place. Among them, the elderly women and children made up the vast majority, as able-bodied men could easily be sold in the slave market, while the elderly and children were most prone to illness and had little labor capacity. When Heng Yi bought all the slaves in one breath, those desperate people looked at Heng Yi in disbelief. Perhaps they had already prepared for death, but did not expect a savior to appear. Later, some decided to return to their homeland. Heng Yi respected their feelings of homesickness and even gave them food and travel expenses, watching them set off on their journey home. The Butterfly House was established by Heng Yi in Heian, not far from the main estate of the production house, serving as a medical clinic and pharmacy. The entire courtyard resembled an old noble residence, but looked like no one had lived there for a long time, with some buildings decayed and damaged. After everyone settled down, they chose a bright, sunny day to start repairing and rebuilding the houses in the courtyard. After reporting to the Lord, they borrowed some members from the Demon Slayer Core Hidden Division to help. Members of the Hidden Division were responsible for the aftermath of the team's battles and were quite skilled in constructing houses. The entire courtyard can be divided into two parts. The front hall will serve as an external medical facility, while the back house will be closed to the public for team members to recuperate. What do you think, Yuan Yi? I think it's feasible, Uncle Heng Yi. Can I ask a question? Of course. You seem very familiar with this courtyard. Was this your home before? Heng Yi was slightly surprised and looked at Yuan Yi. How did you know? I never told you before. But did I make it so obvious? Ha. Yuan Yi, you're really sharp. Well, they didn't hear it, but I did. The moment I opened the door that day, you whispered, I am back. Oh dear, I didn't even realize I said that. Yeah, this is my home. My home from 500 years ago. Yuan Yi didn't expect such a distant answer and was a bit surprised. But I didn't live here for long, so I can't say I'm familiar with it. I intended to come back and find my family who might still be alive. But he sold his house and left the Demon Slayer Corps, so I couldn't find him. At that time, he hated me a lot because his whole family, who were also my family, died because of me. So, I'm actually a bit scared to see him. I don't even know how to face him if I find him. He is older now and can't take insults like he used to. Oh, is it your little crow? It's back again. The little crow, named Xiao Yi, belonged to Yuan Yi, but was named by Heng, and Yuan Yi unconditionally accepted whatever Heng Yi said, hastily deciding the poor crow's life. It had just brought back a letter from the Lord and was now flying towards Yuan Yi again. The crow hadn't arrived yet, but its voice came first. There are ghosts in the east. Every time it delivered information about ghosts, it was particularly excited and noisy. It seems there are no other team members around. So hurry back, Yuan Yi. Okay, I'm leaving, Uncle Heng Yi. As this habitual greeting slipped out, both of them paused in unison, exchanged glances, and then both smiled. Heng Yi then replied, "Be careful on the road." Within the most ordinary words lay the most precious blessings between family, making Heng Yi and Yuan Yi, both of whom had lost loved ones, feel a deep attachment. But fortunately, they still had each other. Lord Heng Yi. As Heng Yi watched Yuan Yi leave, he heard a woman's voice behind him, accompanied by a baby's cries. Oh, what name did I give him again? I forgot. Fortunately, the woman didn't notice Heng Yi's embarrassment and anxiously said to him, "Xinyu's been crying since last night, and I can't calm him down. Please check if he is sick again." This child was the boy Heng Yi named Butterfly Xinu, and just like his name, he shed the red rashes on his skin and was reborn. Oh, let me hold him. Let me see what's wrong with our little Xin. A miraculous scene occurred. As soon as Xinu, who had been crying nonstop, was in Heng Yi's arms, he immediately stopped crying, staring at Heng Yi with tear-stained eyes, as if silently accusing his naming father of abandoning him. The woman gasped in shock, and Heng Yi couldn't help but smile. "All right, you go ahead and be busy. He just recognizes people. Leave him to me. It's fine, don't worry about it." Although Heng Yi didn't mind, the woman still repeatedly apologized, as if afraid Heng Yi would think she was useless and kick her out. "No, everyone has their own value. As long as you live seriously and work hard, I want to kick you out. Go ahead, go ahead." It seemed there were voices from two worlds overlapping, resonating with the one person in this world who loved him the most, echoing in the home he once brought Heng Yi to. Two lines of tears uncontrollably slipped down Heng Yi's cheeks, but he just stood there as if his thoughts had been drained, waiting for memories to mend his broken heart and call his complete soul back to his body. "I'm sorry," in the woman's terrified and worried gaze. Heng Yi cried, unsure to whom he was apologizing. "I'm back, brother." Chapter 37. Resonance. It's just a small problem. As long as you go back and finish the medicine I prescribed for you, you'll be fine, but don't take it lightly. Even small illnesses deserve attention. Okay. Dr. Busujima, thank you so much. No need to thank me. The medicine is in the right room as you exit. Just give her the prescription. After sending the last patient out the door today, Heng Yi slowly closed his eyes, took a deep breath, moved his body a bit, stretched his arms, and gently rotated his neck, finally feeling that his body, which had been sitting upright all day, was slightly relaxed. After a whole year of opening and operating, the butterfly house has managed to establish itself in Heian, but only among the common people. As soon as Heng Yi thought of this, a joyful smile appeared on his face. Over the past year, relying on the breathing techniques taught by Yuan Yi to the Demon Slayer Corps, the combat effectiveness of the entire Corps has greatly improved. Originally, the swordsmiths who were at the pillar level combined their existing swordsmanship styles to create their own breathing techniques, while some swordsmen further developed their unique breathing techniques from the 5 basic styles that already existed. Even the team members who did not originally master any swordsmanship styles greatly enhanced their physical abilities through practicing the breathing techniques. This meant that the Butterfly Mansion, originally established for the treatment and recovery of the Demon Slayer members, had hardly any use in its first year. Instead, due to Heng Yi's superb medical skills and his frequent acts of providing low-cost or even free medical treatment and medicine, the Butterfly Mansion gained a reputation throughout the surrounding areas of Heian. Now, even some high-ranking officials and nobles would come seeking medical help. This turned out to be an unexpected gain for Heng Yi, allowing him to develop some connections unintentionally. Heng Yi is pleased with this outcome. As a doctor, he sincerely hopes to be completely unemployed, and it would be best if no team member came to him due to injuries. Indeed, this year has been like that, with very few team members coming in with serious injuries. Yuan Yi also often issues some tasks and occasionally goes to the main residence of the production house to explore and discuss swordsmanship with the Hashira-level members. Most of the time, he stays at the Butterfly Mansion to help Heng Yi. The two have finally achieved the ordinary life they once dreamed of. However, recently, the reports of demon sightings have decreased significantly, and many ordinary demons don't even require Yuan Yi's intervention. Thus, Yuan Yi proposed to revisit his childhood home, which led to this trip. According to Yuan Yi, he hasn't returned home since he left at the age of 7. When he left, his father and twin brother were still alive, and he intended to meet his brother, which is why he suggested going back home. Oh, Yuani actually has a brother? And a twin at that. How rare. Why didn't you mention this earlier? When Heng Yi asked this, Yuan Yi recounted his childhood without a trace of resentment, explaining that twins were often seen as omens, and because he was born with a strange mark on his head, his father wanted to kill him. It was only due to his mother's strong protection that he was allowed to live. What utter nonsense. What omen. It's clearly a blessing. With all due respect, your father is simply exaggerating and talking nonsense. He even wanted to send you to a temple to become a monk. That's just insane. He is your biological father. Inthe, if he really didn't like you, he could have just let you go when you got older. He knows you have talent, yet wants to give up your brother. He really is all over the place. He is not a good father to either side. It's just pure madness. Heng Yi scolded Yuani's father while gently patting Yuani's head, comforting him. It's good that you didn't go to the temple. You found me in Shaoshi, and we become family. We all like you. Yuani smiled softly. This powerful swordsman, who only needed one strike to face all evil spirits, allowed Heng Yi to casually ruffle his hair. If this were to be shared, it would surely make all the members of the Demon Slayer Corps burst into laughter. Go on. Go on. It's been so many years. Go see if your relatives are still around. Don't end up like me, with no one left to find. Live without regrets, Yuani. Thus, Yuani embarked on his journey back home to search for his brother, and it has been over a month now. Who knows when he will return? This child hasn't given a sign in a month. Mr. Heng Yi's father murmured to himself like an old man in an empty nest, as if he were accusing his good son who had left home and was now out of touch. Mr. Heng Yi, what's the matter? Don't rush. Take your time. A letter from the main residence has arrived, asking you to come over. The messenger is one of the 28 people who accompanied Heng Yi and Yuani to Ping'an capital to establish the Butterfly House, and also a boy saved by Heng Yi from an abandoned temple, 16-year-old Murata Goichiro. His eyes have been left with lasting damage due to illness, and he is now almost blind. However, he has not given up on himself. Instead, he works hard to learn to identify herbs with Heng Yi and do what he can. He's just a bit impatient, which is not good. Being unable to see and still being so hasty makes it easy to get hurt. Oh, is there anything specific to talk about at this time? No, but it sounds like it was Koichi bringing the message. Has Yuani returned? But did he go back to the main house instead of the Butterfly House first? All right, I understand. I'll go now. You and Yoshiko tidy up a bit. We'll close the place today. I might not come back, so lock up early and remember to light the wisteria incense. Okay? Got it. Good. Then I'm off. All right, please be careful on your way. At dusk, Heng Yi arrived at the main residence of the production house. The house servant informed Heng Yi that Yuani had indeed returned, but it was the Lord who needed to see Heng Yi, not Yuani. The Lord and Yuani are waiting for you in the main hall. Okay, I'll go over now. Thank you. The servant quickly waved his hand, indicating he didn't deserve Heng Yi's thanks, and deeply bowed to see Heng Yi off. However, as Heng Yi walked along the corridor of the main hall, he turned his head and saw a familiar figure standing in the courtyard under the setting sun. Yuani? Heng Yi called out to him strangely, partly because the servant said that Yuani was in the living room, and partly because although this figure looked very similar to Yuani, it gave Heng Yi an inexplicable feeling. When he turned around to look at Heng Yi instantly confirmed that this person was not Yuani. He wore a kimono with a purple snake pattern and black spots, along with black riding trousers, and like Yuani, he had long crimson hair tied in a high ponytail. There was a red mark on his left forehead that was identical to Yuani's, but the shape and distribution were different. Moreover, upon closer inspection, there was also a red mark on the right side of his neck, which Yuani did not have. Sorry, I mistook you for someone else. Heng Yi apologized awkwardly to him, but couldn't help but observe him. He looked so much like, could it be that he is? Just as Heng Yi was still guessing his identity, he seemed to have recognized Heng Yi and took the initiative to introduce himself. My name is Tsujikuni Yakin. I am the twin brother of Tsujikuni Yurichi. I know you, Lord Higurashi Keiichi. Yurichi has mentioned you to me. It's a pleasure to meet you. It really is him. I was just wondering how someone could look so much like him. I'm sorry. I'm getting old, and my eyesight isn't what it used to be. I almost mistook you for Yurichi. This is my first time meeting you. But I didn't expect your patterns to look so much like Yurichi's, just distributed a little differently. However, to Heng Yi's surprise, Yakin shook his head and denied Heng Yi's words. No, I'm different from Yurichi. His patterns are innate, while mine only appeared recently after meeting Yurichi. I didn't have them for the first 20-something years. Just as Heng Yi was about to ask what this was about, Yurichi seemed to have heard their conversation and came from a main room into the courtyard. Uncle Keiichi, brother. Oh, Yurichi, I just met your brother and greeted him. Oh dear, I didn't mean to stand here talking. It's really rude. Let us go inside and not keep the Lord waiting. So the three of them entered the main room one after another. This was the first time Heng Yi had seen the current Lord, Arikiyashiki Shinsuke, in over a decade. He couldn't help but recall their first meeting when he was just a babbling toddler who could only sit relying on his mother. In the blink of an eye, he had grown into a capable young man. Mr. Keiichi, it's been many years, and you still look impressive. As soon as they met, he bowed respectfully to Heng Yi, though his few words hinted that he had inherited his father's sharp tongue and reticence. Oh, not all. I haven't come to pay my respects to the Lord, which is indeed rude. I wonder what this summons is about. He didn't exchange much pleasantries with him, as it was getting late, and he still had many questions to ask Yuan Yi. Sir, if I may speak frankly, it is precisely because of Mr. Yuan Yi's pattern matter. Oh, Heng Yi turned to look at Yuan Yi, and his patterns remained unchanged, just as before. He then turned back to the Lord, waiting for him to continue speaking. It is a phenomenon of resonance. Not only his brother, Mr. Yansheng, but also other pillar-level members of the Demon Slayer Corps, all gradually develop patterns on their bodies. The reason for inviting you here is to explore the secret of these patterns. Why does resonance occur? How can we make everyone resonate? Do these patterns have any side effects? I hope Mr. Heng Yi can generously assist us. Chapter 38, Overdrawing Life. So that's how it is. Your brother, Yin, also joined the Demon Slayer Corps? That's great. After many years, the two brothers can finally work together in the same team. Upon hearing Heng Yi's words, Yuan Yi explained to Yansheng. I'll explain for Uncle Heng Yi. He cannot remember people's names due to some old ailments. It's not intentional. Please forgive him. Well, okay. That's how it is. Sorry about that. Heng Yi originally found it somewhat difficult to bring up this issue, which was neither big nor small. But after Yuan Yi directly mentioned it to Yansheng, he felt that it was nothing to worry about because he was talking to Yansheng. Since Yansheng is Yuan Yi's brother, he is also family, and there is no need for family members to hide things from each other. Yansheng merely glanced at Heng Yi and expressionlessly indicated that he didn't care. Speaking of you being brothers, what is your brother's swordsmanship style? Is it also the breath of the sun? Please forgive my curiosity. I really want to know. Heng Yi completely failed to realize how strange it was to refer to his elder brother Yuan Yi as brother, and he eagerly inquired about Yansheng's swordsmanship. Yuan Yi shook his head as if he had no way to deal with Heng Yi, while Yansheng looked at Heng Yi with strong disapproval, his expression containing some indescribable feelings that Heng Yi couldn't quite place. Was it disappointment? But why disappointment? You're the one who raised Yuan Yi. Please don't address me like that. He paused for a moment before continuing. I couldn't master the sun breathing. Its power is too overwhelming for me to control. I could only create the moon breathing by drawing parallels. Heng Yi understood where his disappointment came from, but in his view, it was completely unnecessary. So he encouraged Yansheng, saying, the breath of the moon is quite good too. You know, I study medicine. Yin and Yang are two fundamental forces in the universe. The sun represents Yang, symbolizing vitality, brightness, and warmth. The moon represents Yin, symbolizing calmness, gentleness, and nourishment. The sun and moon have always complemented each other. Just because you're different from Yuan, it doesn't mean you are inferior to him. Heng Yi subconsciously wanted to pat the young man who was stunned after hearing his words. It seemed that no one had ever told him that it was okay not to be able to do something, which had caused him to push himself so hard, just because he couldn't master the swordsmanship that his younger brother had. But clearly, he himself was also excellent. He had created his own swordsmanship style, hadn't he? However, Yansheng's rigid demeanor seemed traditional and old-fashioned. Heng Yi felt that if he patted his shoulder, he might look at him with a resistant gaze again. So he hesitated for a moment and didn't treat him the same way he treated Yuan Yi. Instead, he sincerely expressed his thoughts. You are a unique individual, just like the moon in the sky. Don't be discouraged. Keep moving forward, and you will surely become stronger. Yes, brother, I agree with Uncle Heng Yi's thoughts. You can definitely become stronger. Do you remember the dreams we talked about when we were kids? Yuan Yi said, reminiscing about the past and smiling. At that time, you said your dream was to become the strongest warrior in this country. So, I said I wanted to be like you. I wanted to become the second strongest warrior in this country. Thinking back, I was really arrogant as a child, speaking naively. The world is vast, and there are countless strong people. We can only keep moving forward. Even if everyone takes different paths, in the end, we will all reach the same destination. So, brother, let's move forward together toward the same destination. Heng Yi smiled without speaking. He would always be proud of Yuan Yi. However, Yansheng's expression was difficult to describe. From his calm face, Heng Yi could see the fluctuating and complex emotions beneath, leading him to conclude that Yansheng had not been completely convinced. Nevertheless, Heng Yi could understand. After all, for over 20 years, He had been instilled with the idea that without becoming the strongest, one had no value. It was not something that could be easily changed with just a few words from Heng Yi and Yuan. However, there was still plenty of time ahead, and there would no longer be anyone forcing him to become the strongest. He would come to terms with it. Tomorrow, I will start searching for other members who have unlocked their patterns with Uncle Heng Yi. My brother and I cannot see anything from our patterns, and I am the first person to have a pattern, so I will go with Uncle Heng Yi. What about my brother? Do you have any thoughts on this? Yansheng thought for a moment and decided not to join Heng Yi and Yuan. I have just joined the Demon Slayer Corps. This is the time for me to prove myself and achieve great things. In my spare time, I want to further train myself. I can't be of help with your matters, so I won't go with you. Heng Yi and Yuan expressed their understanding, and the three of them soon ended their night talk. Yansheng stayed at the Chanshu mansion, while Heng Yi and Yuan set off to return to the butterfly house. Yuan, I feel that there was something behind the words of the Lord today. Did you notice it? On the way back, Heng Yi mentioned to Yuan the abnormal feeling he had during the conversation with the Lord about the patterns. When he mentioned the secret of the patterns, it didn't seem like he wanted everyone to get the patterns, and the fact that he ultimately inquired about whether the patterns had side effects further deepened my speculation. Do you think he has already thought of something but didn't say it directly for some reason? Yuan recalled the Lord's reaction at that time and responded affirmatively. I think so too. The Lord seems to be worried, but he has hidden this emotion very well. However, it doesn't matter when facing Heng Yi, who has lived for hundreds of years, and Yuan, who can see through people's hearts. Let's go to Fukujun's house tomorrow. Yes, you know who I'm talking about. That's him. It said that he's the first person to show the patterns aside from your brother. All right, as you say. Fukujun, the current flame Hashira, is also the head of the Rengoku family, and this year he is 27 years old. Rengoku Shinjuro. Hello, is this the Rengoku family? No need to ask. You can tell just by looking. Arriving at this courtyard early in the morning, Heng Yi and Yuan saw a boy with the obvious appearance features of the Rengoku family at the entrance. He looked like a miniature version of an owl. He appeared to be no more than 10 years old, staring blankly at Heng Yi and Yuan while holding a handball. Just as Heng Yi was about to ask him further, a grown man walked out from inside the house. It was Rengoku Shinjuro. Mr. Heng Yi and Mr. Yuan? He looked quite puzzled, so Heng Yi explained their purpose. After kindly patting the little owl's head, they followed him into the main hall. I see, I understand. Please feel free to investigate and inquire. I will speak without reservation. After hearing Heng Yi's explanation, Shinjuro first expressed his gratitude for the Lord's concern and agreed to cooperate with Heng Yi's investigation unconditionally. In fact, all our patterns are different from Mr. Yuan and Mr. Yansheng's, and they do not always manifest. Oh, is it only during battles that they manifest? Yes, to be precise. They only manifest when using the breathing techniques intensely. At that moment, I can very clearly feel the rise in body temperature and the quickening of my heartbeat. My body feels as if it is burning with heat. You must know that I am a user of flame breathing, and even in the past, using flame sword techniques did not make me feel like I was burning myself. Is that so? Don't move, and don't be afraid. I will check it out. Heng Yi said this as he released the bloodline tendrils that had been resting for a long time. After a year of recovery and rest, Heng Yi had regained some of his strength, but due to previous exhaustion, there was little he could do at this moment. The bloodline tendrils pierced into Zheng Shurong's body from his wrist, and in that instant his body tensed up. Although Heng Yi's movements were gentle, it was still an invasion of his body, and no one would remain indifferent while awake. As the bloodline tendrils traveled through his veins, Heng Yi gradually sensed and grasped the overall condition of Zheng Shurong's body. The good news was that his body was healthy. Although there were old injuries, they were not serious and could be well managed. However, this normal physical condition gave Heng Yi a very strange feeling. Just as he was about to withdraw the bloodline tendrils from his body, Heng Yi finally understood what this feeling was. How could it be? Heng Yi couldn't believe the conclusion he had drawn. He grabbed Zhan Shulang's hand and began to take his pulse carefully. Both Shin Shulang and Yuan looked at the shocked Heng Yi in confusion, waiting for his conclusion. However, after taking the pulse, Heng Yi stared blankly at the ground, his usually straight posture bending down, appearing speechless from shock. Mr. Heng Yi, is there a problem? Yes, it's the pulse of exhaustion, Heng Yi replied hesitantly. Still unable to believe the result, he had diagnosed himself. He answered in a daze about this seemingly healthy middle-aged man. If you don't have any other major illnesses or serious injuries, then it should be the reason for the awakening of the patterns. It's draining your vitality. Even now, without the patterns being activated, it hasn't stopped draining. If this continues, you will. Heng Yi's words came to an abrupt halt, leaving Yuan Yi and Zhen Shulang speechless. Zhen Shulang stood frozen, unsure of how to react. Chapter 39. The naturalization of the body in a remote and dense mountain forest. It seemed like a secret place far away from the hustle and bustle. In the early morning, the sunlight had not yet fully penetrated the thick clouds, with only a few rays stubbornly shining through, forming light columns that illuminated the paths and moss-covered rocks in the forest. The air was filled with the damp scent of soil and the fresh aroma from the plants. Surrounded by bamboo groves, a gentle breeze rustled the bamboo leaves, creating a serene atmosphere undisturbed by humans. However, if someone were to pass by, they would immediately notice an unusual figure in the bamboo forest. It clearly looked like a human shape, but the head was not a head, and the limbs were not like limbs. Each part resembled a radish or ginseng. Yet it was able to stand and was quite tall, even taller than an average adult man. One important reason it was hard to overlook was that it was actually wearing human clothing, a pure white inner lining paired with a black aori, with golden patterns embroidered at the collar, indicating that this radish had a good background. Although the clothing was not luxurious, it was clean and tidy. The upper limbs, which lacked fingers, extended many ginseng-like tendrils that penetrated the ground, the bamboo, and the unknown distance. At that moment, someone approached from afar at great speed. He arrived in front of the radish and called out, "Uncle Heng Yi, I'm back." The visitor was Yuan Yi, and the radish-shaped figure standing in the bamboo forest was indeed Heng Yi. In an instant, the radish Heng Yi began to return to a normal human shape. His head transformed from the strange plant back into a human head. Even his white hair grew back, with the tips regaining a faint blue color, and a smooth plant surface reshaped his facial features. His limbs gradually returned to human limbs, fingers and toes sprouting, and his skin color changed from a dull gray back to human flesh tone. The ginseng-like tendrils also turned blood red, indicating Heng Yi's bloodline tendrils. Once Heng Yi fully regained his human form, he opened his azure eyes and looked at Yuan Yi, who had called him. "You're back. How was it? I didn't find anything." To Heng Yi's surprise, Yuan Yi shook his head, indicating he had been unable to locate the whereabouts of the evil spirit, which was something that had almost never happened. It had been more than 3 years since they discovered that the existence of the patterns was actually draining the life of the awakened. When Heng Yi discovered the secret of the patterns from the Hell Shou Lang, he and Yuan Yi consecutively visited all the swordsmen who had awakened the patterns, confirming this hard-to-accept fact without exception in everyone. The only difference was that the younger members showed no obvious symptoms of life overextension, whether from pulse readings or deeper investigations. However, the deaths of 2 pillar-level members, both aged 25 and who had awakened the patterns 2 years ago, seemed to confirm the lifespan limit that the patterns could affect. As for Shou Lang, who was already 27 3 years ago, he passed away suddenly at the end of that year. As the oldest among those who had awakened the patterns in the Demon Slayer Corps, he completely dedicated himself to Heng Yi in the final stages of his life to test the medicine for his comrades. "It is a great honor to fight alongside you in the last moments of my life, Mr. Heng Yi. If I can save others because of my sacrifice, I will have no regrets." His voice and demeanor still lingered, causing Heng Yi immense heartache every time he remembered. The intense flames extinguished on the day the first snow fell, and the hearts of the pillar-level members present, who had awakened the patterns, were also frozen, knowing their fate but unable to change it. In the following years, Heng Yi never took a day off. He began to stay for long periods in deep mountains and forests, searching for medicine or immersing himself in various medical texts, making every effort to try to save the lives of the swordsmen who had awakened the patterns. However, the awakened patterns were as difficult to reverse as water flowing downstream. The life force that had been overextended could not be replenished or stopped from flowing away, whether through medicine or by refraining from using power. The only fortunate aspect seemed to be that the number of swordsmen who had awakened the patterns was not large. They were almost all powerful members of the Demon Slayer Corps, but this also dealt a heavy blow to the Corps' advanced combat strength. Fortunately, since the entire Demon Slayer Corps had mastered the breathing techniques, the extermination of man-eating demons had never relaxed over the years, resulting in the weakest state of the demon forces in history, which has led to a delicate balance between the two sides. Heng Yi has not given up on finding a method to treat the deadly side effects of the patterns. Over the past 3 years, he has traveled almost all over Japan, absorbing and integrating all the plants he believes could possibly replenish life force. The number of plants he has gathered is almost greater than the amount he has collected in the past century. This massive absorption has put him into a state he has never experienced before, naturalization of the body, or rather, plantification. His body can assimilate with a certain plant after absorbing it, and during the assimilation period, he retains his own consciousness. The duration of assimilation and the parts of the body that can change are related to the quantity of the absorbed substance. For example, 2 days ago, he absorbed a large herb in this bamboo grove, whose root and stem resemble that of a radish, and its scientific name should be called shanglu. Heng Yi once cut off a part of his body that transformed into a herb and found that it not only had medicinal properties, but also had stronger effects than the original herb. As long as the cut part was not the most vital part of his body, with Heng Yi's regenerative abilities, he could fully restore it to its original state when he returned to human form. A better planting method than hastening growth had emerged. It would be great if his body could remember this, so that even without seeds, he could obtain certain herbs anytime. Unfortunately, there is a time limit. Yesterday, Yuan Yi left because information came in that there were man-eating demons lurking in the nearby mountains and forests. Yuan Yi, being the closest, was assigned to go and eliminate them. Heng Yi happened to remain in the form of the herb, deepening his body's memory of it while connecting to the entire mountain range to explore whether there were rare herbs present. However, Yuan Yi unusually failed to find any trace of the demons, which made Heng Yi feel puzzled, followed by an inexplicable sensation. Heng Yi frowned, his gaze becoming sharp and focused as he stared at the end of the bamboo forest path. A strong premonition surged within him, as if some important event was about to unfold. This feeling was so vivid that he couldn't help but feel a twinge of nervousness and excitement. Inthe Heng Yi, Yuan Yi keenly sensed the change in Heng Yi's emotions and looked at him with a mix of confusion and concern. Yuan Yi, something is coming. Just as he was about to continue asking what was happening, Heng Yi suddenly said this, his light blue eyes radiating a deep blue glow that Yuan Yi had seen years ago. However, this time, there were no bloodlines spreading across Heng Yi's face like a spider web, and he wasn't wearing that arrogant smile for back then. Quick, he hasn't sensed me yet. But Yuan Yi could feel that Heng Yi was experiencing unprecedented excitement. We finally found him. Let's go, so he doesn't sense me. I'll transform into a plant form, and you take me with you. It's in this direction, full speed ahead. Heng Yi spoke anxiously. His body began to shrink and change. But he did not transform into the shape of the shanglu. Instead, under Yuan Yi's gaze, he turned into a blue resurrection flower. Yuan Yi picked up the immortal flower that Heng Yi had transformed into from the clothes that had fallen to the ground and held it in his arms. Then he ran at full speed in the direction Heng Yi had just pointed. The last words Heng Yi had said before turning into the blue resurrection flower echoed in his ears. The progenitor of demons, the most evil demon in the human world. Kibutsuji Musen is close at hand. Chapter 40. Fateful encounter. Yuan Yi, you must understand that this world is not as simple as it seems. It hides countless unknown secrets and dangers. In this world, there exists a type of non-human beings that are completely different from the plants and animals we are familiar with. These monsters are filled with brutality and malice, and their existence poses a great threat to humanity. They may possess immense power, agile movements, or special abilities, making it difficult for humans to contend with them. Moreover, these monsters continuously evolve and mutate by feeding on humans, becoming stronger and increasingly difficult to deal with. And these creatures are not products of natural evolution. They are monsters twisted and created by certain evils that should not exist. Some of us are willing to risk our lives to eliminate them. So we should cherish our own lives and be grateful for the peaceful life we currently have, because there are those in unseen places protecting us. At the moment he transformed into the blue resurrection flower, he did not know what he was really thinking. He clearly knew that Musen wanted the blue resurrection flower the most. He had been hiding the secret that he might be the only immortal flower in the world for nearly 500 years. Why? At this moment, when he could transform and was about to encounter the progenitor of that evil demon, did he end up in this form? He could not answer that. However, distant memories began to resurface in his mind. It was also such an afternoon when he saw that blue resurrection flower in the flower field and picked it to hold in his arms. This path seemed to overlap with his memories. At this moment, Yuan Yi was just like the Heng Yi of that year, holding the blue resurrection flower, moving towards the same creature. But their purposes were completely opposite. Heng Yi was trying to save him, while Yuan Yi was there to kill him. Heng Yi transformed into this plant-like form, unable to speak or be seen, but he could feel it. Yuan Yi had stopped. They finally met. An encounter that was inescapable like fate. I have lost interest in swordsmen who can use breathing techniques. Heng Yi heard that voice, the archenemy of centuries, his destined opponent. But he did not reveal himself immediately. Instead, he believed in Heng Yi's strength and decided to appear at a critical moment to lend a helping hand. The battle was about to begin, but it ended quickly, much faster than any fight Heng Yi had faced against Muzin. The outcome of the battle was already clear the moment Heng Yi heard Heng Yi speak. "There is a question I want to ask on behalf of someone. What do you really consider life to be?" Heng Yi did not hear Muzin's answer. The battlefield he could not see was silent. Muzin did not respond, and Heng Yi did not ask again. Finally, he could no longer contain himself and flew out from Heng Yi's embrace, quickly transforming back into human form. His clothes were left behind when he transformed, and now bloodline tendrils surrounded him, wrapping him layer by layer until they covered his entire body, finally turning into a blood-red robe. In midair, Heng Yi finally saw the scene of the battle. It had been many years since he first fought Muzin, and he had never seen him in such a miserable state. He saw that from neck to feet, Muzin was severed by Heng Yi's arms, which had been cut off, desperately holding onto his nearly falling head, but that head could not be reattached to his neck. His body was also cut into pieces. Slumped on the ground, unable to move, the remnants of the sun breathing, still burning his wounds, preventing his body from regenerating. His face bore a grotesque expression of disbelief mixed with anger and disgust, and in no time at all, his skin was covered with bulging blue veins, his entire face turning red-black. To Heng Yi's surprise, the female demon he had encountered a few years ago, who was named Tamayo and had appeared before Shiori's death, was also here. She showed no intention of helping Muzin, and there was no hint of fear of impending death in her wide-open eyes. She simply stared intently at the decapitated Muzin on the ground. Heng Yi even felt that the glimmer in her eyes was an emotion called hope. Ridiculous. Am I seeing hope in a demon's eyes? But seeing her make no move, Heng Yi felt relieved and put her out of his mind. His target was never her. This was his best opportunity in hundreds of years to kill Muzin, and how could he let it slip away? Kabutsuji Muzin. Countless bloodline tendrils shot out from Heng Yi like a violent storm, weaving together densely to form a massive net, attacking the helpless Muzin on the ground. Each tendril contained endless power and resentment, as if they wanted to tear Muzin apart completely. Heng Yi's eyes were filled with determination, and the new grudges and old hatreds that had accumulated in his heart for hundreds of years were being unleashed towards Muzin without reservation at this moment. He had waited too long for this moment. However, in the next instant, Muzin's body suddenly exploded, countless pieces of his flesh scattering in all directions. They had Muzin's consciousness. "Heng Yi, make your move. We can't let him escape." Heng Yi was calling out to Heng Yi while controlling the bloodline tendrils to capture the scattered pieces of Muzin's flesh. Heng Yi even immediately devoured the captured Muzin flesh, giving him no chance to recover or regenerate. However, after consuming hundreds of pieces of Muzin's flesh, Heng Yi felt something strange happening in his body. An unbearable, excruciating pain surged from deep within him, instantly overwhelming his consciousness and senses. This pain felt as if it were tearing from the depths of his soul, enveloping every inch of his skin in agony. He felt as if an invisible claw was continuously tearing at his flesh and blood from within, and he couldn't escape this internal harm, collapsing to the ground and rolling violently. All the bloodline tendrils lost control in the face of this intense pain, indiscriminately attacking all living things around him. Not only the scattered pieces of Muzin, fleeing, and Heng Yi, but also all the plants and animals in this bamboo forest became targets of the bloodline tendrils' attacks. Heng Yi reacted immediately to Heng Yi's rampage, quickly pulling away Zhuya, who had been in a daze since Muzin's explosion, out of Heng Yi's attack range while exerting all his strength to slay the visible pieces of Muzin's flesh. The intense pain not only tormented Heng Yi's body, but also gradually eroded his perception of the outside world. The bloodline tendrils extending from his body began to rupture, and the splattered flesh and blood had turned into black-red ashes before even touching the ground, dissipating into the air. Heng Yi is collapsing. "Uncle Heng Yi!" Realizing this, Heng Yi screamed his name in panic. This man, who remained calm even when facing the evil ancestor, was now filled with confusion. His most important family member was melting away, and yet he couldn't even get close. Heng Yi also heard Heng Yi's call. He exerted all his strength to maintain his consciousness, and even at this moment of life and death, he was still thinking about killing Muzin. But he failed, just like he did 500 years ago. He was pinned in place by the whip, watching Muzin's panic back as he fled, restricted by his own rampaging self as he looked at the scattered pieces of Muzin. It was as if he had returned to 500 years ago, And once again he had failed. His roar contained not only the excruciating pain of body and soul, but also the deeply ingrained unwillingness of being powerless. A huge blue, Higanbana, bloomed from Heng Yi's body, but this time it burst through his entire being, rooting itself in the ground beneath him. Did the gods hear the lament of a soul that had faced defeat time and again? Did the gods care about the passing of an indomitable life? No. The gods have always been heartless and indifferent, cold and arrogant. He fell asleep once again, filled with unparalleled unwillingness and resentment, waiting for the next reunion. Chapter 41. An unrecognized old friend he was contemplating, floating on a seemingly buoyant sea surface. Beneath him was an endless abyss. Above him was an infinite sky. He didn't understand why he had exhausted all his strength just to live an ordinary life. Yet he remained trapped in this cage, with neither the right to choose life and death, nor the qualification to accompany his loved ones. What was the meaning of his existence? Like a migratory bird with no home, except that his migratory routes were the human world and the other shore. Although he had never experienced wandering, he had long since run out of places to go. All encounters in the world for long-existing lives were merely passing by. If forgetting meant the end of life, then he had already reached the finish line. Heng Yi, a voice called from afar, but he had no thought of turning back. If an endless life was merely to demonstrate how difficult the gods' tasks were, then drifting on like this wasn't so bad. You coward. Come back. He looked down upon it. Now you know how to scold. When Xiao Shi passed away, weren't you the one hiding away? Yes, they had always been one. There was no consciousness of the blue controlling a person. Don't joke, the cowardly, timid, and evasive one had always been the immortal Heng Yi. Every version of himself that had lived was hidden in the world of consciousness, living happily with fabricated important people in that false home built up. As long as the master of the world did not wish to wake up, this dream could continue forever. Let the new him go to a whole new world. No one knew the world of immortal Heng Yi. Suddenly, the world began to rain. But this rain was blood red, not falling drop by drop, but pouring down in an instant, heavily smashing him into the depths of the sea. It's over, my life. Finally, he sank into the unfathomable abyss, never to be seen again. Tonight, the red moon hung high. In front of the 7-story tower, an old man sat upright. Beside him lay a Nicaran blade, the pitch-black scabbard adorned with a sun-gold edge. The handle, wrapped in shark skin, had become worn and bumpy over time. It was clear that the owner took great care of his treasured sword. Although it had inevitably endured the ravages of time, it still faintly retained its original appearance. The night had grown deep, yet he had no intention of resting, slightly lowering his head and closing his eyes as if waiting for someone. Soon, at the end of the road, a figure approached under the blood-colored moonlight, moving lightly, as if even the sound of footsteps could not be heard clearly. When he arrived in front of the old man, he could see clearly that the figure had 3 pairs of 6 eyes, the sclera stained a bright red with blood, the irises displaying an eerie and ominous golden yellow. The left and right irises had the characters for and inscribed upon them. He stopped in front of the kneeling old man, all 6 eyes staring at him. The old man opened his eyes in response to his gaze and looked up at him. You finally came, brother. It's been 60 years. The old man and the strangely shaped demon were none other than the brothers Tsujikuni Yuan Yi and Tsujikuni Wakasa. Yuan Yi, this is impossible. Why are you still alive? The demon Wakasa was visibly shocked to see his brother after 60 years, but his tone was filled with unmasked malice. You clearly also have marks. Why could you live past 25? Didn't all those demon hunters die? Yuan Yi did not answer. He silently stood up, picked up the sword, and with tears streaming down his face, said in a hoarse voice, "How pitiful, brother." Wakasa looked at his frail brother, clearly still in his prime, and wondered how this elderly figure could dare to pity himself. However, inexplicably, he did not feel anger. He scrutinized Yuan Yi, simultaneously sensing his surroundings. Confirming that there were only the 2 of them, he asked, "Where is Heng Yi? Did he really die?" Upon hearing that name, Yuan Yi's eyes flickered. He lowered his head, stroking his chest with his unarmed right hand, and a smile appeared on his tear-streaked face. "No, we have always been together." Then, he gripped the sword hilt with his right hand, adopting a stance to draw the sword, his expression becoming resolute. "I have come." In a flash, the sword light flickered like a meteor streaking across the night sky, carrying a cold radiance that swept through the silent air. The moment the blade touched skin, it was almost silent. Only a slight friction sound could be heard. Where the sword tip passed, the skin first showed a white line, followed closely by bright red blood seeping out, spreading along the sword mark. Wakasa's 6 eyes were filled with disbelief. His hand instinctively reached for his neck, feeling the splattered blood. This strike did not completely sever Wakasa's neck, but he knew that as long as Yuan Yi's next strike was made, his head would certainly fall. However, when he looked at Yuan Yi, who had delivered this divine strike, he found him standing there, maintaining his grip on the sword, having left this world. The Wakasa, who had just been unperturbed by Yuan Yi's pity, was now filled with rage. He shouted in anger, "Damn it!" and swung his sword, cutting Yuan Yi's corpse in half. Amid the severed remains, a pouch that Yuan Yi had always carried fell to the ground. From the shattered pouch emerged a flute, also split in two. Wakasa stood frozen in place, the image of the broken flute reflected in his unfocused pupils, as if his thoughts had been drawn away to memories long ago. After a long time, he walked over, picked up the broken flute, placed it in his bosom, and turned to leave. The cold, wild wind swept by. The unclaimed, severed body was still bleeding. The earth was stained red, and somewhere in the darkness, someone mourned, emitting a sorrowful cry of losing a loved one. Strange changes occurred in the night before dawn. The broken upper body at the chest had a cluster of blue tendrils emerging from the collar, extending towards the severed part of the corpse, and then it inserted itself into the blood-soaked earth. A sigh of apparent satisfaction echoed as the spreading blood was visibly absorbed. And the hidden blue finally revealed its true form from the chest of Yuan Yi. It was the legendary Immortal Flower, the blue Bianhua. This flower, instinctively forging, filled itself and rapidly grew, expanding to the height of an adult man in just a few breaths, quickly blooming 8 more flowers next to the already existing one, though they were all much smaller than the initial bloom. As the number of flowers increased, the flower stalk bent under the weight, and when the last flower fully opened, it bent down completely, toppling the largest flower onto the ground. The tightly closed petals spread apart, releasing a naked man. He had long hair as beautiful as freshly fallen snow, a youthful and handsome face, and a tall, slender figure. The man stood up unsteadily, as if waking from a long dream, feeling completely out of control. His neck was also uncooperative, unable to properly support his head, swaying left and right, the vertebrae making a clicking sound. After a long while, he finally found a way to control his neck and stopped it from moving erratically, opening his hazy eyes. What kind of eyes were they? They held a captivating ultramarine hue, like an endless and unfathomable ocean, drawing one in to explore the unknown secrets within. Slowly, his gaze began to focus, and at the moment he regained consciousness, what met his eyes was the severed corpse on the ground and the blue Bianhua swaying alone in the cold wind. He and the flower both looked down at the dead old man on the ground, as the coming dawn had chased away the ominous blood moon, leaving only a faint starlight to shine upon them, casting a light black shadow on the old man's corpse. He finally spoke, his voice hoarse and weak, making it hard to hear. So he waited a moment longer, but he still did not move his gaze from the old man's corpse. After a while, his indifferent voice broke the night wind. "Who are you? Why'd you die here?" The corpse could not speak, the flower remained silent. And the night wind rustled the grass, whispering some absurd story unknown to them. Epilogue. Yuan Yi's Memoir, Part 1. My name is Yuan Yi Tsujikuni, born into a samurai family, with a twin brother named Tsujikuni Iwakatsu. In my childhood, I did not understand why twins were regarded as an ominous sign. Since I could remember, I clearly knew that my father did not like me, and no matter what I did, I would incur his scolding. Later, Uncle Keiichi told me that if someone dislikes you, then to them, even your breathing is wrong. My mother, however, was completely different, for my sake. She almost refused to see my father, and whenever they met, it was usually amid fierce arguments. At first, I did not understand why they always quarreled, but when I could comprehend, I realized that every word they spoke revolved around me. My mother said, "How can you treat your own son like this?" My father said, "Having a wakatsu is enough, he is surplus." I stopped speaking and no longer responded to anyone. I thought that a surplus person should remain silent so that everyone would stop arguing. My mother fell ill, and I could tell she was in pain. I just wanted to be with her, but even that would earn me my father's scolding. My brother Wakatsu did not dislike me, but every time he came to find me and my father found out, he would get beaten by my father. Yet he still came, and at that time, I thought my brother was such a gentle and strong person. Even now, I do not understand whether people's hearts change easily or if I never truly saw my brother's heart. Did everything begin when I picked up the sword and struck down my father's subordinate? Did my father not say that having my brother was enough? Why did he easily change his choice and let me replace my brother? But I did not like it, I hated fighting with others. And I hated hitting people even more. Had I known it would be like this, I would never have picked up the sword to fight. Should I have spent my days in a temple instead? But if so, I would not have met Uncle Keiichi and my wife. The two people who tightly held the string of my kite. They are my most important family. The 10 years spent with them were a life I never dared to imagine before. We worked at sunrise and rested at sunset. Although Uncle Keiichi could hasten the growth of plants, he still took me and sure to farm, plant herbs, and educate us that all life needs to grow. His methods were wrong and unacceptable, so he later rarely hastened the growth of crops, but he often did for herbs to sell. I later understood his intention. He wanted to tell us that life is precious, and we should learn to cherish it. When Sure and I were around 15 or 16, he told us that there are some terrifying creatures in this world that treat humans as food. They cannot survive without eating people. Our peaceful life could be shattered at any moment, so he taught Sure and me to distinguish between evil spirits, telling us their weaknesses, mainly to inform me. As long as they appeared before me, they would never escape my eyes. But later, why did I leave Sure, who was about to give birth? In the season when the wisteria left by Uncle Keiichi had not yet bloomed, and when Uncle Keiichi's bloodline tendrils inexplicably vanished, he once said that one must pay the price for their choices. My careless and self-righteous price seemed too heavy. If I had not encountered Uncle Keiichi, who happened to return home, I do not know how long I would have remained despondent. I could recover quickly, perhaps because I saw that Uncle Keiichi had suffered even more than I had. From that day, when I met him in the mountains, I sensed something was off about him. His aura had changed. The sunshine, kindness, and approachable demeanor he once had were hidden away, replaced by an inexplicable gloom, indifference, and cold detachment. I vaguely saw the shadow of my biological father in Uncle Keiichi, who had always given me warmth like a father. But I had no time to think further when he urgently told me the bad news. There were man-eating evil spirits lurking in the nearby mountains, and my wife, who was about to give birth, was home alone. Uncle Hongwo once cried to me, saying that it was a punishment for him because he had done some things that disregarded life. This was God's punishment for his arbitrary manipulation of life and death. God took away the life he cherished to warn him to maintain his original intention. I couldn't understand. If there really is a God, then Muzan Kibutsuji, who indiscriminately slaughters humanity, has never faced retribution, while the innocent poem is to be killed by the evil spirits he created, along with unborn children dying in the womb. None of us were wrong. If even Muzan Kibutsuji is not punished, then there is fundamentally no God in this world. This is what I said to Uncle Hongwa, and every word was heartfelt. I once doubted that the Uncle Hongwa after Poem's death was not the same Uncle Hongwa I knew. Various signs indicated that the consciousness controlling his body at that time was quite strange. His gaze toward me was complex, and his emotions even more so. It was a familiar strangeness, like being together every day, but never truly interacting. When he told me to return to the main residence of the Kenroji family and expressed his desire to leave, I was almost certain he was Uncle Hongwa. Even his way of escaping was exactly the same as when he used to say I couldn't catch him when I turned to leave. But for some reason, there was a barrier between us, as if there was a thick turtle shell separating us, and he was curled up inside it, not coming out. When was that shell broken? I couldn't feel it. It seemed like some accumulated comfort had consoled him, or perhaps he had slowly come to terms with it. The transition between the two consciousnesses happened naturally, and almost no one could notice the change in him, except for me, who had been with him for a long time. But I didn't care. From the moment I found Uncle Hongwa in the Swordsmith village, I had made up my mind that no matter how Uncle Hongwa changed, I would not be surprised or blame him, because he is my most important family member, though not the only one. When I saw my brother Iwakatsu again, I felt he had almost become a father figure, serious and earnest. However, when he proposed to join the Demon Slayer Corps with me, even at the cost of abandoning his own family, I was truly surprised. After I killed the man-eating demon who had harmed his subordinates, he did not show any strong resentment toward the evil spirits. What made him abandon his wife and children to join the Demon Slayer Corps? Perhaps it is about understanding and respecting others' choices. Everyone has the right to choose their own life, and we should not intervene too much. I remembered what Uncle Hongwo once said to me. After briefly advising him and expressing my thoughts, I did not interfere with his choices. In the end, he still returned to the main residence of the Kenroji family with me, and, after meeting Lord Kenroji, joined the Demon Slayer Corps. After I taught him the sun-breathing technique, although he could not master the power of the sun, he developed markings very similar to mine. The markings were also activated by other Hashira swordsmen who had mastered various breathing techniques. It's hard to describe my feelings when I learned that the markings could shorten everyone's lives. It felt like returning to my childhood when my father once wanted to kill me because of the strange markings on my head. For a moment, I almost felt my father was right. If it would lead to everyone's early demise, perhaps it would have been better if I had never appeared in their lives. Extra. Yuan Yi's handwritten note, Part 2, Smack. This is the sound of Uncle Hongwa hitting me on the head with a book. Oh, so you've been thinking about this these past 2 days. Why do you like to take all the responsibility upon yourself? The markings might indeed have spread to everyone through resonance, but your markings are innate, I said. You can't choose how you were born. You never intended to spread the markings to everyone, and you didn't know the markings would have such an effect. So tell me, what did you do wrong? Uncle Hikari really looked very angry. He even twisted my ear, and then, probably feeling it was inappropriate, he pinched my cheek. Still feeling it was strange, he ultimately had to use a book to slap my chest. Seriously, you were advising me before, so why is it not okay for you now? I didn't teach you to always reflect on yourself when facing problems. Okay, fine, I did, but this really isn't your fault, understand? We haven't figured anything out yet, so stop blaming yourself. Isn't it more important to quickly help me find a way to heal everyone? Come on, as the first one to have patterns. Contribute some blood for me to research. I was both amused and exasperated by Uncle Hikari's joking behavior, but he was right. The most important thing was to find a way to alleviate or even eliminate the life depletion caused by the patterns, rather than wallowing in the established fact that it was my fault for triggering this. The first Hashira to pass away was Kaijiro Rengoku, the Flame Hashira. It snowed lightly on the day he left us. In his final moments, both Uncle Hikari and his 2 younger brothers were by his side. He was actually the oldest in the Rengoku family. His father, the previous Flame Hashira, died fighting a demon, and his mother had also passed away a few years ago due to illness. If he were to die, the entire Rengoku family would have to rely on the 17-year-old Kaijiro's younger brother, Senjuro, to shoulder the burden. 7-year-old Senjuro cried breathlessly as he looked at his weak older brother, while 17-year-old Kaijiro desperately gripped his own clothing, trying hard to stop the tears from falling. In his dying moments, he said something to me that I still find hard to forget. He said, even if I had known that the patterns would lead to such an outcome, I would still choose to learn the breathing techniques from Mr. Yorichi. In my lifetime, I was able to advance the flame breathing techniques to this level and slay hundreds of demons. I have no regrets in death. I believe that Mr. Yorichi can definitely lead everyone to victory. It's such a pity that he has to leave first. He was older than me and was the companion I could talk to the most within the Demon Slayer Corps. Although I taught him the breathing techniques and helped him refine his swordsmanship, he was more like an older brother to me. Outside, the winter snow fell softly, while inside, the flames had already extinguished. Brother, I will definitely not let you down. I will work hard, strive to improve myself, and slay demons like you. No, I see the new flame igniting. Although it hasn't burned fiercely yet, I think I can already see the day it will spread. Rengoku, you should have heard me, right? Otherwise, why would you leave with a smile of comfort? The death of the Flame Hashira stimulated several extreme Hashira-level swordsmen. The Wind Hashira and the Thunder Hashira both expressed that they would rather die fighting demons than die quietly at home. From that day on, they began to aggressively search for the traces of demons. Eventually, both of them, who were of similar age, died in the same year, not long apart. At the age of 25, they were already strong enough that there weren't many demons that could put them in a tough fight. They both died on the path of hunting demons, with symptoms identical to Rengoku's. As news continued to arrive, Uncle Hikari and I were in the Ubuyashiki family residence developing medicines to combat life depletion. My brother, Tenjin Yuzi, was also there when we received the news. He seemed completely unable to accept it. I saw deep despair in his eyes as he stood in the courtyard, lost and unresponsive even when I called out to him several times. According to Uncle Hikari's diagnosis, everyone except me was experiencing some degree of life depletion, varying in severity. Even though Tenjin and I are identical twin brothers, the side effects brought by the acquired patterns could not be eliminated for him. Uncle Hikari did not tell everyone about this matter, and at the same time, he stopped me from revealing the truth. Yuan Yi, do not test human nature in extreme situations. Not everyone is rational. Even those who were once rational can change in the face of life and death. Later, I deeply understood what Uncle Hikari said when my brother was tempted by Muzan Kabutsuji to fall into a demon and killed our Lord. When some of my comrades in the Demon Slayer Corps learned that I had let Muzan and his female demon, Tamayo, go, they demanded that I commit seppuku. When, after Uncle Hikari dissipated, they demanded I hand over his corpse. You must have hidden it, right? The body of Lord Hikari. quickly hand over the corpse of the undying dead. You wicked person. I didn't know what this wind Hashira, who had only joined less than a year ago, wanted Uncle Hikari's corpse for, but I felt no sadness in his accusatory words. Unfortunately, emotions like regret were absent. Instead, I saw selfishness and greed, qualities he thought he hid well, but were actually laid bare. Baijuru and Takahiro struggled amidst the many insults and humiliations from my fellow Demon Slayer Corps members, and in the end, it was the 6-year-old lord who stopped them. It was truly terrible to make a child who had just lost his father worry about this. I thought it was time for me to leave. Uncle Hikari, there's no corpse left. Before I left, I simply answered them like this. I did not lie. Uncle Hikari's body collapsed and dissipated before my eyes, leaving only the blue flower of the other shore that grew from his heart. I have no corpse to give you, but I am taking Uncle Hikari home with me. According to the demon named Tamayo, based on her understanding of Muzan, he probably wouldn't show up before my death. He would always hide away. Uncle Heng Yi once said, if he cannot kill in one blow, he will flee in panic like a slippery loach. Clearly so powerful, yet terrified of death. Indeed, the immensely powerful ancestor of demons, possessing 5 brains and 7 hearts, divided himself into 1,800 pieces of meat to escape. What a pitiful creature. We are home now, Uncle Heng Yi. When we returned to the Yuntai mountain, where Xiao Shi and I moved, I found it was inhabited by people, appearing to be a couple, with the woman even pregnant. The unfortunate thing was they were being attacked by demons. I saved them, and then the woman, shocked by the attack, began to have contractions. I asked the man to stay and protect his wife, then quickly flew to a nearby village to find a midwife. When I heard the baby's first cry, I had the illusion that I was in my home, welcoming my child into this world. Great news, Mr. Yuan. The baby is born. Great news, Yuan. The baby is here. I was awakened by Tanjiro's excited shout, and Uncle Heng Yi's face slowly transformed into his own face in my eyes, as if waking from a dream, not knowing what time it was or where I was. I felt something in my arms gently trembling, and when I reached in, I pulled out the restless flower. I must still be dreaming. Otherwise, how could I see the flower weeping? Blood-red liquid slowly flowed down the withered blue petals, and the whole flower trembled. I seemed to see Uncle Heng Yi crying uncontrollably. From flower. Over there, Tanjiro had already held the child in his arms and called me to take a look, but this flower was still trembling in my palm, crying. Suddenly, all the petals from one of its flowers fell off and landed in my hand. I was sure it wasn't me who did it. I had been very careful to protect this flower that transformed from Uncle Heng Yi. How could I bear to pluck its petals? But when those petals fell into my palm, I suddenly felt a flash of inspiration and looked at the blue flower with some uncertainty. It trembled again, as if it sensed my gaze, nodding like a person. So I placed the flower back against my chest and went inside to tell Tanjiro, congratulations on the safe delivery of mother and child. This is a gift from my family. Please accept it. I gave those petals to Tanjiro, and they used them to brew tea that very night. I drank it too, and it tasted good. Extra. Yuan Yi's journal, Part 2. Tanjiro and his wife, Suyiko, had a baby girl named Jean, which was my suggestion. I feel ashamed to say that this was originally the name I had chosen for my own unborn child because Sure loved this kind of white flower with purple stripes the most. Most people call it Jean Kai, but Uncle Heng Yi told us it also has another name, Rui grass. Yes, the whole plant can be used as medicine. It clears heat, detoxifies, disperses bruises, and is good for treating injuries and swelling. It's beautiful. Yuan Yi, I think it resembles you. At that time, I had asked in confusion why she thought this flower looked like me. How did she respond? Oh, what a lovely name, just like you. With a pure white base and purple patterns. It has a great meaning as well. Rui, wishing the child a smooth and fulfilling life. Yes, Sure said the same. The first time I met Tanjiro, I felt he had a very similar personality to Sure. Kind and cheerful, instinctively knowing how to comfort the hearts of those who are hurt. And I'm inevitably attracted to such people. I really like Tanjiro and consider him my best friend besides the comrades I met in the Demon Slayer Corps. Even though he always thinks of me as a powerful demon-slaying swordsman, while he is just an ordinary charcoal seller. But in my eyes, his character is far nobler than anyone I know who possesses great power. I didn't stay long at his home, even though he hoped I would. But I had things to do, and I felt bad about eating and drinking for free at his place. The most important mission I have in this world, and my greatest regret in life, is because I let him go, the members of the Demon Slayer Corps no longer trust me, because I had to hunt him down. My most important family member was obliterated before my eyes, turning into a flower that cannot speak. Musen Kabutsuji, from the first time I saw him, I knew I had come to this world to kill this man. I began to wander, searching for his whereabouts. After leaving the Demon Slayer Corps, I kept in touch with Kojiro and Takahiro, as well as the later Water Hashira, who provided me with a lot of information thanks to the Lord's tacit approval. 2 years passed in a flash, and I had almost traveled all over the country. Yet, as Tamayo said, there was not the slightest trace of Musen Kabutsuji, and even his demons had almost vanished without a sound. This immensely strong, yet timid man had completely hidden himself, not even creating any more demons to avoid being found by me. Several times when I rushed to places with unusual human casualties, he had already fled. 2 years later, I returned here to my former home, now the home of the Kamadu family, carrying Uncle Heng Yi, who had almost become indistinguishable from an ordinary flower. If it weren't for its once withered appearance slowly recovering, and even without needing soil and rain to maintain this state for a long time, I would have almost thought it was just an ordinary blue spider lily. Talking to him again, my heart had calmed down completely, for I was prepared for a lifetime of hunting Musen, even if the hope was slim. Tanjiro asked me if I was still worried about having no successors, and I had changed my mind. No need, Tanjiro, I clearly remember my answer, just like what I once told my brother. The peak achievers, though their paths are different, ultimately lead to the same destination. Even if I fail in this life, I believe that one day in the future, someone will reach the end. Originally, I was just a person who couldn't protect anything important and failed to fulfill my responsibilities, a person of no value. Silence spread between us. Even someone as gentle as Tanjiro couldn't find the right words to comfort me, and the one who broke this atmosphere was his 2-year-old daughter. The child I named Jean. The moment I lifted her high, I felt a strange familiarity with this scene. Just needed to switch it around. The child being thrown up high and then caught steadily was me. On the day I first met Uncle Heng Yi, when he suddenly lifted me and threw me into the sky, what was I thinking then? I was thinking, so this is how beautiful it feels to be loved. I could no longer suppress the sadness in my heart. Tears flowed uncontrollably as I listened to the child's joyful laughter. For the first time in over 20 years, I cried loudly. I regretted so much that I didn't laugh openly when Uncle Heng Yi lifted me because I was shy. I regretted leaving the pregnant Shur without properly protecting her and our child. She must have been in so much pain when she was killed by demons. I miss you all, my most important family. Holding this child in my arms, I felt completely submerged by the emotions I had suppressed for so long, only able to bury my head in her small shoulder and cry. Later, when we returned home, Suyiko patted my head, teasing me like Uncle Heng Yi, asking why I was crying. Like a poem, gently comforting me, I will go prepare a feast for you to fill your belly. At this moment, I feel they have never left me. At least I still remember them. I never thought I would see my brother again in this lifetime, Kikuka Iwisuk, a man who willingly fell into depravity to become a demon in order to become stronger and avoid death. It was an unexpected encounter destined in the dark. I did not deliberately search for him, and his reaction upon seeing me proved that he felt the same way. Then, this must be the ending written by the gods. Tonight will surely be either my end or his. How sad, brother. When I saw his 6 eyes and grotesque face, I felt no anger, only sadness, grieving that he was not shaped by our father to be the strongest, but instead twisted his worldview meaninglessly, lamenting that he became a coward like Musen, possessing great power, yet fearing death. I can feel that the time the gods have given me is running out. To show my respect for my brother, this final strike will be the culmination of everything I have learned in my life. I am coming. Brother, please accept the sword intent I have honed for over 80 years. The blood moon hangs high tonight. It is indeed a good time to depart. I see Shur waiting for me by the bridge ahead, large clusters of spider lilies blooming behind her. She's holding a child, smiling and waving at me. I also smiled and ran toward her, but halfway there, I suddenly felt someone watching me from behind, so I turned to look. Standing where I had just been was Uncle Keiichi, watching my back. It turns out we have truly been together all along, never separated. His expression was sorrowful. I saw his red-rimmed eyes and the tears that never fell, knowing he was putting on a brave front for us. I knew his journey was not yet an end. Now, it was truly time for us to part ways. I turned back to look at Shur, who also saw Uncle Keiichi, tilting her head in confusion as if wondering why we hadn't come over yet. I no longer hesitated, turned to him and smiled, waving as I ran towards Shur. Goodbye, Uncle Keiichi, looking forward to the day we meet again. After the warring states, please remember my words, no matter how hungry. Do not let the child eat recklessly. This medicine is very bitter but effective. Make sure the child drinks it all. All right, all right. I truly do not know how to thank you, Dr. Tamayo. Without you, this child. Seeing the woman raising the child alone, about to cry again, Tamayo quickly comforted her. No need to thank me. It's best if the child recovers. But you must remember what I said. At this point, she paused, lowering her head sadly. If adults consume too much cannon soil, it can have serious consequences, and young children's stomachs cannot handle it. Do not let the child eat anymore. The woman seemed like she wanted to say something, but ultimately just nodded with tears. After sending the mother carrying the child out the door, Tamayo stood behind the door for a long time, feeling very sad because she could only treat people's physical ailments but could not save them from the poverty that left them unable to even eat. How strange. A demon is actually healing humans? A man's voice suddenly came from the direction she had just left, and worse, the content of his words contained truths unknown to anyone. Tamayo immediately turned to look behind her, but there was no one there. Just as she was in doubt, the man's voice sounded again, this time right in front of her. Forgive my rudeness. I come to visit again. Good evening, unusual demon miss. God knows how much psychological shock the man's strange habit of silently shifting positions and appearing behind others twice had on Tamayo. But fortunately, his self-introduction upon appearing the second time indicated that he meant no harm. Perhaps. Tamayo looked at the man kneeling in front of her. She remembered his face. Although it had been a long time, he looked exactly the same. The first time was in a small town, where he blocked her when she was alone. When he learned that Musin was nearby attacking humans, he said, killing you first, and then going is not too late. Later, Musin ordered her, who could not resist at that time, to stop him, and after chasing for 7 days, she lost track of him. The second time was in the bamboo forest. When a swordsman named Kikuki Yuichi almost killed Musin, he unleashed a power like a ghoul, devouring the scattered flesh of Musin, but he himself seemed to have vanished, ultimately transforming into a blue flower. That was the last time Tamayo saw him, and it had been over 60 years since then. Since then, she had never seen Kikuki Yuichi or the man he referred to as Uncle K. Ichi again. I never expected to see you again, Mr. K. Ichi. Thinking of this, Tamayo greeted the man in a tentative tone. Do you know me? Yeah. The two looked at each other, both puzzled by the other's reaction. Tamayo initially thought it had been too long and he had forgotten her, so she began to explain her identity, but then, Musin I remember, after all. I've been chasing him for hundreds of years, but I don't remember the Yuichi you speak of. How could this be? Tamayo looked at him in shock. She thought their relationship should be quite close, as losing Yuichi's form must have been as painful for him as when she discovered she had killed her own family. Wait, are you talking about 60 years ago? Then I think I know who you mean, but unfortunately, he has passed away. The man shook his head, looking quite regretful. In the subsequent conversation, Tamayo discovered that the man had lost many memories, not only about Yuichi, but also about the time he chased Musin and encountered her. His memories seemed very chaotic. However, according to him, his coming here to find Tamayo was not a coincidence. You might not believe it, but this feels like a kind of guidance. The man's expression was hollow, as if his thoughts were drifting away with something, a guidance from blood and flesh. Tamayo couldn't understand this nonsensical explanation, and the man did not seem to intend to elaborate further. In fact, I have been observing you from the shadows for 3 days, Miss Tamayo. This shocked Tamayo even more. To prevent other ghouls from finding her, she had been very vigilant about her surroundings, yet she had not noticed the man watching her from the shadows. I have determined that you are a good demon, and I noticed you should have broken free from Musin's control. After all, you mentioned his name without being cursed. I think you can help me, or rather, we can cooperate. Because we have the same goal, the man's gaze was intense, to eliminate Musin Kibutsuji. Tamayo looked into the man's determined eyes, feeling as if she had returned to the bamboo forest over 60 years ago. We cannot let him escape. She thought perhaps she had found a companion on her journey. I am willing to serve you, Mr. Keiichi. Excuse me, is anyone home? Yeah, they're guests. Hello. May I ask who you are? I'm sorry, but I'm a traveling doctor and I've gotten a bit lost in this area. There seem to be no people around, and it's too cold for me to bear. I happened to see this house and thought I might take shelter for a while. Ah, I see. Please come in and warm up. Thank you so much for your hospitality. Not at all. Please rest here for a moment, and I'll make you a cup of hot tea. The second guide, an unknown family in the mountains. What do you want to tell me? Yukinari Kazuchi. Here you go. Warm your hands. Ah, thank you very much. My name is Fushir Chuan Kazuchi. May I ask your family name? No need to be polite, Mr. Fushir Chuan. My husband's surname is Zao Min, and our family has been selling coal for generations. He went to a nearby village to sell firewood. but the nearest village is quite a distance from here. Oh, living so far away must be inconvenient, and inthe dangerous for you to be home alone. It's fine, we're used to it, and my husband is quick on his feet. There aren't many people around, and there aren't any large wild beasts in the nearby mountains and forests, so please don't worry. Kyoko, I'm back. There's a box at the door. Do we have guests? Oh, my husband is back. Yes, my dear, welcome home. The young woman introduced the man who just returned home, named Zeomen Shoichiro. With the intention of seeking memories, Kazuchi asked the young couple if he could stay with them due to the snowstorm, and they kindly agreed. Congratulations. Based on your pulse, you've been pregnant for almost 2 months. Huh? The young couple froze in place, caught off guard by this sudden huge surprise. That night, at the Zeomen household, Kyoko felt a bit unwell, so Kazuchi naturally offered to take her pulse and unexpectedly discovered that she was pregnant. Kyoko reacted first, smiling happily while touching her flat stomach, while Shoichiro, becoming a father for the first time, looked visibly flustered. When he spilled tea for the 3rd time, Kyoko helplessly stopped him from continuing his clumsy behavior and urged him to go rest. As the year-end approached and the new year was drawing near, Kazuchi had stayed at the Zeomen household for quite a while, so he expressed his intention to take his leave. Why are you in such a hurry to leave? Do you have something urgent? There's nothing urgent. I just feel bad about eating and drinking for free. And don't you remember? I'm a traveling doctor. I have things I must do. I see. The Zeomen couple did not try to keep Kazuchi any longer. But Shoichiro was silent for a moment before suddenly saying, "Could you stay a few more days, Mr. Kazuchi? There's a ceremony that I really hope you can see." "Oh, what kind of ceremony?" "The fire god Kagura, which has been passed down from my grandfather. It is said to have been learned from a very powerful person. Every new year, they perform the Kagura dance to pray for the fire goddess protection over the Zeomen family." "Why do you want me to see it so badly?" The young man scratched the back of his head, smiling a bit shyly. "I don't know. I just have this feeling. Is it because you are the one who told me I'm about to become a father?" "Huh." Heng Yi agreed to him, but he felt the reason was not this. On the eve of the new year, several lit fire pillars stood in the empty snowy ground in front of the house. Zhang Along was dressed very grandly. He wore a hunting outfit with flame-like patterns that Heng Yi had never seen before, standing barefoot in the snow, with a red cloth wrapped around his head and his face covered with a white cloth that had the character for flame written on it. He held a peculiar wooden sword, with 6 antler-like branches extending from both sides of the blade, and red paper tassels tied to the tips. At sunset, he began to perform a strange Kagura dance in the snow, showing no signs of stopping even deep into the night. Heng increasingly felt a sense of familiarity, as if he had seen this Kagura dance, or rather this sword dance, on such a dark night before. But he couldn't recall the dancer, no matter how hard he tried. After the first round ended, Heng Yi realized that this sword dance actually had only 12 forms, merely repeated over and over. Until when would this Kagura dance continue? Until dawn tomorrow. With the answer from Shi Zi, Heng Yi looked at Zhang Along, who seemed tireless in the snow, with disbelief. He already knew that Zhang's physical fitness was only at the level of an average human. How was he able to maintain his stamina and keep dancing this Kagura without stopping? He stared at the young man dancing in the snow, gradually becoming dazed, tears silently slipping from the corners of his eyes, but he seemed oblivious. The familiar yet strange figure slowly overlapped with the person before him, transcending time and space. As some profound memories crossed the boundary of life and death and returned to the depths of Heng Yi's mind, he still couldn't remember his name. The memories had been too severely worn down, and his fragmented body could not withstand the strain. However, although memories may fade, the emotions they generate will remain. Heng Yi didn't know why he was crying. He only knew that the reason for his tears was not sadness, because he felt a warmth. The warmth of a long-awaited reunion. Long time no see. Chapter 1. The beginning, the limitation of human life may indeed be an incredibly correct fact. The boundaries of life are part of its meaning, prompting people to contemplate the purpose of life, its value, and the significance of death. So, what if a person unexpectedly gained eternal life? Then forgetting would be inevitable, because if memories were to continue indefinitely, the weight of numerous life experiences and the profound emotions they bring would eventually overwhelm him. But if memories cannot last forever, does eternal life then lose its meaning? Because humanity prefers to remember what has passed, the people who have been lost, simply because, whether joyful or sorrowful, happy or disappointed, all emotions are proof of human existence. Perhaps what can become eternal is not his infinite life, but his indelible thoughts. Master Zhu Shi, Master Zhu Shi. A young man's voice broke the morning tranquility. accompanied by the sound of his hurried footsteps on the wooden floor. Master Zhu Shi. Finally, he reached a room and flung the door open with such force that it startled the birds resting on the branches outside. The beautiful woman inside the room seemed to be accustomed to his impatient nature, as she slowly lifted her gaze from the medical case on the table to look at him, saying in a gentle voice, "Yusher Lang, be steady, don't rush. Take your time to explain." Yet Yusher Lang merely stared at her, seemingly forgetting the reason he had hurried to find her. So, what exactly happened? Until Zhu Shi asked again, he suddenly regained his senses. Oh, Mr. Heng Yi's body that was left here has awakened. In an instant, the elegant demeanor of Zhu Shi vanished, and she dashed out of the door at a speed entirely unbefitting her image. Tap, 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 tap. The hurried sound of her wooden clogs made intimate contact with the wooden floor. The crisp and continuous noise completely startled the last bird resting in the large tree outside. In the backyard of the house stood an old red maple tree in the center of the yard. At a time when it was clearly not the season for maple leaves to turn red, it had inexplicably taken on a vibrant hue, resembling a burning flame, as if it intended to ignite the entire world. Beneath this incongruous red maple tree stood a man. A millennium had passed, and time ultimately favored his eternally youthful appearance. At this moment, his white hair and blue eyes resembled the very essence of the blue spider lily. Yet only the heavens know that this pure white and azure were the same, yet different from before, all due to the vicissitudes of life and the tumult of worldly affairs. He slightly raised his head, as if admiring the dazzling red maple, or perhaps reminiscing about some bygone dreams. When Zhu Shi and Yusher Lang entered the yard, they were greeted by this picturesque scene, and they couldn't help but pause, as if reluctant to disturb the hard-won moment of his tranquility. He also heard the sounds behind him and turned around. Upon seeing who had come, he broke into a warm smile, greeting them like family. "Hey, I'm back. Long time no see." Heng Yi's ordinary greeting nearly brought tears to Zhu Ye's eyes. She pressed her lips tightly together, trying to hold back her tears, but ultimately failed. In the end, she couldn't say anything, only bowed silently to him, allowing the tears of their reunion to fall to the ground with her lowered head. Yeshiro also deeply bowed to Heng Yi, his face still showing excitement that lingered for a long time. "Oh, so that's how it is. I've been asleep for 19 years this time. Fortunately, that number isn't too hard to accept, but it really has never happened that all my clones fell into a deep sleep at once. Sorry to worry you all. No, as long as you can come back, that's the best. I thought it was because that surgery failed, causing all your clones to lose consciousness. No, I don't think that's your fault, because even if it failed, only that one clone should have lost its memory. However, all my clones fell into a deep sleep at the same time. I think it was simply because my life in that incarnation came to an end. But in the previous lives, your clones gradually woke up after only a few years, yet this time it took 19 years. How could that be? I don't know either. Indeed, since we started making my clones, I have never fallen into such a long sleep again. Could this number be some kind of revelation? 19. By the way, Lord Heng Yi, counting all your rebirths, is this time just the 19th? Yeshiro's words plunged Heng Yi and Zhu Ye into silence. Heng Yi calculated silently and found that it indeed seemed to be the case. Indeed. Well, since I started making clones, with each additional clone, the mental strain increases, and the time I fall into sleep comes earlier. In over 400 years, I've gone through 10 cycles. Oh dear, this may be a warning, Mr. Heng Yi. It is a divine warning to you that 9 clones are the maximum limit for you to control. You cannot continue to split your consciousness to create more clones. All right, I think you're right. I want to continue the splitting experiments, don't worry. However, as soon as Heng Yi agreed with Zhu Ye, he suddenly realized something. Oh no, what is wrong, Lord Heng Yi? I've been gone for 19 years. And the final selection of the Demon Slayer Corps. Mentioning the Demon Slayer Corps, Zhu Ye and Yeshiro, as demons, could only watch him helplessly. I know you're not aware of the situation. I need to quickly transfer to the clone in Fujisaki Mountain to find out the current state of the Demon Slayer Corps. I'll leave this one here in the courtyard with the red maple. I entrust you to continue hiding and taking care of it. All right, no problem, Lord Heng Yi. You can go with peace of mind. Mr. Heng Yi, I wish you success. Zhu Ye looked at Heng Yi gently and added the words she hadn't been able to say earlier, and also welcome back. Heng Yi was momentarily lost in thought upon hearing this, but the next moment he smiled with relief and replied to Zhu Shi's greeting once again. I'm back. In the distant Tengxi Mountain, wisteria flowers bloom year-round without wilting, and deep within the back mountain, surrounded by a sea of wisteria, there's a hidden waterfall. In front of the waterfall stands a small wooden cabin, behind which grows a large patch of red spider lilies, with a tombstone standing in the center. Heng Yi awakened amidst the cluster of red spider lilies beside the tombstone. His avatar here was different from the one left at Tamaki's place. It did not need to rely on specific plants, because he had long merged with Fujiyama. As long as he wished, he could manifest his body anywhere in Fujiyama. But the premise was that his consciousness had returned to the human realm. Rising from the flowers, Heng Yi looked at the tombstone. 19 years had passed, and the neglected grave had grown some wild grass, obscuring the name on the stone. However, Heng Yi did not reach out to pull it up with just a thought. The obstructing grass parted to reveal the inscription on the tombstone, the grave of Tsukikuni Ueniki and Shurji. Only then did he approach and wipe the dusty tombstone with his sleeve, saying as he cleaned, "I'm back. Ueniki, Shurji." This was his dojo, where his important family members were buried. In a shrine of the wooden house, there was an offering for Yuichi's spirit, as it had been a millennium too long. Heng Yi had long lost track of his brother's grave. After greeting his brother, Heng Yi focused his spiritual sense to investigate the entire mountain. Indeed, many evil spirits still existed in the mountain, indicating that the Demon Slayer Corps had not changed the location and method of the final selection. However, he could not know whether they had given up safeguarding the lives of the candidates participating in the selection. Just as Heng Yi was deeply probing, he suddenly sensed a very powerful evil spirit within the mountain. What's going on? How could such a strong evil spirit exist in Fujiyama? From the aura alone, Heng Yi speculated that this spirit had likely consumed more than 20 people, far exceeding the level required for the test. Moreover, the strange body of this spirit carried a strong sense of hatred. Even without Heng Yi appearing before it, the sensations relayed by the plants were very disturbing. What on earth was going on? Heng Yi was full of doubts. Chapter 2. Reunion. Heng Yi pondered for a while, but ultimately chose not to execute the evil spirit that he believed should not exist in Fuji Mountain before greeting the head of the Kamadu family. Instead, he decided to leave Fuji Mountain and return to the Butterfly Mansion headquarters, which had relocated to Tokyo. For centuries, the Butterfly Mansion, as the exclusive logistical organization of the Demon Slayer Corps, had established branches in various cities, while the headquarters had always followed the Kamadu family residence during relocations. The reason for not establishing the headquarters within the Kamadu Mansion was that the Butterfly Mansion continued to operate both externally and internally, still providing assistance in gathering intelligence and helping ordinary people. The Butterfly Mansion generally did not contact the main residence proactively, as the main residence was absolutely confidential for ordinary members and had been hidden using very complex methods, which was part of the experience accumulated over centuries in the fight against demons. Once, after Yorichi's death, Muzan Kibutsuji and his transformed servant Kokoshibo, who was formerly known as Tsujikuni Yorichi, launched a purge against the Demon Slayer Corps. Aside from the two demons, several others with powers far surpassing the previous 10 demons emerged at that time. Muzan named them the 12 Kizuki, created to distribute more of his blood to counter the Hashira-level swordsmen of the Demon Slayer Corps. Had it not been for the decisive action of the then head of the family to implement the policy of relocating the main residence into hiding and suspending the actions of the Demon Slayer Corps, the Corps would likely have been wiped out at that time. During that period, Heng Yi could barely contact the main residence and the Demon Slayer Corps, and since his splitting experiment was still in its initial phase, he could not offer much help. Speaking of this experiment, Heng Yi had to thank Muzan for scattering into 1,800 pieces and fleeing, as his inspiration came from Muzan's cowardly escape method. However, he was not interested in tearing himself into chunks. The experiment he conducted with Tamayo was about which parts of himself could be separated without causing his death, allowing the separated parts to regenerate into a complete body. After thoroughly clarifying his consciousness within his own world, he separated them into new bodies. 19 years ago, when the last splitting experiment was completed, he already possessed 9 controllable bodies. This method significantly reduced the time Heng Yi needed for revival. Aside from the split from Fuji Mountain, the other splits were attached to the plants at the stasis location, drawing strength continuously from nature, supporting the activity of the splits while also allowing Heng Yi to quickly revive from death. Heng Yi once tried to control 9 bodies at the same time, but unfortunately, he could not do it. He felt that there should be a predetermined rule that in the same world, there can only be one self existing at the same time. Ultimately, these consciousnesses are all Heng Yi himself, just different versions of Heng Yi from each lifetime. Therefore, they cannot simultaneously take action, as long as one awakens. The other consciousnesses will fall into a dormant state. Although they are all Heng Yi, there are subtle differences among them. For instance, Heng Yi from the first life is the most gentle yet impulsive. Heng Yi from the eighth life is somewhat pessimistic. And Heng Yi from the ninth life is more open-minded. After separating, they finally pieced together a complete self and regained all the memories from the 9 lifetimes. But one problem remained unsolved. He still could not remember other people's names. At this moment, Heng Yi, returning from Fujisaki Mountain to Tokyo, is the consciousness of Heng Yi from the 9th life. 19 years. How much can it change a country's capital? 1,000 years ago, Heng Yi would say there was no change, but this time he was stunned by the changes as soon as he arrived. After walking and stopping on the street for half a day, Heng Yi calculated and remembered that it was now the 38th year of Meiji, 1905, which made him feel that 19 years was not such an easy number to accept. Well, at least the era name hasn't changed. He thought somewhat optimistically, and at that moment, he had already arrived at the address of the butterfly house in his memory. He was relieved to find that the signboard at the main entrance still displayed the characters for Butterfly House, so he didn't need to inquire about where his other nest was. Entering through the main gate, Heng Yi took off the hood he had been wearing to hide his overly conspicuous hair since he entered the city. Nostalgically surveying the home he hadn't returned to in 19 years. Is there an extra tree there? I don't remember that being there before. And over there, they've newly planted hydrangeas. They really look pretty. Did a Ning or Izha plant them? Those 2 kids can be so attentive? I don't believe it. I hope they still remember me. Just as Heng Yi was looking around like a long-lost grandpa, a female voice came from behind him. Excuse me? Are you? If you're here to see a doctor, the butterfly house is already closed today. If you're here to pick up medicine, it's not over there. Before she could finish her sentence, Heng Yi turned around to look at her, interrupting her. She stared blankly at Heng Yi, who was smiling at her, and all she could see was his mouth moving, but she didn't hear a word he said. After Heng Yi introduced herself, she realized that the other person was completely lost in thought and wasn't listening to her at all. How could this be? I'm right here. Never mind. I'll just raise my voice and say it again. Hello, I am the immortal Chuan Heng Yi. Although we haven't met, if you've been helping at the butterfly house, you must have seen Butterfly Zhe and Butterfly Ning. They know me. Please help me find them. Just say my name, and they should recognize it. She still didn't respond. Just as Heng Yi was about to repeat herself for the 3rd time, the other person finally reacted, letting out a loud scream and running away while shouting. And Ning, the legendary Immortal Chuan, has come back to life. Hurry up. Upon hearing the words zombie, Heng Yi's forehead broke out in a large character. So my absence means I'm dead, huh? You little brat. You're the one who's playing dead. Although it's true, Heng Yi wouldn't admit it. Perhaps whether human or ghost, a reunion will inevitably come with a shock. The entire butterfly house was stirred by the energetic woman, and before Heng Yi saw the people running out, he first heard a series of hurried footsteps coming from the eaves. Finally, at the end of the eaves, 2 men appeared, both looking to be in their 30s, panting heavily and excitedly looking at Heng Yi in the courtyard. 19 years was enough time for 2 boys to grow into mature men. But no matter how much they grew, when they saw their elders who once loved them dearly reappear across life and death, they would surely shed the burden of maturity and revert back to the children they once were. The 2 of them rushed towards Heng Yi without even putting on their wooden clogs, and both embraced him from the front and back, the impact almost knocking Heng Yi to the ground. Fortunately, he was prepared and managed to steady himself, but having 2 grown men hanging on him still felt overwhelming, especially since they had already started crying. Uncle Heng Yi, you finally come back. Well, I thought you were dead and would never return. This was a Zhe, who spoke his mind directly. You're back, woo, finally back. This was a Ning, who rarely spoke but could always infuriate others when he did. 2 little girls also ran out from inside the house upon hearing the commotion, but they only stood in the eaves, curiously peering out. Heng Yi, feeling both amused and helpless, patted the 2 men who were already stronger than him and joked. All right, what are you crying about? Don't let the kids see you making a fool of yourselves. I'm back now, right? However, as soon as he spoke, the 2 men cried even harder. Under the setting sun, a woman and 2 girls stood on the eaves, watching the 2 usually mature, steady, and responsible men in the yard hugging Heng Yi and crying uncontrollably. Keiichi was both disdainful of them, and like when he was a child, comforted them by patting their backs. This was the human world he liked. This was his cherished family. Finally, he said to them, I'm back. The feeling of someone waiting for you is truly wonderful. Chapter 3. Ineffectiveness. This is my eldest daughter, Kanahu, who is 12 years old this year. And this is my youngest daughter, Shin, who is 8 years old. My wife has already gone home, and they both love medicine. I was thinking of teaching them for a while longer, but unexpectedly, I ran into you returning. Kanahu, Shin, come quickly and call Keiichi. Tetsu had difficulty with the address. He and Ning lost their father when they were very young, and Keiichi, whom they called uncle, was essentially no different from their father. Therefore, it was natural for the daughters to call Keiichi grandpa, but he looked at Keiichi, whose appearance hadn't changed in decades, and now looked younger than himself, and no matter how he thought about it, he couldn't bring himself to call Keiichi grandpa. However, Keiichi didn't seem to be troubled at all. He happily said to the two girls, "Come, call me Keiichi Onaikin." Tetsu and the two girls all looked at Keiichi with puzzled expressions. Only Ning sighed. He understood Keiichi better than his brother did. Or rather, he had always known what Keiichi meant to them. They would exist as Keiichi's sons, brothers, fathers, and even grandfathers in their limited lives, becoming Keiichi's family. The only thing they could do for Keiichi was hope that he wouldn't be so lonely in his long life. Forget it, Tetsu. Just call him Keiichi uncle. We'll each have our own way of addressing him. Tetsu, who always thought his brother's words made sense, didn't dwell on it any longer and readily let Kanahu and Shin call Keiichi Onaikin. Only the two girls had incredulous looks on their little faces. Keiichi could see their thoughts from their vivid expressions. Hey, you adults are really unreliable. In the end, it was the gentle older sister who spoke first. Let us call you Mr. Keiichi. Father once said you don't like complicated formalities and don't like others calling you adult. But after all, you are an elder to both father and uncle. It feels really strange for us to call you Onaikin. Exactly. What do you mean by each having our own way? Uncle, you're being too casual. The younger sister bluntly criticized the unreliable adults and then said to Keiichi, "We've heard father and uncle mention you many times. Are those stories all true, Mr. Keiichi? Oh, what do they say about me? What do you want to know? There are tons of stories about me. Anything can be told to little Shin." Even though the children had already changed their way of addressing him, Keiichi still shamelessly referred to himself as Onaikin, which made Kanahu look a bit helpless at her father, while Ning just shook his head as if to say, "I knew it." "Keiichi uncle, are you going to stay this time and not leave again?" Ning timely interrupted Keiichi, who seemed about to have a heart-to-heart with the 8-year-old Shin, and asked the question they were most concerned about, which drew an unhappy expression from little Shin, who was eager to hear stories. "Well, unless something unexpected happens, I shouldn't be leaving for a long time. Even if I do, I will leave a way for you to contact me." Keiichi glanced at the two children and changed to a more subtle wording, "Contact information, so you won't be unable to reach me." Tetsu and Ning understood what Keiichi meant and felt completely relieved. The two eagerly invited Keiichi to their home for dinner, which puzzled Keiichi a bit. "Go home? Don't you all live in the butterfly house? You're clearly the owner of the butterfly house." Ning explained to Keiichi, "After my brother and sister-in-law got married, they moved out. I haven't married yet, so I usually stay in the butterfly house to handle various matters, including contacting the main house and the Demon Slayer Corps." The main house he referred to was the Butterfly House clan. Keiichi understood from his hint that their actions were ultimately to reduce the possibility of exposing the main residence and further enhance secrecy. Speaking of which, I hope you can help me contact the main house. After all, since I'm back, I definitely need to pay a visit to the current head of the family. 19 years have passed, and I suppose the previous head of the family is no longer alive, given that he was nearly 20 before I fell asleep. Who is the current head? Is it his brother? No, the current head is the previous head's son, Zai, who is only 14 this year. You definitely haven't seen him. The previous heads, Kiyoshi and his brother Teruaki, have both passed away. Teruaki as well. I remember he should only be 27 this year. How could he have died? This is another matter I originally wanted to report to you. The medicine you left for the Butterfly House clan 1,000 years ago seems to have lost its effectiveness starting from the last generation. Lord Kiyoshi and Lord Teruaki never stopped taking the medicine, but there were no signs of the curse being suppressed in their bodies. Both lords passed away at the age of 25, and by the time they died, the curse had covered their entire bodies, and they died from vomiting blood. Ning lowered his head in some shame, unable to look Keiichi in the eye as if he had disappointed an adult's expectations. "My brother and I feel very ashamed. We went to treat the two lords several times, but we couldn't change anything. I'm very sorry, Keiichi uncle, for disappointing you." Heng Yi looked at the two men who were almost burying their heads in the ground to apologize to him, sighed heavily, and raised his hand to give each of them a hard knock on the head. The two men, slightly dazed, raised their heads, and before they could speak, They felt the spots where they were hit being gently rubbed. You two fools, what am I disappointed in you for? I also have many things I can't do. As doctors, we just need to do our best. During the days I wasn't here, you grew up healthily and worked hard to support the butterfly house until today. I won't blame you. I'm proud of you. Ning pressed his lips tightly together and remained silent, but his clenched fists revealed his restless heart. Walter couldn't hold back upon hearing Heng Yi's words and started crying again. Woo, Uncle Heng Yi. All right, stop crying, stop crying. Why are you still crying like a child? You're both fathers now. Be a bit steadier. I'm here. I'll think of a way. Let's go to your house for dinner today, Ja. Tomorrow, I'll contact the main residence and visit. Okay, Uncle Heng Yi. Woo, my wife's cooking is really delicious. Haha, is it? I haven't eaten anything for 19 years. I must have a big feast today. The group left the butterfly house under the watch of Jiweizi, the woman Heng Yi had first encountered. Although Ning said he wasn't married, from Heng Yi's perspective, their relationship seemed complicated. Hey, you brat, are you leading her on? On the way home, Heng Yi quietly brought up this matter. Although he believed the children he raised wouldn't act this way, the current facts were right in front of him. Ning shook his head and said, it's not like that. Uncle Heng Yi, Jiweizi is a single mother. Her husband died due to a demon attack. Thanks to the timely arrival of the Demon Slayer Corps members, they were saved. That's why she joined the butterfly house to help with what she can. Ning looked somewhat helpless as he explained to Heng Yi, I wanted to take care of them. But Jiweizi said she can't forget her husband and only wants to maintain the current employer-employee relationship to earn money and raise her son. Heng Yi understood the situation. He simply patted Ning's shoulder, fully aware that the feeling of not being able to forget someone is like a heart filled to the brim, leaving no room for anyone else. Moreover, Ning didn't need anyone's comfort. Although he was still under 30, he had seen too much already. This is good. We all just want to live the lives we desire. Heng Yi listened to his words, watching the two girls running and jumping ahead of her. They were as beautiful as flowers and butterflies, one gently smiling at the other who was flapping and chattering excitedly. Yes, we all just want to live a normal life. Chapter 4. You and I, 1,000 years later the day after Heng Yi returned to the butterfly house. The request to visit the main residence had already been conveyed by the specially assigned messenger crow. The response from the main residence came quickly. The letter sent in the morning had a reply before noon. However, unexpectedly, the reply mentioned that the master of the house was out for the day, and his return time was uncertain. They expressed their sincere apologies and asked Mr. Heng Yi to wait a little longer at the butterfly house. They assured him that as soon as the master returned to the residence, they would immediately send a messenger crow to inform him. Heng Yi handed the letter to Ning and continued making a flower crown for Shaoran. However, in just one night, Shaoran had completely fallen for Heng Yi, who had a wealth of stories and would play around with her, answering all her questions. She clung to Heng Yi for the entire morning, wanting to hear stories from the past one moment and digging up knowledge from Heng Yi's living herbal dictionary that even her parents and uncles didn't know about the next moment. Heng Yi also enjoyed Shaoran's eagerness to learn and her intelligence, patiently playing with her all morning. Ning took the letter and said in surprise, it's quite rare. The Lord rarely goes out. After all, the safety of the main residence is so important, and the Lord insists on not having many guards for himself. Heng Yi's hands moved continuously, and under his slender fingers, blue hydrangea petals grew on the red vines formed by the changes in blood vessels, slowly forming a beautiful flower crown that wouldn't be easily damaged. Is that so? It's okay, I can wait. It's done. Put on quickly. Wow. Shaoran looks so good. Brother Heng Yi, let me ask you, I heard from Ajah that the hydrangeas in the yard were planted by you and your sister together. Do you know the hydrangeas also have medicinal value? Huh, I don't know. Brother Heng Yi, quickly tell me. Ning listened to Shaoran calling Heng Yi brother and couldn't help but shake her head with a smile. The little girl clearly complained yesterday about being too casual, but today she was completely led by Heng Yi. Then Uncle Heng Yi, you and Shaoran play here. I'll go help take care of the patients in front. You go ahead. I'll come over later. I want to go too. Let us make a flower crown for sister as well. Okay, how about making a pink one for Xiang's sister? Good. It's really terrible that I can't remember names longer than 2 characters. However, obviously, the child didn't notice, and the adults didn't care. It seemed no one thought it was bad, except for Heng Yi himself. No, what is the name of the Lord again? Yeah, I messed up, I forgot. Hey, why is Brother Heng Yi sighing? Is there something you're worried about? No, it's nothing. The flower crown is finished. Let us go find sister. Hello, Lord Heng Yi. I am the 97th leader of the Demon Slayer Corps, Chuan Yashiki Yaozai. Facing the self-introduction of the current lord, Heng Yi unusually lost his manners. Yaozai saw him just staring blankly at his face, as if caught in an unshakable whirlpool of memories. Mr. Heng Yi? Another soft call startled Heng Yi awake, allowing him to finally pull away from distant memories and return to the reality 1,000 years later. Luckily, the person here isn't that guy from the first life. Otherwise, seeing this face, he might cry to death. I'm sorry for my rudeness, Lord. It's just that you resemble a dear old friend from my memories so much that I couldn't help but be lost in thought. I truly apologize. It's nothing. The 14-year-old Chuan Yashiki Yaozai looked exactly like the young head of the Chuan Yashiki family that Heng Yi met 1,000 years ago in his first life. He had forgotten his name, but fortunately, in the process of separating himself, he regained the memories of each life, among which the impression left by that young head of the family in the first life was deeply ingrained. He never expected that, after 1,000 years, he would still see a familiar face aside from Yuzhen. That must be someone very important to you. How to describe his voice? It seemed to carry a gentle strength that could soothe all the wounds on him. In that moment, Heng Yi suddenly felt the impulse to cry, simply because this young man said one sentence to him. They're not the same person. Heng Yi said to himself that he could not treat the young man before him as the boy from 1,000 years ago, as that would be extremely disrespectful to both of them. So he suppressed all his emotions and looked up at the young head of the family, solemnly introducing himself. It is a great honor to meet you, Lord Head of the family. I am Shikichuan Heng Yi, a doctor. Just as Heng Yi was about to bow to Yaozai, the young head of the family placed both hands on his shoulders to stop him. Please do not do that. In the family records passed down through generations, many details about you are documented. Perhaps you do not know, but for 1,000 years, the previous head of the Shinjigawa family has always told the next head one thing. Meeting Mr. Heng Yi is the greatest fortune for our clan, and we must always be filled with gratitude and respect for him from the bottom of our hearts. Meeting you is the greatest fortune for both the Shinjigawa clan and the Demon Slayer Corps, and it is also the greatest fortune for me, Shinjigawa Yashitake. The words, wrapped in the gratitude of a long-lost acquaintance, traveled through 1,000 years to reach Heng Yi's ears. At that moment, Heng Yi no longer had to suppress the nostalgia and tears in his eyes, for he knew that these tears were shed for the boy named Shinjigawa Yashitake. For our reunion 1,000 years later, these tears are filled with joy. When Hikari left the main residence of the Tanjiro family, he was filled with joy because he had finally remembered the name of an important person. With Yuze's insistence, he would now face this boy as an elder. I don't have an older brother. It would be perfect if Mr. Hikari could become my brother. For 1,000 years, Hikari had been dedicated to turning all the important people around him into his family. And the 14-year-old head of the family had hit the nail on the head regarding Hikari's thoughts. It was unclear whether it was his unique insight or just a lucky guess. Could it be that he is so smart at just 14? Well, being clever isn't a bad thing. After treating Yuze, Hikari had a certain understanding of his physical condition. It was said that he had never stopped taking medication. But now it seemed that the curse was indeed progressing very quickly. With the medication, his physical condition resembled that of Shunsheng from years ago when he hadn't taken any medicine, and the situation was indeed not optimistic. However, Hikari already had several ideas and planned to return to the Butterfly Mansion to start preparing medicine. As for the existence of a malevolent spirit on the Fujiyama mountain that met the ultra-selection standards, it was related to a soon-to-retire Hashira-level member. Yuze did not explain more to Hikari, only saying that he was temporarily on a mission outside and not in the mansion. So Hikari had to wait for him to return to inquire further. Before he left, Yuze entrusted Hikari with another task, which was to take care of someone. Also related to his outing today, is it the monk from the Hibiya Island? A monk from a temple actually possesses the strength to kill demons with his bare hands. It was said that he had already been sent to the Butterfly Mansion, so it seemed he needed treatment. Let's go back and take a look. All the way back to the Butterfly Mansion, he saw two girls waiting for him at the entrance from a distance. Kane was helplessly holding back her younger sister Shinobu, as if trying to stop her, and Hikari overheard their conversation. Mr. Hikari will be back soon. It's already late, you shouldn't go out. Let's go inside and wait. No, I want to welcome brother Hikari home here. Shinobu, you should call him Mr. Hikari. He is not our brother. But he said himself that he is our brother. He was almost laughing out loud. He really was an unreliable adult, always doing things that misled children. I'm back. He shouted loudly at the two sisters before they noticed him. Shaoran didn't have time to argue with her sister about how to address him. She laughed and ran over to throw herself into Heng Yi's arms. Heng Yi picked her up and then held Xiang Nai Hui with his other hand. The three of them, one big and two small, entered the butterfly house with laughter, their voices clearly audible. Heng Yi go. Heng Yi go. A big guy came this afternoon. I think he has 10 times taller than me. Huh? Then is he a giant? Xiao Run, you're exaggerating. Mr. Bei Ming, you seems to be only a head taller than Mr. Heng Yi. Well, that is still very tall. He got hurt. His head is cut open with a serious wound, and his right hand is injured too. Oh, I see. Then let's go see him. Chapter 5. The truth, then I'm going to set off now. I'll leave this body in Xiao Ren's care. Can you handle it? Of course. Leave it to me. I won't let anyone get close. Heng Yi looked at the little girl, who was swearing her sincerity, and affectionately ruffled her little head. Also, don't be mad at that big guy in the backyard anymore. He didn't mean it. Mentioning Bimingjiu Xingming, who was left at the butterfly house to recover, made him quite angry. It turned out that yesterday, when Heng Yi took Kanahu and Shinobu to see Bimingjiu Xingming, his attitude towards the two children was a bit strange, and he even refused Kanahu's offer to treat his wounds during the day. Originally, they had heard that he had taken care of many children, which was why they sent little Kanahu, but it ended up having the opposite effect. She explained to Heng Yi yesterday that he deliberately let Kanahu take care of Bimingjiu Xingming, hoping she could comfort this man who had been crying. Upon hearing that Heng Yi was sent by the head of the family to check on him, he respectfully invited Heng Yi in and shared what had happened to him. It couldn't be blamed on him. Anyone would have a hard time coping if the child they cared for was harmed due to a lack of trust in them, and the only child left accused them of being the murderer. Heng Yi recalled the matter entrusted to him by the Lord. If you have time, I would like to ask you to help investigate the truth of the matter. I believe Xingming is fighting for the children, but now I think he must have a difficult knot in his heart. After learning about his past last night, Heng Yi also does not believe that the children who love him, as mentioned by Bei Mingyu, would not trust him or would accuse him of being the murderer. Moreover, the only child who is still alive is only 4 years old. This is the malice of children. Heng Yi recalled the appearance of the blind monk, saying this with tears in his eyes, and felt that he did not genuinely think this way. Since it was the Lord's commission, he might as well take a trip himself, especially since that guy from the third generation happened to be in the area. A healer not only treats illnesses, but also heals the heart. Well then, I'm leaving now. Xiao Run, Xiao Xiang. Heng Yi waved to the two children, then signaled to Zhe and Ning with his eyes. He took a step back and blended into the old locust tree in the courtyard, much to the surprise of the four. Immediately, this locust tree, which was over 100 years old, unexpectedly bloomed with pale yellow flowers in front of them. In no time, the entire backyard was filled with the fragrance of locust flowers, and as the cold autumn wind of October blew, the tiny petals fluttered down like rain. The two girls were instantly captivated by the sudden scene before them and raised their hands to catch the falling petals. Kanahui was also excited, but unlike her younger sister who was more restless and jumped around to catch the petals, she simply stood still, waiting for them to drift into her palms. Suddenly, she sensed something and turned her head instinctively, only to see a tall man standing at the entrance of the courtyard. He must have heard the laughter of the children in the yard, so he showed no intention of approaching. Kanahui felt a deep sadness because he looked so lonely. It was a pity that he could not see the beautiful locust flowers blooming, and it was even more regrettable that he could not get close to touch them. She wished she could give him a locust flower, but his heart was closed off to them. She hoped that Mr. Heng Yi would find the truth and heal his wounded heart. Near the Tokyo Prefecture, on the sunrise mountain of Qingmei, a white-haired man was walking along the mountain path with a wooden box on his back. He was Heng Yi in his third life, who had just awakened from a nearby wisteria house. The preservation of Heng Yi's body cannot be done by randomly selecting plants. Weaker plants cannot provide the energy needed to keep the body active. If one wishes to preserve it for a long time, they must choose robust plants such as century-old locust trees, maple trees, or the vast quantity of wisteria cultivated by the wisteria house. Due to the presence of the wisteria house, the legend of evil spirits attacking people at night is deeply rooted in this area, with almost every household lighting the wisteria incense that the ghouls despise at night. However, even so, the all-pervasive non-human entities still attacked the temple where Beiminjiu was located, killing 6 children. His purpose for coming this time is to go to the temple where the incident occurred and the surrounding villages to find the child who identified Beiminjiu as the murderer. The first visit to the temple where the evil spirits attacked the children in Beiminjiu is related to the abilities that Heng Yi has newly developed over the past few hundred years. He hopes they are still there. Soon, Heng Yi found a small temple in the mountains, which was already a dilapidated and abandoned structure, and after such an incident, no one dared to approach it anymore. Heng Yi saw the incense burner knocked over outside the house, with the unburned wisteria incense stick lying amidst the scattered ashes, silently accusing something. Did someone push over the incense burner and deliberately extinguish the incense? The big guy seemed unaware, as he had never mentioned it. Upon entering the temple, the children's bodies had already been collected, but the large patches of dried, blackened blood clearly indicated the tragic events that had occurred here. Near the door, there was a pool of blood deeper than elsewhere, which should be the place where Beiming Island violently attacked the evil spirit. He said he punched the evil spirit's head, again and again, until the morning sun rose and turned the spirit to ashes. You got lucky. Heng Yi stared at the pool of blood, and as he thought about it, his iris began to emit a strange glow, his pupils transforming from black to brilliant gold. He fixed his gaze on the bloodstain with his eyes shining oddly, but nothing happened. TCH, no lingering soul attachment left behind. This was a new ability he gained after separating his consciousness from his body, soul probing. Although he named it this way, he wasn't sure if it truly represented the real souls of the living or the dead, or if it was merely their attachments. Regardless, it should be a part of the thoughts of the once-living being. He had already tested it, and this ability had no effect on any living creature, nor did it work on animals that could not communicate, and not all deceased beings left behind such attachments. For example, the ghost that had its head smashed in by the cries of the sad melody, "I'll left nothing behind." What he could do was not only find these attachments, but also use the blue flowers of the other shore in his consciousness world to capture these thoughts, choosing to either consume them or preserve them, but they would dissipate on their own after a while. Heng Yi shook his head regretfully, feeling sorry for not being able to grasp a piece of spiritual nourishment. He then began to walk towards the places scattered with bloodstains. Just as he approached an area where the bloodstains were relatively concentrated, he heard the voices of several children. It sounded like 3 or 4 kids with their voices, cries, and screams mixed together, making it impossible for Heng Yi to hear anything clearly. But he knew this should be part of the truth he was searching for. So he calmed down and carefully tried to distinguish these chaotic obsessions. Slowly, he picked out a few high-frequency words. The teacher was mentioning Beiming Island, and eyes must refer to what he couldn't see. Terrifying. Heng Yi felt a bit heartbroken. It was indeed a terrifying thing for such young children to encounter a man-eating evil spirit. However, the next words left Heng Yi stunned. He confirmed it carefully several times, uncertain at first, but finally convinced that he had not misheard. Protection. The 2 words that could be captured in the voices of every child speaking were protection, and what they wanted to protect was self-evident. They did not run out from behind the Scream Island because they did not believe in him, but rather to protect him. Even though the evil spirit was terrifying, they still wanted to protect the unseen teacher, even though they had no power and could be killed in the next moment. Heng Yi noticed a voice moving towards the door, so he followed it. At the steps of the temple, away from the concentrated bloodstains, he heard the clear sentence, "We need to quickly find someone to save the teacher." Chapter 6. Forgiveness. Hello, my name is Keiichi Fushikawa, and I am a traveling doctor, someone who travels around practicing medicine. You can inform everyone in the village that if they need help, they can come to me here. I provide free medical care, and as for medicine, if needed, it can be exchanged for food. Oh my, a doctor has come. I'll go tell everyone right away. We've never seen a doctor here. When we get sick, we just endure it, and those who can't endure die. This villager was a middle-aged man with a strong local accent. As soon as he heard Keiichi say he was a doctor, he ran off, shouting that a doctor had come to the village. Keiichi didn't have time to call him back to ask if there were any lonely elderly or children in the village. After leaving the temple, Keiichi headed to a nearby mountain village, practicing medicine as a traveling doctor while searching for the whereabouts of the only surviving child. The children in the temple were orphans adopted by Beiming, and now the only one still alive was a 4-year-old girl named Shadai. After Beiming was imprisoned as a murderer, she had naturally become an orphan again, and the remaining truth could only be obtained from this child. The village was small, and soon many villagers came upon hearing the news. People seemed hesitant and didn't fully trust Keiichi. However, when the first brave person dared to try, others began to let down their guard. A young man even ran home to bring his elderly relatives to see Keiichi. Take your time, no need to rush. Everyone line up. Those who have other matters can come later. I won't be leaving for now. Upon hearing Keiichi's words, many villagers who appeared to be fine left in small groups, while the remaining people orderly formed a line under Keiichi's organization. In just one afternoon, Keiichi had gained the trust of all the villagers who came seeking medical help. For some minor ailments, he achieved immediate results with acupuncture, and he also provided treatment methods for those with chronic diseases. I have all the herbs in this prescription, but there aren't many. You can take some with you for now. Oh my, I can't accept this from the doctor. It's all right. I just want to inquire about a child. Kate Itchy said, showing a somewhat sad expression. She is the orphan of a friend of mine. I've been searching everywhere and found out she has wandered to this area. I want to fulfill my friend's last wish to send her back to her relatives in Tokyo. Heng Yi was talking while taking out a piece of paper, which had written on it Shadai, for years old, girl, along with some descriptions of her appearance. Her name is Shadai, a girl of about 4 years old. I want to ask if you've heard of her? The villager had a strange expression and hesitantly replied, I haven't heard of the name Shadai, but there is a girl who is all alone, looking about 4 or 5 years old. She has gone through something very terrible and has been in a daze ever since. She only identified the murderer at first, and after that, she won't answer any questions. That's her. Ah, poor child, what has she been through? Can you take me to find this girl? Even if she isn't the person I'm looking for, I can see if I can help her. You are really kind. I'll take you to find that child right away. Well, that's what a doctor should do. Here we are, doctor. That child is in there. It's been 3 or 4 days since that incident, and she hasn't recovered at all. Let me go in and see her condition by myself. If too many people are around, it might be too much for her. I'll be careful with her. Okay, doctor. I'll wait for you outside. Heng Yi took the letterhead out of his pocket again and entered the room alone. He immediately saw a girl curled up in the corner. Her eyes blank. Shadai? Is it you, Shadai? Heng Yi gently and softly asked the girl, while quietly approaching her with light footsteps. Even when he had crouched down next to her, the girl showed no reaction to his presence. It seemed she was still haunted by her terrifying experience. But this did not pose a challenge for Heng Yi. He didn't even need to use medicine on her. He simply used the nail of his right thumb to forcefully cut his index finger. A drop of blood oozed from the wound and dripped onto the ground. Blood enchantment, peaceful dream. This was the reason why Heng Yi did not allow the villagers to bring him here. This technique was inspired by Tamayo's blood demon art, but Heng Yi modified the scent emitted from the blood. When creating the separation, he deliberately absorbed a large amount of calming medicinal plants, changing the effect of the technique from making opponents fall into hallucinations from the smell of blood to causing those who smell the fragrance to enter a stable dream. The dream is determined by the subconscious of the dreamer, and the range of the scent is not controlled by Heng Yi. Perhaps the reality could not be changed, but Heng Yi at least wanted to give people a happy dream, whether for comfort or encouragement, hoping they could regroup and set out again. As the faint fragrance wafted through the air, the girl's vacant eyes slowly closed when she caught a whiff of the light scent, and her body, which had been holding up, gradually fell down, being caught and held in Heng Yi's arms. Have a good dream. When you wake up, I will take you to find your teacher. Doctor, thank you, and have a safe journey. You're welcome. Everyone, please head back. Take care of yourselves. Another day passed, and after seeing all the villagers who came for consultation, Heng Yi prepared to leave the small village. After a night of good dreams, Shadai regained her senses and cried as she told Heng Yi the final truth. The truth was indeed as Heng Yi had expected, and he assured Shadai that he would take her back to find the person she wanted to see. At the village entrance, Heng Yi held Shadai's hand and said goodbye to the villagers, setting off on the journey back to the butterfly mansion in Tokyo. What's wrong? Are you feeling unwell? Do you want Big Brother Heng Yi to carry you? On the way, seeing Shadai silent and looking unhappy, Heng Yi was a bit worried that she hadn't fully recovered. The girl just shook her head, looking very uneasy. I'm really worried, she hesitantly said. Will the teacher not forgive me? Because of my mistake, he was misunderstood by everyone. The 4-year-old girl had large dark circles under her eyes. The guilt in her heart weighed her down, making it hard for her to eat or sleep well. In fact, aside from the night Heng Yi imposed a peaceful dream on her, she hadn't had a good night's sleep for several days. He won't. As long as you say one thing to the teacher, he will definitely forgive you. What? Heng Yi quietly whispered a sentence in Shadai's ear, and Shadai replied that she remembered it and felt the same way, because they had to consider many things while traveling with the child. It took Heng Yi and Shadai 7 days to return from Qingmei's Sunrise Mountain to the butterfly house. When they finally stood at the door of the butterfly house, Shadai visibly became nervous. Heng Yi understood her feelings and could only gently ruffle her hair to comfort her. Don't worry, the teacher will definitely forgive you. Shadai nodded anxiously and took Heng Yi's hand to go inside. Big brother Heng Yi, you're back. Welcome home. As soon as he stepped through the door, Heng Yi heard the energetic voice of Xiaonin and smiled as he replied, Yes, I'm back. Who is this child? Oh, her name is Xia. Never mind. Xiaonin can ask her herself later. We need to find Mr. Tall first. There's something important. Huh? But he's not here. He went out this morning and hasn't come back yet. Huh? Heng Yi couldn't help but feel a bit surprised. Then he looked down at Shadai, and she indeed had an expression of extreme disappointment. Heng he asked Xiao Ren again. Did he take his clothes and other things with him? Xiao Ren thought for a moment and replied, no, he didn't take anything when he left. So Heng Yi squatted down to comfort the girl who was about to cry. And just then he heard footsteps coming from behind. Heng Yi was the first to turn back, and the two children followed his gaze. Discovering that the person returning was indeed Bei Ming Yu Xingming. Heng Yi subconsciously looked at Sha Dai's reaction, but she appeared to be in a daze. And Bei Ming Yu remained silent in this eerie quietness. I forgot he can't see. Before Heng Yi could speak, Sha Dai ran towards Bei Ming Yu, who wore a confused expression upon hearing her voice, standing there at a loss, allowing Sha Dai to easily hug his little leg. Teacher, vuvuvu, I'm sorry. In the girl's tearful explanation of I'm in a ghost, not a teacher, Bei Ming Yu gradually shifted from shock to complexity, and finally, he shed tears with a sense of relief. He was indeed too tall. The 4-year-old girl only reached his knee. So he crouched down, seemingly wanting to pat the girl's head, but he couldn't bring himself to do it. Teacher, thank you for protecting me. I know you fought hard against the ghost to protect me. Woo, I like you the most. When Bei Ming Yu heard the last sentence, he felt all his burdens lift. He withdrew his hand, bent down, and embraced the crying girl, and in that moment, they both found redemption. The phrase the teacher fights for me was taught to Sha Dai by Heng Yi, but the latter half, I like you the most, came purely from the genuine feelings of the innocent girl. And he didn't believe that Bei Ming Yu was such a heartless person. On the contrary, he felt that a very gentle heart must be hidden within that tall body. Although he had been severely betrayed, he still had no intention of taking revenge on anyone, merely enduring everything in silence. He would forgive Sha Dai because he was Bei Ming Yu's companion, a fearless person who could fight to the death for the children. Chapter 7. The reason for the existence of hand demons. Since that day, Sha Dai had stayed at the Butterfly Mansion. Bei Ming Yu currently had no home of his own, and since he had joined the Demon Slayer Corps, he could not take care of the girl all the time. Don't worry, Mr. Bei Ming Yu, we will look after this child. Please feel free to go out. Zhe readily agreed to take care of the girl, and when there was no one at the Butterfly Mansion, he would take Sha Dai back to his own home. I have 2 daughters and my wife, and I will take good care of Sha Dai. The girls can also be great playmates. Since reconciling with Bei Ming Yu, Sha Dai had almost become his little tail, following him wherever he went, never leaving his side, which made Bei Ming Yu both amused and helpless. However, Heng Yi could see that he could never let go of Sha Dai. They had long become each other's family, a one-of-a-kind family in the world. That night, as they were chatting, Sha Dai, clearly sleepy with her little head nodding, still tightly grasped the corner of her beloved teacher's clothing, unwilling to let go. Bei Ming Yu had no choice but to gently hold her small body, letting her lean against him. Thank you very much, Dr. Zhe. I'm sorry to trouble you. Once I have a fixed residence, I will take Sha Dai to live with me. For now, I will trouble you for a while. After sincerely thanking Zhe, Bei Ming Yu lightly bowed towards Heng Yi. If Sha Dai hadn't fallen asleep against him, Heng Yi felt that this bow would have been a deep one. Mr. Heng Yi, I really don't know how to thank you. If it weren't for you, I don't know how long I would have blamed the children. As he spoke, tears began to flow again, and he truly didn't know how to repay Heng Yi's kindness. After that, Heng Yi had conveyed to Bei Ming Yu the true intentions of the children who had run away from him at that time. Unfortunately, those voices of obsession could only be heard by Heng Yi himself. Otherwise, he really wanted Bei Ming Yu to hear the children's heartfelt wishes. No need, no need, Heng Yi replied softly, seeing the girl asleep. I'm also entrusted by someone. If you want to thank someone, thank Lord Shogun, as he asked me to investigate the truth. Indeed, I understand. I will personally go to thank Lord Shogun. Bei Ming Yu seemed to have made a certain resolution. He certainly understood that the best way to repay the Kanemitsu family was, and even if Lord Shogun did not speak, he knew what to do in the future. By the way, I wonder if you know that the attack you experienced that day was not a coincidence, but someone deliberately led the evil spirits there. What? Bei Ming Yu was taken aback, then realized his voice was too loud. He asked in a low, deep voice filled with suppressed anger. Who? Who led the demons here? Heng Yi shook his head, indicating that he didn't know, but he mentioned that there were signs of someone having knocked over the incense burner outside that night, where the wisteria fragrance was burning, and he handed the incense burner to him. I don't know who did it, but she mentioned to me that the children deceived you about one thing that day. Heng Yi looked at the girl sleeping against Baiming Island and continued, saying that the boy who didn't return to the temple that night didn't stay out because he was playing, but because he had stolen money and was driven away by everyone. They lied, saying he had already gone to sleep because they were afraid you would be angry. Heng Yi has a speculation, and he believes that the probability of this speculation being the truth is very high, but he did not state it outright, trusting that Bei Ming Yu could figure it out. Sure enough, Beiminjiu instantly understood Heng Yi's unspoken words. He lowered his head in sadness, seemingly unable to believe it, and gently embraced the sleeping girl. After a moment, he nodded to Heng Yi, indicating, "I understand, Mr. Heng Yi." "Heng, you didn't say much more. Just urge him to take the child back to rest quickly. You should take her back now. The child hasn't had a good rest for many days, and she can finally relax and fall asleep now that she sees you." "Yes, I'll take her back right away. Thank you again for your tireless efforts. Namo Amiba. May Buddha bless you." Heng Yi sent him and Je out of his yard, watching the giant monk carry the small girl away, carefully like a giant dragon guarding its treasure, with the echoes of his final blessing still ringing in his ears. "Buddha, perhaps?" Heng Yi shook his head with a smile. Not returning to his room, but going to the yard where the locust tree stood. "9 lives," the big guy said. "May the Buddha bless you." "Hey, do you think there are gods or Buddhas in this world that bless us?" "I don't think so. However, this time I did a good deed by not continuing to torment kind and pitiful people." Stroking the tree, Heng Yi muttered disrespectful words about the gods and Buddhas. "It's your turn. I'm tired. You come out to work? I want to rest." Saying this, he immersed himself into the 100-year-old locust tree. The yard was suddenly filled with blue light, but it disappeared in an instant. Heng Yi reappeared in the yard, stroking the tree and sighing helplessly. "You're really lazy. It's only been a few days." As night fell quietly, the locust tree had no response. Heng Yi had no choice but to resign himself and return to his room. However, he didn't need to rest. Instead, he immediately began preparing medicine for his lord. Some people worked hard in the deep of night. Some finally found peace in sleep, and some rushed around with all their might. 100 people, 100 ways, that's the world. Uncle Heng Yi, there's a guest visiting. The next day, while Heng Yi was still studying the proportions of the medicine, he heard Ning say this outside. "Huh, visiting me?" "Yes, the guest is the former water pillar, Kanroji Mitsuri." "Oh, please come in." Before he entered the room, Heng Yi had already poured him a cup of wisteria tea, made from a variety of wisteria he had cultivated himself, which had even been praised by pillar-level swordsmen for making one feel full of strength after drinking it. Perhaps it was a bit exaggerated, but unexpectedly, the former water pillar entered the room wearing a red Tengu mask, completely covering his face. "Mr. Heng Yi, I've long heard of your great name. I am the former water pillar, Kanroji Mitsuri. It's a pleasure to meet you." He respectfully greeted Heng Yi, who noticed him glance at the wisteria tea in front of him. "Hello, it should be that the Lord conveyed my wish to meet with you, right? You came at the perfect time. I just returned from outside yesterday." "Yes, the Lord sent a message to me, saying that you wanted to inquire about why that exceptionally powerful demon exists in the mountain used for selecting new team members. I felt it necessary to come personally to explain it to you." "Oh, you're too serious. A letter would suffice. Please have some tea. Is it convenient to take off the mask?" "Of course." The elderly man hesitated slightly before removing the mask. Contrary to Heng Yi's imagination of a scarred face, he had a rather handsome and gentle face, which contrasted sharply with his deep, resonant voice. "I apologize for the laughter. I wear this fierce Tengu mask because I was once mocked by demons for having too gentle a face." After saying this, he lifted the cup of wisteria tea and took a sip. "This is really good tea. Just the smell makes me feel very pleased. I'm glad you like it. You don't need to take the demon's mockery to heart." Heng Yi smiled at him. After all, they're just pitiful beings that need to be absolved. Kanroji Mitsuri looked at Heng Yi in surprise, seemingly not expecting him to view the man-eating demons this way. Then, "Please tell me the reason for that demon's existence in the mountain used for selecting new members." Subsequently, the former water pillar began to recount how he had defeated Hand Demon 30 years ago and captured it in Wisteria Mountain. At first, it wasn't that strong. It didn't have blood demon techniques, and even now it doesn't. The reason it has become what it is today is entirely due to its hatred for me and its own tenacious willpower. Huh, yes. As a demon captured and imprisoned in the Wisteria prison, its willpower far exceeds that of other demons locked in the mountain. Not only was it not eliminated by those participating in the selection, but it also devoured many people. "What?" Heng Yi incredulously asked. While he began to search for memories of the final selection he oversaw 19 years ago, confirming that he had no impression of this ghost at all. "You must not have noticed him. I know that during your supervision of the final selection, he didn't cause much of a stir. However, during the 19 years you have been in a deep sleep, not only he, but all the ghosts in the mountain have erupted with combat power far beyond the past. They have devoured hundreds of candidates in the 5 selections. Among them, the number of people eaten by this hand ghost is close to half of the total number of deaths. Why not send a team in to kill him? It has already come to this point." Heng Yi couldn't help but feel a bit excited. In his view, those people didn't have to die at all. The gentle-faced elder's expression was very complex at this moment. Although there was a hint of reluctance, what Heng Yi heard more was a sense of determination. This was the joint decision made by all the Hashira-level swordsmen after discussions with the previous lord. For hundreds of years, thanks to your oversight, no one had died in the final selection on Fuji Mountain, and everyone was very grateful for the efforts you made for this. However, over time, this became no longer a secret. Almost all the cultivators knew that the final selection was a trial overseen by the undying dead and posed no danger to life. Everyone relaxed their teaching of disciples, sending them off with just a bit of training. Some cultivators even told their disciples that in the final selection, all they needed to do was avoid the demons. Even if they encountered them, it was no big deal, as a soft-hearted god would save their lives. As a result, the Demon Slayer Corps indeed had a large number of members, but from now on, I must say, the Corps is filled with opportunistic and unambitious members. Heng Yi calmed down and thought for a while, realizing that what he said was indeed true. The number of people who passed the final selection in those years had increased, but the battles had decreased significantly. 19 years ago, you fell into a deep sleep, and the previous lord made what seemed to be a cruel decision, to restore the final selection to its original form from hundreds of years ago. Moreover, even if the demons inside were strong, as long as they did not possess the otherworldly powers of blood demon techniques, they could not be eliminated. This was for the future of the Demon Slayer Corps. What you did was not wrong. Saving lives is never wrong. But the path we chose is too arduous, allowing no room for evasion or avoidance. Only by facing true death can one truly understand how precious life is. Chapter 8. The final selection 19 years later. Time passed quickly, and before one knew it, the entire winter had gone by. Heng Yi returned to the human world in the season when the hydrangeas bloomed, having walked through autumn winds and winter snows, rebuilding new bonds and setting out on the road again. The breath of spring quietly arrived, bringing with it the hope of new life and warm sunshine. Gently caressing the earth, trees began to sprout new buds, with tender green colors dancing on the gray-brown branches, countless lives announcing their awakening. Along with the revival of all things came the imminent reopening of the final selection. On a certain day at the end of last autumn, after a detailed discussion with the former water Hashira, Kanroji Mitsuri, Heng Yi understood the actions of the former Ubuyashiki Lord and the Hashira-level swordsmen of the Demon Slayer Corps in restoring the rules of the final selection from a century ago. However, understanding was one thing. As a doctor, it was impossible for him to witness people dying in vain. Wasn't this a reversal of priorities? The Demon Slayer Corps, established to combat man-eating demons and protect humanity, had candidates for the trials who could die if they failed? What kind of reasoning was this? Thus, after careful consideration, he still mustered the courage he had cultivated over a millennium to send a letter to the current lord. The content explained that as long as he was alive, he would continue to supervise the final selection, doing his utmost to ensure the safety of all candidates participating in the selection. Given Heng Yi's first impression of the current lord, he thought he would absolutely not refuse. After all, he seemed so gentle and kind. However, unexpectedly, while the current lord Ubuyashiki Zai agreed to Heng Yi's continued supervision of the final selection in his reply, he added a strict condition. Candidates who were rescued by Mr. Heng Yi and withdrew from the final selection would no longer have the opportunity to join the Demon Slayer Corps. Candidates would have the right to refuse assistance, and Mr. Heng Yi was requested to respect the choices of such candidates. This rule would inform all candidates, omitting Heng Yi's name, pretending that there was a mysterious member existing on Fujisawa Mountain. Heng Yi couldn't understand this condition. In his view, there shouldn't be anyone in the world who would rather die at the hands of evil spirits than accept help. If all candidates were informed of his existence, wouldn't they feel they had a way out and lose the will to give their all? Is this something that can be discussed? Does it mean that he only want me to save those who are shouting for help? It's really hard to comprehend. The times have changed, and people have become even more difficult to understand. To reduce the risk of exposing the main residents, Heng Yi rarely personally meets with Yao Zai. During the only 2 meetings they had, Yao Zai was very determined in his approach, and Heng Yi could only agree reluctantly, as he had always respected the will of the Lord and the Demon Slayer Corps swordsmen for 1,000 years. However, for more than half a year, Heng Yi's attempts to adjust the prescription and dosage for Yao Zai's physical condition have not yielded much effect. The curse is eroding Yao Zai's body at a slow but unstoppable pace, which makes Heng Yi quite worried and feels somewhat frustrated. After being a doctor for 1,000 years, he still feels helpless against this curse. It's really too useless of him. For this reason, Heng Yi is considering leaving a separate body at the main residence to observe Yao Zai's physical changes more frequently. Brother Heng Yi. Just as Heng Yi was lost in thought about these matters, Kane and Shinobu knocked on the door outside. Come in. Is there something you need, Kane and Shinobu? Father said you were going out, and I wanted to ask if I could go with you and my sister. Heng Yi looked at Kanahui with some surprise when he heard Shin's words, but her expression seemed somewhat helpless. However, Heng Yi could see her subtle longing. Kanahui explained to Heng Yi, last time you were gone for about 10 days, and Shin wanted to go with you. Heng Yi finally understood. Ren had always been a curious child about the outside world. Heng Yi initially thought that stories could satisfy an 8-year-old's strong curiosity. But the truth was that listening to others tell stories was nowhere near as fulfilling as being a part of the story himself. Heng Yi looked at the bright, pleading eyes of the little girl and smiled as he shook his head. Although he really wanted to agree, this time it was not possible. Huh, why not? Because Heng Yi's trip this time is for a mission. I'm going to be, let me think, right? I'm going to be an examiner. Examiner? The two girls looked at Heng Yi with puzzled expressions, and Heng Yi realized that what he had said was actually problematic. Where would you find an examiner who actively helps candidates cheat? But at that moment, he suddenly understood the reason why the Lord insisted on eliminating those who had received Heng Yi's help. The final selection is, after all, a life-and-death exam for all candidates. Inthe, all the evil spirits are difficult test questions, and the worst result of not answering correctly is losing one's life. All candidates should enter the exam room with a determination to win, because their battle is one they cannot afford to lose. Heng Yi's existence is like their cheat sheet, telling them that even if they don't answer the correct answer, it's okay. The worst result will not happen. Such an exam seems to lose its meaning of existence. Finally understanding this, Heng Yi smiled knowingly. He reached out and ruffled the heads of the two girls, saying, yes, I'm the examiner for a very important exam, and I have to keep a close eye on those candidates. If someone cheats, I have to catch them. Wow, that's impressive. What kind of exam? I'll tell you later, little run. You don't need to know right now. Heng Yi doesn't think there's a need for Kane and Shinobu to join the Demon Slayer Corps. As direct descendants of the Butterfly House, they only need to manage the Butterfly House well in the future. Hearing this, Shinobu looked at Heng Yi with a bit of annoyance. Do you also see me as a child, Heng Yi? Heng Yi just smiled and said, of course not. Brother Heng Yi just doesn't want you to have the chance to participate in this exam. If possible, it would be best if this exam didn't exist at all. That would mean there are no more man-eating demons in this world, and naturally, there would be no need for the Demon Slayer Corps. Brother Heng Yi promises to take Shinobu and Kaneo with him next time he goes out to see the exceptionally beautiful wisteria flowers. Let's make a pinky promise. A liar has to swallow 1,000 needles. Dingling, dingling. The wind chimes on the door were brushed by the spring breeze, and the crisp sound was blown into Heng Yi's ears. He remembered that the last person to say this was himself, and the girl who accepted this promise was long gone. A pinky promise. 1,000 years is a long time, and memories of the past intertwine with the present facts. Heng Yi has long learned to replace sadness with nostalgia, because the people he loves have never truly left. They all reside in Heng Yi's heart. In his 9th life, Heng Yi returned to the wooden house at the end of the waterfall behind Fujisaki Mountain, once again overseeing the final selection of the Demon Slayer Corps after 19 years. This time, he did not appear before any candidates, nor did he meet with any of the selected Demon Slayers from the organization. When he returned to sit in the center of the wooden house, the wind began to rise on Fujisaki Mountain. In front of the old shrine on the front mountain, the candidates were all astonished, for the wind was blowing upwards from the ground, as if trying to carry some unknown existence into the sky. No one knew that this feeling was actually correct. Fujisaki Mountain was welcoming Heng Yi's return, and as Heng Yi's consciousness sank into the mountain, he rose from the ground, looking down at every blade of grass and tree on Fujisaki Mountain. At that moment, Heng Yi once again fully regained the divine power to control the entire mountain range. Come on, let me see what kind of team members I will encounter this year. I really look forward to it. The final selection begins again. Chapter 9, Kindness. The spring chill was biting, and after nightfall, Fujisaki Mountain was enveloped in a silence that hinted at a murderous intent. The candidates were all on guard against the deadly creatures that might appear at any moment in the dark night. While only Heng Yi could clearly sense that everything was sharpening its claws, eyeing its prey. As mentioned before, all candidates participating in the final selection were informed in advance that there would be rescue on the mountain, and they were also told that if any rescue behavior occurred, they would be immediately eliminated and would never again have the qualification to join the Demon Slayer Corps. This new rule caused an uproar among the candidates participating in the selection, as they had not heard such things from their trainers or guides. After all, the rules of the final selection had been very simple and unchanged for nearly 20 years. As long as they could survive for 7 days in Fujisaki Mountain, they would be considered passed. Everyone came here with the awareness that they would die if they did not pass. But now they were clearly informed that rescue existed on the mountain. Some participants even questioned the authenticity of this information. Was this a new test? A false message to let us relax? Fujisaki Mountain is so vast. How can there be immediate rescue? What if 2 people call for help at the same time? Can so many hands rescue people simultaneously? This is unrealistic. It must be a new test. Such doubts spread among the crowd before the selection began, but some remained silent. Perhaps knowing the inside story, or perhaps just holding their tongues. Heng Yi observed from above, unable to know more details. Having coexisted with Fujisaki Mountain for centuries, Heng Yi had long since become one with it. As his consciousness sank, everything within the range of Fujisaki Mountain was under Heng Yi's control. Now, he only needed to move his thoughts to merge his consciousness with the plants in the mountain, briefly transforming into a plant clone. If he could capture Musen within Fujisaki Mountain, Heng Yi could guarantee that even if he split into 18,000 pieces, he wouldn't escape. Unfortunately, for over 400 years since Yuya's death, Heng Yi had not been able to encounter Musen again, or perhaps Musen had hidden himself after meeting Yuya, creating the demons he called the 12 Kizuki. All such demons seem to have received their information from Musen, and they also gained the ability to sense Heng Yi. The more Musen's blood they consumed, the farther their sensing distance. This was learned 200 years ago when Heng Yi caught a demon with lower 5 written in its eyes and learned after consuming it. Its obsession with death was not enough, but Heng Yi still obtained Musen's orders to these demons regarding himself. Only one word: avoid. Demons absolutely cannot defy Musen's orders, and almost all demons avoid acting around Heng Yi. If it weren't for Damayo's help that time, Heng Yi wouldn't have caught him either. But later on, even with the help of Yashiro and Tamayo, Heng Yi could no longer successfully capture a single 12 Kizuki demon. As for the swordsmen of the Demon Slayer Corps, aside from the Hashira-level swordsmen, they were generally no match for the 12 Kizuki. The upper 6 Kizuki among the 12 are beings that even combined Hashira-level swordsmen find it difficult to defeat. To this day, the upper 6 Kizuki have remained unchanged for 100 years, and moreover, they have killed many Hashira-level swordsmen over the century. Whenever an obituary arrives, Heng Yi feels a deep sadness. As someone who has been chasing Musen and the demons, he cannot protect these comrades standing on the same front line. Because all demons will avoid him, he cannot even coordinate in battle. Although it is safe to act with him, the goal of exterminating demons cannot be achieved at all. Therefore, Heng Yi changed his direction, creating 9 clones, dispersing them to various contact points, and returning to his old profession as a doctor, rushing to rescue all the teammates in need of help. Although he cannot fight, saving lives is an obligation he cannot refuse. Heng Yi did not expect that after being away for 20 years, the evil spirits in the Tengshi Mountain could be so powerful, or that the participants in the selection would be so weak. Tonight is just the first night of the final selection, and battles are already about to break out all over the mountain, with some individuals already defeated at the first encounter with the ghosts. Heng Yi shook his head in the void. Although he didn't use it much, plants have a strong ability to sense changes in moisture in the air. The breathing technique he used should be water breathing. From Heng Yi's perspective, his swordsmanship was quite good, and his attack speed was fast. Defeating the demon in front of him shouldn't be difficult, but for some reason, he seemed to lack confidence, hesitating in his attacks, and primarily focusing on defense, giving off a feeling of being too tense and leaving openings for the demon to exploit. Heng Yi felt a bit regretful, but he was no stranger to it. After years of supervision and selection, he had seen too many candidates with good skills but unstable mindsets. They often lost faster than those who were physically weaker but mentally strong. Since you have lost consciousness, I will assume you're calling for help. However, just as Heng Yi was about to step in to assist, a candidate lurking not far from here suddenly rushed out and skillfully used water-breathing sword techniques to kill the evil spirit. Heng Yi had of course noticed that he had been observing from outside the battlefield for a long time, but he had never shown any intention to intervene. Therefore, Heng Yi naturally assumed that he just wanted to stand by and watch. However, unexpectedly, he either didn't intervene at all, or when he did, he directly killed the evil spirit. With such powerful strength, why had he been just watching? Did he have to wait until he fainted and was unable to fight before coming to his rescue? What was the reason for this? Heng Yi didn't quite understand. But since the candidates were helping each other, there was no need to let him be eliminated directly. Although he had temporarily lost his combat ability, there were still 6 days left until the final selection ended, and he had a chance to prove his strength. If he continued to rely on others for help and passed the final selection by lying down, I wouldn't acknowledge him. I'll give you another chance. Make good use of it. If you can't seize it, young man, there will be no more opportunities. What Heng Yi never expected happened, and it could almost be called an accident for him. On the first night of the selection, a candidate used the water-breathing technique to save a companion who had lost their combat ability, and over the next 2 days, he single-handedly exterminated all the demons in the entire Fuji Mountain. This was something that had never happened since Heng Yi began supervising the final selection. Although there had been strong candidates in previous final selections, they were never kind enough to exhaust their stamina to such an extent to protect other participants. But this young man did just that, and the consequence of his actions was that some participants in the final selection, who had never even encountered a demon, completely lost their chance to see one. Because there was only one demon left in the mountain, as long as they stayed away from the location where that demon appeared, they could comfortably wait for the exam to end. So far, no one had encountered that demon, and no one had been eliminated. For the examiners, if the candidates passed the exam without even seeing the test subjects, what else could it be but an accident? But Heng Yi didn't know what to do. He hadn't violated any rules. There was no regulation that prohibited one person from killing all the demons. He achieved this through his own ability. So what could Heng Yi say? If it were anyone from the Demon Slayer Corps, even a leader, what could they say? They might say, "You've killed all the demons in the mountain. For the next few years, we'll have to work hard to catch demons." As a member of the logistics support department, Heng Yi has begun to think about capturing evil spirits and the troubles of filling the prison in Tengshi Mountain. Oh, he encountered one. Just when Heng Yi's thoughts had wandered far away, he suddenly realized that without noticing, the boy had already engaged in battle with the last ghost in Tengshi Mountain. This ghost is a hand ghost that has consumed nearly 50 people in the past 20 years. He is not just an ordinary strong opponent. So, can you defeat him? Can the former Water Hashira's disciple truly overcome an enemy who has grown to this extent fueled by hatred for his own master? Heng Yi is watching closely. Chapter 10. The Battle of Failure to Deliver. The boy using water breathing engages in battle with the last and strongest aberrant demon in the mountain. Since there are no other battles to supervise in the mountain, Heng Yi directly manifests a plant clone at the edge of their battlefield. With bark-like brown skin and green hair, Heng Yi appears in the night forest, swiftly moving through the tree trunks, repeatedly blending in and out as he approaches the battle between the boy and the demon without making a sound. Ultimately, he finds an excellent vantage point and finally sees with his own eyes this strangely shaped, abnormally powerful demon that he had sensed before. Wow, how disgusting. Even Heng Yi, who has seen much, rarely encounters a demon with such deformed limbs. He finally understands why the former Water Hashira referred to this demon as the Hand Demon. As the name suggests, the Hand Demon is an aberrant demon whose body is entwined with numerous arms. It has lost its normal human form, with arms of varying thickness coiling around it like snakes from head to toe, and its head is tightly wrapped in arms from the eyes down, revealing only a pair of dark yellow eyes that coldly stare at the boy in front of it like a venomous snake. The boy fighting it has medium-length flesh-colored hair and wears a fox mask with a scar at the corner of his mouth. Seeing him up close, Heng Yi notices that despite enduring 2 days and nights of battle, he has very few wounds, indicating that so far, the demons in the mountain have posed little threat to him. However, from Heng Yi's observations of his breathing patterns, physical reactions, and attack speed, it is clear that running around the mountain for 2 days, helping the participants, is not easy for him. After all, he is still a child whose body has not fully matured, and continuous fighting takes a significant toll on stamina and endurance, as well as causing serious wear on his sword. However, as a candidate who has not yet joined the Demon Slayer Corps, his abilities are already more than sufficient. The Hand Demon begins its attack again, with its entwined arms changing freely, varying in thickness and length, launching dazzling attacks on the boy. Yet, the boy skillfully dodges and occasionally counters with slashes, cutting through some of the demon's attacking hands. Unfortunately, this demon is currently in peak condition, and in no time, the severed arms will regenerate and continue attacking the boy. This won't do. Such a war of attrition is not in his favor. He needs to find an opportunity to deliver a decisive blow. Clearly, he shares the same thoughts as Heng Yi. He knows he cannot continue like this. Thus, in the midst of another attack from the Hand Demon, he dodges and uses its arm to rebound, creating distance between them. The boy adjusts his somewhat labored breathing, lifts his hand to push the fox mask to the side of his left ear, revealing silver pupils with horizontal stripes and a scar that runs from the right side of his mouth to his cheek. He. Upon seeing him push aside the mask, the hand demon lets out a sinister laugh. That mask, you're one of the little demons trained by Shinazugawa. Another one of his disciples will be devoured by me. He. Hearing this, both the boy in plain sight and Heng Yi in the shadows are taken aback. The boy is shocked that a former disciple of his teacher was killed by this exceptionally powerful demon, while Heng Yi is surprised that this evil demon knows the boy's background and seems intent on hunting down the former Water Hashira's disciples. I really want to see his expression. What would it be if he knew that all his disciples died because of him? I really want to see it. Unforgivable. Although the boy appears enraged, he remains calm, waiting for the opportunity to strike. The battle finally reaches an intense stage. The hand demon seems to have noticed the boy's intentions and begins to strengthen its defense around its neck, no longer attacking blindly. However, it clearly lacks the boy's patience. Or perhaps it is overly confident in its neck defense, as its attacks gradually become more aggressive. Meanwhile, the boy's stamina is also greatly depleted, and he begins to make mistakes that he wouldn't have made before. Fortunately, his battle awareness is excellent. Despite some errors, he does not suffer any serious injuries. Mostly just scrapes. Opportunity. Third form. Flowing dance tide shadow. Heng Yi, who has been observing, and the boy, who is poised to act, almost simultaneously spot this opening. The boy's gaze is resolute. He leaps high using the hand demon's arm, his Nichiren blade horizontal, infused with blue water breathing waves. And he strikes down violently at the demon's neck, which is entangled by several arms. Clang! Heng Yi's greatest fear has come true. This powerful strike, charging forward with no retreat, ended with the shattering of the sunwheel blade. In that moment, the boy's expression, suspended in the air, was filled with shock and emptiness. He knew his fate was sealed the moment the blade in his hand shattered. What a pity. Whoosh! Just as the hand demon, with a triumphant smirk, extended an arm to attack the boy, who was unable to move in midair. Heng Yi tore through the night sky with godlike speed, severing the demon's arm. In the next moment, he pulled the boy, who was dazed from the aftermath of the attack, out of harm's way. Who are you? Were you? The demon shouted in surprise. Frustration evident in its failed attack, completely oblivious to Heng Yi's presence. Sigh, being questioned by a demon about what I am is quite unpleasant. After gently placing the boy against a tree, Heng Yi turned to carefully assess the hand demon, who was now too afraid to make a move. Upon seeing Heng Yi's face, the demon immediately began to tremble, its massive body retreating uncontrollably. It's you. I remember you. No, why would I remember you? I've never seen you before. No, this isn't my memory. That lord remembers you. I must evade. The command is to evade. Heng Yi didn't expect that even low-level demons without blood demon techniques were ordered by Muzan to avoid him. He really feared that Heng Yi would follow any demon to find him. The more he lived, the more cowardly he became. It's really you, Muzan, a pitiful insect. I can't let you remember me. You have to forget. Otherwise, what will happen if Muzan finds out that I've returned and hides again? Heng Yi shook his head, and as soon as he finished speaking, he had already appeared in front of the hand demon. At the same time, something erupted from the ground beneath his feet, lifting him upwards. In the blink of an eye, he was already suspended in midair right in front of the hand demon. Before the hand demon could react, Heng Yi's right index finger had already pierced into his head, and a small amount of blood was successfully injected into his brain. This technique, inspired by Tamayo's blood demon art, did not rely on fragrance to take effect. Instead, it required Heng Yi's blood to be injected and was only effective on demons. The purpose was simple, to alter the demon's memories. There were many limitations, such as the blood injection site needing to be the brain, the demons will needing to be weaker than Heng Yi's, and the success rate increasing when the demon was in a mentally unstable state. The emergence of this technique was originally for an experiment. The idea was to see if changing a demon's memories, making them forget Muzan or forget they were demons, could free them from Muzan's control. The experiment failed. Even if the demons forgot Muzan, the blood of Muzan within them would not change, and they would still be controlled by the desire to attack humans. Mentioning Muzan's name would lead to their demise. Tamayo's case of breaking free from Muzan's control remains unique to this day, as Yushiro was transformed by Tamayo, so he does not count. The hand demon's gaze became hazy, and he stared blankly with his eyes rolled back, indicating that Heng Yi's technique had succeeded. You have not seen me today. The boy in the fox mask was eaten by you. You will wake up after a jaw stick burns. After saying these 3 sentences, Heng Yi's right hand left the hand demon's head, and his body fell backwards, dissipating into the air. At the same time, a voice that everyone could hear, but could not locate the source of echoed throughout the Fujisaki mountain. This final selection has ended early. All candidates return to the front shrine to wait. In a wooden cabin by the waterfall in the back mountain, Heng Yi's 9th incarnation opened his eyes and let out a long sigh. Just a few breaths after he opened his eyes, something was faintly transmitted back through the forest. As Heng Yi walked to the door, that object happened to arrive at the cabin's entrance as well. The one responsible for the transmission was naturally Heng Yi's bloodline tendrils that spread throughout Fujisaki Mountain, and what was being transmitted back was the fainted fox boy. Sigh. Heng Yi lowered his head to look at him, sighed deeply, and appeared quite troubled. There was no way around it. Rules were rules. Heng Yi thought to himself, looking up at a certain direction, and said, "Please come out, Kaya, I know you're there. I have something to contact Lord Shujin about." As Heng Yi spoke, a Kaya wearing a purple scarf flew over and landed on a tree at the entrance of the wooden house. "Lord Heng Yi, please speak. I will report truthfully to the production house." Well, it's like this. Chapter 11. Disqualified at the old shrine on the front mountain of Fujisui Mountain. All the participants in this final selection gathered together. Everyone was puzzled as to why this election had been declared over just 3 days in, and everyone was wondering who the heavenly voice in the mountain belonged to and how it was produced. I haven't even encountered a single demon. Do you know what this is about? Is there really no demon in the mountains this year? I encountered one. The demon was really strong and terrifying. If it weren't for a person wearing a fox mask intervening, I might have. This mountain is completely different for what the teacher said. The demons are too strong. Are they creatures that humans can defeat? Don't joke around. And that mysterious voice, did you see anyone? When I heard it, there was nothing around me. Before the selection, it was said that there would be rescue. Could it be that there are indeed such powerful beings that we can't even catch a glimpse of? As time slowly passed, the participants couldn't hold back their discussions about their doubts. The injured received treatment from the logistics team that arrived at some unknown time, and their injuries were alleviated. In the crowd, a boy with long black hair tied in a low ponytail was asleep, his head wrapped in a white bandage. He leaned against a pillar of the main hall, and beside him was a boy with short black hair parted in the middle watching over him. Amid the increasingly noisy discussions, he slowly woke from his coma, and the boy watching over him immediately noticed his awakening and called out his name. "Tomioka-ju, you're awake? How do you feel? Is your head still dizzy? Who are you?" I'm Murata Ikeda. Just call me Murata. You fainted during the battle with the demon, and someone named Kanado entrusted you to me." "Kanado? Where is he? Where are we now?" "After he entrusted you to me, he went to save someone. We're at the old shrine on the front mountain of Fujisui Mountain. The final selection has ended." "What? Has it really been 7 days?" No. It's the night of the 3rd day. But there was a voice in the mountain that said the selection ended early, and we didn't know what was going on. So we just followed orders and came back. The boy named Tomioka-ju looked around the crowd, but didn't see any familiar faces, and hurriedly asked, "Has everyone come back? Where's Kanado? Have you seen him?" Murata shook his head in surprise and replied, "No, I'm also wondering why he hasn't come back after so long. But don't worry, he's so strong, he must be fine. Maybe he went too deep and hasn't come back yet." However, Ju couldn't relax, his brow furrowed tightly. He felt very uneasy, as if something had happened that he had missed. "I'm too weak to even defeat a single demon. I had to rely on Kanado to save me. This is so embarrassing." Just as he was feeling regretful and self-blaming, the crowd in front of the main hall suddenly erupted in noise. And then a suddenly appearing elegant male voice rang in Ju's ears. "Please be quiet." The man's voice was not loud, yet it instantly resonated throughout the entire shrine, carrying a solemn yet peaceful power that calmed the anxious crowd. Ju looked up toward the front of the main hall. He didn't know where the man's voice came from, as it surrounded the shrine, but the crowd that reacted first was at the very front of the hall, so he chose to look there. He then saw that the crowd in front of the main hall had formed a fan shape, parting backward, and at the center point, a handsome man with long white hair appeared out of thin air. Yes, he appeared out of nowhere, because there was only one door to the main hall. Everyone present had not seen anyone enter from there, including Ju himself. So not only was the origin of his voice mysterious, but the man himself also suddenly appeared, which was likely the reason for the crowd's uproar. "I'm the overseer of this final selection. There's only one reason I gathered everyone here." Once the crowd quieted down, the man spoke directly to the point. and many in attendance had already recognized his voice as the inexplicable heavenly sound that echoed in the mountain. The man paused, his gaze slowly sweeping over everyone. Ju could clearly feel that his gaze had briefly lingered on him, giving him a very subtle sense of déjà vu, though he couldn't perceive what that emotion was. After sweeping past, the man wore a gentle smile, but what he said next once again caused an uproar among the crowd. This selection has ended. Everyone present has failed to pass. Please return to the trainers and wait for notification of a new final selection. Why? You announced the end. How can you say we didn't pass? Who are you? Among the crowd, some irritable participants began to question him unhappily, but more chose to remain silent. Perhaps out of fear of the man's unpredictable abilities, yet everyone was waiting for his explanation. However, Ju noticed that despite the crowd's doubts and dissatisfaction, the man's gentle smile did not fade. Instead, it deepened. He did not answer anyone's questions, only stating one sentence. Passing the selection by relying on other strength is meaningless. Then, he turned around, showing his back to everyone. Oh, and he slightly turned his head and added another sentence. Those who haven't encountered a demon, consider yourselves lucky. The next moment, just as he had arrived, he vanished without a trace before everyone's eyes. Those who stood not far behind him rushed forward. But there were indeed no signs of the man remaining in the shrine. Since the moment the man appeared, Ju's eyes had not left him. At the instant he disappeared, Ju didn't even blink, still pondering the man's last sentence when the figure vanished directly from his sea-blue eyes. What was that person? Ju's mind was filled with the man's previous words when he heard Murata beside him cursing and complaining about the man. He appeared out of nowhere, said some nonsensical things, and then vanished mysteriously. But Ju could tell that there was no conviction in what he said. Ju lowered his head, regretting his own luck, worried about Kanado, who still hadn't appeared. Kanado, where are you? Are you okay? Kanado woke up in a room filled with a fragrant aroma, staring dazedly at the unfamiliar ceiling, momentarily unsure of where he was. However, the next moment, he sprang up, recalling the moment before he fainted. He was fighting against an evil demon and had lost. Are you awake, young man? How do you feel? He heard a pleasant male voice, soft in tone, like the sunlight of spring, warm but not scorching. Just a few words made him feel at ease, carrying an indescribable power that sent care through the air into his ears. Turning his head, he saw a man who had just finished speaking and was slowly offering a slender pipe to his lips, leaning against the open wooden door of the porch. With one long leg bent and the other stretched out, he looked like a rather lazy cat in the morning light. The boy's silver eyes stared at him, somewhat entranced. His mind seemed still not fully awake. Otherwise, how could he think that the fragrant aroma came from the man's pipe? What's wrong? Do you have a headache? The man, not receiving a response, turned to look at him. Only then did he notice that the man had long white hair and light blue eyes. Oh no, I'm not feeling a headache. Well, that's good, the man said before turning back into the room, closing the wooden door and kneeling down. Sangtu, seeing this, hurriedly climbed out of his bedding and respectfully knelt opposite him. He was not a dull person and understood that this must be the one who saved him. Therefore, as soon as he sat up, he intended to express his gratitude. But unexpectedly, the man seemed to sense his intention and spoke first. Don't rush to thank me. Perhaps after I finish telling you the next piece of news, you might blame me for saving you. Sangtu tilted his head in confusion. How could he blame his savior? My name is Nashikawa Koichi. I am the overseer of the final selection, the man said, putting down the pipe. This final selection has already ended, and you're the only one I saved. His light blue eyes fixed on the boy, carrying a tone as if he were sentencing him. In other words, you are the only disqualified person in this final selection. You have forever lost the chance to join the Demon Slayer Corps. The boy suddenly remembered the new rules added to this final selection. The man's words felt like an invisible hand pushing him into an abyss. For a moment, he felt as if he had lost the ability to breathe. The next moment, the man's gentle voice rang in his ears again. Do you regret it? Regret what? The boy thought. Regret being saved by him? Regret losing his qualification to join the Demon Slayer Corps because he saved others and almost lost his life? Sangtu was still trapped in his disappointment over losing his qualification, but upon hearing this question, he instinctively replied, of course not. Then he lowered his head, remaining silent for a while, as if he were silently digesting the sad truth, or seriously contemplating the answer to the question. After a moment, he raised his head to look into Koichi's eyes, his silver eyes slightly flickering. Then he slowly bowed to Koichi and said solemnly, "Thank you for saving me. I do not regret any of it." Then he felt a pair of warm hands gently patting his head, and that gentle voice spoke again. "You're welcome, gentle child. Have a good sleep." When you wake up, go home. For some reason, hearing him say this and smelling the not overpowering fragrant aroma, Sanctu felt his eyelids growing heavier and heavier. Heng Yi gently placed the sleeping boy back in his bed, tucked him in, and brushed away a tear that was about to fall from the corner of his eye. Good night, sweet dreams. Chapter 12, Motivation. This is the entire process of the final selection that took place, and I am very grateful to the Lord for agreeing to my proposal to let me decide the assessment results of the final selection. Thank you for your trust. So that's how it is. It's wonderful that no one died. I believe Mr. Heng Yi's decision was very correct. It's a pity for that child. If it weren't for the 3 days and nights of travel and the worn-out knife, he should have been able to win. Perhaps this is his fate. Oh. Heng Yi looked at Yao Zai in confusion, but Yao Zai shifted his gaze to the sunlit courtyard. He wore a gentle and warm smile and patiently expressed his thoughts in the face of Heng Yi's bewilderment. Just like the fate of the Kanemitsu family is to fight against Muzan Kibutsuji. If it weren't for Mr. Heng Yi, that child's original fate would have been death, right? At this point, he turned back to Heng Yi and said, "You have already changed his fate, and it is a matter of life and death. No matter what, you did nothing wrong." Even if this might not actually be his wish, Heng Yi has never forgotten the request mentioned in the first letter from Yao Kai, which asked to respect the wishes of those who do not want to be saved. He actually still assumes that everyone wants to live when facing death. Yes, because there is hope only when one is alive. I have mentioned to you before that this might be an extreme view, or perhaps it is just my wishful thinking. The young man said bitterly. Over the past 6 months, the curse's attack on him has slightly slowed under Heng Yi's control, but it continues to develop uncontrollably. Purple patches have begun to spread around his left eye. Although it hasn't affected his vision for now, that day will inevitably come if this continues. Heng Yi looked at the 15-year-old boy, who, due to the consecutive deaths of the previous 2 lords, had become the head of the Hoshiki clan at just 4 years old. He had started learning to manage the family's affairs and the Demon Slayer Corps from a very young age. "No, I think your view is correct," Heng Yi continued, noticing the boy's surprised expression. "The reasons for each person to live are different. Living has never been solely a personal matter. If one day someone asks me, 'Please don't save me. I want to use my life to accomplish something,' I should respect their wishes, right? You really don't seem like a doctor, do you?" Heng Yi shook his head self-deprecatingly, exchanging glances with the stunned Yao Zai, who was taken aback by his words. After a moment, the two shared a knowing smile, as if they both understood each other a little better. Just then, a message came from the housekeeper who had been waiting not far away. "My lord, Lord Yuzui Tenjin and his wife have arrived." "Oh, they have finally come. Please lead them to the front courtyard." "Yes, sir." Heng Yi quickly asked, "Is it convenient for me to be here? Will it disturb your meeting?" "No, please stay. In the past, your contact with the Demon Slayer Corps has been too limited, and I believe relying solely on the information from the Butterfly Mansion is not beneficial for our communication. In the future, I would like to introduce you more to the children of the Demon Slayer Corps. You should be aware of my situation." Heng Yi saw Yao Zai's gentle persistence in silence and no longer declined, agreeing, "Then, as you wish." In the courtyard of the Oyakata's main residence, there stood a cherry blossom tree, which was currently in full bloom. As the gentle breeze blew, the cherry petals danced in the wind, falling like a soft snow, slowly and elegantly covering the ground. Heng Yi followed closely behind Yao Zai and saw from a distance a white-haired man kneeling on one knee under a tree. 3 beautiful women were also kneeling behind him. Even from a distance, Heng Yi could tell that he was a tall and strong man. He wore a sleeveless Demon Slayer uniform and had a headpiece adorned with several diamonds, with light blue chains hanging down on either side. His long white hair was tied back in a ponytail. Hikari felt that his temperament was very peculiar, leaving an unusual impression on others. "Tenjin, wake up." "I dare not. I pay my respects to you, my lord. Thank you for agreeing to my request for my wives and I to join the Demon Slayer Corps." He slightly raised his head, respectfully glanced at Wai Zai, and then his gaze landed on Hikari behind Wai Zai. Wai Zai noticed his gaze and proactively introduced Hikari. "This is the esteemed Hashikawa Hikari, who is like an older brother to me." "No, my lord, you overstated. I am just a doctor. You need not pay me any mind." Upon hearing this, Yuzui Tenjin did not speak further, but lowered his head. Hikari understood what kind of feeling he evoked. He was like a ninja trained hundreds of years ago, always silently waiting for orders. Then, from the conversation between Wai Zai and him, Hikari confirmed his suspicions. So, why did Tenjin choose to join the Demon Slayer Corps? After Tenjin expressed his disdain for the distorted competitive relationship within his family, Wai Zai asked him this question, to which he replied resolutely, because I do not want to become like them. Upon hearing this, Wise Eye once again revealed the same warm smile he had when speaking to Hikari. Tenjin, you have chosen a rather arduous path. The concepts instilled in you since childhood will form your identity. Denying those values while being on the battlefield is an immensely painful thing. You, along with the three of them, even while harboring contradictions and struggles in your hearts, are still able to fight fiercely to protect others. This shows that you are all good kids. Thank you. Heng Yi nodded, feeling that Yao Zai's words were very inspiring. What this child needs most right now is such recognition. So he also said, move forward in the direction you think is right. It doesn't matter if you don't know the answer to the problem now. As long as you keep going, you'll eventually find it. After a brief moment of astonishment, Yu Zue Tian Yuan revealed a big smile and energetically responded to Yao Zai and Heng Yi. Yes, my lord, Lord Heng. Yao Zai returned a warm smile, while Heng Yi had a look as if to say, please let me go. There's no need for my lord. Please don't address me like that. It feels quite uncomfortable. Yes. Then, Mr. Heng Yi, I look forward to your guidance in the future. Oh, I hope to have your support in the future, but I still hope you see me less. Well, if you're not injured, you don't need to see a doctor. Is that so? The last sentence was said by a girl with long black hair behind him, but she was immediately hit by a girl with golden bangs after she finished speaking. The courtyard suddenly became a bit lively, and the atmosphere was very warm. Well, I should head back now. Mr. Heng Yi, I have one more thing I would like to ask of you. I'm sorry, you just got back, and now I'm making you run around again. It's fine. I have no problem. Go ahead, young man, what is it? Oh no, look at my mouth. Influenced by the relaxed atmosphere and the resemblance of Yao Zai to the boy from 1,000 years ago, Heng Yi unconsciously referred to Yao Zai as young man. I'm sorry, my lord. No, please continue to call me that from now on. Although he knew they were not the same person. The fact that they spoke with the same content and tone was just too unfair. It really felt like having an older brother. It seemed like no one had ever regarded him as a young man. Thank you, Mr. Heng Yi, for giving me this experience. Heng Yi felt inspired by him, generating an impulse to do anything for him. All right, young man, what is it? It's like this. Chapter 13, Morning. Sorry to interrupt. Standing at the entrance of the courtyard marked with a Rengoku nameplate, Heng Yi loudly greeted inside, with some old memories surfacing in his mind. The faces of old friends were still vivid hundreds of years later. He didn't expect to have the opportunity to treat the descendants of his old friends, and hoped they wouldn't reject him because of the misunderstandings between them. After Heng Yi fell into slumber hundreds of years ago, Yuan Yi had maintained contact with the Rengoku family for a while, until later he explained in a letter the reasons he failed to kill Muzan Kibutsuji. He wondered if there had been some misunderstanding that led to the complete disappointment of the then head of the Rengoku family, resulting in Yuan Yi severing ties with them. This was something Heng Yi learned after recovering his memories and seeking out old friends after Yuan Yi's death. At that time, no one in the Rengoku family recognized Heng Yi and Yuan Yi anymore, but when they heard about Heng Yi's friendship with Yuan Yi, they didn't say anything on the surface. Yet Heng Yi could sense their unwelcoming attitude. Since then, Heng Yi gradually reduced his contact with the Rengoku family and even the entire Demon Slayer Corps, returning more to his original intention of practicing medicine and saving lives. It wasn't that Heng Yi held a grudge against them. They were all comrades on the same front. How could there be unresolved conflicts? It was just that during that time, Muzan Kibutsuji and his 12 Kizuki were sweeping through the Demon Slayer Corps, targeting those who knew how to use the breath of the sun. During that period, there were many comrades Heng Yi wanted saved but couldn't, which made him feel that perhaps it was a good thing that people had forgotten about Yuan Yi. Hello, may I ask what you need? Just as Heng Yi was reminiscing about the past, a boy's voice rang in his ears. Heng Yi came to his senses and looked in the direction of the voice, immediately startled. Wow, this genetic lineage is so strong that it hasn't changed much even after hundreds of years. Standing in front of him was a boy, or rather a young man, with long yellow hair, part of the edges of which were red. He had thick black eyebrows, and his eyes were bright and spirited, just like the boy he had encountered hundreds of years ago when Heng Yi was reincarnated for the 9th time. Hello, I'm Shihaiken Heng Yi. I believe the Lord has already sent a letter to Lord Rengoku about me. Heng explained the situation to the young man. I have been entrusted by the Lord to come and treat Lord Rengoku's wife. So that is how it is. Thank you for coming. My apologies, Lord Heng Yi. The young man replied energetically. I am Rengoku Kyudru, the eldest son of the Flame Hashira, Rengoku Shinjuru. My mother has entrusted the doctor with her care. It's just like before. Heng Yi looked at him, full of vitality and optimism, and a memory of a young boy appeared in his mind. That boy had once stood in front of Heng Yi and said, "Then I'll leave it to you, Mr. Heng Yi." A doctor? Ah, sorry. I was reminded of someone from the past. Oh, do you know someone from the Purgatory family? Well, that was a long time ago. We can talk about it another time if there's a chance. Let's first check on the patient. All right, please follow me. Is Lord Flame Pillar not at home? No. My father is here, in my mother's room. Since this year, my mother's health has been getting worse, and my father stays by her side every day, never leaving her. When the optimistic young boy mentioned his mother's illness, there was an unmistakable worry in his words. Heng Yi followed behind him, looking at his still immature and not very broad back, but unable to say anything comforting. I will do my best to treat her. Yes, thank you for your trouble. Not all. After a while, Heng Yi followed Akizuro to the outside of a room. He asked Heng Yi to wait a moment, then spoke to the inside. Father, the doctor entrusted by the Lord, Mr. Busujima Heng Yi, has arrived. Immediately, there was a reaction to his words from inside, and the door was pulled open from within in an instant, revealing a somewhat tired-looking man with a scruffy beard standing before Heng Yi. Are you Mr. Heng Yi? The Lord mentioned you in his letter. Please come in and take a look at my wife's illness. I beg you. Heng Yi thanked Xing Shoulang and, after receiving his return gift, entered the room. Please take a look at my wife, Ruka. She has been unconscious since the day before yesterday. But even in her unconscious state, she seems to be in great pain. Heng Yi listened to the choked words of the flame Hashira, who was deeply in love with his wife, diagnosing the lady who furrowed her brows tightly even in her sleep. This is not good. Her body has reached its limit, and even breathing has become a burden for her, so she cannot find rest even in unconsciousness. Please, Flame Hashira, step outside for a moment. I have a way to make your esteemed wife feel a little more comfortable. After ushering the anxious man out of the room, Heng Yi used the technique that had once helped Shadai fall into a deep sleep. He felt ashamed, as this was the only thing he could do for the beautiful lady at this moment. Lord Heng Yi, is there still hope for my wife's illness? I'm afraid not. After this, Heng Yi left the room and truthfully conveyed his diagnosis to Flame Hashira Kaijiro Rengoku and his eldest son, Kaijiro. He witnessed the breakdown of the mountain-like man and the sadness of the optimistic young boy, but unfortunately, he, or rather as a human, was powerless. Just like back then with Asahi. But how could such a method of turning people into demons be accepted by a family of demon hunters passed down through generations? Leaving the room to the father and son who were about to lose an important family member, Heng Yi walked into the courtyard with a sense of loneliness. It's truly powerless. Even though he had been practicing medicine for over 1,000 years, whenever he encountered patients he could not save, he still felt a sense of loss. People, or rather all living beings, are so fragile. Just as Heng Yi was lamenting this, a striking white figure appeared in the lush grass. A little white snake. How did you end up here? Were you attracted by the scent of my blood? Heng Yi leaned down and started talking to the little white snake that was flicking its tongue. The snake's sensory organ is its tongue, not its nose. Snakes often stick out their tongues and move them around continuously. The two prongs on the tongue can absorb tiny scent particles from the air, allowing them to distinguish different smells. Heng Yi just used his own blood to help Lady Liuhua settle down. Although he only released a drop of blood, snakes have a highly developed sense of smell, so if it was nearby, it would likely be attracted by the faint scent of blood. Moreover, although Heng Yi's blood has been diluted with medication, it is still fundamentally rare blood. Ordinary people might not be able to smell it, but those with sharp senses, whether humans or animals, would react strongly to Heng Yi's fresh blood. Among them, animals tend to have a higher affinity for Heng Yi, who coexists with plants. However, the other split body has an adverse effect on animals like snakes, insects, and rodents, which Heng Yi thinks is also due to the blood content. If it were the blood of that guy from the first life, it would probably make them flee in the opposite direction quickly. Heng Yi picked up a little white snake from the ground and scratched its chin, satisfied to see it comfortably squinting its eyes and coiling up in his palm. It must have an owner. The little white snake's friendly and unafraid demeanor led Heng Yi to this conclusion. His guess was indeed correct. After a moment, a boy with medium-length black hair, resembling seaweed, rushed in from outside the courtyard. Strangely, his mouth was wrapped in bandages. When he saw Heng Yi and the little white snake in his hand, he hurried over with some impatience. As the distance closed, Heng Yi noticed that this boy had mismatched eyes, one green and the other gold. It seemed that he was the owner. Chapter 14. One time, one meeting, Dangwon. Who are you? Give me back Dangwon. Is this your friend? Hey, it's really cute. Before the boy with the strange heterochromia could finish his sentence, Heng Yi handed the little white snake to him, while also praising this polite little creature. A pure white little guy, it's really rare. Did you know that snakes like to eat a fruit called snakeberry? If you need, I can give you some seeds. They're easy to plant and grow. and it will definitely love them. The boy's questioning words were interrupted, and he just listened blankly as Heng Yi rambled on about the ins and outs of snake hair. Why? Well, why? Why provide a small box for hiding? Because snakes generally prefer it. No, I'm asking why you are telling me all this. I don't even know you. The boy's voice was sticky and unfriendly, his gaze filled with indifference. But Heng, it didn't mind his attitude much. He did notice that the boy's right golden eye seemed to have some issue. Was it blind in one eye? He wondered if it was congenital or acquired, and if it could be treated. So, Heng Yi introduced himself and explained why he was there. That's about it. What about you? Are you a relative of the Flame Pillar? No, I'm just temporarily staying here. I have no relationship with him. However, I'm trying to persuade him to join the Demon Slayer Corps, but he has been busy taking care of his wife and can't pay attention to me. Oh, you want to join the Demon Slayer Corps? That's a great aspiration. Good luck, I believe in you. TCH, who needs your belief? What a great aspiration. I'm just bored. It's better to live than to die. Heng Yi was not angry upon hearing this. He looked at the boy's mouth, which was wrapped in bandages, and directly asked, "Did you get hurt?" But the boy seemed to hit a nerve and almost immediately became angry, glaring at Heng Yi. Are you doing this on purpose? What does it have to do with you? Are you trying to pick a fight? Heng Yi shook his head, facing the boy's hostility. He maintained a calm demeanor like still water. He did not look at the boy who was glaring at him, but instead raised his head to gaze at the clear blue sky and said, "How could that be? I'm just a doctor, and I have no enmity with you. In my life, I have encountered many people I wanted to save but couldn't, and today is one of them. Even if I come to terms with it, I still feel a bit sad and guilty. If I were just a little bit better, could I have saved her?" But then Heng Yi shook his head. How could he not know that for some patients, when their illness reaches the end stage, even if he were truly a god, he couldn't save them? Let be a bittersweet fulfillment of a doctor's desire to save lives. Allow me to treat your injuries and prove that I still have a purpose in existence. The boy seemed to genuinely absorb Heng Yi's words, silently pondering something. After a while, he asked, "The meaning of existence?" Looking at this boy who seemed to have fallen into an inescapable abyss. Heng Yi did not urge him to speak, but calmly waited for his questions. Does someone like me also have a meaning of existence? Heng Yi doesn't know the reason he said that, but no matter what he has experienced in the past, his answer will not change. I don't know what kind of person you are, but I just want to tell you that as long as you exist, you are meaningful. As for the meaning of your existence in your heart, you have to find it yourself. This is something that no one else can help you with. Each of us can only do what we are capable of, but there is nothing wrong with that. Heng Yi felt that he was leading the child astray again. After all, humans have never lived alone. We are social animals. So, White Snake Boy, do you want to come with me to the butterfly house? I can provide you with medicine to heal your scars, and I can give your lovely friend a small gift. If you want to join the Demon Slayer Corps, I can also help you contact the Lord and introduce you to a suitable mentor. Why should I go to the butterfly house with you? The boy still seemed very resistant, but Heng Yi could see his wavering from his subtle body language. After all, our lives may be just a series of fleeting encounters. White Snake Boy. Heng Yi tilted his head slightly, smiling at the boy with a numb expression. We should cherish every meeting as if it were our last. So we won't have regrets. It's okay if you don't want to come with me, but please live well. After all, as long as you are alive, good things might happen. Seeing the boy putting on a facade of indifference, Heng Yi didn't say much more, just smiled and turned to walk outside the courtyard. I'll wait for you at the door for a while. If you want to come with me to the butterfly house, just follow me. Heng Yi was given time to say goodbye to the Flame Hashira's family, who took care of him. He was already certain that the boy would come along. Although it was a pity that he couldn't heal the Flame Hashira's wife, if he could help a lost child find his way, it wouldn't be a wasted trip. As he left the mansion, Heng Yi passed by a courtyard and saw a smaller owl standing there. The owl looked to be only 5 or 6 years old, holding a wooden sword that was about his height. The serious way he swung it made Heng Yi pause and interrupt his steps. After returning to the entrance of the mansion, Heng Yi waited for a while and soon saw that with a white snake, and apart from a wooden sword, he had nothing else on him. Heng Yi looked at him with a triumphant smile, saying nothing, but his irritating expression was enough to provoke the boy's dissatisfaction. What kind of look is that? You said you would introduce me to a breeder. Lord Flame Pillar has been very busy lately. You need to keep your word, right? He had a look that said if you dare to lie to me, you're finished. Not realizing how adorable, he looked to Heng Yi with that bluster, masking his weakness. Of course, I don't need to lie to you about the letter. Oomph. Well then, let's go, White Snake Boy. Ihei Cabaneri. Huh. I said my name is Ihei Cabaneri. Is your hearing bad, old man? Got it, but I can't remember, so I've decided to call you White Snake Boy from now on. Hey, you're definitely teasing me, right? How could I not remember that? Stop running. Early in the morning on the street, a young man with white hair and blue eyes ran ahead, while a boy with black hair and snake-like eyes chased after him. They passed by a girl with 3 long, cherry-pink braids, the tips of which were grass green. The boy glanced at her because of her unusual hair color, and the girl stopped to look at the two of them playing around. At the moment their eyes met, the boy faintly felt something sprouting in his heart, but he had no time to think, as Heng Yi was almost out of his sight. So he withdrew his gaze and shouted after Heng Yi while chasing him. "You really are a liar, aren't you? Why are you running? Stop, you jerk!" The girl stood in place, watching the boy's retreating figure, and sighed. What a spirited person. Even the gods couldn't help but marvel. This was truly a unique encounter brought about by an unexpected existence. Chapter 15, Calling After a Year. Heng Yi the Ninth once again sat in the wooden cabin by the waterfall on the back mountain of Fuji-Jukiyama. In a reopened final selection, he sensed several familiar presences. The little owl, the white snake boy, and, well, that kid who got knocked out on the first day last year. Heng Yi did not know the name of the boy who also used the water-breathing technique, but he felt that this year he had changed compared to last year. He seemed much more determined than before. It seems that he did not waste this year. So let's see how he performs this year. Throughout the entire year, it is unknown how much effort the active swordsman of the Demon Slayer Corps spent to facilitate the current final selection, capturing demons that met the selection criteria all over the world, which is indeed a tough job. However, compared to a year ago, the number of demons in the mountains has decreased significantly, so the difficulty of passing this selection should be much lower. Besides the unstable factor of the hand demon, the other demons in the mountains still maintain a level that has only devoured a few people. This time, the participants in the final selection, in addition to all those judged as unqualified by Heng Yi last year, also included several newcomers who had never participated before. However, some participants who had already witnessed what the demons were like last year did not come to participate in the selection. So the number of people participating in this final selection is actually on par with last year. The significant decrease in demons in the mountains made Heng Yi feel much more at ease, and there was one thing that made him very gratified. It seems that what I said last year, they all listened carefully. In this selection, the vast majority of participants advanced relying on their own strength. Until the third night of the final selection began, there were still no participants requiring Heng Yi's assistance, which was rare even 20 years ago. Moreover, the little owl is well trained, and the white snake boy is really impressive. In less than a year, he has mastered the breathing technique to such an extent, which is remarkable. Not only that, but even the boy who collapsed on the first day last year has been able to make it this far on his own strength this year. And Kaijuro has already saved 2 people from the hands of demons. This kid has something. The 2 people saved by Kaijuro were almost at the point where Heng Yi was about to step in and throw them out of the mountain. But Kaijuro seemed like a heavenly warrior, defeating the demon, almost exposing Heng Yi in front of him, with a momentum like an explosive flame. He charged at the demon with such speed that Heng Yi could hardly react. Heng Yi's plant clone managed to twist in midair and return to the trees. Fortunately, I reacted quickly. I almost twisted my waist. The plant clone wiped non-existent sweat on the trunk while listening to the conversation between Kaijuro, who had just killed the demon, and the participants he saved. One of them expressed a desire to become someone like Kaijuro, who could protect his companions with great strength, and Kaijuro, after a strange moment of silence, replied with a simple "do your best," feeling amused by the child's honesty. This child really has no pretense and speaks his mind. Given the abilities of these two, to become like Kaijuro would likely require another 10 years of training. And Heng Yi, or rather Kaijuro's judgment, was not wrong, because on the night of the 4th day, the 2 of them were thrown out of the mountain by Heng Yi. As the 4th night arrived, the first batch of participants who were unable to keep up and succumbed to the demons began to appear. Almost everyone, when faced with death, shouted for help, saying they didn't want to die and that they gave up. Indeed, who would wish to die if they could live? Even if they have deep grievances against demons. Once there is a chance to live, people are reluctant to die. Over the past year, Heng Yi did not waste his time either. Under Heng Yi's blood trap technique, he helped Tamayo and Yushiro capture a demon with special abilities. Its ability allowed it to split off another self to act simultaneously. After capturing it, Tamayo and Heng Yi studied its blood and formulated a type of medicine that theoretically could grant the user its abilities. But since the medicine was made from demon blood, only Heng Yi could take it. Heng Yi made several trips between the Butterfly Mansion and Tamayo's house for experiments. And this experiment was to determine whether Heng Yi could simultaneously control 2 or more clones to act. Unfortunately, the potency of the medicine was insufficient, or rather, The power of this demon was not enough. However, after the arrival of the final selection, Heng Yi made an unexpected gain, which was that he could control multiple plant clones simultaneously during the final selection. Now, he could throw the participants who were shouting for help out of the mountain while announcing to them that they had lost their qualifications and should go home, all the while using the blood manipulation technique on the demons present, informing them that they had eaten a person, were full, and would wake up soon. Not bad. It was still somewhat useful. This assessment was for the demon with clones that had already died, after undergoing Tamayo's transformation medicine and Heng Yi's behavioral control experiments. It had gloriously passed away. There was too little Muzin's blood in its body. If only we could catch one of the 12 Kazuki, it would be great, Mr. Heng Yi. Remembering what Tamayo said at that time, Heng Yi sighed regretfully. How he wished to catch one of the 12 Kazuki, and with his blood's restraining ability against demons. He certainly had the strength to do so. But unfortunately, the demon's perception ability of him was proportional to the amount of Muzin's blood they had, and all demons received the order from Muzin to avoid Heng Yi. So annoying. To put simply, the demons that could be captured by Heng Yi's designs, or those that might be interested in Heng Yi's blood, were all demons that Muzin couldn't even be bothered to look at. What a contradiction. As a rare blood type, the embodiment of the blue spider lily, Heng Yi was hated by all high-ranking demons. Time passed quickly, and in the blink of an eye, it was already the last day of the final selection. Just as Heng Yi thought, the results of this final selection were quite fruitful. With more than 10 people passing, a number that almost broke the highest passing count since Heng Yi began overseeing the final selection. As dawn approached, the battles throughout the mountain had subsided, and an unexpected event occurred. All participants collectively avoided the area where the hand demon was active. Surprisingly, for a full 7 days, no one engaged in battle with the hand demon, who, unlike last year, remained in one area and seemed disinterested in all living beings. Heng Yi felt a bit regretful because he believed that some of the candidates had the ability to fight against that ghost, and if they teamed up, they might even be able to defeat him. At this moment, Heng Yi the Ninth had separated his consciousness from Fujisaki Mountain and set off towards the front shrine, where those who passed the selection had already gathered. After the assessment, someone from a main residence would be responsible for informing the selected team members about the relevant matters of the Demon Slayer Corps, including the production of uniforms and the selection of ores for crafting the Nicaran blades. Heng Yi actually didn't need to appear, but this time was different from before. He was going to see a few familiar little friends. When Hikari arrived, it was just the right time for Iguro Abanai to select the ore, and Hikari's playful spirit was once again stirred. Oh my, little snake has performed well this year. Big brother Hikari is very pleased with you. Mr. Hikari, white-haired weird uncle. Both Kaiduro and Abanai looked at him upon hearing his voice, but Hikari felt that the latter's address was not very friendly. What weird uncle? Call me Big Brother Hikari. What big brother? Don't you know how old you are? Aren't you ashamed to say such things? How old am I? I'm 20. Look at my face. Doesn't it look like I'm 20? This was an old routine. Hikari wasn't mysterious in the Demon Slayer Corps, and his legendary deeds were well known. His ancient status rarely allowed him to encounter such impolite kids, so whenever he met one, he wanted to tease them. It was quite novel. While bantering, Hikari didn't forget to greet Kaijiro and the boy using water breathing. Oh, little Fuku-kun, long time no see. How's Flame Hashira doing? How's that kid who got knocked out on the first day last year, the Fox Boy, and the former Water Hashira? Heng Yi has no right to blame others, as he himself is not very polite. However, the other two clearly knew Heng Yi's background and were not very concerned about his strange way of addressing them, responding to his greeting in a proper manner. My father is in good spirits. Thank you for your concern, Mr. Heng Yi. Both King Tu and my master are well. Thank you. Lord Heng Yi. Just as Heng Yi was about to respond, he heard a voice that did not come from anyone present. It was a voice from his soul. Uncle Heng Yi, help me. Uncle, why are you suddenly in a daze? Is there something wrong with what I said? Mr. Heng Yi? The youths who had just been bantering with Heng Yi noticed that he suddenly changed his expression drastically and then froze in place, no longer responding. Was this voice from Xiaosha's butterfly house? Was something wrong with the butterfly house? Every time Heng Yi leaves the butterfly house, he comes to the Tengshi Mountain as a split body of the 9th generation, while the 3rd generation remains in the locust tree of the butterfly house. Everyone in the butterfly house, including Shaddai, knows where his split body is. When he leaves, everything in the butterfly house is normal, and he cannot think of what could make Shaddai so anxious. Without thinking too much, Heng Yi rushed toward the sturdy tree in the shrine, leaving behind a sentence. We'll talk another day. Urgent matters require a quick return. Then, in front of everyone, he merged with the big tree. Butterflies flew past the astonished crowd, sighing that although the world often changes, some things are destined to happen. Chapter 16. Lost Lord Yaozai. Oh, is that you, Tinga? Come in. What's the matter? It's like this. News has come in. Just last night, on the final night of Lord Heng Yi supervising the final selection, the butterfly brothers Zhe and Ning, who managed the butterfly house, were attacked by demons at their home. What? The news was delivered by Mr. Xiaming from Mingyu Island. He seems to have arrived at the scene after finishing a mission. Is that so? How are the two from the butterfly house and their families? Were they injured? What about Mr. Heng Yi? Did he receive the news? When Tokishi, the Lord's Raven, returned from Tengshi Mountain, he said that Mr. Heng Yi seemed to have received the news of their attack in a special way and had quickly shifted his consciousness. However, unfortunately, that was already in the early morning after the final selection had ended. Mr. Heng Yi must be so sad. Awakening from the centennial locust tree in the backyard of the butterfly house. The third generation of Heng Yi saw Shadai's panicked face as soon as he released his fusion with the tree. Little Sha, Uncle Heng Yi, hurry, hurry, save Uncle Ning. A monster attacked at home. Everyone is hurt. The teacher is back. I ran back by myself to find you to save us. Shadai hurriedly explained to Heng Yi. Her words a bit incoherent due to her anxiety, but Heng Yi still grasped the situation from what she said. Okay, I'll go back right away. Little Sha, you must stay in the butterfly house and wait for Aunt Josie to come. You absolutely cannot go out by yourself, okay? After leaving the butterfly house, Heng Yi used all his means to rush towards Uncle Zhu's house. Shadai's words did not clarify what had happened to everyone, and Heng Yi did not ask, perhaps because he was afraid, or perhaps because he already had a guess. But one thing was certain. He was afraid of getting a definite answer. 1,000 years have passed. Heng Yi has gotten used to walking alone, used to meeting again, and even used to sending off children he has watched grow up in the guise of a young man. But what he could never get used to is suddenly losing young family members unexpectedly. If immortality is a cruel punishment, he thinks he has already endured enough. But why must he watch his loved ones and friends, who should not die, lose their lives one by one when they still have so much life ahead of them? Those who want to die cannot, and those who want to live cannot. What is the divine really thinking? Heng Yi ran wildly towards the direction of the rising sun. By this time, he understood that if it was a battle with ghosts, then regardless of whether he arrived or not, the outcome was already predetermined. But now he had only one thought, to hurry there, faster, a little earlier. However, when he arrived at Aj's house and saw the blood-soaked floor, he couldn't control his legs and collapsed directly to the ground. It felt as if something was blocking his vision, and everything appeared hazy. He could barely make out Xiao run in the distance, trembling and crying over something indistinguishable, and Xiao Xiang kneeling in a pool of blood. He faintly heard someone calling his name, but it seemed as if his ears were also covered by something. The sound coming and causing a ringing that made it hard for him to distinguish who it was or what was said. Help Uncle Ning. Mr. Heng Yi, Mr. Ning is still alive. The words that Shadai blurted out upon seeing Heng Yi reach his left ear, while his right ear caught the anxious cries of Bei Mingyu. Heng Yi finally regained control of his body, cleared the fog before him, and moved to where Kanei was. Heng Yi finally saw that her hand was tightly covering Ning's throat, where a large horizontal cut was gushing blood. She was pressing down on the wound with all her might, but her hand was too small and the wound was too large, so blood kept pouring out. Xiao Xiang, just keep pressing, I'll come and fix it. At this moment, Heng Yi did not want to rely on a doctor's intuition to determine whether Ning could be saved. He immediately released his bloodline tendrils to invade the wound. And after hundreds of years of bodily repair experience, he had a profound understanding of human anatomy. Without any hesitation, he meticulously repaired Ning's neck wound from the inside out in just a few breaths. Kanahu stared in astonishment at Heng Yi's godlike methods before she could react. Ning's wound had already been healed. The immense emotional shift left her momentarily unable to respond. Heng Yi did not stop for a moment. After Ning's wound was healed, he immediately began to diagnose him, while also reassuring the frozen Kanai. Xiao Xiang did very well. She had been pressing on the wound before I arrived, which helped a lot. Thank you, good child. Although what he said was the truth, the diagnosis showed that Ning's condition was not optimistic. The pool of blood beneath him indicated that even though the wound was pressed, he had lost too much blood. Heng Yi did not know how long Ning had been bleeding before he arrived. Although the wound was stitched up, the lost blood could not return to his body. When Heng Yi heard the strong girl beside him let out a faint sob, he couldn't help but feel a pang of sadness. However, fearing that her crying might disturb Heng Yi's treatment, she forced herself to hold back the tears that followed. Before long, Heng Yi finished the diagnosis. The good news was that Ning was still alive. The bad news was that he had fallen into a deep coma, and it was uncertain when he would wake up. Or perhaps he might never wake up again. At this moment, Heng Yi straightened up and embraced the quietly crying Kane beside him, putting on a calm facade and comforting her. Cry, little Kana, let out. Ah, Mr. Heng Yi, woo woo woo. In Heng Yi's warm embrace, the girl cried heartily while no one saw. Tears also fell from Heng Yi's calm face. It's okay to cry, just let it out. Over the long period of time, Heng Yi learned to quietly scream in despair, as if as long as no one heard his lament, it wouldn't count as hopelessness. The bloodline tendrils dispersed upon Heng Yi's arrival. In their perception, besides Heng Yi, there were only 4 living people nearby. Who was Kane crying for? And for whom was the mournful Yu reciting scriptures for the dead? The answer was self-evident. The sun had fully risen, but Heng Yi felt both pain and cold. The pain had its reasons. Merging with Fujisaki Mountain while maintaining his humanity came at a cost. Heng Yi did not tell anyone about this. He merely prepared a herbal remedy for himself and placed it in his pipe. People would only think Heng Yi was smoking. They had no idea that the pipe contained a nerve-numbing drug. But why was he feeling cold? Heng Yi felt as if his head had soaked in water and rusted, losing even the ability to think about warmth and cold. Out of the corner of his eye, Heng Yi saw the little shinobu, who had been crying by the bodies of the Azuma couple, run over. He instinctively opened his arms and pulled her into his embrace. Brother Heng Yi, woo woo woo. Holding the trembling, warm bodies of the 2 girls, Heng Yi finally felt a little less cold. He continued to quietly shed tears and said to the girls, I'm sorry. I came too late. Chapter 17. The Unknown Future. I'm sorry, Mr. Heng Yi. I returned too late and couldn't save Mr. Azuma, Mr. Ning, and Mrs. Maelyong. No, please don't apologize. It is already a blessing from heaven that you were able to return in time to save the children. No one will blame you. How is Mr. Ning's condition? We can only leave it to fate. He has lost too much blood, and the symptoms of brain hypoxia are evident. Now we can only see his will to survive. Namo Amitba. Mr. Azuma and Mr. Ning have dedicated their lives to saving others. Yet they have encountered such a great disaster. How sorrowful. The mournful Yu twisted a string of prayer beads, and as he spoke, tears streamed down his face again. Heng Yi looked at the tall monk, who seemed even more sorrowful than himself, but he couldn't bring himself to say any words of comfort. Have you decided on your accommodation next? Heng Yi wanted to ask Baiminyu about his plans, but before he could, a sudden pain from deep within his body interrupted his thoughts. He endured it without showing any signs, but forgot the question he wanted to ask and instead recalled something else. Although I'm still at the butterfly house. You know my situation. If you haven't settled on a place yet, it's fine for her to stay at the butterfly house for now. No, I've already settled on a place. Should I, can live with me from now on. Thank you, Mr. Heng Yi. Baiminyu seemed quite concerned about Heng Yi and asked with care, but Mr. Heng Yi, you seem to be unwell. Is everything all right? What are your plans moving forward? Heng Yi was surprised by his keen insight, which, despite his blindness, was not inferior to anyone else's. He thought to himself that losing his vision might enhance the other 6 senses, allowing him to sometimes see more clearly than others. My body has no major issues. Next, I need to handle the funeral arrangements for Zhe and his wife, find a way to wake up a Ning, and also take care of Xiao Xiang and Xiao Ren. Heng Yi felt a slight ache in his nose, and as he thought of the 2 corpses covered by white cloth in a room behind him, an overwhelming sadness surged in his heart. However, he would not allow himself to wallow in sorrow, because he still had people to take care of. If he succumbed to the pain of losing his family, how could the 2 girls find the strength to carry on? Although Zhe was no longer here, he still had Xiao Xiang and Xiao Ren. He was their family, and he had to take good care of them until they no longer needed him. So, please don't worry about me. Once again, thank you for saving my family in time. Please don't refuse. I'm expressing my gratitude as a relative. Thank you so much. Seeing Heng Yi's embarrassment, Baiminyu kindly responded, please feel free to call me whatever you like. No need to be formal. How embarrassing. Then, Mr. Buddha Beads, thank you. It's what I should do, Mr. Heng Yi. Namo Amiba. In the following days, Heng Yi took care of Ning and Kanahui, the 2 sisters, while also handling the aftermath of the butterfly couple. The helpers, including Juwuzi, who were assisting at the butterfly house, were quite surprised by the sudden passing of the couple as announced by the butterfly house. However, upon learning that there was another owner and that it would not close, they expressed their willingness to stay, especially Juwuzi, who was one of the few in the butterfly house aware of the Demon Slayer Corps. She actively supported Heng Yi, including but not limited to taking care of Ning and the 2 girls. I can take care of the 2 children for you, so you don't have to worry about their daily needs. Besides, I'm a woman, making it easier to care for them. I can also help with Ning's care. I have experience with such patients. How can that be? You have a child to raise as well. How could I possibly leave everything to you? You've already helped me so much. There is no need to worry. I can manage. Is that so? Then what about the unevenly cut, scattered radishes in your hands? The fire under the stove is so small. Are you planning to cook medicine? I'm really not good at cooking. Please put down the radishes and go see the patients. Leave this to me. The seemingly fragile Jawuzi actually had a firm personality, and over the days, she had fully convinced Heng Yi to stop forcing himself to do things he was not good at. You are an excellent doctor, but a terrible cook. Everyone has their own strengths and duties. She pushed Heng Yi out of the kitchen, insisting that cooking was something he should not do. Heng Yi stood outside the kitchen, touching his nose, regrettably losing the right to handle the ingredients. Who said that knowing how to concoct medicine means one can cook? That's simply nonsense. Just as he pulled out his pipe and took a couple of puffs, intending to turn and head to the front hall, he saw Kanahu and Shinobu holding hands. Coming to find him. What's wrong, little Kana? Little Shinobu? Is there something you need from me? The two girls, having gone through such a setback, quickly perked up, which made Heng Yi and all the other adults feel both relieved and heartbroken. Heng Yi, brother, Mr. Heng. What is it? Heng Yi looked at the two hesitant girls and smiled as he said to them, "You can speak your mind freely." He slightly lowered his head, his light blue eyes resembling a pool of gentle spring water. Because we're the most important family to each other, aren't we? His words encouraged the timid children, and they finally spoke with determination about their intentions. Please introduce us to a cultivator. We want to join the Demon Slayer Corps. Please help us contact the Lord of the Demon Slayer Corps. We beg you. Heng Yi was taken aback, slowly lowering the hand that held the pipe. He truly did not expect that while he was still thinking about how to raise the two children safely to adulthood, the two teenagers, barely in their teens, were already contemplating how to join the Demon Slayer Corps to fight demons. Mr. Heng Yi, are you angry? Kanae asked nervously after Heng Yi remained silent for a long time, while Shinobu beside her looked at Heng Yi with anxious eyes full of pleading. No, I'm not angry with you. I won't be angry no matter what you did. I'm just a bit surprised and a little frustrated. Huh? Can you tell me why you want to join the Demon Slayer Corps? Or do you understand what kind of effort it takes to join? The two petite girls shared their thoughts with Heng, and once again he was shocked to learn that their reason for wanting to join the Demon Slayer Corps was not hatred, but the desire to protect. We want to become stronger, to use our own power to protect the happiness that has not yet been destroyed by the demons. Yes, we don't want to see such painful things happen to others anymore. Heng Yi saw the hot and kind heart shining brightly in his eyes. 1,000 years ago, there was also a young man standing in front of him, saying he wanted to join the Demon Slayer Corps. The hatred he couldn't hide in his eyes made Heng Yi stop him, and this act of stopping unexpectedly led to the development of the current selection method for the Demon Slayer Corps. Nowadays, the important family members are the same, having lost significant people due to demons, but their determination is so radiant and beautiful that Heng Yi cannot think of any reason to stop them. If such a great ideal is to be hindered, then what are they really fighting for? Heng Yi smiled. Of course, he felt reluctant and worried. But these were not reasons to stop the children from realizing themselves. All right, I will help you contact Lord Zhugong and ask him to introduce suitable mentors. Really, Mr. Heng Yi, brother Heng Yi. Really, I always keep my word. That's great. Yay. But you must be prepared, Heng Yi said, showing the most serious and stern expression he had ever had in front of the two girls, warning them, you have chosen an incredibly difficult path. Be prepared to face death in order to survive, and approach every battle with a mindset that if you don't slay the evil spirits, you will perish. As the overseer of the final selection, if you can enter the final selection, I will not give you any special treatment. Once you enter Fujisaki Mountain, you can only rely on yourselves. Now, tell me, do you have that determination? The girls, who had never seen this side of Heng Yi, huddled together tightly when he first started speaking, but as Heng Yi's tone grew more severe, they gradually became more resolute. When Heng Yi finished his last sentence, they answered in unison, giving him a satisfactory response. Of course, we are ready. Although the road ahead was unknown, filled with challenges and variables, they still bravely took their first steps. Heng Yi didn't mind being their lighthouse on this dark journey, illuminating their path forward, so they could find their direction even in the darkest moments. Chapter 18. Breaking the taboo. In the following days, Heng Yi sent off the two girls like a caring father. After receiving Heng Yi's letter, the leader of the Demon Slayer Corps, Lord Yoya Kanroji, thoughtfully arranged for two members of the Hidden Corps to escort the girls to their respective mentors. Hey, doesn't it feel a bit quieter? And Ning, even though it's night now. In these few days, the yard was devoid of the sounds of children chasing and playing. With the reliable couple in charge of the butterfly mansion gone, Heng Yi had sent off the two confident children and was now fully focused on taking care of the unconscious Ning. It had been 5 full days since the incident with Zhe and Ning, during which Ning had slipped into a coma from blood loss after having his throat cut. Since last night, Ning's pulse had gradually become undetectable, his body temperature was dropping rapidly, and his breathing had become very weak. If it weren't for the slight rising and falling of his chest and the slow heartbeat that could still be felt, then he would have almost thought he had already lost him. How can I save you, Ning? The entire night, Heng Yi stayed by his side, exhausting all means to treat him, but his condition still showed no significant improvement. Although over the millennia, Heng Yi had bid farewell to countless friends and family. Every time he faced such a situation, a deep sense of helplessness would wash over him. Time had indeed taught him much, but it also left him with too many regrets. If only Ashur were here. Since the demon attack incident, it was the first time Heng Yi thought of Tamayo, as he himself was an experienced doctor and understood Ning's condition well. Why then did he think of Tamayo at this moment? Heng Yi questioned himself deeply, feeling that the thought he had just unconsciously produced was a violation of natural laws and a disregard for taboos. Seeing Anning like this, Heng Yi was reminded of Yushir, who had been turned into a demon alongside Zhuye 300 years ago, an event that should never have happened. At that time, Zhuye and Heng Yi's experiment to free demons from Yuzin's control was on the verge of failing, and Yushir, who was 35 years old and all alone, suddenly appeared in their sight. His strong will to survive was something even Heng Yi had never seen before. Unfortunately, the disease he suffered from progressed rapidly and was incurable. Later, it was Zhuye who made the decision to turn Yushir into a demon herself. After explaining to him in detail the existence of demons and what he would become by turning into one, they obtained his consent. Zhuye infused him with her blood, turning him into a demon. Thanks to this, their experiment made significant progress. Yushir, transformed into a demon by Zhuye's blood, was not under Muzin's control and would not be cursed to death by mentioning Muzin. His relationship with Zhuye was completely different from that of Muzin and his subordinates. So, if they could reduce the amount of Muzin's blood in those who had already transformed into evil demons, could they possibly revert them back to humans? Thinking too far ahead, now is not the time for such thoughts. Heng Yi knelt beside Ning, whose vital signs were fading, and felt that it was time to make a decision. Will you blame me, Ning? Heng Yi gently touched his slightly cold cheek, which had become so from blood loss and days of unconsciousness, and quietly asked him, but even if you blame me, there must be this opportunity first, right? Dawn is approaching. It is again time to seal the demons. Throughout 1,000 years of life, Heng Yi has come to understand that in the world where humans exist, the intersection of black and white is often the darkest place. Where the light shines brightly, there are rules that are open and upright. In the pitch-black silence, there are also unbounded laws of darkness. So what about the place where darkness and light intersect? Perhaps it will be a place of impossibility. The blood tendrils silently emerge from Heng Yi's body, like tubes inserting into Ning's veins. Apart from the boy who had a blood relation with him 1,000 years ago, Heng Yi had never again transferred his blood to a living person. He just had an inexplicable premonition that his blood might awaken the life force of the man before him, who had almost no chance of survival, bringing him back to consciousness. His body, altered by Zhuye, had long since become a being that could not be called human, coupled with the characteristics of devouring evil spirits and various plants, as well as mastering techniques similar to blood demon arts. Heng Yi felt that he was now closer to a demon than a human. As a human, can Ning accept his blood? Or rather, what kind of life will he become after accepting his blood? At this moment, Heng Yi is conducting an experiment with no turning back and is also breaking a taboo. No matter what, please do not leave. The blood of Kohichi continuously flowed through the blood vessels and tendrils into Ning's body. Please, don't leave me alone. Mr. Kohichi, how could you wake up in the main residence at this time? Is Mr. Ning all right over at the butterfly house? When Amain Kanemitsu received the report from the housemaid that Kohichi's split body, which was left in the cherry blossom tree at the main residence, had awakened and requested an audience with the Lord, she immediately rushed to see him. Heng Yi maintained a calm demeanor, but there was a hint of hesitation in him, as if he were contemplating something very important, appearing somewhat indecisive. Ah, madam. Yes, Ning woke up yesterday. He is temporarily fine. I have a discovery, or rather, an attempt. I would like to explain it to you, my lord. Is my lord available now? My husband felt unwell this morning. He may have caught a chill. You know his condition. He says he feels he is not seriously ill, so he didn't notify any doctors from Dai House, Tianyin said to Heng Yi. He also specifically instructed that we should not disturb you lately, as you have just gone through such a painful experience and are surely in a time of sorrow, while also taking care of Mr. Ning, whose condition is not a short-term issue. My lord, this child truly. His health is so poor, yet he still thinks of me. It's really worrisome. Upon hearing Heng Yi's affectionate address and the seemingly reproachful, yet genuinely caring words, Tianyin smiled gently and remained silent. Then please, madam, leave me to see him. Heng Yi finally solidified a certain thought in his heart and requested, let's all listen and make a decision together. Tianyin was somewhat puzzled by Heng Yi's serious attitude, but did not raise any questions. Instead, she led Heng Yi to meet Yao Zai. Perhaps it might really be useful. Chapter 19. Using blood as medicine. Heng Yi followed Tianyin to Yai's door. Tianyin gently spoke to the inside. Husband, Mr. Heng Yi has arrived. What? How could Mr. Heng Yi come? Ahem. Please come in. As the door was opened, Heng Yi saw Yao resting in bed. Sure enough, his curse mark had spread again. When they met before, Heng Yi had already noticed that the curse on Yao had begun to manifest externally, with purple blotches eroding the area around his left eye. With the appearance of this mark, his left eye's vision had begun to be affected, and the situation was actually quite grim. For the past 2 years, Heng Yi had been adjusting medications and searching for books. But despite exhausting his knowledge and scouring through medical texts, he had only managed to slow the curse's progress by half. What made Heng Yi feel most guilty was Yai's attitude. He never blamed Heng Yi for his ineffectiveness, but instead comforted him time and again. Even if it's only half, it's already very good, Mr. Heng Yi. I think you're already remarkable. After all, this is a curse from the gods. How did you come here? I clearly instructed everyone not to disturb you. Did you forget? This is the split 6 lives I left in the cherry blossom tree in the front courtyard. I even told you the tree's secrets. Due to being busy with supervising the final selection and the sudden attack of the evil spirits, Heng Yi had not seen Yao for more than a month. Now, as soon as he entered the room, he noticed that the purple blotches on Yai's face had further spread. Just as Heng Yi thought, once the curse began to manifest on the skin, the spread would accelerate. I remember, just a bit surprised. Is Mr. Ning okay? Has he gotten out of danger? He's fine now. But you... Let me see. Heng Yi feigned an angry expression. Are you not aware of your own body? If you're not feeling well, come to me. I am your family doctor, and you make me look useless like this. Yao looked at Heng Yi's angry, yet coaxing demeanor, and gently shook his head. He understood Heng Yi's sadness and knew this was Heng Yi's disguise, but he tacitly cooperated with his act. I was wrong. Please don't be angry. That's a good child. It's not a cold. It's because of the curse. From Yai's pulse, Heng Yi received no feedback indicating any cold. Only the curse that always loomed over the flesh and blood of the Tachi family, like an invisible beast, watching closely. Thus, Heng Yi straightened his body and brought up the reason for his urgent visit to Yao and Tianyin. I now have a medicine that may significantly delay the curse's progress. I wonder if the lord and lady would like to try it. Really? Unlike Tianyin's surprised inquiry, Yao remained silent. He looked into Heng Yi's eyes and calmly asked, is there any side effect, right, Mr. Heng Yi? Heng Yi smiled wryly and nodded. You're really sharp, young man. Nothing escapes you. Yao Zai revealed his usual calm smile. Because if there were no side effects, you definitely wouldn't even ask us. So what price do I have to pay? Actually, I don't know. Both Yao Zai and Tianyin voiced their confusion simultaneously, making Heng Yi feel a bit embarrassed. This medicinal ingredient is my blood. I wonder if you can accept it. In the face of the two's surprise, Heng Yi became serious. After all, it was a medicine to be ingested. As a doctor, how could I use such a strange ingredient without informing the patient? Not to mention the effect, just the terrible quality of this medicine might scare off some patients. Not to mention that Heng Yi touched his nose. After all, it is my blood. Yao Zai was well aware of the physical transformations Heng Yi had undergone over the centuries. Heng Yi had shared almost every detail of his transformations with him, except for the blue abyss flower. This matter remained a secret known only to Yuan Yi and Heng Yi himself. Even Zhuye and Yushalang, who helped Heng Yi create the split body, only had a vague understanding of it. Why did you suddenly think of using your own blood in the medicine? Yao Zai asked curiously, as he had seen Heng Yi racking his brains over his body for the past 2 years. He wanted to know what had suddenly prompted Heng Yi to have such an idea. However, when it came to this matter, Heng Yi's expression was somewhat indescribable. He didn't look Yao Zai in the eye, as if he were a child who had done something wrong. I delivered my blood to Ning. Heng Yi told Yao Zai and Tianyin in detail about Ning's coma lasting several days, his vital signs about to disappear, and the ineffectiveness of medicine. As for why I would make this choice, I admit there is an element of gamble involved, and there is a reason for this gamble. In fact, Heng Yi took a deep breath and said to Yao Zai, I have been in contact with a demon who has escaped the control of Musen Kibutsuji. What? The news Heng Yi brought today shocked both Yao Zai and Tianyin greatly. Faced with such an abundance of information, the two didn't know which piece to delve into further. Let me discuss this matter with you in detail later. As for the issue of using my blood in medicine, I am certain that my blood will have uncertain side effects after being used in medicine because after Aining took it, although she woke up, she became somewhat strange. Heng Yi's expression was somewhat difficult to describe, leaving Yao Yin unsure whether to continue asking. However, Heng Yi quickly continued, but I believe his condition is still within a controllable range. Moreover, you are different from him. He directly received my blood. To prevent his body from rejecting my blood, I performed a full blood transfusion for him, which also caused the separated body left in the butterfly house to fall into a relatively weak state. As for your medicine, the base prescription is still the same as before, but my blood will be added as a catalyst during consumption. Its effect is to further stimulate the suppression of the curse in your body, achieving the effect that this medicine could have when I provided it to your ancestor 1,000 years ago. Given Aining's condition, I speculate that my blood has this capability, but the amount needed will have to be determined through observation after actual consumption. I cannot be sure if there will be any unknown issues. Heng Yi's voice grew quieter, and his tone became increasingly uncertain. He felt that he had acted impulsively. Just as Heng Yi fell into a difficult silence, Yao Zai spoke up. I agree with your suggestion, Mr. Heng Yi. After Yao Zai finished speaking, he smiled at Tianyin beside Heng Yi. Upon meeting his gaze, the tacit understanding between the couple made her instantly comprehend, and she followed suit, saying, I share the same thoughts as my husband, Mr. Heng Yi. Huh? Aren't you going to reconsider? Mr. Heng Yi, you know I lost my father when I was 2 years old, and my uncle passed away when I was 4. From that time on, I became the head of the Hoshiyuki family and the leader of the Demon Slayer Corps. Since then, I have made up my mind to defeat Musen Kibutsuji, to end this curse that has lasted for 1,000 years, and to ensure that all children no longer have to fight for their lives. You know I work tirelessly for this day and night. I'm not afraid of the hardships ahead, nor am I fearful of pain and sorrow. Do you know what I fear the most? Heng Yi shook his head. It was a pity to die in mediocrity without having seen the culprit who brought a 1,000-year curse upon our clan, causing countless innocent people to suffer and lose their families. In the eyes of the gentle young man, Heng Yi saw a fervor that filled him with dread. Now, you have brought me a way to survive, and the cost will be borne by you. I only need to accept the risks you can control. I can think of no reason to refuse. The only thing that makes me feel ashamed is that I will once again have to rely on harming your body to heal myself, which truly weighs on my conscience. Perhaps for thousands of years, you have heard many ancestors speak such words, but please don't worry. I trust you and also trust myself. I have a premonition that we will succeed in this lifetime. Heng Yi listened to his decisive statement, repeatedly confirming that he was serious, that he truly had the confidence to see the day of success. Well then, as you wish, my esteemed lord. For thousands of years, there has been no lord with such ambition. You are the only one, young man. Chapter 20 time. Mr. Keiichi, it has been a long time since we last met, and I have not heard about your recent situation. I often think of you. Since the beginning of this year, it has been nearly a year since I last saw you after my final selection with Shinobu. Shinobu and I have returned to the butterfly house multiple times, but have not been able to see you. I truly miss you and hope you are well. I heard from Uncle Ning that you once saved him with a blood transfusion method, bringing him back from the brink of death. After that, your split body in the butterfly house fell into a slumber and has not awakened since. You did not mention this last time we met, and both Shinobu and I are very worried. Font change, such an important matter. Why didn't you mention it when we met? You only talked about Uncle Ning's recovery, and we thought he had healed on his own. Both Shinobu and I are doing well. Although hunting demons is dangerous, we find it rewarding, especially when we save those who have been attacked and receive their gratitude. It makes me feel that even if I get hurt, it is worth it. Font change, I feel the same. We have adopted a girl and named her Kuri Hanaraku Kane. One day, while passing over a bridge, we encountered a slave trader holding this child. It reminded me of what my father said, that about 500 years ago, before the butterfly house existed, you saved our ancestor, named him Butterfly Shinny, and created the butterfly house with the meaning of rebirth for those who had become slaves due to war. Today, Shinobu and I encountered a similar situation. If we stand by and do nothing, wouldn't that betray the kindness you showed us back then? How will we face you in the future? Moreover, when I saw her, I thought of Shinobu and myself. After losing our parents, would we have also fallen into such a situation if it weren't for you? I dare not think further and only feel that we should save her. Font change. I threw some money, pulled the rope, and took her away. But this child seems to have some issues. I don't know what terrible things she has experienced. She seems to have closed off her heart and completely lost the ability to express her feelings. I wonder how to treat this condition. At this moment, how I wish you were by our side. I weakly thought, I'm sorry, please forgive my weakness because we truly miss you. Font change, where have you gone? Why hasn't there been any news? Uncle Ning said you rarely return to the butterfly house. At least write a letter back, really. By the way, there's one more thing. I met someone named Shimiya Fuyukawa, who is not a swordsman who passed the final selection to join the Demon Slayer Corps. Because of his last name, which is the same as yours, I couldn't help but pay attention to him. I was wondering if he might be a descendant of yours? Perhaps there can't be such a coincidence in the world. Maybe I'm overthinking it, but if it really is true, how wonderful it would be. You would have one more family member. Writing this letter, I hope to hear back soon. Butterfly Kane Butterfly, Shinobu respectfully. Busy Ichi received the letter from the Butterfly sisters at the residence of the Ubuyashiki family. The Ubuyashiki residence, as the headquarters of the Demon Slayer Corps, is very secretive and kept confidential from all members except for the Hashira-level swordsmen. However, Ichi occasionally saw members of the secret unit coming and going. Presumably they are either absolutely trustworthy individuals trained by the Ubuyashiki clan or can enter but do not know the specific location. During the past year, Ichi has mostly spent time at the Ubuyashiki residence and indeed rarely returned to the butterfly house. When he did return, he did not meet the two sisters. Occasionally, he would switch to the split body at Tamayo's place to continue advancing their experiments while also facilitating cooperation between the Demon Slayer Corps and Tamayo. However, even with Ichi acting as an intermediary, the cooperation between the two sides has not progressed smoothly. In the past, Ichi had considered introducing Tamayo to the Lord of the Demon Slayer Corps. But the reason he did not do so was quite helpless. Each Lord and all swordsmen of the Demon Slayer Corps hold an attitude that demons must be eradicated. How could there be demons that do not harm people? Even if there were, it wouldn't matter. The relationship between us and the demons is absolutely irreconcilable. And even if they are worthy of sympathy, we have nothing to say to them. This is what Ichi learned from a former head of the family, which completely dispelled his thoughts of letting both sides meet. I also do not trust the Demon Slayer Corps, Mr. Ichi, because I am, after all, a demon that has eaten people. Indeed, we cannot trust them. Lady Tamayo, please do not show such a sad expression. You were helpless at that time and did not intend to kill anyone. It is all Musen's fault. When Tamayo and Yusher expressed similar sentiments, Ichi suddenly realized that although he knew Tamayo and Yusher well and had 1,000 years of friendship with the Demon Slayer Corps, he had forgotten that the conflict between the Demon Slayer Corps and demons is almost irreconcilable. Therefore, the current Lord, Ubuyashiki Waya, is truly the first Lord Ichi has seen in 1,000 years who shows a willingness to cooperate. Building trust takes time. We should take it slow. When Ichi saw in the letter that the two girls said they had adopted a child, he couldn't help but feel amused. In his view, Kane, who is only 15 years old, and Shinobu, who is merely 11, are still children themselves, although they have stepped onto a perilous battlefield. I do not doubt their combat abilities, but can they take care of a younger child who has suffered psychological trauma? I should find time to go back and see them. Seeing the old matters mentioned in their letter, Ichi couldn't help but begin to recall those times that have slipped away like sand through his fingers. 1,000 years is a long time. Some faces have become blurry, and names have been forgotten for some unknown reasons. But fortunately, Ichi has regained the moments of every encounter and remembered each genuine emotion. I miss you both. Fuyukawa. Shimiya? Indeed, there are very few people with my surname. When he saw this name, Ichi felt his heart skip a beat. He thought Kane's guess might not be overthinking, as he truly had never met anyone with the same surname in 1,000 years. I should really find an opportunity to meet him. Perhaps he is a descendant of my brother. Mr. Ichi, the Lord is calling for you. Just as Ichi was thinking about making time to meet this possible relative, a voice from behind called out to him. Oh, I'll be right there. But what happened? Is it something about feeling unwell? Yes, but it's not the Lord who is unwell. It's the lady. Huh, is that so? During this period, Ichi has achieved gratifying results using his blood as a medicinal guide, and the progress of the curse within Waya has significantly slowed down. As his physical condition improves, Keiichi has further adjusted the medicine to suppress the curse's effects. Most importantly, he has not experienced any abnormalities since taking the medicine. After the purple spots near his left eye faded, his vision has also returned to a state that does not affect his daily life. I'm coming in. Please come in, Mr. Keiichi. All right. I heard that Ian is not feeling well. It's all because my husband is overly worried. I'm not in any serious trouble. Sorry to trouble you to come. I heard that Kane and Shinobu wrote a letter. How are they? They are all under the same roof. What trouble could there be? Come, let me take your hand. Now the other hand, I got it. Congratulations to you both. You're going to be parents. Huh, really? That's great. Heng Yi looked at the happy couple and felt that today was truly a beautiful day, with all the things he heard being joyful. Isn't life full of hope? It's really wonderful. Yuani, every day we live is a good time. Chapter 21. The descendants of Kikuka Iwasuk in the blink of an eye. It was early spring again, and the cherry blossoms in the courtyard of the estate were blooming early, just like in previous years. However, overnight, the branches were adorned with delicate pink flowers, resembling a colorful cloud, gently floating in the air. As the breeze brushed by, the petals fell like snow, creating a romantic and beautiful rain of flowers. As Heng Yi stepped out of his room early in the morning, he was greeted by such a beautiful scene that he couldn't help but pause and admire the vibrant spring colors, stealing a moment of leisure in the fleeting life. Occasionally, it's necessary to stop and take a look at the flourishing beauty of the world, so that my existence through countless lifetimes is not in vain. Just as Heng Yi reached out to catch the flowers fluttering down, he saw Tian-Yin walking towards him, neatly dressed and carrying luggage. Is Ian going out? Mr. Heng Yi, you finally came out of the laboratory. After not leaving the lab for a whole month and not eating or drinking, Heng Yi felt a bit embarrassed as he heard Tian-Yin's spontaneous exclamation and touched his nose. Haha, I just encountered a good experimental subject and, in my excitement, I forgot to eat and sleep. Don't worry about me. I won't get tired, you know. I was rude. Tian-Yin had always treated Heng Yi with great respect, even though they were quite familiar with each other. Sometimes Heng Yi felt that she was too formal. Although they were close, there was always a peculiar sense of pressure. This was the first time she spoke to him in such a tone, and Heng Yi actually thought this attitude was just right. Oh, don't mind these little things. It's normal to be surprised. How is your experiment progressing? The experiment is going quite smoothly. Heng Yi recently conducted an experiment using the blood of Tamayo as the basis for a demon summoning potion. This goes back to the pillar meeting from the previous year, which was Xiao Xiang's first attendance as a pillar. Heng Yi did not expect to meet the boy with the same surname as himself under such circumstances for the first time. Moreover, he did not anticipate that this boy would have such a fiery temper, directly cursing at Yao Zai during the meeting. In your eyes, the team members are nothing more than worthless pawns. Following Yao Zai's response, Heng Yi learned that he had just slain one of the lower moons among the 12 Kazuki with his best friend, but unfortunately, his friend, Kurono Masakan, had succumbed to his injuries and died. As a result, he was the only one left to attend the meeting as a pillar-level swordsman. Yao Zai, as the leader of the Demon Slayer Corps, remembers the names and lives of all the members. Whenever a team member dies, he receives the news and erects a monument in their honor. As someone who has been by his side for a long time, Hikari can naturally see the sadness he hides in solitude. Over the past year, his health has improved somewhat. He once tried to pick up the Nichiren blade, but his body is still too weak. Even though Hikari has exhausted his efforts by his side for a year, he has only managed to suppress the curse, and it is truly impossible to turn him into a swordsman who can wield a blade. The young boy does not understand, but Hikari knows well that people can easily fall into sadness, yet the courage to endure that sadness and smile while moving forward is rare. What took Hikari 1,000 years to learn, the 18-year-old Zai has already mastered with ease. In the end, the boy received the last words of Keichika from Zai, and amidst tears of nostalgia for his dear friend, all his wariness and disgust towards his lord vanished. After the Hashira meeting, Hikari arranged to meet the boy alone. When Shimi learned that Hikari was a member of the immortal Kawajiri clan who had lived for 1,000 years, he felt an inexplicable sense of disgust towards him after the initial surprise. I can't be your family. The Kawajiri are not good people at all. When the boy mentioned family, the indifference in his eyes made Hikari feel quite strange. But before Hikari could ask more, he hurried to leave, seemingly unwilling to say another word to Hikari. However, Hikari learned from Zai about his past. If he had such a father, it would be no surprise that he harbored disdain for the Kawajiri surname. Not to mention, he had witnessed his mother turn into a demon and attack his other siblings, ultimately turning to ash in the sunlight. It is already remarkable that he could pull himself together and train to join the Demon Slayer Corps. Moreover, upon learning that he, like Hikari, possessed the rare blood of the rare bloodline, Hikari's eyes lit up as he hadn't encountered anyone with rare blood in many years. This had halted an experiment he had started long ago. This experiment aimed to create a drug using rare blood to lure high-level demons, then used Tsugumi, who is also a demon, to lower their guard, allowing Hikari to awaken his split body to quickly capture high-level demons on the battlefield. This drug had been made many years ago, provided by a seriously injured patient whom Hikari rescued. After obtaining his consent, Hikari collected his blood and successfully captured a lower-tier demon. From that demon, Hikari learned that the reason he could not encounter high-level demons was that Muzin's orders to the 12 Kazuki were to avoid the immortal dead. In all these years, he had not met anyone with rare blood. Now, this experiment could be reopened. After contacting Zai, Hikari successfully obtained a bit of his blood. The drug created can also be used to lure some lower-level demons, allowing high-level swordsmen to ambush and capture them, to be deployed in the Fujinaka Mountain, which has been cleared by a certain boy. The potion is ready, but please ensure that powerful high-level swordsmen team up to use it, ideally with the participation of pillar-level swordsmen. Many years ago, this drug attracted a lower-tier demon, although the current formulation has been diluted. The rarity of its blood is higher than that of the blood I used years ago. Further dilution will render it ineffective, so it may be quite dangerous. Thorough preparations must be made before use. All right, I understand. Could you please explain this to my husband? Because I need to rush out now. I'm worried that delays may lead to changes. Oh, were you in such a hurry to go? We have received information that we found the descendants of the first generation of breathing-style swordsmen near Kakabutsu Mountain in the Nantama district. What? Heng Yi asked incredulously. Because in his view, there was only one swordsman who used the first-generation breathing technique, and that was Yoriichi Tsujikuni. It is not a descendant of Yoriichi. As you have mentioned, Yoriichi did not have any offspring. They are descendants of other first-generation breathing technique swordsmen. It is understood that it is very likely to be Kanroji Mitsuri, who is the brother of Yoriichi who became a demon, a descendant of his lineage when he was still human. Over 400 years have passed, their surnames have changed, and their family background is quite ordinary. I still want to go see them and try to invite their children to join the Demon Slayer Corps. You know, all descendants of the first-generation breathing technique swordsmen have better talent. They learn the breathing techniques faster than ordinary people. Well, I know I will go. Huh? Tell me the specific situation of their family, and I will go. You just gave birth not long ago, and your body hasn't fully recovered yet. You need to rest more. Moreover, Io needs your care, and Xiao Hui also needs you to take care of him. You also have to worry about the matters of the Demon Slayer Corps. You are too tired. There's a clone of mine nearby. I can directly awaken that clone to go faster. Where this is what I should do, and besides, I gave birth almost half a year ago. Heng Yi looked at her disapprovingly, as if to say that if he said she needed to rest, then she needed to. Are you a doctor, or am I a doctor? Just listen to me, it will be fine. Tianyin looked at Heng Yi helplessly, unable to argue with him, so she had to agree. As they walked back, Tianyin began to tell Heng Yi about that family's specific situation. Their surname is Shurtu, and they make a living by logging. There are currently 2 children in the family, a pair of twin boys. Oh, what a coincidence, they're also twins. Their conversation gradually faded away, leaving behind a courtyard full of beautiful cherry blossoms dancing in the air. Chapter 22, Evening Glow. Jingshin Mountain is a picturesque mountain. Heng Yi's split body woke up not far from a mountain and reached it in just 2 days. Although it was still early spring from a distance, green vegetation had already covered most of the mountain. Heng Yi seemed to see a patch of pale pink cherry blossoms swaying in the wind at the mountain's peak, but it was too far to see clearly. The weather is really nice. The spring sunlight filtered through the gaps in the treetops, casting dappled shadows on the winding mountain path, gently swaying with the breeze. Heng Yi walked briskly along this path, meticulously carved by nature, feeling as bright as the clear weather. On both sides of the mountain path, unknown wildflowers bloomed in competition, appearing very vibrant and eye-catching under the sunlight, with a faint fragrance wafting through the air, attracting butterflies to dance among the flowers. The mountain path was not rugged, and as he progressed, Heng Yi's view gradually opened up. Before he could get closer, he could already hear the sound of the stream trickling by. Turning the corner, the mountain path under Heng Yi's feet was separated by a shallow stream, and an unexpected encounter happened on both sides of the divided water flow. There was a boy with long black hair. The ends of his hair and the color of his irises were quite special, a light mint green. He was holding a bucket, drawing water from the stream. And when he looked up, he bumped into Heng Yi's light blue eyes. "Hello there, young man." "Ah, you hello. May I ask, are you surnamed Shirtu?" "Yes. My name is Shirtu Machiro, and I live with my brother, Shirtu Yuakaru." "Ah, we're the adults at home. Why only mention your brother?" I came specifically to find you." Heng Yi didn't ask the questions in his heart for now, but instead explained his purpose to the boy. As a member of the Demon Slayer Corps, he was there to invite them to join. "Hey, how about you first take me to your home for a little sit-down, and I'll explain the reason to you in detail, okay?" All right, please follow me." For some reason, Heng Yi felt that this boy had been acting a bit dazed since he first saw him. Quite cute, and his name was easy to remember, really nice. The fact that the brothers' names were Wu and E plus Ikaru made Heng Yi feel very relaxed. Following the boy along the mountain path, Heng Yi soon saw a small wooden cabin. To the right of the cabin, there were quite a few logs and already split firewood, neatly stacked in a covered wood shed. "Brother, we have a guest at home." Who would come to our home?" Before he could see anyone, Heng Yi heard a very impatient voice coming from inside the cabin, the tone resembling Wichuru's. But the attitude was entirely different. "What kind of person have you brought back this time? Do you think the deep mountains and forests are very safe? It's just the two of us kids at home. Do you think that's safe?" Wichuru's expression looked quite helpless, but he seemed to have gotten used to his brother's attitude. Not retorting at all, Heng Yi could tell that his increasingly awkward emotions were not due to being scolded by his brother, but because of Heng Yi. Perhaps he felt it was a bit rude to treat a guest like this. As the boy spoke and walked out of the cabin, he looked exactly like Wichuru, even down to the unique hair tips and iris color. The only difference in appearance was the color of their clothes. However, Heng Yi could distinguish them without needing to rely on their clothing, because consistent with his attitude was the boy's completely undisguised expression of disdain and vigilant gaze. While his younger brother Wichuru had appeared kind and gentle from the very beginning, completely unguarded. When he stepped outside and saw Heng Yi noticed he froze for a moment, just like Wichuru had at first. As their eyes met, he awkwardly averted his gaze, his tone softening but still not friendly. Though the target of his attitude was still not Heng Yi. "Stop standing there like a fool. Please let the guest in." Heng Yi acted as if he didn't see his attitude, smiling amiably as he said, "Then I'll take my leave, HM." After finally sitting down, Heng Yi began to explain his intentions to the Shirtu brothers. During the conversation, he learned that the Shirtu brothers' parents had tragically passed away together just before spring. What made Heng Yi feel most regretful was that their mother had died from an untreated cold. "I came too late. Their father died in a fall while climbing the mountain during a storm to gather medicine for their mother. I truly regret it. If I had received news of you earlier, it would have been better. I am a doctor, and hearing about your plight really pains me. Poor children, you have suffered." Heng Yi looked at Wu Yilang's sad eyes and couldn't help but comfort this 10-year-old child. Wu Yilang did not sit beside his brother facing Heng Yi. Instead, he sat cross-legged in front of a cabinet further back, seemingly indifferent to the conversation. However, his next words indicated that he had been listening intently to the dialogue between Heng Yi and Wu Yilang. Even if you came, what difference does it make? Mother is already that sick. What can you do? Father died, falling off a cliff while looking for herbs for her. Even if you were a doctor, how can you save her?" He said this without looking at Heng Yi, but Heng Yi could tell that he genuinely believed it. "You can leave. We won't join any Demon Slayer Corps, and we don't need any care. We can live on our own, just go. Won't you reconsider? I don't doubt your strength, but having someone to take care of you might make life a bit easier. It's okay if you don't want to join the Demon Slayer Corps. Go. Leave here. Just pretend you came for nothing. We won't leave here. Hurry up." "Brother." The conversation became unproductive, and, for the first time, Heng Yi was directly thrown out during a discussion. After all, whether in the Demon Slayer Corps or as a doctor treating people, Heng Yi was mostly respected. Being pushed out like this was a first in 1,000 years. Standing outside the door, Heng Yi faced the wooden door that was slammed shut with a bang, momentarily at a loss, not knowing what he had said wrong. However, through the gap in the wooden door, he vaguely saw Wu Yilang's hostile expression. He seemed to be on guard against Heng Yi, his eyes showing that he would pounce if Heng Yi dared to pull the door open. "All right, I'll just leave for today." Heng Yi turned and left the cabin, but he didn't give up so easily. He couldn't bear to think of the two small children living alone in the deep mountains. After leaving the cabin of the two brothers, Heng Yi climbed to the mountaintop, reaching a place that ordinary people could never access, and chose a tree that looked quite good to settle down in. Before sunset, Heng Yi leaned against the tree, watching the colorful sunset glow appear on the horizon. He thought to himself, Maybe he should go down and see them. Hopefully, he wouldn't be chased away this time. Accompanied by the beautiful sunset, Heng Yi slowly walked down the now quiet mountain path. He realized that he had a special connection with the child, Michiro, because just like the first time they met during the day, he saw him again by the small creek. "Mr. Heng Yi," Michiro said, looking like a child who had done something wrong, not daring to meet Heng Yi's gaze, and after stammering for a while, he only managed to call Heng Yi's name. Heng Yi feels that this life is truly heartwarming, because the children he encounters are all kind and lovely, but unfortunately, most of them are very pitiful. All right, Wu Yilang didn't do anything wrong, and neither did Yilang. I'm not angry, so you don't need to feel guilty. Heng Yi walked up to him and gently touched his head. When he looked down, he fell into the mint-green eyes that reflected the evening glow of the sky. Hey, don't cry, did I say something wrong? The boy turned his head, took a deep breath, and when he looked up again, he smiled sweetly at Heng Yi. Thank you for forgiving my brother's rudeness, and thank you for inviting us. I'm really happy, but it's okay. I will come to visit again. Maybe I can persuade you, Chiro? Don't worry, cherish the good times, look. Heng Yi put his arm around the boy's shoulder and pointed at the sunset in the sky. What a beautiful sky, just like the eyes of you and your brother. Chapter 23. Premonition. If ghosts are really as powerful as you say, how could ordinary people possibly fight against them? Yes, that's why I told you that day about the first generation of breath technique swordsmen. Have you heard the term breath technique, Awu? I haven't heard of it. What is it? Is it a way for ordinary people to defeat evil spirits? That's right. The breath technique is a skill created to allow ordinary people to fight against demons with their human bodies. By consciously training for longer breaths, oxygen rapidly spreads throughout the body, instantly greatly enhancing physical abilities, temporarily giving one the physical strength comparable to that of a demon. Moreover, the breath technique can also improve the body's self-healing abilities and stabilize the mind. Oh, what's wrong? Is there something you don't understand? I understand. I just feel it's a pity. Oh, what do you think is a pity? My brother doesn't want to join the Demon Slayer Corps and doesn't allow me to join either. So I have no chance to learn such a powerful skill and can't help others. Don't say that. I haven't given up yet. I can see that your brother has wavered, although the effect is not obvious, but I have already seen a glimmer of hope. Really? Has my brother really wavered? But why can't I see it at all? He has disguised himself too well in front of you. Don't be angry with your brother. I have a guess. I think Ikaru is speaking insincerely. He actually cares about you. Is that so? Ikaru, I was wondering why you took so long to come back. Didn't I tell you not to see him again? You didn't listen to me at all. Oh no. Heng Yi was so focused on talking to Yuichiro that he didn't notice that Yuichiro had already found out about his brother not coming home. Since the early spring, when he found the Satako brothers on Jingshin Mountain, he had been kicked out by the older brother Yuichiro during their first conversation. After that, Heng Yi settled at the top of Jingshin Mountain and would visit every few days to persuade them. He would often follow the brothers, especially Yuichiro, during the daytime without them noticing. Occasionally, Heng Yi would secretly meet with Michiro when he went out alone, telling him stories about the Demon Slayer Corps and man-eating demons. From the beginning, he knew that Michiro was very eager to join the Demon Slayer Corps, as his bright eyes would be filled with longing whenever Heng Yi spoke about it. However, Heng Yi also understood that he couldn't leave Yuichiro alone on the mountain, and he couldn't just take Michiro away and abandon his brother. As this persistence continued, spring quickly passed, and the weather had already warmed up. Yet it felt like there was still a thick layer of ice between him and Yuichiro that even the scorching summer sun couldn't melt. How many times do I have to say it? Can't you understand human language? Get lost. Heng Yi saw the bucket of water that Yuichiro was holding, but he didn't expect him to actually pour the whole bucket towards himself and Michiro. However, having lived for over 1,000 years and fought against demons, Heng Yi, who was more than a swordsman, could not be splashed by a 10-year-old child. So he quickly reacted, stepping back while pulling Michiru's arm to drag him back. Splash! Michiru, pulled back by Heng Yi, didn't get a single drop on him, while Heng Yi was drenched with more than half a bucket of water. Mr. Heng Yi? Not only was Yuichiro surprised that he actually splashed Heng Yi, but Michiru also couldn't understand why Heng Yi had the time to pull him away, but still stood there to take the splash. In a moment of urgency, the water Michiru splashed wasn't very forceful, and the height wasn't too high either. Most of the water hit Heng Yi's chest, with a small portion splashing onto his face. The water dripped down Heng Yi's slightly dazed face, falling from his chin to the ground. He stared with his light blue eyes, unblinking, looking straight ahead into the emptiness. His gaze unfocused, as if he hadn't come back to his senses yet. Mr. Heng Yi? Mr. Heng Yi? Michiru called out to Heng Yi repeatedly, but received no response. He glared at his brother Yuichiro, breaking his usual silence, as if he finally couldn't hold back his anger. Brother, you went too far. Mister, Heng Yi didn't do anything. I was the one who insisted he tell me some things. How could you splash water on him? Father often taught us to respect others. Have you forgotten all of that? Isn't it all because you didn't listen to me? I told you not to see him again. And how was I supposed to know he wouldn't dodge? You clearly had time to pull me away, yet you just stood there to get splashed. You did on purpose, didn't you? You wanted to get splashed by me so that Mwichiru would feel sorry for you. It's clearly you, brother, who is rude to others, yet you blame others for not dodging. The increasingly intense argument between the two brothers finally awakened Heng Yi, but first, he looked up at the completely darkened sky, then spoke to stop the argument between the Tsuda brothers. It's okay. I was just lost in thought. You don't need to argue. I'm fine. Mwichiru, hurry and go home with your brother. It's getting late. I'll come find you another day. Then, without waiting for Yukaru to refuse, he turned around and left. Mwichiru worriedly watched Heng Yi's retreating figure until it completely disappeared into the dark night, then turned back to look at his brother. It's all your fault, brother. Mr. Heng Yi must be angry. You went too far. After saying this to Yukaru, Mwichiru turned and ran towards home. Yukaru, for once, didn't retort. He just followed his brother home with a very ugly expression. Once he left the Tsuta brothers, Heng Yi quickly rushed towards a mountaintop with inhuman speed. The reason he was momentarily stunned was that, in that instant, he felt his heart skip a beat. How to describe that feeling? It was like being in a cold snow cave in winter, like being immersed in scorching lava in summer. Even though it only lasted for a brief moment, and he couldn't come back to his senses for a long time. He didn't know why he felt this way. It was a situation that had never occurred in 1,000 years. So at this moment, he was acting purely on instinct. When people are at their most flustered and helpless, they often think of the people they care about. For Heng Yi, there were many people he was constantly concerned about, with the first being his lord, the young Yutai, followed closely by the two butterfly sisters, Kane and Shinobu. So what he needed to do now was to follow his heart, switch back to his main body, and return to the main house in the butterfly mansion. It didn't matter if it was in vain effort or running around. As long as they were well, that was enough. The summer night breeze brushed through the cherry blossoms where Heng Yi's split body disappeared, as if foreshadowing that tonight would be an extraordinary night. Chapter 24. Until dawn in the deep of night, when all was silent and still, most people in the Hirakawa main house had already fallen asleep. At this moment, however, the trunk of the cherry blossom tree in the front yard suddenly glowed blue, and one person stepped out, white-haired and blue-eyed. It was Heng Yi, who had just switched back from Jingshin Mountain. The moment he stepped out of the trunk, the memories of the other body instantly synchronized with this one, and Heng Yi immediately turned and ran towards Yutai and Akino's room. Who was there? However, before he could reach, the patrolling guards at night had already noticed his presence. An enemy attack? Stop. It's me. Nishikawa Heng Yi, I'm back. Lord Heng Yi. Mr. Heng Yi, how did you return? Lord Yutai and Lady Akino said you were away on a long trip and would be rarely at the main house recently. Excuse me, Mr. Heng Yi. We didn't know it was you. Please forgive us. It's all right. I returned suddenly. Is everything okay at home? How are Lord Yutai and Lady? The guards, puzzled by Heng Yi's anxious inquiries, quickly exchanged glances and replied, everything is well with the main family. Why does Mr. Heng Yi ask so? Did something happen outside? Heng Yi felt a sense of relief when he heard their response, as if the weight on his heart had been lifted halfway. Just as he was about to reply to their questions, he heard Yao Zai's voice coming from the eaves. Mr. Heng Yi, why have you returned at this time? The guards, seeing their lord arrive, took the initiative to step back. Heng Yi slightly bowed to them before approaching Yao Zai and Tianyin. Both of them were wrapped in outer garments, seemingly having just gotten up after hearing the sounds from the courtyard. I don't know how to say it, but I'm just relieved to see you both safe and sound. Yao Zai looked at Heng Yi, seemingly understanding the unspoken words, and said to him, we are all well. Mr. Heng Yi, please don't worry. Perhaps you have other places to go. All right, I'll go now. Sorry to disturb your rest. I'll take my leave. Heng Yi hurriedly arrived and left in a rush, leaving Yao Yang and Tianyin behind to watch his departing figure. They didn't know what had happened. Yes, but we will know soon, when dawn comes. In the courtyard behind the butterfly house, Heng Yi once again switched to his separated form and stepped out from the tree trunk. To his surprise, at that moment, he saw Shinobu standing in front of the tree. Heng Yi and I. Shinobu was also surprised to see Heng Yi return. Did you hear my thoughts? Are you all okay? They almost simultaneously asked each other. Then their words collided and they both fell silent. Heng Yi was the first to shake his head and smiled as he asked, what thoughts? Were you just thinking about me, Shinobu? Hearing Heng Yi's teasing tone, Shinobu puffed up a bit, but she still admitted readily. Ugh, really, I was thinking about you. You haven't thought about how long it's been since we last met. I really don't know what you've been busy with all day. I can't find you at all. You seem busier than me and my sister. Hearing her complaints, Heng Yi awkwardly scratched his nose, then looked around and remembered she mentioned her sister Kaneo. So he changed the subject and asked, "Where's Kaneo? Isn't she back at the butterfly house this late?" "What do you mean this late? Your ability to change the subject is still so bad. It's almost dawn, okay? My sister isn't at the butterfly house. She went on a mission. There seems to be a demon lurking in the south." She received the news and rushed over. As she said this, she lowered her head suspiciously, pressing her middle finger against her chin. "But it is strange with my sister's strength. How come she hasn't returned yet? The demons over there shouldn't be that strong. This is indeed a bit odd." "Heng Yi, what's wrong? Why does your expression look so bad? Where's the mission location?" "Huh? Why are you asking this? Just tell me." Shinobu was startled by Heng Yi's anxious questioning, but she quickly revealed the location. "What happened? I don't know, but I feel like Kaneo is in trouble. I need to rush over now." "Hey, Heng Yi, wait for me. What do you mean you don't know? I'm going with you." Actually, after agreeing to let Kaneo and Shinobu join the Demon Slayer Corps, and witnessing them pass the final selection, Heng Yi was always prepared for the possibility that they might get hurt. However, the sisters' promise to Heng Yi was not just words, even though they were inherently weaker as girls. And even after training their bodies did not strengthen much, they found their own suitable fighting styles. Whether it was Kaneo's flower breathing or Shinobu's insect breathing, Heng Yi felt that as long as it suited them and could be used in battle, all breathing techniques were equal. Not to mention Kaneo was able to become a Hashira-level swordsman within 3 years of joining the Demon Slayer Corps. Heng Yi felt genuinely proud of her. Over the past 3 years, they had been working hard on their respective battlefields. Though they spent little time together, their relationship not only did not become distant, but grew closer as they knew they were on the same path, striving for the same goal. They all firmly believed that as long as they persisted, even if their paths diverged, they would eventually converge. Those who reach the peak will eventually meet again, no matter how different their paths. As Heng Yi was running at full speed, he reflected on the events of the past few years, and, at that moment, a man's voice echoed in his mind. When did you say such words? As he neared the location, Shinobu told him, and he felt the surrounding environment gradually grow colder. He exchanged glances with Shinobu, who was almost running alongside him, confirming that she felt the same way, and then the two tacitly increased their speed, rushing towards that location with all their might. It was once again the time of twilight. Heng Yi didn't know how many important people he had lost at this hour. Perhaps it was truly as he once thought at this moment, that this moment was a bleak time, a time forsaken by gods and demons. Finally reaching the street, Heng Yi and Shinobu looked around but did not find Kaneo's figure. "Here, Heng Yi, this knife mark was left by my sister's flower form. Over here." As soon as Heng heard Rin's words, he immediately turned and followed her. After turning a few corners, he felt the air becoming increasingly cold. "Sister." Finally, in a small alley, Rin was the first to find the bruised and battered Kane. "Sister, how are you?" "Little Xiang, let me take a look." Heng Yi quickly came to Xiang Naihui's side and grabbed her hand to diagnose her. Her body was cold. Her breathing was suppressed. What was the reason? Was it due to blood demon techniques? It seemed her lungs had a problem. Blood circulation was poor, and there was a lack of oxygen. Why? Heng Yi quickly checked Kane's condition. From her appearance, it seemed she didn't have many external injuries, and her pulse indicated that she hadn't lost too much blood. However, at that moment, her body was as cold as a corpse, and due to unknown reasons causing her breathing difficulties. Along with the blood in her body seeming to have solidified and unable to flow, she was in a state of scattered consciousness and unable to move. Heng Yi. She weakly called the names of the two, her trembling eyelashes resembling a butterfly on the brink of death, fluttering weakly. "I'm here, Brother Heng Yi, how is my sister?" "I'm watching, I'm thinking of a way away." "Hurry, Ning, don't do this. Talk to Mr. Heng Yi." "It's okay, little Xiang, I will save you. Believe me, I will find the cause. I will save you. I can save you. Mr. Heng Yi, don't waste your effort. I should be beyond saving." "Sister, don't say that. You won't die, you won't." "Ning, listen to me. Leave the Demon Slayer Corps." "Huh, even though you really tried hard, I think Ning might. I hope you can be happy like a normal girl. I hope you live to an old age, that's enough." "Sister, what are you saying?" "Whoa, you won't be in trouble, you won't. Brother Heng Yi, please save my sister. Save her. I can only give it a try. She still has consciousness. The blood is just frozen, not left her body. I just need to activate her vitality. As for the lungs, I'll try using tendrils to invade the lungs and consume the necrotic parts. There's no time. Let's act now. Little Xiang, I'm going to act. With the kind of tendrils you've seen. Don't be afraid. I will definitely save you. As the blood tendrils invaded Kanei's body along her blood vessels, the sun finally rose. The summer morning sun gradually dispelled the cold air around them, and Heng Yi felt a warm sensation on his back, granting him endless strength. He worked frantically to clear the frozen blood in Kanei's body and the necrotic alveoli in her lungs, vaguely recalling what the priest of the divine clan had said to him 1,000 years ago. Then go and save. Wait for the day of the final outcome. Chapter 25. Brothers, sisters. In the early morning, the sun had just risen high in the clear sky. Butterfly Ning, as usual, walked out of the house, opened the door to the butterfly house's front yard, and prepared to receive patients from outside. As soon as he opened the yard door, a bright smile appeared on his face. Shortly after, two people hurriedly returned side by side. One was tall and carried someone whose face was not clear. The other was small in stature, but moved lightly, their nimble actions reminiscent of a butterfly fluttering among flowers. Butterfly Ning stood at the door to greet them, and upon seeing their faces, he spoke. Uncle Heng, little Ning, you're back. Who is this you're carrying? Uncle Ning, it's my sister. She was seriously injured on a mission yesterday. Huh, this is really terrible. This statement would have been fine if expressed with the correct emotion. Heng Yi looked at Ning, who maintained a cheerful smile on his face while simultaneously expressing concern in his words, feeling quite helpless. Ning, it's not right to smile like that when you're caring for others. Upon hearing Heng Yi's words, the smile that had been on Ning's face instantly faded. He apologized to Heng Yi without any emotion. I'm sorry, Uncle Heng Yi, is this wrong? Heng Yi closed his eyes and, looking at his expressionless face, replied, No, you're not wrong. Upon hearing this, Ning put back on her cheerful smile and said, That's good. I thought there was something wrong with learning my brother's smile. She turned her head away, as if unable to bear looking at this strange situation. Let's go back to the backyard. I'll check on Xiao Xiang again. Although her life is saved. Heng Yi sent Ning away to do his own thing, then turned to run and said this. Yet he couldn't bear to draw a final conclusion on his current diagnosis. Heng Yi carried Kanei back to the backyard, while Xin couldn't help but turn around to look at Ning, who was sweeping the yard. Brother Heng Yi, will Uncle Ning continue like this forever? I don't know, Xin. Heng Yi replied calmly, but there was an indescribable sense of confusion in that calmness. It's been over 2 years, and he's been like this. I don't know if he'll ever recover. This was the consequence of Heng Yi breaking the taboo for the first time, using his own blood to save a dying person. Butterfly Ning almost lost his life due to excessive blood loss and brain hypoxia. In his dying moments, Heng Yi sacrificed one of his own limbs to replace all of Ning's blood, simultaneously stimulating his brain, which had ceased to function. He did awaken as a result. But the awakened Butterfly Ning had completely changed. If one had to say, Heng Yi felt that Ning had become a plant, or more accurately, a stone, with the only difference being that his vital signs were all normal. He had neither turned into a ghost, nor become an immortal like Heng Yi. He could get hurt, bleed, and his wounds wouldn't heal quickly. Illnesses wouldn't miraculously cure themselves. Aside from lacking the emotional responses that a normal person should have, everything else was the same as that of a normal person. He remembered everything that had happened and everyone he knew, but he had lost all feelings toward everything. This situation was reminiscent of the emotionless state Heng Yi had entered after his first self-detonation and resurrection 1,000 years ago. But worse than that, he showed no signs of recovery at all. More than 2 years had passed, and he learned to mimic the expressions of various people from his memories. Yet he couldn't apply these learned emotions appropriately in real situations. For example, today he tried to put on the cheerful smile of his deceased brother, Butterfly Jia, from his memory. Even when he heard that his niece Kanei had been seriously injured, he knew he should be concerned for her, but ended up laughing heartily, while saying, That's terrible. Heng Yi saved his life, but Ning lost himself. Ning looked very much like his brother, and he learned the most from him. Without his own identity, Ning seemed to have become like his brother Jia, which caused Heng Yi immense pain. Brother Heng Yi about sister. Heng Yi conducted a thorough examination on the unconscious Kanei, carefully checking every part of her body's blood vessels to confirm that no area remained frozen. All the frozen parts within her blood vessels have been thawed by me. The most severe damage was to her alveoli, which had been frozen and caused her breathing difficulties. The necrotic parts were devoured by me. But Heng Yi paused for a moment, sighed, and continued, The necrotic parts cannot regenerate. Her lungs have been severely damaged this time. I understand, Brother Heng. You don't need to say any more. As long as my sister is still alive, I am already very satisfied. Little Shin's tears fell drop by drop. Heng Yi looked at her tears, but couldn't say anything. He just gently brushed away a drop with his index finger, and then patted her head. Those who want to join the Demon Slayer Corps generally need to practice breathing techniques. Even if one cannot practice, participants are still required to at least possess a strong body capable of fighting. Kane's vitality was severely harmed this time, and the permanent damage to her lungs meant that she would be unable to use her breathing techniques. Moreover, she was not a swordsman known for her strength, which would undoubtedly be a huge blow for her, having just recently become a Hashira in the Demon Slayer Corps. Heng Yi really didn't know how to tell Xiangnai the cruel truth when she woke up. He had witnessed how difficult it was for the two sisters to come this far. Just yesterday, he was still proud of the child's outstanding achievements. But who would have thought that the situation would turn out like this the next day? It was truly a cruel twist of fate. Ren understood Heng Yi very well. Just by looking at his expression, she knew what he was thinking. So she wiped her tears and said to Heng Yi with determination, "Heng Yi, you don't need to feel burdened. I'll tell my sister about this. I'll stay with her. Please inform the Lord about this matter. As for my sister's current status as a flower pillar due to injury, let's wait until Xiao Xiong wakes up and hear from her what kind of enemy she encountered that caused her such severe injury. I won't let that demon get away." Huh? No matter what kind of demon my sister encountered, or what upper moon it is, I will defeat it. The intense anger and hatred in Ren's eyes startled Heng Yi, and he looked at her with concern. He approached her, held her shoulders with both hands, slightly bent forward to meet her gaze, and said, "Don't let hatred cloud your judgment." He stared into Ren's purple eyes, seriously and earnestly warning her, "Of course we must avenge Xiao Xiong, but remember, do not make any decisions when you are not calm." After listening to Heng Yi's words, Ren's emotions calmed down slightly, but she still replied with difficulty. Unable to suppress her hatred, "I understand, I won't." It seemed like she hadn't really absorbed his words at all. Well, since she was already trying to push him away, there's no rush for this matter. I will definitely stay here until Xiao Xiong is okay, so don't hurry me to leave. Ren seemed to have been seen through. Biting her lip and remaining silent, her stubborn and unwilling appearance made Heng Yi feel helpless. But Heng Yi also had no choice. He understood the child he had watched grow up. What could he do? He would just let her be. He let go of his restraint and looked out the window. His gaze crossed the window frame, as if it pierced through one room after another, flying to the butterfly resting in the front yard. Sigh, whether it's a brother or a sister. It's all so sad. Chapter 26. The Thoughts of Taketu Mwichiru. It was 7 days after Hikari returned to Jingshin Mountain. He came down from the top of the mountain and walked along the path toward the Shit Brothers' home, his mind filled with memories of Kane's awakening. As he sighed and hurried along, he spotted the Shit Brothers in the distance, moving logs. "Hikari-san," Mwichiru called out excitedly, when Yorichi heard his voice and turned around. A look of irritation immediately crossed his face. "Here we go again. Well, if we can't confront you, can we at least avoid you? Mwichiru, come back with me." To Hikari's surprise, Mwichiru, who usually followed his brother's lead without question, contradicted Yorichi's words. "I want to talk to Hikari-san." "Brother, you go back first." "You? Fine. If you have the ability, then don't come back." Kaneo looked worriedly at Michiro after watching Yuichiro angrily walk away. "Is this okay? Will Yuichiro blame you when we get home? I don't want you two to always argue because of me." Michiro shook his head firmly, as if he would no longer be affected by his brother's attitude, deciding to follow his own heart. "It doesn't matter if he blames me. That's my home, and I want to go back. Why does my brother have to stop me? Mr. Kanu, please don't worry. I won't argue with my brother." After saying this, Michiro deeply bowed to Kanu and said, "Last time was all my brother's fault. He was being unreasonable. I apologize on his behalf." Heng Yi hurriedly stepped forward to help him up, saying, "I never blamed him for that. It was my issue at that time, and it had nothing to do with him." Wu Yilang, hearing Heng Yi's response, asked with concern, "During the days you were away, did you go back?" "I don't know what happened. Would you mind telling me?" "Indeed, something very dangerous happened," Heng Yi replied, and then he recounted the incident involving Kane to Wu Yilang. "She only woke up yesterday." Heng Yi recalled Kane waking up, her tears flowing with a smile upon realizing that she might never be able to skillfully use the breathing techniques again. He lowered his head sadly. She was clearly so upset, yet she still smiled and thanked me for saving her. "But what does that mean?" "Well, I saved her life. She lost the chance to pursue her dreams as a demon slayer. How heartbreaking is that? It's truly a shame. Although I don't know that sister. I can imagine the feeling of having one's dreams shattered. Yes, it's a huge blow. I should have stayed to accompany them more. But Shinobu, her sister. Said it was enough for her to be by little Kanei's side and urged me to go do my own thing. After thinking about it, I decided to come back and find you all. Heng Yi gently looked at Wu Yilang with his light blue eyes, a soft breeze blowing by, slightly taking away the summer heat. Wu Yilang, do you want to come with me? Huh? Wu Yilang's bright green eyes flickered, looking at Heng Yi in confusion. I seem to have never asked you this alone before, without Yilang, just asking you. Shido Wu Yilang, your own thoughts. Wu Yilang, do you know what kind of understanding I've come to from this matter? Wu Yilang shook his head. In this world, there are people who want to do certain things but can no longer do them. So if you really want to do something and have the opportunity to do it, then just go ahead and do it. That's the simple truth. Hikari smiled and then said, now, I'm the one giving you this opportunity. If I give you the chance to join the Demon Slayer Corps and become a demon-hunting swordsman who can help others, would you be willing? Michiro listened to Hikari's heartfelt words and did not respond immediately, as if he were carefully considering the meaning of what was said. You don't have to give me an answer right now. You can go back and think about it for a few days. Mister, Hikari means that I should not care about what my brother thinks and just decide for myself. Right? That's right, just you. If you want to join and your brother doesn't, that's fine. I will find a way to take care of your brother. I won't leave him alone to live in this deep mountain forest. However, just as Hikari was about to let Michiro go home to think it over and tell him in a few days, Michiro spoke up in response. No need, thank you, Mr. Hikari, he said, his tone free of any reluctance or bitterness. I will not leave my brother to join the Demon Slayer Corps by myself. I truly want to help others because my father once said that if we help others kindly, one day kindness will be returned to us. People are beings that need to help each other to survive. But he lifted his head and firmly told Hikari, before the thought of helping others, I am first and foremost my brother's family. With our father and mother gone, I only have my brother left, and my brother only has me. If my brother doesn't go, I won't go either. Thank you, Mr. Hikari. I really appreciate you giving me this opportunity, but please understand me, I am very sorry. Looking at Michiro, who bowed deeply to him once again, Hikari's emotions gradually shifted from surprise to understanding. He looked at the child who had not yet risen and gently replied, all right, I understand your thoughts, Takedo Michiro. Then, if you'll excuse me. Yeah, Mr. Hikari? If this is your wish, I will not force you. Through this incident, I have also come to understand Ichiro's thoughts. Heng Yi explained to him the reason why he no longer insisted. After seeing Kanei seriously injured, my first thought was, if I hadn't agreed to let them join the Demon Slayer Corps back then, she wouldn't be hurt now. Heng Yi shook his head. Although this thought felt unfair to them, the reality was what it was. So I was thinking, perhaps Yuichiro thought this way. As long as you don't join the Demon Slayer Corps, you won't get hurt. Therefore, I won't continue to disturb your lives. I just wanted to ask how you felt about it, and now I know. Michiro seemed a bit reluctant, but Heng Yi could tell he had no intention of changing his mind. Mr. Heng Yi, it's fine, Michiro. I will still find time to come see you. By the way, there's a saying I wonder if you've heard. Every parting in life is for a better reunion next time. So, child, don't be sad. If we're destined, we will meet again. Looking forward to our next encounter. In the scorching summer, the sound of cicadas echoed intermittently through the mountains and forests. The mountain breeze carried words of hope up into the clouds, and one wondered if the boy hiding behind the trees had heard that touching affection. Chapter 27. Yes. No, I'm back. You actually know how to come back. Michiro listened to his brother's usual harsh tone, but had lost the interest to argue with him. Why don't you just go with him? Look at how reluctant you are. He probably doesn't even want you. Why aren't you speaking? Did I hit the nail on the head? I told you before, he's not sincere at all. He just wants to use us to make us serve the Demon Slayer Corps. Enough, brother. Mr. Heng Yi is not the person you say he is. Then what kind of person is he? You've only met him a few times. How could someone like him really care about us? In such a short time, he's already enchanted you. If it goes on like this, you might really be willing to serve him. I haven't, and you don't need to worry. He won't come back again. I don't believe it. Would he give up so easily? It's true. Brother, you don't need to lecture me anymore, mister. He won't come back. After Michiro said this last sentence, he turned around to start making dinner, ignoring anything Yuichiro said. Yuichiro, seeing his brother not speaking to him at all, complained a few times before reluctantly giving up. The two brothers finished dinner in silence, sitting across from each other. After night fell, they lay in their respective beds, sound asleep. This summer was exceptionally hot. Not only was the sun high in the sky during the day, making it unbearable, but even at night, the heat still enveloped the earth, showing no signs of decreasing. Thus, the door to the T family's home had not been closed since summer began, just to let in some airflow and disperse the heat. Michiro slept restlessly, not only because of the heat, but also because his mind kept replaying the words Heng Yi had said to him during the day. May you and your brother be free and happy, safe and healthy. Michiro recalled Heng Yi's gentle blessing for him and his brother during the farewell, along with his departing figure. Thinking that what his brother said about Heng Yi was really too much. Thinking of this, Michiro opened his eyes and sat up, glancing at Yuichiro, who was sound asleep, and pursed his lips. There was no wind that night. The open door brought in no refreshing breeze, only the noisy sound of cicadas. Michiro got up and went to the water tank, scooping a ladle of water. The hot temperature rendered the stream water, which should be cool, incapable of relieving the heat. Michiro sighed and looked toward his brother again, but in the next moment, he saw Yuichiro open his eyes. Michiro, why did the cicadas stop chirping? Actually, it was because something more terrifying had appeared, breaking the original silence of the environment. Before Michiro could react, that arrogant demon had already launched an attack nonchalantly. The splattering blood, Yuichiro's severed left hand, and his painful screams all declared to Michiro that this was not a dream. Sitting atop the cherry blossom tree on the mountain, looking at the moon and sighing, he could tell that both Yuichiro and Michiro were very talented. They wanted to join the Demon Slayer Corps much more easily than ordinary people. What he found regrettable was not that they had the ability but chose not to use it, but rather that some people wanted to do something but had permanently lost the ability to do so. Truly, misfortunes often outnumber joys. This sentiment lingered until the moon reached the treetops. Just as Heng Yi was about to merge into the tree and leave, he caught a whiff of a faint smell of blood carried by the breeze. This scent did not belong to humans. Heng Yi carefully discerned and was astonished to discover this. He quickly jumped down from the tree and headed towards the Shido brothers' house once again. Aside from the time he set a trap with Tamayo to capture the demons, he couldn't remember the last time he had smelled the scent of wild demons. If it weren't for the consistently high death rate of the lower-ranking members of the Demon Slayer Corps, Heng Yi sometimes wondered if demons really still existed in this world. In the dark of night, Heng Yi moved through the dense forest like a specter, as if walking on flat ground. Before long, he arrived at the source of the bloody scent. However, here he witnessed an indescribable scene. Michiro was holding an axe and a hammer, his eyes dazed as he looked at the demon on the ground, whose legs had been sawed off and whose body was pierced with sickles, rakes, and even wooden stakes. With its head smashed flat, he rushed to his side, anxiously calling out his name. Michiro, how are you? What happened? Hey, are you okay? But Michiro did not respond to his calls, and Heng Yi had to bend down and shake his body vigorously. Michiro, wake up. Where's your brother? Where's Yurichi? Upon hearing Yurichi's name, he finally reacted, dropping what he was holding and turning ahead in the direction of home. However, it seemed he was already exhausted, and after just a few steps, he stumbled and almost fell. Seeing him like this, Heng Yi immediately picked him up and quickly ran in that direction. This location was not far from the Shido brothers' wooden cabin, and Heng Yi soon arrived at the doorstep. However, upon entering the house, the scene he most dreaded appeared before his eyes. Blood was splattered everywhere inside, and Yurichi was lying on a mattress, with one arm severed, unconscious. Yurichi. Heng Yi quickly put down Yuichiro and came to Yuichiro's side to check his injuries. The severed arm had stopped bleeding, but he had lost too much blood. There were scratches on his abdomen, but his internal organs were unharmed. So the main issue was blood loss. What about the left arm that was severed? Heng Yi found Yuikaru's severed arm in the corner of the room and began to clean the dust off it. Michiro crawled, trying to reach his brother. But what used to be ordinary steps now felt like an insurmountable chasm, separating him far from Yuikaru. Brother, dear God, Buddha, Heng Yi, Mr. Heng Yi, I beg you, even if it's just my brother, please save him. Heng Yi, who was cleaning Yuikaru's severed arm, and Michiro, who was unable to move on the entrance floor, both turned back in disbelief at his faint voice. My brother is different from me. He's a kind person. He said he wanted to help others, and it was I who held him back. The only one at fault is me. Please let the retribution fall on me alone. Michiru's blood-stained face was filled with helplessness and confusion, and his mint-colored eyes were already brimming with tears. In fact, during the day, I heard what he said. I know he gave up his own dreams for me. Heng Yi knew that Ichiro was not far away when he was talking to Michiro, but he still asked Michiro if he was willing to go with him. At that moment, I thought he should go because I knew his voice was getting weaker. Heng Yi quickened his movements. At that moment, he was racing against death, trying to save every second. Michiro was crying, desperately reaching out with his left hand to hold onto his brother's only remaining right hand. Michiro's Mu is the infinite Mu, brother. Heng Yi finally cleaned up the half arm that was cut off by the ghost and brought it to Ikaru's side. There is no God, nor any Buddha, but it doesn't matter. I will save your life. You did nothing wrong. The man-eating evil spirits have not faced retribution. So why should you? I won't allow it. I won't allow him to punish you. You'll be fine, you will. Heng Yi's bloodline tendrils have quickly begun to repair his body, stitching together Michiro's left arm that was severed by the demon. At the same time, he is checking and suturing the claw marks on Michiro's abdomen. This is thanks to the nurturing of his mental strength by natural forces over the centuries. And the separation of multiple consciousnesses allows him to more easily enter a focused state. Heng Yi is now able to multitask and perform several intricate and complex operations simultaneously. Exhausted, Michiro has already fallen unconscious. His small face, marked by dried blood, still bears traces of tears, and his left hand tightly clutches his brother's right hand. Heng, he naturally also heard the last words of Yu Yi before he fell into a coma. Wu Yi's no represents infinite nothingness. So what does Yu Yi's yes represent? Hiroshi felt that there was love. Chapter 28. A distant dream, Yuikaru felt as if he was in a vague dream. Why could he tell this was a dream? Because in his memory, his deceased parents were still there, gently looking at him as if they had never left. Why was it vague? Because their mouths moved? But he could not hear any sound. He tried to call out to them loudly, but even he could not hear his own voice. However, he heard another voice coming from behind him, similar to his own, but not his. It was his brother. It was the voice of his younger brother, Michiru. He turned around and indeed saw his brother Michiru, but he looked very different from usual. There was no light in his eyes. Michiru. He called out to his brother in his heart, hoping he could hear his voice, but Michiru's face remained expressionless. Michiru, where is this? What happened? What's wrong with you? No matter what he said, Michiru kept a blank expression, as if his soul had already left his body. Suddenly, Michiru seemed to come back to himself. Lifting his dim eyes to look at Yuikaru, his voice clear, but his words filled Yuikaru with endless fear. Brother, I'm going to leave with Mr. K.I. I want to join the Demon Slayer Corps. No. You have to take care of yourself from now on. No. Didn't you say you wouldn't leave me? You're lying. Don't go, Michiru, please. Without a moment's hesitation, Michiru turned and left. Yuikaru hurriedly chased after him, but no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't catch up to Michiru. Don't go. Don't leave me alone, Michiru. Michiru, he spoke. Should keep it down, he's talking to sleep. And Michiru isn't awake yet, so don't be so loud. Oh. Yuikaru's vague consciousness slowly began to recover, and he struggled to open his heavy eyelids, carefully discerning the faint sounds drifting in from a distant place. He is awake. Sure. Yuikaru slowly turned his head towards the sound, seeing two little girls with eyes like black buttons. One with a blue butterfly clip holding a pair of low braids, and the other with shoulder-length black hair and fine bangs, adorned with pink butterfly clips in her hair, both staring at him with teary eyes. Great, you finally woke up. Who are you? I'm Nakaharisumi. Teranai Kiyo. This is the Butterfly Mansion, where Mr. K.I. brought you and Witcher back. You were seriously injured and have been unconscious for several days. Witcher has been by your side, taking care of you. Are you hungry? Do you want to eat something? How do you feel? Is there anywhere you feel uncomfortable? Should we call Mr. K.I. over? They were talking over each other, leaving no space for Yuikaru to speak. Enough. Where's Michiru? Where is he? Brother, a voice like a dream came from behind, and Yuikaru turned around as if still in a dream. But a Michiru, completely different from the dream, appeared before him. As usual, his mint green eyes sparkled. Only now they were filled with tears. Brother. Michiru rushed towards Yuikaru, throwing himself onto him and crying loudly. Woo, brother. I thought you would never wake up again. I was so worried. Yuikaru lay there in a daze until he felt a warm sensation on his left hand, which was the tears of his brother Michiru. How is this possible? My left hand. Woo, it's Mr. K.I. He came to save you and even brought your hand back. Then Michiru began to choke up as he recounted what happened after their attack. That's wonderful, Sumi. Let us hurry and tell Mr. K.I. and Sister Kane this good news. The girls held hands and ran out, leaving the room to the brothers who had nearly experienced a life and death separation. Joyful footsteps echoed once more in the Butterfly Mansion, bringing delightful news. Expansion? At this moment, K.I., who had returned to the Butterfly Mansion, was kneeling opposite Kane. When K.I. heard Kane propose the idea of expanding the Butterfly Mansion, he looked up and surveyed the neatly arranged room, asking curiously, why did you think of expanding the Butterfly Mansion? Isn't the current size sufficient? Kane smiled and replied, no. The current size is enough to support the recovery and rehabilitation of the Demon Slayer Corps members, but in the future, I want to increase the functionality of the Butterfly Mansion. In addition to treating the members' injuries, we can also provide a place for rehabilitative exercise for the recovering members. And she paused, her smile not fading but becoming even gentler. Reasonable psychological treatment. Little Sumi. Heng Yi looked at her with a bit of pity. This girl, who always had a gentle smile, possessed a strong heart that even Heng Yi felt ashamed of. No problem, I agree. Leave the money issue to me, and I will soon start looking for people to begin the expansion project. Thank you, Mr. Heng Yi. No need to be polite, it's a good idea. Also, Xiaoxiang never has to thank me. If I hear you being this polite to me again, next time, I will be angry. Okay, I remember. Heng Yi smiled with satisfaction. By the way, when I came back, I saw a very small girl in the yard besides Aining. She looked to be around 10 years old. How did she end up sweeping the yard? This happened while you were out for the past 2 days, and I was just about to tell you. Kanahu looked a bit sad. She put away her smile and began to talk to Heng Yi about the past of the 3 girls who came to the butterfly house. They all came from a village plagued by a demon that had attacked 3 or 4 families, taking advantage of the adults' deep sleep at night to strike. Kanahu recalled what she had heard, and even her usually good-natured demeanor revealed an uncontainable anger. The demon had locked the children of these families together, calling it food reserves. Later, the team that arrived killed the demon and freed the children. The 3 girls were Takeda Naho, Teranai Kiyo, and Nakahara Sumi. When the team found them, they were all very weak, and after receiving treatment at a nearby clinic, they were sent to the butterfly house. They have no relatives left, and after asking for their wishes, I decided to keep them at the butterfly house. Please forgive my unilateral decision. Heng Yi looked at Xiang Naihui, who was bowing to him, and angrily flicked her head. Huh? Xiang Naihui, who was flicked on the head, looked up at Heng Yi in confusion. I told you, if you were polite to me again, I will get angry. You just promised and already forgot, so there will be a punishment. Heng Yi said with great seriousness. Then he thought for a moment and said to Kane, from now on, little Kane, you will be the master of the butterfly mansion. Huh? I can't stay at the butterfly mansion for long. You saw Annan's condition. He is still the master of the butterfly mansion externally, but from now on, all internal matters will be decided by you, including but not limited to personnel changes, treatment plans, and contacting the main residents, etc. You don't need to ask anyone else's opinion. All matters of the butterfly mansion will be up to you. I will explain the situation to Lord and Annan. From now on, you and Shinobu can coordinate better to assist the Demon Slayer Corps. You sisters can discuss and decide on the important matters of the butterfly mansion. However, after saying this, Heng Yi ignored Kane's expression that seemed to want to refuse and patted her shoulder in a rather unreliable manner, saying, I have great confidence in you. I believe you can do very well. Kane could not convince Heng Yi and had to agree to this matter. At that moment, the sound of footsteps echoed in the corridor, and a clear and innocent voice of a little girl reached Heng Yi's ears before she arrived. Mr. Heng Yi, Sister Kane. Ichiro is awake. Heng Yi and Xiang Naihui exchanged a smile and looked outside the room. The summer sun was shining brightly, and the sky was a clear blue. It was almost the season for hydrangeas to bloom, filling the heart with endless joy. Chapter 29, Hedgehog. Is it Yun and Xia? What a rare and unexpectedly suitable breath it is. In this final selection, both of these children performed exceptionally well, thanks to Mr. Heng Yi for recommending them to join the Demon Slayer Corps. Whether it's Ichiro or Michiro, they both joined the Demon Slayer Corps relying on their own talent and hard work. The information was provided to me by Ain. I merely made a trip. It was a small effort. I heard that there was almost a large-scale casualty this time. What exactly happened? Speaking of which, it was the extraordinarily powerful aberrant demon in the Fujisaki mountain. Over the years I've been monitoring, he clearly hasn't been able to eat anyone. Yet I didn't expect him to still maintain such formidable physical strength. This is truly rare. It's as if after being affected by the easier technique, he has always believed he has fed on humans, with his power not only unchanged but even increasing, maintaining an illusion of I am strong. Heng Yi's expression was difficult to describe as he stroked his chin, contemplating the reasons behind the large number of candidates' failures. The unusual physical form he possessed also created excessive psychological pressure on the newcomers, leading most of the candidates who encountered him to falter before the battle even began and quickly be defeated. Well, I suppose the situation is as you, Mr. Heng Yi, have said. In your opinion, do you think that evil spirit should continue to exist in the final selection? Actually, I have disagreed from the beginning. His presence is too much for those fighting against evil spirits for the first time. Well, if Mr. Heng Yi thinks so too, I will send someone to remove him. Also, my apologies to Mr. Tengu for interrupting your conversation with Lord Heng Yi. It was quite rude of me. Just as Heng Yi was about to explain the thoughts of the former water Hashira, Kagaya Ubuyashiki, the calm voice of a young man came from outside. "It's Iyong. Please come in." Yes. The boy who opened the door and knelt was someone Heng Yi was quite familiar with. But this time he was wearing a haori with a yellow-green tortoiseshell pattern on the left half and a scarlet color on the right. "Oh, it's not the hedgehog, but Iyong. Long time no see. You've made great progress, becoming a Hashira-level swordsman." "Not bad, not bad." Heng Yi almost blurted out the nickname he had given to Iyong in his heart when he wasn't paying attention. The first time they met, Heng Yi thought the boy's hair was too coarse, with distinctly curled strands and sharp angles. However, when they met at the Tishida shrine, Heng Yi saw his eyes. They were a pair of sea-blue eyes that hid their gentleness very deep. Thus, Heng Yi thought of him as a hedgehog, full of sharp spines and a soft belly, which is why he gave him such a nickname in his mind. He apologized again for interrupting the conversation of the two adults. "No need for formalities. Relax, we are not outsiders. I appreciate your generosity, but you flatter me. I merely relied on time and the number of kills to be promoted to a Hashira-level swordsman. Not as remarkable, as you say. Do not belittle yourself like that. I see your abilities clearly. Perhaps for some reasons, you did not perform well in your first year, but your subsequent performance is evident." "Yes, Iyong, both Mr. Heng Yi and I will not speak insincerely. You are a wonderful child. Have more confidence in yourself, young man." Iyong's sea-blue eyes flickered slightly, and then he slowly bowed to Heng Yi and Wise Eye. "Thank you, my lords. I truly feel ashamed." Heng Yi couldn't help but gently stroke his head when he saw his respectful demeanor. It really was hard and prickly. Iyong felt a gentle touch on the top of his head and looked up at Heng Yi in a daze. "May your spirit be strong, little hedgehog. By the way, you arrived at the door long ago, but chose this moment to interrupt our conversation. You must have something to say." "Yes, I heard your conversation with the Lord. I heard that you wanted to execute the aberrant ghost so I was eager to convey the teacher's request." The teacher guessed that after this, the Lord might discuss this matter with Lord Heng Yi, so he wrote to me about it beforehand. The teacher's meaning hasn't changed. If no candidates defeat the hand demon, please continue to keep him in the mountain, Lord Heng Yi. Heng Yi sighed and asked, seemingly a bit headache, "Are you sure it's still the same now? You should know that among the children I rescued from the mountain who lost their qualifications this time, there's one who shares the same master as you and the fox boy." Heng Yi couldn't help but break out in a sweat when he recalled the battle between that girl and the hand demon. The girl was not weak, but she still lost in the fight against the hand demon. She attracted all the firepower in the battle between the hand demon and many other candidates, simply because she wore a fox mask that was identical to yours. So, do you truly understand the consequences of doing this? Heng Yi looked deeply at Iyong, and he really didn't want to see capable children lose their qualifications anymore. From what Lin Long and Iyong meant, they were determined to face the challenges head-on. However, if things continued like this, Heng Yi felt that there would probably be no child left under his guidance who could pass the selection. "Please grant this request." Heng Yi scratched his head, exchanged a glance with Yao Zai, and reluctantly agreed. "There's one more thing. The teacher wants to ask the Lord to agree." "Go ahead. If I can do it, please allow my senior brother, Yao Tu, who is also a disciple of the teacher, to serve as your guard." "Huh?" Heng Yi and Yao Zai were both surprised by this request. After thinking for a while, Yao Zai still awkwardly declined. "The main residence headquarters where I am located is very safe, and the number of guards has increased significantly, so I really do not need a guard. Please thank Mr. Rentaki and Kanado for their kindness on my behalf. Senior brother Kanado truly wants to contribute to the Demon Slayer Corps, so please grant him this wish." Heng Yi looked at the struggling persistence of the heroic youth and the troubled expression of Yao Zai, and thought of a compromise. "How about becoming a guard for the Butterfly House?" "Oh, the expansion project of the Butterfly House is about to be completed. In addition to providing rescue treatment for the team members, the Butterfly House will also become a training ground for the team members to restore their physical functions. I have seen the strength of the Fox youth. Although the rules set by the final selection cannot be broken for him, wanting to do his best doesn't necessarily mean he has to become a combat force." Heng Yi smiled at Iyong and expressed his thoughts. "How about it? You can go back and tell him. As the hidden master of the Butterfly House, I invite him to become a functional rehabilitation worker there." Then, Heng Yi turned to Yao Zai and asked, "Is that okay, Yao? I've snagged this excellent young man." Yao Zai helplessly shook his head, indicating that he had no objections. "I understand. Thank you, Lord Heng. I will explain it to Kintu when I return. If he agrees, just come to the Butterfly House to report to me. Your master knows the address of the Butterfly House." "All right, Lord Heng Yi. TSK, don't call me Lord. It makes me uncomfortable. Just then, a sound of flapping wings came from outside the house. The three of them looked outside at the same time and saw a slightly slow-moving crow landing in front of Yo. There are evil spirits in Yunsu Mountain. What's wrong with this crow? Why is it speaking so haltingly? Is it sick? Should I take a look at it? Heng Yi looked down at the crow in confusion and asked Yo. There's no need to trouble Mr. Heng Yi. Quan Samlang is just getting old, so he can be a bit slow at times. I see. That must be hard for you. By the way, Yentiama is really a place full of nostalgia. Does Mr. Heng know about it? Yes, I have an old friend's family who has lived on that mountain for hundreds of years. I haven't visited them since I came back, so I wonder if they're still there. Heng Yi recalled over 400 years ago, shortly after Yuan Yi had passed away, when he had found a family at the stove gate, and couldn't help but feel a sense of nostalgia. It's decided then. I'll go with you, young man, but not in this body. Let's set a meeting place. You go to slay the evil spirits, and I'll go to visit old friends. Yong widened his eyes at Heng Yi, as if to say, are we really deciding this just like that? Meanwhile, Yaozai had already grown accustomed to Heng Yi's spontaneous nature and his extraordinary ability to take action or change. He calmly accepted it and smiled at the two, saying, then I'll leave it to you, Yong. I also wish you all the best, Mr. Heng Yi. Be careful on the road. Heng Yi replied with a smile. Oh, I'm heading out. Chapter 30. Snowy night, tracking the heavy snow that had fallen all night, finally stopped. The mountains and fields were all dyed white, with wet snowflakes accumulating on the trees by the roadside, sparkling with a faint purple glow under the sunlight, while the branches of the trees that had shed their leaves were adorned with many delicate and translucent silver icicles. In the inn by the street, a young swordsman with black hair and blue eyes sat quietly within. He had been sitting in silence for quite some time, so long that the innkeeper's wife couldn't help but approach to inquire. Sir, do you need anything? Why are you just sitting there without ordering anything? The swordsman, who was meditating quietly, raised his head upon hearing her words and replied in a calm tone. No, thank you. I'm waiting for someone. Oh, I see. Would you like a cup of hot tea? It's quite cold outside. Just as the young swordsman was about to refuse, he heard the sound of wind chimes at the inn's entrance. Dingling. The innkeeper's wife saw his eyes light up as he looked in that direction, and the next moment, this seemingly meditative swordsman quickly stood up to greet the newcomer, respectfully calling out, Lord Heng Yi. The innkeeper's wife turned to look as well, and once she did, she couldn't take her eyes off the incredibly handsome figure. His slightly shimmering light blue eyes seemed to radiate a captivating glow, and his snow-white hair blended seamlessly into the silver-draped background. He wore a faint smile at the corners of his mouth, which felt particularly warm on this cold winter day. What a truly enchanting figure he is. When he spoke, the innkeeper's wife felt as if the entire room brightened. Oh, Ayong, have you been waiting long? I'm sorry. Not long at all, I just arrived. The innkeeper's wife didn't expose the fact that he had been sitting there for most of the morning, but instead inquired warmly about the man who had just entered. Would you like a cup of hot tea, sir? It's really cold. ISNT it? Yes, thank you. A person who is both outstanding in appearance and courteous will always be treated well wherever they go. Just as the innkeeper's wife was happily thinking of pouring 2 cups of hot tea, the man called out to her again. Please wait a moment, he said, then turned to look at the young swordsman. Ayong, what do you like to eat? Let us have a meal before we set off. Huh? Me? I think I'll pass. Lord Heng Yi, I'm not hungry right now. Don't say you're not hungry. You must eat well at all times, understand? Since you just arrived, you definitely haven't eaten, right? Although his last sentence was directed at the young swordsman, the innkeeper's wife noticed that he slightly turned his head back, seemingly asking her as well. The innkeeper's wife understood and immediately replied, That's right. This young swordsman hasn't eaten anything yet. The man showed a knowing expression, looking disapprovingly at the young swordsman, silently urging him to order. The swordsman, who had always been as steady as a mountain, finally showed a hint of awkwardness. After pondering for a moment, he looked at the innkeeper's wife. Excuse me, do you have salmon and radish? Strangely, the innkeeper's wife found herself momentarily stunned after he asked that question, as if she hadn't expected him to blurt out such a food item. It's fine if you don't have it. I can eat anything. He hurriedly added this line while quickly lowering his eyes. However, he didn't expect that this small inn would actually have that dish. Yes, we do. So what would you like to eat, sir? The man saw the young swordsman's eyes light up upon hearing the innkeeper's wife's affirmative answer and felt that he had made an incredibly correct decision. Anything is fine, as long as it's the same as his. All right, please wait a moment. I will go inform the kitchen. Ayong, why is your Haori like this? As Heng, he enjoyed food that wasn't necessary for his body, but was filled with the essence of the human world. he chatted leisurely with Eon. Because the color is very special and asymmetrical. Can you tell me about it? Of course. Eon quickly ate the food in front of him. And Heng Yi noticed he seemed much more relaxed than usual. The crimson half is in memory of my sister. She loved this color during her lifetime, and often wore kimonos of this color. In the boys reminiscing, Heng Yi caught a glimpse of a beautiful and strong woman who had grown up with her younger brother through hardships, but was tragically killed by a demon the day before her wedding. The other side is the same pattern as my senior brother, Kanato's clothes. When the boy spoke of his fellow disciple and friend, he paused his chopsticks. He was the one who should have joined the Demon Slayer Corps. He is far more talented than I am. That year, he was the one who saved me when I was on the verge of collapse. Actually, I was the one who should have been eliminated instead of being saved by you. But Kanato scolded me. He said that thinking this way would be betraying him. Since then, I have fought not only for myself and my sister, but also for him. After the boy finished speaking, he continued to eat, as the food before him seemed to take him back to the days long ago spent with his sister. I see. Heng Yi nodded knowingly and continued to move forward. Your sister and Tang too will be proud of you. Believe me, keep going. Heng Yi did not comfort Yong because he knew that for them. Words like take care and I'm sorry felt hollow and useless. After the two finished their meal, they walked out of the inn one after the other. The landlady cheerfully bid them farewell from behind. Take care, dear guests. We welcome your next visit. But before Heng Yi and Yong could respond, a sound of breaking porcelain came from the kitchen behind them. Ah, another plate broken. Just wait and see how I clean this up. The landlady's expression changed instantly, and she angrily returned to the kitchen. Heng Yi and Yong exchanged a glance, smiled helplessly, and opened the door to leave. Not long after they left, a boy wearing a sun-patterned earring arrived with a basket of charcoal. If Heng Yi saw this earring, he would probably exclaim that it looked familiar. Unfortunately, things in the world are often misaligned. After night fell, Yong and Heng Yi were stationed at a location where demons were reported to appear. However, after a moment of thought, Heng Yi said to Yong, "Let's split up. I might hinder your mission if I stay here." Huh? Why is that? Yong didn't quite understand Musen's strategy regarding Heng Yi, so Heng Yi had to briefly explain it to him. Is there really such a thing? Yes, don't doubt it. This so-called progenitor of demons is just that, a coward who has lived a long time. However, as soon as Heng Yi finished this remark, he felt a certain sensation. It was a feeling that hadn't appeared for 100 years, or perhaps it should be called a perception. Heng Yi was afraid he had made a mistake, so he carefully sensed again and confirmed he was right. He actually detected the aura of Musen Kibutsuji. Logically, when Heng Yi sensed him, Musen should have also sensed Heng Yi's presence at the same time. However, this time, Heng Yi found that this timid creature did not turn and flee immediately. I sensed him. Yong, you stay here to complete the task. I'll go chase him. What? Who did you sense? Musen. Huh? After Ichi finished speaking to him, he immediately set off, his last words echoing in Yong's ears in the night. Complete your task. Do not follow. For some reason, Yong felt that Ichi's voice had changed, becoming somewhat cold. He looked worriedly in the direction Ichi had left, obediently staying in place. On this snowy night, a silent pursuit that had not occurred in 100 years began. Chapter 31. Senra the cold wind howled on the snowy night, and Ichi ran unreservedly towards the sense direction under the cover of darkness. This reminded him of his 9th life over 400 years ago, when he inadvertently encountered Tamayo and tracked her and Musen for a full 10 days and nights. And after Ya almost killed Musen and he consumed Musen's flesh, only to be annihilated and reborn, he had not been able to see Musen up close again for 400 years. It was because this cowardly progenitor of demons would always start to flee quickly whenever Ichi sensed him, and sometimes he would even run into densely populated towns, forcing Ichi to be cautious. However, this time, he unusually did not flee, from the moment Ichi sensed him until now. He had remained in one place without moving. As Ichi approached that location, the surroundings grew increasingly desolate. Is he on a mountain? Is there anyone living on this mountain? Thinking this, Ichi accelerated further, using his bloodline tendrils to grasp the trees on either side of the road, launching himself forward as if a slingshot were firing a projectile, soaring over the snow-covered ground. During the descent, he had already grasped another tree ahead to continue this process. After a while, a small wooden cabin came into Ichi's view. The moonlight was dim tonight, the weather gloomy, but Ichi still caught sight of a vague black shadow standing in front of the wooden cabin, as well as a girl in a pink dress lying in the snow in front of the wooden door. Heng Yi vaguely saw that she was holding an even smaller child in her arms, but what made Heng Yi more anxious was the spreading blood red beneath them. A massacre was taking place. Stop! As the bloodline tendrils lashed out, the shadow had already turned at the same time, and a blood-colored whip from his wrist met the attack, colliding with Heng Yi's bloodline tendrils while he himself retreated backward. However, strangely, the reaction upon collision was like water meeting fire. The area of contact dissolved, and the blood contained within splattered everywhere. The moment Heng Yi's gaze met his, he saw a strong sense of disgust in his eyes, and of course, Heng Yi felt the same. So it's really you. How could it be you? As the shadow retreated, cold and questioning words escaped his lips. What? Didn't you sense me? Haven't you been running away all this time, you coward? Heng Yi was not caught off guard either. While mocking him, he manipulated his bloodline tendrils to continue the attack, not forgetting to head to the place where that girl had fallen. No, she was losing blood too quickly. He had to stop the bleeding. The child in his arms was in a dire state. The result of multitasking was that he was struck by Muzin's whip. If Heng Yi hadn't reacted quickly to dodge, it would have been more than just his clothes that were torn apart. How disgusting, why won't you die? What exactly are you? Muzin's attacks, compared to 100 or 1,000 years ago, had not changed much in terms of methods, but both speed and power had greatly increased. Fortunately, Heng Yi had not been stagnant all these years. Otherwise, he would truly have no qualifications to be pursued. You just stand there and don't move. How about I satisfy your curiosity when the sun comes up? Muzin's whip and Heng Yi's bloodline tendrils clashed at a speed that ordinary eyes could hardly catch, creating violent sonic booms in the silent snowy night, accompanied by strange sound from their collisions and the blood splattering from both of them. The blood intertwined, leading to mutual destruction, but quickly evaporated, leaving only a melted hollow in the snow. However, the situation slowly began to turn against Heng Yi, as his recovery ability was far inferior to Muzin's. This was not his familiar territory, and without sunlight and vibrant plants to support him in such a war of attrition, he gradually found it harder to evade all of Muzin's attacks, relying instead on his keen sixth sense to dodge. How pathetic, you've become weaker. Do you think everyone is like you, feeding on humans? Beast. Heng Yi began to show more flaws, intending to attract Muzin to attack him. If he could delay until sunrise, it would be worth it even if he had to sacrifice this body. However, it was clear that Muzin was as fearful of death as ever. In a moment of attack, he turned and ran towards the deep forest just like 1,000 years ago. Hey, you coward, running away again. Who exactly has become weaker? You escaped earlier than before. Isn't it you who has become weaker? Heng Yi chased after him, moving through the woods at a speed almost on par with Muzin. Muzin completely ignored Heng Yi's taunts and simply continued to flee. Heng Yi noticed this and frowned deeply. Once he left the woods, he wouldn't be able to catch up with Muzin's speed, so he decided to make one last effort. The Blood Vein Forest was a technique that Heng Yi hadn't used in 100 years. He unleashed all the blood tendrils, connecting to the roots of the plants underground, and temporarily controlled all the plants within a certain range to encircle the target. Unlike the Blood Vein Net, most of this technique's effectiveness came from the plants in the scene, with a range and power far exceeding the former. This technique was essentially no different from blood demon techniques, but Heng Yi's blood could not recover as quickly as a demon's. Therefore, in Heng Yi's mind, once this technique was successfully used, it would essentially mean sacrificing a part of himself. However, at this moment, in order to capture the source of this evil spirit, the ultimate evil of humanity, Heng Yi couldn't care about that much anymore. The entire forest closed in, forming a cage that appeared to be made of wood, but was actually constructed from Heng Yi's own flesh and blood. Heng Yi's plan is to keep Muzin trapped in this cage until dawn arrives. He will then manipulate all the trees to fall, leaving Muzin no place to escape and forcing him to face the sunlight directly. If Muzin breaks free from Heng Yi's cage, Heng Yi will destroy the cage, ensuring that Muzin's body is covered in Heng Yi's blood. Even if he can't kill you, he will leave you with a layer of flesh and blood. 400 years ago, when Heng Yi consumed Muzin's flesh and blood, which ultimately extinguished his own physical form, he realized that his relationship with Muzin was absolutely incompatible. Whether he devours Muzin or Muzin devours him, it comes at a terrible cost. When Muzin discovered Heng Yi was using such a wide-ranging technique, he quickly understood his purpose after a moment's thought. However, instead of immediately breaking Heng Yi's cage, he faced Heng Yi, his usually expressionless face now taking on an increasingly gloomy expression. In the dark, all-encompassing cage, darkness completely descended as Heng Yi and Musin silently confronted each other. They couldn't see one another, but they clearly sensed each other's presence. Truly troublesome. But do you think this could trap me? Naive. Heng Yi suddenly felt a tremendous sense of crisis from Musin, as if it were a warning from nature. Without any hesitation, he immediately decided to withdraw all his bloodline tendrils from the plants and quickly retreated. This instinct was indeed correct. With the dissolution of Sun Luo, a powerful shockwave rapidly spread outward from Musin's center, possessing such immense physical destructive power that it almost instantly flattened the surrounding forest. Although Heng Yi had made a timely retreat, he was still thrown away by the vast shockwave. When he landed and steadied himself to pursue, Musin had already vanished without a trace, and all that remained where he had stood was a scene of devastation. The sun slowly rose at this moment, and Heng Yi stood among the shattered trees, sensing Musin moving away at the speed of light, deeply sighing. It was easy to imagine that if he had not made the decision to dissolve Sun Luo immediately, he would have gained nothing after sacrificing this clone. The shockwave did not include any of Musin's flesh, and even if he self-destructed, it would not cause him any harm. Instead, this clone would suffer severe damage or even die completely. This insect has indeed studied new means of escape. The worst-case scenario had occurred, and he couldn't know when they would meet again. Heng Yi couldn't help but feel a bit regretful. Oh no, those two children. Heng Yi recalled the girl in the snow and the smaller child in her arms, and immediately turned back. He hoped he would make it in time. The forest, resembling a ruin, returned to silence with his departure, with only the fallen branches and logs knowing about this unknown battle. Chapter 32. Every day of the future the gloom persisted from the night until the sun rose, not dissipating at all. It seemed the sun had hidden away. The weather not only failed to clear up, but grew even more dreary. After chasing for most of the mountain, Heng Yi returned to the cabin along the same path. And by then, fine snow had begun to fall from the sky again. Where's that girl? However, upon returning, Heng Yi discovered that the girl in the pink kimono, whom he had seen just moments ago, was no longer in place. The boy she had been protecting in her arms was also not there, as he had been placed inside the cabin. Heng Yi walked into the gruesome murder scene and instantly sensed that there were no living souls left in the room. He rearranged the bodies of an adult woman and 4 children slightly within the house before stepping back outside. As he reached the doorway, he noticed that the girl was missing and saw the footprints left in the snow, indicating that another child must have been the owner of those footprints and had been brought inside. So it must have been this person who took the girl. Was it because she was still alive? Or had her family returned? While Heng Yi was arranging the bodies in the room, he only found one adult woman, which suggested that the man of the house was not home at that time, leading him to speculate about the identity of the visitor. Never mind, I'll chase after them first. Heng Yi felt very uneasy in his heart. He had a strange premonition that he couldn't quite explain. This unsettling feeling came from the girl who might still be alive. So he didn't linger and quickly followed the footprints. However, when he reached a low cliff, the footprints suddenly stopped. Don't hand your fate over to others. A voice came from below the cliff, and Heng Yi immediately recognized it as the voice of his comrade, Yong, who was on a mission with him. Don't kneel down and beg. If that worked, your family wouldn't have been killed. When important people are taken from you, you have to find a way to fight for yourself. Kneeling on the ground like this, can you heal your sister? Can you find the enemy? That's just dreaming. With you like this, there's no chance of success. If you want to achieve your goal, stand up and fight. Even if the demon knows how to heal your sister. Do you think it will listen to you and easily tell you the so-called method? Go fight, defeat the demon, eliminate the demon. Then seek a way to heal your sister. Only then will I recognize you as a person of your word, someone who means what they say. Heng Yi listened to Yong's words on the cliff and felt a sense of comfort. The boy who once appeared timid and defeated due to doubts about his abilities has now grown into a strong and upward man. What Heng Yi wished for has been realized so quickly for the first time. How could this not make him feel delighted? Stop. But deliberately stabbing someone else's sister is a bit too much. Heng Yi naturally saw the ghost in Yong's hand, struggling and screaming. From its clothing, it should be the girl who had gone missing at the scene. Has she turned into a ghost? But how could that be? I hadn't even had the chance to inject her with blood yet. Heng Yi observed the battle that had already begun below from the cliff. But the red-haired boy was defeated very quickly. In the blink of an eye, he was knocked to the ground by Yong. Oh, not bad. He has tactical intelligence, managing to think of the feinting strategy in such a critical moment. When Heng Yi saw Yong slightly tilt his head to dodge the axe thrown by the boy, he couldn't help but praise the calm boy in his heart. He noticed Yong's stunned expression and realized that he, like himself, must have developed an appreciation for talent. However, just at that moment of Yong's days, the girl he was holding kicked him away and ran towards the boy. Heng Yi's gaze slightly condensed. His brows furrowed slightly as he quietly watched the scene. He didn't come here just to stand on the cliff and watch the show without doing anything. He had already released his bloodline tendrils to lie in wait underground, ready to control them to hunt the evil spirits. However, he did not act immediately because he felt something very strange from the girl who had transformed. This feeling was both familiar and unfamiliar. Why was there a sense of connection? The familiarity lay in the fact that this feeling of connection was similar to how Heng Yi connected with plants using his bloodline tendrils. The unfamiliarity came from the fact that this feeling had never appeared in humans or spirits. It was precisely this feeling that made him decide to observe the changes calmly, as he sensed no killing intent from the emotions transmitted back by the girl. Instead, there was a sense of protection. Sure enough, in the next moment, Heng Yi saw that the girl, who had already turned into an evil spirit, stood protectively in front of the boy who had been knocked unconscious by Yong. Not only that, but she also actively attacked Yong. Of course, her attacks appeared chaotic and lacked any strategy, seeming to be purely instinctive. With Yong's strength, he could have easily decapitated her in an instant. However, Yong did not do so. After exchanging a few tentative moves with the transformed girl, he knocked her unconscious with a single strike of his blade. Heng Yi saw that the girl had also fainted on the ground and breathed a sigh of relief. He jumped off the cliff and came to Yong's side. Mr. Heng Yi. Yong immediately stepped forward upon seeing Heng Yi, who also walked up to him and patted his shoulder. Yeah, I saw everything. It seems that Yong and I are on the same wavelength. Then, Heng Yi began to tell him about what had happened after they separated last night. It really was kibbutz Sujimyuzin. It's a pity I couldn't go with you. If we could have captured him. Hearing Yong express such regret, Heng Yi shook his head with a bit of amusement. Trust me, Yong, not going was the right choice. Heng Yi didn't want to discourage the child, so after saying this, he ignored Yong's puzzled expression and turned his attention to the girl who had fainted on the ground. He used his bloodline tendrils to bring over the dark gray cloak from a distance, crouched down to wrap the girl in it, and then picked her up, placing her next to her equally unconscious brother. Throughout this process, he was carefully sensing, but he couldn't tell if the earlier feeling of connection was an illusion or if it was the reason the girl had fallen into a coma. He couldn't feel any emotions from her now. When Heng Yi's gaze shifted to the boy, he immediately noticed the sun wheel earrings on the boy's ears and the increasingly familiar face. No way. Could it be such a coincidence? Could they be? Mr. Heng Yi, what's wrong? Did you see something from this child? Yong also came to Heng Yi's side and saw his momentarily frozen expression. No, I was just lamenting how coincidental and cruel life can be. They are indeed the descendants of the family I mentioned to you, an old acquaintance. Heng Yi gently touched the boy's head and sadly glanced at the girl. It's my fault for being late. If I had come a day earlier, they would have. Heng Yi shook his head and stood up. He slightly raised his head to look at the gloomy sky and the slowly falling snow, feeling very cold. But this sensation did not come from his body. How did Yong view these two children? Heng Yi turned his back to Yong and asked, what do you think? After a moment of thought, Yong shared his ideas with Heng Yi. Amidst the swirling snowstorm, Heng Yi listened to Yong's suggestions, feeling a sense of worry for his old friend. How would the two siblings, who depended on each other, get through each day in the future? Chapter 33. Dream of the past in the endless cycle of life and death. Heng Yi eventually received some divine favor, allowing him to glimpse the world between this life and the afterlife. At least he believed that being able to see the lingering obsessions left behind and conveying the thoughts of the deceased to the living was a very meaningful thing. Crouching beside a child wearing a sun wheel earring, Heng Yi was surprised to see a woman who had died tragically in the house along with her 4 children. In his understanding, these entities, whether souls or obsessions, usually could not leave the place where they died. For example, the children who died in the temple on Qingmei Sunrise Mountain only left faint thoughts behind. The woman gently whispered in the boy's ear, I'm sorry for leaving you all alone. Tanjiro, please take care of Nezuko. As soon as she finished speaking, the boy almost instantly woke up, reaching out toward the direction of the woman's voice. Of course, he could not touch these obsessions. He only grasped the outer garment lying on his sister beside him. Only Heng Yi continued to watch the woman and the 4 children gradually fade away. Before she disappeared completely, she bowed deeply to Heng Yi. Have you awakened, child? The long white hair of Heng Yi fell down as he crouched and lowered his head, the tips just stopping in front of the boy's tearful eyes. Do you feel uncomfortable anywhere? Heng Yi gently asked him, watching as he slowly got up and stared blankly at him. But the next moment, when his gaze swept to the back where Yong was leaning against the tree, he immediately became alert and pulled his sister into his arms. Seeing this, Heng Yi slowly urged his blood to accelerate its flow, allowing him to emit a faint aroma infused with the calming power of the bewitching blood, which could help those who smelled it to quickly calm down. Stay calm, it's okay now. Seeing him gradually calm down under the influence of the bewitching blood, yet still shivering in the wind and snow, Heng Yi couldn't help but pat his head. I don't know if you've heard your elders mention my name. I am called Undying River Heng Yi. Ah, Mr. Undying River Heng Yi. No rush, take your time. I have heard. My father told me your name, and my grandmother mentioned you too. That's good, but it's been over 20 years. Who is your father? Is it Shurgyo? A Shurgyo? My father is Tanjiro Kamadu. That's right, it's him. The last time I saw him, he was a bit younger than you are now. Huh. Using the conversation about Tanjiro to relax his spirit further, Heng Yi also recalled those not-so-distant memories. You did very well, doing your best to protect your sister. No, I couldn't. Can Izuko still turn back into a human, Mr. Heng Yi? I have to be honest with you, child, I don't know. Heng Yi shook his head with some embarrassment, as he truly could not guarantee anything to this eager child. After conducting hundreds of transformation experiments with Zhu Shi, all attempts to turn demons back into humans had ended in failure, while the only successful case was the transformation of a human into a demon. I can offer you a path and help you find people who can assist you, but this path will be arduous, and most of the time, you will have to rely on yourself to walk it. Are you willing? Heng Yi quietly looked at the child's red eyes in front of him, feeling that the child's face was gradually merging with a face from his memories. He would agree. Heng Yi thought to himself. Indeed, after Heng Yi finished speaking, Tanjiro almost did not hesitate for a moment. Holding his sister tightly, he answered decisively, I am willing. I am willing. As long as there is even a glimmer of hope to turn Izuko back into a human, I am willing to do anything. I will do anything. Please tell me. I beg you. He urgently pleaded with Heng Yi, tears welling up in his red eyes. In a distant dream, there was also someone with a pair of deep red eyes, firmly expressing their will to Heng Yi. I want to join the Demon Slayer Corps and become a demon hunter. As long as there are demons in this world, people like me will never be able to live in peace. I want to take up my sword and do what I must do, to exterminate demons. Afterward, Heng Yi let Yong return to the main house first to report to Yaozai about what happened on the mountain, including the battle with Muzin after hundreds of years and learning about his new abilities, as well as the temporary decision to spare Nezuko, who had turned into a demon. Heng Yi then took Tanjiro and the awakened Nezuko back to their home to help them bury their deceased family members. It is worth mentioning that Heng Yi found that he indeed had a certain degree of spiritual connection with the girl who had turned into a demon, which was much weaker than a plant connection, and this connection was a form of passive perception. When the girl was awake, Heng Yi could feel her emotions, and when he fully immersed himself, he could even connect to her 5 senses and perceive the surroundings. However, he could not control her to do anything, and she had no active response to Heng Yi's connection. Moreover, Heng Yi felt that the girl seemed to have lost her mind. Since waking up, her behavior had become very sluggish, and her emotional fluctuations were very weak. Even when she saw her brother burying their family, she did not show any sadness or grief. However, she did remember her brother and family. Heng Yi could sense this, but it seemed she no longer held them in her heart, or rather, there was nothing she could hold in her heart anymore. This is very dangerous. It is essential to establish her closeness to other humans in the outside world. Otherwise, she will get closer and closer to becoming a demon. Heng Yi carefully examined the girl's body again and reached a shocking conclusion. It turned out that both Maya Muzin's blood were present in her body at the same time. How is that possible? Heng Yi carefully recalled the details of the battle with Muzin last night and realized that at the beginning of the fight, when his blood tendrils collided with Muzin's whips, their blood did indeed splatter around. So, was it at that moment? Did that blood touch her wound and not dissipate, but rather merge into her body, turning her into this kind of demon? Mr. Heng Yi? Just as Heng Yi was painfully pondering everything, Tanjiro, noticing his increasingly grim expression, couldn't help but call out to him anxiously. It's fine, nothing major, don't worry, there's nothing wrong for now. As for the future, we can only take it one step at a time. Really? Tanjiro, holding Nezuko's hand, looked at Heng Yi with concern. Well, I'm here, so don't worry, I'll figure it out. Now, let's get going. I'll take you to Mount Kagamizu. Wouldn't that be too much trouble for you? I can manage on my own, and I'm already very grateful for your help. It's no trouble. It won't delay me at all, and this is just one of my bodies. It's not a big deal. Huh? One of your bodies? Well, we'll talk about it on the way. Let's set off. Oh, we can't let Nezuko get sunburned. We need to make something to cover her. I'll do it. I'll make a basket. Tanjiro is really capable. Heng Yi smiled as he watched the busy boy, who would blush when praised, and took the hand of the girl who was lost in thought beside him. He lowered his head and fell into the dreamy pink eyes of the girl. Suddenly, he felt that the 1,000 years of time that had passed were merely an old dream. Chapter 34 Responsibilities. The narrow mist mountain is a sparsely populated mountain, shrouded in gray mist from the middle to the peak all year round, with visibility at night even less than 5 meters. The closer one gets to the summit, the narrower and more difficult the mountain path becomes, and the air grows thinner. This is how the narrow mist mountain got its name. If one were to enter this mountain at night, relying solely on sight, they would likely get lost within it. Heng Yi arrived at the foot of the mountain just as the sun was about to set. Since there were very few people living nearby, he easily found the residence of the former water Hashira, Kanroji Mitsuri. However, because of the way he appeared, he received a very warm welcome. Water breathing, 7th form, drop ripple thrust. The boy's voice was very familiar, and Heng Yi almost instantly recognized his identity. However, before his voice reached him, a thrusting sword technique came from the slope, like ripples spreading across the surface of the water. Zhang Tu, stop. Heng Yi dodged the sudden attack and lightly landed on the roof of the wooden house, wiping away the non-existent sweat from his forehead. He almost got his head cut off by the boy he had just saved. That was a close call. The one who launched the attack was none other than the boy wearing the disaster-repelling fox mask, whom he had saved back then. However, he wasn't wearing a mask now, revealing a face with scars at the corners of his mouth. Mr. Heng Yi, an old man wearing a Tengu mask, walked out from the house, looking respectfully at Heng Yi, and apologized. I sincerely apologize, Mr. Heng Yi. Are you all right? I am deeply ashamed. I was too impulsive. Please forgive me. All along, Heng Yi had been active in the Demon Slayer Corps in the capacity of a healer, so very few people within the Corps knew about his strength. Neither Kanroji Mitsuri nor the apprentice Kaneo had ever seen Heng Yi fight, although they knew he possessed the incredible power to control an entire mountain. They were unaware of Heng Yi's combat abilities after leaving Fujisaki Mountain. If Heng Yi were to be harmed by someone from the Demon Slayer Corps, that would be... Never mind. I was too reckless and approached without prior notice. Heng Yi jumped down from the roof and walked over to the two of them. After nodding to Lin Longzhua, he looked at the boy with flesh-colored hair. It's been 4 years since we last met. Rabbit Kuin. Rabbit Kuin? Ha, it's just a nickname. Do you mind? Although he asked this, Heng Yi had no intention of changing it. He simply couldn't remember. If he really minded, he could just call him that when no one was around. No worries. Feel free to call me whatever you like. Oh, you must have received a letter from Lil Hedgehog, right? It was from a Young, right? Yes, the letter mentioned 2 things. First, that Kanan would be going to the Tokyo Butterfly House to serve as a butterfly house guard, and second, that I was asked to train the boy who brought his sister, who has turned into a demon, to become a demon hunter. That's right. Does Kanan agree? Does he feel that going to the Butterfly House is a bit of a waste of talent? How could that be? I am very grateful for this opportunity. To be honest, I was planning to set off tomorrow, and just as I was about to close the window, I happened to see a shadow jumping towards us. I thought there was a demon attack, so I drew my sword. I asked for your forgiveness for my recklessness once again. Heng Yi chuckled as he looked at the child who kept apologizing, gently tapping him on the head. All right, your judgment isn't wrong. The only things that would approach in this way besides me are ghosts. It's good to be cautious. I will feel at ease leaving the butterfly house in your care. Yes, Mr. Heng Yi, I will do my best to protect the safety of the butterfly house. You're really full of enthusiasm. That's great. Heng Yi turned to look at Kanroji Mitsuri, who didn't need Heng Yi to ask. As soon as he saw Heng Yi turn to him, he spoke up. The letter mentioned the matter of guidance, and he paused slightly, but continued, saying, I need to test him before I can give you an answer. No problem. It should be like this for a teacher choosing a disciple. If he cannot pass your test, he naturally cannot enter your school. I have no objections. Thank you for your understanding. As for how Mr. Heng Yi feels about his sister who has turned into a demon, what do you think? And why did you judge that she would not attack humans? Just as Heng Yi was about to answer his questions, a sudden sense of crisis surged from his heart, prompting him to immediately turn back to the direction he came from. This feeling is not my own. Mr. Heng Yi, what happened? Kanroji Mitsuri and Kaneo looked at Heng Yi, who appeared to be facing a formidable enemy, with confusion, while also warily surveying their surroundings. However, it was completely silent around them, with no signs of movement. To explain the specific reason would take some time. But one thing I can sense is the emotions of that girl who has turned into a demon. For example, right now, I feel she's very tense, possibly encountering an enemy. I hope it's not a demon slayer. Oh, is that so? Kanroji Mitsuri lowered his head in thought and then said to Heng Yi, I will head there now. Mr. Heng, please wait here. Huh? Are you going? Heng Yi, who intended to go immediately, was stopped in his tracks and asked in surprise. Yes, I will set off right away. I was planning to test that boy anyway. Although my face is covered by a mask, you cannot see my expression, but from my tone, you can understand my meaning. If she attacks a human, please forgive me. I will take action to kill her. Heng Yi nodded in understanding. No need to apologize, I share your thoughts. Although I sympathize with the tragic fate of the Zhao family, the Demon Slayer Corps has its own responsibilities, even if it involves old acquaintances. Heng Yi's light blue eyes gazed at the distant figure of Rin Taki Zakon, while the worried Kanan looked at Heng Yi's profile. He of course understood the conversation between Heng Yi and his master. Sympathy is sympathy, but there is no forgiveness for demons that attack humans. All that is left now is to wait. Did Mr. Heng Yi know them originally? Huh? Why does Rabbit Cohen ask that? Because you look very sad, so I guess they might be important to you. How perceptive. I truly feel that letting you watch over the butterfly house was the right choice. That's right. They are the descendants of my old friend. I met their ancestor over 400 years ago. If I had to describe it, let me think. Heng Yi thinks of Yuani and the guidance Yuani left for him. His son's close friend. Huh? Ha. What kind of expression is that? No, nothing. Probably surprised that Heng Yi said he has a son. Well, it's obvious that you misunderstood. Come. Let's go inside and I'll explain it to you slowly. By the way, do you like wisteria flower tea? I brought some high-quality wisteria flowers. Come and have a taste. Heng Yi wrapped his arm around Yin Tu's shoulder and pushed him into the room, preparing to slowly recount his glorious past. You must come back, Tan Dozi. Chapter 35. The undying Chuan Xianmi. At the end of a small road in the bustling streets of Asakusa, Tokyo, there's a brick wall. Anyone who walks here would think it is a dead end. However, behind this wall hides a 2-story wooden cabin. In front of the cabin stands a red maple tree that grows out of season, already taller than the wall, yet passers-by seem oblivious to it. The cabin and the red maple appear to be shrouded in a veil of secrecy, hidden and unknown in the present world. It is now noon, and the sun is shining brightly. Although it is early autumn, the sunlight continues to radiate heat relentlessly. If someone were to observe this cabin from outside at this moment, they would find that all its windows are closed and dark curtains are drawn inside, leaving one unable to tell if anyone lives there. Inside a room on the first floor, a young man with white hair and blue eyes sits opposite an elegant woman with black hair and purple eyes. The table where they are seated is cluttered with many strange instruments, including a microscope that is not commonly seen at this time. Indeed, Mr. Heng Yi, as he thought, in Nezuko's blood, we can clearly see the presence of 2 other incompatible blood types. Moreover, these 2 blood types cannot merge with Nezuko's own blood, and the 3 of them now form a peculiar balance. Perhaps this is the reason she remains calm and has fallen into a deep sleep. The 2 are Heng Yi and Ju Yi, who are studying the blood of the unfortunate Nezuko, who has turned into a demon but is distinctly different from ordinary demons. Heng Yi stopped what he was doing upon hearing this, stood up, and walked over to Zhu Shi's side, taking the microscope from her hand to observe it carefully. Indeed, it was incredible. In the past, we had tried injecting my blood into some demons, but they were unable to withstand my blood. Some weaker demons even exploded and died immediately. However, this child was able to simultaneously endure both my blood and Musen's blood, while also keeping her own blood untainted. She was simply... Heng Yi looked up from the microscope at Tamayo, a bit excited as he said, "It's a miracle." Tamayo showed a similar expression to Heng Yi's, agreeing with his thoughts. Yes, perhaps we can really develop a medicine to transform humans thanks to this miraculous child. That's right. After 400 years. This is the greatest hope we've seen in 400 years. I have a feeling, maybe it's better not to hold too much hope. We just need to do our best, and let the results be decided by fate. This doesn't sound like what Mr. Heng Yi would say. What's wrong with you? Tamayo teased Heng Yi with a slight smile, expressing her confusion at his pessimism. Oh, maybe it's because I've been disappointed too many times. I'm over 1,000 years old. How can I stay optimistic? Heng Yi sighed, looking old despite his appearance being forever stuck at 20. Tamayo found his expression both amusing and exasperating. But she quickly recalled something, put away her smile, and asked seriously, "However, you encountered Musen Kabutsuji this time, and he didn't run away like before. That's really strange." Mentioning Musen, Heng Yi also became serious and agreed, "Yes, I'm also curious. Logically, if I sensed him, it means he sensed me too. From his reaction when I saw him, it was clear that he knew I was nearby. However, this time he didn't run away. He even killed Tanjiro's family before I arrived. Has he changed his temperament? Tamayo shook her head, unable to understand why Muzan suddenly changed his strategy towards Heng Yi. It's fine if he's changed. It's best if his 12 Kazuki also change their strategy towards me, so I can catch them. However, Tamayo did not quite agree with Heng Yi's assumption, saying, you should not underestimate the upper moons among the 12 Kazuki. Their strength is quite formidable. I believe they are even on par with Muzan. Otherwise, the Demon Slayer Corps wouldn't have failed to kill any of them for over 100 years. Heng Yi nodded, understanding your concerns. Don't worry, I never act recklessly. However, while Heng Yi said this, he was actually planning to fight to the death with the Upper Moon Demon. He thought of telling Zhu Shi that she would probably be angry. Lord Heng Yi, Lord Zhu Shi. At that moment, Yu Shilang's voice came from outside the door. Heng Yi let him in and saw a crow perched on his arm. Oh, it's Shinobu's crow. Looks like it has a message. Heng Yi carefully read the letter from Kuroya. A strange child? Did Miss Rin have something to discuss with you? Well, in the letter, Rin mentioned that the members below recently encountered a child. When the swordsman heard the news about the evil spirits and rushed over, they found that he had actually caused the evil spirits to lose their fighting ability. The method was that Heng Yi paused for a moment, swallowed the spirits, rendering them unable to fight, and then dragged them until sunrise. Oh! Zhu Ye and Yu Shi looked at each other in disbelief. Heng Yi chuckled in disbelief, lamenting that strange events happen every year, but this year seems particularly abundant. So, Shaoran wrote to ask if I wanted to take a look, and there was another reason. Heng Yi raised his head, his gaze distant. This child is named Fushikawa Jinya. Could it be that Fushikawa is the one who holds the unfinished words of Tamayo? Heng Yi thought, perhaps Shinobu also thinks this way. I will set off to find him now, and see if I can learn where his peculiar ability comes from. Also, what is his relationship with the current wind Hashira, Fushikawa Shimiya, and what is his connection to Heng Yi? Well then, I wish you a smooth journey. Tamayo said gently to Heng Yi, who responded with a smile. I left. I said, what exactly are you keeping me here for? Is there something going on or not? I want to join you, but you say you're participating in some trial, but then say it hasn't started yet, and then you won't let me leave. Didn't you check? I'm a human, not a demon. Just because I've eaten a demon doesn't mean you can treat me like one. A boy with a dark chicken comb hairstyle and a scar extending to the tip of his nose angrily complained to an ordinary demon slayer. If Eon were here, he would recognize that this seemingly ordinary black-haired, black-eyed member is Murata Akira, who was asked to take care of Eon during his first year in the final selection. It's not a trial. It's a selection, the final selection. And also, can we not treat eating a demon as a common event? I've only ever heard of demons eating people. When have I ever heard of humans eating demons? You may not be a demon, but you're not normal either. Murata tried to hold him back while muttering to himself. Why hasn't Lord Heng Yi arrived yet? This kid is both fierce and impatient. And what if he eats me? The boy, with teeth capable of crushing a demon's arm, seemed even more frightening to Murata than the demons themselves. You. Don't come over, just stand there. A certain adult is coming. He will be here soon, very soon. Lord Koichi. Help! What lord? Get out of my way. Otherwise I'll bite you. The boy noticed his fear and maliciously threatened him. Oh, so you can not only eat ghosts but also bite people? The boy, who was all bark and no bite, was startled by the teasing voice that seemed to come from nowhere. To Murata, the timely arrival of Koichi felt like a savior descending from the heavens. Lord Koichi, you finally arrived, boo-hoo. The boy looked around but couldn't find this so-called Lord Koichi. When the voice sounded again, he realized the person had already silently appeared behind him. Looking for me? Do you want to take a bite out of me too? The boy jumped to the side like a startled cat and looked at him warily. The contrast between the boy's defensive expression and Murata's relieved look was striking, making Koichi unable to suppress a smile. He couldn't help but want to tease them a bit more. Forget it, let him go. You can leave now, I'll talk to him. Murata, feeling like he had been granted a reprieve, quickly vanished, leaving only Koichi and the boy standing face to face. Well then, let me introduce myself. I am Koichi Fushikawa. I'm a doctor. Chapter 36. A letter from 1,000 years ago following the boy named Jinya Fushikawa. They arrived at a house in the Kyobashi district of Tokyo, which was once the boy's home. Heng Yi followed him into this small and cramped house, which was located in a bustling area, and at a glance, he had already taken in the entire interior of the house. Was this really a place where an 8-person family lived? It was a bit too small. Please wait a moment, my esteemed ancestor. I'll go find something. Heng Yi was taken aback and burst into laughter upon hearing this title. Over the past 1,000 years, he had been addressed by various people in various ways, but this was truly a first. In a few days since Heng Yi had found the boy, Fushishun Jinya, he had carefully examined and slightly researched the boy's body. He confirmed that the boy was indeed a descendant of his brother, Fushishun Eiichi, a fact derived from the family tree of the Fushishun family, which, although fallen, still existed. Both my brother and I had looked at the family tree. When we were very young, our father even wrote our names, along with those of our younger siblings, into it. Another surprising thing for Heng Yi was that the boy's body contained a small yet detectable amount of his own blood. To explore the reason why the boy could gain power by consuming evil spirits, Heng Yi used his bloodline tendrils to conduct an internal examination of the boy's body. Remarkably, as soon as the bloodline tendrils entered the boy's flesh, they spontaneously merged with the boy's blood. Heng Yi felt it should be referred to as devouring. Heng Yi, in shock, quickly issued a command to stop them. Otherwise, the young boy might bleed to death without any visible wounds. However, even so, the blood that had originally been quiet and dormant in the boy responded clearly to Heng Yi's blood. It was a strong resonance stemming from their bloodline. When the two locked eyes again, they understood each other's identity without needing any words. Thus, the boy's strange ability to consume evil spirits and his special digestive organs found their origin in Heng Yi inheriting the ability to devour evil spirits from the blue other shore flower. However, as Heng Yi established a connection with the endless plants of nature, he no longer relied on consuming evil spirits for energy. Yet, he did not expect that his brother's descendant could inherit this ability. So, was his brother, Shimi Bukawa, who was immortal, also the source of this rare blood? Heng Yi was waiting for the boy and thought of what he mentioned about his brother. Kajinuma Shimi and Kajinuma Jinya. One doesn't need to ask. Just by hearing their names, it's clear they are brothers. When Heng Yi asked Jinya why he didn't join his brother Shimi in the Demon Slayer Corps, but chose to live alone, Jinya sadly recounted the past to Heng Yi. Heng Yi only knew from Yaozai that Shimi's father was a scumbag, and that his mother had turned into a demon and attacked his family. But he didn't know that he actually had a younger brother who was still alive. I was too much back then. I drove my brother away. I was confused. I was just talking nonsense. I really didn't mean it. Please believe me. I'm begging you. Take me to find my brother. When Xuanyi heard Heng Yi mention that Shimi was in the Demon Slayer Corps and had become a Hashira-level swordsman, he desperately begged Heng Yi. Of course, Heng Yi wouldn't ignore him. Don't worry, kid. I will take you there. We can talk it out. I'm sure your brother won't be angry with you. He will understand. Hearing Heng Yi's promise, Xuanyi finally calmed down and set off with Heng Yi on the way back to Tokyo. Along the way, Heng Yi also contacted the Demon Slayer Corps and learned that Shimi was out on a mission. Therefore, Xuanyi first took Heng Yi back to the house where they used to live, saying he had something important to give him. Don't call me that anymore. Just call me sir. Okay, Heng Yi sir. I found it. Xuanyi quickly ran back to Heng Yi with something he had dug out from an inconspicuous corner and handed it over. It looked like an ordinary box made of maple wood, but its exterior was already very worn. As Heng Yi stared at this wooden box, he seemed to sense something invisible and intangible. Heng Yi reached out and took the wooden box from the hands of the immortal Chuan Xuanya, carefully opening it. What came into his view was a neatly folded piece of silk cloth. Heng Yi gently took it out and once again felt an indescribable sensation from above. Heng Yi looked at it, and, for some reason, even though he had long since ceased to care about life and death, he felt a bit scared to open it, which he found somewhat strange. Does Ashia know what this is? Fushishun Xuanyi shook his head and replied, I have no idea. My father said this was something passed down from our ancestors a long, long time ago, and he didn't let us open it because he was afraid it would get damaged. Then why did you give it to me? Has someone said they would give it to me? Upon hearing Heng Yi's question, Fushishun Xuanyi awkwardly scratched the back of his head, and after a moment, he shifted his gaze away, not daring to make eye contact with Heng Yi. He answered somewhat hesitantly, If I say it's my intuition about you, would you believe it? Huh? Heng Yi looked at the child with a mix of amusement and helplessness. In Butterfly Shinobu's message, it was mentioned that this child's personality was impulsive, reckless, and had a bad temper, easily resorting to violence when disagreements arose. He was very guarded and had a very poor attitude towards the approaching Demon Slayer Corps members. Heng Yi recalled Xiao Renxin's evaluation of this child, and no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't associate that image with the straightforward child in front of him who dared not look at him. What Heng Yi didn't know was how deep the influence of his blood would be on this child. Time has passed for too long, and even if someone said they would give it to someone, they no longer knew who that was. The Bukai family has been migrating all this time, but this box has never been lost. Even in times of war, we were able to find it again. When my father mentioned it, He said it was a magical box that should have decayed long ago, yet still exists firmly. Xuanya was babbling on, explaining it to Heng Yi as if he were afraid Heng Yi wouldn't accept it. Heng Yi looked at his face, but in his mind, he recalled another child and suddenly realized that if it weren't for the scar on his face, they actually looked very similar. That child, whose name Heng Yi could no longer remember, was the grandson of his older brother. What was his name again? As Heng Yi reminisced, his inadvertently drooping hand caused the stacked silks to open up. The salutation of a letter came into view. To my dear uncle, the immortal Chuan Heng Yi. This was a letter of apology that had crossed a millennium of time to reach Heng Yi's hands. Heng Yi quietly read to the end and saw the signature. He finally remembered the boy's name. Just like he had recalled the face and name of Yashiki Zensho, he also retrieved his name and appearance. The letter was not long, and the handwriting was in bright red. Heng Yi recognized that this letter was written in blood, and the scent of the blood was familiar to him. Perhaps that was why it had been preserved for 1,000 years. Mr. Heng Yi, what's wrong with you? Heng Yi's smiling yet tearful expression startled Xian Yi, who looked at Heng Yi hesitantly, feeling somewhat at a loss. I am happy to have reunited with an old friend today. Can happiness bring tears? The young man thought with concern. What is there to forgive? I have never blamed you, child. The voice of Heng Yi murmuring to himself left the young man confused. But never mind. If you think I'm blaming you, then I will respond to you this way. Of course, I will forgive you, my child. Xian Yi, who had been holding the wooden box for Heng Yi, quietly watched, but suddenly realized that the object in his hands was becoming lighter and lighter. He looked down and saw that the old but well-preserved wooden box was gradually turning to ashes. Mr. Heng Yi, the wooden box. Shoo! Heng Yi softly stopped Xian Yi's panic shout. A gentle breeze swept through the window, carrying away the scattered dust. Heng Yi's gaze followed away, sending off an invisible obsession. It's great to meet you again, Liang Yu. Chapter 37. Strange in the early morning of the narrow mist mountain, two boys ran through the mountains one after the other. The shorter boy in front appeared to be quite at ease, while the taller boy behind struggled to keep up. Not only that, but after running for a while, the boy in front still had the energy to turn back and encourage the boy behind. Come on, Xuami. We're running faster and longer today than yesterday. Believe in yourself. You will definitely improve. The taller boy behind, hearing this, didn't reply. It wasn't that he didn't want to respond, but keeping up with the pace of the boy in front was already quite exhausting, leaving him with no energy to talk loudly while running. After running along the mountain path for a while longer, the boy in front stopped. When the taller boy caught up to him, he said something, and the two parted ways. The tall boy rested for a moment before running off on his own. Without the guidance of the boy in front, he didn't slow down, even though the pace made running quite hard. The other boy arrived at a large rock in an open area on the mountain. As soon as he arrived, he caught a familiar fragrance in the air. Following the scent, he looked up and saw a white-haired man sitting on a high branch of a large tree, resting with his eyes closed. Mr. Heng Yi, good morning. The boy greeted the man in the tree energetically. Hearing his lively voice, the man opened his eyes, and his light blue irises sparkled with fragmented glimmers in the gaps of the tree shadows. The boy was momentarily stunned by his gaze, standing there motionless. Tantan, good morning. Huh? Yes, good morning. You're really diligent, coming here so early. Not all. I'm quite dull. I still have no clue about cutting this stone, even after more than 10 days. Mentioning his goal, the boy finally shifted his gaze from the man's captivating blue eyes to the large rock in front of him. It's a pity that I have no talent for sword techniques. I'm afraid I can't help you much. I'm sorry. No, it's not your problem at all. Such things must be accomplished by oneself. Please don't worry. The boy assured him seriously, I will work hard. Heng Yi in the tree smiled and nodded, encouraging him just as he had encouraged Xuami earlier. All right, keep it up. You're so diligent every day. You will definitely improve. And even though I don't know sword techniques, someone who does will come soon. Let him teach you. Heng Yi didn't say the last part out loud. He just silently watched as the boy began to chop at the rock, lost in thought. It had been 1.5 years since Tanjiro and Izuko, who had transformed into a special demon, arrived at the narrow mist mountain, and Xuami had been here with Heng Yi for about 1 year as well. 1 year ago, after handing over a letter from Yorichi's grandson, Yashiro, to Heng Yi took Xuami to wait for Shinazugawa Sanemi to return from his mission. A few days later, they finally met the Wind Hashira returning from mission, but his reaction was completely different from what the two had expected. In Heng Yi's imagination, the scene of brothers recognizing each other, forgiving and reuniting did not occur. The scene he envisioned of his brother angrily scolding him also did not happen. The Wind Pillar, Mitsuri Kanroji, simply stood expressionless when he saw the two, And if he hadn't formally greeted Heng Yi would have almost thought he had forgotten about him and his brother. The apologetic and talkative Xuan, standing in front of him, felt like a stranger to him. Brother, Mr. Heng Yi has agreed to introduce me to a trainer, and I will work hard. I also want to join the Demon Slayer Corps and fight alongside you. Heng Yi clearly remembers the moment when he heard Xuan say such words, and how Shimi's expression changed instantly. After a brief silence, he spoke coldly. Someone as weak as you is not my brother. Do you really think you can join the Demon Slayer Corps? Don't even think about it. After saying this, he immediately turned and left, looking as if he thought continuing the conversation with Xuan was a complete waste of time. Shimi's expression was one of undisguised disdain and disgust, but Heng Yi felt that his attitude might not truly reflect his real thoughts. However, Xuan did not think so. He seemed convinced that his brother was still angry with him and that he was currently very weak. I need to become stronger. If I become strong enough, my brother will acknowledge me. Heng Yi couldn't persuade the child, who was resolute and hard to sway, and could only agree to his request, bringing him to Misty Mountain. Like Tanjiro, Sakanji Urokadaki also tested Jinya. However, he failed the test. And if it weren't for the bloodline tendrils left by Heng Yi in the mountain that informed him to go rescue him, he might have perished up there. Indeed, in contrast to his strong bite force and unique digestive organs, his physical strength was weak and showed little improvement despite extensive training. Sakanji Urokadaki was a very strict mentor, and since Jinya did not pass his trial, he naturally could not become his disciple. However, for Heng Yi's sake, the old man still decided to keep him and let him train alongside Tanjiro. Heng Yi is familiar with the breathing techniques despite being unable to practice them due to physical reasons, while Xianmi is completely unable to learn the breathing techniques. Heng Yi studied his strange bodily organs and found that not only his stomach was peculiar, but his other organs were equally bizarre. He couldn't control his lungs from expanding, causing his blood to absorb a large amount of oxygen in a short time. His body seemed frozen, making it difficult to change. Xuan was a good kid. Although he complained about his unusual physique, he never gave up. During the entire year he spent with Heng Yi at the Misty Mountain, he trained with Tanjiro every day, honing his physical abilities and practicing swordsmanship. However, the daily training seemed to show results only in Tanjiro. Tanjiro noticeably grew taller, gained muscle, increased strength, and gradually mastered the breathing techniques. The calluses on his hands, which never healed, spoke of his relentless effort. In contrast, Xuan, despite never missing a day of training, had fallen behind Tanjiro to the point where he could barely see Tanjiro's figure anymore. He didn't even have those calluses on his hands. They had the same training regimen. But while Tanjiro's hands were covered in scars from sword practice, Xuanya's hands always returned to normal within a few days. After Heng Yi asked him if he had been like this before and received a negative answer, Heng Yi speculated that this condition resulted from a resonance between his blood and his own. It seemed he had awakened the self-healing ability of the blue spider lily. Although his self-healing speed was still far inferior to Heng Yi's, it had indeed manifested and continued to develop. The loud sound of the blade, striking the stone, snapped Heng Yi out of his thoughts and memories. Heng Yi looked at the boy who made the sound, only to see him trembling in place, unable to stop. Uffed! Heng Yi couldn't help but chuckle softly, jumping down from the tree to stand in front of him. You, don't be so impatient. You can't cut through a huge rock with a knife. How could it be a matter of not having enough strength? Silly child, does your hand hurt? Heng Yi freed his hands from the knife he was holding and helped rub his numb arms. I wasn't here yesterday. Did you remember to soak the medicinal wine properly? Why are your palms still all torn up? Didn't you soak it well? I did soak it, and it's much better now. Thank you. You have to keep using it. Also, after rubbing his arms, Heng Yi raised his hand and flicked his forehead. Don't be in such a hurry. Hiss. Heng Yi felt that his hand hurt more than the child's forehead when he flicked it for the first time. The child's forehead didn't even have a red mark. Yes, I remember now. Very good. I also remember that your head is very hard. Down the mountain, a person from the hidden troops carried a box to the small cabin near Kagura Sakanami. That was a gift Heng Yi prepared for Jinya. After all, times have changed, and weapons can certainly change too. Chapter 38, the beginning place in the small wooden cabin at the foot of the narrow mist mountain. For people were sitting around a campfire in the center of the room during the evening. A large pot was hanging over the fire, bubbling and cooking food that looked quite delicious. Dozens of grilled fish were also skewered by the fire, the fish skin already charred and crispy, emitting bursts of meaty aroma. On one side of the pot sat two boys, Tanjiro and Jinya, staring intently at the food. To an outsider, It might seem that the two children hadn't eaten in a long time and were this hungry. On the other side sat two adults, Kagura Sakanami and Heng. One was calmly waiting with his hands in his pockets, while the other steadily picked up a bowl to prepare to serve food to everyone. Why was dinner so lavish today? Jinya was the first to sense something was off and lifted his head from the temptation of the food to ask, while Tanjiro also looked up at Heng Yi upon hearing this. To celebrate that you have temporarily finished your training, and Heng Yi paused, turning to look at Kagura Sakanami, who nodded in response, then continued to practice for you. Practice? The two boys tilted their heads, quite puzzled. That's right. Next you will go to Fujitsu Mountain to participate in the final selection. Whether you can join the Demon Slayer Corps depends entirely on your own strength. Final selection. The boys murmured, exchanging glances, and from their meeting gazes, they drew encouragement from each other. We will definitely pass. That's right. We won't let you down. Ancestor Heng Yi. Cough cough. Don't call me that. Heng Yi was slightly choked by the confident call from Su Ny, which he hadn't heard in a long time, but blurted out in excitement. Meanwhile, the two boys noticed that during the brief moment they were looking at each other, Heng Yi's bowl was almost empty. He had even received his food later than the two of them. At this point, he had already gone back to the pot for more. Su Ny. Tanger. As expected of Mr. Heng Yi. Even eating is done so quickly. Heng. Gracefully eating, yet as swift as the wind. Quickly devoured half a pot of food and 6 grilled fish under the astonished gazes of the two boys and their hastened eating pace. Zwar raised his red mask to eat, revealing a slightly twitching corner of his mouth, as if in disbelief that this guy who had lived for 1,000 years was actually shamelessly competing with children for food. Just as the boys finished a bowl, Heng Yi had already looked up, satisfied, wiped his mouth, and clasped his hands together, exclaiming, "Ah, I've had enough. Thank you for the hospitality." The two boys leaned in to see that the large pot in front of them had only soup left. The boys, whose speed in eating couldn't match Heng Yi's, had nothing to say and silently continued to eat. By the way, Xian, you can't use your double-barreled shotgun in the final selection. Huh? What do you mean? Everyone else uses knives. Isn't it cheating for you to use a gun? But I know. But you also need to understand one thing. Not everyone participating in the final selection will know breathing techniques. So, not being able to learn breathing techniques is not a valid reason for you to fail the selection. Heng Yi calmly narrated this fact, appearing somewhat detached. If you want to give up participating, that's fine. Just come back to the butterfly house with me. No, I agree. I can pass the selection even without a gun. Please let me participate, Mr. Heng Yi. You might lose your life, and there's also Tan. Even if you can use breathing techniques, it doesn't guarantee you will pass. Demons are very terrifying creatures, not so easy to defeat. You have all seen demons and even fought against them, so you should know I'm not trying to scare you. Heng Yi's bright blue eyes shimmered with a strange light under the glow of the fire as he stared at the boys in front of him, repeatedly confirming their determination. We won't let you down. The boys' firm replies made Heng Yi chuckle in disbelief. He shook his head, saying, "There's only one situation that would disappoint me, and that's if you die, so I won't be disappointed." The boys looked at Heng Yi in confusion, not understanding why he was so certain they wouldn't meet their demise. However, Heng Yi had no intention of answering. Instead, he got up and walked over to a large box in the back. "All right, after Mr. Takumi's gift, it's time for mine." Keiichi's huge medicine box had been specially treated, and even the keen-nosed Tanjiro couldn't detect that it contained quite a lot of fresh meat and well-preserved medicinal dishes. After handing the medicinal dishes to the two boys and the equally surprised Zenitsu, Keiichi placed the meat into the nearly empty pot. "All right, it's up to you now, Mr. Taki, to cook this meat. I must admit, I'm completely clueless when it comes to cooking, but I can confidently say that this medicinal dish is definitely the best in all of Japan." Heng Yi boasted boldly. Inside the box was something else. A new drug that Heng Yi and Zhu Yi had developed, meant to try to awaken Nezuko, who had been asleep for 2 years. Watching Tanjiro gobble down his food, Heng Yi decided not to tell him for now, as the effectiveness was still uncertain. May we all have our wishes fulfilled. When Tanjiro and Jinya arrived at the front shrine of Fujisaki Mountain, they saw about 30 people already standing in the courtyard. As they walked, they marveled at the wisteria flowers blooming out of season, and upon entering the courtyard, they were surprised to find so many participants in the final selection. There are quite a few participants. Yes, Jinya, I think the atmosphere here is a bit. Just as Tanjiro was about to mention the smell he detected to Jinya, a pleasant female voice rang out. "Thank you all for coming to participate in the final selection for the Demon Slayer Corps tonight." Following the direction of the voice, they saw an extremely beautiful woman with white hair standing in front of the shrine. She then spoke to all the candidates in a dignified and gentle tone about the situation at Fujisaki Mountain and the details of the final selection. Now, please proceed safely. As the candidates dispersed into Fujisaki Mountain, Tanjiro was about to pull Jinya along when Jinya suddenly stopped and said to Tanjiro, "Let's split up here." Tanjiro, "Huh? I want to rely on my own strength to enter the Demon Slayer Corps. Otherwise, I won't be able to recognize myself, let alone my brother and Mr. Heng Yi." Tanjiro looked at his friend, who had been training hard with him for over a year, and sensed the resolute aura emanating from him. "I understand. I believe you can do it, Jinya. See you in 7 days. Oh, see you in front of the shrine in 7 days." With the disaster-warding fox mask given to him by his master, Sakanji Urokadaki, on the left side of his head, Tanjiro entered Fujisaki Mountain from the left path. Jinya, carrying a borrowed Nichiren blade, entered from the right, but his hand slipped into his outer garment to touch a short dagger that no one else could see. It was one of the gifts Heng Yi had given him, along with the double-barreled shotgun that Heng Yi had temporarily confiscated. It was a secret ace up his sleeve. He recalled the words Heng Yi had said when he gave him the gun and the short dagger and felt completely fearless. There was nothing to fear. After all, Mr. Heng Yi was right by my side. In a way, that was indeed true. In the small cabin in front of the waterfall at the back mountain, Heng Yi sat calmly, merging with Fujisaki Mountain. The gears of fate began to turn, and no one knew that this would be the place where the end began. Chapter 39. Breaking the chains. When the first ray of dawn illuminated the old shrine, surrounded by wisteria trees, the 7-day final selection came to an end. Tanjiro, with a bloodied bandage wrapped around his head, met up with Jinya, who also showed clear signs of battle. Without needing to say much, they simply exchanged a knowing smile and stood together in the empty courtyard waiting. After a while, with no one returning to this place, Tanjiro finally confirmed that only the 4 of them present had passed the final selection. "I didn't expect only 4 people to pass. There were almost 30 participants when we arrived." Jinya nodded, stating that he had used all his strength during these 7 days. Without the powerful recovery ability gained from consuming demons, he wouldn't be able to stand here unscathed. "I could die. Even if I survive here, I would still eventually die." Just as Tanjiro was still feeling guilty for not saving one of the candidates attacked by Hand Demon, he heard a boy with yellow hair chattering about something not far away. However, before he could ask, a familiar scent that had been faint since they ascended the mountain suddenly intensified, appearing very close. Before he could look over, Jinya's voice came first. "Mr. Heng Yi?" Tanjiro looked toward the front of the shrine, and there stood Heng Yi, who had suddenly appeared. Heng Yi, whose presence was unknown, stood with his arms crossed, resting in his sleeves, landing lightly on the ground without making a sound. He smiled warmly, with a look of great satisfaction and joy. "Welcome back. Congratulations to you all for safely passing the final selection." However, before Tanjiro and Jinya could ask why Heng Yi was here, the only girl among the 4 had already darted towards Heng Yi like a pink butterfly. So fast, the boys marveled at the girl's speed in their hearts. She reached Heng Yi, her purple eyes filled with obvious joy, wanting to say something but unable to find the words, causing her expression to gradually become anxious. "Heng. Oh, little Xiao Xiang is here too. You came here without telling Xiao Xin and Xiao Xiang, but now that you've passed the final selection, your sisters won't stop you. That's amazing." Heng Yi smiled as he rubbed the girl's head. Although he was a bit surprised, her presence here already proved her strength, and he had no reason to blame her. "Mr. Heng Yi?" Tanjiro and Jinya approached Heng Yi, looking curiously at the girl who was no longer anxious and was in a good mood after being comforted by Heng Yi. "Well, Tanjiro and Jinya, you both did well. Congratulations on passing." Jinya hesitated, unsure if eating the demons in the mountains counted as cheating. Tanjiro also lowered his head, still troubled by not saving that person. "No, Mr. Heng Yi, I'm still not strong enough. I couldn't save that person." Tanjiro looked dejectedly at the ground, afraid to see disappointment in Heng Yi's eyes. But the next moment, the warmth on his head made him instinctively look up, and he immediately fell into a warm blue sea. "I saw everything. Don't worry, Tanjiro. Once you leave Fujitsuki Mountain, you will see him." Tanjiro tilted his head, not understanding the meaning of Heng Yi's words. On the other side, Kanao expressed her dissatisfaction with Heng Yi retracting his hand to pat Tanjiro's head, becoming anxious again as she stared at Heng Yi, seemingly wanting to snatch Heng Yi's hand back. In the next moment, Heng Yi retracted his hand and began to introduce the Demon Slayer correlated matters and the selection of steel for making Nichiren swords. "Choose the steel that you like." "Oh." And Heng Yi clapped his hands, and 3 crows and a sparrow flew out from the forest, each approaching their chosen masters. These are the Tsugumi crows. From now on, they will convey information and tasks about demons to you. But what's with the sparrow? Heng Yi also took a good look at the sparrows. It's the first time in so many years that he saw sparrows replacing crows. This year's strange events are truly one after another. And there are quite a few odd children as well. I wonder if the crow has found the boy wearing a wild boar headpiece. What will happen to his steel materials? Besides, it's really a headache. Alone, Tanjiro dragged his battered and exhausted body back to the Misty Mountain. After leaving the Wisteria Mountain and seeing the candidate who was attacked by Hand Demon, Tanjiro finally understood the meaning of Heng Yi's words. After you fainted, I was thrown off the mountain by the indistinct-looking Wisteria, and, at the same time, a voice told me that I had been eliminated. Huh, you didn't know? My mentor told me that Wisteria Mountain is the training ground of the undying dead, but he won't help us in the selection. He will only save our lives at the last moment, and being saved by him means failing the assessment, resulting in the permanent loss of the qualification to join the Demon Slayer Corps. Anyway, thank you for saving me back then. You're very strong, much stronger than me. Keep it up. The undying dead must be referring to Mr. Heng Yi. I wonder why he is called that. Oh, my body hurts so much, and I couldn't even ask about the method to turn demons back into humans from Genya. I wonder which master Mr. Heng Yi introduced to Genya. With his whole body feeling weak, Tanjiro's legs gave way, and he fell to the ground, taking quite a while to slowly get back up and continue on his way. He leaned on his cane and moved step by step back to the foot of the Misty Mountain, walking from day to night. His arduous journey was not in vain. In the distance, he saw a tall figure standing at the door, holding a girl in a pink kimono. The girl seemed to sense his gaze, immediately turned her head, and the bamboo tube in her mouth was taken out, revealing a very beautiful face. Nezuko. Heng Yi put the girl down and watched as the siblings embraced each other, crying, while standing side by side with Kiryu Sakanasuke, who had just returned from chopping wood. Congratulations, Mr. Taki. Tantan has finally broken the chains that have haunted your heart for so many years. Yes, and thank you, Mr. Heng Yi. Thank me for what? I didn't do anything. Thank you for saving the lives of Nezuko and Shinobu, and for allowing them to enter the Butterfly Mansion. Ah, such good children. I should also thank you for letting them help me. Besides, Heng Yi glanced at the tightly embraced siblings, pondering something. This is what a doctor is supposed to do. Yes, doctors are meant to heal and save lives, no matter who the patient is. Chapter 40. The Reappearance of the Dark Blade. Good boy, good boy. Is Tantan sleepy? Come, you can lean on brother Heng Yi to sleep. Although it felt a bit strange to let her sleep against him in front of the girl's brother, Heng Yi had no choice. First of all, Kiryu Sakanasuke had been subtly suggesting to Nezuko during her sleep to get close to humans, even making her believe that she existed to protect humans. The persistent suggestions seemed to have worked. But whether the girl could resist the instincts of a demon to attack humans when hungry required longer and more cautious observation. Secondly, during the 2 years of her slumber, Heng Yi had tried to awaken her multiple times, injecting her with drugs mostly derived from his own blood. Therefore, after she woke up, Heng Yi could clearly feel that her connection with him, both physically and spiritually, had deepened, especially since her current behavior showed signs of mental regression. Heng Yi speculated that she might have come to see him as a father figure. Finally, perhaps out of desire to conserve energy, Nezuko had shrunk herself down to a much smaller size, which was incredibly cute and left Heng Yi's paternal love, which had not been expressed for hundreds of years. With nowhere to go, like a small animal, Nezuko held the bamboo tube, made by Yorichi, in her mouth, and peacefully leaned against the reliable big tree in her heart, falling asleep. Mr. Heng Yi, your pace is so quick. The generous Tanjiro, far from being upset that his sister, whom he hadn't seen for 2 years, seemed closer to Heng Yi, even praised Heng Yi for returning to the Mist Mountain faster than himself. When you left Fujikase Mountain, didn't you say you would take Genya to find a reliable teacher? Although I walked slowly, I set off much earlier than you, yet I arrived later than you. Moreover, when I set off, you were still at Mist Mountain, and I heard that you were overseeing the final selection, so you must have arrived at Fujikase Mountain before me. Seeing Tanjiro analyzing and admiring him more and more, Heng Yi couldn't help but chuckle. Ah, oh dear, Tantan has misunderstood. I didn't run over. Then, Heng Yi introduced his ability to split himself to Tanjiro, who widened his eyes in shock. Tantan, let me tell you, many demons might have the ability to control not just one body. Hikari began to teach Tanjiro passionately, telling him that demons who have consumed more of Musen's blood and eaten more people may evolve into stronger physical forms and possess unimaginable blood demon arts. He emphasized that one must never underestimate them, Some demons may not die even if their heads are cut off with a Nichiren blade. Until one has personally witnessed them turning to ashes, one must remain vigilant. Do you remember? I remember, Mr. Hikari. The boy's serious response made Hikari very satisfied. Furthermore, over the past 2 years, I have basically confirmed that Nezuko fell into a deep sleep because her body lacks the energy to support her activity. She needs to rely on sleep to restore her energy instead of consuming humans, which is indeed something we should be very pleased about. So if she gets injured and wants to sleep, let her sleep without worry. There's one more thing I must inform you of as a relative. Heng Yi looked at Tanjiro seriously and said, in the last injection I gave to Nezuko, more than 60% of the serum was made up of my own blood, which directly prompted her to awaken. This indicates 2 things. Tanjiro swallowed nervously, listening to Heng Yi's words. Firstly, although my blood is different from that of ordinary people, it is still blood. Her replenishing blood means she can regain energy, which signifies that she still has the potential to attack humans, especially when she is under attack or harmed. Her instincts will prompt her to seek quicker ways to recover, such as drinking human blood or directly eating humans, which is obviously faster than sleeping, even if she herself is not aware of it. However, Musen's blood and genes are. He continued, as you embark on the path of exterminating demons with your sister, you must fulfill your duty to protect her and be prepared to bear serious consequences. If you're not ready to live and die together with her, you can hand her over to me. I have a place for her, and I can guarantee her safety and supervision. No, Mr. Heng Yi, I will take Nezuko with me. I understand everything you said, Tanjiro replied, his resolute and serious expression telling Heng Yi that he might be more determined than he thought. Good. Secondly, I, along with like-minded companions, studied Nezuko's blood and found that her blood is now composed of 3 different types: her own, mine, and Musen Kibutsuji's. The 3 types of blood have reached a subtle balance within her body, which may be the source of her differences from other demons. I might often need Nezuko's blood for research. Heng Yi continued calmly. If necessary, Duzi may have to act as a guinea pig, which means being an experimental animal. Of course, the ultimate goal of the experiment is to develop a medicine that can turn demons back into humans. Do you agree? Tanjiro was touched and respectfully bowed to Heng Yi upon hearing him so seriously seek his opinion. Mr. Heng Yi, 2 years ago, if it weren't for you and Mr. Young, I don't know what would have happened to my sister and me. Clearly, this is for Nezuko, yet you still care so much about my thoughts. I really don't know how to repay you for this. What a wonderful child this is. Yuan Yi, your earrings will be inherited by him, and you will be very happy, right? Quickly lift your head, then I'll take it as your agreement. I'm not that great. This is something I've been pursuing all along. Rather, I should thank your presence for showing me a hope that has felt elusive for hundreds of years. Feeling Nezuko's small body rising and falling against him, Heng Yi remembered a girl who had once relied entirely on him long ago. They depended on each other for survival, but ultimately could not escape the cruel arrangements of fate. This time, the outcome would definitely not be a tragedy. 15 days later, a strange man wearing a hat adorned with several wind chimes and a fire demon mask arrived at the foot of the Misty Mountain. Carrying the Nichiren blade he had forged for Tanjiro, Heng Yi and Rinlong Zakon sat in the room, listening to him talk nonsensically outside with Tanjiro. Isn't this child of the sun? How auspicious. No, Aching, the scar on Tanjiro's head is a result of an injury he sustained later. That voice. Uncle Heng Yi. The strange man, upon seeing Heng Yi, abandoned Tanjiro in front of him and dashed into the room at an unbelievable speed. It's really been a long time since I've seen you. When did you come back? Why haven't you returned to the village? Do you know? The man excitedly rushed to Heng Yi, bombarding him with questions, only stopping reluctantly after Heng Yi had answered all of them. Hey, your sword. After receiving Heng Yi's explanation, he clearly lost interest in Tanjiro and now seemed more eager to continue talking to Heng Yi. However, Heng Yi seemed to know his temperament very well and nudged him, silently urging him to introduce to Tanjiro why the Nichiren blade is also called the color-changing blade. Yet, when the blade slowly turned pitch black in Tanjiro's hands, Heng Yi was momentarily stunned. The swordsmith he called Aching had angrily lunged at Tanjiro, exasperated by the uncertain pitch-black blade, while Heng Yi had fallen into distant memories. Yuini, is this your revelation to me? Can this child really lead us from darkness into light, just like you? Dingling. The hat Aching had taken off hung by the door, and a sudden, uninvited breeze quietly swept through, causing the wind chimes to ring out a crisp sound. Someone reminisced about the past, and gazed towards tomorrow amidst the sound of the bells. Chapter 41. Reverse injection as the full moon hung high. Heng Yi was sitting at the desk in his room on the second floor of Tamayo's small building. His left hand rested on the table, propping up his head, while his right hand held something, lost in thought with a vacant gaze, lacking focus. "Mr. Heng Yi, have you rested?" At that moment, Tamayo's voice came from outside the door. "Not yet. Please come in, Ashi." Tamayo entered with a tray, and as she stepped into the room, Heng Yi caught a whiff of a peculiar scent he had never smelled before. It was a cup of dark beverage that looked like traditional herbal soup. "What is this?" Tamayo smiled and explained to Heng Yi that it was a type of tea from the West called coffee. She pointed to the sugar cubes on top, saying it smelled fragrant but tasted bitter, and many people would add sugar to it. "Oh, I see." Heng Yi took a sip, then added all the sugar cubes from a tray. Zhu covered her mouth and chuckled, sticking out her tongue while calling out how bitter it was for Heng Yi. The coffee, waiting for the sugar to dissolve, reflected Heng Yi's face. He invited Zhu to sit down and suddenly asked a question. "Ah, sure. Have you ever thought about why Mu can and I can sense each other?" After hearing this question from Heng Yi, Zhu suddenly realized that for hundreds of years, they had only focused on developing the human transformation drug and conducting physical differentiation experiments, and had never considered why Heng Yi and Mu could sense each other as long as they were within a certain distance. When I first discovered this, I also pondered the reason, but I could never find a clue. Heng Yi stroked his chin, seeming to be both talking to himself and seeking Zhu's opinion. After establishing a deep symbiotic relationship with Fujishiyama, I began to develop a mental connection with Fujishiyama's plants. As long as I concentrated my attention and sank my mind within the range of Fujishiyama, I could perceive the surrounding situation of all the plants within that area. Heng Yi stroked his chin, thinking that this ability came from the plants of Fujitaki Mountain being connected to his flesh and blood. "So, is my connection with Muzan also for this reason?" He articulated this thought word by word. "Because I devoured the demons created from his blood." Shizuka didn't know how to respond to his bold speculation, so she listened as he continued. What Muzan sensed was not actually me, but rather the blood that originally belonged to him, which he had so-called bestowed upon other demons. 400 years ago, when I encountered Yuani and Muzan in the bamboo forest, you were also present. I merely devoured a part of his flesh, and my body experienced collapse and even annihilation. That time, it took me nearly 60 years to recover. This indicates that I cannot coexist with him, regardless of the perspective. He, along with the demons he created, cannot resist my blood, and I, likewise, cannot touch his blood. Upon hearing this conclusion, Shizuka had a question. Then, if you devour other demons, you gain the strength your body needs, as if you were eating. How can this be explained? Because the blood belonging to Muzan in those demons' bodies is actually very little. Heng Yi recalled the demons he had devoured early on, which were consumed by the blue spider lily, and after coexisting with Fujitaki Mountain, he had never devoured a demon again, even with the 12 Kizuki. Over the years, we have only captured one Lower Moon 6, not to mention that he later self-destructed under Muzan's control. In other words, I actually have no idea what would happen to my body if I were to devour a high-ranking demon or even one of the 12 Kizuki, or whether I would simply be unable to withstand it and collapse once more. Shizuka shook her head. She felt that Heng Yi had no reason to seek the answer to this question. "No, Ase, I must find the answer." Heng Yi understood the meaning of Shizuka's shake of the head. Only by finding this answer could he protect, save, and even utilize it. Shizuka didn't understand what Heng Yi meant, but she didn't mind because she just wanted to help him accomplish what he wanted to do. "So, what do you want to do next?" Heng Yi looked at Zhu Ye's calm and gentle face and opened his right hand that had been tightly clenched. And it was a palm-sized glass vial containing dark red blood. "This is the blood of Duzi, which I extracted with Tan's consent after she woke up. Have you studied it? Is there any difference from the blood she had while she was asleep?" "No, under the microscope they are the same, and from the breath. There's still 3 types. Zhu nodded. "Yes, a subtle yet stable balance has been achieved. I want you to help me inject her blood." "Huh. This is the first step in seeking the truth of the experiment. Although Duzi is not considered a high-level evil spirit, she is special enough, and that is another reason." Heng Yi's gaze was fixed on the small glass bottle in his palm, recalling that night. The night when he and Yong, the current water pillar of the Demon Slayer Corps, went to Yunsu Mountain. I sensed Muzan heading towards him, but strangely, he did not flee. Instead, he lingered at Tan's doorstep. When he saw me, his reaction was, "So, it's you after all." The use of "after all" indicated that he sensed my presence. Yet for some reason, he could not confirm that this presence was mine. He stared deeply at the blood from the special demon girl in this bottle. as if trying to see through layers of mist to understand her unique origin. Do you remember our research on others who had been injected with Muzin's blood? Their own blood was in a certain state, right? Yes, they were oppressed and consumed by Muzin's blood, and perhaps for this reason. They had to rely on consuming human flesh and blood to replenish the energy needed for survival. Yet this child's blood is fighting back. Heng Yi turned to look at Zhu Shi, as if he had found a treasure, his blue eyes shining brightly. Although it contained a part of my blood's power, you know that if it were just my blood clashing with Muzin's, the result would only be mutual annihilation. This child not only resisted Muzin's control with strength, but also gently refused to rely solely on my power to fight back. Heng Yi even looked a bit fervent. She is truly one of a kind, unique in a millennium. So, you suspect that Muzin couldn't detect your presence because of this child? Zhu Shi seemed somewhat skeptical. How could a girl from a coal seller's family in the mountains play such a role? Isn't it worth trying? The blood belonging to Muzin within her is not much. What we need to do is amplify the ability of her blood while retaining Muzin's blood, weakening or even removing my blood. If the guess is correct and the experiment succeeds, the best outcome would be that Heng Yi can clearly sense Muzin, but Muzin and even his subordinates, the demons, would no longer be able to perceive Heng Yi's existence. But alas, these are all your speculations, and this experiment is not safe. I know how difficult it is to create your avatars, and losing any one of them would greatly affect the others. There is no absolutely safe experiment, Ashy, and you know I won't die. This experiment seems worth it, doesn't it? You will help me, right? If something happens to me, like falling into a deep sleep after the injection, or dissipating like 400 years ago, you will help me contact a Yao and continue to assist the Demon Slayer Corps, right? Faced with Heng Yi's trusting gaze, Zhu Shi conceded. She had already lost count of how many times she had shaken her head tonight. Well, of course, I will, just like 400 years ago when you found me. My answer was, willing to serve you, Mr. Heng Yi. The sugar cube had completely dissolved in the coffee, and Heng Yi happily lifted it to take a sip. Not bad, it's good. Chapter 42, Experiment Initial Success? The cool moon hung high like a brow, and the night was deep. From the bustling city center, people were restless and unwilling to sleep. It was the perfect time for revelry. In a hidden courtyard far from the city center, Heng Yi held a smoking pipe filled with tobacco carefully blended by Zhu Shi, puffing away intermittently. Sitting high on a branch of a century-old red maple tree, he gazed far into the distance, where he could see the center of Tokyo bright with lights, almost like daytime. If one listened closely, they could faintly hear the bustling streets below, with carriages flowing like water and people bustling about, coming and going endlessly. Heng Yi felt genuinely happy for the rapidly developing country and the improving lives of the people, but there was one thing that left him a bit regretful. In a night as bright as day, it was hard to see the stars in the sky. Just as Heng Yi was lamenting and trying to find the hidden stars, a crow flew in from afar and landed on the branch where Heng Yi was sitting. Tanjiro, I'm here, I've arrived in Tokyo. Ah. The crow named Tenoji Matsueman was quite a headache for Heng Yi. There were two reasons for this. First, as a crow, it had a longer name than most humans, making it hard for Heng Yi, who was not good at remembering names, to even come up with a nickname. Second, the old man with white hair. Heng Yi, please go find him, can't find him, can't find him here, Its incessant chatter was one thing, but it was also loud and occasionally said very unpleasant things in a rather unfriendly manner. Heng Yi grabbed it by the neck and pulled it over, their azure eyes meeting its small black ones, a friendly smile on his face. Nan dong, who are you calling old? No, I was wrong. Heng Yi jumped down from the tree and let go of the foolish crow that was spouting nonsense. It flapped its wings in fear and flew a little way off, but did not leave Heng Yi's sight. Mr. Heng Yi, are you going out? Yu Shilang heard the commotion in the courtyard and sensed that other beings had entered the range of his blood demon technique, so he came out to check, just in time to see Heng Yi planning to head outside. Yes, Tantan has arrived in Tokyo. I plan to pick him and doozy up. All right, I will prepare some snacks to entertain the guests. Oh, how thoughtful of you, Ashur. Then I'm off. Yes, be careful on the road. It would be great if one day you and Ashur could also eat. Heng Yi thought to himself as he left the small courtyard, slowly following behind a crow, which seemed to be avoiding the plague. Heng Yi moved from silence to noise. As he had just heard, it was indeed lively and crowded here. A whole row of lanterns looked like little suns, illuminating the entire street along with the brightly lit small Western-style houses. He navigated through the bustling crowd, appearing relaxed and enjoying himself, making it impossible for anyone to tell that at that moment, blood was surging uncontrollably within his body. The day before, With the help of Tamayo, Heng Yi had injected himself with the blood from Nezuko after it was adjusted. Surprisingly, his reaction was swift and intense. The foreign blood split into 3 parts within his body. One part fused directly with his own blood, one part obediently stayed in the designated position, and the last part charged around his body like a runaway wild horse. Worse still, that part had quite a personality. While being suppressed by Heng Yi's blood, it continuously attacked his body, as if determined to not rest until it killed Heng Yi. It was strange. Muzin's blood had never been so vibrant before. Compared to the blood of Muzin within Duzi, the blood of Muzin and other demons seemed almost lifeless. Heng Yi, who had suppressed an uprising of his blood vessels while appearing calm on the surface, thought to himself, why did it suddenly erupt again after behaving as if it had given up resistance for the past 2 days? Could it really be such a coincidence? Just as Heng Yi pondered this unsettling thought, a sensation from within his body confirmed that he was not mistaken. It was Muzin. He was actually nearby. At the moment Heng Yi sensed Muzin's location, a deafening uproar suddenly erupted from a bustling market not too far away. The sound of a woman's scream was like a thunderclap, striking down amidst the crowd and instantly capturing everyone's attention. As Heng Yi looked at the street that was originally bustling with people, he noticed that everyone had stopped in their tracks, gathered around. And some of those facing this way had expressions of surprise or fear on their faces. Some people stretched their necks to look towards the source of the noise, trying to see what had happened. Others were whispering to each other, speculating whether something shocking was unfolding. For a moment, the entire busy market was shrouded in this sudden commotion, and the atmosphere became tense. At a glance, Heng Yi recognized Muzin at the center of the crowd. He looked completely different from the last time they met on Yunsu Mountain, dressed in a proper suit and top hat, standing next to a beautiful woman in a similar outfit, and, astonishingly, holding a human little girl in her arms. This old thing, is he actually playing dress-up, pretending to be human? If it weren't for Heng Yi's refusal to recognize him by appearance, he might truly think that the seemingly righteous man in the crowd was just an ordinary onlooker. Heng naturally saw Tanjiro stopping a man and the woman in the crowd who was being supported with a bite wound on her shoulder. TSK, now is not the time to track Muzin. Saving people is more important. Heng Yi saw Muzin leave with the girl and the woman, and he also heard Tanjiro loudly declaring that he would never let Muzin go. Taking advantage of Muzin's departure, Heng Yi rushed into the center of the incident, explained his identity as a doctor to the people nearby, and first checked the wounds on the woman's shoulder. The man on the ground, restrained by Tanjiro, had indeed begun to transform into a demon. Mr. Heng Yi, don't worry, I'm here. I know everything. Tanjiro did well. Also, did you see Muzin? He ran away. Yes, I saw it all, but I think the situation here is worse. Listen, the police are coming. We can't let things escalate. Just as Heng Yi was preparing to use his current body to activate blood manipulation, an incredible floral pattern suddenly spread throughout the area, blocking the sight of everyone around and enveloping them. Mr. Heng Yi, please go after him. I'll take care of things here. Ashi, suddenly, the ones who appeared to save the day were Tsugumi and Yashiro, who had just arrived. This child said he saw Muzin, right? You saw it too, didn't you? Yes, indeed. Based on the aura I sensed, that was Muzin, but he was pretending to be human. Heng Yi looked at Tsugumi. I'll leave this to you. I'll follow his aura and see what's going on. Don't worry about me. I won't confront him directly. I just want to confirm whether our experiment has yielded initial results. Nodding at Tsugumi, Heng Yi turned and headed towards the lingering aura of Muzin that had not yet left his sensing range. Chapter 43. The web reappears even in the brightly lit downtown area of Tokyo at night. There are certainly dark corners where no light can penetrate. Following Muzin's aura into a deep alley, a nauseatingly rich smell of blood accompanied the cold, sinister aura, one that even an ordinary person could detect. Does my face look bad? The chilling voice slithered into Heng Yi's ears like a snake. Does my face look pale? The words, devoid of any anger, inexplicably sent chills down the listener's spine. Do I look like I won't live much longer? The woman leaning against the wall was filled with terror, while the man, expressionless, questioned her one by one, his excessively pale fingers caressing her face like a lover. Do I look like I'm about to die? When Heng Yi arrived, this was the scene he witnessed. In a daze, Heng Yi recalled 1,000 years ago when Muzin first captured him and forced him to reveal the blue spider lily, killing his first family member in front of him. Do you want to know how I create demons? Stop it. Just as Muzin's index finger was about to touch the woman's forehead, the blood tendrils arrived in time, forcing Muzin to sidestep and retreat, yet they did not stop. continuing to chase forward until Heng Yi stood in front of the woman, shielding her. Why are you here again? How did you know I was here? I didn't expect you to don human skin and swagger around the downtown area like a human. This place is too close to the main street. We can't fight here. Muzin coldly stared at Heng Yi's retracted blood tendrils, seemingly recalling something, his expression darkening further. Silence spread between the two. Heng Yi didn't want to provoke Muzin. Fighting here would only harm the innocent, while Muzin stared at him with unfocused eyes, leaving Heng Yi unsure of what he was thinking. We've met too frequently in recent years. It's quite unpleasant. Well, it's only been twice. What's wrong? Are you going to hide in your shell again? TSK. I always inadvertently retort against him. It's become a habit. Forget it. Living as a turtle will help you survive longer. I understand. You are right. More like a sarcastic rebuttal. But fortunately, Muzin seemed accustomed to Heng Yi's mockery. You can only rely on your tongue. It's truly useless. You and the people behind you. Muzin even shook his head in pity. To this day, you have chased me for 1,000 years. I really don't understand. You may be one thing, but what about them? What are they thinking? Isn't living good? Why do they always seek death? Heng Yi already knew that it was impossible to reason with this person who had a problem with their mind. But hearing him question so self-righteously still made him laugh in anger. You still have the nerve to ask me? How about I turn the question back to you? If I want to kill you right now, why wouldn't you just stand there and let me do it? Muzin's expression of what nonsense are you talking about once again made Heng Yi realize that this being was indeed impossible to communicate with. So you think it's fine to ruthlessly slaughter other humans without any humanity, but when others resist and hunt you down, it's because they have a problem with their minds, right? It's clear that you and I will never be able to understand each other. We should have been the ones who understood each other the most, shouldn't we? Doctor. Now it's Heng Yi's turn to show the expression of what nonsense are you talking about. It seems you don't agree. What a pity. After saying this, Muzin also seemed to lose interest in continuing the conversation with Heng Yi, and in an instant, turned and left. Just like that, he left. I haven't finished speaking yet. Heng Yi actually wants to answer his initial question. That's right, your complexion is very poor, very pale, and you look like you may not have long to live. Heng Yi shook his head in regret, and turned to look at the poor woman who had escaped a disaster but was still trapped in extreme fear. Why do I have to clean up the mess he left behind? Out of the corner of his eye, he noticed two men who were already dead, not far away, and he cursed Wu Tsan harshly in his heart for the second time. He gently crouched beside the woman and lowered his voice. Don't be afraid, he asked on. Cool me. Look at me, look into my eyes. The bright red blood oozed from his index finger, but it was restless and jumped a bit. Fortunately, it was still mostly Heng Yi's blood, and under his control, it managed to demonstrate the effects of the two techniques. Cleaning up afterwards is not easy. While fighting on the front lines is certainly dangerous, providing support after the battle and being on standby for logistical support is equally challenging. There are no hidden figures. They are all comrades with shared ideals. Forget it. How would he understand? Heng Yi had been guarding in the alley until Tanjiro's messenger crow brought the members of the Hidden Corps to the scene. I'm so sorry. Lord Heng Yi, thank you for waiting. Stopping the members of the Hidden Corps who were bowing repeatedly in apology, Heng Yi walked home under the moonlight, feeling their awe. However, when he arrived home, he found that a fight had already broken out inside. A large hole had been made in the side of the house on the first floor, which wasn't a big deal as it could be repaired. However, the scattered strands of Tamayo's hair and the bloodstains on Yashiro's collar made Heng Yi feel a rare sense of anger. Yet, he chose to quietly hide and observe the battlefield. From the moment he returned home, Heng Yi noticed that the fighting in the yard was not one-sided. Nezuko and Tanjiro were engaged in a fierce battle, and they seemed evenly matched. Their injuries were likely due to being caught off guard by a sudden attack. Let the kids practice a bit. After all, growth requires experience. No kiking. As Heng Yi was about to let the two children fight on their own to accumulate experience, he saw Nezuko's left foot get cut off because she foolishly tried to catch the handball that was infused with blood demon art. No training at all. He swiftly caught Nezuko, who had been kicked away by a female demon with 6 arms, and landed steadily. With his left hand holding the child, he pushed forward with his right palm and gripped hard. Who gave you the guts to bully my child like this? Come here, die. Suddenly, the ground beneath the female demon cracked open without warning, and countless blood-red vines surged up to the surface, tightly wrapping around her like a prison. Everything happened too suddenly. She hadn't even reacted to Heng Yi's sudden appearance, let alone the ridiculously fast attack coming from beneath her feet. The blood-red vines burned her skin like wildfire, and the searing pain that seemed to ignite her soul made her scream uncontrollably. Mr. Heng Yi. Tamayo and Yashiro happily called out to Heng Yi, who had suddenly appeared. Nezuko's small hand tightly grasped Heng Yi's clothing, looking up at him with sparkling eyes full of admiration. Nezuko, sweetheart, does it hurt? Ah, it must hurt a lot. Can I help you beat her up? Uh-huh. After handing Nezuko over to the arriving Tamayo, Heng Yi approached the female demon, who was screaming in agony within the web. Unbeknownst to Heng Yi, who could not see his own face, his expression now looked more demonic than the demon itself. As the female demon saw him step closer, she felt the blurry vision of her sight momentarily filled with the figure of Muzan. Muzan-sama? How could it be? No, you're not. The female demon's sharp scream drowned out Heng Yi's bewildered question. Upon hearing the female demon mistake him for Muzan, his displeasure reached its peak. I said, "Are you joking? If not, then you are insulting me. Do I look that disgusting?" With each word he spoke, the prison formed by the blood vessels tightened, and by the time he finished his last sentence, the final gap was completely sealed. All right, take blood. From the blood-red spherical prison made of blood vessels. A tentacle extended out, accompanied by screams that were muffled yet still vaguely audible, and reached Yashiro. This scene was like Heng Yi pulling a strand of yarn from a red ball of yarn and handing it to Yashiro. He looked at the strand being presented to him, twitched his eye, and summoned the Shichemaru carrying the glass container. All right, mission accomplished. Chapter 44 Understanding. So, after Muzan had a brief encounter with me, he immediately sent these two things to kill you? No. You said that this male demon mentioned the demon slayer wearing the Hanafuda earrings when he saw you. His target is only you, my Tanjiro. That should be the case. But why? Just because I said on the street today that I would hunt him down, he reacted like this? Ha ha, of course not. If he were that petty, all the members of the team would have no peaceful days. Didn't he say, go kill the demon slayer wearing the Hanafuda earrings? It's clear that he doesn't recognize you at all, just your earrings. Hikari's long fingers brushed against Tanjiro's sun-shaped earrings, like the wind flipping through the pages of memories in his mind, causing the paper pages to rustle. There appeared the man who also wore sun-shaped earrings. So back then, Muzan was reminded of Yorichi. I thought, how could he stand in front of me and still be dazed? Serve him right. Hikari, Mr. Hikari, that demon. It's fine. Doesn't he like to pull others around with his red arrows? I'll let him play to his heart's content. After locking up the female demon who was playing handball and taking her blood, Hikari hurried to the battlefield where Tanjiro was, just in time to catch Tanjiro, who was being pulled chaotically through the air by a male demon's strange red arrows, falling straight down. The eyeballs are in my hands. Not bad, generally disgusting. I've seen demons that had their eyeballs separated and running behind their bodies, with the ocular veins running like feet. That was truly disgusting. However, these red arrows are interesting. They don't cause substantial harm. Even if they pass through your body, they only move you in the direction the arrow points, using twisting and deformation to achieve the effect of harming your limbs. Moreover, without these, you wouldn't be able to see those arrows. After catching Tanjiro, Hikari removed the paper with eyes drawn on Tanjiro's head and sensed Yashiro's presence from it. Yes, I'm ashamed. Without Mr. Yashiro's help, I would probably just be passively taking hits. No, I believe that even without our help, Tanjiro could figure out how to fight and win on his own. As for your inability to see, that's normal. These arrows are a product of blood demon art, and only those who are also demons, like ASU, can see them. After explaining to Tanjiro, Hikari started to turn the tables on him. In the open space before them, a massive square prison constructed from blood tendrils contained the male demon, being pierced and tossed up and down by the red arrows. Why? Why did his arrows suddenly turn against him and attack him? Tanjiro asked in confusion, and he noticed that since Hikari's blood-colored cage was completed, even without wearing the eye talisman given by Yashiro, he could clearly see those red arrows. Heng Yi smiled and placed his right hand on Tanjiro's head, watching the puppet show featuring the demon as the main character together with him. He replied cheerfully, "Take a closer sniff. Whose scent is on those arrows now?" Tanjiro moved his nose, and after carefully sniffing, he exclaimed in surprise, "It's you. In this entire prison, apart from that demon, there's no other scent." That's right, you got it right. Since it's a product of blood demon art, it's naturally powered by the demon's blood. Understanding this principle, as long as I cover or replace his blood with my own, theoretically, I can achieve such an effect by seizing his technique. However, unlike this demon's technique, the red arrows formed by Heng Yi's blood cause damage when they pierce his body. Yet, he only let out a scream when pierced for the first time, and afterward, he became quiet. At first, he tried to get rid of these red arrows. Struggling in a panicked and futile manner, But now he seemed like a lifeless rag doll, being tugged by the red arrows, dancing eerily in midair. What's wrong? Why you look so grim? Are your injuries serious? Did I come back too late? Seeing Tanjiro's increasingly furrowed brows, Heng Yi asked with concern about his injuries. But he saw Tanjiro shake his head, and, although it sounded like a question, he spoke in a determined tone. No, my injuries aren't serious. It's just that shouldn't we give him a quick end? Heng Yi thought that the child must have had his head bumped. Otherwise, why would he be so soft-hearted? He pressed down on Tanjiro's head, turning his face to look at himself, and asked with a smile, Tan, you aren't feeling sorry for him, are you? Then he turned his head back and looked at the silent string puppet show in the void. Before I came to help you, I saw you being thrown around by his arrows. If it weren't for your clever use of the water-breathing techniques to resolve it, you would be the one turning into a tattered puppet dancing in the sky right now. I know, thank you for your help, but I'm not feeling sorry for him. Tanjiro hurriedly tried to explain. His keen sense of smell told him that Heng Yi was very unhappy right now. Although his hand, which was still gently stroking his head, and his smiling face seemed kind, the scent didn't lie. He's angry. Oh no, what should I do? Mr. Heng Yi is angry, and this is the first time since I got to know him. Damn it, why is my mouth so clumsy? Heng Yi was indeed a bit angry. He knew that Tanjiro was a very gentle child and liked the warm qualities in him. But as a demon slayer, feeling sympathy for demons was a big taboo. No, it should be said that as long as one is human, one must never feel emotions like sympathy, recognition, or pity towards demons. However, he did not blame Tanjiro. He smiled and waited for Tanjiro's explanation, unaware that his smile seemed to Tanjiro like the calm before a storm. This is how I think. They were once human too, and the way they have become may not have been their own choice. If given the chance, they would also want to be normal people, right? Tanjiro wished he could use both his hands and feet to explain his thoughts to Heng Yi. I don't know if you understand what I mean. In short, I understand that they must pay for killing, but their tragic experiences are also worth understanding. We should kill when necessary. But Heng Yi looked up at the incapacitated demon, who was on the verge of death from its own torment. We shouldn't toy with them, right? That's how it is, isn't it? Tanjiro felt that Heng Yi's scent was somewhat unpredictable, and for a moment, even his tone of certainty became cautious. It's a very novel perspective. In all these years, this is the first time I've heard such an idea. It's interesting, and I really like it. Heng Yi casually waved his left hand towards the blood-colored cage, causing all the blood tendrils that made up the cage to quickly retract into the ground, gathering back towards Heng Yi. The puppet male ghost, who had been toyed with for half a day, fell to the ground face down, kicking up a cloud of dust. Then go ahead, send him to his end. Huh. Well, since it's your idea, you can do it. I've taken the blood. You just need to do what you want to do. Tanjiro obediently approached the male demon lying on the ground, pretending to be dead. Heng Yi was satisfied that he still remembered to stay alert in such a situation, but is it really necessary to understand non-human life? In Heng Yi's view, demons, or rather those who have eaten humans, do not deserve any understanding. See? No matter how cautious, one can still fall into the trap. Even if he knows he's done for, he'll still bite you before he dies. Poor child. Heng Yi watched as Tanjiro struggled to cope with the final outburst of the male demon, not intending to lend a hand. For 1,000 years, Tamayo was the only demon who had eaten humans and was still accepted by Heng Yi. Moreover, during their first 3 meetings, any slight deviation could have led to Tamayo's immediate death at Heng Yi's hands. However, today, even though Heng Yi had forgiven Tamayo and understood her lack of choice, she herself couldn't get past her own barriers. So, my child, be more mindful. Your thoughts are not wrong, but you lack the strength to support them. If possible, Heng Yi hoped that Tanjiro, like the wind Hashira Senemi Shinazugawa, would harbor nothing but hatred towards demons and have no understanding of them, as this would at least minimize the likelihood of him getting hurt. The ground beneath the male demon silently cracked open, and blood-like tendrils blossomed like flower buds, swallowing him in the blink of an eye. This time, he couldn't even let out a scream. In the end, Heng Yi couldn't bear to watch Tanjiro suffer so much and caught him from the air with the blood tendrils, simultaneously dissipating the residual power of the red arrow. Does it hurt? It hurts too much. I feel like I'm going to be twisted apart. Let me see. Fortunately, nothing is broken. A couple of days of rest should be fine. Have you learned your lesson? Will you still sympathize with demons next time? However, to Heng Yi's surprise, Tanjiro pressed his lips together and didn't directly answer his question. I'm not strong enough. If I were a bit stronger, reacted a bit faster, and was more skilled with my sword techniques, his final attack would have been nothing. I understand what you mean, Mr. Heng Yi. I will continue to work hard to become stronger and will not disappoint you. Heng Yi felt great. Ha ha, good. Keep getting stronger, young man. And move towards the destination in your heart. Yes, I will work hard. The youthful and energetic voice echoed in the faint morning light, filled with vitality and hope. Chapter 45, Reinforcements. That night, in the residence of the Tsujikuni family, which is also the headquarters of the Demon Slayer Corps. Really? You've grown so fast. You can even defeat the lower-ranked demons now. Very impressive. No wonder you're the child I have high hopes for. Listening to this shameless flattery, the leader of the Demon Slayer Corps, Tsujikuni Zai, nodded in agreement. Your judgment has always been accurate. Most of the children you have helped have now become pillar-level swordsmen capable of standing on their own. Heng Yi thought carefully and realized that it was indeed the case. Whether it was the mournful cries of the deceased that he conveyed when he first returned, or the brothers Tsutomu who were later rescued by Heng Yi and brought into the Demon Slayer Corps, as well as all the current Hashira members. Almost all had connections with Heng Yi. Well, except for that little girl who just became a Hashira not long ago. What was her name again? Mimi Tang? It's Mitsuri. Kanroji Mitsuri. Ha. Sorry about that. But it's not a big deal. She sounds like a very sweet girl. I probably haven't met her. Maybe you have, but just don't remember. She was originally Kaijiro's adopted sister, but after she independently researched the breath of love, she became a Hashira through her own power. Oh, that's impressive. I really want to meet her. Speaking of which, I haven't seen Shinobu, Zenitsu, Inosuke, Ao, and Ayo for a long time. Yaozai watched Heng Yi counting the Hashira kids on his fingers and humorously suggested, then why don't you join me in holding this Hashira meeting? Huh? Heng Yi rested his chin on his hand. For thousands of years, he had never explicitly joined the Demon Slayer Corps, instead remaining outside of it in the capacity of a doctor. Therefore, he had never actually participated in any form of internal meetings of the Demon Slayer Corps. The concerns or worries you have long since become unnecessary, haven't they? Heng Yi looked at Yao Zai, whose fair and handsome face and bright, expressive eyes were under his treatment, and nodded with a smile. Yes, I have nothing to worry about anymore. Then I'll join this time as well, and take the opportunity to share the latest information on Kibutsuji Musen and our upcoming strategic deployment, with you still as the main focus, and I'll supplement as needed. Just as Yaozai nodded in response, Heng Yi seemed to recall something amusing and shook his head, sighing. Just his name? No matter how many times I reincarnate, I can never forget it. When I first heard it, I thought it was both awkward and unpleasant. Yaozai understood his meaning and nodded in agreement. Yes, his eyes darkened. I feel the same. His name is something the entire Tsujikuni family cannot forget. My lord, there is information coming in. At that moment, two girls' voices came from the inner courtyard. Although they sounded clear and pleasant, there was no emotional fluctuation. Head of the family, Tomioka Ju pays respects. Kochu Shinobu pays respects. At the same time, two familiar voices came from the eaves of the outer courtyard beside Heng Yi. Just said we hadn't seen each other for a long time, and now they're here. Heng Yi directly opened the door. Oh, Ion, Sharon, long time no see. Heng Yi-gu. Heng Yi-san, how come you all are here together? Just back from a mission? Yes, but not the same mission. We happened to meet and came in together. You guys come in first. Just right, there is some information over here. Sure. Although Sharon seemed to have a lot to say to Heng Yi, it was obviously not the time for reminiscing, so she temporarily held back her words and sat against the wall with Eong inside the room. That Tian Spider Mountain? Yaozai turned his head to make eye contact with Heng Yi, who thought for a moment and shook his head. Never heard of it. Probably an unknown mountain in the suburbs of Tokyo. However, Heng Yi crossed his arms and asked in confusion from the information. Such massive casualties could not possibly be caused by a single demon. It couldn't be everywhere on the mountain killing people at the same time, right? Musen doesn't have that kind of speed. So, it seems that demons have gathered together. That's quite rare. He actually allowed demons to cooperate and gather like this. It's no wonder Heng Yi was amazed. After all, Musen, who is timid, has never allowed demons to gather en masse for thousands of years. Not to mention the upper moons. Even ordinary demons rarely act together. If there is a gathering that Musen tacitly approves of, there are probably only two scenarios. One is similar to when Tanjiro entered the demon house of the lower moon, Hyoka, last time. He was injured while capturing a human with a rare blood type. And the scent of that rare blood attracted other demons to invade Hyoka's demon house, competing with him for the right to consume humans. The other scenario is what the previous lower moon, Hyoka, wanted to do, a blood battle for position. The gathering of demons would definitely invite Musen's suspicion, and he has only ever tolerated these two types of mutually destructive competitive gatherings. But this time, unusual to unusual. Ion, what do you think? I share your view, and also, the demon that killed so many children is not to be underestimated. There's a high possibility it's a lower moon or even an upper moon. Yao Zai nodded, his expression somewhat serious, but softened when he turned to Eong and Shaoran. Then I'll leave it to you, Eong Shaoran. You just finished a mission. Thank you for your hard work. Not all. This is what we should do. Understood. I'll go too. Heng Yi's sudden inclusion surprised the three of them, and the logistic support team should set off at the same time. Seeing Yao Zai's questioning gaze, Heng Yi smiled. Didn't I say it? I have nothing to worry about anymore. Yao Zai understood in his heart and obediently said, Understood. Please be careful on your way. All right. Heng Yi turned around and waved his hand at him. Don't forget to take your medicine. Yes, you too. After rushing all the way to the foot of Tion's Spider Mountain, Sharon finally couldn't help but ask, Heng Yi Gu, just now, Lord said you too. Are you feeling unwell? Why do you need to take medicine? Feeling the dark forest in front of him, countless blood tendrils quickly moved from Heng Yi's feet, establishing contact with the plants in the mountain. It's nothing serious. Recently, I did a small experiment that requires medication to assist. Heng Yi's nonchalant response did not satisfy Ron, her beautiful brows furrowing and her fiery eyes glaring. What dangerous experiment are you doing again, using your own body? Why do you always do this? You disappear for a whole year, and when I finally see you, it just makes me worry. Heng Yi painfully yet joyfully enjoyed this angry care, trying to pat the child's head to extinguish her anger. Look at me. Am I not full of energy? This is our first mission together. Aren't you excited to act with me? I'll get checked when we go back. I promise I'll be even better than before. Indeed, if all the separated entities could confirm the success of the experiment, and all demons, including Musin, could not sense Heng Yi's existence, that would be wonderful. Gritting her teeth and dodging Heng Yi's hand, with an expression that said, If you dare to lie to me, you're finished. She took the lead into the dark forest. Eong, who was left behind, looked at her back, then glanced at Heng Yi, unsure of what to say for a while. Eong, can you smell it? Heng Yi's question instantly made Eong serious. He nodded and sensed a strong smell of blood. But judging from the ghostly aura, it shouldn't be an upper moon. Is that right? It's a bit of a pity. I can only smell the blood, but can't sense the presence of a malicious ghost. Why is that? Didn't you used to be able to sense it? It's a long story. Let's follow Shinobu first, and I'll tell you more later. Okay. The two walked side by side into the seemingly calm mountain forest, as if stepping into a greedy giant's mouth still stained with fresh blood. Chapter 46. I'm Musin. On a midsummer night, with a full moon hanging high, the night sky was clear, and the mountain forest was fraught with danger. This was a strange place where unreasonably tough spider silk could suspend wooden houses in midair, bending the trees on either side under the weight. After experiencing a thrilling battle, the blonde-haired youth lay exhausted on the roof of a house in midair, gazing at the pitch-black night sky. Am I going to die, Nezuko? I'm sorry. Don't give up. An unknown voice helped the boy open his heavy eyelids, allowing him to see a deity with white hair and blue eyes descending beside him. Great deity, are you the great deity? Are you here to take me to heaven? I'm dead. I must be dead, right? Heng Yi was checking his injuries while helplessly listening to his neurotic mutterings. Little sparrow, you forgotten me so soon? We've met before. At the Fuji Jukiyama shrine, remember? The young man struggled to dig into his memories, but he saw butterflies gracefully landing in his hazy eyes. So beautiful, who is it? He felt like two big clumps of spider silk were stuffed in his ears. Otherwise, why were the sounds around him so unclear? Poisoned. Mixed toxin, blood demon technique. Limbs dissolving. Fragmented voices pierced through the spider silk into his mind, and he dazedly thought, squeezing the fingers that no longer existed. Snap! The white-haired deity snapped his fingers in front of him, his long fingers touching his forehead. Awareness blurred, neurogenic damage. Truly pitiful. Who is pitiful, me? When the icy liquid was pushed into his body, he finally lost consciousness completely. Brother Heng Yi, look. Ugh, so disgusting, putting a human head on a spider's body. What kind of hobby is that? An alien enthusiast? Heng Yi looked disdainfully at the pile of spiders with human heads on the ground, and with a wave of his free hand, a huge flower suddenly bloomed from the earth, engulfing them entirely. Rin furrowed his brows and looked at him disapprovingly. Hey, don't eat random things, it's disgusting. You still eat it. Isn't this all for the intel? He removed the finger that had been pointing at the boy's forehead. All right, he's already in a good dream now. There are some injured teammates nearby. Their condition is a bit strange. They seem to be hanging from trees. You can find them by following my guidance. I'll leave this side to you, Xiao Run. while I go up following the memories I just read. Up. Is there a lower moon demon? Yes, there's a boy called Rue. From emotional memories I can read from these heads, the predominant feeling is fear. Are you saying these demons are afraid of this lower moon demon? But aren't they gathered by him? That's right. Heng Yi stood up, recalling the scenes he had just read, tilting his head in confusion. What is this playing house? Playing house? I'm not sure either. We'll talk about it later. I'm leaving now. Be careful. Don't worry. Heng Yi said confidently, putting his hands on his hips. What demon could hurt me, except Musen? Arrogant. After Hikari left, Shinobu quietly complained about him, but her face wore a smile that seemed to say she had no choice. As he continued to advance toward the memories of home stored in the pile of demon skulls, Hikari encountered a wild boar. He looked at the bare-chested young boy hanging from a tree with a strange wild boar head, his face full of confusion. The peculiar shape on the ground was indeed a Nicaran blade, proving that he was a swordsman belonging to the Demon Slayer Corps. How pitiful! Covered in wounds and hanging from tree. Who could be so heartless? Hikari brought the boy down and held him in his arms, pondering, it must be Ju. The logistics team had not yet arrived, and he had just parted ways with Shinobu. So the only one who could have saved this boy, but treated him roughly, was little Ju. It hurts, right? It's okay, you'll be fine. The analgesic slowly entered the boy's body, and the blood vessels began to stitch and repair the wounds. Hikari removed the boy's wild boar headpiece and gently stroked his head. You're a surprisingly beautiful little wild boar. I'm sorry, I'm just too weak. In stark contrast to his pretty little face was his deep, hoarse voice. And even under the influence of the medication, he still murmured self-reproachfully in his sleep. Don't be discouraged, Hikari said, placing his finger on the boy's forehead. As he began to circulate the blood within him, a faint fragrance oozed from his fingers, merging seamlessly with the skin they touched. Everyone starts off weak. You just lost once. Besides, you held on until we arrived, which is already impressive. Keep working hard and strive to become stronger. Now have sweet dreams. Good night, little wild boar. The boy had a fluffy dream. He dove into a pile of soft, yet unknown material, feeling completely wrapped up and warm. He thought he recognized this feeling, warm and soft like an embrace. Who could be? Hikari-sama. Oh, you're here. Then I'll leave this boy to you. Okay, please rest assured. In the next moment, under the astonished gazes of several members of the hidden squad, Hikari, who stood still, quickly transformed into a green vine and burrowed back into the ground. Oh no, he disappeared. Stop making a fuss. That's the undying dead. It's not surprising he has such abilities. Hurry up and disperse to see if there are other injured. Alright, but it's still so incredible. Meanwhile, Hikari's true form had followed the plan's guidance to the most intense battle area in the mountains. However, just in time, he saw the pale demon boy whose head was effortlessly severed by Ju. As he flashed to Ju's side, Hikari looked at the demon, who had yet to realize his head had fallen to the ground, and sincerely praised such a fast blade. Before Ju could respond, two voices rang out simultaneously, but the names called were entirely different. Mr. Hikari, Muzan-sama. Huh? The first voice was called out by Tanjiro, who had collapsed not far away, while the latter voice, which left Hikari shocked and confused, came from the demon boy whose head had been severed by Ju. Are you calling me? Heng squatted down, almost bringing his face close to the other person's face, wanting him to take a good look at how he and that scum had no resemblance whatsoever. However, the ghost, whose head was already starting to turn to ashes, did not speak again. He seemed to be lost in some distant memories, his pupils already dispersing. After confirming that he was completely dead and wouldn't say anything more, Heng stood up and complained to Iyong beside him. This is the second time. What second time? The second time being mistaken for Musen by a demon. Huh? Iyong was taken aback, then fell silent. Your silence is deafening. You really don't think he mistook the person, do you, my Iyong? Or do you think I look like Musen? Or do you think I am Musen? The last sentence was even shouted out. No, how could that be? I didn't think that. Then why aren't you speaking? Heng Yi certainly knows that Iyong is not good with words. He is just an old man with bad intentions, specifically teasing children. Watching the child remain unshaken in the face of a malevolent spirit, calmly drawing his sword for a decisive strike, yet breaking into a cold sweat from Heng Yi's few words. With a blank expression and repeatedly waving his hands to shout, "It's not me. I didn't do it," Heng Yi felt his mood improve. You killed too quickly. He has no head now. I can't read his memories anymore. I can only take some blood. I'm sorry, I really didn't think that way. While continuing to tease the honest child Iyong, Heng Yi checked Tanjiro and Nezuko's injuries, pondering that rather unpleasant misunderstanding. Am I Musen? Once is a misunderstanding, twice is a coincidence? What about the next time? Is this really just a case of mistaken identity? Heng Yi looked at his hands, long and fair but filled with blood. The strong heartbeat in his chest proved that he was still alive. Most importantly, he had a face completely different from Yuzin's. Mr. Heng Yi? Are you okay? Are you worried about something? You should care about yourself, fool. You're so badly hurt. After placing the unconscious Nezuko back in her small box, Heng Yi picked up the injured Tanjiro, who immediately protested in a series of anxious refusals. Don't move, lie still if I get blood all over me. I'll spank you. Upon hearing this, Tanjiro settled down. He turned his head to see that Ju had already picked up the wooden box containing Nezuko. Lying on Heng Yi's back, Tanjiro felt that his back was as warm and reliable as his late father's. And Zenitsu and Inosuke. If you mean the little sparrow with yellow hair and the little boar with a mask, they are fine. That's good. Thank you, Mr. Heng Yi. And Mr. Ju. The sun rose amidst the murmured thanks of a young boy who had fallen asleep. The sunlight dispelled the gloom over Mount Spider, illuminating the return path of the support team. After a night of fierce battle, regardless of casualties, everyone could go home. Chapter 47, Judgment Tanjiro. Brother, the mountain road is difficult today, right? After all, it snowed so heavily yesterday. It's okay, not too hard to walk, but it's really cold. You've worked hard. Brother, you've worked hard. Come in quickly. It'll be much warmer inside. Wash your hands, and let us get ready for dinner. Rokuta, get off your brother's back. Lying on him like that will tire him out. No, I'm not tired at all. If I can be with you forever. No matter what, I want to feel tired. Tanjiro, are you awake? It was such a beautiful dream that one wouldn't want to wake up. Yes. I'm sorry, Miss Shinobu. Have I been asleep for a long time? Tanjiro rubbed his eyes and found himself in a spacious courtyard, sitting against a sturdy black pine. Shinobu was looking at him with concern, and after confirming that he was awake, she handed him a gourd. Have some water. It hasn't been long, just about 2 hours. After thanking her, Tanjiro took the gourd and drank while surveying his surroundings, noticing that quite a few people were already standing in the courtyard center. Where's this? He vaguely felt that the atmosphere here was somewhat off, and he felt uneasy. This is the Demon Slayer Corps headquarters. Shinobu followed his gaze and continued. Those are the current Hashira. Then she turned back to him and smiled, saying, including me. Tanjiro's mind, just waking up, was still processing the journey from Mount Spider to the Demon Slayer Corps headquarters, and he blankly repeated what Shinobu said. Hashira? What is that? Is this the kid who brought his sister who turned into a demon along, and even got the old man to vouch for him? What was the old man thinking? Just then, a mocking voice from above interrupted their conversation. Tanjiro looked up to see a boy draped in a black and white striped haori, with a white snake wrapped around his neck, lying sideways on a branch and looking at him with ill intent. He had a pair of beautiful heterochromatic eyes and a handsome face, but there were subtle scars from the corners of his mouth to his cheeks that were not very noticeable unless you looked closely. Perhaps Tanjiro's unhidden gaze displeased him, as both he and the white snake's looks became increasingly unfriendly. Isn't this against the team regulations? I mean, aren't you going to tie him up? Just because the old man trusts him? I'll say this first. I can't trust a guy who with a demon, even if the old man agrees. I need a reason. Although Lord Muzin and Lord Heng Yi seem to believe this boy, if there isn't enough convincing reason, I can't agree. A spirited voice came from the direction of the gathered crowd. Tanjiro looked over and found that the speaker was a person who looked like a humanoid owl, and he immediately recalled Heng Yi had mentioned him. Don't worry, the Demon Slayer Corps is made up of really nice kids like little owls, little butterflies, little snakes, little hedgehogs, and reliable big monk types, glamorous ninjas, and kind Yinxiao brothers. At that time, Tanjiro had a hard time holding back his desire to retort and ask more questions upon hearing such a zoo-like introduction. Now, he seemed to be able to match each of the Hashira with Heng Yi's descriptions. Well, that glamorous adult agreed. So let us wait for a reason. What a poor child. Losing family is already tragic, and now having to carry his only remaining sister who turned into a demon. Really, I wonder what Mr. Heng Yi is thinking. How could he believe that demons still have humanity? No, I can't agree. Brother, let us wait for Lord Muzin and Mr. Heng Yi to come. They will believe that the siblings must have their reasons. I'm just afraid they're too kind. Demons cannot be trusted. Hey, Tomioka, this kid is your junior, right? Then you should know what is going on. Why don't you say something? The boy with the white snake suddenly addressed Ju, who had been silent, successfully drawing everyone's attention to him. Ju stood at the edge of the Hashira, neither too far nor too close to them. Upon hearing this, He calmly raised his head to look at the boy with the white snake in the tree and slowly shook his head. Mr. Heng, he said he would explain today. TCH, the old man is going to make an exception for this kid. This kid has quite a bit of face. Then let him speak first. Explain the ins and outs. Among the two brothers who looked alike, the one just called brother spoke up, staring at Tanjiro with suspicion in his mint green eyes. Under the gazes of the 9 Hashira, some questioning, some calm, some encouraging, Tanjiro struggled to recount everything that had happened in detail. So Mr. Heng Yi took Nezuko and me to find Mr. Sakanji Yurokadaki. Nezuko also woke up after I passed the final selection, and since then I've been fighting with her. Please believe me, my sister, Nezuko, is really different from other demons. She has never eaten a human or attacked anyone. During the day, she stays in the box. And at night, when we fight, she helps protect other humans. Tanjiro was very grateful for the life-saving water he had just consumed, which supported him in successfully expressing everything he wanted to say. Mr. Heng Yi can prove that Nezuko really won T attack humans. She really won T. So, the demon is in this box? Tanjiro only felt a gust of wind sweep past him, and almost simultaneously with his solemn assurance, a voice filled with evident malice sounded. Are you the idiot team member who s with the demon? Tanjiro looked over in the direction of the voice and immediately saw the wooden box that had just been placed aside, containing Nezuko, now being held high by a person. What on earth is he thinking? Not only was Tanjiro surprised by this sudden attack, but Shinobu Kocho and Ju Tomioka also frowned and looked at the person who had appeared out of nowhere. Mr. Tamayo, please do not act on your own, Shinobu said with a displeased expression, trying to stop his reckless behavior, but it was clear he had no intention of listening. What nonsense are you talking about? Demons fight to protect humans as members of the Demon Slayer Corps? Immediately, the person who resembled Kaneo in Tanjiro's eyes drew his Nichiren sword from his waist and, while cursing, lunged towards the box. How could this be happening, you fool? Nezuko. Everyone was caught off guard by his sudden draw, unable to react in time to stop his attack. However, just as his sword was about to pierce the wooden box, 2 blood-red vines suddenly shot up from the ground beneath him, swiftly snatching the box from his hands and sending it into the adjacent house. How could this be impossible? Someone had opened the inner door of the house from the courtyard and walked out slowly. You see, what difference is there between us, who have gained even greater power, and those demons who have acquired inhuman abilities? He steadily caught the box in his hands and gently placed it on the ground. That is, one would not easily harm or even kill others simply because of their own strength. At that moment, in Tanjiro's eyes, the sharp gaze and solemn tone of Kaneo made him the greatest person in the world to him, no matter the reason. He must have had a problem with his eyes to think that person just now looked so much like Mr. Kaneo. Has no one told you that you are not allowed to draw your sword at headquarters? Tanjiro had never seen Kaneo so angry. Even his light blue Haori was fluttering despite the lack of wind. Tamagawa, Shinji. Chapter 48. Rare Blood. Tanjiro noticed that since Kaneo's appearance, the aura of all the pillar-level swordsmen present had changed. Even Shinobu, who was familiar with Kaneo, and Ju had changed their expressions. Among them, the female pillar with 3 long pink braids even placed her hand on the hilt of her sword. Are they on guard? Why? Who are they guarding against? Is there someone here that makes them feel dangerous? Hey, what's the matter with you? The white hedgehog-headed swordsman, with 3 long scars on his face and covered in wounds, still held his sword, looking much more menacing than an ordinary person due to his bulging eyes and excessive scara. Your aura has become like that of a demon. The boy swordsman, who had been sitting on a tree with a white snake, jumped down, his face no longer indifferent, but filled with incredulity. Oh man? So that's how it is. The white hedgehog-headed swordsman seemed to have discovered a new world, and he even grinned. No wonder you would vouch for demons. You have betrayed us. Watch your words. Absurd. Ju and Shinobu spoke up in succession to refute, while the silent twin brothers looked at him with disapproval. This aura, could it really be Mr. Kaneo? How unexpected. The burly monk kept his palms pressed together, rubbing his prayer beads, calmly narrating. A very magnificent entrance, but the tall, handsome swordsman carries an unremarkable aura in his inquisitive gaze. Lord Kaneo, please explain why you think this child can act with his demon sister. And what is the meaning of the aura you're now emitting, which is not weaker than that of a lower moon demon, concluded the man resembling an owl. Lower moon? Who? Mr. Kaneo? Tanjiro was dumbfounded. He stared in shock at Kaneo inside the house and began to carefully sniff his scent. It was indeed different from before, but not in the disgusting bloody and rotting smell of demons. What was this smell? Very familiar, but I'm sure it wasn't the scent I recognized. How strange. However, seeing their tense expressions, Kaneo even showed a surprised smile. Oh, is that so? You think my aura is no different from that of a lower moon demon? Kaneo. Mr. Kaneo, be serious. What is going on? Just 2 hours ago, you were perfectly fine. And now how did it come to this? Have you done some dangerous experiment on yourself? Well, Shinobu, don't be angry. I did do an experiment, but I promise it's not dangerous. Heng Yi smiled and chuckled, then looked disdainfully at the white hedgehog hairstyle. As for you, why aren't you wearing your clothes properly? What kind of decency is it to expose your chest? What's wrong? Did the muscles that couldn't fit in your clothes go to your head? And you betrayed us? Really? How could a descendant of the Immortal Chuan clan be so foolish? Is it a genetic mutation? Everyone, including Immortal Chuan Shimi, didn't understand what genetic mutation meant. But that didn't stop him from hearing the disdain and belittlement in Heng Yi's words. You bastard. I'm going to kill you. Just when Tanjiro thought he was going to draw his sword and charge at Heng Yi, a clear female voice rang out. Lord Shogun has arrived. Lord Shogun? Following the direction of the voice, he saw Heng Yi step aside to let someone out from the door, dressed in a haori with a white base and red stripes. Composed and steady, he walked over slowly, stepping into the sunlight of the eaves, squinting slightly as he looked up at the sky and smiled gently. Good morning, everyone. It's a beautiful day today. The sky is very blue. I'm very happy to welcome the semi-annual Hashira meeting with no changes in the team and for the first time exceeding 9 members. Such a warm voice. But it seems a bit lacking in strength. Is he unwell? Tanjiro, you must not look directly at Lord Shogun. Quickly bow. Just as Tanjiro was staring blankly at the newcomer, Shinobu's voice came from the side, and he immediately looked to the left, discovering that all the Hashira who had been standing just now were kneeling on one knee to pay their respects to the newcomer. Moreover, the Immortal Chuan Shimi, who had almost been ready to fight Heng Yi just moments ago, was now obediently kneeling down. Lord Shogun, it's great to see you in good health. His expression changed too quickly. To be able to stand here and clearly see your faces, it's all thanks to Mr. Heng Yi's relentless treatment. Shimi, Mr. Heng Yi is my benefactor. Yes, Immortal Chuan Shimi had completely lost the furious demeanor from before. He slightly turned his body towards Heng Yi and calmly apologized. I'm very sorry, Mr. Heng Yi. Please forgive my rudeness earlier. Heng Yi waved his hand generously, saying that what he just said didn't count, and urged the other not to take it to heart. In an instant, the two who reconciled left Tanjiro in awe. But the next moment, he heard his name being called by Shinazugawa Sanemi. Excuse me for being presumptuous, but before the meeting starts, I hope you and Mr. Heng Yi can explain about this member named Tanjiro Kamadu, who is accompanied by a demon. Wise-Eye exchanged a glance with Heng Yi and nodded slightly. Yes, I'm sorry to disturb you, but Tanjiro and Nezuko are indeed acknowledged by me and Mr. Heng Yi. Subsequently, the Hashira-level swordsmen expressed their opinions, with support, neutrality, and opposition perfectly divided. The letter from the former water Hashira deeply moved Tanjiro. I also vouch for him, so don't rush to speak. I know what you want to say. This is indeed something that cannot have an if. Just as Shinazugawa Sanemi was about to voice his opposition, Heng Yi interjected, saying, therefore, I can prove to you here that there will be no if in this matter. After Heng Yi finished speaking, he unexpectedly opened the box containing Nezuko inside. Mr. Heng Yi. The swordsmen holding opposing opinions in the room were quite surprised and became alert. With their skills, they could ensure that if Nezuko made even the slightest move, she would likely face a dire fate. Don't be nervous. Heng Yi raised his hand to gesture lightly and looked at Takeda Muichiro. I know you're a rare blood type, and even more so, a rare advanced type. Some demons with weak willpower might even react as if they were drunk upon sensing your blood. But I need to tell you that your rare blood may come from me. Seeing Taketu's confused expression, Heng Yi shook his head. We can verify this after the meeting. For now, you just need to know that my blood, if not suppressed by medication, could attract nearby evil demons to attack, and that's enough. At that moment, Heng Yi gently cut the tip of his right index finger, and a drop of blood emerged, hovering at his fingertip. With my urging, it can still do this. As he moved, a faint, subtle fragrance began to spread in a small area, just enough to envelop everyone in the courtyard, excluding even the members of the hidden team who were slightly farther away. Just as Nezuko, who had just crawled out of the box, saw Heng Yi preparing to rush into his embrace, she suddenly halted. Under the effect of this fragrance, she transformed directly into a demon. Chapter 49. Assurance. Tanjiro nervously clung to the steps of the eaves, staring at Nezuko, who had suddenly transformed into a demon from half a room away. He didn't understand why the situation had changed so suddenly. Of course, he could smell the strange, ethereal fragrance emanating from the drop of blood at Heng Yi's fingertip, a scent that even made him, a normal person, want to approach and investigate. He heard Heng Yi's words, but what he couldn't comprehend was why Heng Yi, who had always protected Nezuko, would suddenly act in a way that tempted her to attack him. Indeed, Heng Yi's action of cutting his fingertip to activate his blood was fundamentally different from an ordinary person getting injured and bleeding. If the injury of an ordinary person with rare blood could be likened to a tasty bait on a fishing hook, then Heng Yi's current action was like casting a large net filled with delicious bait, wrapping the fish inside. And this fish had been starving for 2 years. Mr. Heng Yi, why? Why do this? Nezuko, please don't attack. He exerted all his strength to stop himself from shouting, fearing that his own provocation would cause Nezuko, who seemed to have completely lost her sanity at this moment, to become completely lost in this trap overflowing with bloody desires. Heng Yi calmly looked at Nezuko, whose face was already showing veins, and at that moment, he appeared somewhat indifferent. In the past, he had told Yi not to test humanity in extreme situations. Yet now, he was doing just that, but he had no choice. He had promised the Lord and the Hashira-level swordsmen of the Demon Slayer Corps, even all the swordsmen, that Nezuko would not attack humans under any circumstances. He knew better than anyone that if this were to happen, then nothing the guarantors did afterward would matter. Even if they all died as atonement, the lives lost would not be revived. Therefore, he was testing Nezuko with the most brutal and direct means. If she could prove that she wouldn't attack even in such circumstances, then the Hashira's denial of the Kamadu siblings would be somewhat weakened. Moreover, Nezuko, Tanjiro could no longer hold back as he saw the girl make a move, and more than half of the Hashira in the courtyard showed expressions of surprise, while only Heng Yi remained in the same position, quietly waiting for the girl's reaction. Nezuko indeed reached out with her small hand, which had long nails, but her target was not the hand that would cut Heng Yi's finger, but the other hand that hung by her side. She took Heng Yi's empty hand and placed it on her head, her face still showing displeasure in her demonized state, with her mouth biting the bamboo tube and even drooling. The atmosphere changed instantly. This scene of a fatherly figure and a filial daughter left everyone present stunned, unsure of how to react. Tanjiro sighed in relief amidst his worries, and at that moment, he vaguely realized that he seemed to have forgotten something important. Hey, did you see that? Even after being tempted like this, she still just wanted a little touch. Heng Yi looked at Shirmi with disappointment. Is your heart made of stone? How can you hurt such a lovely girl? Shirmi didn't want to speak. Heng Yi maintained the gesture of touching his head with his left hand, retracting the blood droplet and lowering his right hand, as a faint fragrance slowly dissipated with his movements. He looked at the crowd and said, I didn't need to do this because, as you said, it still cannot guarantee that she won't attack anyone. However, similarly, you cannot prove to us at this moment that she will attack someone in the future. At least for now, here, you cannot judge her based on crimes she has not yet committed. Heng Yi withdrew the hand he had placed on Nezuko's head, only to be hugged around the waist by her the next moment. The girl's demon transformation had completely faded, aside from her nails and the bamboo tube in her mouth. She now looked like nothing more than a cute girl acting spoiled and asking for a hug. Heng Yi looked at the still, silent swordsman, smiling calmly. However, I said, I guarantee I am very rigorous, and I will not guarantee things I'm not confident about. I also want to thank the Lower Moon team that we successfully defeated at Tainziza Mountain this time. Otherwise, I would have to resort to the most cruel methods to deal with such a lovely girl. Blood technique, cage. Heng Yi made no move. Yet everyone saw the girl's exposed skin suddenly sprouting white threads like spider silk, spreading out like a gigantic spider web, ensnaring both the girl and Heng Yi, who was very close to her. Look, Shinobu, this experiment is quite meaningful, right? His blood demon art is very useful. It's mine now. Butterfly Shinobu looked at Heng Yi, who was seeking credit with some exasperation, while Ihei Kabanai still disagreed. Can you really keep following them, old man? The emergence of malicious intent only happens in an instant. Heng Yi waved his hand and said, don't worry about this. Do you know why I call blood technique? Of course, it's because this technique is derived from my blood. He glanced at Nezuko, who was still holding onto him and curiously examining the loose spiderweb. Her body carries my blood. I can guarantee that the moment any malicious intent to attack humans arises within her, the technique will activate. And it won't be as loose and slack as it is now. Before obtaining this technique, if Heng Yi senses that Nezuko has developed a bloodthirsty malice towards humans, she will face the strangulation of Heng Yi's bloodline tendrils. Heng Yi slowly retracted this technique, which was primarily used for binding, observing the emotions of the Hashira. He patted Nezuko's head and administered the final potent medicine. Both Tanjiro and I encountered Kibutsuji Musen in the bustling center of Tokyo. Everyone present, except for Shinobu Kocho, was in an uproar. Their gazes shifted back and forth between Heng Yi and Nezuko. Yuzui Tenjin even excitedly began to inquire about Kibutsuji Musen's abilities. After the sentence, Heng Yi fell silent, until Yaozai calmly controlled the increasingly chaotic situation with a gesture to silence. While Yaozai was explaining his reasons for agreeing, Heng Yi reluctantly persuaded Nezuko back into the box and handed it over to the hidden team member outside, who was bewildered by the overwhelming amount of information. As he stood up, he happened to hear Yaozai say to Tanjiro, "Right now, Tanjiro can't do it. First, defeat one of the 12 Kazuki." Heng Yi couldn't help but laugh out loud and gave a thumbs up for Yaozai's gentleness. He quietly listened as Yaozai gently educated Tanjiro on respecting the Hashira, and also advised Shimi not to be too hard on the kids in the team, until he finally spoke when he had the hidden team member take Tanjiro away. Tan, take care of your injuries. There's no rush regarding the dance of the fire god. I will come to find you. Tanjiro suddenly turned around, and in the crowd, Rengoku Kaijiro also looked up at Heng Yi upon hearing the mention of the dance of the fire god, but he said nothing. "Okay, thank you, Mr. Heng Yi." He looked as if he wanted to bow on the back of the person carrying him, which made the hidden team member quite annoyed. "And to Lord Musen, I will definitely do my best." Even after they had turned a corner and disappeared from everyone's sight, his energetic voice could still be clearly heard. Heng Yi and Yaozai exchanged smiles, still full of energy despite their serious injuries. Being young is truly wonderful. "Mr. Heng Yi, you're not old either." "Huh?" Heng Yi's face was filled with disbelief as he looked at the smiling Yaozai, confirming that he was serious. "Well, you're right, I'm not old at all. Just 1,000 years old, which is exactly the age for striving." "All right then, let's begin the pillar assembly meeting." Heng Yi looked at everyone and assured them, "Don't worry. I will tell you everything you want to know." Chapter 50. Pillar meeting. After Tanjiro and Nezuko were taken away by the members of the secret team, the pillar meeting officially began. The meeting was held in the main hall, although the room under the eaves seemed somewhat dim. As long as the door was opened, sunlight was within reach. As mentioned in everyone's reports, the attacks by demons had become increasingly frequent over the past 6 months, and the resulting losses had also grown faster than before. At this point, Yaozai paused, his gaze shifting to Heng Yi, who was sitting to the side. This was consistent with what Mr. Heng Yi wanted to share with everyone. Heng nodded and took over Yaoyan's words. "Let me start with my conclusion, which is that the demons led by Kibutsuji Musen have changed their strategy." His expression was serious and his voice calm. "They have become more proactive and aggressive in their attacks. I have obtained the summary of the casualties in the Demon Slayer Corps and the attacks on ordinary civilians over the past decade from Yao. From what I understand, the average number of casualties reported in the last 10 years is more than 3 times that of the peak number 19 years ago." The Hashira all showed expressions of surprise. They had not expected the situation to be this severe. Moreover, they have even begun to act recklessly in larger cities. Heng Yi recounted the incident where he and Tanjiro encountered Musen in the bustling center of Tokyo, speculating, "I thought, since Musen can conceal himself among the crowd and live as an ordinary person, then the demons under his command, especially the upper moons, should also have the ability to do so. Therefore, from now on, our intelligence gathering cannot be limited to the remote and sparsely populated villages as before. Expanding our search area, especially in crowded places like bustling districts and entertainment quarters, and strengthening intelligence collection and patrol reconnaissance is an inevitable trend." Most of the Hashira nodded in agreement with his view and began to think about how to expand their responsibilities, radiating their patrol routes to more efficiently cover more areas. At this point, Yaozai said, "In that case, I believe it's necessary to increase the number of team members. What does everyone think?" Yaozai was not surprised by the objections from the Hashira-level swordsmen, but he was taken aback by Heng Yi's opposition. Whether they could be of use was secondary. The worst part was that the probability of deaths among those team members who lacked awareness and determination would greatly increase. Heng Yi shook his head, stating that instead of letting them die in vain, it would be better to eliminate them from the start. There was no need for everyone to worry about this aspect. The Hashira present had mostly participated in the final selection of the Tsujitakeyama, and upon hearing this, they immediately understood Heng Yi's meaning. After discussing this issue, the topic was guided by Rengoku Kaijiro to Tanjiro, and Yaozai mentioned Musen's whereabouts. The Lower Moon 5 had created such a commotion at Mount Natagomo. Yet Musen showed no reaction, which suggested he was likely no longer nearby. He turned to Heng Yi, who nodded and continued. Next, I will synchronize the information about Musin with everyone. The group sat up straight. First, concerning his abilities, Heng Yi said with a hint of sarcasm. It is shameful to admit that my confrontational relationship with him has lasted for 1,000 years, yet my experience fighting him can be counted on 2 hands. The main reason for this is that he has always been evading me and the Demon Slayer Corps, never engaging us directly. Most of our casualties have come from a man-eating demons he created. Speaking of which, this progenitor of demons is not mysterious or grand in any way. Everything he does is merely to ensure his own survival. Heng explained the abilities he used during several battles with Musin, emphasizing one point. You might think his techniques are very ordinary, even less varied than some lower-ranked demons. But I must remind you that all the power of demons comes from him. There's an ancient saying, 1 strength can conquer 10 skills. His physical strength, attack speed, reaction, power, and other basic abilities far exceed any demon you have encountered. I was able to fight him to a standstill 1,000 years ago, but now, facing him again, I have almost no chance of winning. So, it's not that I'm underestimating you. I can assure you, having fought him just 2 years ago, that any one of you alone encountering him would have a low probability of survival, let alone victory. The room was dead silent as the Hashira-level swordsman digested Heng Yi's information, finding it hard to believe that they were so vastly outmatched by their enemy. I have never fought an Upper Moon demon. I have seen and heard your mission reports and know that none of you have fought an Upper Moon either. But I must say, this is something to be thankful for. He noticed the disapproving looks from several young swordsmen, Shinazugawa Sanemi, Iguro Abanai, Takedo Michiro, and Yuzui Tenjin, and continued, because every swordsman who can become a Hashira is invaluable. Losing any one of you would be a tremendous blow to the Demon Slayer Corps. At this point, Heng Yi raised his right hand, and blue tendrils pierced through the skin of his wrist, splitting into 10 and coming before each swordsman. Long ago, I had thought of giving my bloodline tendrils as a gift to the then Demon Slayer members, but they refused, reasoning that carrying such a life-saving gift would rob them of their courage to fight. The swordsman carefully stared at the blue tendrils before them. Unlike the blood-red tendrils Heng Yi had used earlier, these blue bloodlines emitted a strange fragrance, even evoking a sense of indescribable peace, calmness, and warmth, like sunlight, like hope. Kanroji Mitsuri thought as she looked at the blue tendrils in her palm. So, when these tendrils directly burrowed into her palm and entered her body, she was only slightly surprised. What is happening? The one who reacted the most was still Shinazugawa Sanemi, who looked ready to draw his sword. And when he glanced at Kochu Shinjuro, he found that his expression was equally astonished. Even Lord Kochu is unaware. Everyone thought to themselves, "Sorry, Ao, I didn't inform you in advance," Heng Yi said apologetically to Yoya, explaining his intention to everyone. "This time, I want to be assertive. This is a heart tendril, rarer than my ordinary bloodline tendrils. Indeed, it extends from my heart and is one of the reasons for my immortality. From today on, my current body will remain at headquarters, and to focus on communication, I will long immerse it within the century-old cherry tree in the courtyard. This bloodline will exist within everyone's bodies and will not affect you, but it is fond of demon blood, so please don't be surprised when it runs out to feed. It will come back. Its purpose is to quickly send a signal when you encounter an Upper Moon or Musin. After I receive the signal, I will swiftly send it to everyone for quick support based on proximity. Of course, my own split body will also rush to assist as quickly as possible." He looked at everyone, emphasizing that it must be taken. Refusal is invalid. He did not tell everyone that the heart tendril is a special ability that only this main body possesses, so the other splits do not actually have the blue flower's existence, only inheriting part of Heng Yi's abilities. If these heart tendrils are damaged, it would also be a serious blow to Heng Yi. Yoya looked at Heng Yi's resolute demeanor and addressed everyone. "I agree with Mr. Heng Yi's approach. In fact, I believe this is the strongest the Demon Slayer Corps has been since the initial breathing swordsmen of the Warring States period. Yuzui Tenjin, Rengoku Kyutaru, Kochu Shinobu, Kanroji Mitsuri, Takedo Michiro. Takedo Michiro, Kanamitsu, Shinazugawa Sanemi, Iguro Abanai. My children, I look forward to your active participation. I look forward even more to our victory. I look forward to the day the end comes." Chapter 51 Family. After the Hashira meeting concluded, the Hashira-level swordsmen who attended the meeting left the headquarters and returned to their respective patrolling areas. In Yoya's room, Heng Yi and Yoya sat across from each other. Steam rose from the teacups in front of them, and the mist carried a faint tea aroma. But the tea leaves floating in the water were not of a common variety. They bore a deep blue hue. Yoya picked up the teacup, watching the blue tea leaves bobbing up and down, and asked, "Putting the heart tendrils on the children affects you, doesn't it?" Heng Yi slightly shrugged his shoulders and shook his head a bit, not intending to hide it from you. "Of course, it has an impact, after all. It's the blood vessels that originate from my heart." He picked up the teacup and took a big sip, smacking his lips in satisfaction. "Even if I wouldn't actually die, separating the blood vessels connected to my heart from my body is still not a pleasant experience." Yao's eye seemed like he wanted to say something, but Heng Yi saw through his intention and immediately stopped him. "I know you care about my health, just as I care about yours, but you must understand better than anyone my reasons for doing this." Yao's eye looked at Heng Yi's calm, yet resolute gaze, and for a moment, he didn't dare to meet his eyes again. "If I could have done this earlier, I would have started long ago, that way. The losses for the Demon Slayer Corps wouldn't be as great as they are now, and our victory might have come a little sooner." Heng Yi shook his head, a relieved smile on his face. "Unfortunately, the fact that the heart's tendrils had long been independent from my body to assist others was something I had only recently succeeded in experimenting with." He comforted the guilt-ridden Yao Zai, saying that this was a fortunate event and also a sign. "I truly have a feeling that we will win, just like you said that day." Heng Yi held the warm blue tea, gazing out at the sunlit courtyard outside. "This is the strongest moment for our Demon Slayer Corps in 1,000 years, the moment when Muzin has finally lost patience, willing to step out of his shell and change the survival strategy of the entire demon population, the moment we are closest to victory." He stood up and walked toward the eaves, toward the sunlight. Even though, as I mentioned in the earlier meeting, he has even learned to change his own physical appearance. If I dare to speculate, he might be a woman today, a man tomorrow, even an old person today, and a child tomorrow. He turned around, back to the sunlight. "But as long as he doesn't hide away completely like he did 400 years ago, I believe we can always catch his tail and drag him into the light." He approached Wise Eye step by step, just as I know how much you want to lift the curse. You should also know how much I want to end this nightmare that has lasted for over 1,000 years. I can no longer bear to lose any more children. Each one of them is crucial to me. This time, the gods have given me the chance to protect them. So Heng Yi has now come before Wise Eye, kneeling down before him once again. This time, if they want their lives, they must first step over my corpse. I have enough chances to die 9 times. I refuse to believe that this time I will be powerless again. Just as Wise Eye was about to sink into Heng Yi's bottomless blue eyes, he saw him return to his usual cheerful, peaceful, and gentle demeanor the next moment. Moreover, they are not without the ability to resist, waiting as weaklings to be protected. They fight alongside each other, and it's still uncertain who is protecting whom. Heng Yi finished the tea in his hand in one gulp and sighed. "Heaven pity me. I am really just a doctor with no strength to even hold a chicken." This statement was shocking enough to leave Yao Zai, who had remained unperturbed even in the face of collapsing mountains and rocks for 100 years, speechless. "You really are," sighed Yao Zai. Heng Yi also sighed. Just now, when he walked to the eaves, he vaguely saw a person kneeling at the corner, distinguished by his head of white hair that resembled a hedgehog. "You go ahead." Although it's separated by what can be called a historically long time, I believe that no matter how long it has been, family will always be family. "Family, huh?" Heng Yi recalled an old man who had gently stroked the half of his face that remained. He thought a man who had once held the flower that was himself close to his chest. He remembered a girl who had once held his hand, watching the river water flow endlessly toward the distance. Accompanied by the undying Chuan Shimi, Heng Yi arrived at a place not far from the main residence of headquarters. Passing through the dense jungle, a small waterfall came into view. "What did you bring me here for?" Chuan Shimi asked coldly, as if he had been holding back all the way and could no longer contain himself. When Heng Yi's heart's tendrils entered his body, unlike others, Shimi almost immediately felt his blood react. It was a feeling that could not be described in words, accompanied by a closeness that even he himself could not understand, even bordering on attachment. At that moment, he felt as if he had been split in two in an instant, one half uncontrollably wanting to follow the man who emitted an unknown fragrance, while the other half shouted that he was just another unstable and dangerous individual with the same surname, Undying Chuan. God knows how much effort he had exerted to endure not looking at the person who had been talking all along during the latter half of the meeting. He simply could not accept his abnormal mindset, as if he had been drugged by him. Whether he believed what he had previously said about his rare blood coming from him was no longer important. What mattered was how he could maintain his sanity in front of him. So he thought the best way was to stay away from him, but unfortunately, it seemed that this area was the abode of rock pillars. Was there something that had to be said here? When he said he would take me to a place to talk, he realized he had no way to refuse. I must have some kind of problem. Of course. Heng Yi replied matter-of-factly. The right words should be spoken to the right person. I think there are more important things to discuss between you and him than between me and you. Who? Shimi followed Heng Yi forward in confusion until they reached a small wooden cabin, where they saw a boy just coming out. Mr. Heng Yi, brother. The surprise call of undying Chuan Jinya reached Shimi's ears, but he felt like he was about to explode with anger. This bastard really pulled Jinya into the Demon Slayer Corps. I want to kill him. Oh, hey Jinya, go inside and talk. Heng Yi turned to look at Shimi, revealing a smile that was perfect no matter how you looked at it. Asher too. What the hell is Asher? This bastard old man. Shimi obediently followed Heng Yi into the house, feeling like his legs and feet were no longer usable. Chapter 52. Lunch at the Undying Chuan family. Undying Chuan Shimi did not understand how things had turned into this. He wanted to continue to act cold, ruthless, and even cruel toward this troublesome younger brother, but under the watchful gaze of the white-haired, blue-eyed ancestor, Undying Chuan Heng Yi, he couldn't find an opportunity to say a word. The two Undying Chuan brothers sat facing each other, with silence acting like an invisible high wall separating them. Jinya had no idea how to break the invisible barrier. Meanwhile, sitting to the side, Heng Yi remained smiling, seemingly unconcerned about the increasingly awkward atmosphere, appearing quite happy. The three of them gathered around the pot in the center of the room, which was bubbling with various ingredients, gradually emitting an enticing aroma over time. Heng Yi looked at the tense Shimi and the cautious Xianmi, who was secretly glancing at his brother, and sighed. Start eating, will you? Do I have to teach you how to eat properly? It was quiet until Heng Yi's words broke the silence, startling the restless Xianmi like a frightened bird, and completely snapping the already tense Shimi's nerves. I didn't come here to eat. I already said I don't have a brother. Shut up. Mr. Heng Yi. Heng Yi interrupted Shimi's impending harsh words in a very calm tone, but the sudden disappearance of his smile indicated that he was actually very angry. First, do not argue while eating. Second, do not be insincere with family, even if you have your own difficulties. Seeing that Shimi still wanted to retort, Heng Yi cut him off again, not giving him a chance to speak. It's been over 400 years since I last had a meal with my family. Heng Yi began to reminisce. The memory of Yuan Yi's face was still clear in his mind, as if he had never been far away. Back then, we were in the forest, searching for a remedy for a certain symptom. He tried hard to remember, forgive me, but I really can't recall what we ate, because it was just the most ordinary lunch. Who could have imagined that it would be our last meal together? After that, Heng Yi transformed into an immortal flower and returned to the human world only to find Yuan Yi had become a lifeless corpse. And Heng Yi couldn't even remember that the person who had died before him was his last family member. I can't understand why you refuse to acknowledge a Xian. You should be more aware of your situation than I am. Perhaps tomorrow you will encounter an upper moon demon or even Musen Kabutsuji. Don't tell me you are absolutely confident in your victory. You are not that arrogant. Heng Yi spoke as he began to scoop food from the pot into bowls. If, unfortunately, you were killed by them before others or I could reach you, what would you think in those final moments? He handed the first bowl to Xianya and continued to fill the second bowl. What if the unfortunate one isn't you, but a Xian? When you receive news of his death, what will you think? He passed the bowl to Shirmi, locking eyes with him deeply. Shirmi didn't respond and raised his hands to take the bowl. I don't expect you to come to terms with this now or to share your thoughts with me. If you don't want to talk, it's fine to remain silent. Just don't let it erupt during this meal. He added, so when we look back on this later, at least this lunch for the Bu Si Chuan family will be calm and ordinary. Ordinary calm. The two most beautiful words in the world. Well then, let us eat. Thank you, Mr. Heng Yi. Xianya seemed to have come to some understanding, finally relaxing. He stopped apologizing and ceased to scrutinize his silent brother, starting to eat seriously. Shirmi glanced at Xianya, opened his mouth, but ultimately said nothing and began to eat quietly as well. Seeing this, Hikari was finally satisfied and began to sip his soup, inquiring about Xuanmi's recent situation. How is studying with Lord Iwa no Hashira? Is it going smoothly? You should be a good teacher, right? If you can't learn the breathing techniques, you'll have to put in more effort to train your physical strength. Yes, I will work hard to learn from Lord Kinomitsu, but Xuanmi swallowed the words he was about to say along with the food in his mouth and continued, it's nothing. That lord is very strong. I've learned a lot from him and gained a lot. That's good. Although eating demons temporarily makes your physique as strong as a demon, you must not rely solely on this ability to fight. Hikari once again turned into a nagging mother, repeating things he didn't know how many times he had said. In actual combat, let's not even talk about whether you can eat a demon. Even if you can, this ability comes with many unstable factors, such as you may not pay attention to your injuries because of physical recovery, or you might lose your demon form after the demon you consumed is killed without realizing it, and so on. However, Swami didn't find Akari's words tedious. He nodded frequently while eating seriously. Ultimately, this special power comes from me, but you are different from me. You are still fundamentally human, and, as a human, you have limits. If you don't notice that your body has reached its limit due to demonization, perhaps when the demon you're feeding on is killed, you will also collapse after losing your demon form. Do you understand? Yes, I understand, Mr. Akari. I won't rely too much on this ability. Also, don't eat demons that are too far beyond your own strength. Huh? Why is that? It's the same principle. Your body has limits, but demons do not. The most extreme example is Kibutz Suji Musen. He can split himself into hundreds or thousands of pieces to escape and can still survive even when reduced to just a few hundred pieces, and he can recover. Swami's mouth dropped open, completely unable to believe that a demon could reach such a level. Therefore, the more blood from Musen a demon obtains, the stronger its body becomes. Such as the 12 Kazuki. Heng Yi rubbed his chin and said, "All right, I forbid you from consuming any flesh of lower-tier evil spirits, no matter the circumstances. Do you understand? Even if my brother and I are about to be killed, it's still not allowed." Got it? Shimi looked very reluctant, but nodded under Heng Yi's extremely serious gaze. Understood, Mr. Heng Yi. Shimi didn't stop picking food from the bowl, but his mind was no longer on the food in his hand. The conversation between Heng Yi and Xianmi was so full of information that it shocked him. Eat, evil spirits? What is this kid doing? What are they talking about? Is there a mistake? When did this happen? How did it turn into this? Huh? Heng Yi looked at Shimi amusingly as he was trying to scoop air from a bowl that only had soup left. He took the bowl from Shimi's hands and met his eyes, which were almost all white from glaring. There's no meat left. And you don't even know to scoop it out, you silly child. Huh? Is this the time to say that? Also, you're the silly one. Your whole family is silly. If Heng Yi could hear his heart's voice, he would probably reply, "My whole family includes you too, silly child." Chapter 53. Reading that night. When the waning moon rose to the highest point in the sky, a dark figure was swiftly climbing up the mountain path. This dark figure was Heng, who had returned to Tianziza Mountain, a fragment he left nearby after the battle. Heng Yi was filled with interest regarding the Lower Moon's 6, Ray, who had been defeated in this battle. It was not only because he was a member of the 12 Kazuki, but also because he was an exception to Kibutz Suji Musen. For centuries, Heng Yi, along with Tamayo and the Demon Slayer Corps, had summarized Musen's methods of ruling the demonic entities he created. One fundamental rule was that he never allowed any level of demon to gather for reasons other than mutual slaughter. Even gathering to dispute food ownership had to disperse within a short time. Not to mention the so-called blood battle for positional exchange. As they later verified at the battle site, the defeated demons would even be consumed by the victors. Yet Ray, who ranked second to last among the Lower Moon demons, could occupy an entire mountain, capturing demons of lower rank, each playing the role of family members in a game of house with him. Musen couldn't possibly be unaware. His desire for control over the 12 Kazuki was unparalleled by other demons. Therefore, Rue's actions could only mean that Musen was aware and tacitly approved of it. What was so special about him? What were you thinking? Knowing oneself and knowing the enemy leads to victory in every battle. Both Heng Yi and the Demon Slayer Corps lacked sufficient understanding of Musen. The Corps had only recently learned what Musen looked like. Yet even so, Heng Yi told them that Musen possessed the ability to change his body shape and aura. Many demons could mimic, but very few could completely alter their essence and appearance to become another form. When Heng Yi raised this point at the Hashira meeting, Rengoku Kaijiro remarked on it. As a demon-slaying family with a legacy of over 500 years, the Rengoku family had a profound understanding of demons. After Musen changed his strategy regarding the demon group to avoid Heng Yi thought that the Rengoku clan's external understanding of demons had even surpassed his own. Thus, he did not pass up this opportunity that might deepen his understanding of Musen and return to Tianziza Mountain, hoping that some remnants of his soul still lingered. Arriving at a place near the mountain top, a desolate and empty flatland came into view, where a dilapidated thatched house appeared before Heng Yi. The thatch on the roof had long lost its original color, turning dry and sparse, with some areas even exposed without any thatch cover. The crooked wooden frame was bare and visible. Underneath the eaves, several decaying wooden beams barely supported the sagging structure, as if a strong wind could completely destroy it. The paper door was riddled with gaping holes, and the mountain wind blew through, producing a mournful sound from the torn pages. Heng Yi cautiously stepped into the dilapidated house, activating his soul probe. However, he heard nothing. Ascending the shaky stairs, Heng Yi arrived at a room where a red bowl was turned upside down on the floor. Live. A faint, almost inaudible voice echoed, and Heng Yi looked around but saw nothing. He closed his eyes and listened carefully. Live. It was a woman's voice, and despite being so weak, it carried a strong desire to survive. Heng Yi recalled that after the meeting, Shaoran had briefly talked to him about not leaving a living ghost on the mountain. If I had known you needed a living ghost for experiments, I should have held back and not killed it. Butterfly Ninja remembered that ghost and felt a surge of anger. That ghost's blatant lies really infuriated her. To save its life, it spun lies in front of me without batting an eye, and I accidentally poisoned her. Sorry, Heng Yi. Is it her? The female ghost who was exposed by Shaoran, and in a fit of rage, ended up being poisoned by Shaoran. After waiting for a while without hearing any more sounds, Heng Yi left the room and returned to the largest room on the first floor. Small wooden tables were neatly arranged in order. If he didn't know where he was, he might have thought he had stumbled into a family gathering for a meal. It really was like playing house. The sense of ritual was quite strong, but at least you could have put some food in the bowls. Looking at the shabby, empty bowls, Heng Yi shook his head and left. After wandering around without any gains, Heng Yi arrived at the place where Yi Yong had beheaded Rui that day. It's all because the kids were too strong. Not a single living ghost was left on the mountain. Even the strongest Lower Moon 5 was killed in one strike. What else could Heng Yi say? In the silent mountain forest, there was a faint sound floating, but it always seemed to be shrouded by an invisible layer. Heng Yi stood outside that layer, unable to hear anything inside. Sigh. I really don't want to drink. Heng Yi took out a small test tube filled with dark red liquid. Although he arrived after Yi Yong had already beheaded Rui, fortunately, Tanjiro still remembered to collect the blood, gathering the blood of Rui that had not yet dissipated on the ground. His body was not wasted either. When Heng Yi carried Tanjiro away, the blood veins and tendrils hidden underground absorbed it, which is also the reason why Heng Yi obtained his blood demon art. Heng Yi has a test tube in his hand containing the blood collected by Tanjiro. A portion has already been given to Shichamaru to deliver to Tamayo, and Heng Yi kept apart for the current experiment. Although Heng Yi has consumed demons, strictly speaking, that cannot be considered as him eating them himself. Whether it's the bloodline tendrils or the heart tendrils, they're essentially the external manifestation of the blue spider lily growing within Heng Yi. So if one must say he eats demons, it has always been the blue spider lily devouring demons to obtain energy. As for Heng Yi himself, he claims he has no pica. He has always been an ordinary human who enjoys normal, delicious food. Now, for the first experience with demon blood, he opened the test tube and drank the blood belonging to Lower Moon 5 Rui in one gulp. The inspiration for this experiment came from the unexpectedly retrieved family, the Kanroji siblings, who share the same bloodline as Heng. After 1,000 years, the resonance from his bloodline made Heng Yi realize how unique his blood truly is, managing to retain its original memory even amidst a millennium of mixing and change. Does it possess other abilities? What if he ingests someone else's blood? The blood of a demon? Not through the externalization of the blue spider lily, but by consuming it with his own body? Glug. Heng Yi was disgusted by the rancid smell of blood and closed his eyes, but when he opened them again, he was shocked by the scene before him. He was standing in a village covered in heavy snow. Not far away, a few children were having a snowball fight, and he heard their cheerful laughter. In the distance, there was a torii gate. He looked at his hands in disbelief, but was even more shocked to find that these were not his hands at all. He wanted to take a step forward, but suddenly his legs went weak, and he fell to the ground. He tried to control his body, but found that this body was completely beyond his control, and so weak that even turning over was a struggle. Tired, tired, tired. A woman called out the name tired and ran over, helping him up and embracing him. He even felt the warmth of her body trembling slightly and caught a faint scent of her body. Heng Yi understood, gave up all attempts, and began to wait quietly. Read it? Then let me see what kind of past this being called Rui has. Chapter 54. Absurd reunion. What kind of tragedy is this? Following the perspective of the child, named Rui, Heng Yi saw how the demon king, Musen Kibutsuji, lured people into the abyss of desire. Unlike in front of Heng Yi, or rather, in front of Yune and the Demon Slayer Corps, in front of those he wanted to manipulate, he truly was a mysterious and even persuasive presence. With an outstanding appearance, melodious words, a magnetic voice, and a gentle tone. If it weren't for his eternally unchanged crimson pupils and the shamelessly absurd statement of "let me save you," it would be hard for Heng Yi to believe that this man under the moonlight, who could be described as charming, was the same musin who had committed countless murders. What was this child thinking when he killed his own parents who loved him deeply? When his father, with tears streaming down his face, raised a knife to kill him, saying, "I will die with you," he killed his father without any reaction. Even when he heard his dying mother's last apology for not being able to give birth to him in a healthy body, saying, "I'm sorry," he merely turned his head to look at the corpse for a while, then lowered his gaze to his pale, spider-webbed hands. Heng Yi could not feel his emotional fluctuations, as if his physical body still existed, but his soul had shattered into an unthinkable form, cut into 1,000 holes by his own hands with a spider web. It was all the fault of his parents for not being able to accept him, and he should take pride in his own strength. In the end, Heng Yi heard Musin's voice, as self-righteous as ever, cruel and cold-blooded. The darkness came suddenly, just like Musin's arrival, and when he opened his eyes again, Heng Yi found himself still standing alone in the forest where Yi Yong had beheaded Rue. Everything he had just seen was merely the last memories of Rue before he died, which Heng Yi had accessed. He finally remembered his parents, and he should regret it, right? Regret becoming that way. Regret killing his parents. Heng Yi vaguely recalled the last sound of sobbing he heard when leaving that memory. Later, he desperately wanted to have family, but unfortunately, how could the strange, malevolent spirits obtained through coercion and threats ever become true family? Sigh. It's all because Musin is inhumane, that despicable bastard who enjoys manipulating and playing with people's hearts. You shouldn't say that. When a calm voice devoid of any emotion suddenly echoed from less than 10 meters behind him, Heng Yi felt the hairs on the back of his neck stand on end. The reason was simple. Before this person appeared, not only was Heng Yi completely unaware, but even the bloodline tendrils that had been lurking and on guard underground gave him no warning at all. Without a moment's hesitation, Heng Yi immediately unleashed his bloodline tendrils to attack in the direction of the voice, having already determined without looking back that this sudden appearance behind him was definitely an enemy, not a friend. However, the bloodline tendrils, which could rival Musin's whip and were invincible, gained nothing this time. Heng Yi received no feedback indicating that he had hit a target. He had already retreated and turned around the moment he heard the voice. By the time he landed, he had completely turned around. What he discovered was that this silently appearing person hadn't moved much at all. He had simply dodged all of Heng Yi's attacks at a speed that was virtually imperceptible to the naked eye. Unbelievably strong. And upon seeing the newcomer's face, even though Heng Yi knew there were many aberrant demons in this world, he was still taken aback. The man standing quietly in place had the appearance of a normal human, tall and well-proportioned, but the only indication of his demonic identity was the horrifying 3 pairs, 6 eyes on his face, and inscribed in the irises of the left and right eyes in the center were the characters for Upper Moon and 1. Wait, why does he look so familiar? No way. It's been a long time, Mr. Heng Yi. You are Sheng? Heng Yi recognized him as he greeted himself. He was the family member that Heng Yi had always missed, and also the twin brother of the strongest initial breathing technique swordsman to date, Kaneo Yurichi, Kaneo Iwakatsu. Heng Yi never expected to encounter this old acquaintance here. Even less did he anticipate that this old friend would become a demon, and the leader of the 12 Kazuki under Musin, the most powerful among them. Forgive me for not recognizing you at first, Heng Yi said, gesturing to his own face. You've changed a lot. In the past, Kaneo Tsuyuri was such a handsome and towering man, but now, when people see him for the first time, they can only be horrified by the 6 blood-red eyes on his face, let alone the heavy oppressive aura he exudes. Even Heng Yi feels a bit breathless in his presence. Heng Yi's sarcastic remarks did not provoke any reaction from Kaneo Tsuyuri. Instead, Heng Yi sensed a hint of nostalgia in the unwavering 6 eyes staring back at him. In fact, if you look closely, you'll find that aside from my refined swordsmanship, I haven't changed at all, and that's exactly what I wanted. No, there's no need to look closely. Your face is a torture to examine. So, you became Musin's dog? The top dog among them? Seeing the clear signs of Upper Moon One in his eyes, Heng Yi couldn't help but feel angry, almost heartbroken. He locked eyes with Kaneo's 6 eyes, disappointed in this young man he once cherished. In response to Heng Yi's rude questioning, Kaneo Tsuyuri showed no anger but calmly expressed his views on Heng Yi's hostility towards them. Like that esteemed one, I completely cannot understand your reasons for being our enemy. I also cannot fathom how you, as the elder brother of Yurichi, could submit to someone as cowardly and useless as Muzan. Hiryu truly cannot understand him. Do you know that Muzan can't even withstand a single attack onto the hands of Yuichiro? Heng Yi increasingly found it ridiculous. He wondered what reason the powerful Yensheng, whom he admired, had to be manipulated by Muzan into becoming a demon. If he couldn't turn himself into minced meat sashimi, he would have been killed by Yuani long ago. What are you thinking following something like this? A deathly silence surrounded the two, but Heng Yi sensed a change in Yensheng's aura. If we can't communicate, then please take a look at my progress over the years. Perhaps you'll understand my thoughts. As soon as Hikari saw him slowly draw his sword, he even imagined Yuichi drawing his sword against him. What an absurd reunion this was. Moreover, I am no longer Kunikuni Iwakatsu. That is a past to be discarded. My current name is... Hikari could not see his movements clearly, but he saw countless blood-red moons attacking him. Muzan Kibutsuji. Please, Mr. Hikari, give me your guidance. Chapter 55, Infinite City. Hikari, you will become a good doctor, but promise me, don't touch a sword, or take any path that requires weapons. Why not, Yuichi? I think I wield it quite well. Ha. Young Master Hikari is quite confident. And Yuichi, don't be so pessimistic. For someone wielding a sword for the first time, young Master Hikari is actually doing quite well. If you hadn't paused, I might have believed it. For a very long time, Hikari knew he had no talent in martial arts, as if the gods had filled his medical bottle to overflowing at his birth, and then smashed the martial arts bottle. When with Yuichi, Hikari only knew he was strong. But this understanding mainly came from the accounts of other swordsmen and the results of almost all demons being killed in one blow by Yuichi. He was unclear about what made Yuichi's swordsmanship strong. And now, facing what might be the second strongest after Yuichi, Iwakatsu, no, I should call him Muzan Kibutsuji Hikari, who completely did not understand sword techniques, could only expect to be beaten. Not long ago, Hikari was still able to trade blows with Muzan, but now, if it weren't for the natural restraining effect of his bloodline tendrils against demons, Hikari would have been sliced to pieces by Muzan's moon-breathing sword techniques. I didn't expect that you would become a demon and still use breathing techniques. To put it bluntly, do you still have breath? Once again, using an unknown number of bloodline tendrils to precariously block the incoming crescent-shaped blades, Hikari took the opportunity to mock him. He knew clearly that if this continued, defeat was just a matter of time, and at that point, the split body would likely be shattered by sword techniques. So it was better to get some verbal advantage. Although Lord Hikari has no talent in swordsmanship, being able to withstand my sword techniques for so long is already quite remarkable. For some unknown reason, perhaps as the strongest demon under Muzan. Muzan Kibutsuji showed no sign of anger at Hikari's provocation. He calmly wielded his sword, each strike attempting to turn Hikari into fragments, calmly responding and generously offering sincere praise. Heng Yi could tell that his tone was genuine. He really thought it was impressive that he could withstand so many moves from him. Letting a little brat look down on him, he wouldn't kill him, but he would definitely show him a thing or two about respecting the elders. However, just as Heng Yi was about to unleash the bloodline Senluo and severely injure Kokoshibo at the cost of his split body, he realized that he had actually lost focus during the battle. Was he looking down on people too much? Suddenly, Kokoshibo stopped attacking, as if he had sensed something. Moments later, his 6 eyes refocused on Heng Yi. Well, that great one is summoning me, and it just so happens that I will take you along with me. He began to move towards Heng Yi, and you must also want to reminisce face to face, right? Not good. Don't act like I'm very familiar with Muzan. Who wants to reminisce with him? Heng Yi quickly retreated, not wanting to be captured and taken to meet Muzan, even if it meant dying here. However, Heng Yi, whose speed could rival Muzan's, found that the seemingly stationary Kokoshibo had suddenly appeared in front of him, and he couldn't evade the hand reaching for him. This guy's combat ability is far superior to Muzan's. This was Heng Yi's last thought before disappearing from this place. He was falling. A lot of things that Heng Yi couldn't comprehend had happened today, like a once familiar person who could be considered family still being alive, but having become a demon. Or that Muzan's subordinate, Kokoshibo, might be even stronger, leaving Heng Yi powerless in his presence, or being transported to another place without any warning. This place looked like a large inner castle. Clearly, he had been transported here after being grabbed by Kokoshibo, but now he was alone in midair. Looking down from above, there seemed to be no end in sight, with countless houses, towers, and stairs on both sides. And the warm yellow light here gave off a strange and eerie feeling rather than sense of warmth. These rooms were pieced together like building blocks, and judging by the direction of the doors, the gravitational effects of some rooms clearly defied the laws of nature, resembling a disordered otherworld. Heng Yi even suspected that this place might no longer be the real world, but a space constructed by blood demon art. The air was filled with the stench of demons and a nauseatingly strong smell of blood. Heng Yi had been maintaining a falling posture for 2 breaths, but he noticed that his falling speed hadn't increased, as if he were being controlled by some strange technique, falling at the same speed. He spotted a wooden platform not far away and used his bloodline tendrils to pull himself over, finally feeling a sense of solid ground beneath his feet. Heng Yi maintained a vigilant posture, scanning the surroundings. There was no soil or plant around, no sky overhead, and certainly no sun. All natural advantages he had here were completely gone, and his bloodline tendrils had almost no place to exert their power. In the next moment, he merely blinked, and when he opened his eyes again, he was standing in a different location. This was a platform stained red with blood. He stood at the center of the platform, with a writhing evil spirit in pain lying beside his right foot, its eyes marked with the character. On the other side, a severed head lay on the floor, blood gushing from the midpoint of the neck, but judging by the wide-open eyes, the person was not yet fully dead. Heng Yi turned his head and saw a dignified woman in a kimono with printed patterns standing right in front of him. She was beautiful, exuding an air of authority without being angry. But Heng Yi was sure he had never seen this woman before. "You are a doctor. I didn't expect to see you here one day." Heng Yi was dumbfounded. You. His voice. Heng Yi would never forget, even if he died a few more times. But he never expected that not only could he change his appearance, but now even his gender could change. How? The doctor can't recognize me now? Clearly, I don't know what method he used to escape my perception, yet he can still sense me. I'm standing right in front of you. How can you not recognize me? No. She, with her rosy eyes full of mockery. Heng Yi could tell that in this place, Musin had regained the feeling of controlling everything. The Musin standing before Heng Yi was just like 1,000 years ago, when he had just become the immortal demon king. Just like that night when he bound Heng Yi to the rack and killed his loved ones in front of him. No. Heng Yi coldly shook his head, showing disdain for his arrogance. I just didn't expect you to become more perverse as you live on. Now you even like wearing women's clothes. Am I in your slaughterhouse? He surveyed the scene, pondering how to articulate this situation. Layoffs? Chapter 56. Who are you? In the Butterfly Mansion, Tanjiro, Zenitsu, and Inosuke, whose injuries had improved with treatment, were talking with the ordinary team member Murata, who came to visit them. No way. This stuff tastes terrible. I can't do it. Please let me go. Zenitsu was trying to avoid the scolding of the Butterfly Mansion's nurse, Aoi Kanzaki, attempting not to continue drinking the bitter medicine. Haha. Hey, you look so happy. That's great. Murata's sudden resentment seemed strong enough to kill 10 demons. I'm different. I thought I was called to the Hashira meeting to report on the details of the incident at Mount Spider, only to be questioned by the Hashira swordsman. With such ordinary quality among the team members, how can we continue to increase personnel? You, who is the trainer? This is hell. Simply hell. It's terrifying. If it weren't for the great Heng Yi speaking up for me, I wouldn't know how to answer such questions. Even if they said that to someone of my rank, I wouldn't know how to respond. Sigh. The Hashira swordsmen are just too scary. However, while he was complaining endlessly, he didn't notice that the insect Hashira had already stood behind him with an unhappy expression. Oh, really? Do you have any opinions about us, Hashira swordsman? Ah, Hashira. Lady Butterfly. He immediately jumped up and fled at a speed that was completely inconsistent with his character. Sorry for the interruption. Goodbye. So, facing the still somewhat angry Shinobu Kocho were Tanjiro and Zenitsu. You both look much better now, otherwise. Her gaze shifted to Zenitsu, who was hiding behind Tanjiro. You wouldn't be so noisy. No, not yet. I still need treatment. You've improved a lot. The voices of Zenitsu and Tanjiro sounded simultaneously. From your strong response. I think you're almost better. She finally revealed the first smile since entering the room. Then you can start your functional recovery training. Functional recovery training? She then looked at Inosuke, who had been silently lying on another bed. He has to participate too. However, just then, the previously fled Murata rushed back with an anxious expression, even sounding somewhat panicked as he shouted. Not good. Lady Butterfly? Mr. Heng Yi. Mr. Heng Yi? Brother Heng Yi. What happened to Mr. Heng Yi? Can you not speak halfway? He collapsed after coming out of the tree in the side yard. And Lady Kanai has already gone over. Upon hearing this, Shinobu was also taken aback and immediately ran out without greeting Tanjiro and the others. Mr. Heng Yi, what happened? Tanjiro was very worried, but getting out of bed was still somewhat difficult for him. Mr. Heng Yi, is he the particularly handsome uncle with white long hair and blue eyes? Isn't he super strong? He should be fine, right? Zenitsu recalled the time he saw Heng Yi at the shrine on Mount Fujikase and said uncertainly, "No, I have to go see him." "Zenitsu, are you going with me?" In the end, Tanjiro still struggled to get out of bed, and before he could wait for Zenitsu's reply, he heard Inosuke's hoarse voice from behind. "I want to go too." "Huh? When did Inosuke get to know Mr. Heng Yi? They shouldn't have met before," Tanjiro thought to himself. Little did he know that Inosuke and Heng Yi had indeed met before, and even spent a brief time together. "It feels like Mom, little wild boar." Inosuke remembered the warm dream and the voice that made him feel lightheaded. After waking up, he learned from the members of the Hidden Corps that Heng Yi had been taking care of him before they arrived. "I will go too." Don't leave me behind. I want to go too." However, when the three of them, dragging their unhealed bodies, reached the courtyard mentioned by Murata, they encountered Aoi Kanzaki, who was also waiting there. "Why are you out? Hurry back to rest. Where's Mr. Heng Yi? We heard he had an accident, so—" Aoi Kanzaki didn't seem anxious. "Mr. Heng Yi was taken away by Lady Kanai and Lady Shinobu. He is still unconscious. You going won't help. Hurry back to rest. If Mr. Heng Yi wakes up, I will tell you." Zenitsu keenly detected some ominous possibilities from her pause, but he did not continue to question. Instead, he pulled Tanjiro's arm and said, "I think so too. Let us go back first. He looks so strong. He should be fine." Although Tanjiro was still very worried, he also knew they made sense, so he had no choice but to return. Inosuke had not said anything further, his head still wearing the boar mask, nearly buried in his chest. Watching the three return to their room, Aoi Kanzaki revealed a worried expression again. She was actually very concerned because she was the first to arrive in the courtyard and found Heng Yi lying on the ground. The reason for her pause was that she did not know how to describe the state of someone who had no breath and no heartbeat, or whether they could still be considered alive. Unconscious, yes, unconscious, he will be fine. After all, that's Mr. Heng Yi. In the following week, until Tanjiro and Inosuke began their functional recovery training, they had not seen Heng Yi, nor had they seen Shinobu. As for the other personnel in the Butterfly Mansion, whenever asked, they just shook their heads, unable to clarify the situation. Moreover, the so-called inhumane functional recovery training tortured the two of them every day, making them suffer immensely. And on the day when Zenitsu also started joining them for functional recovery training, they finally saw Heng Yi again, but they didn't expect. "You two big fools, clearly in paradise, yet showing expressions as if you're in hell. Do you have a problem? Apologize to me." Zenitsu was already going crazy in the courtyard, having learned that the training involved being affectionate with the girls in the Butterfly Mansion. The three of them were arguing and playing around when a light laugh interrupted them. "You really have a lot of spirit, young people." The three turned their heads and saw none other than Hikari, whom they had been worried about for several days, sitting on the eaves, basking in the sun and watching them. "Mr. Hikari." Tanjiro immediately abandoned the standoff with Zenitsu and Inosuke and ran up to Hikari. "Is your health all right? We heard you fainted in the yard a week ago, and we were all very worried about you." "Oh, I'm fine now. Thank you for your concern, kid." "Ah, that's great. What exactly happened? Why did you faint?" "Well, to be honest, I don't know either." "Huh? How can that be? Don't you remember?" "Indeed, there's one more thing." Tanjiro looked into his blue eyes, and the strange feeling since their conversation had become more pronounced. "Who are you?" "Huh?" Tanjiro, along with Inosuke and Zenitsu behind him, were stunned. They had already learned how Hikari had helped Tanjiro and Nezuko over the past week. Hikari did not seem to be joking. He slightly tilted his head, appearing to think. "Are we familiar?" Tanjiro looked at Hikari's questioning gaze, but couldn't utter a word. Chapter 57. Memory Loss in the Stillness of the Night. Most people in the Butterfly Mansion had fallen asleep after a day of work and training. However, on the rooftop, a boy continued to practice diligently, determined not to be just the one who was saved in future battles. This boy was Tanjiro Kamadu, who had been undergoing functional recovery training for 3 whole months. While he was silently practicing breathing techniques on the roof, he was unaware that someone had quietly approached him. Moshi 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 moshi. When he opened his eyes, he saw Kanai, almost leaning against his ear. "Yes, you're really working hard, practicing alone this late. Don't you feel a bit lonely?" "Miss Kanai." "No, not at all. Once I learn, I can tell them what to do." Kanai smiled gently. "Your heart is so pure." Tanjiro felt a bit shy upon hearing her praise. Then he asked Kanai why he and Nezuko were accepted into the Butterfly Mansion, as it was directly under the Demon Slayer Corps headquarters. Kanai withdrew her gaze from him, and while she still wore a gentle smile, Tanjiro sensed a hint of sadness emanating from her. Do you know who established the Butterfly Mansion and why it is called the Butterfly Mansion? Tanjiro was taken aback. He had never thought about this. It seemed that everyone in the Butterfly Mansion was also unaware and had never mentioned it. The founder of the Butterfly Mansion is Mr. Hikari, and it was established over 400 years ago during the Warring States period. Over 400 years ago, Tanjiro had only heard of Hikari having a nickname, the Undying Dead, but he had always thought that was just because he had special abilities to create many clones. Hikari had never gone into detail with him, and he had not pressed further. He knew Hikari had known his father when he was young. At least he looked older than he did now, but he never expected Hikari to be over 400 years old. Kanai noticed his surprise and continued to reveal unexpected facts. In fact, Mr. Hikari has lived longer than you think, long enough to be alive 1,000 years ago, before Muzan Kibutsuji appeared. Listening to Kanai's story, Tanjiro was astonished that the one who had selflessly helped him had such an unknown past, and he didn't know how to react. Due to the selection process of the Tsushin Mountains, most swordsmen in the Demon Slayer Corps know of Mr. Hikari's existence, but his deeds are not widely known among the swordsmen. In recent centuries, his connection with the Demon Slayer Corps has not been close, and the reasons are unknown to me. However, after becoming a Hashira-level swordsman, the Lord will explain the matter of that esteemed person at the Hashira meetings. Later, I heard from an elderly mentor that 400 years ago, the Demon Slayer Corps did something equivalent to betraying Mr. Hikari. Kanai's expression was calm. That was a record passed down by his ancestors, vaguely mentioned. I believe that esteemed person will return to the world. May he forgive our transgressions. When Kanai brought up this last sentence, a smiling face of Hikari appeared in her mind. I asked Mr. Hikari, and guess what he said? He said, "How could I forgive their sins?" Huh. This response stunned Tanjiro. How could Hikari be so petty? Then he continued, I have never blamed them. Kanai grinned mischievously. How could that be called forgiveness? Ah, I see. But why? He didn't tell me, but now I have a hypothesis. Kanai looked back at Tanjiro. You know a lady named Damayo, right? Ah, how do you know her? Oh, it's Mr. Hikari. Yes, it's Mr. Hikari. Not only do I know, but the Lord and some of the Hashira-level swordsmen are also aware, and the Demon Slayer Corps has now started cooperating with Miss Tamayo. Kanai shook her head. But before that, could this be the reason why Mr. Hikari has not been deeply cooperating with the Demon Slayer Corps for over 100 years? Exactly, Mr. Hikari might not care, but the Demon Slayer Corps does. Are you saying? Tanjiro recalled how he and Nezuko were questioned at the Hashira meeting, and some even drew their swords, ready to kill Nezuko on the spot, a situation that even the Lord couldn't stop. The deep-rooted resentment over 1,000 years is something even Mr. Hikari cannot reconcile. If it weren't for Mr. Hikari, it would have been difficult for me and Shinobu to accept you and Nezuko. She expressed some regret, hoping he could understand everyone. Their descent into hatred was undoubtedly due to a tragic past. I understand, but I just want to protect my family. Kanai nodded at his earnest gaze. Of course. I know. Mr. Hikari knows too, so that is the reason. Huh. Even if Nezuko isn't that special, he would still help you, Kanai smiled gently. He always says seemingly cold words, but he is softer than anyone. Hearing this, Tanjiro felt moved and his eyes turned red because he thought of Hikari's current state. Mr. Hikari, do you still not remember anything? Including you and Miss Shinobu? The ever-gentle Kanai thought of Hikari's condition and could no longer maintain her expression. She looked up at the high-hanging moon. Not only that, but he has forgotten more things than we can imagine, including that the current lord is now Lord Yoya. And the memories of the stone Hashira, Jyomi Himejima, and the Tsuguko brothers, whom he has helped, have all been lost for reasons unknown since the last time he woke up. How could this happen? What exactly happened? Tanjiro couldn't help but feel sad. That Hikari who would gently smile and pat his head, carrying him on his back, had he truly disappeared like this? I don't know. I only know that after trying to transfer the clones, it was confirmed that one clone could no longer be contacted, while the main house's clone has a response but cannot be awakened. Is it because the clone was killed? Mr. Hikari himself doesn't know the reason either. This is the first time he has lost a split since he created it. Fortunately, he still remembers Miss Tamayo and most of their experiments. Tanjiro lowered his head sadly. Kane noticed his sadness and restored her gentle smile. Don't be sad, lift your head. Hearing this, Tanjiro turned to look at her. I believe Mr. Hikari's memories haven't disappeared. He just temporarily forgot them for some reason. He will remember. Tanjiro looked at Kane in front of him, carefully sniffing, and finally confirmed that she wasn't forcing a smile. It doesn't matter if he can't remember. We should be grateful that he is still alive and hasn't left us. As long as he is here, it doesn't matter if he has lost his memories. We can create more beautiful memories together, can't we? Tanjiro felt that if there really were gods in the world, the girl in front of him must be one of them. Yes, you're right. Mr. Hikari is still here, and that's more important than anything. I will work hard, strive, and continue to grow stronger to protect everyone important to me. Under the starry sky, the night breeze gently blew, and the two fell silent, quietly admiring the full moon in the clear sky. Under the eaves, Shinobu Kocho leaned against the pillar with her arms crossed, gazing at a room that had not yet turned off its lights. Her eyes were filled with emotions that were hard to articulate, as if she had made a certain decision after hesitating for a long time. After a while, she turned and walked into the room, closing the door. Chapter 58. Hit him. He deserves it. Today was sunny, with gentle winds, and the temperature was just right, the air neither humid nor dry. Everything was just perfect. If it weren't so noisy. TSK. Although it was no longer morning, Mr. Hikari, who had been asked to rest more recently, thought that as long as he hadn't planned to get up, it was still morning. However, as soon as he came out from the trees, he saw the boy he had met about 3 months ago being chased with a knife by a masked man. Mr. Hikari wondered if using this as a wake-up method was a bit too stimulating. Mr. Hikari. Oh, little Kane, is this a new training? Isn't it too intense? It shouldn't be, Aoi Kanzaki replied helplessly as he saw Kane, smiling brightly, even slightly agreeing. As Mr. Hikari watched the chaotic chase, he felt that the masked man with the knife looked increasingly familiar. Akihiko? It was hard for him to stop shouting and running, but he finally managed to divide his attention to the person beside him. Uncle Hikari? Oh, it's me. Long time no see. You're still so full of energy. So I can rest assured. Akihiko Kantake seemed to realize something, but he didn't say anything. Is that so? I didn't realize we had already met 2 years ago. I really forgot a lot of things, sorry, Akihiko. Not at all. You don't need to apologize. The best result is that you're still alive and safe. Akihiko, who had always been very irritable in front of Tanjiro, now looked as obedient as a child, which amazed both Tanjiro and Tenjin Yuzui. However, you have to listen to my sentiments again. After all, in my memory, you were still a little kid about 10 years old, huh? And now you can forge your own Nichiren blade as a swordsman. That's really impressive. Akihiko didn't respond, because wearing a mask meant everyone couldn't see his expression. But Tanjiro noticed his tightly clenched hands on his knees and the faint scent on him. Is this the scent of shyness? Huh? Mr. Akihiko can actually feel embarrassed? But Akihiko, don't be too harsh on these kids who are swordsmen. Mr. Hikari turned to look at Tanjiro and Inosuke, who was sitting on the eaves. I believe they don't want to break their swords. The fact that they have been lying here for 3 months shows how dangerous the battles they faced were. Their enemies were too terrifying. As a swordsmith, isn't it my job to provide weapon support for the swordsmen on the front lines? Yes, I understand. I won't do it again. Although his voice still sounded reluctant, Tanjiro could tell that Akihiko had genuinely taken Mr. Hikari's words to heart. It's incredible. I can't believe I see Akihiko listening to someone else. Both Tanjiro and Tenjin thought at the same time. Meanwhile, on the eaves, Inosuke had already pulled out his new dual swords, and the blades slowly turned a dim blue-gray color. However, he then walked into the yard and started picking up stones from the ground. Huh. The 4 people in the room were puzzled, and then they saw him finally picking up a piece of stone, starting to bang on the brand new blade. The 3 people, except for Mr. Hikari, let out sharp cries, especially Tenjin, who forged the sword. Mr. Hikari was speechless. He felt that what he just said had turned into a slap on his own face. Over there, Tenjin had already erupted, transforming into an even more enthusiastic maniac than Akihiko just now, and Tanjiro began to resist. Inosuke completely ignored this side and had already started tormenting another undamaged sword. Now, not only Mr. Hikari, but even Akihiko began to feel sorry for Tenjin. In contrast, Tanjiro damaging his sword in the midst of a fierce battle seemed trivial under Inosuke's actions. You bastard, I'm going to kill you. You can't live anymore. Amidst the noise, Mr. Hikari stood up, adjusted his clothes, and opened the door. Mr. Hikari, hit him, he deserves it. And then he walked away leisurely. The next day, Mr. Hikari, after a long time, watched the daily training of the 3 kids all day. However, while Inosuke was doing muscle training and lifting stones, he suddenly popped up from a nearby tree and sat down on the stone he was lifting. Oof! Inosuke was almost pulled back by this sudden weight, and when he turned around in surprise, he found Mr. Hikari sitting cross-legged in midair on the stone, looking at him. Inosuke was about to question him, but a scene from his dream 3 months ago suddenly jumped into his mind, and the curses he hadn't yet spoken got stuck in his throat. He looked at him with a half-smile. Why did you stop? Didn't you shout, I can't lose? Hurry up, or you'll fall behind. Oh. Pig got motivated and started to double down on the competition. Hikari smiled with satisfaction at his fiery momentum. Mr. Hikari. It was Tanjiro calling Hikari, while another voice calling out to Tanjiro was Kiname. Heng Yi glanced over there, lowered his head, and said to Inosuke, All right, they have something to find me for. Keep up the hard work. I believe you won't lose. After all, it's so simple. You can do it, right? After saying this, he ignored Inosuke's reaction and slowly walked away, not noticing the momentary pause and faint disappointment from Inosuke behind him. He had always wanted to ask Heng Yi about something, but not only did he not find the opportunity, with Heng Yi losing his memory, he was afraid that even if he asked, Heng Yi wouldn't he remember. Mom? Trying to forget the unreal warm embrace from the dream, Inosuke continued to pull the stone with all his might, but unfortunately, the intense training only made that dreamlike warmth feel more real. The boar became even more irritable. Inside the room, Kiname was checking Tanjiro's injury recovery. All your injuries have healed. Your body is fine now. You can confidently go on your mission. So the training is already. Next it's only real combat. Heng Yi was listening to their conversation, lost in thought, when he suddenly heard Tanjiro calling him. Mr. Heng Yi, I have a question to ask. Although you may not remember, He looked a bit embarrassed. Heng Yi waved his hand. It's fine. Go ahead and ask. Have you heard of the fire god Kagura? No. Then, do you remember the Kamadu family from Urikiri Mountain? You once said that my ancestors were your old friends. I don't remember. Then do you remember the original breath of the Sun Swordsman, your former family? You once told me that my ancestors were related to him. Heng Yi rested his chin on his hand, deep in thought. After a while, he replied, I have some impression, but I've mostly forgotten. How could this be? Tanjiro visibly became dispirited, and Kanehira beside him couldn't help but feel a bit down as well. Heng Yi looked at him, staring at his earrings for a while, noticing that he wore the same earrings as him. Tanjiro raised his hand to touch his own earrings, looking at Heng Yi in confusion. I vaguely remember his appearance, but I can't recall his name or the specifics. Sorry, Tantan. Hearing Heng Yi call him Tantan made Tanjiro's nose tingle. No, please don't blame yourself. It's okay. I'll think of another way. At this moment, Kane said, perhaps you could ask Flame Hashira Rengoku for advice. Although he doesn't have the breath of fire, the breath of flame might have some connection to the fire god Kagura you mentioned and the Rengoku family. Being a demon slayer family with a long legacy, knows more about these things. However, he's been on a mission recently. Heng Yi nodded in agreement upon hearing this, while Tanjiro looked at her gratefully and said, Thank you, I understand. I will find an opportunity to visit Mr. Rengoku myself. You're welcome, she replied. Well then, Mr. Heng Yi, Miss Kane, I will take my leave now. Just as Tanjiro was about to leave, Heng Yi called out to him. Tan, yes, Mr. Heng Yi. Although I don't remember, Xiao Xiang and Xiao Run have already told me about you and your sister again. The voice of Hikari reminded Tanjiro of Lord Yoyaki, the master of the house. Keep moving forward with determination. You are not wrong, and neither is Nezuko. My promise still stands, so feel free to take her in a battle. Tanjiro recalled Hikari's promise from the Hashira meeting day, his gaze trembling. After a moment, he firmly replied, yes. Chapter 59. Departure. Infinite Train. Tanjiro, who originally planned to wait for Rengoku Kyujuru to return at the Butterfly Mansion, did not expect to first receive a mission to support the Infinite Train alongside Zenitsu and Inosuke. Moreover, he learned from the crow that the Flame Hashira was also at the scene of the Infinite Train, which made him feel extremely fortunate. On the day before their departure, encountering his long-lost friend, Jinya, was an even greater surprise. Jinya, it's been such a long time. The last time we met was during the final selection. How had you been? Tanjiro, yes, it's been a while. I didn't expect to meet you here at the Butterfly Mansion. Jinya was also pleasantly surprised. He and T thought it would take so long to see Tanjiro again after their last parting. I've been well. Mr. Hikari introduced me to Lord Kanroji, and I've learned a lot from him. He noticed the hospital gown Tanjiro was still wearing. I just returned from a mission outside. I heard about your fierce battle at Mount Natagomo with your companions and how you defeated Lower Moon 5. As expected of Tanjiro, I thought I had become much stronger and could catch up to you, but it seems I'm still not enough. No, please don't say that. I almost lost. If it weren't for Mr. Tomioka arriving just in time to save me and Nezuko, I might not have survived. Stop trying to comfort me. Don't worry. I won't be discouraged. I definitely won't let you outdo me by too much. Tanjiro smiled helplessly. He wasn't comforting Jinya, but genuinely believed he was still very weak. Every word he said was the truth. Yes, Let's work hard to become stronger together. The two of them raised their right hands and clapped, a gesture that showed the bond they had built during their 2 years of training together. However, Jinya then remembered the main reason he came to the Butterfly Mansion. By the way, I came to find Mr. Ikari. As soon as I returned, Lord Kanroji told me that something happened to Mr. Ikari, but he didn't explain it in detail. Do you know what happened? Just as Tanjiro was about to answer his question, one of the doors beside them opened from the inside. I say, are you guys targeting me? Wherever I sleep, you make noise. With a strong morning grumpiness, Hikari, who had been sleeping in the room, opened the door angrily. Jinya was startled, stepping back as the person they had just been talking about appeared before them. Mr. Hikari, what are you doing here? Tanjiro was also surprised to see Hikari in the Butterfly Mansion during the day, as he usually rested in his room or in the tree in the courtyard. Heng Yi yawned and raised his hand to gesture outside the window. This was the room with the best sunlight at this time, and he was basking in the sun. He rubbed the corners of his eyes and saw Xuani, who stepped back a bit. He took a closer look at him and suddenly froze. Liang Yu? Who? No, he wasn't Liang Yu. It's strange that I could remember his name. They really look alike. No, don't pay attention to that. I mistook you for someone else. Who are you? Mr. Heng Yi. You don't remember me, do you? I'm Xuani. Xuani? Xuani. Tanjiro pulled the overly excited Xuani and whispered in his ear, did Lord Himejima not tell you anything before you came? No. Xuani's gaze couldn't leave Heng Yi, making Heng Yi feel a bit uncomfortable. He only said that Mr. Heng Yi was in trouble and asked me to come see him. I didn't expect. At that moment, Xuani finally understood why Himejima Jyomiai had shed tears when he talked about Heng Yi. Looking at Heng Yi's unfamiliar gaze towards him, Xuani couldn't help but feel a lump in his throat, but he forced himself to suppress that feeling and introduced himself again. Mr. Heng Yi, my name is Nezuko Kawaguchi. I am your... He suddenly didn't know how to introduce himself. Oh, that surname is quite rare. Hey, you wouldn't be a descendant of my family, would you? Heng Yi said directly. Huh? Tanjiro, who was slow to realize, suddenly discovered this matter. Ever since Butterfly Kene told him that Heng Yi had lived for over 1,000 years, he had always thought that Heng Yi and Xuani were just from the same family. Judging by your expression, I got it right. Sorry, kid, I forgot about you. It's okay. Let us get to know each other again. Heng Yi patted his shoulder and said cheerfully, this kid is just too tall. He's a whole head taller than Tanjiro, and only slightly shorter than Heng Yi. While Jinya showed a bitter smile. He didn't expect that in just 3 months, what Heng Yi said during their first lunch with the Takigawa family would become a reality in a certain sense. All right, Mr. Heng Yi, if you're not happy, then don't smile. Your smile looks worse than you're crying. Comforting the two kids, who didn't seem very happy, Heng Yi felt quite unhappy himself. What on earth happened? Why does it feel so terrible to not remember anything? Tanjiro, Zenitsu, and Inosuke gathered at the Butterfly Mansion entrance, blowing the gourd one last time. Great. Everyone's ready. Please take this and go defeat more demons. The 3 girls, Teranai Kyo, Nakaharasumi, and Takata Naho, prepared lunchboxes for them and bid them farewell. At that moment, Tanjiro spotted a familiar figure not far away. Mr. Tengen. He didn't expect to see Ju Tomioka here before they set off, so he ran over to talk to him. After discussing their progress in breathing techniques over the past 3 months, he brought up Heng Yi. Have you met Mr. Heng Yi? I just saw him, and I know everything. To Tanjiro's surprise, Jill looked unexpectedly calm. To me, just being alive is already great. We all need to be mentally prepared to face the farewell that may come at any moment. Don't dwell in sadness if you don't want that. Then fight against the demons with all your might, and keep moving forward until the end. He spoke these simple truths with a steady voice, filling Tanjiro with strength. Yes. The next moment, Ju vanished from sight. Tanjiro turned to look at Zenitsu and Inosuke, who were bidding farewell to the 3 girls, and smiled slightly. That was well said. Keep moving forward until the end. Suddenly, a cheerful voice appeared behind him, repeating Ju's last words. Hearing that makes this old man feel motivated again. Mr. Heng Yi. Tanjiro turned around in surprise to see Heng Yi behind him. Oh, I heard you're setting off, so I came to see you off. For some reason, Tanjiro always felt that Heng Yi's smile was a bit strange, but upon closer inspection, it seemed to be just an illusion. We received a mission to head to a station in the west. Go ahead. I wish you a smooth journey. Finally, when Tanjiro, Zenitsu, and Inosuke said goodbye to Heng Yi and the 3 girls, Tanjiro turned back to wave at Heng Yi, who returned with a brilliant smile. Well then, see you at the station. Chapter 60, Dream. Heng Yi sat quietly in this room, which was identical to his dojo on the back mountain of Tungtime Mountain, waiting for the possible appearance of illusions. The moment he was pulled into this dream from the infinity train, Heng Yi realized that this was a blood demon art and understood its principles. Shortly after Tanjiro, Zenitsu, and Inosuke set off, he awakened a body that was not far from the infinity train, which had been waiting here long before they arrived at the station. He even saw a familiar face, Fukujun, who should not have been alive, the boy from the Rengoku family he had encountered when he woke up in the Sengoku period. Their meeting over 400 years ago felt like it was just yesterday, and he immediately realized that this person might be a descendant of Fukujun mentioned by Butterfly Kane and Butterfly Shinobu, the current flame Hashira, whom Rengoku had forgotten. He did not approach to chat with him, but instead hid in the crowd and watched him board the train with a pile of bento boxes. Later, when he finally waited for Tanjiro and the others just before the train was about to depart, he decisively left them behind and boarded the train first. A child wearing a boar head striking the exterior of the train made Heng Yi feel that he really did not have the courage to stand with them. Then, when he walked onto the train and found the current flame Hashira, he saw him quickly eating while cheerfully shouting delicious, which also made Heng Yi lose the courage to sit with him. With his courage at zero, Heng Yi decided to find a seat alone until everyone calmed down. However, when he finally waited for everyone to quiet down, he realized he had fallen into a dream. At first, it was that small mountain village he could never forget. The one his father took him and his brother to 1,000 years ago, a nameless village said to have blue spider lilies growing. It was truly nostalgic. 1,000 years had passed, and this place was now somewhere he could never return to in his dreams. However, before he could step in to reminisce properly, the scene in front of him changed to a small courtyard filled with spider lilies, behind which was a somewhat dilapidated wooden house. The final abode of his endless first love. Impressive. I had forgotten what this place looked like, and it has been so well restored. Unfortunately, just as he finished his reflection, the place changed again. This time it lasted quite a while, and even people he hadn't seen in a long time appeared. Uncle Heng Yi, why did you take so long to come back? Yan Yi and I have been waiting for you to eat. The door of the simple wooden house was wide open, and at the entrance stood a girl with her hands on her hips, pretending to be angry, her beautiful and lively face shining brightly. Inside the house, someone with a deep red high ponytail sat with their back to him. From the side, he could see the faces of two people. One was a kind-looking old man, and the other was an innocent child. Yenny? Heng Yi tilted his head and looked at her, repeating the name she mentioned that he did not remember. Seeing his confusion, the girl felt a bit puzzled and worried. So she approached Heng Yi and asked, Uncle Heng Yi, what's wrong? Heng Yi remembered the girl in front of him. Her name was Shi. The elderly man in the room was his brother, Fushi Chuan Yongyi, who had died over 1,000 years ago. The child sitting there was his nephew, Fushi Chuan Lianyu, whom he had never seen again before his death. As for the person with their back to him, he couldn't recall. Even looking at their silhouette brought about an inexplicable emotion. It was hard to describe, like longing or perhaps fear. How could that be? In this world, how could there still be someone who could instill fear in him? Staring at the figure in the room, he reached out, wanted to ruffle the girl's hair and tell her he was okay. Just as he saw the person in the room about to turn around, he suddenly found himself here, at the wooden dojo by the waterfall on the back mountain of Fujin. Obviously, this ghost blood technique was powerful, yet not strong enough to let Heng Yi see people in places he couldn't even remember himself, yet couldn't sustain even a single spoken word. Its blood wasn't strong enough. At least not enough to compete with Heng Yi's blood. Yuan Yi. In the empty room, he repeated this name, recalling the silhouette he had just seen, vaguely noticing that the person seemed to be wearing ear ornaments with a sun wheel pattern. Was it him? The person that Tan spoke of. This was Heng Yi's biggest concern. In this awakening, he had lost all memories since waking up during the Deji period. This was not particularly strange. He had predicted possible outcomes of losing his split memory, and losing the most recent parts was one of them, which indeed turned out to be true. However, the distant memories from the past should not have been forgotten, yet the memories related to this person named Yuan Yi were oddly blurred. Those memories were like a forest shrouded in mist, impossible to enter. He must be special. I want to know why this is. Why him? Only him. After waiting for a while, Heng Yi confirmed that this ghost blood technique no longer affected him, and finally gave up on continuing to wait there. He opened his eyes and made a decision. Capture him. Let him use it on me one more time, although it probably wouldn't succeed again. This ghost technique was too weak, its effect not even as strong as my arming. He got up and noticed that all the passengers around him had lost consciousness. After a brief check, he confirmed that everyone was just asleep. Without attempting to forcibly wake them, Heng Yi left this carriage and found where Tanjiro and the others were. They were all sleeping in disarray, but there were 4 unfamiliar children beside them, tied with hemp ropes that connected them to the 4 of them. The only one awake was a girl biting a bamboo tube. She was Tantan's sister, the child I had a mental connection with, right? She had been sleeping until now. Nezuko's first reaction upon seeing Heng Yi was to rush over and hug his waist tightly, then mumble and point at her sleeping brother. Heng Yi sensed the urgency and unease coming from her, feeling quite curious. She seemed like a bloodline tendril of his, except that she had the ability to think and act independently. I see. Then who are the ones sitting next to us? Do you know? A worried tone indicated that Nezuko also didn't know the ins and outs, and she pulled Heng Yi's hand to bring him in front of Tanjiro. Heng Yi discovered that Tanjiro was the only one among them with a pained expression, which he found somewhat strange. This was a blood demon technique that would allow people to have sweet dreams. Why did Tanjiro look so tormented? Never mind. I'll go in and take a look first. It's safer to wake them up from a dream. He rubbed Nezuko's head to comfort her and examined the hemp ropes tied around the wrists of the 4 people. Is this what connects them to the dream? Why enter a dream? Can't they do anything while they're asleep? Why go through such unnecessary trouble? Thinking this way, Heng Yi released 4 bloodline tendrils that connected to the hemp ropes. The tendrils were split into thin strands like hair that burrowed into the ropes. Upon sensing the blood demon technique imprint attached to the ropes, he captured and devoured it. In the next moment, his consciousness split into 4, entering the 4 different dreamscapes. Chapter 61. Dreamlike illusions. Is this a peach orchard? When he opened his eyes again, bathed in the beautiful spring sunlight, Heng Yi actually felt a bit comfortable. This way. Voices and footsteps came from behind, and Heng Yi quickly hid behind a peach tree, watching as a boy with yellow hair, who had been quite noisy in the butterfly mansion, Sparrow, happily ran over with Tanjiro's sister, Nezuko. I'll make you a flower crown. I'm really good at it, Nezuko. Make me a lot of them. This was the first time Heng Yi heard Nezuko's voice, and he never expected it to be in a dream, let alone someone else's dream. Swish. Very good. He even used the thunder-breathing technique just to carry Nezuko across a river. They looked quite happy, and Heng Yi decided to fulfill his dream of getting close to the girl, Tanjiro, leaving the dirty and tiring work of catching thieves to himself. Why did it turn out this way? Heng Yi couldn't understand why a good dream would involve a train that looked like a centipede, or a centipede that looked like a train fighting. Moreover, hey, white-hair monster, stop daydreaming. Come join us. No, I don't want to use my head to crash into a trained centipede. But Heng Yi still followed the wild boar boy, along with the not-so-normal raccoon Tan, Mousy, and Rabbit Doe as they charged forward. Oh, that's the spirit. Come with me. Yes. To Heng Yi, who planned to find a chance to slip away after the fight to look for the intruder, half-heartedly echoed. This was a bright courtyard with nice weather. Although not very large, it looked very cozy. In front of him was a house, but from Heng Yi's position, he couldn't see who was inside, nor could the people inside see him. A bright voice of a young boy came from the house, and he was talking nonstop about something. Heng Yi listened closely and realized he was recounting experiences from a mission and how he finally became a Hashira-level swordsman through hard work. So what if he became a Hashira? Then a deeper, almost despondent voice spoke up, expressing disdain for the boy's efforts to become a Hashira. Boring, whatever, it won't lead to anything significant anyway. You're like this, and so am I. Heng Yi found a bit strange. He thought this blood demon art was a technique that would lead people into beautiful dreams. But judging from this boy, who is undoubtedly the current Flame Hashira, it seemed that this was not absolute. When he noticed that Kaijiro Rengoku was about to walk out of the room, Heng Yi quickly hid in a nearby tree, continuing to eavesdrop on his conversation with his younger brother. Let me see, where is that uninvited little ghost? What exactly is the purpose of entering someone else's dream? Heng Yi felt that this blood demon technique was not a beautiful dream, but rather a gate to hell. Once one enters this beautiful dream, they're already unconsciously in hell. However, this hell is constructed from people's deepest desires. It lures people to forget reality, to sleep within the illusions of dreams, and even to sink deeper, no longer wanting to wake up. Following the former Tanjiro, living a normal life without demons, without the Demon Slayer core, and without battles. Heng Yi felt that he was about to forget what he was there to do. Until one day, he followed Tanjiro up the mountain and saw the wooden box placed by the roadside. It was now the box that Tanjiro carried on his back every day, containing his sister Nezuko. Tanjiro seemed to have seen it too. He paused briefly in surprise, but continued on his way. However, Heng Yi was truly awakened by this box. That was close. I almost got lost. how strange. This isn't even my dream. When Heng Yi stood at the spot where the box had appeared and then vanished, he noticed something amiss. The scene was still unfolding, but the space felt somewhat blurry. It was a very strange sensation. Heng Yi reached out and discovered that this beautiful dream actually had an invisible yet tangible boundary. So that's how it is. Is it inside here? A thief. With a thought, two bloodline tendrils tore open this boundary, and Heng Yi directly dove in. What a wonderfully clear and bright world it was. Beneath his feet was an endless expanse of transparent, clear waves. Above his head was an infinite, boundless sky, serene and tranquil. Heng Yi vaguely felt that this should be a reflection of the dreamer's inner world. Suddenly, he felt someone tugging at his pant leg. He looked down and saw a small creature with short limbs. How should he describe this little thing? A sun sprite? How wonderful. Where are you taking me? Heng Yi followed his strength and kept walking forward. Before long, he saw another person surrounded by a group of small creatures. Heng Yi remembers him. He is the boy who was connected to Tanjiro's wrist on the train. I actually want to destroy it, so why are you all? Heng Yi looked at him kneeling there, crying bitterly, not knowing how to react. So, are you regretting it? The boy, suddenly hearing Heng Yi speak, was so frightened that he sat down on the ground. Looking at you, you should have given up, but it doesn't matter since I'm here. Whatever you want to do, I won't let you do it. Tell me, how do I untie this? Heng Yi looked at the pale-faced, frail boy and could tell that he must be suffering from some incurable disease, reflecting a state of imminent demise in the spiritual world. It was indeed pitiful to be so young and gravely ill, but that was not a reason to assist evil and harm others. Fortunately, he seemed to have a remaining sense of conscience, which was a pity. I'm sorry, I don't know the way to unlock it. He only told us how to find this spiritual core, and the unfinished sentence should be about how to destroy it. However, Heng Yi did not continue to press for answers, but instead glanced at him, then looked at the group of little spirits around, shaking his head. You stay here and do nothing. Then Heng Yi left a bloodline tendril on his wrist, tore apart the boundary, and returned to Tanjiro's dream. Tanjiro was running in the snow. After finally waking up from the dream state, having struggled to leave that beautiful, warm home, he found he could not escape this dream, until his father's figure appeared before him. Pick up the sword. What you need to cut is right here. What you need to cut is right here. In the end, Tanjiro gathered his courage and struck down towards his own neck. Heng Yi just came out and saw this scene. TSK. He really used the speed he had against Muzan to snatch the sword from Tanjiro's hands. I said, how did you come to this conclusion? Heng Yi heavily hit his head, chopping his own neck in a dream, betting that he wouldn't die, right? Mr. Heng Yi, why are you doing this? Because his hand hurt too much. Heng Yi replaced hitting his head with pinching his face. What if he really dies? This is a dream created by the blood demon technique. You're really daring to try it. I must say, why is his head so tough? After a long while, Heng Yi finally vented enough and let go of his face. I'm sorry, but father said, Father? This is a dream, young man. How can there be a real father? Seeing that Heng Yi was about to get angry again, Tanjiro hurriedly apologized. Never mind. How did you realize this is a dream? Heng Yi remembered that when he left the dream, Tanjiro was still completely immersed in it. It was Nezuko who set the fire, but even though I regained my consciousness, I still can't find a way out. Oh, it's Nezuko. Kenji stroked his chin, thinking it could work. Worth a try, but first, we need to catch all the intruders. Mr. Kenji? Tanjiro looked at Kenji, who was muttering to himself in confusion. I have a plan now. Let us give it a shot. With that, Kenji sliced his index finger, and a drop of blue blood emerged. At the same time, an indescribable fragrance wafted into Tanjiro's nostrils. The scent was not overwhelming, but shot straight to his mind. Before the world cleared, he heard a voice. Brother. Tanjiro, wake up. As the beautiful dream faded, Tanjiro opened his eyes to the call of his family. Chapter 62. Awakening from the dream, unlike in Tanjiro's dream, where he saved himself from almost slitting his own throat in the dreams of the other three. The targets Kenji needed to save had turned into 3 invading thieves. Why? What is that? Why is someone chasing me with giant scissors? Looking at the terrified thief in front of him, Kenji stared coldly, speechless, when he pulled him back from Zenitsu's mental space into the dream. The thief's clothes were shredded to pieces by Zenitsu's mental projection, and why is another man here unforgivable, a man who disturbs my happy life with Nezuko die? Heng Yi didn't know how much physical harm would be caused by damaging his spiritual core, so he had no choice but to bring the shabby thief back. All right, I can say I've saved your life. Now tell me how to undo this spell. Who are you? How did you get in? You don't need to worry about that. Just answer my question. I don't know. TSK. Heng Yi felt a bit irritated. These people entered a spell but didn't even grasp the method to unravel it. Their hearts were too big. Huh. At this moment, another consciousness of Heng Yi from a mental link conveyed some information. Heng Yi opened his eyes and said, I see. So I need to find the dreamer. He looked around but couldn't find the dreamer, Zenitsu, who was running around wildly with the imaginary Nezuko. Sighing, he looked down at the guy who was slumped on the ground and still hadn't regained his senses, shaking his head. Let's get you out first, and then I'll look for him slowly. No, I won't go out. Just as Heng Yi said he would send him out, the invader, who had been unable to calm down, suddenly jumped up, resisting fiercely. It's none of your business. I must complete my mission so I can continue to have sweet dreams. No one can stop me. I can let you have a sweet dream too, without needing you to do anything for me. Huh? The boy, who had expected a lecture, was somewhat confused, as he clearly knew he was doing something unforgivable. Do you still want to go back and face that crazy person inside? Heng Yi revealed a very friendly smile, slowing his speaking pace and softening his voice. The boy felt as if he were being enchanted, almost unable to think of any other possibilities. It's not too scary, then that's it. As long as you come with me, once we step outside, I can help you start a beautiful dream. His blue eyes glimmered with a subtle light. A beautiful dream that you yearn for but cannot obtain. All right, I'll go with you. Are you scared now? Please, save me, let me go. It's too scary. Why are there naked wild boars? Why? Well, I don't quite understand either, but it's good that you realize your mistake. Come, hold my hand. Having smoothly rescued the girl who had intruded into Inosuk's dream, Heng Yi appeared very calm. After all, he had just fought the centipede train monster with the animal quartet, sneaking away while they were celebrating. In the spiritual space, he found a wild boar boy 3 times larger than normal size, as well as the intruder he was hunting down as prey. It was truly a wonderful adventure, one that would be unforgettable for a lifetime. Mr. Heng Yi? Oh, Fukuin, I haven't seen you in a long time. The last time we met was, Have you noticed strange discrepancies in your memories that don't match up? After visiting Kyujiru's spiritual space, Heng Yi returned to his dream space, arriving at the entrance of the Rengoku family to look for him. Speaking of which, it is a bit strange. I clearly wanted to say the last time we met was during the final selection at Fujisaki Mountain. But the scene of seeing you at the main estate appeared in my mind, along with several other swordsmen. That should be the Hashira meeting, but I had just become a Hashira and hadn't attended a meeting yet. Heng Yi nodded as he listened to him. That's right, as expected of Hashira. You're much more perceptive than the rest of us. You guys have fallen under the blood demon art of the evil spirit. This is a dream realm he created. What? Kaijur exclaimed in surprise, turning to look at his own courtyard, where he could still see his younger brother Senj are practicing swordsmanship. The scene was so realistic that it was hard to believe it was a dream. I'm truly ashamed. As a Hashira, I didn't notice anything at all. Heng Yi shook his head. You didn't realize it wasn't because of the ghost, and it has nothing to do with how powerful you are, but rather the unpredictable nature of the human heart. Moreover, even if you hadn't noticed, you still haven't been defeated. Akizuro didn't quite understand Heng Yi's meaning and looked at him in confusion. Let's talk outside. The intruder is no longer in your mental space. We don't know what it's like out there. Akizuro nodded and finally turned back for a glance, just in time to meet Chizuro's gaze. Brother? Akizuro didn't respond and turned back to look at Heng Yi. Let's go, Mr. Heng Yi. Don't you need to say goodbye? Even if it was just a dream. No need. His gaze was as resilient as ever. Chizuro wasn't here. This was just a dream. Heng Yi patted his shoulder and nodded. Let's go. Before stepping out, Heng Yi really didn't expect that each time he opened his eyes during this journey would be so thrilling. When the collective consciousness, which gathered several dreams, was restored, he saw that the entire train carriage had transformed dramatically, as if it were inside a human intestine. Heng Yi didn't even have the energy left to feel surprised. Mr. Heng Yi, Akizuro, who awakened at the same time as Heng Yi, came to his side. The entire train had already become part of a demon, and I need to join the battle immediately. Heng Yi faintly heard the sounds of battle ahead and speculated that it must be Tanjiro and the others who woke up earlier. Let's go together. I want to go to the roof of the train to see if we can force it to stop. I'll dig a hole to clear the way for you. Oh, Heng Yi looked at him with great interest. In fact, ever since their first encounter over 400 years ago, the people of the Abyss family have always given Heng Yi a sense of, even though they are much younger than him. It seems that no matter what challenges they face, they are fearless and forge ahead. All right, then I'll leave it to you. I will follow behind you. Heng Yi was ready, but he saw that in the moment he drew his sword, he had already vanished. The flame vortex created by the breath of fire sword technique shattered the bodies of the evil spirits on the path with ease, perfectly avoiding all the passengers. What can I use to compete with this? My life. But Heng Yi looked at the completely open passage in the carriage and fully understood what he meant by digging a hole just now. All right, Heng Yi resignedly began to keep up with his pace, quickly heading towards the direction he was moving. Chapter 63 Dream Corridor. When Heng Yi finally caught up with Rengoku and arrived at the carriage where Tanjiro was, he saw him rushing back at lightning speed. In the moment their figures crossed, Heng Yi locked eyes with him, and without the need for words, he understood Rengoku's choice. Mr. Heng Yi. Mr. Rengoku, I know. He must be going to protect the passengers in the carriage behind. What task did he assign to you? Let me share my thoughts first. The train is still moving at high speed, which is very unsafe. If the demon dies, the carriage fused with it is likely to collapse, and the casualties among the passengers would be uncontrollable. I need to get to the front of the train or the roof and try to force the train to stop. Heng Yi quickly expressed his thoughts, and Tanjiro nodded in response. Mr. Rengoku asked me and Inosuke to pay attention to the first 3 carriages and look for the demon's neck. All right, let's go to the roof of the train. By the way, where's Inosuke? Tanjiro shouted Inosuke's name and received an impatient response from the roof, along with him saying that he had already found the giant beast's weak point. Hey, don't misunderstand the train like that, I said. Forget it, since we're ahead. Let's go up. Kuchi and Tanjiro climbed to the top of the train, struggling against the fierce wind while avoiding the chunks of demon flesh that Inosuke had cut down ahead. Kuchi followed closely behind Tanjiro, observing the surrounding plants and beginning to release a large number of bloodline tendrils in an attempt to connect with them. However, the speed of the train was too fast, and his bloodline tendrils couldn't extend quickly enough. Meanwhile, Inosuke was also caught by the demon's tentacles ahead. Tanjiro, you go fight with the boar. I'll support you from the side and look for an opportunity to stabilize the train. Understood. At the same time, Kuchi thought of another possibility. Since the train had merged with the demon, then beneath his feet was its flesh and blood. Did this mean he could start devouring it from the inside and establish a connection from the inside out to slow down the train? It needed to be tested, but there was no time. Just as Kuchi began to release his bloodline tendrils to devour the demon's flesh and blood within the train, he saw ahead in the battle that the demon had transformed into a massive pillar of flesh covered in large blue eyeballs, each etched with a character for Dream. Here it comes again? No, we can't let them fall for this technique again. Heng extended his right hand, and a blue heart-veined tentacle shot out directly, piercing into the massive flesh pillar before these eyes could use the blood demon technique. With Heng Yi's blood injection, the eyeballs wilted simultaneously, and all actions of the evil spirit came to an abrupt halt. Heng Yi did not expect that by using his own technique to cover the demon's blood technique, he would accidentally construct a dream passage, pulling himself and the demon nightmare into the dream. This was Heng Yi's first time entering the dream of someone he had cast the sleep technique on. No, into the dream of a demon. His original intention was to suppress and disrupt the demon with his own blood, creating an opportunity for Tanjiro and Inosuke to attack. But he did not expect to successfully make it fall into a dream. Do demons also dream? How ridiculous! Heng Yi was very surprised, not only because evil spirits could also dream, but also because he found the scene in this dream very familiar. It was a disordered inner castle space, with pavilions, stairs, and meaningless wooden platforms, seemingly endless, eerie, and mysterious. Heng Yi's eye recalled for a moment and confirmed that he had never been here. Yet he couldn't help but feel that some images were emerging in his mind. I'm truly lucky. As Heng Yi heard his voice make such a sound, he realized he loved watching the misfortunes and pains of others so much that he even dreamed of it. Thank you for keeping me until the end. What problem? Without asking, Heng Yi knew that his perspective was that of this evil spirit, yet he could not recognize the woman standing in front of him. He only saw her plum-red eyes narrow and felt a sharp pain in his neck as some liquid surged into this spirit's body. Under Meng's synesthesia, Heng Yi truly experienced what it meant to feel pain and pleasure simultaneously. The liquid injected into his neck contained an indescribable immense energy, which flowed through his veins to his entire body. As this power filled his flesh, it brought destructive effects, keeping the body at the brink of exploding. This evil spirit struggled hard, trying its best to channel the energy, and surprisingly, it gradually calmed down. Was this really a good dream? And Meng would never let someone have a nightmare. He genuinely felt that this was incredibly pleasurable, perverse, a masochist, Heng Yi felt the slowly calming turbulent power and secretly cursed the abnormal demon. There was no need for further thought. The woman in front of him was undoubtedly Muzin Kibutsuji. What happened next was even more unexpected for Heng Yi. He actually saw himself from the perspective of this demon. "Doctor, I never thought I would see you here one day," he heard Muzin say to him. Unlike this demon's blood demon art, the dream created by Amu is the happiest experience for the dreamer, rather than an imagined what-if. In other words, this scene actually happened. It is the past that Heng Yi has forgotten. "Doctor, in every lifetime I encounter you, I always choose to kill you, but today Kokushibo's thoughts reminded me." Heng Yi saw Muzin's hands transform into gigantic alien forms, with bizarre, murky eyes and a bloody, toothy mouth growing on the mutated flesh arms. "If I share my blood with you, can you become one of us? So, Doctor, let's conduct an experiment, just like 1,000 years ago." Before the words were finished, Muzin had already begun the attack. Heng Yi noticed that he was also resisting, but before his blood tendrils could touch Muzin, they were severed by a crescent-shaped slash. In the moment before waking from the dream, the last thing Heng Yi saw was Muzin's blood spear piercing his neck, just like what he had done to this demon. "Mr. Heng Yi, the white-haired octopus monster." Heng Yi regained consciousness and looked at the two boys, calling him. "I'm fine, you guys go ahead and chop off his head." "Yes." "Oh, let's go, follow me." Beast breathing, fourth Fong, fragmentation, slash. Fire god Kagura, flame of heaven. The fire-colored waltz instantly illuminated the night as bright as day, reflecting in Heng Yi's pupils. The entire train let out the wails of evil spirits, and chaos erupted inside, but Kaijuro and the others were not unprepared. They immediately responded. Meanwhile, the front of the train was lifted into the air due to the severe damage caused by the demon. "Now's the time." With a press of his hands, Heng Yi activated all the bloodline tendrils within. These tendrils, which had devoured the flesh and blood of evil spirits, extended like iron chains, burrowing into the ground. They caught the speeding train, pulling back the front part of the train that had lifted off the tracks. Each time a bloodline tendril was torn apart, another would immediately extend to take its place. Under this continuous dragging, the speed of the train rapidly decreased. In just a few moments, the infinite train finally came to a stop, with the front part having completely transformed into the vital point of an evil spirit, while the remaining carriages remained intact. Heng Yi got up from the roof of the train and looked towards the horizon. Dawn was approaching, and the battle was finally coming to an end. Chapter 64, The Third Crescent Moon. When the train came to a complete stop, Heng Yi looked around but did not see Tanjiro and Inosuke on the roof. He walked to the edge to take a look and finally spotted Tanjiro on the ground near the front of the train, with Inosuke supporting his head and shaking it. "What happened? Did I lose consciousness for a long time? How'd I get injured?" Heng Yi jumped down from the roof of the car and came to the two of them, seeing that there was a wound on Tanjiro's lower right abdomen, which was oozing blood in small streams. "It was that guy at the front of the car who stabbed me. Ugh, damn it. He took advantage of my moment of inattention to sneak attack. I'm fine. Inosuke, go check on Mr. Heng Yi and see how the others are doing. Also, is that driver okay? I think it wouldn't matter much if he died. I think you should focus on yourself first." Heng Yi and Inosuke spoke at the same time, and Heng Yi didn't quite agree with Inosuke's statement. "That won't do. It's not that simple." Once again, they spoke at the same time, and Tanjiro looked gratefully at Heng. Then he heard Heng Yi say, "We are not a group that stands by and does nothing when humans are in danger or takes the law into our own hands. Go save him and let him face his own responsibilities. Please, Inosuke, help him." "Fine, I'll go. Who told me to be the leader? This is a request from my junior." Inosuke grumbled about wanting to pull out all his hair and angrily walked towards that person. "All right, focus. Although you used your breathing technique, well, to stop the bleeding, you did injure your internal organs, so this injury is quite serious. I'm going to perform repairs now. It might hurt a bit, so bear with it." Heng Yi felt something wriggling in the darkness behind him. Without turning around, he let the underground bloodline tendrils burst forth from the ground like a Venus flytrap and gulped down that thing in one bite. "Mr. Heng Yi, what you just said about letting him bear his own responsibilities is... ouch." To punish Tanjiro for his disobedience, Heng Yi intentionally struck hard. "I told you to focus, not to worry about others. The world won't end just because you temporarily step away from it." However, he still kindly answered Tanjiro's question. As for his responsibilities, he squinted and smiled, saying that the entire train situation was his responsibility because he had brought strange people onto the train and acted as their accomplice, leading to such serious consequences. Therefore, he must bear this responsibility. But that person is a cannibal, Tan Tanjiro began, but Heng Yi interrupted him. Everyone must pay the price for their actions, not just him. All 4 of those children on the train, who tried to kill you for their own sake, must receive their due punishment as well. Don't plead for them anymore. Kindness is a good virtue, but excessive kindness only harms both others and oneself. Turning them over to human law enforcement is already my final act of mercy. If you continue to plead, I will be very disappointed in you. Tanjiro had never heard Heng Yi speak so harshly. Before his amnesia, Heng Yi had always been amiable and gentle, but now he seemed a bit cold. However, upon reflection, Tanjiro felt that Heng Yi's words were not without reason. Seeing the child he had frightened nearly stopped breathing, and even the abdomen of his subordinate being stitched up was tense and stiff. Heng Yi sighed. You child, if you repay evil with kindness, how will you repay kindness? Suddenly, Heng Yi felt a gust of wind stop in front of him. He couldn't help but look up, and what met his eyes was a dazzling golden-red hue, even shining brightly in the dark night. Are you hurt? Young Kamadu, Mr. Rengoku. He simply observed the wound Heng Yi was stitching up and accurately made a judgment. It seems he did a good job using total concentration breathing to stop the bleeding before Mr. Heng Yi arrived. Very well done. This is the first step to becoming a Hashira, although there's still a long way to go before truly becoming one. Heng nodded slightly. He felt that even if he wasn't there, Tanjiro would find a way to stop the bleeding until he could get treatment. There was a sense of impending unemployment. The breathing techniques were truly remarkable. Is anyone injured in the car? As Keiichi continued stitching, he inquired about Rengoku. Thanks to you, Mr. Keiichi. The train is stable, and the passengers are mostly unharmed, though they are still unconscious. That's good. The demon is dead, and the blood demon art has been dispelled. They should wake up soon. Midway through his words, Keiichi suddenly felt a chill run down his spine, and all the bloodline tendrils he had dispatched to monitor the underground trembled at the same time. They issued a high-level warning, indicating that something powerful enough to frighten them was approaching. At the same time, even before Keiichi's bloodline tendrils reacted, Rengoku had already entered a battle stance. His right hand instantly on the hilt of his sword, alertly watching one direction, ready to draw his sword and fight at any moment. As the smoke cleared, a figure appeared before the 3 of them. Pink hair, covered in deep blue tattoos, wearing a purplish-red short shirt, looking like a practitioner. What shocked the 3 the most were his eyes, with golden irises etched with sand and Shangxian. Upper Moon 3? How could he be here? The 3 thought almost simultaneously. Keiichi quickened his movements, hastily finishing the stitching work. But even if the wounds were stitched up, given Tanjiro's current physical condition, he wouldn't be able to join the battle immediately, especially since it was a fight between a Hashira and an Upper Moon. Heng Yi noticed that the ghost did not choose to ambush them while they were talking, but instead swaggered in front of them, revealing its form. However, in the next moment, it left its original position with great momentum and appeared in front of them at a speed that was impossible to catch with the naked eye, attacking directly at Tanjiro, who was lying on the ground receiving treatment. And he couldn't see his movements at all, and was too busy stitching to mount an effective defense. Fortunately, Akazukuro's reaction was extremely quick. Breath of Flame, second form, Rising Flame. This strike directly split his hand in 2, forcing him to retreat. Heng Yi held down the struggling Tanjiro, who was trying to get up, and looked at the demon. I thought you, who appear before us so upright, wouldn't resort to sneak attacks or win without a fight. I didn't expect you to first attack someone who has lost their fighting ability. Don't you find yourself contradictory? That's right, I can't understand it either, the Upper Moon demon replied casually, his arm quickly regenerating. I just feel that he will interfere with me, and you, he said, turning his gaze towards Heng Yi behind Kaijiro and the conversation with the doctor. Heng Yi found it very strange. In his memory, he had never dealt with any Upper Moons. In this life, he should have only seen Muzan, but according to Shinobu, he and Muzan didn't have much interaction either. I don't think we have anything to talk about. Even though it's our first meeting, I already hate you. That's right, don't act like we're familiar with each other. Is that so? I also really dislike weak humans. I'm not familiar with you, Doctor. I've only seen you once, and I didn't expect you to be unable to die and show up here again. He licked the blood off his hands, clearly weak enough to make one want to vomit, yet somehow impossible to kill, even more annoying than weak humans. TSK. Chapter 65. The Battle Before Dawn. Just as Heng Yi was about to curse at this ghoul in anger, Kaijiro spoke up first. It seems that we have very different standards when it comes to evaluating things. I have a great proposal. Why don't you become a demon too? He looked at Kaijiro, seriously making a suggestion, and from his expression, Heng Yi was sure he was serious. Huh, what a strange line of thought. No way. Of course, Kaijiro ruthlessly rejected it. Heng Yi listened to their exchange of names and learned the name of this evil spirit. Kabutsuji Musen, a name that Heng Yi could never remember and didn't want to remember. Whether it was learned from Musen or not, Kabutsuji Musen, despite being rejected by Rengoku, still did not give up on turning him into a demon. Amidst his endless rambling, Heng Yi finally stitched up Tanjiro's wound completely. Tanjiro struggled to get up, and he heard Heng Yi quietly say in his ear, "Stay put. This is not a battle you can interfere in. Aging and dying are the beautiful aspects of human life's brevity. Because of this, humanity is so lovable and sacred. Strength is not merely a term used to describe physicality." In Mr. Heng Yi, Rengoku's voice sounded so sincere to Heng Yi. The passage of thousands of years had not turned him into something like you. Countless painful blows could not destroy his genuine heart to save others. Both this boy and Mr. Heng Yi are not weak individuals. You're not allowed to insult them. I will say it again. My values differ greatly from yours. No matter the reason, I will never become a demon. Heng Yi had never felt such comfort in his heart. For thousands of years, there have been very few who could understand him like this, and even fewer who could express it so genuinely. It had been a long time since he had been so consoled. Yet, he felt a sense of shame. He had treated Tanjiro in a manner almost indistinguishable from that of a demon, although his intention was to save him. Didn't he also feel that Tanjiro was too weak at that moment? "I'm sorry, Tan, but your injuries are too severe. I still don't recommend you join the fight." "It's okay, Mr. Heng Yi. What's important is that we need to help Mr. Rengoku. This demon smells really strong." Heng Yi touched his head. "I also want to help, but I feel that I am not qualified to intervene in their battle." As we spoke, the battle was about to break out. Technique deployment, destruction kill, Luo needle. "Since I won't be a demon, then I'll kill you." Also, Akaza looked at Heng Yi behind Kaijiro. "That lord has already ordered that you no longer need to avoid him. Weak doctor, just kill you repeatedly." He said this maliciously while releasing blood demon art, creating a formation that spread out like snowflakes from himself in 12 directions. Then he attacked with even faster speed than before, and Kaijiro naturally met him with his blade. Heng Yi noticed that he didn't want to endanger himself and the injured Tanjiro behind him. Clearly, it was a clash between blades and fists. But Heng Yi seemed to hear the sound of metal colliding, which fully demonstrated how powerful the upper ranks' physical strength had become. "My eyes can't keep up. I can't see their battle clearly." Heng Yi heard Tanjiro's low muttering. A long time ago, before the breathing techniques had appeared, all the demons fought the Demon Slayer Corps using only their physical strength. Heng Yi had once briefly entered a wondrous state where he could predict his enemies' movements and evade their attacks in a very short time. However, as time passed, the wear and tear it brought upon him, along with his own self-destructive behavior, caused that ability to vanish completely. But today, Heng Yi discovered he could actually perceive the battle between them with his naked eyes. Though that was all he could do, he still couldn't find any opportunity to intervene in their fight. Every move was lethal, each punch aimed at vital points, as if the fist had eyes that knew where to hit the hardest. Was this his ability? Moreover, it seemed he was getting stronger with every strike. This was absurd. In just a few breaths, they had exchanged hundreds of blows, and although it looked like they were evenly matched, the demon's recovery ability was beyond what a human could compare. In this short time, Kaijiro had already sustained numerous injuries. "No, I have to help." Just as Tanjiro could no longer bear to watch and was about to rush in, he heard Kaijiro find a moment between attacks to stop him. "Don't come over. Your injuries haven't fully healed. Stay put." When he turned back, he briefly locked eyes with Heng Yi, and just like on the train, Heng Yi understood the unspoken meaning behind his words once again. "TSK, but I can't just watch over you. I want to help you too, Kaijiro. I don't want to just watch. I can't just watch." For 1,000 years, Heng Yi had not wanted to be that powerless person who could only observe. "I need to act, to do what I must." Resolute, Heng Yi stood up, gazing at the battlefield that seemed utterly inaccessible. Under the tremendous difference in physical recovery, Kaijiro was already battered and bruised, with his left eye scratched, several ribs broken beneath his right rib cage, and blood flowing, indicating possible internal injuries. In contrast, Akaza had completely healed from all the wounds Kaijiro had inflicted. This was bad. His injuries were serious and needed immediate treatment. Yet he still stood there stubbornly, showing no signs of surrender. As Heng Yi listened to Iwaza still using the nonsense about his body not being able to recover to lure Agatsuma, he found it utterly ridiculous. What use is an indestructible body? A fallen soul cannot be saved by anyone, and the sunlight that can no longer be seen has already declared them to be beings expelled by the light. But Heng Yi was merely listening. He was searching for that opportunity. That state, which had been absent for 1,000 years, unexpectedly reappeared within him. He felt it and held on to it tightly, not daring to let it slip away for even a moment. Meanwhile, ahead, Agatsuma had prepared for a final strike, unleashing an astonishing and overwhelming power of flames, which excited he was on the opposite side, who used his killing move. Ultimate technique, ninth form, purgatory, destruction, killing, annihilation. Now is the time. As the two seemingly world-destroying techniques collided, Heng Yi vanished from his spot. Tanjiro and Inosuke were entirely focused on the battlefield ahead, completely unaware that Heng Yi was no longer by their side. When the smoke cleared and a figure slowly emerged, it was not Agatsuma and Iwaza as they had imagined. Agatsuma raised his sword high with his right hand, ready to strike, while Iwaza's right fist lunged towards him like a stabbing sword. Yet, in between them stood Heng Yi, who had suddenly disappeared from his original position. Iwaza's fist pierced directly through Heng Yi's chest, stopping in front of Agatsuma's chest. Mr. Heng Yi, white-haired uncle. This sudden turn of events stunned everyone present, including Iwaza, and the most shocked of all was Iwaza himself, the attacker. How is this possible? You clearly have no power. How did you deceive me and appear here? Heng Yi spat out a mouthful of blood before even speaking, mixed with some fragments of internal organs. But his expression was quite joyful. Ha! How I did it is none of your business. Just say it. He laughed arrogantly. Haven't I caught you? Heng Yi's hands instantly extended dozens of bloodline tendrils, piercing into various parts of Iwaza's body. At the same time, the heart tendril at his chest also stabbed into the arm that Iwaza had inserted into his chest. The sky was about to brighten, and Heng Yi smiled happily because his plan was unfolding just as he had envisioned. To celebrate, I present to you my carefully concocted gift. A large amount of blood flowed from the bloodline tendrils into Iwaza's arm, causing him to feel his consciousness helplessly sinking into chaos. Bewildering blood, peaceful dream. Good night. Have sweet dreams. Chapter 66. Death is a common occurrence. Iwaza stood under the shade of a tree in what appeared to be a somewhat run-down courtyard, feeling puzzled about why he was there, and he could not remember ever having been to such a place. Hey, have you ever dreamed? A sudden voice close at hand startled Iwaza, who almost immediately jumped back and assumed a fighting stance. But strangely, there were no signs of any techniques being unleashed despite his movements, and there was no one at the spot he had just occupied. Ha ha! Did you think I would let you use blood demon techniques in the dream I created? Iwaza suddenly recalled everything. He had been dispatched to support the Infinity Train while searching for the Blue Spider Lily, encountering Flame Hashira Keidro Rengoku, and Musen Kabutsuji's order to kill the immortal Kga Henge, and then this doctor, who he thought was very weak, had disrupted a thrilling battle. And then, yes, and then you were captured by me, this weak little doctor, into no, please enter the dream. Don't be surprised. I'm in your head, of course, I know what you're thinking. But why are you so unfamiliar with your own dream? You look like someone who has never dreamed before. Oh, I get it. You must not have slept, that makes sense. Iwaza ignored Heng Yi, who claimed to be rambling in his head, and he looked at his hands with a serious expression, realizing they were hands he had never seen before, with the color of human skin. TSK, that shouldn't be, the dream I created is not something as false as illusion or imagination. These are all beautiful memories that the dream owner has truly experienced in the past. What's wrong? Don't you have any memories of being human? Iwaza did not respond to Heng Yi because he didn't know where to direct his words, and he didn't want others to think he was talking to himself like an idiot. Others? Iwaza pondered blankly. The thought that emerged subconsciously in his mind felt as if he knew, even though he had forgotten, that there were others here besides himself. Hey, I'm saying, don't you want to go in and take a look? Maybe there will be unexpected surprises. Let me see, this is a dojo, right? Strange. Why do I feel like this place looks a bit familiar? Just an illusion, right? Hey, don't you think so? Don't you want to go in and see who that other is? I can't hear you. You're cursing me for being noisy in your heart. You should thank me. Before you die, I'm letting you recall beautiful past memories. Don't be ungrateful. That's right. The sun is about to rise. You want to wake up? Just obediently wait for dawn in the dream. At least there's no pain here. Iwaza became anxious. He desperately wanted to leave this dream, this place under the tree. Oh, you're actually scared? Weren't you just acting like you were invincible? It's one thing to not be human yourself, but to egg on my Fukujun to be like you, it's really I'm disgusted by you, and you disgust me too. That's about right. Heng Yi became more and more agitated as he thought about how he had even destroyed a part of himself just to kill him, which made him even angrier. Is being a ghost so good? Fine. Let me ask you a question. Why was feels that Heng Yi's voice is filled with malice? Now, in this dream, you are human. Do you dare to step out of the shade of the tree and stand in the sunlight? Huh. What a remarkable demon lord. Waiwas stood in the shade of the tree, gazing at the boundary between light and darkness. His unmatched courage seemed to dissipate along with the disappearing demon power, and he couldn't even muster the strength to take a step out of the shade. Heng Yi no longer used words to provoke him. Calculating the time, it should be dawn. The evil spirit that could not step into the sunlight was unworthy of having a good dream. Just then, a pleasant female voice echoed in the dojo, gentle and soft, though it sounded a bit lacking in strength. Brother Koma, why are you still standing there? Hurry up and change your clothes. Didn't we agree to go to the fireworks festival together? Iwozu looked into the dojo and saw a girl with black hair, wearing a peach-colored kimono and adorned with snowflake-like hairpins, standing under the eaves of the dojo. Why are you still dazed? Hurry up, or we'll be late. The girl reached out her hand towards Iwozu, seemingly waiting for him to take hers. Iwozu stared at her in a daze, his mind blank. But his body urged him to go, to take her hand. He finally moved, running towards the light, towards the direction of the girl. However, just as his outstretched hand was about to cross between light and shadow and touch the brightness, the entire world suddenly turned upside down, and darkness descended. The sun, the dojo, everything in front of the girl disappeared, replaced by a blood moon and a man with plum-red eyes. Ivotsu, Musen-sama. Heng Yi certainly knows that Musen cannot possibly appear here. After all, this is a dream he created for Akaza. However, Musen has indeed manifested here, instantly transforming Akaza, who just moments ago appeared human, back into his demon form. Akaza. Yes, Lord Musen. The spirit of Akaza began to struggle violently, with emotional fluctuations that even being killed by the sun couldn't evoke, completely boiling over at the sound of Musen calling his name twice. Akaza. Yes, Lord Musen. Humph. As Heng Yi heard the sound of something being torn apart, everything in front of him slowly drifted away. In the end, he only heard Musen say, "Become a demon. Damn it, become a demon." It was unclear who was cursing, but the world eventually returned to calm. When his consciousness returned, Heng Yi saw a blurry face of Kaijuro in front of him, and not far away, there seemed to be a voice of Tanjiro shouting something, but he couldn't hear it clearly. Fukugen, did that demon die? No. The Upper Moon 3, Akaza, escaped. Kaijuro's voice didn't sound discouraged. Heng Yi saw his owl-like bright eyes, and his gaze kept drifting to the blood hole in his chest, though no blood was flowing out anymore. I see, what a pity. What is Tanjiro shouting about? This kid, he isn't afraid that the wound I just stitched up will open again. He was cursing the fleeing Akaza, and Kaijuro said, turning his gaze to Tanjiro, we haven't lost. The true weakling is Akaza, who cannot even face the sun. Cough, cough. Well said, I agree. Heng Yi wanted to express his agreement loudly, but unfortunately, he didn't even have the strength to raise his hand. He could only use all his effort to control his facial muscles and force out a smile that wasn't too unattractive. Mr. Heng Yi, Mr. Heng Yi. After finishing his scolding, Tanjiro returned, covering his split-open wound, calling out Heng Yi's name with a sobbing tone. Be careful. If it splits inside as well, it could become a fatal injury. Heng Yi's face began to show cracks, and when he fled from the nest, his arm was torn off, including the loss of almost all the heart tendrils that were vital to the survival of this split body, causing it to start falling apart. Hey, don't show such expressions. Heng Yi really wants to smile like he just did, but the big hole in his chest hurts too much. Just enduring the pain is already very hard. He really can't hold on any longer. Everything in front of him slowly became blurry, and the calls in his ears gradually faded away. Heng Yi could only speak to himself, hoping they wouldn't be sad. Hiss, for you, death is a once-in-a-lifetime event. But for me, death is a common occurrence. In this battle, I somewhat feel like I fit the description you gave. Fukugen, I haven't let down your recognition, have I? Don't cry, Tan-Tan, don't cry, wee butterfly. Chapter 67. I'm back. A man sat by the seaside, holding a fishing rod as if he were fishing, but there seemed to be no fish in the sea before him, and there didn't seem to be any bait on his hook. Looking again at his vacant, lifeless eyes staring into the void, he was just lost in thought. Sigh. He suddenly sighed in frustration, then closed his eyes directly, even relaxing his grip on the fishing rod, letting the fishing line drift away. What's wrong? The once proud Lord Heng Yi would one day show such an expression. It's truly unexpected. An old man's teasing voice came from behind. When Heng Yi heard his voice, he became furious, sulking and not looking back, saying, Yongyi, if you came to make fun of me, you can leave now. Ha! I'm just a memento of your conscious world. Where else could I go? Haven't you already understood? Heng Yi walked over to Heng Yi, put down his wooden cane, sat beside him, and wore a warm smile that Heng Yi would never forget, as vivid and eternal as the memories from 1,000 years ago. I certainly know you. You all have long since left. Heng Yi turned around and looked at the wooden house not far behind him. He hadn't been inside for a long time, since he realized that this was merely an illusion created by his consciousness. He refrained from indulging in the beautiful emptiness of the imagined past. Do you want to go back and take a look with me? As my subconscious, can you stop tempting me? I need to wake up quickly. I have plans to meet someone again. You know I'm your subconscious, so I will only do what you most want to do, but haven't been able to. You're afraid to go out. You're scared to see them. Why? Heng Yi knelt down, hugged his legs, and buried his head deeply between them, curling up into a ball. After a while, his muffled voice came out. It's so embarrassing. I boasted before that I could protect them, that I could help them. I thought no evil spirit could defeat me except for Musin. It hurts my face. In less than 3 months, I've been killed twice. It's so embarrassing, Heng Yi. How can I be so useless? I'm talking about Tan, Fu Jun, Xiao Run, and Lord Zhu, because they are all such good people. So probably no one will blame me. But I really feel so useless. The old man listened to him, venting his frustrations, sighed, and shook his head. Silly brother. How can you be getting worse as you live on? You're not even as good as 1,000 years ago, weaker than a child in their teens. Heng Yi, upon hearing this, buried his head even deeper, like an ostrich that had lost all hope, wanting only to bury its head in the sand. And you are indeed quite arrogant, having been so for a long time, always talking about how the world is so big and wanting to see it, seeking something about yourself, claiming that you are unique. You were like this even as a child. Hey, that's enough. You're getting impatient. But everything I say is exactly what you think I would say, isn't it? Isn't that how you feel? Just as Heng Yi was about to get angry out of embarrassment, Heng Yi finally decided to let him off the hook. All right, one last thing, he said seriously while looking at Heng. You need to understand that you're just a doctor. Beyond saving lives, you are truly useless. Heng Yi opened his mouth wide, speechless as he stared at his brother. After he finished speaking, his brother stood up calmly, brushed off non-existent dust, and turned to leave. Hey, Heng Yi, where are you going? Take me with you. No, I can't take you with me. You still have things to do, and there are people waiting for you outside. You have to keep your word. Go on, Heng Yi reached out his hand to grasp the figure that could no longer be touched. However, it was merely an illusion, a dream that had passed. Under the eaves in front of the century-old locust tree in the butterfly house's backyard, Butterfly Kanahui sat quietly, waiting for Heng Yi's figure, which she did not know when would appear. It had been a full 7 days since the battle on the Infinity Train, and Heng Yi, who had promised to meet Tanjiro at the butterfly house, showed no signs of awakening. News from the main residence also indicated that all of Heng Yi's splits known to the Demon Slayer Corps were still asleep. Kanahui had secretly contacted Tamayo and received the same response. It might be that the continuous loss of splits had caused too much damage to Mr. Heng Yi's essence. So he, like Nezuko, chose to restore energy through sleep. If this is the case, we can only wait patiently. After receiving this reply from Tamayo, Kanahui and Shinobu were at a loss and could only report to their lord, then send team members to continue waiting at the various locations where his splits existed. Miss Kanahui. Lost in thought, Kanahui heard the voice of a young man. She looked over and found that it was Tanjiro. Tanjiro, are your injuries completely healed? Yes, Tanjiro said, touching his injured lower abdomen. Thanks to Mr. Heng Yi's treatment. I can't believe such an injury could heal in just 7 days. He then looked at the large locust tree in front of him and asked dejectedly, has Mr. Heng Yi still not returned today? Kanahui looked at him gently. Not yet. Mr. Heng Yi is probably a bit tired. He has been very busy lately, and he hasn't even been sleeping. It's good for him to take this time to rest. Isn't it? Huh? Mr. Heng Yi doesn't he sleep at all? Well, Shinobu and I asked him, and he said, I can't sleep when I'm awake. And when I die, I sleep for 50 years. That's what he said. Ah, so when he is awake and doesn't he sleep? Doesn't he get tired? Kanahui shook her head. Mr. Heng Yi's body structure, if I had to describe it, is somewhat human-like yet not quite human. Essentially, he is different from humans, but the functioning of his bodily systems and organs is still somewhat similar to that of humans. So, although he can continuously die and come back to life, he doesn't possess the powerful strength like demons. The most powerful thing about him is his self-created bloodline tendrils. Are those the blood-red, whip-like things that extend from Mr. Heng Yi's body? Actually, those are Mr. Heng Yi's blood vessels. They've been altered to serve as attack methods and have reduced the internal blood volume. Otherwise, after a few attacks, he would lose the ability to move due to excessive blood loss. Did Mr. Heng Yi tell you all this? Kanahui tilted her head and smiled, recalling the time when she and Shinobu were trying to study Heng Yi, which left them in a mess. To be precise, we pressured him for answers. He wasn't willing to share. Hey, it's always others on my dissection table. How could I be someone else's guinea pig? All right, just this once. Hey, is that enough? Over there. No, you can't do that. That has too much. I'll remember you two little troublemakers. As Kanahui reminisced, her smile grew more pronounced, but her eyes glistened with tears. Liar, he forgot us. Miss Kanahui? Tanjiro looked at her with concern, just as she was about to assure him that she was fine when a voice came from under the tree. Liar? Are you talking about me? They stared blankly at the blue eyes of the white-haired man, leaning against the locust tree beneath the dappled shade. I never lie, little Xiang, Tan. I'm back. Chapter 68. The rude owl of middle-aged Tanjiro and I are going out. Please be careful on the road, and Tanjiro, take care of Mr. Heng Yi. Yes. Leave it to me. Hey, you're being a bit dramatic. I'm not going to run off. I'm just visiting Fukuoka to report my safety. Heng Yi looked at the gentle smiles of Kanai and Tanjiro, shaking his head helplessly. I'm also very worried about his health. The technique he used last, the breath of flame, seems to come at the cost of burning his life away. This kid really doesn't care about the consequences when fighting. Hearing this, Tanjiro recalled the earth-shattering move that Kaijiro used just before dawn that day, a technique so bright and hot it seemed even more dazzling than the sun. Did using it really not require any cost? Please come back early. Your health isn't stable, is it? The connection with the main house and other places is weak, and we are very worried about you. Moreover, her smile grew even brighter. Shinobu hasn't returned from her mission yet. If she comes back and doesn't see you, she will definitely be angry. You're right. Then she will pull my ear and nag me nonstop. I'll be back soon. I promise I won't run around anymore. After waving goodbye to Kanai, Heng Yi and Tanjiro set off towards the Rengoku residence. Have your injuries really healed completely, Tanjiro? Yes, I'm completely fine now. Thank you for your concern. How about you? Are you really okay? Heng Yi waved his hand, saying it's fine. I can feel that those bodies are still sleeping well, and there's no big problem. Didn't we all use a body to move around for hundreds of years before doing these bodies? It's just going back to how it was before. Tanjiro hesitated a bit, wanting to ask something, but seeming too shy to speak up. Heng Yi found it somewhat amusing to see him like this. After all, this was the Iron-Head boy who had the audacity to shout despicable at Upper Moon 3 and even threw a knife at him. Yet in front of him, he was so hesitant to even ask a question. Just ask whatever you want directly. I have nothing to hide from you. As for what I didn't mention before, I just thought it wasn't necessary. If you want to know, I'll tell you everything. Looking at Heng Yi's youthful face and warm smile. If it weren't for Kanei telling Tanjiro about Heng Yi's past, he would never have guessed that he had lived for 1,000 years. Moreover, just a few days ago, he had truly turned to ash before his eyes, leaving no body behind. He felt a pang of sorrow for the smiling Heng Yi, shook his head, and said, I don't have anything I want to ask you. It's just, his expression turned very sad, and his eyes began to redden. It must have been so difficult for you to get to where you are today, enduring these endless years alone. If it were me, I definitely couldn't have persisted for so long on my own. You are truly remarkable. That's why Mr. Heng Yi is not a weak person at all. Heng Yi stared in astonishment at Tanjiro's eyes filled with admiration. He had been praised by others before, but it was the first time he felt such concern from such a small child. Even though his skin had become as thick as a city wall over the years, he couldn't help but feel a bit shy. Moreover, Miss Kanei said that sometimes you wake up and a long time has passed, with many old friends no longer around. How sad that must make you feel. Heng Yi couldn't help but pat the head of this gentle child, comforting him. After every awakening, I lose some memories, more or less. Just like how ordinary people easily forget those they've only met once or twice. After a long time, they might forget things they've experienced or even done themselves. In the 1,000 years of my intermittent life, I've forgotten countless people and events, and many important things I only remember vaguely, so I'm actually not that sad, because I can't recall many things clearly. However, this comfort had the opposite effect. Tanjiro felt that Heng Yi was even more miserable after hearing this, looking at him with teary eyes. Fortunately, as they were talking, they had already arrived at their destination. From a distance, Heng Yi saw the iconic owl head of the Rengoku family and trotted over, pulling Tanjiro along who didn't know how to comfort him. Fukuoka, no. This is a little owl, right? Sorry, you must be Fukuoka's younger brother. I'm undead Chuan Heng Yi. The little owl was left confused, stunned by Heng Yi's rapid-fire words until he heard the last part of the introduction. "Ah, you are the esteemed undead Chuan Heng Yi that my brother mentioned. I am Rengoku Senjuro." He looked at Heng Yi excitedly, continuously expressing his gratitude. "My brother told me everything about the infinite train battle. If it weren't for you, he said he might not have been able to return home alive. I really thank you." Very well. Having failed to comfort one child, and now encountering another who was teary-eyed, these kids really had tear ducts that were more developed than the last. Just as Heng Yi was about to resign himself to continuing to comfort the child, an impatient voice came from the courtyard. "What are you making noise about so early in the morning?" "Senjuro, don't chat with boring people over there. There's no sake left. Go get me some." Heng Yi looked over and found that it was a middle-aged owl with a scruffy beard, looking to be in his 40s. "Very good, very powerful gene. The whole family shares the same appearance, but he seemed more familiar than Fukukuan, as if he had seen him somewhere before." "No, father. This is Lord Undying Chuan Heng Yi, the one who saved my brother," Senjuro explained eagerly, but before he could finish, his father disdainfully interrupted him. "TCH useless. I've said it long ago, this untalented little brat. Even if he becomes a swordsman, he'll just be waiting to be rescued by others. It wouldn't be surprising if he died at any moment. This time he just got lucky and you saved him. Boring, useless." This statement left both Heng Yi and Tanjiro dumbfounded, but he hadn't finished yet. "Human abilities are determined at birth. The chosen few are just a handful. The rest are mediocre, all insignificant mediocrities. Senjuro is the same. If this continues, he will surely meet his demise. It's better to give up early to avoid others paying a huge price to save him time and again." He glanced at Heng Yi, seemingly recognizing him, but showed no intention of inviting him in or talking. "Put away that cowardly expression, Senjuro. Don't just stand there in a daze." Before Heng Yi could speak, Tanjiro couldn't hold back anymore and stepped forward to argue. "Hey, what you said is too much. Please don't say that about Rengoku-san. He is not what you say he is. And who are you? In any case, you are not allowed to step into my house. I am from the Demon Slayer Corps." Crack. Before Tanjiro could finish, the sake jar in his hand slipped and shattered on the ground, and his expression suddenly turned to one of shock and anger. You're the user of the sun breathing, aren't you?" "Huh? Sun breathing? Sun breathing?" Tanjiro repeated in confusion, while Heng Yi pondered, feeling that this term was like a small stone thrown into his heart, causing ripples. Among the circles of Heart Lake ripples, there was that familiar yet unfamiliar silhouette, tied up in a high red ponytail, slightly bowing his head. "Is it you? Who are you?" Here it comes again. That feeling of both longing and fear, inexplicably contradictory and entangled, making Heng Yi feel extremely irritated. Meanwhile, the rude middle-aged owl had already rushed towards Tanjiro, reaching out to grab him. "TCH, how can you bully my child right in front of me? No manners." Heng Yi immediately reached out to block him, grabbing his wrist. It seemed that in order to see Akisengiro, he had to fight this rude middle-aged owl first. Chapter 69, That Man, However. How could the current Flame Hashira's father be just an ordinary middle-aged man? The moment Heng Yi grabbed his wrist, he felt the strength he used to shake him off was completely beyond that of an ordinary person. What a nuisance. Saying this, he had already reversed the hold and was planning to push Heng Yi down. "I'm afraid I won't be able to withstand his blows, TSK. Heng secretly cursed it as terrible while releasing bloodline tendrils from his hand, which shot out like needles, forcing him to let go of his hand. Heng Yi noticed that the middle-aged owl's expression changed again, and this time the change was comparable to seeing a ghost appear right in front of him. Hey, I'm not a ghost. It's broad daylight. You can relax. We're not here to find you." Heng Yi was afraid that he would charge over and clash with him. He had no intention of using bloodline tendrils to battle against the former pillar-level swordsman, based on his skills, in broad daylight in the city. Fortunately, although his expression remained ferocious, he indeed showed no intention of rushing over to continue fighting. Heng Yi could only see some more complex emotions in his eyes. "You and he unexpectedly met all the characters written in the book today." He laughed self-deprecatingly, then became furious. "You too? Are you here to laugh at us, talentless people? Huh? What on earth are you talking about since just now? Book? You mentioned a book, right? How? Does your family have a record of me?" This was not surprising. After all, Heng Yi had known the ancestors of the Purgatory family for 400 years, although he could no longer remember their appearances and names. "It seems I don't look too good in the records. What about Tantan? What is the sun breathing? Is it the breathing technique he uses?" He would have been fine not mentioning Heng Yi, but as soon as this was brought up, he looked even angrier, his golden hair seeming to catch fire. Are you pretending to be foolish with me? The breath of the sun, the original breathing technique, the strongest divine skill. All other breathing techniques are merely its inferior imitations. Poor copies that fail to capture its essence. That little brat, the one wearing those earrings, only users of the breath of the sun would wear those earrings. And you, the companion of the breath of the sun swordsman, the immortal wielding a strange blood whip akin to a demon's technique. How could you not know what I'm talking about? Heng Yi really doesn't know. He truly can't remember anything about that person. Mr. Heng Yi has suffered 2 fatal traumas and has lost a lot of memories. He really doesn't remember. Tanjiro shouted from behind Heng Yi, please stop making things difficult for him. But the man didn't believe it. Stop fooling me. He is an immortal who has surpassed human limits. And you little brat, who can use the breath of the sun? Stop fooling me. Father. As soon as the words fell, a voice came from inside the door, sounding as lively as ever. Rengoku rushed out from the house, having heard the commotion at the front door. Oh, Fukukuin, Mr. Rengoku. As soon as he came out and saw his father about to explode with anger, he immediately stood in front of Heng Yi, facing his father's fury head-on. Unfilial son, get out of the way. Please calm down. Have you forgotten? A few years ago, it was Mr. Heng Yi who came to our home to treat mother. This statement had a tremendous effect, almost instantly extinguishing his anger like a sudden downpour. And in an instant, it drained his spirit. Heng Yi didn't know if it was his own illusion, but he seemed to have even bent his back a little, looking like a drenched rat after being caught in the rain. Then, he surprisingly ignored everyone and turned to leave, muttering that name continuously. Tanjiro, seeing him act this way, stepped forward with concern and asked, Sir, are you okay? He looked very sad. Kaijiro shook his head, gazing at his father's retreating figure with a calm, yet slightly lost expression. This was the first time Tanjiro had seen him show such an expression. But when he turned back, he wore the same spirited smile as before. Sorry about that, Mr. Heng Yi. And young Kamadu, please come quickly. Don't move. And don't be afraid. I'll check your body. Yes. Please feel free to do so. I won't resist. Keep your voice down. Yes. How is your condition? The last time I saw your body shatter into ashes was truly worrying. Has this kid always had such a loud voice? Can you not be so loud when we're this close? It's fine. I only have minor issues here. Just don't speak. Let me check properly. Yes. Only a little quieter than before. Forget it. Sure enough, after Heng Yi checked and retracted his blood vessels and tendrils, he looked at Kaijiro and found his expression unchanged. Still that spirited look. The last move you used was at the cost of burning your life, right? The depletion of your vitality is quite severe. This won't be easy to recover from. Yes, I know. At that time, I was prepared to die, just hoping to kill Upper Moon 3. So I used it without hesitation. But the result can only be said to be, as expected of a demon under Musen, their escapability is top-notch. Tanjiro stood behind Heng Yi, and Senjuro stood behind Kaijiro, both frowning as they watched them. If it weren't for you, I probably wouldn't even have the chance to sit here, but I don't regret it. However, Kaijiro, who was being worried about by the two, seemed completely unconcerned. After all, our mission is to protect the weak. Although we didn't manage to kill him this time, as long as I'm alive, I won't stop. If I meet Upper Moon 3 again, I will still give it my all. Heng Yi looked at him, laughing and patting his shoulder. Oh, that's really great. I'm so glad I saved you. Don't worry. I'll take care of your body, and I guarantee you'll be back to normal in less than half a year. Heng Yi knows best how to repair his body. After all, he has studied how to compensate for the life that has been advanced. Why am I researching this? Several scenes flashed through his mind, him trekking through deep mountains and forests with a man, seemingly searching for something. He couldn't help but fall into memories, trying to grasp that fleeting memory. Meanwhile, Xing Shoulang looked at the suddenly changed Heng Yi and recalled what he had been told by the Lord a few days ago. He took the book that he had asked Qian Shoulang to get and handed it to Heng Yi. I learned all about Mr. Heng Yi from the Lord. I didn't expect so much to happen in just a few months. Heng Yi came back to his senses and saw the book he handed over. The book of the 21st generation flame pillar. I also heard some of my father's words just now about the swordsman wearing the sun wheel earrings and using the sun breathing technique, and whether the fire god Kagura mentioned by the Kamadu boy is actually the sun breathing. We do not know. My father has never spoken to me about it, but he said that the book documenting you and that swordsman should be this one. I hope this book can help you and the Kamadu boy. Kenji's eyes sparkled, and Tanjiro quickly expressed his gratitude. Thank you, Mr. Rengoku. Finally, who exactly is that man? Chapter 70, Illusions. When Kenji happily held up the book, he felt something was off about it. Upon opening it, he wondered if there was a mouse infestation at home. Akaza, who didn't understand why Heng Yi asked that, leaned in to take a look and saw that almost every page of the book was torn and unrecognizable. Yet none were completely destroyed. They were still connected in a chaotic, layered manner, as if chewed by mice. Looking at the title, this must be an important book. Akaza nodded. Yes. The Book of the Flame Pillars passed down through generations of our Rengoku clan is a significant item that has always been carefully preserved by the heads of the family. So, is it your father? Heng Yi looked down at the fragmented pages, wishing they could speak and tell him about the sealed history and the forgotten people. I'm afraid so. I'm very sorry. Akizukuro solemnly apologized to Heng Yi, thinking that at least he could repay him a little in this matter and help the Kamado boy resolve some doubts. However, he didn't expect that he would be a loss for words. Perhaps he had always thought that his father was merely in a state of despair after the loss of his mother. But he never anticipated that he had even destroyed the crucial records of their family's heritage. Heng Yi finally gave up the thought of finding the past from his broken book. He also sensed that this book was a completely dead object, with no lingering remnants left on it. It seems that if he wanted to recover memories about that man, he would have to think of other ways. Well, forget it. There's no need to blame yourself. It has nothing to do with you two. He turned around and made eye contact with Tanjiro, seeing the same sentiment reflected in his eyes. This was originally a matter between him and Tan, and it was just about continuing the search, nothing to worry about. Yes, please don't feel sorry. Tanjiro echoed from behind Heng Yi. After returning the book to Kaijuro and giving him some medicine, Heng Yi and Tanjiro planned to take their leave from the Rengoku family. However, before they left, Heng Yi handed a folded piece of paper to Kaijuro and instructed, "This is for your father. If he doesn't read it, just tell him it's a letter left by your mother." Huh? Mother? Kaijuro was taken aback. No, of course not. I don't even remember treating you at your house. How could there be a letter left by your mother? I was just trying to tease him. Then what is this? Heng Yi smiled slyly, keeping secrets, but don't worry, it's nothing harmful to him. He just wants him to have a good sleep. Fujun, don't peek. Xing Shoulang looked at the paper with confusion, but still nodded in agreement. After bidding farewell to Heng Yi and Tanjilang at the entrance of the Rengoku family home, Xing Shoulang curiously asked his brother Xing Shoulang, "Brother, why does Mr. Heng Yi call you Fujun? Does it have any special meaning? Also, he has never called my name." Xing Shoulang looked at his brother, his tone carrying a barely noticeable tenderness. Mr. Heng Yi, because of his special body and abilities, has paid some inexplicable price, such as forgetting slightly more complicated names as soon as he turns his head. And for example, like now, he can't remember that he once came to our house to treat our mother. He looked at his brother with gentle eyes. You were too young back then, so you might have forgotten, but you have actually met Mr. Heng. You even pulled on his sleeve and cried, asking him for help. Huh? Xing Shoulang blushed at his brother's words, feeling embarrassed about his childhood tears. Then he looked around, seemingly wanting to change the topic, casually saying, "So Mr. Heng Yi is just like me, having forgotten things from a long time ago." Actually, what he said wasn't entirely accurate. Those things weren't that long ago. And Heng Yi didn't forget the past because of age. However, when Xing Shoulang heard him say that, he suddenly felt a sense of awakening. Perhaps. You have a point. Huh? I think we can write a letter to Mr. Heng Yi sharing your thoughts. Perhaps he can find a reason why he always forgets things and figure out a way to solve it. He smiled and patted his brother's head. You're amazing. Xing Shoulang looked at his brother's warm smile, remembering that he almost never got to see him again. And couldn't he help but feel his eyes welling up, silently thanking Heng Yi once more. Not at all. It would be great if I could help Mr. Heng Yi. The two brothers turned and returned to the mansion. The setting sun hanging low in the sky elongated their shadows. At the end of the street, their father, returning home with a drink, staggered along the way. Hey, why the sigh? Are you disappointed that you couldn't learn about the origins of Hinakami Kagura? On the other side, Heng Yi, who was heading home with Tanjilang, heard his sigh and teased him. A little bit, but more so about my own disappointment. Tanjilang felt disheartened that he couldn't help during the final battle on the Infinity Train. I'm still too weak. There are at least 6 more powerful enemies, including Muzan. In such battles, I can't even help you guys. The more he spoke, the more frustrated he became. He had wanted to understand the origins of Hinakami Kagura and then ask Mr. Rengoku to guide him in his training, because even knowing the order of the dance forms, he couldn't use them freely. He thought he could find out why this was happening, but unexpectedly, he felt utterly useless. Every time he thought he had made progress, he would find even stronger enemies ahead. Although Heng Yi still didn't remember what Tanjilang was like in the past, he always felt that this child shouldn't be so easily discouraged. Maybe it's because we fought together. Heng Yi thought this and suddenly stopped, starting to pat Tanjiro's back repeatedly. Oh, don't think like that. How old are you? And how old is that old demon from the upper ranks? Fuku-kun wasn't this strong from the start either. I believe in you, and you should believe in yourself too. Given time, you will definitely become a swordsman as strong as the Hashira. Tanjiro, being patted around, couldn't help but ask him, Mr. Heng Yi, why do you trust me so much? Heng Yi's hand stopped on his back. Then he squinted his eyes to hide his beautiful blue gaze and confidently answered, Intuition. Tanjiro was speechless, but he was inspired by Heng Yi's blind confidence, and he also perked up again. Yes, I won't let you down. Then he suddenly remembered the paper Heng Yi had given to Kaijiro at the entrance of the purgatory and curiously asked about it. Oh, you mean that? Didn't I feed that to Shiyu? And then I researched a new technique based on my own experience. Hey, what kind of look is that? I'm not using him as an experiment. Heng Yi crossed his arms and said, I just want to wake him up. Open your eyes. Don't sleep anymore. Don't wait until it's too late to regret losing something. Take it away. No matter what it is, don't bother me. Just as Heng Yi predicted, Rengoku Shinjiro didn't let Kaijiro finish his words and kept pushing him out. Kaijiro silently apologized and, as Heng Yi suggested, deceived his father. This is a letter left by Mother. She had previously left it with Mr. Heng Yi. Since Mr. Heng Yi couldn't remember who it was, he returned it to us. What? Sure enough, this flawed explanation was something that would make their father, who questioned everything when it came to their mother, accept it without a second thought. He hurriedly picked up the paper, and as soon as he opened it, he was about to get angry because it was just a blank piece of paper with a bright red mark on it, faintly emitting an almost imperceptible fragrance. Oh no, this is that bastard's trick. Kaijiro saw his father's eyes roll back before he fell asleep. He approached to check, but after catching a whiff of that scent, he collapsed as well. What if Mr. Mr. Kaijiro, also falls for it? That would be even better. Huh? Just in time to test whether this technique works, the father and son can have a good sleep together. Mr. Ichi, did you just let something slip? What exactly is that technique? I've given it a name, Mirror Flower, Water Moon. It creates reality within a dream. It appears flawless, yet remains ethereal and elusive. However, upon waking, one wouldn't feel it was just a grand dream. Just like the Eternal One in Ichi's conscious world is actually the Eternal One as perceived by Ichi, which is the image of his brother Eternal One in his heart. In that dream, they see the most cherished people, appearing like flowers in a mirror and the moon in water, manifesting as they envision them in their hearts. For those who suffer in the world, indulging in illusions momentarily is just a way to give them a stronger reason to persist and fight on. Sleep now. There's everything in dreams. Chapter 71. You did well. He knew he shouldn't be here, but in the sunlit courtyard, his eldest son was guiding his youngest son in practicing sword techniques, while his wife sat nearby, smiling and watching them. He should be here. He longed to be here. If only time could freeze at this moment. He sat beside his wife, murmuring. However, the Hellfire Ruka beside him heard his words and turned to look at him, asking, Why do you say that, my husband? Looking at his wife's rosy face, Ikir realized he had not seen her so healthy for a long time. It's just a dream, just a dream. Yet, as he gazed into his wife's wise eyes, always focused on him, he couldn't help but pour out everything to her. This is all we need. After all, we mere mortals can achieve nothing. He even dared not meet her gaze, turning his eyes to the children in the courtyard. No matter how hard he tried, it was futile. He thought the wife in his dream would scold him for his weakness, but rather, he just wanted to hear her voice, whatever it might be. Yet she only looked at him gently, slowly placing her right hand on his large hand, holding it lightly. You must have been very sad in my absence, right? He was shocked, staring at his wife, mouth agape, but unable to say anything. For his cheerful, fiery husband to utter such words. It must have been a hard truth to accept. Feeling the warmth of her delicate hand in his palm, hearing her understanding words, Ikir's vision blurred, and tears fell uncontrollably. His wife did not mock his weakness. Instead, she, just like him a moment ago, shifted her gaze to their sons in the courtyard. If you're tired, take a break. The children have all grown up. She smiled brighter than the sun, noting how tall Akira had grown, and Chizuru too. What wonderful children we have, my husband. He buried his head deeper, struggling to hold back the sobs that threatened to escape his throat. Of course. How could I, the flame Hashira, not see my son's dazzling talent like a flame? Damn it, he cried, trembling all over, recalling his son who nearly lost his life. Feeling the gentle hand that stroked his back as tears fell like pearls from a broken string. It's all right, my husband. Everything will pass. Hikir now understood Chizuru. Every time he cried, he scolded him for being weak, unable to hold back tears, and now he realized that when truly heartbroken, the body cannot be controlled. Father, who is calling me? That voice, it must be Akira. Isn't he supposed to be teaching his younger brother swordsmanship? Why is he so urgently calling for me? Go back. Everything will be all right. No, I don't want to leave. I want to stay with you a little longer. Just a little longer, Ruka. Father. He suddenly opened his eyes to see Akira's worried face. Father, are you all right? Hearing his son's question, Akira sat up dazedly. The evening breeze was cool against his cheek, making it feel chilly. He wiped his face, realizing it was tears. He immediately turned away, presenting his back to his son. But unusually, he said nothing, neither scolding nor speaking sarcastically. Akira understood his father well, recalling the dream he just had. He guessed his father must have had a dream too, so he decided not to press further and planned to leave, giving his father some quiet time. Then you should rest for a while. I'll step out first. After saying this, Akira prepared to leave, but just then, Akira suddenly called out to him. Wait a moment. Akira stopped, looking at his father curiously. Yes, father, is there something else? You. It seems like you haven't spoken kindly in a long time. Ah, did you also fall asleep and dream about your mother? As he asked the question, he felt the atmosphere around them had become so tense that it was almost suffocating. Otherwise, why was it so quiet and awkward? Akira was initially surprised, but quickly regained his composure. Yes, father, I also smelled the strange scent left by Mr. Ichi on that paper and dreamed about mother. He recalled the dream from earlier, unable to suppress a smile, revealing a childlike satisfaction. That dream felt so real. For a moment, I truly thought mother had returned. Remembering how he had acted like a child, being affectionate towards his mother in the dream, Akira felt a bit embarrassed. Akira thought the same. Yet he had been too busy crying to have a proper conversation with his wife. What did your mother say to you? Akira did not answer immediately. Akira, not hearing his response, grew impatient. Just answer me honestly. Yes. Akira lowered his head, recalling that brief yet beautiful dream. I asked mother if I had fulfilled my duties as she taught me, done what I was supposed to do, and helped those I should help. Then he looked up and loudly repeated his mother's answer. Mother said, you did well. Akira felt his wife's voice echoing in his ears, overlapping with his son's voice. Once again, he couldn't help but feel his eyes redden, but fearing his son would see him in such a weak state. He pretended to be impatient and waved his hand. I see. You can go now. Yes, father. Listening to Akira leave the room, Akira looked up at the sky, which had not yet completely darkened. Indeed, it was a brief dream, lasting only as long as a sunset, hardly worth calling a dream. Yet Akira had to admit he was genuinely comforted, as if it had not been a dream at all, but truly his wife's spirit returning to be with him and their son. Thinking of this, he turned to look for it and caught sight of the letter left by Akira on the table inside, supposedly written by his wife. He got up, walked over, picked up the letter, and looked at the bloodstains on it. Indeed, I've owed that guy quite a bit. Meanwhile, Tanjiro and Ichi, who had reached the entrance of the butterfly mansion, spotted a familiar figure from a distance, enveloped in a visible black-purple aura of resentment, wielding two large kitchen knives. Heng Yi and Tanjiro both recognized him, but before they could greet him, they heard him roar and swing the kitchen knife, creating an afterimage as he charged towards Tanjiro. Ah, Mr. Steel Tomb. Tanjiro was taken aback and instinctively wanted to turn and run. Heng Yi, standing beside him, merely smiled slightly, stepped forward to block him, and calmly said, Yo, Akira, long time no see. The sound of Akira, trying to stop himself by scraping his soles against the ground, was heard. Yes, Uncle Heng Yi, it's been a while. I heard you were injured, but now that I see you're fine, it's truly a relief. He was clearly not angry, only suppressing his rage as he spoke, his clenched molars making some words come out muffled. Tanjiro, hiding behind Heng Yi, trembled and let out a breath. This was a chase that had already ended before it even began. Ichi smiled as he approached, ignoring the knife in the man's hand. He wrapped an arm around the man's shoulder and led him towards the butterfly house, turning his head to wink at Tanjiro. Sometimes, I feel that Mr. Steel Grave is even more terrifying than the demons. But thankfully, with Mr. Ichi around, he will be saved. Chapter 72. Yoshiwara Pleasure District. Yoshiwara Pleasure District, located in Tokyo, is Japan's premier red light district and the only area in the city where courtesans are permitted to operate. As the sound Hashira, Tenjin Yuzi, mentioned, it is the pinnacle of beauty and desire in all of Japan, yet it is also a breeding ground for humanity's original sins and deaths. It is a sleepless city surrounded by red lanterns, a lavish den where celebrities and politicians linger. Yet it is also a place where few women chase their dreams and find themselves trapped like birds in a cage. All forms of love, passion, class, and conflict converge here, intertwining to create stories that are passed down through generations. As noon approached, the time when the sun's energy is at its peak, this opulent pleasure district was at its quietest moment. A man with white hair and blue eyes stood in front of a courtesan house bearing a sign from that time. He looked up at the sign and entered the establishment. Although it was daytime, as soon as he stepped inside, a male courtesan greeted him. "Sir, it's still early. We haven't opened for business yet." The man was much taller than him and smiled kindly as he looked down. "I'm not a customer. My name is Heng Yi Fushiguro. I've been entrusted by Lord Arai to conduct a physical examination for the redemption of the courtesan Koi Natsu. Please inform the owner and the proprietress." Doctor, please wait here. I'll go notify the boss and the madam right away." "All right." Heng Yi watched the hurried figure leave and sat down in the hall, recalling the reasons for coming here. It has been over 3 months since the battle with the infinite train, and during this time, Heng Yi spent most of it recuperating. As Zhu Yi mentioned, the damage to Heng Yi's original form from the collapse of 2 separated bodies in a short period was more severe than originally thought. The inability to contact the main body and other separated forms at will, along with the significant decline in physical abilities, all indicated this outcome. Therefore, apart from preparing medicine for the Lord and Rengoku Kyujuru before heading to the main residence to report the battle results and contacting Zhu Yi to continue advancing the human transformation drug experiment, Heng Yi essentially rested under the locust tree in the Butterfly Mansion. In these 3 months, the Demon Slayer Corps had not received any intelligence about demons stronger than the lower moon, and although demons still roamed, the collected intelligence indicated that the 12 Kazuki had almost vanished without a trace. Heng Yi recalled the scene he had seen from the perspective of Lower Moon 1 in that brief dream, where he was pierced by Musen's blood, surrounded by large bloodstains and even dismembered limbs in that otherworldly setting, and made a conjecture. "I'm just guessing, could it be that Musen recycled all the Lower Moons he deemed useless, only leaving Lower Moon 1 behind to disgust us?" Heng Yi analyzed Yao Zai in this way, but due to a lack of more intelligence, the two did not come to any further conclusions. As time passed day by day, one day, while resting in a tree, Heng Yi heard a commotion from the butterfly house outside. Suppressing his grumpiness from being woken up, he stepped out to see Tan Tan, Sparrow, and a wild boar confronting a beautifully dressed, white-haired man on the wall. Upon closer inspection, Heng Yi became furious. "Hey, who are you? Why are you carrying my butterfly house's children? Get down and put Aoi down too." "Mr. Heng Yi." As soon as the 3 little ones from the butterfly house, Tara Shintai, Naka Harasumi, and Takeda Naho, saw Heng Yi, they rushed over, clamoring around him to complain about the violent white-haired man who had abducted medical staff for frontline infiltration tasks. "See, I told you if you want to carry out such missions, you should recruit female fighters. What's the deal with snatching my butterfly house as caregivers? It's completely absurd." However, before Heng Yi appeared, Tanjiro and the other 3 had already expressed their willingness to join him on the mission, and Yuzui Tenjin seemed to be agreeing. As soon as Heng Yi showed up, the girls from the butterfly house seemed to have found their backbone and ran over to complain. The taciturn Kanawa also joined in, making sounds of agreement. Yuzui Tenjin recognized Heng Yi and had no intention of continuing to trouble the girl he was carrying. But after hearing the girls refer to him as a violent white-haired man, he mischievously gave her a pat on the backside before putting her down. TSK. Heng Yi was somewhat intolerant of people who touched girls inappropriately, and since it was his own child, his anger doubled. Later, while standing in the back listening to Tianyuan explain the mission details to Santon and the other 2, making strange requests and uttering various bizarre statements that made him doubt if there was something wrong with his brain. He also listened to Shunkai Aoi introduce the person in front of him as the Sound Ashura. In the end, he said, "I'll go too." As soon as he said this, all the eyes in the room shifted to Heng Yi, most of which contained disapproval. "What the hell? You can't even leave this little girl alone, and you actually look down on my useful identity? I wouldn't dare." "But I did. Are you talking about being a doctor?" "Of course, and don't underestimate my information network. I do have some connections in the human world. However, I haven't had much contact with Yoshiwara. The reason is simple. Heng Yi has an inexplicable avoidance of suffering that he can see but cannot save, but that's another complicated backstory. In any case, in the end, he used his connections to enter the Yoshiwara brothel and, after some maneuvering, came to examine the body of the courtesan Kaiohana, who was about to be redeemed, in his capacity as a family doctor. "I'm truly sorry, Doctor. My boss has gone out and kept you waiting." Another handsome gentleman, Lord Arai sent someone yesterday to explain. It's really impressive that you're taking care of Lord Arai at such a young age. Not all, madam. You flatter me. As for the other matter, before coming this morning, Heng Yi had already met Yizui Tenjin, who had brought Santin and the others the night before. The appearance of two silver-haired, handsome individuals in succession was likely why the madam said that. Heng Yi followed the boss lady, softly chatting and making her laugh continuously, while discreetly inquiring about some news in the current room. Ha ha, you really have a way with words. We've arrived. I'll go in and talk to her now. Please wait a moment. No problem. Heng Yi stopped at the entrance of a delicate room, analyzing the possibility of evil spirits existing in this shop based on the trivial conversations he just had. Mr. Heng Yi, what are you doing here? Huh? Heng Yi heard a familiar voice and turned his head, only to burst out laughing. There was no other reason. He was looking at the girl in front of him, who had her hair styled in a spiky bun and was wearing the same kimono as his original Haori, resembling a female version of Tan. He couldn't help but find it amusing. Tanjiro didn't think much of it, as he knew it was all for the mission. Just as he was about to continue the conversation, the proprietress walked out from the Koi Summer Orin house. Upon seeing the two, she immediately said, "Oh, Tanko, what are you doing here? Did you offend the esteemed doctor? I'm sorry, she's new here since yesterday and doesn't quite understand the rules, so please don't take offense." Then she looked them over and wondered, could it be that the esteemed doctor knows Tanko? Of course. Heng Yi replied with a smile to the proprietress. "I don't know her. This is the first time I've met her today." "Oh, your name is Tanko, right? Nice to meet you, Tanko-chan." "Tanko, yes, hello. Esteemed doctor." Chapter 73. Residual bloodstains, please get up. The examination is over. All right. After saying this, Heng Yi left the inner room, first to give Koi Summer Oiran some time to tidy up her clothes. Before long, she gracefully walked out and greeted Heng Yi. "Thank you, Dr. Bazikawa. May I ask if there is any issue with my health?" "Rest assured, there is no illness. It's just that based on your pulse. It seems a bit weak in terms of energy and blood. Just pay attention to it in the future and consider using medicinal meals for nourishment." Hearing Heng Yi's response, Koi Summer nodded slightly, but Heng Yi noticed she seemed to have something to say. "What's wrong, Miss Koi Summer? Is there any other question?" Koi Summer shook her head. "It's nothing. I'm just a bit confused because Lord Arai has never mentioned anything about inviting a doctor." Heng Yi hurriedly explained, "Please don't misunderstand. Lord Niwa has no doubts about you, and his intention to redeem you is sincere." Seeing Heng Yi's anxious expression, Li Xia covered her face and laughed. "Please don't worry. I'm not angry about this. I'm just a bit curious." She lowered her head, thinking of her soon-to-be husband, and raised a simple and happy smile. "Of course I know he wouldn't. It's just that we talk about almost everything, and if he were to invite a doctor like you, he would probably let me know." Heng Yi felt like he'd taken a big bite of dog food, sweet and blissful, and decided to be a person who adds to the beauty of things. "So that's it. Then I will confess to you, I am indeed not the doctor from Lord Niwa's family," Heng Yi said with a frown. "I came to Lord Niwa to ask him to help me find my lost sister." Li Xiao looked surprised. And so Heng Yi immediately began to vividly recount a tragic story of siblings separated due to poverty, where the brother returned after completing his studies only to hear that his sister had been sold into a brothel. "That's how it is," Heng Yi said with a bitter smile. "I tried every means to find out, but all I learned was that my sister was ultimately sold into Yoshiwara." Li Xiao looked at Heng Yi with sympathy, realizing he had come to search for a family member. "Again? Ah, it's the child you encountered at the door just now, Tansy. She is also looking for her sister." Mentioning Tansy, Li Xiao recalled the twisted face of sadness she had when she talked about her sister yesterday. It was a collision of emotions. Heng Yi's eyelids twitched, and he said, "It seems that I really have a connection with that child." However, he heard Li Xia ask again, "Since it's to find relatives, why did you come as the family doctor of Lord Xianjing?" Heng Yi said with a smile that it was in response to Lord Shinjo's feelings. "You once told him that you sometimes feel dizzy and have palpitations. Although it's not serious, he still took it to heart. When I asked him not to let me enter Yoshiwara as a guest, he only made this one request of me, which was a small favor, so of course I was happy to help." What an enviable relationship. Li Xia's face turned red from Heng Yi's words, and she felt increasingly warm inside. "Then let me help you. What is your sister's name? I can help you inquire." "Her name is..." I can't remember the names of the 3 wives of the deity in charge of the magnificent festival. What's wrong? "Ah, I also don't know her current name. It seems she changed her name after being sold to Yoshiwara, which is why I feel like a headless fly, frantically seeking help." As a doctor, Heng Yi saying he was frantically seeking help truly sounded absurd. "I see, what a pity. How about her previous name or appearance? I've met some children from other houses, so perhaps I've seen her as well." Her name is Xiaoa. She has black hair and purple eyes, with a beauty mark on her left eye. After thinking for a long time, Heng Yi could only remember part of one of Tian Yuan's wives' names and said it out loud. Xiaoa, huh? We actually don't have any children by that name in our current house, and her appearance doesn't match either. I see, what a pity. That wouldn't be the case. Heng Yi remembered that this wife of Tian Yuan had infiltrated Kayagaka House. Suddenly, Heng Yi seemed to recall something and slapped his thigh, right? Perhaps you could recommend me to the landlady. I can treat all the courtesans in the current house who need medical attention for free. Ah, this would delay you. How could that be? On one hand, this is what a doctor should do, and on the other hand, I can also use this opportunity to gather information about my sister. What a great opportunity. Then I'll trouble you with this. Heng Yi's plan was to persuade the current owner of the brothel to promote him to several other brothels. After all, a free doctor is worth seeing. He could use the excuse of providing medical treatment to search for Tian Yuan's wife, while also looking for hidden evil spirits in each brothel. As soon as the owner of the current brothel heard free, she immediately agreed happily and began to gather the courtesans of the brothel. Heng Yi got busy with great enthusiasm. After nightfall, Heng Yi sat on the rooftop of the current building, waiting for the promised meeting with Yuzui Tenjin. In a certain moment, he sensed something and turned his head, and indeed saw the suddenly appearing Yuzui Tenjin. Oh, you're here, truly worthy of being a ninja. Not a sound was made. But you noticed me. Heng Yi waved his hand and said, It's not me who discovered you, it's them. Heng Yi reached out his hand to gesture to him. A segment of bloodline tendrils gently swayed as if to say hello. You might not believe it, but my relationship with them is quite mysterious, more like symbiosis than subordination. He retracted them and talked about the findings from the Shuren house during the day, taking the opportunity to provide free consultations for the courtesans of the Shuren house. I sent them to investigate the room where your wife used to stay. He handed a booklet to Tenjin, and according to Tanjiro, this is the diary your wife left behind when she escaped. Tenjin took the diary, and without even opening it, declared, Fake, Sumo wouldn't write something like this. He looked up at Heng Yi, firmly defending his wife. Although she is a bit timid, she would never run away out of fear of demons. Of course. The most important thing is, Tenjin said seriously, she can't write. You're right, huh? Fine. No, I want to say I have other discoveries. Tenjin's sudden important explanation nearly made Heng Yi forget what he was originally going to say. Although that room had been cleaned, my bloodline tendrils still extracted blood from the tatami. Not much, it was human blood, and it had been left recently. Well, that basically confirms that a battle occurred there. But it's highly likely that Sumo was captured by the demon after being overpowered. Otherwise, there wouldn't be just this little bloodstain left. I thought the same. If there was indeed a demon lurking here, it would need to stock food, wouldn't dare to kill indiscriminately, and would likely capture new faces. Tenjin nodded in agreement, stating that since people were captured, there must be a place where they are held, and I will do my best to find that location. Heng Yi agreed, that's right. I will also continue to extend the bloodline tendrils to explore, but here, Heng Yi looked around helplessly. Although it was as bright at night as during the day, there was truly no vitality here apart from humans. Tian Yuan, upon hearing this, did not understand Heng Yi's meaning at first. After surveying the surroundings for a while, he grasped what Heng Yi meant. You mean there is nothing around, right? Not even a single tree, and very few flowers and grass. This greatly limited Heng Yi's ability to extend his bloodline tendrils and the speed of gathering intelligence. Tomorrow, I will go to the Ajimoto house. The current owner has already introduced me, and I will investigate that person, what was her name again, and see how the little wild boar is integrating. It's Maki. All right, then I'll trouble you, Mr. Heng Yi. Not at all. You go ahead and be busy. Tian Yuan nodded and instantly disappeared from the spot, making no sound just like when he arrived. Wow, such swift movement, appearing and disappearing without a trace. Heng Yi also stood up and stretched. No wonder it's the famous Yoshiwara. The night is bustling, bright as day. The red glow of the lanterns reflected in his blue eyes grew even deeper. Would the evil spirits hidden in the lantern-lit alleys mistake themselves for the living, even for a moment? After all, this is the place where human warmth is most abundant in the world. Chapter 74. The underground passage. Early the next morning, Heng Yi arrived at the Ajimotoya where Izanishin was hiding. Although the landlady was not particularly enthusiastic, she still received Heng Yi politely. However, he felt that she was secretly observing him, her gaze strange, with an indescribable fervor. I must be mistaken. How could a penniless doctor like me attract such attention? I heard that you became a doctor to search for your lost sister in Yoshiwara, right? As Heng Yi was still thinking this way, he heard the leading boss lady ask ahead, Oh, is that so? What are you going to do once you find her? Of course. The answer is to find a way to raise money to redeem my sister. Heng Yi replied with a bitter tone, as an older brother. How can I allow my younger sister to continue falling into the world of courtesans? Then, as if suddenly realizing he was in a brothel, he quickly added, I'm sorry. I didn't mean it that way. No, the madam remained very calm, saying, your thoughts are not wrong at all. Following that, she made a statement that Heng Yi couldn't quite understand. What a pity. What a pity about what? No, it's nothing. After that, she stopped speaking and silently led Heng Yi to a room, asking him to wait for a moment. Is something wrong? Just as the madam was about to leave the room, Heng Yi suddenly felt something and couldn't help but ask. Oh no, please don't mind it. The madam looked at Heng Yi strangely and shook her head as she left. Once the madam was gone, Heng Yi carefully sensed again and confirmed that the perceptions returned by the bloodline tendrils were not wrong. Beneath the Ajimoto house, the land had been excavated by something unknown, creating very narrow and small secret passages that extended very deep and far. Since there are almost no plant roots in Yoshiwara, the bloodline tendrils had already reached their limit without finding the end of these passages. Was it some kind of animal that dug this? No, what animal is that small? And why dig so deep? Moreover, there was an ominous blood aura still lingering in the soil. It must have been dug by a demon. Heng Yi was still trying to extend his bloodline tendrils, pondering how these channels were formed, when the proprietress led many courtesans from the Dagong house inside. Such a handsome doctor is actually offering free consultations? That's truly incredible. The courtesans who entered the room had some very cheerful personalities. They generously praised Heng Yi, and some even sat down and leaned in close, leaving Heng Yi with no extra space to think about anything else. Haha, it's not as great as you say. I'm here with a purpose, just to serve everyone a bit. Come on, line up one by one. However, for Heng Yi, who had been treating patients for 1,000 years, this was just a small scene. While he checked the pulses of the courtesans and provided treatment plans, he also mentioned that he was looking for his sister. You're looking for your sister? It's really sad to be separated from siblings. Can you tell us her name and appearance? We can help you look for her. Yes. My sister's name is Kay. She's hitting people. Just as Heng Yi was about to say the made-up name, Koharu, everyone in the room heard a loud noise from outside and the shouts of two women. The courtesan by the door couldn't contain herself and opened the door to see what was happening. However, before she could fully open it, the door was kicked down from the outside, and a beautiful girl crouched on the door panel, pinning her down. Heng Yi and the beautiful girl exchanged a glance and were both momentarily stunned. Then Heng Yi saw her grit her teeth and turn to run away. The other girls didn't pay attention to her. They hurriedly helped lift the fallen door and rescued the girl trapped underneath. Heng Yi quickly stepped forward to check if she was injured, thinking to himself, what a truly androgynous face. It's just that little wild Borkuin's leg muscles are too developed. I really apologize, Dr. Busukawa, not only for interrupting your consultation, but also for asking you to help treat the injured guest. I'm really sorry. I said, Piggy, hurry up and apologize. Since Heng Yi entered the Ajimoto shop, the usually calm proprietress was now pressing the head of the beautiful girl, Piggy-chan, and violently apologizing to Heng Yi. It's fine. What a spirited girl. Very good. Kenji's eye twitched as he waved his hand repeatedly, almost hearing the sound of the girl. Pig-chan, biting down on her silver teeth. Well then, I'll take my leave. Yes, please be careful on your way. As Kenji walked out of the Ajimoto house, he shook his head helplessly, not expecting that Inosuke could still be forgiven by the owner of the Ajimoto house despite everything. Indeed, Yoshiwara was a place that judged by appearances. After Heng Yi left the Ajimoto house, he waited at the agreed location with Tian Yuan and finally saw him appear after nightfall. He recounted to Tian Yuan everything that had happened during the day at the Ajimoto house, as well as his findings about some underground passages. He also mentioned the situation regarding Tinyuan's wife, who was rumored to be hiding. The courtesans at Ijimoto said she was ill and had locked herself in her room, not allowing anyone to see her. Remembering the events of the day, Heng Yi's expression turned serious. They had taken him to her room, and thanks to the commotion caused by the little wild boar earlier, they managed to open the door, but it was empty inside. The room was damaged in various places, looking as if it had gone through a battle. Based on the little wild boar's actions, it seemed that the demon might be hiding in the ceiling and the walls, quickly darting away when discovered, and judging by the narrow underground passage, this demon should be able to shrink itself to a slender form. He then comforted Tian Yuan, saying that there were no bloodstains or foul smells in the room, which meant she was likely still alive, just taken away. Tian Yuan nodded and said to Heng Yi, I can't thank you enough, Lord Heng Yi. I'll start digging from near the Immortal house tonight to see if I can find the demon's lair. I'll join you and point you in the right direction. After saying this, Heng Yi thought of something else, noting that he had yet to visit the Kayagika house. Given what had happened at the Immortal house today, the landlady seemed to have no intention of recommending him further. However, he had heard from the courtesans at Immortal that an unfortunate incident had occurred at the Kayagika house 3 days ago, where the landlady had accidentally fallen from a height and died. Heng Yi felt a bit strange. Most houses in Gun were only 2 stories tall, at most 3 stories. At that height, if someone accidentally fell, as long as they weren't falling headfirst, there should be no life-threatening danger. How could it be so coincidental that someone died from a fall? Moreover, have you, the landlady, investigated this? Tian Yuan shook his head and replied, after my wife lost contact, I did some investigation, but I found nothing. The people in Jingu were very secretive about this matter. Whenever I brought it up, they looked fearful. I was afraid of alarming the snake in the grass, so I didn't press further. Heng Yi nodded upon hearing this. Well, there really isn't a better way. Fortunately, the little sparrow is still around. We can ask him tomorrow if he has found out anything. For now, let's explore down the underground passage. Yes. Chapter 75, Companion. So, I have a ghost over there, but it looks like this. Like this. Well, you just wait a moment. Like this. Do you understand? Early in the morning, Tanjiro and Inosuk arrived at the predetermined meeting point. Before Tanjiro could speak, Inosuk had already entered the I'll act it out, you guess mode. However, watching Inosuk twist his hands excitedly like a crab, shouting it looks like this, Tanjiro really couldn't understand it all. Mr. Yuzui and Mr. Heng Yi, as well as Zenitsu, should be arriving soon. Just wait a moment before you continue. Ah, the white-haired tentacle uncle was also there yesterday. It was just like this, you know. Inosuk spread his arms wide like a great rock. The nickname you gave me is getting more and more ridiculous. And what does that even mean? I really can't comprehend it all. Suddenly, a voice sounded very close by, and Tanjiro and Inosuk realized they hadn't heard, seen, or felt at all which direction Heng Yi had come from. Mr. Heng Yi. Oh, white-haired uncle. Although the word tentacle was removed, it's still. Bang. Ouch. If you keep calling me uncle, I will keep hitting you. Hey, do you dare to fight back? Inosuk glared at Heng Yi while covering his head, looking furious but unable to voice it. Tanjiro looked at this familiar scene and sighed inwardly that Heng Yi always had this ability to force people who couldn't control their tempers to calm down. Whether it was Kanroji Mitsuri or Inosuk, they could always be strangely soothed in front of Heng Yi. Your behavior yesterday was simply alarming the snake in the grass. You almost ruined my infiltration operation. Couldn't you hold it in a little? Ah, how can I hold it in? The demon appeared right in front of me. How can I hold it in? Do you know the strength of the opponent? And you didn't even see the demon, yet you rushed in. Huh. Tanjiro retracted his conclusion that Inosuk would be calmed down. Unlike Kanroji, Inosuk just didn't know why he was suppressing the urge to fight Heng Yi. But they always ended up arguing like this when they met. Even Heng Yi seemed to have his emotional control level lower by him. Can't you balance it out with the little sparrow? He's too timid and trembles at the sight of a demon. You, on the other hand, are too reckless, charging in without even seeing a shadow of the demon. Can't you learn from Tanjiro? By the way, where's the little sparrow? Why hasn't he arrived yet? How would I know? He's gone missing. Suddenly appearing from the other side, Yuzi Tenjin also came in silently, but his words startled the other 3. He's missing? Heng Yi stood up in surprise and asked, when did this happen? By the way, how did you know? We only parted at dawn. I realized that the location of the ghost cave we found at night was very close to Jingjiu, so I went to Jingjiu first before coming here. Remembering that empty room where the wind seemed to arise from nowhere, Tian Yuan lowered his eyes and found that he had disappeared. Heng Yi rubbed his chin in thought. Could there be more than one ghost? In both Jingjiu house and Agbido house. Tian Yuan shook his head, still unable to discern any clear aura, making it impossible to determine the number and level of the ghosts. However, based on the characteristic that ghosts generally do not gather, there should only be one ghost here. And judging by the current investigation, this ghost's strength should not be underestimated. Then Tian Yuan expressed that he believed he had made a misjudgment in his decision to involve low-level team members like Tanjiro and non-combat personnel like Heng Yi in the operation. You're not suggesting we retreat now, are you? However, before he could finish his conclusion, Heng Yi interrupted him. Not to mention that our investigation has already made significant progress. We cannot ignore the fact that both Little Sparrow and your 3 wives are missing. Heng Yi walked over and patted his shoulder, knowing that you pillar-level swordsmen are very strong, but individual power is ultimately limited. Don't act like you want to bear everything alone. Rely on your companions more. even if they are weaker than you. Tian Yuan was stunned. As a ninja, trained from a young age to be a killing tool, he had always been taught to rely on himself to complete tasks, even sacrificing anything for the mission, including his own and his companions' lives. He despised that cold and ruthless, inhumane approach, which is why he left his family and chose to fight alongside ordinary people against demons in the Demon Slayer Corps. However, the deeply ingrained ninja mentality was not so easily changed. For a long time, he still relied solely on his own strength in battle, with even his 3 wives merely gathering intelligence for him. So now, when he heard Heng Yi's words, he suddenly realized that he was no longer the person he once was, and the Demon Slayer Corps was no longer the ninja unit of the past. They were partners who could fight side by side. That's right, Mr. Yuzui. Please let us continue fighting. Exactly. There's no reason to run without fighting. Tian Yuan felt emotional and casually nodded in agreement. Well then, let's make it grand. The final battle is tonight. Yes. Oh, let's go. After nightfall, the 4 split into 2 groups. Tanjiro and Heng Yi went to the Shijun house for a final investigation, as they had analyzed during the day that the demons might disguise themselves as the staff in the shop. Therefore, Tanjiro and Heng Yi planned to remind Oiran Kiyoshi to be cautious. Meanwhile, the combat-powerful Tian Yuan and the perceptive Inosuk would approach from above the roughly identified cave and the underground passage, aiming to rescue people and engage in battle, with Tanjiro and Heng Yi joining them later. As for why they didn't tear off the roof of Yoshiwara during the day, it was because there were at least 4 hostages in the enemy's hands, and it was possible that more people were captured as reserves. Direct action during the day would create too much noise, since they had never seen the demon's true form. Causing a commotion in the daytime would greatly increase the chances of the demon killing the hostages and escaping underground. Additionally, the human government would be alerted during the day, and they were not an officially recognized organization, which would lead to trouble. After leaving the Shijun house, Heng Yi and Tanjiro explained this, and it was also Tian Yuan's thought. Otherwise, with his strength, he would have likely caused a ruckus in Yoshiwara on the first day he discovered his wife's disappearance. Finding the demon before it noticed them and engaging it in a frontal battle to draw its fire while others rescued people and evacuated civilians was the correct approach. Otherwise, ordinary people's casualties would be uncontrollable. I understand. At this point, Heng Yi suddenly turned back to look in the direction of the Shijun house. What's wrong? Not good. We need to go back quickly. A demon has appeared at the Shijun house. Heng Yi and Tanjiro quickly ran back while explaining. Before I left just now, I secretly left a bloodline tendril at the courtesan's place. If it detects blood demon art within a short period of time, it will alert me and make a simple resistance. Heng Yi's expression was serious. I just sensed that it exploded directly, which indicates that this ghost is very powerful. It had no choice but to self-destruct to buy time. The 2 rushed forward at full speed and soon returned to the room of the then-current house. In front of the window of the courtesan Li Xia. Miss Li Xia. When Tanjiro jumped onto the windowsill and opened the window, he saw pink silk ribbons flying all over the room, and Li Xia sitting in terror by the window. In the center of the ribbons stood a strikingly beautiful demon with black hair, and she was furious. Damn it, whose blood is this? On my face, damn it. Tanjiro focused and noticed that there was blood splattered on her face and body, around the ribbons on the ground, and on Li Xia. However, the blood on the demon and the ribbons made a sizzling sound, as if sparks were hitting the person and clothes, while the blood droplets on Li Xia had no effect on her, as Tanjiro sensed the ghost's aura and fell into inexplicable rigidity. He had already used his bloodline tentacles to attack her directly. Hey, you deserve it. He mocked her while quickly entering the room to stand in front of Li Xia. Don't be dazed. Hurry and take her to a safe place. I'll hold off the ghost. Looking at the female ghost with the upper moon engraved in her left eye and the 6 engraved in her right eye, He did not dare to be arrogant at all. After the battle in the Infinity Train, he clearly understood the huge gap in strength between the upper moons and other demons. You bastard, you dare to hurt my face, I want you dead. The female demon roared sharply, controlling the ribbons and Heng Yi's bloodline tentacles to engage in battle. Chapter 75, You're really super weak. However, not long after the fight began, Heng Yi started to feel something was strange. I say, is the writing in your eyes wrong? After another round of collision between the ribbons and bloodline tentacles ended, Heng Yi asked in confusion, what are you talking about? Heng Yi assured that he was really not mocking her. It was simply because she was so different from the Upper Moon 3 he encountered last time on the Infinity Train. Is it possible that Muzin made a mistake? Did he carve down as up? The female ghost was taken aback for a moment. Then her pretty face instantly turned furious, veins bulging as she shouted, "You bastard, dare to underestimate me. I will kill you." She unleashed her silk ribbons towards Heng Yi again, and perhaps due to her anger, she followed closely behind, seemingly intent on personally beating up the disrespectful Heng Yi. However, Heng Yi not only kept up with all her attacks, but also had the energy to extend his bloodline tendrils to prevent her from getting close. After all, his true form was just a weak doctor with no fighting skills, and he couldn't dare to engage in close combat with a physically enhanced demon. Thus, he continued to retreat leisurely while still managing to ask, "Do you know Upper Moon 3? Ah, since you're both part of the 12 Kizuki, you should be quite familiar with each other, right?" Heng Yi felt that there was a huge gap between Upper Moon 6 and Upper Moon 3, as if they were 10 lower moons apart. If they were lined up for a meeting, Muzin would be looking down from above. Doesn't he find that strange? Yeah, why do I feel like Muzin would hold a meeting for them? Shut up. That's why I'm asking you. If you were Lower Moon 6, well, that wouldn't surprise me. Fire God Kagura, train. Heng Yi continuously provoked her not just for the sake of enjoyment, but to create an opportunity for Tanjiro, who had rushed back to attack. However, being one of the 12 Kizuki, the upper 6 was quite skilled. Even though it seemed like she was about to explode with anger at Heng Yi, she perfectly dodged his attack when Tanjiro appeared in front of her. "This little brat is just too slow. You think you can attack me with that? In your dreams." While turning around, she waved her silk ribbon to repel him, then retreated to the rooftop, looking down at Heng Yi and Tanjiro from above. In fact, her silk ribbon was very sharp and resilient. But Heng Yi's blood had an absolute restraining effect against blood demon arts, allowing them to exchange blows. "Ah, so this was your plan, deliberately provoking me. Oomph. You're nothing more than this level. I really don't know what that adult sees in your strength. Previously we had to avoid you. Now that I've encountered you, I will cut you into pieces to offer to that adult." He never thought I was strong. He just saw me at my worst. He wants to kill me but can't, and doesn't want to lose face in front of me. Now, well, it's just anger and desperation. Heng Yi looked her up and down, pondering what Muzin saw in this female ghost. Observing her expression, Heng Yi tilted his head. Although those words were meant to provoke you, they were indeed the truth. "You really..." He smiled, or super weak. "I still want to ask what Muzin sees in you. Is it your beautiful face?" Suddenly, he clenched his right fist and struck his left hand, pretending to realize something. "I know. He is attracted to the fact that you all don't like to dress properly." He pointed and gestured. "You are one, and Upper Moon 3 too. Just look at your bizarre outfits. Especially you, TSK, Tisk, utterly inappropriate." As expected, she was once again angered by Heng Yi. This time she didn't even bother to curse and directly attacked. Flame breathing, first form, dance of the fire god flame dance. While Heng Yi held onto her ribbon, Tanjiro seized the opportunity to attack her as well, but she still maintained her minimum rationality, only using the ribbon to counter Tanjiro's flame breathing. At that moment, a ribbon flew back from afar, darting in her body like lightning, and all her attacks stopped. Tanjiro and Heng Yi saw her frozen in place. Tanjiro did not miss this chance and charged forward, but Heng Yi felt something was off. He carefully sensed with his bloodline tendrils and discovered that her impression of them had changed. "Not good. Tan, hurry back." The female ghost vanished from her spot, and Tanjiro's last strike missed. Hearing Heng Yi's call, he quickly retreated to Heng Yi's side. The two raised their heads and found she had returned to the rooftop. Slowly, her hair turned white, with the ends becoming green. "It's a Hashira. A Hashira has come. Awesome. That person will definitely be happy." It seems these ribbons were originally split from her body and should have been attacked by the boars over there. She was forced to retract the ribbons. She looked even more enchanting than before with her black hair, her face filled with ecstatic joy upon realizing a Hashira-level swordsman was coming. "You guys are so noisy. What are you holding knives for? Who allowed you to fight outside someone else's shop? Not good. Someone is coming. TSK, are you deaf? Does this noise sound like a fight?" However, the deaf could not understand the dangerous aura permeating the air and continued to advance bravely. This pleasure district survives precisely because the shopkeepers and customers understand the rules. No one welcomes you troublemakers. Hurry up and get lost. So annoying. Tanjiro and Heng Yi heard the demon's whispers, but it was too late to stop her from attacking. The ribbon scattered and struck outwards at a speed several times faster than before. Heng Yi saw their trajectories, but realized he couldn't keep up with their current speed. Seeing this, he gritted his teeth, stepped forward, and slapped the ground with both hands. A large number of bloodline tendrils sprouted from the ground, forming a dense net, like a barrier blocking Tanjiro and the surrounding buildings. Bloodline net, do not come out from the house. But he underestimated the sharpness of these evolved ribbons. They sliced through the net like cutting tofu. However, since Heng Yi's blood restrained these ribbons, which were essentially part of the demon, once they touched his blood, they shrank as if feeling pain, significantly slowing their speed and force. Seeing this, Tanjiro used his sword to fend them off, the ribbons lightly brushing past his cheek. Behind him, the man who had just come out to curse sat down in fear. But the surrounding buildings and some people lingering at the windows inevitably suffered attacks from these ribbons. In an instant, the bustling streets of Yoshiwara turned into a hell of flames and destruction. Affected by Heng Yi's blood, the ribbons the demon had used to attack fell into a state of being unable to instantly recover, and she seemed to feel the burning sensation from them, her beautiful face twisting in expression. As the smoke cleared, Tanjiro saw Heng Yi's figure again and couldn't help but exclaim in shock. Mr. Heng Yi. Heng Yi's chest, from above his left side to his left shoulder, was completely cut open, almost injuring his heart, with blood spreading across his blue and white haori. No wonder the silk ribbon, which had the most intense attack, had little strength left when it reached Tanjiro, allowing him to easily parry it with his blade. It had already grazed Heng Yi's blood vessels and body. Tanjiro hurried to Heng Yi's side, anxiously looking at his wound, but saw that a faint blue light was emanating from it, and the wound was visibly healing at a rapid pace. He caught a whiff of a strange, faint fragrance that felt oddly familiar. Don't worry, this injury is nothing. The collapsed houses around me are being supported by my blood vessel tendrils, but they have sustained too much damage from the attacks and won't hold for long. In a moment, you drag her, and I'll go save people. Yes. Tanjiro stood in front of Heng Yi, raised his sword, and shouted at the female demon who looked like she was about to leave the rooftop. Don't run. How could you do something like this? I absolutely will not let you leave like this. Heng Yi watched his silhouette, focusing intently on healing his own wounds. Come on, God of magnificent ceremonies, this is really not magnificent at all. Chapter 76. I'm a doctor. I will save you right now. When Tanjiro planned to continue using the dance of the fire god to stop the demon from leaving, Heng Yi held him back. Don't push yourself to use the dance of the fire god. Pay attention to your physical limits. Tanjiro paused for a moment, solemnly nodded. But Heng Yi could tell he actually did not intend to follow through. In fact, just a few days after Heng Yi and Tanjiro visited the Rengoku family to see Kaijiro, Rengoku Shinjuro sent a letter. In the letter, he not only apologized for his rude behavior that day towards Heng Yi and Tanjiro, but also detailed all the information he found in the records of past flame Hashira that might relate to the breath of the sun. Those born with a red mark on their forehead are the chosen users of the breath of the sun. After reading the letter, Tanjiro bitterly told Heng Yi that the scar on his head was not innate, but rather a result of an injury he sustained while trying to save his younger brother when he was a child. Instead, it was his weak and sickly father who had a naturally light spot on his forehead. Nonetheless, he had not given up practicing the dance of the fire god for the past 3 months, but even using the simplest techniques in his daily routine caused his body to feel as if it were being burned by fierce flames. No more recklessness. You say you're not suited for the water breathing, but clearly the dance of the fire god is even more harmful to your body. I strictly require you to practice only 3 forms of the dance of the fire god each day, and you are not allowed to exert yourself fully. Heng examined Tanjiro's body after he used the dance of the fire god and discovered that using the dance of the fire god was indeed consuming his life in a disguised manner. He then seriously educated him about it. However, at this point, as members of the Demon Slayer Corps, how could they not give their all? Heng Yi gritted his teeth, and as Tanjiro charged towards the departing demon, he ran in the opposite direction, heading into the ruins where cries for help and wails echoed. Don't be afraid. I'm a doctor. I'll save you right away. As Heng Yi quickly treated some of the severely injured and urged everyone nearby to evacuate, he heard the sound of buildings collapsing, coming closer and closer. We're already nearly 2 miles away. How is this happening? Is it coming this way? No, that feeling is. Suddenly, a building beside him was pierced through the middle, and Heng Yi vaguely saw a figure in the rolling smoke and dust. Tan, is it you? Are you okay? He naturally assumed that Tanjiro had been seriously injured and began to feel guilty for leaving him alone, until he saw Nezuko appear on the other side of the hole. But she looks completely different. Her body has grown larger, and she now appears to be around 20 years old. Complete demon transformation? Heng Yi looked at her, momentarily unable to determine whether she still recognized him. Fortunately, I had already dispersed the crowd in this area earlier, Otherwise, it would have been quite awkward. Heng Yi had just relaxed halfway when she suddenly turned her gaze towards him and charged directly at him. The incident happened so suddenly that Heng Yi was almost completely unprepared. He had just been attacked by a demon and was still busy evacuating the crowd, unable to fully recover. For a moment, he could only watch as her claws came down heavily towards him. Nezuko. At that critical moment, it was his brother Tanjiro who appeared behind Nezuko to block her. I'm sorry, Mr. Heng Yi, I shouldn't have let Nezuko fight. Because of the dance of the fire god, Nezuko. She fainted. Heng Yi looked on in shock at the battle between the siblings, but his mind was inappropriately pondering who it was that had just been knocked away. It should be Upper Moon 6. Oh, is it Upper Moon 6? Is it really Upper Moon 6? It turned out that he had inadvertently voiced what he was thinking. Heng immediately turned to the other side, shielding the siblings behind him, remaining vigilant towards the direction of the figure that had just attacked. Nezuko, who was controlled from behind by Tanjiro with the sheath of his sword, was still in a frenzied state. You need to think of a way. It's too dangerous. The demon is definitely not dead. She will attack again. Heng Yi's crow's mouth attribute reappeared as he spoke and saw the evil spirit's silk ribbon strike from the front, controlling the severely injured bloodline tentacles that hadn't fully recovered. He blocked this furious attack. Heng Yi looked solemnly at the slowly becoming clear ghost in the smoke and dust. Truly impressive. So, you can still use blood demon techniques. And it's one that only burns ghosts, a peculiar blood demon technique. I'm sorry, that was just too funny, I couldn't hold it in. Heng Yi really didn't mean to laugh out loud at such a dangerous moment. And this time, it wasn't to provoke her either. After all, her anger should have reached its peak. It's just that I had never seen such a perfect facial muscle model that could actually speak. I wanted to ask without lips, do your teeth feel cold when you talk? The scholarly curiosity of Fushir Chuan Heng Yi was friendly inquiring. However, in her eyes and ears, there was no sign of Heng Yi. She was just fiercely staring at Tanjiro and Nezuko behind Heng Yi, muttering about how angry she was. She moved closer step by step, and to attract her attention, Heng Yi decided to take the initiative. Just as her silk ribbon swung towards him, an indistinguishable flash of a blade passed by, and the ribbon slowly floated down. I said, "You finally arrived? By the way, can you have a shorter nickname for the god of gorgeous festivals? It's really exhausting to call the full name every time. You can call me my name, Yuzui Tenjin. I can't remember." You remembered the complicated god of gorgeous festivals, but you can't remember 4 words? Because I was too surprised. I even forgot to use honorifics. What's going on? You've turned into a flashy demon? Mr. Yuzui, TSK. You guaranteed at the pillar meeting that this wouldn't happen, and you even showed how to control her. So what's this now? Oh, I forgot you forgot. Although it sounded like a tongue twister, Heng Yi understood. You're a pillar, right? You came to me on your own. The long-ignored Upper Moon 6 finally spoke up in dissatisfaction. Saving some effort. So annoying, I'm not talking to you, get lost. You're not Upper Moon, you're too weak. The demon I'm looking for isn't you. What nonsense are you talking? Hey, so, I wasn't mistaken, she really is weak, right? And very slow. Heng Yi questioned Tian Yuan while looking at her in confusion, wondering how there could be a ghost that had its head cut off and still hadn't reacted. He saw her catch her own head, which was filled with inexplicable thoughts, and even when her throat was severed, she let out a questioning sound. Chapter 77, The True Upper Moon 6. Mr. Heng Yi, please do not get too close to the evil ghost. It's too dangerous. She had her head cut off, but I'm really curious about how she can still make sounds with her broken throat. Ghosts are truly illogical beings. Indeed, let us go. Where to? I believe there are definitely stronger ghosts hidden in Yuyuan. This one is definitely not it. Oh, I see. Then wait for me to eat her. Listening to the conversation between Heng Yi and Tian Yuan as if they were ignoring her completely, Upper Moon 6 finally erupted. You 2 bastards dare to cut off my head and look down on me like this. I absolutely will not let you go. Wow, incredible, hey. How can you still make sounds? No, I must eat you and study this properly. However, just as Heng Yi was about to control the bloodline tendrils to devour her, he noticed that the bloodline tendrils were still on alert, and even more fearful of the evil ghost whose head had already been cut off. He did not act recklessly, but subtly retreated back to Tianyuan's side, as if casually brushing against his arm. Not allowed. I'm the one who eats others. When has it been someone else's turn to eat me? You ugly bastard. I'm going to kill you. I'm going to kill you. But your head has been cut off, hasn't it? How are you going to kill? Tian Yuan got Heng Yi's hint. Although he didn't understand why he did this, he still became vigilant. But like Heng Yi, he continued to provoke her with words. I don't care. I haven't lost. I haven't lost yet. Yeah, right? You haven't lost. After all, your head got cut off before the fight even started. I'm really strong. Although I'm still Lu now, I will become stronger in the future. Oh, I see. You must be saying the same thing as Musin. Did he believe it? Damn. When did he become so easy to talk to? The next moment, Heng Yi heard, for the first time in history, the wailing cries of an evil ghost throwing a tantrum. Taking advantage of her breakdown and tears, Heng Yi and Tianyuan exchanged a tacit glance. Something's not right. Yes. Hey, don't cry. You're the invincible Upper Moon 12. Why are you crying in despair? Go die. Go die. Now's the time. Oni-chan. Just as Heng Yi used the bloodline tendrils to stab from underground and Tianyuan attacked from above with a Nicaran blade, forming a pincer attack, they heard a call that was comparable to a spoiled wine. Then the female evil ghost disappeared from her spot, crying 1T help. As soon as Hikari heard the voice coming from behind him, almost right beside him, he had no idea how it had moved there. He immediately stepped back to Tungin's side, watching the male demon that had suddenly emerged from the body of the female demon. In that instant, he had already helped his sister reattach her head. The male demon looked quite bizarre, with bulging muscle from the waist up, but below the ribs. It seemed like there was only a layer of flesh wrapping around the spine, exaggerated to the point of not resembling a human. No wonder only his sister could disguise herself and move around. Who wouldn't say something abstract upon seeing this image? The burns on the female demon's face, left by Nezuko and Hikari, were healed in just a brief moment, reminding him to be careful with his own face. Such a pretty face must not be ruined. At this point, Hikari noticed Tenjin was about to launch an attack, so he stepped aside to block him. Don't attack recklessly. The demon's reaction speed is too fast. It's better to be cautious. Tenjin seemed somewhat indifferent, even somewhat resistant to Hikari's attempt to stop him from attacking. But he still followed his advice and did not attempt to attack again. In fact, their group had already sent a message for reinforcements to the main house before arriving in Yoshiwara, and the crow had replied that the nearest Iguro Abanai would arrive soon. After Hikari and Tanjiro encountered Upper Moon 6, they sent out the crow again to urge for help. Based on their previous encounter with Upper Moon 3 during the moving train battle, it was concluded that facing an Upper Moon demon required at least 2 or more Hashira-level swordsmen. Otherwise, casualties were almost inevitable. After all, demons recover from injuries, while humans do not. Even if Hikari was beside them, he couldn't immediately heal them to the point where they could continue fighting. If he could, he would be a god, not a doctor, which was also why he urged Tenjin to be more cautious. However, the demon over there seemed unwilling to let the two delay any longer. Just a moment ago, it was comforting the crying sister, and the next moment, it was already in front of Hikari, its scythe slashing toward Hikari's throat. This is bad. Heng Yi discovered that, just like last time when he could see the enemy, his eyes could keep up with their attack speed, but his body completely refused to obey. It was like during the Infinity Train battle. He could see the attack trajectories of the two, but felt powerless to change them. He could only use his bloodline tendrils to send himself on the ground to block Upper Moon 3's attack. In that critical moment, a strong force came from Heng Yi's collar. The moment Tianyuan reacted, it yanked Heng Yi backward with such force that it directly threw him out of the room. Crack! Cough, cough! Heng Yi experienced the feeling of the female evil spirit crashing through the wooden building and falling to the ground just now, which was indeed not very pleasant. Mr. Heng Yi got up, covered in dust, and saw Tanjiro and the small, sleeping Nezuko beside him. Oh, Tantan, is everything okay? Yes, what happened inside? Inside, boom. Before the words were finished, 2 sides spun up from the roof and flew back down. Is there a demon? Are there still demons inside? Is it a new evil demon? How should I describe it if it's not new? Heng Yi is very conflicted because, in his opinion, the battles inside are not something that Tanjiro, at his current level, can intervene in. However, he knows that Tanjiro will definitely go, and he is at a loss on how to explain it. I'm here. I've successfully arrived. You fools, just leave it to me. The arrival of the charging Inosuk and the sniffling Zenitsu makes Heng Yi even more helpless. This level of strength is useless no matter how many come. Where are the Hashira? Where did they go? And they're still sleeping. How unreliable can they be? Don't wake him up. Heng Yi didn't understand why Inosuk said that. But at this moment, he had no time to ask further. He looked at Tanjiro. You 3 go up and assist. It's not a new demon. It's an upper rank 6. They are 2 demons that are one body and twin-born, likely sharing life. Killing one alone won't work. You have to behead one and then behead the other before it regenerates. He quickly instructed, remember, Male demons are several times stronger than female demons. You three are definitely not his match. Your biggest task is to help the sound Hashira hold off or even kill the female demon. Yes, I'll go quickly. Hand Nezuko to me, don't worry. After receiving Nezuko, watching the three figures disappear from view, Heng Yi ran in the opposite direction. Looking at the sleeping Nezuko in his arms, Heng Yi had an idea. I wonder if this will work. Let's give it a try. After all, there's nothing to lose. Chapter 78. Hope not long after leaving the battlefield. Heng Yi encountered three women whose clothing was incongruous with the Yoshiwara red light district. One of them looked severely injured and was being supported by the other two, struggling to walk. You all are the wives of the festival god. Yes, Lord Heng Yi. May I ask if you know where Lord Tenjin is? Over there. I just came from that direction. Heng Yi looked behind them, and there were no signs of the public. Had everyone been safely evacuated? Yes, when we arrived nearby, we saw many people fleeing, and a few men even voluntarily helped guide them to escape. The woman with golden bangs replied, we checked the surroundings again before we came. There's no one left. All right, Heng Yi hesitated for a moment, but after considering the situation, he gave up on persuading them to leave. Go help in that direction, but be mindful of your limits. Don't act recklessly. I'll take care of this child, and we'll head over to help as well. The three were momentarily stunned, glancing at the sleeping Nezuko in Heng Yi's arms. But no one asked further. After bidding them farewell, Heng Yi found a corner to stop. In fact, they could quickly find the battlefield without being reminded, as even from here, they could hear the occasional explosions and the sounds of buildings collapsing from that direction. Looking at Nezuko in his arms, Heng Yi recalled the communication he had with Tamayo after his first death. It was a very long letter, and compared to the forced smiles of others who had forgotten the past after Heng Yi's revival, Tamayo, while equally regretful, believed that it was a stroke of good fortune amid misfortune. The fact that you didn't remain in a deep sleep and woke up so quickly is already the best thing. The letter detailed almost everything Tamayo knew about Heng Yi, even some matters regarding the Demon Slayer Corps. Among them, the most important connection, acting as a bridge between Tamayo and the Demon Slayer Corps, aside from Heng Yi himself, was this rather special little girl before him. Heng Yi embraced her, carefully experiencing the feeling of blood connection mentioned by Tamayo. Perhaps it was because he had been far from her before, and Heng Yi was mostly resting, but now that he concentrated, he truly felt this wonderful sensation. Is part of the blood in my body for me? It's incredible that it can simultaneously accept both my blood and Muzin's. Heng Yi sighed to himself as a blue bloodline tendril extended from his heart and directly entered Nezuko's chest. It slowly delivered the heart's blood containing the power of the blue to her, while Heng Yi focused intently on observing her condition. If Muzin knew that the thing he had been searching for 1,000 years was so easily obtained by this child in her sleep, he would probably explode with anger. In the current battle, this split body of Heng Yi was no longer of any help, and the most valuable thing within this split body was the heart's blood infused with the power of the blue. Before reinforcements arrived, exchanging himself for a durable fighting force was a very worthwhile trade. Heng's blood color slowly faded, but his eyes grew brighter. Nezuko's body gradually returned to normal and continued to grow, almost becoming the same as when she was fully transformed into a demon. But there were no horns on her head, and the original green willow patterns on her body turned into slender blue petal designs. The biggest change was her hair. Her long black hair transformed from the roots to white, while the orange tips turned into a strange blue. She opened her eyes, and Heng instantly felt as if he was in a beautiful galaxy. Under this galaxy, she took his hand and pulled him forward, with blue flowers of hope blooming on both sides of the path. The Yoshiwara Pleasure District, hiding humanity's deepest desires and thoughts, was set ablaze by demons from hell. The flames rose into the night sky, and countless people's hard work throughout their lives turned to ashes in this hellfire. Awakening. Tanjiro had not yet had the chance to search for his lost companions when he turned to face the powerful demon named Kyogai, who mocked his weakness like a cat teasing a mouse. The one taken away by that doctor is your blood relative, right? Even after becoming a demon, her blood smells similar to yours. Is she your sister or your younger sister? Nezuko, she is my sister. Then he laughed mockingly, saying it was ridiculous to leave his own family to someone else's care. This is all because you are too useless, unable to protect your own sister. Tanjiro wanted to refute him, but realized he was not wrong. In battle, he could barely protect himself, so how could he safeguard an unconscious Nezuko? Well, you are human, and your sister is a demon. You're weaker than your demon sister, which is normal, but still ridiculous. He patted Tanjiro's head gently, as if caring for a younger brother. if not for the malice in his eyes and words. You are the brother. You should protect your sister, not be protected by her. With his hand, in the moment he had already grabbed Tanjiro's hand, preparing to squeeze it hard, Tanjiro vanished from the spot. This sudden change shocked both Kyogai and Daki, who was sitting on the eaves nearby. They hadn't sensed anyone approaching, let alone someone rescuing Tanjiro from the powerful Kyogai. Protect. The two demons looked towards the source of the voice and saw the already escaped doctor standing there, pale-faced. But why did this cowardly person's face carry a mocking expression? Our Tanjiro and Izuko are not like you two, who can only protect one another. They can support each other and fight side by side, not just family, but also comrades. He glanced sideways at Daki. Unlike you, don't you find it annoying to carry this burden? You have to take care of her all the time, even having to share your strength with her. What did you say? Go die. May. Smack. This time, the alert Kyogai saw this strangely fast figure. But by the time he warned Daki, who had lost her reason after being mocked by Heng, it was too late. Daki lost her head for the umpteenth time that night, but this time, like the first, it was kicked off by the girl. Damn it. How did this brat become so strong? What have you done? Heng Yi shrugged his shoulders, saying it was nothing. It was just that a child who had been hungry for a long time finally had a good meal. But what use is it for just you and her? A ghost. You're completely useless, and she is a ghost. We can't kill her, but she also can't kill us. Jifutaro didn't pay attention to the sister on the eaves, because the part that was kicked by the ghost would quickly heal. He needed to deal with this annoying little bug in front of him first. That adult really hates you. He stared fiercely at Heng Yi and said that if he couldn't bring you back, he could just execute you on the spot. Oh. Heng Yi seemed to have heard something amusing, and from this point of view, we are quite in sync. I also very much dislike him. However, he tilted his head and suggested that perhaps I could ask him later below. Can I kill him? Can I or not? Just try and you'll find out. The pimp Taro swung his scythe and charged towards Heng, but he didn't seem to have any intention of dodging. Also, who said I am alone? Above the eaves? Thunder suddenly erupted. Below the eaves, the sun was blazing. In the distance, someone charged forward. Up close, the score had already been completed. I have never been alone. Chapter 79. Once upon a time, when Yojui Tenjin stood like a divine soldier between Heng Yi and Pimp Taro, my wife Zenitsu's sword once again swung towards the neck of Daki, which had just grown a moment ago. For a moment, two battlefields were formed again above the eaves. Zenitsu was suppressing Daki with lightning speed, while Nezuko was waiting for an opportunity to move nearby. Below, Tenjin was fighting Pimp Taro with the Nichiren blade in both hands, and Tanjiro was also skirmishing nearby. Impossible. I clearly chopped off your left hand just now. And you clearly stopped breathing. How are you still alive? Too many unexpected things happened tonight for Pimp Taro, such as the exhausted little demon suddenly possessing strength comparable to that of the upper moon demons, and the pillar who had indeed had his arms severed and stopped breathing regaining the ability to fight against him. Huh, isn't it magical, Mr. Heng Yi? What a splendid technique. My score is complete. It's time to defeat the enemy and win. Hearing Tenjin praise himself so much, Heng Yi felt a bitter smile in his heart. Only Heng Yi knew that when Tanjiro attracted Pimp Taro's attention, he had secretly sewn Tenjin's left arm back together, which actually didn't count as a recovery at all, even though Tenjin's physical abilities were strong. A severed limb wouldn't become whole again just because it was reattached. Now he looked lively and confident, mostly relying on his own willpower. But Heng Yi worried that if the battle continued to drag on, that hand would break again, and after a second injury, it would be unlikely for that arm to return to its previous state. Time. We need to settle this quickly. However, Heng Yi realized that the intensity of this battle was comparable to that of the fight between Kaijiro and Upper Moon 3 in the previous Infinite Train battle, and with his current physical state, he couldn't intervene at all. Just as he was troubled about how to help, Tanjiro swiftly darted past him, charging towards the battlefield, where he could only act as a bystander before. Please rest. I will go assist Mr. Yojui. But you're still not strong enough. Heng Yi reached out his hand, wanting to touch his silhouette, but found that he had already surpassed him by a long way. He seemed to always be surpassed and left behind by others. Whether it was his brother from 1,000 years ago, or the nameless man from 100 years ago, they all left him with only a vague silhouette. But Heng Yi no longer felt that this was a bad thing. He had found what he was meant to do. Even if it's just a silhouette, I will protect it from using to see. He closed his eyes and calmed his mind, almost entering a state similar to an out-of-body experience. Although the plants in Yoshiwara are quite sparse, the power of nature is actually everywhere. If all things have spirits, how could they remain indifferent while witnessing the ruthless and inhumane demons rampaging unchecked. Please lend me your strength. Hikari began to emanate a faint blue glow that flowed into the earth. Deep within the soil, something stirred, responding to his call. At his feet, a delicate blade of grass quietly sprouted. Tanjiro ran at full speed, barely keeping up with the fiercely matched Tenjin and Jotaro. Tenjin understood he couldn't hold on much longer and attacked almost recklessly, sustaining 7 or 8 new wounds in just a few exchanges. Just as he managed to control Jotaro's movements with a nearly mutual destruction attack, Tanjiro finally found the opportunity to join the fight. Don't stop, jump up. At Tengin's reminder, he leaped high, swinging his blade toward Jotaro's neck. Too slow? You think you can hit me? Just as Jotaro's scythe swung toward him, 2 vine-like plants suddenly erupted from the ground, wrapping around his arm like ropes, causing the scythe to merely graze Tanjiro's cheek. The Nichiren blade struck fiercely against Jotaro's neck, producing a sound like metal clashing, but Tanjiro did not give up. He poured all his strength into the blade, roaring and persisting. The scar on his head transformed into flame-like patterns as the power surged, and his hair shifted from deep red to a color resembling flames. At the same moment, the battle on the roof reached its climax as Inosuke's appearance broke the stalemate between Zenitsu and Daki, while Nezuko became the last straw that broke Daki's back. The heads of the brother and sister demons, both Upper Moon 6, crossed through the air and met again on the ground. Just when it seemed the battle was over, Hikari, still connected to nature, received a warning from the plants that a massive, brutal energy was building within Jotaro. He decisively released all his remaining bloodline tendrils and the newly sprouted plants, wrapping around him like seals, while dragging the exhausted Tenjin and Tanjiro away. And he himself quickly approached Jotaro. Once again, Hikari and Tanjiro passed each other, but this time it was Hikari who brushed past him. You rest well. Leave the next part to me. Mr. Hikari. In midair, plants are also wrapping around Daki, dragging her toward the ground. When everyone's gaze was isolated, Hikari's chest split open, and 8 heart tendrils blossomed like flowers, directly consuming Jotaro's corpse. It's been a long time since we feasted. Let's have a good meal, old buddy. What is this? Where's this place? Standing at the entrance of a street he didn't recognize, Hikari racked his brain to remember. However, before he could recall, he heard a scream coming from nearby. It seems something happened in that house over there. Heng Yi followed the sound and found that several people had gathered outside the house. He wondered what had happened. It seemed that the warrior inside had been blinded by a lowly courtesan's child. TSK, she is going to suffer. She will definitely lose her life. Oh, is that so? Can you hear me speaking? He thought this was just a memory of Jifu Teru. But he didn't expect that he could actually converse with the people here. Of course, didn't you ask? The woman answering Heng Yi looked at him, and Heng Yi followed her gaze to himself, realizing that the clothes he was wearing didn't seem to be of the current era, but rather like those from 100 years ago. Yes, it was me who asked. I'm a doctor. Please make way. I need to check on his injuries. Upon entering the room, Heng Yi first noticed the white-haired girl standing beside him, momentarily stunned. Firstly, because she was incredibly beautiful and hard to miss. And secondly, because he found her very familiar, though he couldn't recognize her at the moment. When her ice blue eyes looked at Heng Yi, he felt that she had no regret or fear. She was just calmly gazing at him. Quickly run away. He shook his head and bent down to examine the injured person. Why be so impulsive? He is a samurai. He will take revenge on you. Who told him to speak ill of my brother? He deserves it, but he won't let this go easily. He took a quick look and could tell that one of the man's eyes was completely blinded. He raised his head to look at the girl, urging her, run away, go find your brother, leave this place. The girl bit her lip, turned to run out, but stopped at the door, looking back at Heng Yi and saying, Hey, my name is Mei. Thank you. Chapter 80. Together in the end, as dawn approached, the anxious Tanjiro finally found Heng Yi amidst the vast, flower bud-like blood vein, tentacle barrier. Mr. Heng Yi, it's so good to see you're okay. What happened? Tanjiro sighed in relief, as Heng Yi, although appearing somewhat dazed, looked better physically than before. Whether it was his illusion or not, Tanjiro felt that Heng Yi's current state could be described as well-fed and well-rested. Keiichi came to his senses and looked at Tanjiro, letting out a soft sigh. It's nothing, just lamenting the many coincidences in the world. Some people, some events, if only they were just one small step away, things might have turned out differently. Unfortunately, I didn't take that small step. Subsequently, while Keiichi and Tanjiro headed to search for Yuzui Tenjin and the injured Zenitsu and Inosuke, he recounted the tragic story of a pair of siblings born in the entertainment district who fell into becoming demons. I just forgot, I really have seen them before. or rather, her, the girl named Tamayo, who is now called Daki. Huh. Then, Heng Yi's tone carried a hint of regret. After I advised her to leave with her brother, I left there and never paid attention to them again. Speaking of which, this is related to what was happening to me at that time. In short, that incident made me lose patience and trust in the people of places like Huajia. At my worst, I even felt that the people here were not worth saving. Heng Yi looked into Tanjiro's clear eyes and said, "Sometimes I can be quite extreme and indifferent, right?" "No, there must be a reason for that," Tanjiro replied, unsure of how to comfort Heng Yi, who cannot lie. "Anyway, the Heng Yi I know is a really, really good person." Heng Yi smiled wryly as he touched his head, then suddenly froze, remembering something very important. "Oh no, didn't they all get poisoned? Hurry, hurry, I don't know how they're doing. How could I have forgotten them?" Saying this, Heng Yi started running, leaving Tanjiro, who wanted to speak but hesitated behind. "Oh no, Mr. Heng Yi, please listen to me. What are you saying? They're all going to die from the poison." "No, wait for me, Mr. Heng Yi. Really, this is just too good. Cough, cough. Hey, don't be so excited. This is our greatest victory in 100 years. The situation that hasn't been broken for 100 years has now changed. Mr. Heng Yi, do you know what this means?" "Ah, yes. This is a sign. Fate has already begun to change, and the ripples of this change will surely spread farther and farther, sweeping across everything on the water surface, causing a huge upheaval. Ultimately reaching that man. We will definitely eliminate that man in this generation, and I will finally rid my family of the stain that has lasted for 1,000 years. Musen Kibbutz Suji." Heng Yi looked at the excited Yaozai, who was coughing continuously, but he wasn't as excited. Perhaps it was because the struggle with that rival had lasted too long. Or perhaps he had experienced too many shattered hopes. Heng Yi had now developed a habit of only feeling emotions for the people and things in front of him. "Has your health been bad again recently? It's my fault for not being able to take good care of you due to my own continuous decline. I'll take a good look at you in a moment. How are your eyes? I see that the purple spots on your face haven't spread. How's the curse progressing?" "It's okay. The medicine you left is being taken regularly," replied Kan Yu, who had been helping Yaozai breathe easier. However, Yaozai immediately reacted, "Do you remember everything?" Upon hearing this, not only was Kan Yu surprised and looked over, but also the snake pillar, Iguro Abanai, who had come to report while sitting behind Heng Yi, raised his head to look at Heng Yi. Heng Yi gave a reassuring smile to Yaozai, approached him, took his hand, and began the diagnosis. Not everything, but he recalled some very important things, for which he had to thank those two upper moons, in addition to collecting 2 vials of their blood. Heng Yi had completely devoured their remaining bodies, including their skulls. After absorbing a large amount of the Demon King's power, Heng Yi felt that not only had this split body replenished the losses in battle, but the connections with his other split bodies had also strengthened again. Most importantly, a majority of the memories he had forgotten before this awakening began to resurface, and it was a wonderful feeling. It was quite sudden. The moment I stepped out of the bloodline barrier and saw Tan, all those past experiences related to him surged up from the depths of my mind. As if I was recognizing a person anew. That feeling was truly indescribable. Yaozai also smiled gently. Kanai and Shinobu would definitely be very happy. His gaze turned to the back of Heng Yi, somehow discerning the joy from Xiaoba and Ei's cold expression. Xiaoba and Ei too. Everyone would be very happy. Suddenly hearing Yaozai say this, Xiaoba's expression changed rapidly, at first wanting to object, but seemingly held back because it was Yaozai speaking. However, seeing Heng Yi looking at him with a smile made him feel even more irritated, yet when he opened his mouth, he couldn't say anything and could only pout in agreement. Well, it seems he is quite happy, satisfied with seeing the child's defeated expression. Heng Yi felt content, and then reported to Yaozai about the performance of everyone who excelled in this battle. "I have reattached the sound Hashira's arm, and the toxins in his body have been burned away by the beans. As for his right eye, it is beyond repair. The cornea is completely damaged. However, I believe with his abilities, although it will have an impact, he should still be able to continue fighting. From now on, it will depend on his own will. As for Tan and the others, although they are all injured, none are in life-threatening danger and have all been sent to the Butterfly Mansion to be taken care of by Xiaoxiang." Heng Yi recalled the moment when he rushed over anxiously, looking at Tian Yuan and wanted to say his last words, only to be interrupted by his wife, revealing an expression of despair. If he remembered correctly, he seemed to want to say that he had intended to retire. Yaozai nodded and said, "Yes, I will inquire about Tian Yuan's next plans. In any case, it's great that everyone was able to return safely this time." Heng Yi nodded slightly, not mentioning the fact that he had provided blood to Nezuko, fearing that the present Ihei Shobane, who was quite averse to demons, might misunderstand. In the end, after the diagnosis was completed, Heng Yi bid farewell with Shobane and walked towards the courtyard. Long time no see, little white snake. It hasn't been long, but have you really forgotten me, old man? Really, it's been 3 months. I've forgotten everyone. He didn't speak and turned his head to the other side, but the slender body of Tamamaru on his shoulder climbed up to Heng Yi's shoulder. Hey, Tamamaru, long time no see. How have you been? You remember Tamamaru's name, but not mine? Heng Yi and the little white snake, Diwan, coiled around his neck, looked at him with the same puzzled expression. Well, it's a snake. I can't remember people's names. What a ridiculous excuse. You're definitely messing with me, old man. Ha ha. No way. When have I ever lied to someone? The two of them, along with the snake, bickered all the way until they reached the sturdy cherry blossom tree in the courtyard. The wound is basically healed, that's great, but you still need to keep using the ointment. Trust my skills. As long as you persist, there will definitely be a day when it will be completely gone. Whether it's a scar or a painful past, as long as you keep healing, it will get better someday. Got it. Xiaoba looked at Heng Yi, who stopped under the tree, and handed D1 back to him. What are you doing? Aren't you going back to the butterfly house? Heng Yi shook his head and placed his hand on the cherry blossom tree. I've arrived, and there are some things I need to confirm. Goodbye, little white snake. Then, Heng emerged into the cherry blossom tree in the astonished eyes of both him and the snake. He integrated himself into the cherry blossom tree. Chapter 81. Hot Springs. Hey, stop sighing. Once we find him, I'll help you teach him a lesson. It's just too much. What do you mean don't even think about taking a knife from me? This is Xing. Why can't she learn to communicate properly with others? It's really worrying. All right. Up ahead is the village chief's residence. I've already greeted him before you arrived, so you can go and say hello yourself. I'm going to soak in the hot springs now, so hurry up. It's very comfortable. Okay, Mr. Heng Yi. See you in a bit. Tanjiro, temporarily separated from Heng Yi, looked at the building in front of him. Several days had passed since the battle at the Yoshiwara Pleasure District. Thanks to Nezuko's timely antidote for everyone affected by Kyogai's poison, and Heng Yi, who acted quickly as a battlefield medic to treat everyone's injuries. The surrounding populace had also evacuated thoroughly. Therefore, when the hidden core arrived, they found that aside from needing to clear away the remnants of the battlefield, there was hardly any other work left to do. In response, Tenjin remarked, I've never fought such a wealthy battle. The hidden core replied, happiness came too suddenly. Among them, the lightly injured Zenitsu and Inosuk had fully recovered and resumed their missions, while Tanjiro, although his injuries were nearly healed thanks to Heng Yi's treatment, had to personally visit the swordsmith village due to some unavoidable factors. A certain swordsmith, you die. Thus, witnessing everything and also receiving a greeting letter from Heng Yi's uncle. Heng Yi said to Tanjiro, since you're going anyway, why not soak in the hot springs? Your body has new injuries layered over old ones. This time I'll properly take care of you. Heng Yi then awakened his clone in the swordsmith village, waiting for Tanjiro to be brought over by the hidden core. Tanjiro sighed for his Nichiren blade, unsure if he would see it again, and steeled himself to walk into the building before him. Meanwhile, Heng Yi was incredibly happy. One reason was that he could soak in the hot springs, which put him in a good mood, and the other was that he had called upon 2 good friends to fight alongside him. He felt very glad to see them again. Well, that's right, young man. You shouldn't throw things around. What if you hit someone? Even if it's just teeth. Exactly. It's really not elegant at all, you little brat. Oh, you're already here. Fukukuin and the magnificent god of festivals. Just as he entered and hadn't even stepped into the hot spring area, Heng Yi already heard 2 familiar voices. So he greeted them from outside. Yes, Mr. Heng Yi. It's about time we changed how we address you. Lord Heng Yi. Although what you said is true. Ha. Don't say that. I really like this nickname. It's so special, magnificent, truly magnificent. By the way, who are you talking to? Who's throwing around teeth? Mind your own business, sorry. It's me, Heng Yi's ancestor. I didn't throw anything. Finally seeing them, Heng Yi exclaimed, isn't that my Huan? You're here to soak in the hot springs too. Shinazuwa Jinya even held up one of his teeth. Yes, Heng Yi's ancestor. It's been a while. How have you been? Well, as you can see, Heng Yi patted his not-so-strong chest. I'm in great condition now. You look much stronger too. After a bit of small talk, Heng Yi also undressed and entered the hot spring. After a long, satisfied sigh, he listened to Rengoku Kaijiro and Yuzui Tenjin discussing the battle that took place in the Yoshiwara Pleasure District. From what you say, that was indeed a very tricky situation. You handled it very well. You and the Kamadu siblings, along with the blonde boy and the boar-headed boy, coordinated perfectly and achieved a magnificent victory. No, during the battle, I kept thinking about how you would fight if you were there. I could never do it like you. I feel the same. I can't do it like you either. Your swordsmanship is so beautiful. It's just a bit more flashy, ha ha ha. With his eyes closed, listening to their conversation while leisurely soaking in the comfortably warm, hot spring. Heng Yi felt a bit drowsy. It's just so comfortable. This is the life we should be living, right, Mr. Heng Yi? Heng Yi kunjde. Suddenly, Heng Yi heard someone calling him, and he instantly woke up, looking towards the shore where a person with deep red hair and red eyes stood. A scar on his left forehead, wearing earrings with the sun symbol. Heng Yi was so surprised that he stood up from the hot spring, causing a big splash of water that drenched Xianmi beside him. Tanjiro on the shore, along with Kaijiro, Tenjin, and Xianmi in the hot spring, looked at Heng Yi curiously, not understanding why he reacted so strongly. However, Heng Yi was just staring intently at Tanjiro, with Tanjiro's puzzled expression reflected in his light blue irises. Mr. Heng Yi? Tanjiro, unsure of what he had done, cautiously called out to Heng Yi again. This time, Heng Yi finally came to his senses. Sorry, I guess I soaked too long and got a bit dizzy. This muddled explanation was something even Heng Yi couldn't believe. A person who couldn't be killed no matter what and could infinitely resurrect would actually get dizzy from soaking. However, the others tacitly chose not to press Heng Yi further. Tanjiro even expressed his concern, saying, "Then you should go rest for a while." Then you soak for a bit. You and Xian haven't seen each other for a long time, so it's a good chance for you kids to catch up. Heng Yi calmly came ashore, picked up his clothes, and walked away. But in his mind, he kept recalling that unforgettable face. The man with a deep red high ponytail, tall stature, and handsome features. Oh, what a good appetite. I'm sorry, I forgot your name. What was it again? Forget it. Love Pillar. Can I call you Lian Lian? Hi, wow. Lian Lian. Such a cute name. I really like it. Hee hee. Actually, I didn't eat that much today. 5 ants delicious. Oh, right, Xian. Quickly apologize to Lian Lian. Why didn't you reply when she greeted you? As a man of the undying Chuan clan, you can't be so rude to girls. Yes, right? I'm sorry, Lady Kanroji. No, it's okay. I'm not angry, and don't call me that. Just call me Miri, okay? Yes, Miss Miri. Huh? Xian, are you hot? Why is your face so red? Oh, I know. You're really a cough. Seeing the child's eyes staring hard at him, with even a hint of tears, Heng Yi promptly stopped speaking, deciding to give the child some face. Are you feeling unwell? Did you cry because you're uncomfortable? But the concern from Tanjiro Kamadu felt like a strong elbow strike, deeply stabbing Heng Yi's heart with a bayonet, then piercing out of his back. But fortunately, Miss Kanroji Miri is also a natural airhead, and at this moment, she was already distracted by the cute Nezuko, while our flame pillar, 5 ants, delicious, was still eating, focused, and with a strong appetite. As for the sound pillar, of course, he was having dinner with his 3 beautiful wives. In the small dining room, Xian and Tanjiro were arguing. Tanjiro, though confused, was still apologizing to him. Miri was playing with Nezuko. The 2 little beauties were having a great time. And Kyujiro was stormily inhaling the food in front of him, generously praising the deliciousness of the food. Oh, what a wonderful night. Chapter 82. Baby the day after the beautiful night at the hot springs, Heng Yi found the diligent and hardworking boys outside on the Rocky Mountain early in the morning. That's right. After all, mastering total concentration breathing is the minimum requirement to raise your strength to be close to our pillar level. You have improved a lot since I saw you in the battle on the Infinity Train. Your concentration state, the precision of your breathing, and your control over your body all have made significant progress. You must have put in a lot of energy and sweat to reach this level today. It's remarkable, but you must continue to maintain it and not slack off easily. Hi, Mr. Rengoku, I will definitely not slack off. I will work even harder and will never disappoint you. Ha. You have never disappointed me, Kamadu boy. I believe that Yuzui, who fights alongside you, will agree with my view. Heng Yi stood not far away, listening to their conversation with a pleased smile. He watched as Tanjiro looked at Kaijiro with a touched and admiring gaze, then touched his nose and stepped forward to interject as a possibly unwelcome third wheel. You're really diligent. There's an old saying in the ancient East, the plan of the day is made in the morning. It's truly wonderful to see you both so energetic so early in the morning. Mr. Heng Yi, good morning. Did you have a good rest? Of course. After a long-awaited enjoyment of the hot springs, wrapped in the pungent sulfur of the night, I really feel rejuvenated. Heng Yi noticed the slight tilt of their heads and understood that they didn't quite grasp what he was saying. Well, never mind. This is just the lament of a boring person. Then he smiled generously once again and extended an invitation for breakfast. How about accompanying this boring old man for a meal? I brought some really nice medicinal ingredients. The two naturally agreed happily, and everyone returned to the house to dine together. However, although they said they were dining together, Heng Yi himself didn't actually need to eat so frequently. He just wanted them to enjoy the medicinal dishes made from the ingredients he brought. Well, although the appearance isn't great, and the taste is just average, believe me, it's very beneficial for your health. The poor appearance was an obvious fact, and as for the taste, even Kaijiro, who would loudly praise any food as delicious, remained silent, indicating that it was probably not just average. Nezuko shrank beside Heng Yi, watching her brother Tanjiro eat painfully, letting out a fearful low whimper. Hey, I'm full, thank you. I find your medicinal dish very useful. Ha! You don't have to force yourself to praise it. It won't take effect that quickly. This is quite different from the sukiyaki we had together a few years ago. After all, not all herbs can be turned into delicious food. I want to bring out their best effects, so I can only keep it original and unadulterated. Just bear with it. It won't always be this unappetizing. No, Kaijiro also finished his portion, set down the bowl, and shook his head. The fact that you are willing to prepare such medicinal dishes for us is already quite considerate. How can we be ungrateful and complain about the taste of the food? Tanjiro nodded vigorously in agreement. Heng emotionally wiped away the invisible tears at the corners of his eyes, thinking how great it would be if all patients were this obedient. Speaking of which, Miss Ganlu Temple said yesterday that there is a secret weapon in the village that can make people stronger. Do you know what it is? Heng Yi looked blankly at the questioning Tanjiro, then slowly turned to Kaijiro. What is it? Unfortunately, the reliable Kaijiro also had only a vague understanding of it. I'm not sure either, because I rarely come to the Swordsmith village. This area is all under Mitsuri's patrol, so maybe she heard it from some blacksmith. Wow, a treasure. It's something mysterious, isn't it? Even I don't know what it is. Yeah, Tanjiro agreed enthusiastically with Heng Yi, but he thought that maybe Heng Yi just forgot. However, this time, it really wasn't the case. Great, then let's set off to find the secret weapon. Seeing Heng Yi so happy, Tanjiro also got excited. Hey, it might be a very useful weapon. Let's go look for it together. So the three of them and a demon set off on their treasure hunt. Along the way, they chatted and laughed, and Heng Yi even recapped the battle at the Yoshiwara Pleasure District with Kaijiro. We really can't underestimate the hidden abilities of the Upper Moon demons. If we hadn't discovered their underground granary, we might not have found their main body. That's true. Our battle experience with the Upper Moon demons is too limited, and we don't know enough about them. We should learn fully from these two battles. They might appear beside us at any time without us even noticing. Exactly. They are truly elusive. Can you please stop? You should be the one to stop wasting our time. Brother, that's too much. What are you talking about? Aren't we here to improve our combat abilities? Since we found it, why shouldn't this kid let us use it? We are Hashira. Is there anything more important than enhancing our combat power? But, from a distance, Heng Yi and the others heard the arguing, and as they got closer, they saw one of the loudspeakers who claimed to be a Hashira was Kanroji Mitsuri, and next to him stood his younger brother, Takedo Michiro. Opposite them was a person with their back to them, who looked like just a child. There's no but. Hurry up and hand over the key. This scene, which looked like bullying a child, made Heng Yi rub his forehead and smile wryly. This kid is still the same as when we first met, not changed at all. I won't give it to you. This is the most important treasure made by my ancestor. I won't give it to you no matter what. Just as Heng Yi was curious about what the child was saying and wanted to go closer, he heard Tanjiro mumbling beside him. I know him. I've seen this person before. Although his voice was very soft, both Kaijiro and Heng Yi clearly heard his words. Following Tanjiro's intense gaze, Heng Yi also saw that figure. It was hard to describe the feeling of seeing that back. It was as if everything around turned into a void of darkness. And between heaven and earth, there was only the fluttering hem of his clothes and his long red hair swaying in the wind. Heng Yi always felt that perhaps that person would turn around and look at him in the next moment. What would he say? A voice suddenly echoed in Heng Yi's mind, coming from nowhere and heading to nowhere. Goodbye, Uncle Heng Yi. Looking forward to the day we meet again. Chapter 83. Notes and Puppet's memory is a thorny courtyard. Heng Yi often thought this way. When he first realized that a person in his memory, one event after another, began to blur and even dissipate, Heng Yi was once very afraid. He isolated himself in a secluded place for a period of time, frantically recording everything in his mind, until he discovered that even this was futile. Those people and events he recorded and then forgot, when he looked at them again, were already filled with strangeness, as if they were someone else's story, someone else's old acquaintances. This sense of strangeness was like the thorns under a rose, pricking Heng Yi's hands until they bled. So he burned the records, sealed the courtyard, and resolutely set out on the road, no longer daring to look back. But the gods have a wicked sense of humor. They always grant hope again when people give up. Heng Yi discovered that he could find some small fragments of the past in the people he encountered, even if those fragments might not even be considered as such and could only be described as a sense of déjà vu. Nevertheless, Heng Yi felt that he had struck gold, especially in the nearly 10 years since he returned to the world. He frequently found a familiar connection to the past in almost everyone he met, as if God was revealing to him that the end days were no longer far away. Yes, I've seen him. Huh? Tanjiro and Kaijiro, who was beside Heng Yi, heard their seemingly question-and-answer exchange and glanced at the tall figure behind the few individuals still in confrontation. After feeling it again, they confirmed that they were not mistaken. That figure had no aura or life response. It was not a living being at all. Just as Kaijiro was about to voice his question, he saw Heng Yi stepping into that confrontation, his footsteps appearing somewhat flustered. Who is there? Mr. Heng Yi. Heng Yi's sudden intrusion startled the two Shirtu brothers, and their voices almost echoed simultaneously, but the emotions in their tones were completely opposite. Hani, unable to look at Heng Yi immediately because he was fixated on the boy in front of him, while Wunyang turned around the moment he sensed Heng Yi's approach, calling out his name in surprise upon seeing Heng Yi's face. Why are you here, brother? How rude. TCH. After rescuing the Shirtu brothers and introducing them into the Demon Slayer Corps, Heng Yi had not had many opportunities to meet them again, with the last encounter being at the Hashira meeting several months ago. After the meeting, Heng Yi briefly caught up with them, and Wunyang was as close to Heng Yi as ever. Filled with gratitude for Heng Yi's recommendation for him to join the Demon Slayer Corps, I finally found my worth, and it's wonderful to be able to pick up a sword to protect others. However, compared to Wunyang's sincere gratitude, Hani exchanged a glance with Heng Yi, ultimately turning away without saying anything. It was said that after being saved by Heng Yi, when Wunyang expressed his desire to join the Demon Slayer Corps again, the brothers had a big argument, but it was unclear what Wunyang said to Hani. In any case, Hani eventually agreed to let his brother join, albeit reluctantly insisting on joining with him. Since being rescued by Hani had not said a single harsh word to Heng Yi. He only used various particles to express his displeasure without being direct. I'm really sorry, Mr. Heng Yi. Although he had already become a Hashira, Wunyang's inherent kindness kept him gentle and polite. Seeing his brother treat their savior in such a manner, he had no choice but to apologize to Heng Yi on Hani's behalf. It's fine. But what are you two doing? Bullying a child? That's not good. Heng Yi seemed to be momentarily stunned before responding. He stepped to the center of the confrontation, and in the middle of his speech, he even turned his head back anxiously. Yet he awkwardly turned back again before he could clearly see the face of the person behind the child. A strange sense of homesickness erupted in his heart. He could joke and laugh, even in the face of death. So what was happening now? Who said someone is bullying the child? I'm clearly just reasoning with this little ghost. Is this reasoning? Don't joke around. I've told you before. If you use it one more time, it will break. So what if it breaks? Can't you just make another one? With an increasingly impatient tone, Ichiro said, Do you know how much time you've wasted here with your nonsense? How many people could I and Mu Ichiro say with the time you've wasted? Upon hearing this, everyone fell silent, and seeing this, Ichiro became even angrier. You're just a blacksmith, not even a qualified one, completely useless except for making weapons. Yet you're blocking us here. It's really troublesome for you. Heng Yi knew that Yuakaru was just anxious, but when he got anxious, he would speak without thinking, and his words could be extremely hurtful. Brother, that's really unfair. However, before Heng Yi could say anything, the ever-listening Kyudru stepped forward to refute him. Everyone who joins the Demon Slayer Corps has their own role. Whether it's in the Swordsmith Village or the Butterfly Mansion, all members, although they can't fight like swordsmen, are equally crucial. He rebutted Yuakaru loudly. If you're still unwilling to change your perspective, then to me, aside from fighting demons, you are just as useless. That's right. Swordsmen and blacksmiths need each other. We are all fighting on our respective battlefields. Tanjiro echoed Kyudru, while Heng Yi silently nodded beside them, and Yuakaru looked even angrier. All right, enough. You don't want to draw your sword, do you? You? Hearing Heng Yi call him that, Yuakaru seemed to be fuming. Yes, I'm just trying to call you that. So stop arguing. Don't you just want to use this for training? I'll talk to this kid. You all wait over there. Yuakaru still looked like he wanted to say something, but was forcibly dragged away by Muichiro. Kyudru and Tanjiro nodded at Heng Yi and walked to the other side. Looking at the fire mask on the child's face, Heng Yi's mind once again flooded with fragmented memories. I won't give you. It's really nostalgic. Huh. I mean, your mask reminds me of someone. The boy named Katetsu looked at Heng Yi with his drooping eyes, although he was looking at him. His unfocused gaze extended into the unknown distance. Are you AMU's son? Wait, AMU, do you know my grandfather? Heng Yi, upon hearing his surprised question, pretended to scratch his nose and said, I guess so. He certainly couldn't say that he had known him 30 years ago. Forgotten about it after returning to the world 10 years ago and had never thought of it again, which would be embarrassing. How could that be? Grandpa never mentioned you to me or my dad. Huh, that's so unfair. He never even brought it up? Heng Yi looked at the tall puppet behind the child and realized belatedly that he might be disliked. He hadn't mentioned this to me before. Xiaotai was a bit angry. This was our secret weapon. How could it be casually told to anyone? Casually? Heng Yi walked up to the puppet, gazing at its wooden face, which was half damaged, with an almost affectionate look. I'm not just anyone. Heng Yi's slender fingers traced down the broken left cheek of the doll, barely stopping at the chest. After slightly pulling down the collar of the doll's chest, Heng Yi's fingers pointed at the heart area, which was smooth. He belongs to me. After gently tapping 3 times on that spot, the entire left chest popped open, revealing a hidden little box inside, containing an old notebook. How is this possible? I've checked it many times. There was nothing there, right? It's done so well, perfectly fitted. It won't come out without the correct method. Heng Yi took out the puppet and placed it in his chest pocket, close to his heart. Now you can come over and take a look. The box is engraved with words. Xiaotai hurried over, eager to knock the puppet down, as it was much taller than him, even a bit taller than Heng Yi. However, Heng Yi picked him up and brought him in front of the box. What are you doing? Look, what does it say on top? To the immortal Lord Kawa Heng Yi, from the blacksmith Taimu. Chapter 84. Training begins. You are the legendary immortal dead, Lord Kawa Heng Yi. I never expected to see you return to the swordsmith village in my lifetime. Yes, it's been nearly 100 years. I didn't expect anyone would still be waiting for me, but I'm sorry, I don't remember you. Ha ha ha, of course you wouldn't remember me. When you came to Swordsmith Village, my father hadn't even been born yet. Then who are you? In fact, it was my grandfather, Taimu, who has been waiting for you in that lord's return. It's a puppet made based on that lord's appearance and swordsmanship. However, I'm ashamed to say that due to the incredible speed of that lord's swordsmanship, the puppet could never reach such speed. So we made it with 6 arms to imitate that lord's sword draw. It's truly a poor imitation. I'm sorry to show it to you. No, you've done very well. After all, being able to see him and his sword again, I really don't know how to thank you. There's one more thing. This part can be opened. Look, there's a line of engraved words inside, made by my grandfather, along with a note left by that lord. Huh, you mean? Yes, after that incident, that lord did return to Swordsmith Village. The village had already heard the news that the head family had expelled that lord from the Demon Slayer Corps, but we couldn't really understand that decision. After all, the demons are so powerful, and the head was assassinated so suddenly, and in the end, the assassination had nothing to do with that lord. You don't need to say more, I understand. So this is his intention? Yes, my grandfather insisted that that lord was right, and since this puppet was made in his likeness, it should belong to him. But he didn't want it. So why did he give it to me in the end? That lord left the puppet for us to train swordsmen. He said it would be good for the puppet to replace him and contribute a little to the Demon Slayer Corps. However, my grandfather believed that since the Demon Slayer Corps treated him this way, the puppet should be returned to you. Thank you all. No, you are too polite. I made up my mind. This puppet will still be left with you. Huh, I've read the note from Yuan E. Part of it is about me, so I took that part. The other part contains his insights on swordsmanship, which is very valuable, but as far as I know, no one can master the sun-breathing technique, so I'll leave it inside and wait for someone fated to find it. But I share the same thought as Yuan E. Since it has already been made, let it serve its purpose. It can also be my contribution for future children. I truly don't know how to praise your and Yuan E.'s generosity, especially after being betrayed like that. No need for that. I know you're not allowed to mention his name. The Swordsmith Village is only loyal to the Lord. We are not afraid of some unreasonable people. While we benefit from the grace left by others, yet we keep their names deeply hidden. Having lived this long, I find it exhausting to hold grudges against others. I think Yuan E. and I share the same idea. This is also one of the important reasons that support me to keep living an undying passion, even though this feeling has been betrayed countless times. So how about it? Although I don't understand swordsmanship, being able to have a back and forth with your pillar-level swordsman should be a pretty good training puppet, right? Yes, it's an extraordinary swordsmanship. According to you, The prototype swordsman used sword techniques even faster. How should I describe such swordsmanship? It's like a meteor streaking across the dark night. In a brilliant fiery red, a bit like you, Fukuin. No, my swordsmanship is really just the light of fireflies. How could I dare to compete with the brilliance of the sun and moon? Heng Yi looked at Xing Shoulang, whose once vibrant eyes were now clouded with a layer of mist, and was somewhat surprised, not knowing how to comfort him. Fortunately, he was only disheartened for a moment before regaining his confident demeanor, carefully watching the battle unfolding in the arena. Currently, it was Wu Yilang who was practicing against the puppet. He was taking it very seriously, even though Heng Yi couldn't understand the sword techniques. He could tell that every move was executed with precision. Wu Yilang's sharp gaze observed the puppet's actions, making judgments to attack, defend, or evade accordingly. As Wu Yilang delivered a decisive blow after seeing through the puppet's movements, the battle came to an end, as the puppet was programmed to stop moving once its actions were discerned. Phew! Wu Yilang let out a sigh and sheathed his sword, stepping back to his brother's side. Too slow. Why is your draw so sluggish, and the force is lacking? Too soft. If you were in a real fight, the demon would have sliced you in half before you even realized it. But what? Just watch carefully for a moment. From afar, Heng Yi heard Yilang scolding Wu Yilang, shaking his head with a wry smile. He was about to step forward to remind him not to be too rough and not to damage the puppet when he heard footsteps coming from the woods behind him. Heng Yi turned around and found that the person who had arrived was Su In-Y, the Immortal River. Ah, Su-In, how is it? What did the village chief say? Su In-Y walked up to Heng Yi, and upon hearing his question, a look of regret and slight guilt appeared on his face. It's seriously damaged. The village chief said, if it has to be repaired, it's better to just replace it with a new one. I'm sorry, Heng Yi's ancestor. I broke the gun you gave me. Heng Yi didn't understand why Xianmi wanted to apologize to him. He patted his shoulder and replied, hey, what's the big deal? I could just get you another one. How's her teeth? Are they better? While asking, he directly pried open Xianmi's mouth. Xianmi offered no resistance and obediently let Heng Yi check. Very good, very effective. I'll give you 2 more drops tonight. But you still have to remember what I told you. You can't eat any evil spirits that are too powerful for you, okay? Upon hearing the first part, Xianmi shook his head repeatedly, and after hearing the latter part, he nodded vigorously. No need, I've fully recovered. I know, I definitely won't eat them. What Heng Yi meant by giving you 2 drops is his own blood, to be used as a medicinal catalyst in the herbal tea. For someone of the same bloodline as Xuani, it is incredibly nourishing. However, it seems the child is quite resistant, and Heng Yi did not insist. Is this a battle happening? Is that a puppet? Where's Tanjiro? Why can't I see him? Xuani asked as he looked at the battle taking place, and Heng Yi explained everything to him. Tan is with Little Iron. He is the gentlest with him and was sent to comfort the child. As for that puppet, you might not need it. Crash! Just as he finished speaking, 2 ominous sounds of blades striking wood and the sound of wood splintering filled the air. So you see, Little Iron is right not to let you use it. I shouldn't have been soft-hearted and let you touch it. Chapter 85. Gift so, it wasn't intentional. That old puppet is just too worn out. I already told you and Mr. Heng Yi that it would break if used again, and Mr. Heng Yi warned you not to use too much force. Little Iron scolded Yuaro like pouring beans from a bamboo tube, completely disregarding his status as a Hashira-level swordsman. Oh, I get it now. You did it on purpose, didn't you? Because I said you couldn't use it before. He suddenly showed a look of realization. Later. Well, I said you could use it, but only as the last one. I understand now. You must have done it on purpose. Why are you so petty? Huh? Yuaro initially felt a bit guilty, but upon hearing this, his anger completely overshadowed his guilt. Are you out of your mind? Do I need it? You're just, not knowing if it was because he broke the puppet after being warned and agreeing not to, Yuaro suddenly learned to read the room. He saw Heng Yi's smile that didn't reach his eyes and Mu Yairo's glare, and he swallowed the harsh words that were on the tip of his tongue. TSK. Mu Yairo left. You think you can just walk away after breaking it? What else can I do? I can't fix it. Well, if you insist I say something. It was a pretty good training tool. It served its last purpose, thanks. Watching the 2 brothers leave while still arguing about something, Heng Yi felt quite helpless, but truly had no way to intervene. At that moment, the weather turned against them. The previously bright sky suddenly became overcast, and heavy rain began to pour down. Little Iron stared blankly at the puppet on the ground, and Tanjiro comforted him from the side. Heng Yi waved his hand, and bloodline tendrils emerged from the ground, forming a dense net overhead that blocked the sudden rain. Impressive, Mr. Heng Yi, to create such a barrier-like net in an instant. Although Xing Shulang praised Heng Yi's bloodline web, Heng Yi could tell he had unspoken doubts. This body had been in the swordsmith village for many years, nearly 50. Heng Yi thought as he touched the sturdy trees beside him. I don't often awaken this body, but due to the importance of the swordsmith village to the Demon Slayer Corps, I believe a warning mechanism is needed here. Xing Shulang saw Heng Yi's palm merge with the tree he was touching, the connected limbs quickly changing to the color of the trunk like a chameleon. 50 years was enough time for complete assimilation with all the plants in the swordsmith village and its surrounding area. This could be considered another experiment of mine. The question is, in terms of complete assimilation, is the undying Kaneo Heng Yi perceived as a human or a tree by demons? Hearing this, Xing Shulang exchanged knowing glances with Heng Yi, then closed his eyes and held his breath to sense carefully. The aura was very weak, reminiscent of a little bird in nature or a squirrel. Well, how should I put it? Does this mean I've succeeded halfway? It's settled then. Make sure to train well with it and become stronger than that pretentious little brat. So me? Am I supposed to defeat the Cloud Pillar? Just as they were talking, Xing Shulang and Heng Yi suddenly heard Tanjiro and Keita's voices getting louder. It turned out that while they were talking, Keita had restarted the UNE-0. Of course, show some ambition. Lord Rengoku is already the Flame Pillar. How can he defeat that little brat and showcase the strength of my family's puppet? I will do my best to help you. We're starting now? Hey, is that okay? Let that kid Tanjiro fight with the Tsutomu brothers? Although Kamado's progress is remarkable, he still falls a bit short compared to the Tsutomu brothers. Xing Shulang's words were gentle. The Tsutomu brothers were the fastest sword fighters to become pillars in Heng Yi's time. It took them less than a month from picking up the sword to participating in the final selection, and only 2 more months to become pillars, with both brothers achieving the success. Although they acted separately after becoming pillars, their patrol areas were adjacent, and combined they covered more than double the area of other pillars. Originally, Ichiro came to the swordsmith village just to repair his sword, but Michiro worried that his brother would not communicate well with the blacksmith, a prescient thought. So he followed along. Well, after hearing about the puppet's usefulness, training sounds good, but now that you mention it, I feel a bit itchy to try it out. I'll go take a look tomorrow. Yuzui Tenjin said this casually while inadvertently moving his once broken left arm. One of his wives, Hinitsu, looked a bit worried but did not speak, instead glancing at Heng Yi. Heng Yi noticed the question in her eyes, smiled, and nodded. Xiaotai has replaced the sword in the puppet's hand with a wooden stick, and that kid Xiaoyu has broken one of the puppet's arms. For you, it's just a toy to move your body a bit. However, my advice is to avoid overusing your left arm. The severed limb needs time to recover. I understand. Tian made a grand gesture to show that she remembered Heng Yi's advice. After dinner, everyone returned to their rooms. Heng Yi went to Tanjiro's room and waited for a while under the moonlight, but still did not see him being brought back. Xiaotai. This kid can't possibly be keeping everyone from sleeping, can he? I even said I would help Tan with his body, but I can't even see him. After waiting a bit longer, Heng Yi gave up, stood up, and left Tanjiro's room, heading back to his own. However, he had not reached his door when he saw Jinya waiting outside. The child looked very happy, and the fierce expression he usually wore was replaced by an uncontrollable smile. Oh, what's this? Earlier today, he was lamenting that he couldn't use the puppet, and now he seems to have encountered some good news? Heng Yi ancestor. So I said, stop calling me ancestor. You're making me feel like I've aged several generations. All right, Heng Yi ancestor, look. Heng Yi couldn't be bothered to continue being entangled in his title, because Xianmi excitedly handed over a pair of shotguns. Upon closer inspection, he noticed that the gun bodies were adorned with subtle black patterns. Heng Yi looked up at Xianmi's face, about to say something, when he suddenly felt that the dark patterns somewhat resembled the scars on Xianmi's face. These handguns looked really good, but I haven't had the chance to ask the village chief yet. Who gave them to you? They were given by my brother. Really? Yes, because there was also a letter from my brother that came with them. He even wrote you a letter? That's really rare. Let me see what it says. Heng Yi was very happy that his child finally understood and no longer caused conflicts. After all, excluding himself, they were each other's only family in the world. However, upon opening the letter, he saw a line of flamboyant characters. Waste, get out of the Demon Slayer Corps. Chapter 86. The old Nicaran blade looking at the beautifully designed and well-crafted shotgun on the table, and then at the sparkling eyes of Xuani who was eagerly looking at him. Heng Yi struggled to read the contents of the letter in his hand. He said, idiot, figure out the bullets yourself. Changing waste to idiot, which sounded less disappointing and even slightly affectionate, while still keeping the cold persona of Shimi. made Heng Yi feel that making up lies was truly giving him a headache. Fortunately, Xuan, being illiterate, did not realize that the person who sent the items did not send any ammunition along with them. The fleeting disappointment on Xuan's face did not escape Heng Yi's watchful eyes, but the next moment, he excitedly exclaimed, "It's okay. My brother finally took the initiative to communicate with me. Does this mean he has almost forgiven me? Yes. How could this not be considered proactive communication?" Heng Yi, touching his slightly aching conscience, felt that being caught between the two brothers was really not easy. To change the subject, Heng Yi suggested regarding the bullets. "I'll go find the village chief and help you make a special batch of bullets that can suppress the regeneration of evil spirits." Xuan's eyes widened. "Huh? Is that possible?" "Of course, as long as we add some special materials during the bullet-making process." Heng Yi once read about a strange creature called a vampire in some books that came from abroad. It is said that they fear silver bullets and weapons, as well as garlic and crosses, and like ghosts, they cannot be exposed to light. Heng Yi was amazed and remarked that it would be nice if evil spirits were as afraid of many things as vampires are. However, ammunition is different from knives. It can be easily depleted in battle, so you need to use it sparingly, and each time you use it, you must ensure that the bullets have an effect. Xuan nodded seriously and said, "Yes, I will practice more. Then let's rest early today. Tomorrow morning, I'll take you to see the village chief." "Okay, thank you, Ancestor Heng Yi." "You're welcome. I'm tired, so let him shout." The next morning, Heng Yi took Xuan to find the village chief, requesting him to recommend a craftsman who could create special ammunition. "Here, take this. It's a special material that can be added to the ammunition. Make sure to explain it clearly to the craftsman." Heng Yi was reminding Xuan at the door, asking if it was okay for him to go alone. Xuan, who hadn't been treated like a child unable to take care of himself for a long time, felt a bit shy. "Of course, you should go find Tanjiro. Then you should set off." When Heng Yi learned that Tanjiro hadn't returned all night, he felt that little Tai was being a bit excessive. What kind of training method doesn't T allow for food, drink, or rest? Isn't that just asking for death? Heng Yi brought Tanjiro to the swordsmith village for him to recuperate. "Don't wear out such a good kid." "Good morning, Mr. Heng Yi. It seems I arrived just in time." Just as Heng Yi was seeing Xuan off, a voice suddenly came from behind. "Good morning, a Yuan." Of course, Yuzui Tenjin didn't just happen to appear. Heng Yi had already sensed his arrival, waiting a short distance away for Heng Yi to send off Xuan before coming over. He had promised him yesterday to let him try the UNE Zero style, so the two set off together to find Tanjiro. "By the way, Rengoku asked me to say hello to you. He has already returned to his patrol area." "Oh, that was quick." "Yes. He originally wanted to say goodbye to you in person this morning, but upon learning that you took that little kid to find the village chief, he asked me to thank you. By the way, I also haven't formally thanked you yet. Thank you for fixing my arm." Heng Yi waved his hand and said, "No need to be so polite. We are comrades, aren't we?" After saying that, he looked again at the eye that Tian Yuan was hiding and asked hopefully, "Are you really not considering my proposal?" Tian Yuan understood his meaning as soon as he saw his gaze, hesitated for a moment before replying, "Please let me think about it some more." "All right." Heng Yi is talking about a transplant surgery. In the Battle of the Gun, the left eye of the Tian Yuan was severely damaged, and to restore the vision of that eye, a whole eye transplant was necessary. Heng Yi would certainly not take the eyes of other normal people for him. He was going to transplant his own eyes from his split body. Although his physical regeneration speed was currently very slow, some parts were too damaged to be used, and they were just lying idle. For someone immortal like him, time was the least significant cost. However, he didn't know what Tian Yuan was thinking. When he first heard this proposal, he seemed somewhat resistant, although he didn't directly refuse. Heng Yi could sense his faint emotions. Could it be that he dislikes my eyes? Heng Yi was a bit troubled as he guessed. So delicious. Before he even saw the person, he could already hear a howl mixed with complex emotions, and Heng Yi wondered what kind of state this child had been trained into. He exchanged a glance with Tenjin, and the two continued forward in confusion, finally seeing Tanjiro, who was crying and sniffling while devouring rice balls. "Ah, Mr. Heng Yi." Little Tetsu spotted Heng Yi first and happily greeted him, to which Heng Yi responded with a smile full of black lines. Tanjiro, who had been clean when they parted ways yesterday, now looked like a thoroughly battered rag doll. It was truly tattered, to the point that it could turn the demon-slaying core with some defensive abilities into beggar's attire. What on earth had he experienced in this day and night? "Oh, is this the doll? Huh, he's already switched to a real sword?" It seems Tanjiro is making quick progress. Heng Yi hugged Xiao Tai before the puppet's opening and smiled at Tian Yuan, saying, "You don't need a knife to practice with it, just treat it as a strength training exercise." That was exactly the intention. Tian Yuan excitedly stepped into the puppet's attack range and began his training. However, Xiao Tai looked at Tian Yuan with concern, wondering if this person would be okay. What about his eyes? It's fine, he's as sound as Shira. Even if he lost one eye and has no knife, you can't underestimate him. Oh ho ha! Such magnificent sword skills. This is really interesting. Look, he's having a great time. So amazing, Gudu, Mr. Yusue's speed is incredible. Tanjiro, while gobbling down food, couldn't tear his eyes away from the battle and kept exclaiming in surprise. Before long, Tian Yuan used an almost bizarre movement to circle around behind the puppet, took one of its hair strands, and exited the attack range. That was satisfying, but losing that arm somewhat disrupted the continuity of its sword technique. Now its pattern is incomplete. Simple, you both just need to repair the arm, and we can battle again another day. Ha ha, you're right. Xiao Tai didn't understand Heng Yi's cold joke and looked at Tanjiro in confusion, only to see his eyes filled with fighting spirit. Ah, that was refreshing. I worked up a sweat. We should soak in a hot spring together tonight, Mr. Heng Yi. Ha ha. I won't disturb you all. Heng Yi chuckled, saying that with 5 people, the hot spring from another house would be too crowded for him, who had been single for 1,000 years. So the two chatted casually on the sidelines, watching as Tanjiro finished eating and continued battling with UNE0. So why don't you accept the surgery? Is it because you dislike my eyeball? Taking advantage of the good atmosphere, Heng Yi jokingly asked the question that had been on his mind. Tian Yuan looked a bit surprised. How could that be? He surprisingly hesitated. Don't hesitate. Even if it gets damaged, it's fine. I'll fix it. Xiao Tai's shout suddenly interrupted their conversation, and they realized that the battle in the arena was nearing its end. Tanjiro, in midair, finally stopped hesitating after hearing Xiao Tai's words. The blade struck the puppet's head with such force that it snapped in half and flew out, causing him to fall from the air and land on his backside. Oh, that hurts. As soon as Heng Yi saw his appearance, he knew that his coccyx should be fine. He walked over with a hint of amusement, hearing him still apologizing to Xiao Tai about the broken knife. However, before he could say anything, a cracking sound came from the puppet's head. Heng Yi looked over in surprise, only to see that the entire face and head of the puppet had shattered and separated, revealing that it was hollow inside, and an ancient Nichiren blade reappeared. Chapter 87, Imitation. Before Tanjiro excitedly pulled out the ancient Nichiren blade, Heng Yi already knew the outcome. It was rusty. Of course it would be rusty. A blade that had been hidden inside the unsealed trunk of a puppet for over 300 years would be strange if it weren't rusty. Heng Yi took the old knife from Tungen's hand and examined it carefully, understanding everything in his heart. However, they didn't expect Tanjiro to suddenly burst into tears. Silly boy, why are you crying? Of course, it would rust after so many years. I know, it's okay. It doesn't matter at all. Hey, wipe your tears before saying that. It's really not like you. Tenjin teased Tanjiro, while Heng Yi smiled to comfort him, as he himself didn't know there was actually a replica inside. A replica? Tanjiro sniffled and wiped his tears in confusion. That's right, this is a replica of the original sword used by the first breath technique swordsman. How do you know this is a replica? Didn't you say the doll is hollow? Little Iron also looked at Heng Yi in confusion. Because I personally buried the real one with his body after collecting it. Do you remember everything now? Even though Tanjiro still had tears in his eyes, he smiled widely. Have you retrieved all the memories from the past? Heng Yi has lost count of how many times he has been moved by this child's kindness and warmth. This child is like the warm sun in winter, perhaps not as fiery as Yuan, Yi, and Xingshoulang, but enough to provide comfort to those who have long been on a weary journey. This is a different kind of strength, more meaningful than immortality. Heng Yi shook his head. Regrettably, it wasn't all of it, only a part of it related to him. His gaze fell upon the puppet that had already knelt on the ground and the half of its shattered face. Yet Heng Yi's eyes did not focus. What appeared before him was an old man cut in half before the dawn of a dark night, and a blue spider lily that stood as tall as an adult. Mr. Heng Yi? Mr. Heng Yi, are you okay? His thoughts were pulled back by the urgent voice. And Heng Yi gazed blankly into the worried eyes of the young man, eyes that were so similar to his own. Ah, sorry, I was reminded of some not-so-good memories. Heng Yi shook his head, swallowing the untimely sadness. Come out. How much longer are you going to hide back there? You've been eager for this all along, to divert the attention of the 3 people on him. Heng Yi had no choice but to reveal a proud blacksmith who had been hiding in the woods for a long time. Mr. Gangdi's Hong, Tanjiro exclaimed in surprise, as his original purpose for coming to the swordsmith village was to find Gangdi's Hong, eyeing to forge a new sword. Hello, Uncle Heng Yi, it's been a while. It's great to see you in good health. Oh, I'm too. Tanjiro felt strange once again looking at the familiar scene before him. as a relationship between Heng Yi and Ying gave him a sense of both familiarity and strangeness. Although Ying respected Heng Yi greatly, even to the point of admiration, he could sense it. He always seemed very distant when speaking to Heng Yi. It was like a feeling of wanting to get close, but forcibly holding back. However, Heng Yi seemed completely normal, interacting with Ying just like he did with everyone else. When Tanjiro sensed the resentment that Ying could convey even through his mask, he finally had no time to think about those irrelevant matters. Ying, didn't we talk about this? Don't bully your swordsman like this, Heng Yi said with a disappointed shake of his head. I've heard from the village chief that you're often disliked by the swordsmen and have your collaborations terminated. Tanjiro saw Ying tremble all over and deeply lower his head like a child scolded by their parents. Sigh, with a deep sigh from Heng Yi. Even before he spoke, Gangdishong Ying directly performed a demise in front of Heng Yi. Not only were the small Iron and Tanjiro, as well as Tenjin present, shocked, but even Iron Cave's son, who had followed him, couldn't he help but exclaim, I had only heard that Gangdishong didn't listen to the village chief, but only to Mr. Heng Yi, but I didn't expect this to be true. However, Heng Yi appeared completely unfazed, merely squatting down to help him up with some helplessness. I know you didn't mean it. It's not all your fault. You've always been great. I've known that since you were a child. Heng Yi certainly knows that he is both talented and hardworking. But geniuses are always lonely, and in the eyes of others, he seems more like a freak. Heng Yi handed him the rusty knife and said, Here, take it. Ying took the knife in disbelief, but couldn't say a word. Tanjiro and Cody were also puzzled, but out of trust in Heng Yi, they said nothing. Do you know who forged it? Ying shook her head in confusion while holding the knife. Heng Yi did not continue speaking. He simply patted his shoulder. I know about your family's ancestral grinding technique. It has been known for a long, long time. So take it. Although it's just a replica, it's still a rare fine piece. Let it shine once again. Hey, so, Steel Grave Hikari happily hugged the knife and returned the way he came, leaving a spare knife for Tanjiro. Tanjiro was so touched that he had tears in his eyes, expressing that he never expected to get a knife from Hikari so easily. His gratitude towards Heng Yi reached its peak at that moment. I see. So this is a replica of the knife that you and his ancestor made for the original swordsman. Kamadu boy, you are really lucky. The real one must be a magnificent knife. I really want to see it. At dinner, Heng Yi did not eat with Tanjiro and Jinya, but instead gave the two close kids a chance to chat along. He went to Tenjin and talked about the knife he had accidentally discovered during the day, sharing most of what he could remember. Heng Yi shook his head somewhat regretfully. Speaking of the blade, if it weren't for the user of the Breath of the Sun, that sword would look pitch black. In the past, such a color was referred to as the ominous blade. There are no useless swords, only useless swordsmen. There have always been plenty of guys who can only talk big. Tian Yuan scoffed at this notion, dismissing such swordsmen as a despicable bunch. No wonder they fail. After dinner, the two went outside. As Tian Yuan had mentioned during the day, he wanted to soak in the hot springs, while Heng Yi planned to go up the mountain to check on Gangdi's Honghua. That guy has a reckless nature when it comes to good swords, almost as if he were the reincarnation of his ancestor. I can't rest easy. A son can't manage him, so I'll go instead. That's fine. I also want to see the prowess of this sword, and I hope he succeeds. I have no doubt about this outcome, so you can rest assured. Heng Yi confidently said, but the next moment he looked into the deep forest with some confusion. What's wrong? Tian Yuan noticed Heng Yi's expression and followed his gaze. But after listening carefully for a while, the dense forest was silent. Heng Yi is also very strange, but I can't quite explain it. I don't know. The plant's feedback is very odd. They feel that there's a smell in today's wind. A fishy smell? Most people believe that plants cannot smell anything. Indeed, they don't have noses, but they can perceive unusual smells in the environment through other means. This ability is also called allelopathy. Yes, it is the taste of aquatic organisms that is different from usual, unnatural, carrying a stench of decay and rot. It's really strange. What is going on? Heng Yi shook his head, saying he didn't have any more information and could only advise to be more cautious. Tian Yuan nodded yes. I will be careful and will also ask someone to remind the Zao Men youth. Are you going into the forest tonight? Of course, don't worry. I'm not that weak in knife forging village, and feeling these things makes me even more worried about Ying. The night breeze gently brushed against the faces of the two, but they didn't smell anything. I hope everything is just my illusion. Chapter 88. Breath of the Clouds walking through the forest in the deep of night. Heng Yi did not dare to let his guard down. He maintained his walking while maximizing his connection with the surrounding plants, trying to capture the strange decaying scent he sensed before setting out. However, before that, he first noticed someone also moving through the forest, seemingly searching for something, with a familiar aura that Heng Yi recognized. Xiao Yu? What are you doing here so late? It was Yunzhu Shit Ike here, whom he hadn't seen since they parted ways the previous morning. Now that they were so close, it seemed he was completely unaware of Heng Yi's approach. Startled by Heng Yi's sudden voice, he jumped back a big step in the opposite direction, his hand resting on the hilt of his sword. Did I scare you? Sorry. Not at all. But how can you walk without making any sound? Well, it's indeed harder to be noticed in the woods, Heng Yi said, demonstrating his ability to merge into the trunk at any time. Ikaru frowned, looking quite disdainful. But in the end, he only muttered a complaint about it being a strange thing. Why haven't they left the swordsmith village yet? Where's Xiao Wu? Aren't they together? I came to repair the Nikram blade, but I still haven't found my smith. TSK, I really don't understand what these smiths are doing running around every day. Why can't they just stay at home? Heng Yi doesn't quite agree with his view, but you're mistaken. The blacksmiths are not as idle as you imagine. Huh? Besides forging swords, what else could they be busy with? Is it possible to maintain the normal life and work of a village with hundreds of people just by forging swords? No. So, for the same reason, the Demon Slayer Corps only has sword fighters to kill demons, and there's no support from the liaison team, the medical assistance from the Butterfly Mansion, or the financial backing from a main house to sustain it until now. Right? TSK, what exactly are you trying to say? Heng Yi could tell that he had understood the implied meaning behind his words, but pretended not to and was impatient to continue listening. I believe what you said yesterday morning wasn't from the heart. You were just angered by Xiao Tai and spoke without thinking. In contrast, Heng Yi was very patient. He always worried about those sharp-tongued children. But have you ever heard the saying harsh words hurt like a cold June? You should learn to control your temper. If you had calmly communicated with Xiao Tai yesterday, or taken a step back to explain the issue to the village chief, wouldn't that have avoided the conflict? It would also help Xiao Tai understand and trust you. Why do I need the trust of a child like that? He isn't even a blacksmith yet. Because you want to borrow their puppet for training, and you also need the blacksmiths of Knife Forging Village to forge weapons for you. So you can't afford to make enemies with them. If you build a good relationship with them, they will help you when you need it. Upon hearing this, Yu Yilang stopped in his tracks and looked deeply at Heng Yi before lowering his head. You really are just like him. Who? Yu Yilang was about to answer when he noticed Heng Yi's expression change dramatically as he looked in a certain direction. Something's happened. Let's go. What? Before he could even ask, Heng Yi had already dashed out quickly. Yu Yilang used the word dash to describe Heng Yi's speed, knowing that as a user of the breath of the clouds, his own explosive power was even stronger than his brother Wu Yilang's. However, Heng Yi's instantaneous burst of speed just now was no less impressive than his own. Weren't you supposed to be bad at fighting? Yu Yilang silently complained as he quickly followed Heng Yi. After all, a Hashira was still a Hashira, although he didn't react at first. Yu Yilang quickly caught up with Heng Yi and realized why Heng Yi had been so silent while walking earlier, and how he could move such a distance in an instant. His running stride was small. It seemed like every step was firmly planted on the ground. However, that wasn't the case. Each of his steps landed on a root that protruded from the ground, which propelled him forward a considerable distance. Most of the roots were moving underground, making almost no sound, but the amazing thing was that the ground he ran over left no trace at all. No, don't come over. Not far into the run, Yu Yilang already heard cries for help nearby. Without seeing the situation clearly, he had already activated his sword technique in the direction from which the sound came. Breath of the Clouds, first form, rolling cloud strike. Heng Yi didn't really see his trajectory. He only vaguely sensed a flash of gray-white sword light, and a twisted sword energy, like a rolling cloud, swept past him. The powerful burst of speed allowed Yu Yilang to rush into the battlefield, which Heng Yi hadn't yet seen, from a position half a step behind. Truly worthy of being a Hashira. You're amazing, Xiao Yu. Complimenting him without reservation. Heng Yi also reached the battlefield and finally saw the so-called aquatic creature that disgusted the plants and the little iron who was crying for help. It was a koi fish almost the size of a small wooden house, with sharp teeth and stout limbs, and an ugly vase strapped to its back. This was Heng Yi's evaluation of this stitched creature, lacking any sense of beauty. Just now, Yu Yilang's high-speed straight thrust successfully removed the fish monster's grip from Little Iron's arm. But this thing, which was clearly a creation of some demon's blood demon art, actually possessed the ability to quickly restore its form. That was quite rare. Taking advantage of the fish monster slowly turning around, Heng Yi also came to Yu Yilang and Little Iron's side. After glancing and confirming that Little Iron was uninjured, he said to Yu Yilang, This blood demon art is a bit strange, you know? Cutting off the limb-like parts quickly restores, indicating that the vital point is not what we perceive as the main form. Following Heng Yi's indication, Yu Yilang looked at the back of the fish monster, where there was something that looked very much like a vase. Oh, Yu Yilang was a child who acted decisively. When the fish monster let out a roar and charged over, he dashed up without a word and struck the vase, cutting it in two. A foul-smelling blood mist rose, and the fish monster did indeed slowly collapse into ashes. Whoa, Mr. Heng Yi, thank you, I almost died. It was so terrifying. After all, he was still a child, and even if he tried to be strong, he would still be afraid when faced with an evil spirit. Little Iron threw himself on a Heng Yi and cried loudly, and Heng Yi could only comfort him by holding him. All right, we came here, didn't we? He then glanced at Yu Yilang, who was staring at the fish monster's body, and you shouldn't thank me. The one who saved you is over there. Heng Yi put down Xiao Tai and gave him a little push towards Yu Yilang. Xiao Tai seemed a bit shy and didn't dare to look at Yu Yilang, while Yu Yilang completely ignored him and walked straight over to ask Heng Yi, where's the main body of this ghost? I don't sense any presence at all. Heng Yi shook his head. In my perception, there was no main body nearby, but the stench of rotten fish and shrimp was everywhere. Some distant messages from the plants came through. They were from the direction of the village, and we needed to hurry back. Wait, mister. Tai Shui's son and the others were also attacked. I was only trying to help them, which is why I was chased here by the fish monster. Mister, Gang Tai Zhong is over there. He has already started sharpening that knife and shows no sign of stopping. Huh, what are we waiting for? Let's go. Hurry up and save them. But what do you mean, Xiaoyu? It's fine. The village has Xiaowu, Yuan, and Tan Tan. We should save those in front of us first. However, Yu Yilang was still hesitating. This time, Heng Yi was genuinely angry, feeling that he was being too oblivious. If we don't save those we can save right now, then what is the point of talking about saving everyone? After saying this, Heng Yi no longer looked at Yu Yilang, but instead lowered his head to ask Xiao Tai, which way? After looking in the direction Xiao Tai pointed, Heng Yi hoisted Xiao Tai onto his shoulder and dashed out with a whoosh. Hey! Yu Yilang gritted his teeth and quickly dodged to follow. Old stinky man. He never listens to me from the past to now. I really dislike him the most. Chapter 89. 3 battlefields on the other side. After parting ways with Heng Yi, Tian Yuan changed the original plan of soaking in the hot springs. He called his 3 wives and began a small-scale patrol within and around the forging village. When patrolling near the public hot spring, he encountered a blacksmith who had just finished bathing. Oh, Lord Yuzui, it's so late and you're still not resting. Are you here to soak in the hot springs? Tian Yuan glanced at him and did not mention Heng Yi's suspicions or his own patrol. Instead, he retorted, aren't you the one who just finished bathing so late? Perhaps because they were far from the city and hidden in the mountains. Tian Yuan felt that the blacksmiths in the forging village were a bit too leisurely compared to people outside. If they were in a remote mountain village, people wouldn't be so carefree at this hour. I accidentally soaked too long. I'm sorry to make you laugh. I'm just about to head home. I need to get up early for work tomorrow. Hurry back, okay? Just as he was about to remind him to be careful, in a moment of confusion, Tian Yuan felt he heard a sound. He quickly turned around to look, but found nothing. Was it an illusion? No. There was indeed a sound of something rolling on the ground. Lord Yuzui? Lord Yuzui? What's wrong? Is there something over there? No, there's nothing. Just head home early and be careful on the road. Huh? Oh, okay. The blacksmith found it a bit strange that in the secluded and exclusive forging village, he had to be careful, but he still heeded Tian Yuan's words and quickened his pace. Tian Yuan watched him leave, not relaxing his guard, carefully sensing the surroundings. However, a familiar aura told him that his perception ability had not weakened, and there indeed was not much else around. How is it, Hinetsuru? As soon as he finished speaking, the capable female ninja landed steadily beside him. It was Hinetsu, responsible for patrolling from the hot springs to the village entrance. I didn't find anything, Lord Tian Yuan. Hinetsuru shook her head and hesitantly asked, could it be that Mr. Heng Yi was mistaken? Tian Yuan remained vigilant of his surroundings. If it were somewhere outside, it would be fine, but this is the forging village, a place where mistakes were absolutely not allowed. His expression was serious, and Hinetsuru noticed that he was starting to tense up, indicating he was preparing for battle. After the battle in the Flower Street, I trust Mr. Heng Yi's intuition, especially since that isn't his advantageous battlefield. He gazed into the dark woods with his wine-red eyes, trying to catch the killing intent hidden in the shadows, and listened carefully. Following his words, Hinetsuru held her breath and focused on listening, but still found nothing. But Tian Yuan's words made her realize. Don't you think it's too quiet around here? Whoosh bang clang 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 clang, just as his voice fell. Signal fireworks and the village alarm bells rang one after the other. The two were startled and quickly exchanged glances before running towards the village. After dinner, Jinya separated from Tanjiro and went alone to find the blacksmith he had discovered during the day. The blacksmith was very nice. Not only did he agree to make ammunition for Jinya, but he also forged a short knife for him. After 2 tiring days, Tanjiro returned home, fell asleep holding Nezuko without even turning off the lights, until Michiro Takedo knocked on the door while looking for Heng Yi, but couldn't he find him. Is anyone there? Hi. Tanjiro instantly woke up and jumped up, and before opening the door, he detected the gentle yet firm scent of the boy from yesterday. Who was the Mist Hashira? As a Hashira, he had no airs about him at all and politely asked, "Sorry to disturb you so late. Have you seen Mr. Heng Yi?" Tanjiro was flattered and waved his hands. No, you're not disturbing at all. I haven't seen Mr. Heng. He went to find Lord Yuzui before dinner. Michiro lowered his head regretfully. Oh, I see. Well, I might have to ask the village chief then. Do you need any help? Perhaps I can assist you. No need for formalities. We should be around the same age. I just joined the Demon Slayer Corps a bit earlier than you. However, Tanjiro didn't dare underestimate the boy in front of him, who was younger than him. He had heard stories about the active Hashira-level swordsmen from Kaijuro and Tian Yuan, and most exaggerated was the 2 Hashira of the clouds and mist, who went from picking up a sword to becoming a Hashira-level swordsman in less than 3 months. Truly a prodigy. But the friendly aura he emitted made Tanjiro unable to resist getting closer. All right then, Takedo-kun, is there anything I can help you with? Tanjiro, do you know a blacksmith named Tai Shuesun? I'm looking for him, but I haven't seen him for 2 days. And the blacksmiths in the village said they haven't seen him either. Ah, I know him. We saw him in the afternoon. He should be with Mr. Gang Taizhong now. Ah, that's great. He is my brother's new blacksmith. Speaking of my brother, Michiro smiled bitterly. He is almost at his wit's end, because we've been looking for him for so long and still haven't found him. Where are they? I'll accompany you to look for them. Huh? The kind boy slightly tilted his head, looking at the gentle boy. Wouldn't that disturb your rest? You must be tired. I can feel it. Not at all. It's just a small effort. Tanjiro smiled brightly. If I can help you, I would be very happy. Nezuko, who didn't know when she woke up, sat beside her brother and nodded in agreement. Michiro looked at Nezuko and recalled her jumping into Heng Yi's arms while demonized during the Hashira meeting. This child is truly a miraculous being. Huh? A miracle? Clearly turned into a demon, yet she maintains her rationality. I heard she has helped you all in several battles. That is truly impressive. Hearing Michiro's praise, Tanjiro felt very touched. He patted Nezuko's little head and sighed. Thanks to Mr. Heng Yi and Lord Sakanji and Lord Ju. It's because of their help that I can be with Nezuko like this now. Remembering how Hikari helped him and his brother Michiro felt deep empathy. That's right. We're the same. I really don't know how to repay him. Does he lack anything? Mitsuri tilted her head in deep thought. Indeed, Hikari has lived for so long. He must have seen everything. What could he possibly want? Tanjiro also tilted his head in sync. Nezuko seemed to understand as well, thinking with her head tilted like them. Just then, the door was pulled open, and an old man with a tumor on his forehead and 2 horns on his head trembled as he opened the door, even sobbing quietly. Tanjiro stared at the old man, who cautiously squeezed himself into the room, pondering whether he was human or demon, while Michiro had already drawn his sword and charged forward. Breath of Mist, 4th form, obscuring slice. However, the seemingly weak old demon moved with incredible speed. Tanjiro didn't even see how he moved before the next moment he was already on the ceiling, screaming, "Don't kill me." Tanjiro reacted quickly, drawing his sword and using the fire god Kagura. Nezuko also quickly transformed, her long black hair turning white with blue tips, adorned with a pattern of blue slender petals. The power from Hikari's blood had not yet dissipated, as she attacked with a speed that rivaled that of upper moon demons. The old demon, however, did not counterattack at all during the trio's assault. Aside from the initial evasion, he made no further moves, merely being kicked around like a ball by the 3 of them. When Michiro decapitated him, the split parts completely formed 2 new entities, and Tanjiro knew that the battle had truly begun. The next moment, both Michiro and Tanjiro were flung away by one of the newly formed demons. Just then, 2 pale blue, slender tendrils extended from behind Nezuko, wrapping around the waist of the 2 boys amidst the fierce storm, while she herself clung tightly to the eaves. The three of them were in a precarious situation, like a kite being flown, but at least they had not strayed far from the battlefield when the fierce wind stopped. The tendrils yanked them back. Meanwhile, in the nearby village, a bell began to toll, and clouds of fog rose in the distant mountains. Thus, the three battlefields officially commenced. Chapter 90, Upper Moon 5, Gyako. In the center of the village, where the alarm bell rang, an enemy attack. Demons have invaded. Grab your weapons to protect the village. Take out the pillar swords and protect your leader. As groups of fish-like demons charged into the village, the unskilled blacksmiths retreated in a panic while desperately grabbing various tools from their homes to defend themselves, like kitchen knives, fish forks, and even firewood. It was already quite brave of them to do so without any systematic training. This is impossible. How can we fight back? The village is done for. Don't say such discouraging things. Soon, the swordsman will come to rescue us. Hold on. Do your best to survive. Just as the despondent man was about to be crushed by a fish demon's claw, a tall figure descended from the sky. Boom! He landed heavily on top of the fish demon, the force so great that it even pushed it into the ground. Everyone, please step back. Don't panic. Retreat in an orderly manner. Watch your step. The young woman, despite her youth, brought an unparalleled sense of reassurance to the blacksmiths. When the dust settled, they saw the tall figure. Lord Yuzui, it's the sound of Shira. We're saved. Ah, that's great. However, soon, someone with keen eyes noticed he was empty-handed, lacking any weapon. Ah, Lord Yuzui is here to recuperate. His sword hasn't been repaired yet. Villagers in the know gasped, and the surrounding crowd grew worried again. Meanwhile, Tenjin simply stared at the fish demon he had knocked down for a while, then turned back to admonish the villagers behind him who were frozen in place. Step back. Go behind Hinetsuru and the others. But you have no sword. Umph. His voice carried a hint of displeasure at being underestimated. I don't need a sword to deal with such things. Besides, I wasn't using a sword to begin with. Before his words could finish, he swiftly lifted his foot and kicked the dazed fish demon. The fish demon flew away like a cannonball, crashing heavily into another fish demon, emitting a double wail. How unsightly. It's so ugly that I feel like kicking it would dirty my shoes. Tenjin disdainfully glanced at his foot. The two contacts had made him realize that this fish demon was merely a creation of blood demon art, slow-moving, and merely following orders for rigid attacks. But indeed, it wasn't something ordinary villagers could deal with. TSK, it is somewhat troublesome without a Nicaran blade, he thought to himself while quickly darting around, simultaneously throwing shurikens soaked in wisteria extract at the fish demons. The fish demons, which ordinary villagers couldn't harm with their regular weapons, fell one by one under Tengen's attacks with especially made shurikens, twitching helplessly like humans. Hinetsuru, it's effective. He relied entirely on his powerful physical abilities to kick one fish demon after another away from the villagers, not forgetting to shout a word to Hinetsuru and the other two. His wives understood his meaning and scattered to shoot shurikens at the surrounding fish demons. Just then, a pink sword light quietly approached. The almost invisible blade danced gracefully with the girl's form, skillfully cutting only the jars atop all the fish demons, each slice requiring no extra effort. It was Mitsuri Kanroji, the love Hashira. I'm sorry I'm late. Oh, such a splendid blade paired with a wonderful sword technique. Well done. Ah, I got praised by the cool sound Hashira. I'm so happy. No. It was Lord Yuzui who protected the villagers without a sword. That's truly amazing. As far as I know, you are still injured. Are you okay? Ah, this little injury is nothing serious. As you can see, I'm full of energy. He waved his injured arm. Leave this to us. You go to the village chief. Okay, I'll head out now. She appeared like the wind and left like the wind, leaving behind a ground still filled with fallen fish demons. Truly impressive, Kanroji. Yes, although she's a cute girl, she is very splendid and powerful. Hinetsuru watched him gaze at the departing figure. Even after it vanished, he did not retract his gaze, keenly sensing his subtle disappointment. Lord Yuzui, please accept Lord Hikari's suggestion and undergo the surgery. Tenjin looked at Hinetsuru in surprise, wondering why she suddenly said that. Hinetsuru, understanding, said, I know you made a promise to me before, to retreat with us after experiencing a life-and-death battle. She tilted her head and smiled. But I know you still want to continue fighting, or rather, you long to keep fighting. Recalling Tengen's previous words that what mattered most to him were their lives rather than anyone else's, Hinetsuru smiled even more gently. So, please do as your heart desires. Maki and Suma will always follow you. Tenjin looked at his wife's gentle smile, shaking his head with a mix of affection and helplessness. What What is it, Lord Tenjin? What are you talking about? Sumo didn't hear anything, but seeing Tenjin smile so beautifully at Hinatsu, she couldn't help but loudly ask, drawing the attention of other villagers. You're too loud, you idiot. Makio, who arrived a bit late, gave her a heavy slap on the back of the head. The motion so natural, it seemed like muscle memory from having done it countless times. Ouch. Damn it, Makio. The warm and carefree atmosphere of the family made other villagers sigh sincerely. I really envy the Sound Pillar every day, not the Mandarin Ducks or Immortals. Meanwhile, Kanu and Yuikaru finally found Tetsuzan, who had climbed a tree to escape from the fish monster, thanks to Kote's guidance. Yuikaru's eyes flashed, and with a swift motion, he slashed, turning the fish monster into ashes. Tetsuzan and Kote were excited to see each other, waving their hands in greeting, while Kanu gave Yuikaru a thumbs up. Well done. Yuikaru felt a bit awkward, but turned his head away. Hey, are you Tetsuzan? I'm Takedo Yuikaru. Is my sword ready? You should have received the message about forging a new sword for me and Wicharu, right? Tetsuzan saw the chipped sword in his hand. Of course. He had already forged it when he received the order and was well prepared, but he hadn't expected him to come at this time. I'll go get it for you right now. It seemed that because he had just been chased and narrowly escaped. Yuikaru didn't blame him for making him search for 2 days. He just nodded lightly. Follow me. The three followed Tetsuzan deeper into the forest. Soon, a small wooden house slowly appeared in view. That's it. Mr. Higurashi and I sharpen our swords there. Great, there are no fish monsters around. Once you get the sword, please take it back to the village immediately and find the village chief. Just as he finished speaking, Kanu and Yuikaru sensed a strange aura, a decayed, foul, heavily bloody smell. Yuikaru pulled Tetsuzan's clothes, tugging him back, while Kanu quickly grabbed Kote and pulled it behind him. The four looked towards the surroundings of the small house. Gulu, a strange ceramic jar rolled out, and a gloomy male voice came from inside. You actually noticed me. It seems you are the Hashira, and you the doctor. Next, an ugly monster crawled out of the jar, with 5 purple fish fins on its head. Small hands instead of hair on both sides of its head, and where its eyes should be, there were 2 green-lipped mouths. It had 2 eyes on its forehead and mouth area, with 3 spots next to the forehead eyes. Its upper body was muscular and white, connected to a bizarre lower body resembling a giant worm, with 5 small hands on each side. The characters for Upper Moon and 5 were engraved on its forehead and below its face, indicating its identity. Not only were Tetsuzan and Kote frightened and staggered back a step, but even Kanu was shocked by its ugliness. Only Yuikaru stared at it with a solemn expression. Then, as if considering itself an elegant human, it politely introduced itself. Nice to meet you. I am Tamakuro. Can we chat before the fight? Kote, who was tightly pressed behind Kanu, heard Kanu quietly respond, no, and looked up at him in confusion, more like he was talking to himself than answering. Some things, upon closer inspection, are cruel. Kote boldly glanced at Tamakuro again, deeply agreeing. I agree. Chapter 91, 2 Fierce Battles at the Takigawa residence. The storm had subsided, and Wicharu stepped forward to shield Tanjiro and Izuko. This is interesting. You actually reacted and weren't blown away. What are those 2 blue things? They smell so good, don't they, Jiguru? Not interesting at all. I just feel anger. Just smelling it makes me mad. You feel it too, right, Cola? Mixing with you is really infuriating. Is that so? Then it's a good thing we're separated now. Wicharu stared seriously at the 2 conversing demons, contemplating the information Kanu and Tenjin had brought back from the battle in Yoshiwara. This is the first time I've seen symbiotic demons. They must be killed simultaneously, or they won't die at all. Exactly. Daki, one of the upper 6, has had her head cut off at least 3 times. But as long as her brother Jotaro is fine, she won't lose her ability to act. It seems she is completely unaffected. Remembering this, Wicharu quietly told Tanjiro, hold back that demon with the fan for me. I'll look for an opportunity to swiftly cut off their heads. The opportunity he referred to meant launching simultaneous attacks to decapitate both demons almost at the same time. This was his confidence as the Mist Hashira. However, the 2 demons opposite them did not give them the chance to initiate their tactics. Just as Tanjiro was about to respond, Wicharu saw the demon called Jiguru gritting its teeth, raising the silver staff in its hand, and slamming it heavily onto the ground. Watch out, he shouted loudly, simultaneously leaping towards the broken roof above. At the very moment he warned them, Tanjiro and Nezuko also reacted, jumping back. Bang! Bang! Just as they leaped away, 2 crisp gunshots rang out. It was Jinya, who had just arrived and was hiding on the roof, looking for an opportunity. These two shots accurately interrupted Jiguru and Kola's necks, but they showed no signs of dissipating. The head that fell from Kola was still amazed by Jinya's weapon. So happy, so interesting. What did you mix in this weapon? Ugh, the recovery is slow. Jinya approached Tanjiro, looking at the two decapitated demons, frowning. What is wrong with these two bastards? Huh, this. Tanjiro gritted his teeth as he saw the new flesh growing from the cut-off parts of the two demons below. They would split, creating younger and stronger individuals. They must have known you long ago. It was a deliberate trap to lure us into cutting off their heads. Damn, then does that mean, huh? No, shouldn't T there be four? Where's the other one? Just as a winged figure let out a piercing, maniacal laugh and dove towards Tanjiro, another figure, dispersing like mist in the wind, arrived with a dazzling sword light. Breath of the mist, first form, scattered mist. Oof. A strike missed, and it cost him one of his claws, the wild laughter now tinged with annoyance. Jinya and Tanjiro were not stunned either. As Michiru's sword light arrived, they both jumped away, distancing themselves from the demon. How delightful. It's been a long time since I've been separated from you guys, and the moment I do, I encounter such interesting enemies. Only then did Tanjiro see clearly the enemy that had just attacked him, while Jinya was already engaged in battle. Ding! When Jinya's newly forged short sword clashed with the demon's cross spear, he heard the demon whisper, so pathetic. Just as Tanjiro was about to rush over to help him, a violent wind swept in, forcing him to grab onto the nearby building to stabilize himself. Oh, where do you think you're going? It turned out to be Kola, who had fully recovered and had come to stand before Tanjiro. In the next moment, Tanjiro saw two figures entangled together, flying straight into the sky. Takito-kun. It was the demon with huge wings, like a bird, that had just ambushed him. Its claws attacked straight towards Michiro, and even after colliding with his sword, it did not stop, directly propelling him into the sky. At this moment, a thunderous sound and a series of muffled groans came from behind. Nezuko. As an older brother, Tanjiro naturally recognized that it was Nezuko's painful groans, but as he turned around, he was caught off guard by the Kola in front of him. It was still smiling, not as wildly as the one in the sky, but with a teasing implication, truly daring to turn its back on him. And when the thunder also echoed in his ears, Tanjiro saw the cross spear piercing Jinya's chest. Jinya, nice to meet you. I'm Tamari. Can we chat a bit before the fight? Hiss, who wants to chat with you? You ugly thing, stay away from me. Compared to Koichi, Michiro was much less polite, openly expressing his thoughts. Tamari was a bit angry. What a rude child, but fine. Let me show you my masterpiece. You will surely be captivated by it. Then the four of them saw the so-called work called the Swordsmith's last moments. Even though Koichi had seen too many people attacked and killed by demons over the past 1,000 years, he had rarely seen such twisted and physically uncomfortable atrocities. Listening to Tamari's endless introduction, even twisting the sword handle to make them scream, Koichi could no longer tolerate someone so desecrating life. He controlled his bloodline tendrils and charged straight towards the bottle containing the swordsmiths, not to shatter it, but to try to snatch it away. At the same time, Michiro also launched an attack, targeting Tamari's main body, but Tamari quickly shifted from the bottle on the ground to the one on the roof. However, thanks to his attack, Koichi successfully snatched the bottle containing the swordsmiths. While Michiro was vigilant about the roof, he gave a glance to Koichi behind him, and when their eyes met, both understood at the same time. I haven't finished introducing my work yet. You should listen until the end. Work? Ha! Ugly people create mischief. The things you produce are indeed disgusting. After being called ugly for the second time by Michiro, Tamari was completely enraged. You ignorant little brat. My art emphasizes. As Michiro delivered a swift strike that split the jar on the roof in two, he coldly surveyed his surroundings and discovered the jar that had suddenly appeared next to a tree below. Art? You call those stinking goldfish art? Or, he pointed the tip of his sword at the broken jar, this ugly, patterned broken bottle. Tamari finally lost it, cursing Michiro furiously. Meanwhile, Koichi had already retreated to a safe distance with Iron and Iron Holmori after exchanging glances with Michiro. At this moment, he had rescued the distorted bodies of the swordsmith from the jar and was carefully separating their intertwined bodies. Mr. Iron Pawn, Mr. Irontail, Lord Koichi, they still have. Iron Holmori looked at the swordsmith's faint appearances, sobbing and inquiring. There is hope. They aren't dead yet, but if we don't treat them soon, they will die. Heng Yi has begun to treat the wounds of the swordsmiths, gradually shifting his focus to the battle between Michiro and Gyako. Unlike the Yoshiwara brothel, in the dense forest of the swordsmith village, Heng Yi has many more means at his disposal. After all, it's the fifth upper moon, I must hurry to help him. Hold on, Michiro. I'm coming soon. Semizakura, Fish Kill. Chapter 92. Explosive blood in the misty dawn in the dead of night. The swordsmith village, which should have been quiet and serene, is now saturated with a thick stench of blood and rust. The moonlight reluctantly filters through the broken clouds, casting ghostly shadows among the ruins. Hey. Isn't much more fun up here than down below? The demon, named Saraki, with wings sprouting from its back, uses its claws to grab Michiro's sword. Before the strike can begin, its thick, tough claws can't even be harmed by the Nicaran blade. Michiro furrows his brow, desperately holding back its claws, looking somewhat awkward as he has no footing in midair. However, in the next moment, he sees the demon open its mouth wide, golden light bursting forth from its throat. Breath of Mist, third form, Misty Splash. Suspended in midair, Michiro displays remarkable flexibility and control. He sees the demon attack without directly resisting. Instead, he uses the tip of his sword to lightly touch the edge of the sound wave energy, while his body slips sideways, rotating like mist blown away by the wind, narrowly avoiding the lethal sound wave cannon. The wind pressure created by the passing sound wave tears at his Haori, but he manages to dodge the core energy just in time. He quickly adjusts his position, landing accurately on the dense branches below, effectively cushioning the impact of his fall. His body bounces between the branches, each contact reducing the force of the impact, allowing him to finally land smoothly on the ground. TSK, Slippery Little Eel. After a missed strike, Saraki angrily elevates itself again, intending to use its aerial advantage to suppress Michiro. It opens its beak, preparing to unleash a wider area attack. But Michiro doesn't give it a chance. Breath of Mist, fifth form, Sea of Mist Clouds. Michiro's figure suddenly disappears into the mist, his movement trajectory becoming unpredictable, his indigo silhouette appearing and vanishing, as if he is everywhere and nowhere at once. Annoying. Come out. Saraki, irritated, fires several sound wave bullets into the mist. Boom, boom, boom. Explosions carve out hollows in the mist, scattering water vapor and sending rubble flying, but Michiro's figure, like a ghost, always manages to blend into another patch of mist before the attacks arrive. The explosions only stirred up more steam and dust, making visibility even more chaotic. Suddenly, a cold blade of light pierces through the thick steam from Saraki's lower flank without warning. Fast as lightning, it heads straight for its face. What? Saraki is startled, hurriedly turning to block with its feathered wings. Swoosh! But the sharp blade of the moon rainbow cuts through its tough feathers, cleaving its head in two. However, in the next moment, Michiro discovers that the severed head has transformed into two large mouths with the character for joy, continuing to fire golden sound wave cannons at him. Michiro quickly swings his sword to shatter them and swiftly retreats, his figure disappearing once again into the chaotic mist. It's gone. Is 4 entities the limit? It can't split further, can it? Maintaining high-speed movement in the mist, Michiro constantly observes the demon's movements. After shattering those two mouths, he sees Saraki's figure reappear in the sky, completely unharmed. Boom! The sound of thunder roars from the battlefield nearby, making Michiro anxious. Damn it, little demon. Do you only hide in the mist? Get out here. Having learned from the previous experience of using sound wave bullets against the mist to no effect and being attacked in return, Saraki changes its attack strategy this time. It rises high and rapidly flaps its wings, trying to blow away the mist. However, as the mist is blown away, Michiro has long since disappeared. It actually ran away? How is that possible? Saraki swivels its golden eyes, searching for Michiro's figure, its eagle-like, keen gaze finally catching onto his trail. Still thinking of going back to help his companions? Not a chance. It then rushes towards that figure. Meanwhile, on the other side of the battlefield, Nezuko and Tanjiro are being tightly controlled by the lightning strikes unleashed by their accumulated anger. Kokushibo watches with a grin, seemingly enjoying their torment. Seeing the cross spear inserted into Jinya's chest, Akaza appears unable to bear it. Let me finish them off. However, when he tries to pull out his cross spear, he discovers that Jinya is gripping it tightly. Jinya slowly raises his head, veins bulging, displaying a smile more ferocious than the demon itself, and says fiercely, "You won't harm my companions. Your opponent is me." With that, he raises his left hand, which isn't gripping the spear, and fires at Akaza, directly blowing off his head, while Akaza simultaneously pulls out the cross spear embedded in his chest. Heng Yi's enhanced ammunition also played a role. Although Ijuel was still able to move, his head was hung backward on his back, and he couldn't recover immediately. "You brat, what are you?" How come you're still not dead? The accumulated anger, as a malevolent spirit, asked Xuanmi, making him unable to help but laugh. Feeling the slow healing itch from his chest wound, Xuanmi recalled Heng Yi's words. This medicine, made with my blood, can accelerate the regeneration of your flesh. This is also my ancestors' blessing for you. But you must remember, you are not immortal. You still need to dodge attacks. If you let me know you don't take your own life seriously and get a mere fatal injury, you brat better wait for me to call your brother to come and spank you. Xuanmi bitterly thought as he looked at the enemy in front of him, whom he was no match for. If only my brother could come and teach me a lesson. That would be great. That would mean I could survive this battle, and my brother would forgive me. Huh. You ghostly things still have the face to ask me such questions. Remember this, I am Nashikawa Xuanmi. I will absolutely not die until I kill you all. He charged at Ijue with a speed completely different from before, but was struck by the lightning from the accumulated anger midway. However, the lightning that could hold Tanjiro and Nezuko tightly had much less effect on Xuanmi, allowing him to find an opportunity to shoot and interrupt the arm of the accumulated anger holding the tin staff. The tin staff of the accumulated anger fell to the ground, directly releasing the three from their controlled state, allowing them to finally adjust their positions again. Seeing that Ijue and the accumulated anger had not immediately recovered, Kaylee no longer laughed, but chose Nezuko as his target. You must be that special demon, little girl. These humans are not worth worrying about. You are the most interesting one. He reached for Nezuko with both hands. Nezuko had just recovered from the lightning paralysis and could not dodge, helplessly receiving the attack and engaging in a struggle. However, her strength was certainly not comparable to that of an upper moon demon, and before long, she was at a disadvantage. Kaylee also seized the opportunity and kicked her in the abdomen. However, this anticipated hit did not go as he thought. The blue, elongated petal-like patterns on Nezuko's body seemed to come alive, transforming into long blue branches that struck back at him. For some reason, Kaylee had a feeling that he absolutely could not be hit by the whip, even if it smelled fragrant. Just as he was thinking this and instinctively took a step back, Nezuko precisely seized this opportunity and kicked him hard, breaking his neck. Kaylee fell back in disbelief, struggling to dodge the relentless pursuit of the blue long whip. However, this attack also bought time for the accumulated anger to recover, and he angrily scolded Kaylee. Kaylee, you fool, what are you doing? Why are you dodging? While scolding, he raised his newly grown right hand to lift the tin staff, attempting to use a large-scale lightning strike again. At that moment, a deep indigo meteor tore through the still dispersing smoke, appearing before him at a speed that exceeded visual limits. Surrounding that figure was a mist reminiscent of evening glow. Breath of the Mist, 6th form, moonlit mist dispersal. The large-scale slash, surrounded by smoke and mist, spread out like a whirlpool in the sea, rushing towards every demon present. Just as Nezuko wanted to pull back the blue branches that were chasing Kaylee, she found that they had automatically collided with Michiro's slash. In an instant, Nezuko felt as if she had been enlightened. When a hazy mist cut through the blue branches, she controlled the splattering, ethereal blue blood, which instantly exploded. The serene mist was instantly ignited by the blue flames, sweeping across the entire area with a devastating force. The accumulated anger, Kaylee, Ijue, and the four demons chasing after Michiro were all completely engulfed. Chapter 93, Provocation Blood Demon Art. 1,000 bone needles. Fish kill. Countless small, sharp, fishbone-shaped water needles silently tore through the air, like a deadly swarm of poisonous bees, shooting towards Michiro from multiple tricky angles. Michiro's eyes sharpened, but he did not move his feet. Breath of the Clouds, 4th form, flowing clouds envelopment. Michiro's body spun lightly, and the Nicaran blade drew smooth arcs in the air, swirling around him like flowing clouds, forming a closed space that rebounded all the 1,000 bone needles. At the same time, his eyes quickly scanned for the hiding place of Tamayo, who had released the attack and then hidden away. Found you. Michiro quickly locked onto Tamayo's hiding spot, directing his blade straight at her. Breath of the Clouds, 2nd form, cloud flow slash. He charged out swiftly, his figure darting left and right through the forest, like a drifting cloud pushed by the air currents, making his trajectory hard to grasp. The blade light transformed into several sharp white streams, not aimed at the tree trunk, but precisely slashing at the thick vines wrapped around the tree and the exposed roots. Crack! Crash! The thick vine broke in response, and some of the tree roots were severed. The giant cedar lost some support, and, with the ground being slippery, let out a painful groan as it slowly began to tilt and fall in the direction of Tamayo's hiding spot. What? Tamayo did not expect the opponent to attack in this way. As the giant tree toppled, her pot came into view, appearing somewhat disheveled. She hurriedly clung to another tree trunk with her short, thick arms to stabilize herself, looking like a grotesque giant centipede from a distance, disgusting and terrifying. Not done yet. Michiro's offensive surged like a tide, taking advantage of the momentum to leap, his toes tapping on the fallen tree trunk, propelling him upwards. Breath of the clouds. Fifth form, Cloud Sea Stab. He gathered highly compressed spiral cloud energy at the tip of his blade, like lightning piercing through the mist of the forest, shrieking as it shot towards Tamayo's neck. Arrogant. This time, Tamayo did not evade. Instead, she raised a dark, spotted pot, aiming the opening directly at Michiro as he attacked. Octopus pot hell. Several large octopus tentacles surged out from the pot, colliding directly with Michiro's blade. And the very thing Michiro had feared most before the battle happened. The blade, full of nicks, could not even cut through the skin of the octopus tentacles. Realizing this, he immediately released his strength to avoid a hard clash with these tentacles, or else if the blade broke, the battle would only become more difficult. However, he did not expect that Tamayo's move was not aimed solely at Michiro. As soon as the massive octopus tentacles erupted from the pot, they attacked in all directions, with such a wide range that it even affected the wooden house behind him. Among them, the fastest and fiercest attack was not directed at Michiro, but at Heng Yi. Watch out! Just before the shout from Kote echoed behind him, Heng Yi had already sensed that Tamayo's attack was coming at him. But he could not dodge the attack because the 5 swordsmiths lying in front of him could not withstand any damage. Therefore, he resolutely stood up and turned to face the octopus tentacle charging at him, controlling the blood veins connected underground with his feet to push upward, lifting himself along with the octopus tentacle into the air. While in the air, he also saw the steel blade honing in the wooden house, and Tetsuho returning to the wooden house to fetch a blade from Michiro, also being attacked by the tentacles, being sent flying outside the wooden house. I'm sorry for not greeting you earlier, Doctor. You didn't think I didn't notice you, did you? When the octopus tentacles wrapped around Hayoma and Kuchi, Tamakiko suddenly greeted Kuchi, and Hayoma noticed that he was still using honorifics. The gentleman expressed surprise that you were still alive. However, Tamakiku's misaligned eyes and mouth formed a sinister smile, and he felt that it wasn't strange at all, because after all, our appearance was indeed thanks to you. Upon hearing this, everyone present was taken aback, even Kanetetsu Hikari, who would get up and continue sharpening his blade. Pause for a moment. It had been so long since Kuchi recalled the past that he had almost forgotten the reason why the demons appeared. Aside from the fact that it was passed down through generations of the Kozuki family, it had never been publicly declared. Kuchi once thought, if the demon-slaying members who deeply hated demons knew that the demon king Muzen Kabutsuji appeared because of themselves, how angry would they be? How much would they hate themselves? But the tolerance and comfort from the Kozuki family head through generations made this secret, unknown to others, gradually forgotten by Kuchi himself. In the past, the demons under Muzen had never mentioned themselves to any demon-slaying members. With Muzen's arrogance and cowardice, how could he possibly tell his subordinates that our existence was thanks to the doctor? You nonsense. Just as Kuchi was still in a daze from the sudden mention of old matters, a young, timid voice rang out. Stop trying to sow discord. Mister, Kuchi is not that kind of person. You ugly monster, with eyes growing in your mouth. You're talking nonsense. We won't believe you. Heng Yi stared blankly at little Tai, who was loudly refuting the upper moon demon, trembling in fear. What merit did he have to earn their trust like this? That's right. We won't believe you, you despicable demon. Not a single word you say is true. Tai Shueisen realized and loudly echoed little Tai. Despite being injured himself, he still stood in front of Gangtai Zhong-ing, tightly holding onto a knife in his arms. Breath of clouds, third form, cloud vortex flow. As soon as Hikari glanced over, he saw Ikaru, suspended in mid-air, completely unflustered, his body spinning rapidly, creating a swirl of white light and drawing surrounding clouds into a high-speed, rotating white vortex. Although he couldn't sever the octopus's tentacles due to the damage to his blade, he successfully broke free from the restraints. Previously, he thought you looked ugly. Now, looking at you, your heart is uglier than your face. The moment Ikaru landed, his gaze was as cold as frost. However, when he looked at Hikari, who was still staring at him in a daze, he didn't detect any hint of reproach in Hikari's expression. TSK. But when he noticed that Hikari was still frozen in place without struggling, he let out an impatient sound. Heng Yi felt that he might have read his awkward psychological state. You wouldn't think I'm so ungrateful, would you? How long are you planning to stand there? He truly felt like a rather unworthy adult. Watching Ichiro over there awkwardly dodging the tentacle attacks of an octopus due to the damage to his Nichiren blade, Heng Yi silently despised himself and then scoffed. So, did that adult of yours tell you not to get too close to me? Haven't you asked him how he's been chased by me for 1,000 years? You who was just about to refute his audacity when he suddenly realized that all of his octopus tentacles had disappeared in the blink of an eye. No, they didn't disappear. Heng Yi has landed, but it seems like he has overeaten, covering his mouth and making retching sounds. Just now, what thing pierced into my tentacles? You who was still pondering what was happening when he looked up and saw Wu Yi-Lang charging at him with a knife. It was a pristine knife, shimmering with a mint green hue. Cloud breathing, land-style cloud piercing the sky. Chapter 94. Stripes in the core battlefield of the Forging Knife Village. The Tanjiro, Nezuko, and Jinya managed to temporarily shake off their opponents and retreated behind Michiro. The four of them stood back to back, waiting for the next wave of battle that was about to come. Before long, the immense power of the technique born from Nezuko's blood and Michiro's swordsmanship gradually dissipated, and the four twisted figures of rage, joy, sorrow, and despair slowly appeared in their line of sight. Except for the flying joy, who only lost the left half of its body. Rage, joy, and despair were all beheaded, their heads burned to ashes in the sea of. However, even so, their bodies still existed, just seemingly unable to fully recover for the time being. The only one still standing, Joy, was clutching its wound, the blue flames that had not yet dissipated causing it unbearable pain, its eyes glaring fiercely at the four, looking as if it wanted to rush over and devour them. Yet it could only circle low in the air due to some fear. Michiro adjusted his breathing, recalling the previous technique. As the user of the technique, he naturally knew what had happened, and he felt Heng Yi's presence from the blue vines he had collided with. But when he split a bit of his attention to glance at Nezuko, he found that her appearance had changed from before. The blue, slender petal patterns on her body had vanished, replaced by willow-like patterns, and a horn had grown from her forehead, her expression looking much more ferocious than before. Takedo-kun, I've discovered another demon hiding in the shadows. Could it be the main body? It turned out that the fierce wind caused by this technique had blown away the sulfur smell in the air, allowing Tanjiro to detect that another demon was hiding beyond the four emotions of rage, joy, sorrow, and despair. As Tanjiro explained the demon's location to Michiro, the four emotions slowly returned to their previous forms, and Michiro, who had been keeping an eye on them, also noticed that their presence was not as strong as before. You take the opportunity to kill that one. I will provide cover. Tanjiro was about to say that he would stay to fight alongside him when he saw Rage already attacking first with a lightning staff. A violent golden electric snake tearing through the night sky, striking towards the four. Water-breathing, third form, flowing dance. Tanjiro's figure darted like flowing water. The blade's light tracing arcs around him, narrowly avoiding a fatal strike, but the dispersed electric current still made his arm numb. Hey, what an incredible attack, little demon. Joy's sharp laughter pierced through the eardrums, and a massive fan swung down suddenly. It was not a physical attack, but a terrifying sound wave visible to the naked eye, capable of distorting space. The sound waves surged like a tangible tsunami, sweeping up rubble and shattered wood, aiming to crush everyone. Breath of mist, second form, eightfold mist. Just at this moment of crisis, Michiro's figure appeared in front of the sound wave impact, like a thin mist merging with the night. The Nichiren blade in his hand transformed into a hazy barrier of mist, not resisting head-on, but with extreme speed and exquisite trajectory. He cut, dispersed, and guided the destructive sound waves outward. With a thunderous crash, the houses behind him collapsed under the residual force of the sound waves. Yet he protected Tanjiro and Jinya behind him. Joy's massive body descended with the wind, targeting the reloading Jinya. That roar was powerful enough to shatter organs. Ready to strike. Jinya, duck, Tanjiro shouted, forcibly twisting his body, the scorching aura of the fire god Kagura rising. Fire god Kagura, azure sky. The intense arc slash, engulfed in blazing flames, met Joy, attempting to stop its descent. Joy's roar collided with the fiery slash, erupting in a wave of scorching heat, giving Jinya the chance to roll away, the shotgun's muzzle spitting out an angry flame, and specially made ammunition slammed into Joy's wings, exploding into a spray of blood, slowing its attack. pitiful and futile. Despair's deep and despairing voice rang out. The blood-red cross-patterned spear, entwined with ominous energy, struck from a devious angle towards Michiro's back. Just as he had finished unleashing his technique, the speed was so fast, the angle so treacherous, it was impossible to react. Takito-kun. Tanjiro wanted to rush to help, but it was too late. Ugh! Just as the blood spear was about to penetrate Michiro, a small figure glowing with pink light crashed into despair. Nezuko. She used her body as a shield, her sharp claws fiercely grasping Despair's arm, holding the spear, while simultaneously burning her blood again to use blood demon art. Explosive blood. The pink energy wave detonated up close, although it did not severely injure Despair. It successfully knocked him back a few steps, averting Michiro's lethal crisis. Nezuko landed, her pink eyes burning with the will to protect, letting out a menacing low growl at Despair. "Well done, Nezuko!" Jinya roared, disregarding the wound on his arm from Joy's claws, once again raising the modified shotgun, aiming at the retreating Despair for continuous fire. "Try this, bastard!" The specially made bullets exploded on Despair, once again delaying his movements. However, Rage's lightning and Joy's sound wave struck again. The battlefield was sliced apart, and Tanjiro and Nezuko were forced back by Rage's frenzied lightning whip and Joy's cunning sound wave bullets, barely managing to defend. Jinya's firepower was insufficient against the dual assault from Despair and Joy, sustaining several deep wounds visible to the bone. He could feel the power belonging to Heng Yi being severely depleted within him, and the demon transformation traits he had barely suppressed before began to uncontrollably manifest on his face, pain and rage eroding his sanity. The pressure suddenly focused on Michiro, who had just escaped danger. He faced the repositioned, murderous Despair and the descending Joy, whose injured wings were flapping again. Blood stained his youthful face, his breath slightly rapid from the continuous explosions, but deep within his mint-colored eyes, an unprecedented flame ignited. That was the resolve of a Hashira, to protect his companions. "I can't let them harm anyone anymore," Michiro whispered to himself, as if confirming his mission. He slowly adjusted his breathing, feeling his body getting hotter, as if on the verge of burning. Irregular cloud patterns slowly emerged on his left forehead and cheek, resembling ethereal, flowing mist, only now presenting a deep red color as if burned by flames. Breath of Mist, 7th form, hazy. His calm voice not only spoke the name of the technique, but also reflected his state of mind. Under the enhancement of the deep red stripes, his figure completely merged into the smoke and night that filled the battlefield, as if transforming into a true, elusive ray of. Despair's blood spear pierced through his afterimage. Joy's roar only shattered the air. In the next moment, they gathered behind Rage. Rage was raising his staff high, preparing to deal the final blow to the exhausted Tanjiro, but he felt a deadly chill behind him. Startled, he turned back to see a brilliantly colorful ray of light occupying his entire field of vision. This was the manifestation of speed, skill, and awareness reaching their peak. The unparalleled slash carried the surging sea of colorful clouds, bringing with it the will to purify all evil, silently sweeping past the neck of Fury. Fury's grim expression froze, and the thunderous tin staff in his hand fell weakly. Immediately after, the head representing anger was completely turned to ash within the embrace of the colorful glow. The figure of Yuichiro appeared where the glow dissipated, the Nichiren blade pointing diagonally to the ground, its blade reflecting the flickering flames and the patterns on his profile. The swift act of killing the upper ranks clone was merely an ordinary count in his mouth. This shocking scene instantly ignited hope among his companions and made the remaining 3 clones feel real threat and fury. The battle was not over yet. The mournful blood spear, the hollow roars, and the sound waves of joy once again wove into a web of death. And Yuichiro's blade had not yet quenched its thirst for the blood of demons. There was still a long way to go before the sun rose. Chapter 95. The blade that exists for whom the deep night enveloped the forest on the outskirts of the swordsmith village, ancient trees weaving a heavy curtain, slicing the moonlight into fragmented spots, sparingly sprinkling it on the gnarled roots and the ground covered with thick humus. The dense forest should have peacefully slept, but tonight was destined to be sleepless. The piercing scream erupted from the jade jar. "How dare you? How dare you touch my artwork? How'd you do it? Where did you put my jar?" After sensing for a while, the jade jar finally realized that, unlike Yuichiro who used his sword to slash his jar, Koichi had somehow made his jar completely disappear. These jars were formed from the fusion of a large amount of blood from the jade jar itself, and he cherished each one. Even the one slashed by Yuichiro was recalled with blood demon technique to make it dissipate. What seemed destroyed actually returned most of its power to him. Only the jar that had released tentacles could no longer be sensed at all. As he watched Koichi covering his mouth, he couldn't help but speculate in his heart, but he simply couldn't believe it was true. Believe me, I didn't want to eat that broken bottle. It was your slow reaction that kept you from letting go. In fact, the jade jar had already let go. Otherwise, Koichi's bloodline tentacles inserted in the octopus tentacles would have extended all the way to feast on his main body. The speculation in his heart became reality after getting a response from Koichi, and the jade jar even vaguely felt a hint of fear, something that even Muzin had never mentioned to them. Or rather, did Lord Muzin know about this? This immortal doctor, can he actually eat us? While he pondered these matters, the azure blade cut through the air without the sharp sound of wind, only raising a dense, viscous, milk-like white mist. And the jade jar, being an upper-rank demon, managed to instinctively dodge the attack despite his scattered focus, quickly relocating to another jar on the ground. How did that blade get into his hand? Wasn't it just in the hands of that swordsmith in the house? He had intended to trap Yuichiro in his blood demon technique, the water prison bowl. While Yuichiro was unaccustomed to wielding the sword, but with Koichi's appearance, all his plans fell through. Even if you change your sword, so what? Your attacks can't hit me, little demon. Yuichiro slowly raised his sword, gently curling the pinky finger of the hand holding the blade, relaxing his forearm to feel the sword, while memories of the old man who forged swords for him and his brother floated in his mind. Old man, I'm really worried about you, child. I don't know when you'll take off the mask of resistance. You clearly have a kind and soft heart. Why wrap your true self in this guise? Even if misunderstood by your brother, you don't explain. You are brothers. Please, please, don't let go of each other as hands. The swordsmith named Tetsujin spoke these words to Yuichiro, then soon passed away due to illness. When Yuichiro received the news, he only calmly replied that he understood, but only he knew what that old man's death meant to him. Yet, having fought until today, if he could see that old man again, he truly wanted to tell him that he had long been clear in his mind. His sword, his swordsmanship, existed only for his brother Yuichiro. As long as Yuichiro was alive, he would not lose, and he would never want to die, because he would never let go of his brother's hand again. Yuichiro also looked at Koichi beside him. How could he lose in front of this guy? How could he betray this guy's life-saving grace? He, Yuichiro, wouldn't do something so inconsiderate. Breath of the clouds, fifth form, cloud sea piercing. Yuichiro's body suddenly accelerated, charging toward the enemy like a bolt of lightning. His form is swift as the lightning in a thundercloud, carrying the intent to penetrate the enemy's defenses and strike at the vital point. The jade jar, seeing this rapid strike, scoffed, knowing it couldn't possibly hit him. This little demon was wasting energy on such an attack. What an idiot. He quickly shifted to another jar on a nearby tree, taunting Yuichiro. Fast swordsmanship, but it seems you still can't keep up with the jar's high-speed movement. Upon hearing this, Yuichiro turned back and laughed. The jade jar was confused, but the one answering his puzzlement was Koichi, whose throat wound had just opened. Even if I'm slow, I know the principle of once and twice, but not thrice. Didn't you feel that your last move was not very smooth? Covering his neck wound, the jade jar recalled the feeling of his previous movement. There indeed seemed to be a moment when his jar felt something tugging at it, causing him to pause for just that brief instant. However, that short moment was just enough for Yuichiro to seize the opportunity to attack. Impossible. How could they be so in sync? It must be a coincidence, right? It has to be. Their relationship looks so bad. Based on his observations, the jade jar found it hard to believe this was a cooperation they could pull off, not to mention that in the information provided by Lord Muzin, this doctor supposedly had no combat power. Damn it. How dare you underestimate me? Just you? The jade jar said fiercely to Koichi. Unexpectedly, Koichi seriously nodded. Yeah, don't be surprised. I've seen upper rank 3 and fought with him. What was his name? Akaza? No, never mind. I can't remember. Anyway, you know who I'm talking about. He's way faster than you, and you're 2 ranks lower than him. How can you be so far behind? You actually. The jade jar was momentarily speechless, as the truth was that he was indeed much weaker than Akaza. Otherwise, why would he be rank 5 while Akaza was rank 3? It was one thing to be weaker than him considering his lower rank, but there was also that other one, Taro, the brother from upper rank 6. He felt weaker than him too. What was going on? How could he be weaker than someone below him and still not measure up? Heng Yi's heartfelt questioning finally caused the string of reason in Yu's mind to snap. He was so angry that the entire pot shook. Heng Yi then delivered the final blow. Forget comparing with other ghosts. Let us talk about you. Just in terms of physical assembly. Your true form can be said to be utterly lacking in aesthetic appeal. Your nose is not a nose, your eyes are not eyes, deformed and ugly, with no clear meaning. Then there are your pots. Their colors are either too strong or too weak, and the patterns are not only old-fashioned but also outdated. Most importantly, Heng Yi carefully examined the pot and asked the suspicious Yu Yilang, "Look at that pot of his, inthe, the pattern asymmetrical?" Yu Yilang calmly adjusted his breathing, glanced casually, and then let out a scoff. It really is. It's made so poorly. At this point, the entire dense forest echoed with Yuhu's furious screams. However, the night was still long, and he had plenty of anger to unleash. Chapter 96. The love pillar enters as he saw his accumulated anger be so easily decapitated. Wu Yilang was counting with ease, and even the two demons, Kailei and Kong Shi, who always wore wicked smiles, could no longer maintain their previously reckless charm. How did this little brat suddenly become stronger? AI Ju's expression remained sorrowful as he voiced a question that the other two demons were equally puzzled by. Wu Yilang said nothing, only slowly raised his blade to point at AI Ju, exhaling lightly. "You're next." Just as AI Ju was about to retort, he realized Wu Yilang had already dashed toward him like a flowing cloud, the speed incomparable to his previous self. In midair, Kong Shi shouted for him not to be arrogant while attempting to unleash a supersonic cannon to support AI Ju, but gunfire suddenly rang out from behind. "You bastard! Don't underestimate me," Jinya shouted while running and shooting at him. As the only one on the battlefield with ranged weapons, he was certainly the most suited to restrain the flying Kong Shi. Meanwhile, Kailei, trying to use a fan to create strong winds, was firmly grabbed by Nezuko, her claws sinking into Kailei's arm muscles with a determination not to let him disturb anyone else. "No, wait, where's that other little brat?" Just as the three demons had the same thought, a piercing scream echoed. It turned out that while they were distracted by Wu Yilang, Jinya, and Nezuko, Tanjiro had seized the opportunity to catch up to the small demon, which was no bigger than a rat. His blade ignited with a dazzling deep red flame, dyed with Nezuko's blood, and with the unwavering will of the two siblings, he struck down at the cowardly demon's tiny neck. However, that neck, which was no thicker than a pinky, felt as if it were made of iron, and the sharp blade could not penetrate it even a fraction, instead producing a piercing sound akin to metal grinding against metal. "Tanjiro!" As two worried shouts came from both the front and back. Tanjiro sensed a different smell approaching from behind, one that was unlike the four demons of accumulated anger, Ai, Ju, Kailei, and Kong Shi, and it was coming for his back. However, seeing that the main body of the demon was about to be cut down, Tanjiro couldn't bear to give up. He didn't even intend to dodge the incoming attack from behind. He simply increased his grip, using all his strength to chop at the weak yet hard neck in front of him. Yet ultimately, his efforts fell short, as the flame of blood extinguished. Tanjiro heard a drum sound and felt a tremendous pulling force at his waist, quickly yanking him backward. At the spot where he had just stood, a powerful shockwave erupted, sending a large cloud of dust into the air. Within the smoke, some objects could be seen moving quickly. Then, a surprising scene unfolded. Several wooden dragon-like creatures suddenly burst forth from the dust. These wooden dragons were vivid and lifelike, as if they possessed life, roaring as they lunged in all directions with fierce momentum that struck fear into onlookers. Wu Yilang, who had just pulled Tanjiro back, was also forced to separate from him due to the attack of these wooden dragons. The two navigated through the wildly moving wooden dragons, dodging attacks and looking for a chance to land. Breath of Mist, third form, Mist Scattering. Shortly after, as Wu Yilang used his technique to block a wooden dragon, Nezuko seized the opportunity to help stabilize Tanjiro in midair, and the three finally regained their footing. Tanjiro, Jinya, who had managed to dodge the attack from a distance, ran to Tanjiro's side, standing shoulder to shoulder with him, watching the wooden dragons that were no longer attacking them slowly retract. Jinya recounted the entire process he had just witnessed. "Are you saying that the angry demon absorbed the other three demons and then turned into a younger new demon?" As soon as he finished speaking, a flash caught their eyes, and Wu Yilang appeared before them, still holding his blade in front of him, gazing solemnly ahead in a protective stance. The beast that bully the weak, unhappy, displeased, extremely displeased. A deep voice emerged from the slowly dispersing dust. accompanied by a terrifying pressure far greater than that of the other demons. The demon that emanated this horrific aura gradually revealed its true form, resembling a child. Clad in golden armor, with 5 taiko drums bearing the character for hatred on its back, and holding drumsticks in both hands. You damn evildoers. The 3 were momentarily stunned by his absurd accusation, and in their shock, they realized this was already the 6th demon to appear that night. Tomioka, that one. Tanjiro shouted anxiously as he saw the demon directly manipulating the twisted trees to wrap up the weak little demon tightly. Well, it seems we were right. That is the main body. In the next moment, the hatred demon shot a heavy glance at Tanjiro, which made him feel breathless. Even with Wu Yilang blocking most of the pressure in front of them, Wu Yilang was the first to feel this immense oppressive force. But he did not budge an inch, only gripping his sword tighter, firmly standing in front of Tanjiro, Jinya, and Izuko. What is wrong with you? Do you have any grievances? The young Hashira and the young demon spoke simultaneously, though the demon's tone was filled with resentment, while Wu Yilang's voice was filled with genuine confusion. Then, the 3 listened in silence as he expounded his twisted logic, claiming that it was they who were bullying the small, cowardly demon, that they were the real evildoers. What case of the pot calling the kettle black? The 3 thought, having been demon slayers for some time, and it was truly their first encounter with such an upside-down demon. Angered, Tanjiro scolded him fiercely, forgetting that he was still struggling to catch his breath in front of him. You who have devoured so many people, stop putting on a victim's face. Exactly. If we were bullying the weak, then what are you? Why do you have to say such things? Jinya also refused to back down, clutching his painful heart as he rebuked him. However, the hatred demon's expression remained unchanged as he calmly posed a question that left them puzzled. Among the people I've eaten, do any of them belong to your families? After receiving a negative answer, his bizarre logic reemerged. What does that have to do with you? Huh? Is this a question of relationship or not? According to what you said, why do we need to cut off that little ghost's head? What does it have to do with you? What are you to that ghost? A grandson? Jinya has already been led astray by his twisted values, and following his logic, he successfully furrowed the brows of the hateful ghost even tighter. Besides, what reason is needed for humans to help each other? You, who don't even understand this, are worse than a beast. This statement from Tanjiro truly infuriated him. With a huff, he struck the drum again, and the battle resumed. The enormous wooden dragon rose from the ground once more, and they discovered that these giant stone dragons could actually unleash sound waves that tore through the air in violent shock waves, powers belonging to the likes of Kokushibo, Muzan, and Akaza. Mitsuri Kenroji's figure darted between the chaotic dance of the wooden dragon like an elusive ray of light. The breath of the mist, 4th form, stream flow slash. Michiro's calm voice rang out, and the blade's light transformed into flowing mist, precisely severing a wooden dragon that was spewing forth the wrathful thunder, trying to swallow Tanjiro. Tanjiro took the opportunity to roll away from sonic attack from another wooden dragon, veins bulging on his forehead as he shouted to direct everyone. Over there, the breath of the cowardly ghost is behind the neck of that biggest wooden dragon. We have to take him down. Before he finished speaking, a blazing blood flame erupted like a blooming spider lily, and Nezuko's petite body unleashed incredible power, shattering the head of another wooden dragon that was spewing a massive blue shockwave. Amidst the flying wood chips, Jinya raised his specially made firearm. Smoke curling from the barrel as a bullet infused with the blood power of Kokushibo was forcefully embedded into the wooden dragon's torso, temporarily suppressing its regeneration. However, the power of the hateful ghost was simply too immense. After fusing the blood demon arts of his clones, not only did their strength multiply, but their recovery speed was astonishing as well. Several wooden dragons attacked almost simultaneously, with lightning, wind blades, sonic booms, and shockwaves pouring down like a net from the heavens. Under this nearly impenetrable onslaught, Michiro's mist was torn apart by the strong winds, Tanjiro's blade was numbed by the electric shocks. Nezuko's blood explosion range was suppressed by the sound waves, and Jinya was swallowed by one of the wooden dragons after being sent flying by a shockwave. The battle fell into a suffocating stalemate, with the twisted childlike face of the hateful ghost showing no smile, only infinite malice. Hang in there! At that moment, a vibrant and anxious crisp female voice pierced through the gloom like the sunlight at dawn. A figure interwoven in pink and green tore through the smoke at the edge of the battlefield with astonishing speed, charging in with an unmatched momentum. The love Hashira, Mitsuri Kenroji, has arrived. Chapter 97. The Jade Pot, Decapitation in the mountains near the swordsmith village. The sharp wail of the jade pot shattered the tranquility of the forest. His rage, even causing the veins on his face to burst, blood gushing from his cheeks. What do you know about art? You two are simply blind. What is ugly about my pot? Where? It's clearly you who don't know how to appreciate it. My pot. It is obviously perfect art. The voice of the jade pot twisted and deformed in extreme anger, no longer a sharp, eerie laugh, but a roar filled with resentment and madness. Take this. Blood demon art. 10,000 gliding sticky fish. Accompanied by his roar, 10 hands on the sides of the jade pot manifested pots adorned with sticky fish patterns, summoning countless sticky fish from within. The swarm of fish, with sharp teeth and a foul odor, descended like a dense silver rain, moving in astonishing speed while tracing bizarre arcs in the air, intertwining to form a death net with no blind spots, targeting Kokoshibo and Machiro. Faced with this overwhelming saturation attack, Kokoshibo dared not take it head-on. With the support of the plant roots underground, he struggled to evade the airtight onslaught, while dozens of blood vessels snaked around his body like spiritual snakes, whipping or entangling some of the unavoidable sticky fish. The sounds reminiscent of fishermen using knives to stun the fish they intended to slaughter. All the successfully caught sticky fish were consumed by the tendrils. However, there were simply too many, and the speed of the sticky fish was too fast. Kokoshibo could hardly absorb more before they were swiftly batted away, brushing past his clothes and skin. He immediately felt a slight sting on the back of his hand. He looked down and realized that a few drops of fish blood splashed onto his hand and seeped into his skin. Although it left a few blisters, they quickly healed. Heng Yi understood quickly and reminded, Xiao Yu, be careful of the fish blood. If it touches you, you'll be poisoned. Yu Yi's gaze was sharp like an eagle. He heard Heng Yi's warning and positioned his new blade in front of him. The mist around the blade suddenly thickened and became heavy. Cloud breathing, third form. Cloud vortex flow revised. The two brothers, Satu, truly deserved their reputation as geniuses. Yu Yi even altered his technique on the fly according to the battlefield situation. This time, the rapidly spinning cloud mist vortex was no longer just a defensive barrier. The light of the blade stirred the dense mist, and the vortex expanded rapidly, forming a small, high-speed rotating cloud tornado. The fish that shot toward them were immediately deflected as they collided with this thick, spinning cloud tornado, their trajectories becoming chaotic, colliding and shattering, producing a sound that was painfully grating to the ears. In the end, the dense school of fish was shredded by the cloud tornado, spinning a few times before being blown away. Yu, whose pupils constricted sharply, what? Just as the cloud tornado slightly hindered the storm of fish, Yu Yi's figure moved. He pushed off the ground with great force, his body shooting toward the main body of Yu like an arrow. Cloud breathing, second form, cloud flow slash. Unfortunately, this strike only severed an ugly fish skin. TCH, troublesome, and increasingly disgusting. Yu Yi disdainfully glanced at the fish skin shed by Yu Hu, then shook his newly acquired blade, as if afraid of getting the filthy skin flakes on it. Meanwhile, Heng Yi had already disappeared from the battlefield as the cloud tornado dispersed, leaving no trace. Feel honored, little brat, this is my true form, and you're the third person to see it. The revealed Yu Hu was no longer connected to the pot, its lower half resembling a snake's tail. Greenish scales reflecting a ghostly light under the moon. It coiled around a tree, staring down at Yu Yi, its eyes dripping with saliva, darting around, searching for the elusive Heng Yi. So it turns out that it's only the mouth that's powerful. As soon as the fight starts, he hides and lets you all take the front, such a cunning doctor. You who maliciously provoked, unable to understand why the pillar-level swordsman, who hated demons, and those few swordsmiths still trusted Heng Yi deeply, despite him being the one who created demons like them. Yu Yi merely looked up at him coldly, his eyes as if looking at a fool. I am the fighter, you are just a doctor. How many times have you called him a doctor? He's just a physician. Don't you understand this simple logic? A look of disdain appeared on Yu Yi's face again. Not only are you ugly, but you're also stupid. Damn it, stupid brat. Yu Hu angrily began to curse at Yu Yi, while obsessively stroking his ugly greenish scales, rambling about how beautiful and powerful they were. Let me show you my perfect form. However, before he could finish his sentence, a melodious male voice interrupted. Ugly thing, who allowed you to coil around the tree? Did you ask the tree? It finds you very disgusting. For some reason, Yu Hu felt Heng Yi's voice was ethereal and elusive, difficult to grasp. Then, a sense of crisis, as an evil spirit, surged through him like a cold wave, coming from a completely unexpected direction, the tree he was wrapped around. As he quickly reacted and moved away from the tree, he saw the trunk and branches he had just coiled around suddenly shoot out several blue vines, which were different from the blood-like tendrils that had emerged from Heng Yi's body before. They seemed plant-like, yet not entirely part of the tree itself. Meanwhile, a faint voice echoed in Yu Yi's ear, and he casually watched Yu Hu move away from the tree, nodding slightly, as if he had merely adjusted his posture. "Damn it! Where are you, cunning doctor? Come out." "No, because I'm very slippery. Watch your step." Heng Yi replied to Yu Hu with a mocking tone as blue roots, different from the blue vines on the tree, broke through the ground beneath Yu Hu, spreading out like ground thorns. "Oh, I forgot. You have no feet. Do you think I would be afraid of these things? How could these rotten roots possibly hurt my diamond hard skin? Why don't you step on them, no? Try to squirm over them?" Although he boasted that he wasn't afraid, deep down, Yu Hu felt a strange instinct to avoid these bizarre blue plants, a feeling deeply embedded in his veins and genes. So, he continued to dodge the roots emerging from the ground. This is what they call not being afraid in words, but being honest with the body. Just then, the nearby trees extended their blue vines, which lashed out like whips towards Yu Hu, who was dodging the thorny roots on the ground. Don't underestimate me. Blood demon technique, array, kill, fish scales. Yu Hu saw those blue vines, and instead of dodging, he grabbed them. His cyan green claws barely touched the vines before retracting, and then his body jumped in a way that defied logic, repeating this attack amidst the group assault of the blue vines. The result of this confrontation surprised both Yu Hu and Heng Yi. The places where Yu Hu's thick-scaled claws were pricked by the blue vines were torn open, leaving marks that looked as if they had been burned by a hot iron. Meanwhile, the blue vines that Yu Hu touched transformed into fresh fish, falling from the tree and scattering all over the ground. Yu Hu looked at the wounds on his claws that couldn't heal for the time being, ready to curse again, but the next moment, he heard Heng Yi's voice approaching. "So that's how it is. Let's see whose blood is more plentiful, or whose flesh is more abundant. Bloodline abundant blossoms." Yu Hu finally saw Heng Yi's figure. He didn't know when he had appeared in front of him, still smiling. Compared to his true size, Heng Yi wasn't tall, and Yu Hu even looked down at him, but he felt fear, the same inexplicable feeling as before. Then he saw the unforgettable scene. The doctor with white hair and blue eyes extended his right hand, and a blue glow spread from his palm into the ground, as if planting something that would take root and sprout, an indescribable blue flower. They quickly grew into a sea, gently surrounding him, and strangely, he felt warmth, like the sun he hadn't seen for hundreds of years. Cloud breathing type 7 yen. The final form of cloud breathing was unleashed, and a vast fog spread out, enveloping the dense forest and deeply incorporating the sea of blue flowers. It was Ichiro. His sword was no longer shimmering with the glow of flowing clouds, but erupted into a blinding, piercing silver light, as if it were to imprison the thunder within. When it struck, there was no grand momentum, only a silver line so condensed that it surpassed the limits of thought, compressing all the power, speed, and the energy of the mist generated by his breath into the tip of the sword, all bursting forth. Time seemed to freeze. When the mist dissipated, the sea of flowers was no more, and only a headless ghost stood in its place. And his head was in Heng Yi's hand. Yu Hu, decapitated. Chapter 98. Did he see it? Is this the seaside? Looking at the calm sea in front of him, Yu Yi's mind produced a dull judgment. Then, he slowly lowered his head, and what came into view were a pair of somewhat calloused but perfectly normal hands. I remember now. I made that little ghost who came to mock me into an art piece yesterday, right? Remembering that work, which was the most satisfying for him so far. A satisfied smile appeared on his otherwise ordinary face. "This is great. How am I so amazing? I'm truly a genius." But the next moment, without warning, a double-pronged fish fork pierced through his chest. He looked down to see the sharp prongs protruding from his chest, confusedly thinking, "Am I being killed? Why? Who wants to kill me? You filthy beast, my son is still so young. How would you do this? Just die." He fell down, half of his body submerged in the seawater, as the man holding the fish fork continued to stab him in a fit of rage, until the blood stained the seawater beneath him red. After an unknown amount of time, the man who committed the crime left in sorrow, leaving him to fend for himself by the sea. "I won't die. Lord Musin will come. He will save me. I can still live a long time. I can create more art, more." On his half-bloodied face, there was no trace of the fear of death that a dying person should have, but rather a longing for what was to come, lost in memories of the past and future, torturing animals and humans. He completely failed to notice that the sea was not flowing at all, and the blood-stained water remained beneath him, neither rising nor falling. When he finished recalling those long years, the person he was waiting for still did not appear. No, Lord Musin will come. I won't die. I can't die. I won't die. I can't die. He began to repeat those happy memories over and over, muttering to himself, I won't die. I can't die. I think I've discovered the reason why Musin chose you to become a demon. It's fear of death, right? And you can endure a lot. A mere fatal wound can't make you give up on living, nor can it make you give up on pursuing your so-called art, right? Finally, he heard a voice from above. Fear of death, low moral sense, disrespect for life, and a twisted understanding of the world, all of which are the same great wisdom as Musin himself, right? And in the end, you have no remorse at all. The voice was full of disdain. Reading your mind made me suffer greatly. Where's Lord Musin? I won't die. I can't die. From the moment this person appeared, his consciousness began to blur. But he still thought of that person, muttering about this matter. He won't come, and you will die here. Upon hearing this, he felt like a suddenly ignited barrel of explosives, exploding with a bang. Not at all. I clearly remember, Lord Musin came to save me. I stuffed those fishermen into bottles. You're talking nonsense. You're talking nonsense. He roared, feeling as if the world was turning upside down. When it all ended, the sea was still that sea, but he was no longer the past person named Yu. He was Yuhu, a Yuhu that had been transformed beyond recognition by himself. He finally realized that the vast sea was originally a mirror. When the mirror flipped, did he return to the correct world? No, what is this? What is this? Ah, it hurts. Don't come over, don't. The jade pot, with only a head remaining, found itself floating in midair, its entire head filled with long, slender blue tendrils. It even felt those tendrils stirring in its mind, bringing waves of indescribable agony. When it looked down, it saw a gigantic blue flower, with a gaping maw staring at it intently. Yes, it was just a flower, but the jade pot felt it was from this flower that it perceived those emotions and actions. So when the slender petals reached out towards it, it instinctively recoiled in fear. So you know pain and fear too. When you slaughter and modify animals, when you vivisect a child's arm and attach it to yourself, when you twist and splice together the butchers, how come you don't think about how much they hurt and how scared they are? When the questioning voice arose, the jade pot realized that Heng Yi was standing beside the blue flower, looking up at it. Just as the jade pot was about to speak, those fearful slender petals wrapped around, sealing its mouth tightly at the eye area. Well done. Heng Yi gave a thumbs up to the flower, not wanting to listen. Having read enough already. Wasn't it the same old rhetoric? They're all ants. How can they compare to us ultimate perfect beings? The same twisted logic of Musin? Heng Yi pinched his ear with his pinky finger, as if trying to dig out the trash talk from his brain. Unlike Shantan, I'm committed to making every unrepentant evil spirit have nightmares before they die. Yes, I want you to die in unrest. But you really have no humanity. Utterly fearless. I'm truly impressed. Where did Musin find such a bizarre thing like you? Indeed, until the very end, he showed no fear. Upon hearing that he wouldn't become a ghost, but would die instead, he even furiously flipped the dream, entering this realm of consciousness. You who couldn't speak, only struggling ineffectively, mumbling. However, you know quite a bit, even more than the two siblings from the Upper Moon 6, right? Infinite City, huh? An alternate space castle. No wonder it couldn't be found. The eyes on Yuhu's forehead and mouth suddenly widened, and he even recalled what Musin had once said to them. If I find out that you leaked the existence of Infinite City, you know the consequences. Heng Yi keenly noticed the sudden fear in Yuhu. Oh, so you're afraid of this? All right, what else? Let me see. Upper Moon 1, Kokoshibo, has a similar naming style to Musin, right? It's both ugly and hard to remember. Upper Moon 2, Doma, likes to eat women, another pervert. I know Upper Moon 3 and Upper Moon 4, Hantango TSK, he also came to Blade Forging Village with you? Don't worry. I'll send him down to keep you company soon. In fact, Heng Yi was not as relaxed as he sounded. Each Upper Moon demon was formidable. And with Yuhu here, Hantango must be in the village, likely encountering Tanjiro, Michiro, and the others. After he's done with the brain of Upper Moon 5 in front of him, he would head to support them. However, there was one last thing that needed confirmation. All right, thank you for generously providing the information. I will make good use of it. You can rest easy now. There are countless people in hell waiting in line for you, so you shouldn't keep them waiting any longer. Heng Yi waved his hand gratefully at him, then gently clasped his palm, seemingly casually asking, Hey, do you think he saw it? Yuhu looked in terror at the large blue flower that enveloped him little by little. At this moment, he finally understood what it felt like to be tortured to death by someone. He? Who? Saw what? Saw what? Listening to Heng Yi's question, the fear of death forced him to unconsciously repeat this question in his mind. The sea of flowers, that blue sea of words that seemed to be both an inducement and a reminder echoed. At the last moment before being swallowed, Yuhu only saw Heng Yi's empty blue eyes. It was as if he had returned to that unforgettable blue sea of flowers. Did he see it? Chapter 99. As a pillar, the dense forest finally restored its original appearance during the time it should have been quiet for years. Yu Ikaru maintained the pose of a thrusting finish, slightly adjusting his chaotic breath. Sweat dampened his forehead slightly, trickling down his cheeks. Behind him, where Heng Yi and Yuhu had just been, a huge blue flower bud grew out of thin air. After he confirmed that his blade had severed Yuhu's head, he had not even seen where that flower bud had come from. The battle tonight had lasted until now. The power within him was almost exhausted. His lungs burned with pain, and his arms were trembling slightly. But to successfully kill the Upper Moon 5 at such a trivial cost, Yu Ikaru felt incredible. Especially since I didn't even get hurt much. He recalled how Heng Yi had whispered in his ear earlier, saying he would create an opportunity for him, conjuring that blue sea of flowers. As a user of the Breath of Clouds, he couldn't even discern whether the blue sea of flowers he had seen was an illusion or a real scene that existed. But he was very clear that giving Yuhu's reaction speed after shedding his skin to reveal his true form. If it weren't for that blue sea of flowers confusing his mind, he would not have stood still to let him strike. Moreover, his last move, while quick, was not fast enough to completely catch Upper Moon Kagaya off guard. So was it real? But suddenly, Yu Ikaru noticed that the rustling sounds coming from the blue flower bud behind him had completely stopped. He turned to look and saw Heng Yi's figure appearing within the blooming flower bud. Heng Yi stepped out from the enormous flower, and then the flower immediately vanished without a trace, just like the previous blue sea of flowers, as if a curse had been lifted. The figure of Yu, who was no longer there. Yoichiro observed Heng Yi, who had some dirt and blood on him but looked quite spirited, and for some reason, felt that he seemed very satisfied at that moment. He had already walked to Yoichiro's side. "Are you all right, little Yo? Are you hurt anywhere?" "I'm fine, just a bit exhausted." His voice was somewhat hoarse, and his gaze swept over the place where Yuhu had disappeared, then looked towards the direction of Forge Village, where it seemed that a battle was also taking place, with loud noises coming from there just a moment ago. Then it seemed he wanted to ask something, but he just opened his mouth and ended up saying nothing, merely sheathing his sword, the blade and sheath making a crisp sound that echoed in the now quiet forest. "Let's go back to the village," Yoichiro said briefly. "Ah, okay." Heng Yi fell back a step to catch up with him, but tilted his head inquisitively from behind, examining his expressionless profile. "Little Yo, do you have something to ask me? Just ask, and I will answer you, and I promise to tell the truth." However, Yoichiro didn't pause at all. He impatiently said, "Hurry back to the village. Stop wasting time." Then he stepped toward the village, his pace somewhat heavy, but exceptionally firm. "Hey, wait for me. Why do you just leave after using me? I'm also your lifesaver, right? Little Yo? Hey, wait, I still have something to find a Qing. Wait for me a moment." Heng Yi shouted at him while quickly running towards where Steel Tomb A Qing was. Although Yoichiro clicked his tongue in annoyance, he still stood in place waiting for him, while also using total concentration, constant to calm the overwhelming fatigue in his body. The night was almost over. Dawn was approaching, but often it was the darkness just before dawn that was the hardest to bear. When a love Hashira Kanroji Mitsuri forcefully entered the battlefield, the balance of victory seemed to begin to tilt in favor of Michiro and Tanjiro. Her eyes burned with fierce fighting spirit, showing no fear at all. The specially made Nichiren blade wrapped in pink and green colors drew a brilliant trajectory like a massive, soft whip. Breath of Love, second form, Love's Embrace. The blade spun in the air as if it had a life of its own, extending and cutting. The flexible blade skillfully bypassed the hardest parts of the wooden dragon, cutting into the joints and the gaps between the scales at incredible angles, instantly slicing a wooden dragon that was entangled with a gust of wind, attempting to strangle Takedo Michiro into several segments, causing chunks of the wooden dragon to crash to the ground. "Sister Kanroji," Tanjiro shouted in surprise. A glint of determination flashed in Michiro's eyes. With the pressure suddenly reduced, he immediately seized the fleeting opportunity to attack. Breath of Mist, third form, Misty Sprinkles, revised. His figure instantly became elusive, as if blending into the surrounding mist. Numerous fine, mist-colored blade lights erupted silently, like morning dew. And Michiro modified this primarily defensive technique based on the battlefield situation, generating high-speed spinning slashes that created a spray of mist, covering not only the main body of the demon, but also accurately splashing into the area nearby where the weaker demon was hiding. It seemed that the demon did not anticipate Michiro seizing that fleeting moment to attack the weak main body. After all, just a moment ago, he had been on the verge of being swept away by the wooden dragon, and in that instant when Mitsuri arrived to block the attack for him, he undoubtedly trusted her and decided to attack the main demon and the protected weaker demon. This kind of trust and reliance was an emotion that the demon could never comprehend. However, the demon was not that easy to deal with. To better protect its main body, it retracted several wooden dragons that were still attacking Nezuko and Jinya and began to readjust its offensive and defensive power, which gave the others a chance to catch their breath. Michiro landed beside Mitsuri and briefly relayed information about the upper moon in front of them. That small one just now, although it only broke through its defense for an instant, you should have seen it. That one is very likely the main body. Michiro did not make a definitive statement because the information had not been confirmed. They were merely speculating based on the actions of the demon's several parts. Mitsuri nodded to show she understood. Leave it to me, Takedo-kun. You all have worked hard. Just watch me from now on. Michiro had not fought alongside her before, and while he felt encouraged by her confident demeanor, he also had some concerns. Don't let your guard down. Although this child looks small, it is actually a combination of 4 demon parts. Not only can it use the techniques of all the previous demon parts, but its power has also greatly increased. Let's work together and look for an opportunity. However, Mitsuri smiled at him and charged forward directly. Michiro thought that should be her way of agreeing. Sister Kanroji, behind them, Tanjiro wanted to rush out with her, but was stopped by Michiro. You are too exhausted. Do not engage in direct combat. Step back and observe the situation. Do not act recklessly. Your sister and that child who can turn into a demon also. He calmly issued orders to Tanjiro, his tone gentle, but carrying an undeniable meaning. After saying that, before Jinya and Nezuko could catch up, he attacked the main demon like an arrow released from a bow. At this moment, Michiro and Mitsuri were in sync in their thoughts. This was their mission as Hashira-level swordsmen, not only to protect themselves but also to guard others, using their swords to cut off the roots of evil and bring peace and tranquility to the world. As Hashira, even if the heavens were to collapse, they would not retreat but rather strive to support. Chapter 100. Who allowed you to use it at the edge of Forge Village? The deepest darkness before dawn enveloped the earth, with only the wind and lightning caused by the rampaging main demon flashing crazily. The gigantic wooden dragon loomed like a mountain, occasionally emitting deafening roars, facing the terrifying pressure emanating from the enemy, who stood with the massive wooden dragon behind him. Mitsuri's petite figure pressed forward without hesitation. You're just a child, but your strikes are so ruthless. Look at what you've done to the village. Shut up, you harlot. Only that adult can criticize me. Mitsuri's face twisted in anger upon hearing such vulgar words from him. You lack upbringing to say such things to a girl. Didn't your parents teach you manners? Michiro, hearing the main demon speak so disrespectfully to Mitsuri, felt indignant for her. Then, as if he remembered something, he shook his head. No, you probably don't have parents, otherwise you wouldn't be in this ghastly state. The main demon had no patience to continue arguing with them. It struck the drum with a stick in its left hand, and the wooden dragon came charging again with thunderous sound waves. Thunderous roar. Breath of love, third form, love cat shower. Mitsuri, like a pink whirlwind, wielded her specially made soft blade. Under her astonishing wrist strength and muscle control, she unleashed destructive power beyond reason, transforming into countless slashes entwined with pink-green light, shredding the wooden dragons that lunged at Michiro. Every swing of her sword was accompanied by a powerful shockwave, tearing open the torrent of attacks for Michiro, creating precious space for counterattacks. Michiro's body seemed to blend into the night and the gaps between the attacks, elusive like a phantom, and he did not miss the opportunity that Mitsuri had created for him. Seizing the moment, he swiftly closed in on the true body of Zeng Potion, his Nichiren blade transforming into a hazy glow, accurately slashing towards the place where the wooden dragon wrapped around the ball containing the timid demon was located. However, Zeng Potion's reaction was astonishingly quick, with several wooden dragons emerging from behind the wooden ball, spewing a storm towards Michiro. Michiro dodged with extreme flexibility and speed, leaving a series of maple leaf-shaped marks on the ground where the strong winds had blown past. Mr. Michiro, hold on. Mitsuri's voice came from behind him, filled with her unique sweetness and incredible sense of power. Seeing Michiro being controlled by that attack, Mitsuri wanted to help him break free, thinking that to catch the thief, one must first catch the king. Her soft Nicaran blade broke through the encirclement of attacks, wrapping around Zangpotion's neck in circles, and she herself charged in front of him. No, quickly dodge. Sonic wave. Michiro's anxious voice and the ultrasonic sound emitted from Zangpotion's mouth reached Mitsuri's ears almost simultaneously. The moment that attack hit, Mitsuri knew she had misjudged. If it weren't for her body's muscle density being higher than that of an average person, anyone else would likely be shattered by this hit. Although she reacted quickly, instantly contracting her muscles to brace herself, the immense backlash still left her in a daze. Zangpotion was also surprised, and after a moment of thought, he realized that this girl in front of him possessed a special physique. Eating high-quality meat can make me stronger. But before that, he would first smash the skull and brain of this temporarily immobile girl into pieces. Breath of Mist, fifth form, sea of misty clouds. Rapid and fine slashes accompanied by a torrent of colorful mist descended, not only pushing Zangpotion back, but also making it impossible for him to catch sight of Mitsuri. Little tricks, do you think this can stop me from killing her? Ridiculous. Zangpotion scoffed, and with his words, a bolt of lightning, over 3 times thicker than the previous wooden dragons, gathered in the sky, striking down with immense force into the mist, covering a wide area that was nearly impossible to evade. When the thunder subsided and the dust cleared, 5 figures slowly appeared in Zangpotion's line of sight. Zangpotion immediately spotted the girl who had just been on the brink of losing her sanity. She was now holding her peculiar soft blade high, waving it like a ribbon. Thank you, everyone. You fought for so long to save me, and I just arrived and almost messed it up. I'm sorry. In front of her, Michiro stood with his sword drawn, calming his slightly quickened breath. Tanjiro, Jinya, and Izuko sat scattered behind her, staring at her in a daze. I split it. I split the thunder. Sister Kanroji, you're amazing. Just as Mitsuri loudly declared that she would protect her companions and absolutely would not lose to the demons. Michiro took a slight step back and softly said to Tanjiro and the others, the true body is no longer by his side. You go find where the true body is and leave him to us. Just as he finished this sentence, Mitsuri also shouted her final declaration. Get ready to die. I'm going all out now. The 2 pillars launched simultaneously. Michiro's toes tapped the ground, and his figure vanished again, like a wisp of mist blending into the night. Mitsuri waved her pink soft blade, weaving through the battlefield. Although her speed was not fast, it felt as if a great mountain stood in front of them, providing reassurance. Go eliminate the true body. The 3 young ones exchanged glances and nodded in understanding. Thanks to the grand scale of the battle, all the scents on the battlefield were very clear now. Tanjiro just needed to distinguish slightly to find the location of the true body. This way, Jinya and Nezuko followed closely behind him as the 3 charged towards the true body. Zangpotion saw their figures from afar, and just by their direction, he understood their intention. He wanted to summon the wooden dragons to chase them again, but was blocked by Michiro and Mitsuri. Michiro's figure flickered in the night. I already warned you. Mitsuri's blade once again severed the pursuing wooden dragons. You won't get past. Watching the 2 attacking him from different directions, Zangpotion was filled with rage. He gripped his drumsticks tightly, striking the 2 drums at his sides, unleashing a blood demon art even more powerful than before. Blood demon art. Infinite tree of sins. Countless massive wooden dragons sprouted from the ground, roaring and surging towards Michiro and Mitsuri, surrounding them. Who allowed you to use this? Suddenly, both the 2 pillars and the demon heard this voice, even though the entire forest was filled with the deafening roar of the giant wooden dragons. This calm voice still clearly reached their ears. It was as if the voice directly touched their souls, not relying on air to transmit. You're just an impolite little demon, ordering around friends in someone else's home. As the words fell, Zangpotion was horrified to find that most of the wooden dragons were uncontrollably falling from the sky, humbly embedding themselves headfirst into the ground like trees taking root, returning to the forest. How is this possible? Zangpotion couldn't believe it. In the hundreds of years since becoming a demon, he had never encountered such a situation. He sensed the blood controlling the wooden dragons, trying to manipulate them, but found that his own blood was rapidly diminishing, causing his powerful blood demon art to be cracked and rendered ineffective. Was absorbing it. He stared blankly at the wooden dragon forest in front of him. The once invincible wooden dragons now stood silently resisting his summons. he saw the shadow moving away from him within the wooden dragon forest, moving so quickly that even he couldn't discern its form. Two clear figures crossed paths with him, creating a beautiful tapestry of intertwining mist and cherry blossoms. It was Michiro and Mitsuri. He finally realized it and began to gather his blood demon art again to summon new wooden dragons. But whether it was due to his excessive consumption of power or the new wooden dragons not willing to serve him, his attacks appeared feeble compared to the two pillars. Breath of Love, 5th form, Unsteady Love, Chaotic Laws. Breath of Mist, 7th form, Hazy. Circles of pink light gently shredded all the unfortunate wooden dragons, moving unpredictably, the mist weaving through the shattered remnants. In the end, he saw those eyes that blade. Then, the world spun. Summary: Kuchi was reborn decades after his death. Thanks to the legendary Immortal Flower, he returned to the world. However, he discovered that both he himself and the people and events in his memories had undergone earth-shattering changes. Especially the person he tried to save, but who instead harmed him. He had actually turned into a man-eating demon, wreaking havoc in the world.